My name is Qin Fong, and I woke up to find myself wearing nothing but boxer shorts, abandoned on a deserted island. The scorching wind, the blistering sun, and the parched feeling in my throat told me this wasn't a dream. A sudden announcement appeared before my eyes. Welcome to the deserted island survival game. One person per island, some large, some small. To survive, resources are essential. After a 3-day novice protection period, natural disasters will strike. Game death means real death. The announcement also displayed my status: fullness 100, hydration 100, health 100. I quickly opened the multifunctional watch to check. After getting a general idea of production, trading, and other sections, click on personal information, name, Qin Fong, occupation, ordinary office worker. What baffled me the most was the regional ranking, 100,000/100,000, dead last, with personal assets, a micro-island. Opening the chat zone, I was instantly devastated. Brothers, I inherited a large island at the start. There's a freshwater lake on this island of mine, and my tiny island became the target of everyone's schadenfreude. I couldn't help but shout at the sky, damn it, if you've got the guts, give me a system so I can turn the tables against all odds. As soon as the words fell, a blue light screen appeared, system incoming. After successful fusion, system reward, obtained permanent resource doubling skill, upgradable version. Simultaneously detecting that my hydration level is only 20%, nearing danger, requiring immediate water replenishment to obtain a mysterious reward. I turned around and ran under the coconut tree. There happened to be a fallen coconut on the ground. I put it into my backpack, triggering the doubling skill, coconut *2. This dad wasn't called in vain. I quickly took out a coconut, cracked it open, and greedily drank the coconut water. The moisture level rose from 20 to 50, moving out of the danger zone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hydration task. Reward, 1 stone axe. Quality, ordinary. Triggered double skill, stone axe level upgraded to good. The quality of the stone axe can even be doubled. That's absolutely amazing. The system has issued the next task. Craft survival tools including a stone knife, stone axe, lasso, and wooden hoe. Based on years of gaming experience, I know tools are the key to survival. After drinking another coconut, my hydration level rose to 80, and my stamina increased to 130. I started searching for supplies around the perimeter of the island. Thanks to the doubling skill, I obtained wood *14, vines *8, bamboo *8, as well as hard stones *2 and slate *4 found at the reef. Soon, I finished crafting the stone knife, lasso, and wooden hoe, all of which triggered skills, with each item's quality being good. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have been rewarded with a fine spear. Double skill triggered, spear quality upgraded to excellent. An excellent quality spear, its head is actually made of iron. While everyone else is still in the Stone Age, I already possess an artifact from the Iron Age. Facing the island's dangerous creatures, I feel much more confident now. Using a lasso, I retrieved the remaining 5 coconuts from the palm tree. Double skill triggered, coconuts *10. My hydration level dropped to 30 again, so I quickly drank 2 coconuts to replenish it to 100, then ate 2 coconut meats to restore my satiety to 70. Ding! Next task triggered, create a freshwater filter. The flax and large leaves needed to make a freshwater filter are only likely to be found at the center of the island. Danger and opportunity coexist, so I decided to take the plunge. Checking the chat panel, the number of people in the area has changed to 99,968, meaning 32 have died in just half a day. Someone asked for rattan and bamboo, so I immediately sent a private message offering to trade resources for the ordinary clothes he was wearing, since I only had a pair of underwear on 0 defense. Finally exchanged 4 vines, 4 bamboo, and 2 coconuts for the clothes. Triggered double skill, clothing upgraded to good ***. My stamina recovered to 170, so I picked up the excellent grade spear and headed deeper into the island. While exploring through the bushes, I touched something soft, and a 2-meter-long brown patterned snake suddenly launched itself at me. I dodged sideways and immediately thrust my spear into the lower part of the snake's head, pinning it firmly to the ground. After being hit with stones a few times, the spotted snake lost all signs of life. Before I could pull out the spear, another rapid rustling sound came from my left. I turned my head and saw an even larger spotted snake just 1 step away from me. Chapter 3, Slandering Me? Ha! And Gao. Before Qin Fong could finish speaking, the giant snake suddenly bit down on his calf. Damn it! A piercing pain shot through him instantly. Looking back at the giant snake, it showed no sign of letting go. Like a pair of pincers, it clamped down on Qin Fong's calf with deadly force. Its massive body coiled rapidly, attempting to wrap around his leg. He couldn't wait any longer. If both legs were wrapped, he would surely die. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, Qin Fong yanked the spear free. He thrust it downward toward the serpent's body. The spear's sharp tip pierced through the serpent's body, driving straight into the ground. The serpent's body convulsed violently. The serpent, in agony, finally released its grip. Qin Fong swiftly pulled his calf back. His other foot slammed down hard on the serpent's head. He used nearly every ounce of strength in his body. If he didn't subdue the snake now, it would be even harder to control once it regained its senses. Under no circumstances could this serpent be allowed to return to the island's depths. He had to eliminate it completely. Xin Fang picked up the stone he had just used. He swung it toward the serpent's head. Each strike was met with violent convulsions of the serpent's body. Several times he nearly lost control, almost letting it escape. Fortunately, the spear was exceptionally sturdy, pinning the serpent firmly to the ground. An ordinary wooden spear would have snapped under the serpent's immense strength. Or perhaps that initial thrust wouldn't have even pierced its body at all. Thud, thud, thud. After another dozen blows, the spotted snake finally ceased all movement. Only its body twitched nervously from time to time. Phew! He wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. Xin Fang collapsed onto the ground, his butt hitting the seat with a thud. He gasped for breath in heavy, ragged heaves. The fierce struggle had been utterly exhausting. Damn it, I never expected there to be 2 snakes on this island. Damn it! I got too careless, didn't dodge. He opened the status bar to check his health points. All damage taken in the game was reflected in the health bar. My health had already dropped to 77. Without any clothes, it would have dropped even more. Not only health points, but hydration and satiety had also dropped significantly after the attack. Currently at 53 hydration and 37 satiety. Stamina had declined the most, now at 48, maximum is 90, calculated as the sum of current hydration and satiety. Xin Fang's spirits were low. A single battle had nearly halved his overall condition. But restoring these stats? That's easier said than done. Resources on the island were scarce to begin with. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden system achievement counter kill. Reward, 2 lighters. Ding! Triggered doubling skill, lighters x4. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Hidden achievement? Rewarded with lighters? Before Xin Fang could process it, the system sounded again. Experiencing major events triggers hidden system achievements, granting richer rewards. Current detection, host injured. Supplementary reward, 2 wild ginger roots. Triggered doubling skill, wild ginger 4. Wild ginger, a rare plant that rapidly restores 50 health points. Can be cultivated. Extra rewards too? System, you're my savior. Just when I needed it, you delivered. Xin Fang was so moved he began to sob. These 2 items were simply too crucial. With a lighter, starting a fire would be child's play. While others were still painstakingly trying to start a fire by rubbing sticks together, all he needed was a simple click. More importantly, on rainy or freezing days when others couldn't start fires, he'd still only need a flick of the switch. Just thinking about it felt absolutely amazing. Then there's wild ginger, pure, natural antibiotics for desert island survival. Plant it in bulk later and stockpile it, you'd be hard-pressed to die. That snakebite was worth every bite. He calmed his excitement slightly. Xin Fang used his stone knife to gut the 2 snakes he'd killed, yielding a full 5 kilograms of pure snake meat. Snake meat is rich in protein and amino acids. With this supply, he wouldn't starve for at least 2 days. He opened 2 coconuts and a wild ginger root from his backpack, eating and drinking them. Both his hydration and health were replenished. All that remained was to replenish his hunger. He rested for a moment longer. Xin Fang then began searching the current area. Compared to the scattered resources on the outskirts, supplies here were more concentrated. This made gathering them considerably easier. After 2 hours of gathering, aided by his doubled-up skill, he had collected wood, large leaves, vines, bamboo, and dry grass. But the one crucial item, flax, the raw material for making rope, Xin Fang hadn't found a single strand. This really is a micro-island. Resources are pitifully scarce. Without rope, I can't build a freshwater filter at all. What to do? Xin Fang pondered aloud as he emerged from the forest onto the beach. The sun was setting, and a cool sea breeze blew in. Xin Fang couldn't help but shiver. It's not even night yet, and the temperature has dropped this fast? I need to get a fire going to stay warm. Whoa, wait. Xin Fang seemed to have an idea. He hurriedly opened the chat section. Guys, this fire drilling is brutal. My hands are getting raw. Me too. This isn't nearly as easy as it looks on TV. I struggled so hard just to get a tiny spark, and it went out before I could transfer it. The temperature's dropping too fast. What are we gonna do? I wanna go home. I don't wanna freeze to death out here. Xin Fang slowly pulled out his lighter and clicked it open. Watching the dancing flame, he posted a message. Need help burning dry grass? Trade 3 flax. DM me if interested. Flax wasn't exactly a rare resource, most islands of decent size had it. In an instant, the chat group erupted with activity. Holy crap! You lit a fire this fast, boss? You've got some serious arm strength. Got flax, I'll trade. Me too. Me too. Fire drilling is such a pain. Can we trade other resources? I've got vines and sturdy wooden sticks. Xin Fang froze. Hard little sticks? That's the stuff bows and arrows are made of. This works. But before he could reply, Someone piped up, isn't that Qin Fong ranked dead last? With the meager resources you have, you can't even find wood. How could you possibly start a fire? Everyone, be careful. This kid is trying to pull a fast one here. In an instant, the mood shifted dramatically. I knew there was no way he could get fire this fast. Something's fishy. Thanks for the heads up, bro. Looks like he's inherited the worst island and, desperate, is now trying to scam resources from others in the group. Poverty breeds cunning. Shameless. Qin Fong pressed his lips tightly together and tapped the person's profile picture. His name was Park Piao Lo, inheritor of Big Island. Seeing Qin Fong's silence, he continued, everyone, let's never trade resources with Qin Fong again. He's not worthy. I just lit a campfire here. I can help everyone ignite their brushwood. Come trade with me instead. Honesty guaranteed. After speaking, Park Piao Lo even posted a photo of the bonfire. Now, the group members began fawning over Pu Piol. Qin Fong, at Pu Piol, if you want to trade, just send it directly. Why slander me? You have no proof my claims are false, right? Ranking dead last, that's proof enough. My bad luck has nothing to do with my character, right? Then why's your luck bad? Isn't it because your character sucks? What if I prove I'm telling the truth? What then? How about I call you dad? This bet's not enough. Chapter 4, Winning the Bet. Some people only need to be given face once. Qin Fong pressed on, you slander me, then call me dad to make it all go away? If you've got the guts, put your resources on the line. Fine. But you, Qin Fong, only have this tiny island. What resources could you possibly have? Bet with you? That'd be a huge loss for me. Rest assured, you won't lose out. With that, Qin Fong uploaded 5 kilograms of snake meat to the chat section. This 5 kilograms of snake meat will last you 2 days. Want to bet on that? No problem, right? When the others saw the snake meat, they erupted in astonishment. He actually has snake meat? This much? Could it be that he? No way. We have snakes on my island too. I'm scared to death of them, but Qin Fong, how could he just kill a snake like that? This much snake meat? It must have been a huge snake. This snake meat must not have come easily. Park Pio Rak, staring intently at the screen, wore an equally stunned expression upon seeing the snake meat. But then he thought, so what if he is snake meat? He was betting on whether Qin Fong had fire. On that tiny, rundown island of his, ranked dead last among 10,000 people, he'd be lucky to find 2 or 3 pieces of wood. Plus, drilling wood for fire was incredibly difficult. He'd only learned the technique from attending a deserted island summer camp years ago. As an ordinary person with scarce resources and no skills, it was absolutely impossible. No problem. Come on. I want you to prove it right now. Record a video. Wait for it. Qin Fong declared. Soon, the video shot with his multifunctional watch was uploaded to the chat section. It went viral instantly. The video showed Qin Fong sitting on the beach, a roaring bonfire crackling before him. Hanging above it was a string of snake meat, sizzling and dripping with oil as it grilled. The setting sun cast its glow, the sea breeze caressed his face, and the entire scene radiated pure bliss. Video caption, survival on a deserted island is tough, and slander from petty people doesn't help. This video is proof. You better watch your step next time, kid. At Park Piao Lu. Bystander, I spoke without thinking earlier. Is it too late to regret it now? Brother Qin. Can I have the wooden skewer after you're done grilling the snake meat? I just want to lick it clean. Spent all day gathering supplies on this deserted island. Exhausted and starving, this snake meat is absolutely killer. Behind the screen, Park Paola watched the video, grinding his back teeth in fury. Why did this dead last contestant manage to pull off so much in a single day? Suddenly, another message popped up in the chat. Qin Fong, stop wondering why, Xiaopu. You lose, you pay up, call me dad and hand over every last resource you've got. I advise you not to play dirty. Survival on this island isn't easy. If you want to keep hanging around here and still get help, you'd better be honest. Fine. Qin Fong, you win this round. But I hope you don't end up falling into my hands. What era are we in, still playing stay after school games? Hurry up and call. Dad. Your son's trading you the supplies. Qin Fong. You just wait. Park Piao Li's face flushed crimson as he slammed shut the chat window. Ding. Doubling skill triggered, flax 8, large leaves 16, thick wood 4, timber 10, bamboo 8, rattan 10, sturdy sticks 4, hard stones 4, slab 6. Holy crap. Little Pooh's supplies weren't numerous, but the variety was impressive. Combined with my doubling skill, this is a pretty good haul. And sturdy wood is a crucial resource for building shelters. But the most crucial thing is this flax. The system quest will be completed soon. Just then, my watch vibrated. Chat. Brother Qin, is that trade offer still good? I've got some flax too still up for trade, Qin? Qin Fong, sure. Anyone needing help burning dry grass, just give it to me. I already have flax. For others, just bring whatever you have to trade, one item is enough. This deal stands for the long haul. Anyone needing firewood can come find me anytime. Xin Fang wasn't some do-gooder saint. His deserted island was too small, and scarce resources were the core problem. To survive properly, he needed to leverage more people's resources. He had a lighter, so fire wasn't a problem for him, but for others, it might be a matter of life and death. Besides, exchanging resources was as easy as moving a finger, why not? Thanks, big shot. Grateful to the boss for letting me stay warm tonight. Brother Qin is so generous. Brother Qin, can I come find you anytime? Does your fire never go out? Xin Fang chuckled. Mind your own business when it comes to the ladies. Before long, Xin Fang gathered a lot more items, triggering skills along the way. Most were easily obtainable resources like wood and vines. No matter having them is what counts. You can never have too many. Later on, upgrading tools, building wooden huts, crafting traps, all that would require tons and tons of resources. Gradually, however, fewer people came to seek Xin Fang out, as those who had raised their campfires began trading just like Xin Fang. No big deal this way, I'm always covered, rain or shine. That's just fine. Alright. Time to quickly use up some of the resources he'd collected. Twisting flax into rope, Xin Fang swiftly crafted a fresh water filter. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, good grade harpoon. Ding. Doubling skill triggered. Harpoon upgraded to excellent. Function, coastal fishing. Can capture small to medium-sized aquatic creatures. Clunk. The harpoon landed on the ground. Xin Fang picked up the harpoon. Its tip featured 2 iron barbs, each with a barbed hook at the rear, ensuring prey could scarcely escape once impaled. With this harpoon, fishing in the sea will be twice as efficient. As the afternoon collection on the island progressed, the durability of survival tools gradually diminished. These resources could replenish the tools' durability and even upgrade them. However, upgrades required significant resources. For now, the tools were still functional enough, no need to upgrade just yet. Just top up the durability. Later, Xin Fang used the acquired resources to craft 2 small fishing traps and 2 bird traps. The resources he'd just gathered were already nearly depleted. It's still not enough. There just aren't enough resources. But to achieve this much in just one day is already quite impressive. Be content. The crafting process had already drained a significant amount of his water saturation and stamina. Perfect timing, let's test this fresh water filter. He took out a bamboo stalk and crafted 2 bamboo tubes. Xin Fang filled 1 bamboo tube with seawater and placed it on the filter. He lit a fire beneath it. Before long, the seawater inside the bamboo tube had completely transformed into fresh water. Crystal clear to the bottom. Gulp after gulp, he drank it all in one go. His hydration level shot up from 33 to 87. At that moment, Xin Fang's heart was filled with excitement. To be able to drink a sip of fresh water on this deserted island, it was such a blessing. Buzz. Xin Fang's watch vibrated. A private message. Ha? Isn't this the person I swapped clothes with? Hello, Brother Qin. Could you please return the clothes we swapped this afternoon? Return them? How could that be possible? Just as Xin Fang was about to protest, the person continued, I know this is really bad, but I've got no other choice. As a girl, I'm seriously struggling to survive on this island. Wait. You're a girl. Chapter 5, Natural Disaster Clues. Before Xin Fang could ask more questions, the other party had already sent him a screenshot of their personal information. Name, Chen Shuero. Age, 20. Occupation, agricultural engineering student at Agricultural University. Skills, plant cultivation. Personal assets, medium-sized island. I was in a bit of a rush this afternoon and didn't look closely during the transaction. No wonder the clothes felt a bit small when I tried them on. Without adding them as friends, the other party only shows a string of numbers, no way to tell if it's male or female. Xin Fang pressed further, what happened over there? Did you encounter any danger? While scavenging supplies today, I accidentally got attacked by a wild boar in the island jungle. My health dropped to 23. I've already used up all my coconuts, it's getting colder and colder, I can't get a fire going, and my health is still dropping. It's pitch black around me, and I'm really scared, Brother Qin. I don't really want my clothes back. I'm begging you, please help me. I saw all the messages in the group chat. You're truly amazing, I have no choice but to turn to you. If you don't believe me, I can add you on video call. By the time Xin Fang finished reading Chen Shuero's message, her friend request had already arrived. The moment he tapped to accept, Chen Shuero's video call request popped up immediately. He could sense her urgency. He clicked accept. The screen shifted, revealing a lovely face filled with surprise, fear, and a touch of shyness. Chen Shuero had delicate features, shoulder-length hair, and large, watery eyes that were utterly endearing. Perhaps due to the wild boar attack and the dark conditions on the deserted island, she looked haggard. As expected, she was indeed wearing nothing but a red lingerie set. Her figure was slightly plump, her skin snow-white and delicate enough to break with a touch. Curled up, tears welling in her eyes, Chen Shuero pleaded, Brother Qin, please believe me. My health is down to 23 now, it'll drop to critical soon. Please, Brother Chin, help me. I swear I'll keep only enough resources to survive and give you everything else. Qin Feng looked at the pitifully vulnerable Chen Shuaro, feeling a twinge of reluctance. If he'd known she was a girl, he wouldn't have agreed to the clothes swap. Sigh. Hold on a moment. I'll prepare some things for you. At those words, Chen Shuaro burst into tears of relief. Thank you, Brother Chin. Truly, thank you. In the video, Qin Feng was bent over preparing things when the jade pendant on his chest suddenly caught Chen Shuaro's attention. This piece knot, this is. Brother Chin, I wonder where you got this safety knot. You mean this? Qin Feng gave the pendant a gentle shake before continuing, this. I honestly can't recall. It seems I've been wearing it since I can remember. Since you were old enough to remember? When you were 4 or 5? Or since you were 14? What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Qin Feng was puzzled. Why was this girl fixated on his jade pendant? And why was she asking such detailed questions? No, nothing, Brother Qin Feng. I just think this pendant is quite beautiful. Could you hold it up to the camera for me? Not girl you. Ah. Fine. Though slightly annoyed, Qin Feng still held the piece knot up to the screen. He really couldn't understand why she was so interested in this piece knot. Chen Shuaro scrutinized the pendant on the screen, her heart surging with emotion. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could he have that very piece knot I gave away years ago? That was something only that boy had. Could he be that boy from back then? Upon closer inspection, a ring of numbers appeared clearly on the inside of the pendant. Wasn't that my birthday? When grandfather gave me the piece knot back then, he specifically asked the engraver to inscribe my birthday on the inner surface. Qin Feng. He must be that boy from back then. It was he who saved me from that fire back then. Without him, I wouldn't be alive today. And this piece knot was the token I gave him back then while he lay unconscious. It was meant to protect him, but more than that, it was so he wouldn't forget me. But now it seems he has forgotten. Have you finished reading? Oh. I'm done. Here, these are some food items. This is wild ginger, specifically used to replenish health points. Basically, it's medicine. Take it and eat it quickly, or your health will drop again soon. Oh, and here's some burning dry grass and wood. Light a fire and your health won't keep dropping. Thanks so much, Brother Qin Feng. Really, thank you. No problem. Hurry up and go, it'll get colder soon. Qin Feng hung up after speaking. Staring at the disconnected call, Chen Shuaro felt a hollow emptiness in her heart. Does he really not remember who I am at all? But maybe it's better this way. If it weren't for saving me back then, his parents would probably still be alive. At that moment, Qin Feng added another log to the bonfire. Choosing to save her looks were part of it, but there were plenty of beautiful people in this world. More than anything, it was because of her cultivation skills. This skill is absolutely crucial for survival on a deserted island. With the cultivation skill, plants not only mature faster but also yield greater harvests. This means that later on, things like wild ginger, cassava, fruits, and various food crops can all be cultivated and harvested. If I interact with her more in the future, it would be immensely beneficial for me. Plus, this girl inherited a medium-sized island. Its resource abundance is simply incomparable to my tiny, run-down island. Both in terms of reason and sentiment, saving her this once is well worth it. But I can only hope. I hope she's not the type to bite the hand that feeds her. But looking into her eyes, there's this feeling of déjà vu. Could we have met before? That can't be. I don't recall ever encountering her before. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. If she could help me out in the future, it would be worth it. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host, please rest early. Next mission, construct a shelter. Note, completing this mission will yield cataclysm clues and a mysterious reward. Host, please complete it as soon as possible. Holy crap? The next mission is to obtain clues about the cataclysm? Could it be some hidden information about the cataclysm? This is crucial. If I know about the disaster ahead of time, I can prepare in advance and increase my chances of survival. Chapter 6, A Bountiful Harvest. I tried to think further, but sleepiness hit me too fast. Huddled by the warm campfire, even the hard sand couldn't keep the heavy drowsiness at bay. The night passed without incident. When Qin Feng awoke the next morning, it was already past 8 o'clock. A pale streak of dawn slowly rose in the east. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. The system voice suddenly chimed in. Ding. Detected positive life-saving actions by the host yesterday. Unlocked achievement rescuing the distressed. System reward island resources will surge dramatically today. Holy crap? A surprise first thing in the morning? But I saved someone yesterday. Why's this hidden achievement only showing up today? Detecting host's query. Providing explanation. Since island resources refresh daily at dawn, yesterday's reward is distributed today. At that moment, Qin Feng looked around and realized the island's resources were indeed different. Supplies scattered along the beach perimeter were noticeably more abundant than yesterday's. Holy crap! Last night I was fretting over where to find supplies to build a shelter, and today the island's resources have exploded. Ha 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 ha. Good deeds bring good fortune, huh? I wonder if this resource surge might even spawn rare items. No sooner had he finished muttering to himself than a sea bream suddenly leaped out of the ocean before him. It looked at least half a meter long. Then several more sea bream leapt out of the water. Holy crap! This drop rate is downright terrifying. If I could catch a few for sashimi, it'd be pure heaven on earth. The harpoon the system gave me, it's definitely going to come in handy today. After calming his excitement a bit and wiping away the drool that had started to flow, Xin Feng hurriedly replenished his fullness and hydration levels. His stamina was now at peak condition. Let's get to work. Xin Feng sprang into action. All these resources must be gathered quickly within a single day. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. Walking along the beach, he found crafting materials like wood, hard stones, and slabs just a few steps away. Beyond that, fresh blue crabs and octopuses, palm-sized scallops and oysters, and seaweed carpeting the shore appeared one after another. No special beachcombing skills were needed at all. Just bend down, pick it up, and toss it in your backpack. Bend down, pick it up, toss it in your backpack. As someone who used to commute to work every day, Xin Feng had never even imagined beachcombing. And he certainly never imagined it could be this satisfying. It was like manna from heaven. Plus, with his doubled skill boost, the manna from heaven had doubled into 2 pieces. When he grew tired, Xin Feng simply used his stone knife to pry open the fresh oysters. Once the hard shell cracked open, the oyster meat was as white as jade, plump and large. He took a bite. An intensely sweet and savory flavor exploded in his mouth. This is incredible. Xin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Such fresh, exquisite flavor was a first in his life. Previously, the oysters he'd eaten were all frozen, and the meat was pitifully small. The texture was incomparable. After finishing, Xin Feng wasted no time continuing his search. During this time, he also set up the 2 fishing traps he had crafted the previous day. After about an hour, the resources along the entire shoreline of the small island had been nearly harvested. What remained were mostly common items like seaweed. After all, the island Xin Feng had inherited was simply too small. Returning to the campfire, he replenished his fluids. After restoring his stamina, his next step was to head toward the island's center. Only in the island's depths would the crucial resources for building a shelter spawn. Reaching the edge of the center, Xin Feng drew his superior spear and assumed a defensive stance. Since it was uncertain whether dangerous creatures would spawn alongside the resources, better to err on the side of caution. After a brief scan, Xin Feng discovered no dangerous creatures. Only then did he relax and begin his plan to gather resources deep within the island. At that moment, Xin Feng noticed that the flax he hadn't found a single strand of yesterday had suddenly appeared in clusters of 4 or 5 on the ground today. And that was just in this small area. Without pausing to think, he bent down and gathered them into his backpack. Continuing deeper into the island, he saw that the bamboo cut down yesterday had all regrown today. And astonishingly, even more bamboo had sprouted anew. Bamboo wasn't just for making bamboo tubes, it was also a crucial material for constructing traps to capture large game. Xin Feng rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. He summoned his stone axe, intending to upgrade it to an excellent grade to boost efficiency and reduce stamina consumption. But upgrading required iron ingots. It seemed that to enter the Iron Age, he must find iron ore. His tiny island had such a low resource cap that even with the highest drop rates, iron ore simply wouldn't appear. Though somewhat resigned, Xin Feng quickly adjusted his mindset. With drop rates skyrocketing now, gathering resources was the top priority. Rolling up his sleeves, he began hacking furiously at the bamboo. Along the way, he gathered a large number of bamboo shoots. If only he had a pot, he could make snake meat stewed with bamboo shoots. After gathering the bamboo, he also harvested plenty of vines, large leaves, flax, sturdy sticks, and 15 thick logs. After applying the skill boost, that became 30 sturdy logs. All resources required for constructing the shelter have now been gathered. In fact, there's even several times more than needed. But that wasn't what made Xin Feng happiest. What truly thrilled him was discovering wild ginger. And not just 1, but 2 wild ginger plants, doubling the yield to 4. Such a rare natural antibiotic, a life-saving herb, could only be discovered today when drop rates were skyrocketing. Under normal circumstances, it might take half a month just to spawn a single one. Before leaving, he set up the bird traps he'd crafted yesterday throughout the jungle. Returning to the campfire with his bounty, Xin Feng collapsed exhausted onto the sand. Phew! That was awesome. This feeling of fulfilling harvest is so satisfying. If only the drop rate could be like this every day, I wouldn't have to consider switching islands to survive. He gasped for breath in heavy, ragged heaves, taking a long while to recover. After replenishing his hunger and hydration levels, Xin Feng opened his backpack to inspect his supplies. These materials and food would easily sustain him for a week. The only question was whether these supplies would be enough to weather the impending natural disaster. Next step, build the shelter and gather information on the natural disaster. Glancing at the time, it was just past 1 p.m. Once the shelter was built, he could take advantage of the midday warmth of the seawater to go fishing. Perfect. Xin Fong opened the crafting panel. Shelter, thick wood 10, large leaves 25, mines 20, rope 10, stone slabs 10. Damn, even a basic shelter requires this much stuff? Good thing I got it dropped today. Xin Fong stood up and selected the shelter's location. Click, craft. Amidst the clanging sounds. Before long, a standalone ocean view villa was crafted. Guess I'll be facing the sea, enjoying spring warmth and blooming flowers, Xin Fong chuckled wryly. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Doubling skill triggered. Shelter upgraded to good quality. Shelter provides warmth and protection from cold, shields against beast attacks, allows for quick stamina recovery during rest, and has a storage capacity of 200 items. Attached item, 1 bed. A flash of light erupted, and the once rough wooden hut. In an instant, it became much sturdier and smoother. The wooden exterior walls no longer appeared rough. The large leaves covering the roof to block rain became denser than before. Xin Fong slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Chapter 7, Rescue Once More. The shelter measured about 18 square meters, and sure enough, a bed was placed inside. Stranded on a deserted island, and by the second day I have a bed to sleep in. I should be satisfied. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the shelter task. You have obtained natural disaster information, heavy rain. Natural disaster notice, this torrential rain will last for 2 days, accompanied by strong winds, dropping temperatures, and hail. Avoid prolonged exposure to rain, as it severely damages health points. Ensure adequate food supplies and warmth. Rewarding the host with 1 set of thermal gear. Xin Fong stared at the system notification, his mind racing. The shelter's already built, so getting drenched isn't an issue. As for food supplies, today's harvest was substantial. Combined with the remaining 3 kilograms of snake meat, we should be able to get through the next 2 days without issue. As for warmth, I have ample wood reserves, a lighter, and now this thermal suit, no problem there either. This should be sufficient to weather the storm. Next, he planned to venture into the sea for further exploration. Perhaps the resources there would prove more abundant than those on the island. Just as Xin Fong was about to step outside. Buzz buzz buzz. His watch kept vibrating. He glanced up. HM? A video call request from Chen Shuero. He answered. The screen flashed, and Xin Fong's heart skipped a beat as he saw Chen Shuero on the video call. She looked even more haggard now, her breathing faint and weak. What's wrong? What happened? Why do you look so terrible? Leaning against a tree, Chen Shuero's lips trembled and turned pale as she whispered faintly, I'm fine. Xin Gu, I have something for you. After she spoke, Xin Fong's backpack contained 7 flax, 4 vines, and 6 wood. Yesterday I saw you mention in the chat that you needed flax. My island still has quite a bit. I also gathered some other resources, not much, but they're all yours. I said. I give you all the resources I gather. Watching Chen Shuero struggle to speak, Xin Fong felt genuinely heartbroken. Wait, forget about the resources for now. First, tell me why you're in such bad shape. Let me check your status bar. I'm really fine. Brother Qin, remember the coordinates I sent you. My island still has iron ore, it's crucial. Xin Fong listened to Chen Shuero's words, which sounded like last words, and grew even more anxious. First tell me what's wrong with you. It's just, this morning while gathering resources, I accidentally got attacked by a beast again. That doesn't make sense. Being attacked by beasts shouldn't leave you in this state. Didn't I give you wild ginger yesterday to restore your health points? Xin Fong recalled that Chen Shuero's health had been over 30 yesterday, and wild ginger could restore 50 health points. No beast could possibly have. Could it be? Did you not eat the wild ginger? Chen Shuero slowly nodded. It was too precious. I just couldn't bear to use it. The natural disaster is coming in 2 days. I'm certain I'll die. I was afraid of wasting it, so I planted it so that by the time Brother Qin arrived, I could harvest 4 or 5. Oh. Should I call you foolish or you really are a college girl? Xin Fong stammered incoherently. It's my own fault for not explaining clearly yesterday. Though slightly annoyed, he felt more touched than anything else. He never imagined this girl would think of him like this. Finding someone like Chen Shuero on this deserted island was already incredibly fortunate. He pulled out 2 wild ginger roots and 2 coconuts from his backpack to trade. Don't turn off the video, I'm watching you finish eating. Xin Fong said in a commanding tone. Seeing the wild ginger suddenly appear in her hands, Chen Shuero felt a lump in her throat. She was about to cry again. Brother Qin. Don't trouble yourself. Even if you rescue me now, once the natural disaster hits, I won't be able to hold on. Stop talking so much and just eat this first. Xin Fong's tone grew much firmer. Seeing Xin Fong's anger, Chen Shuero stopped resisting. Sigh. She had intended this to make up for the debt she owed him from years ago. If not for saving me, his parents would still be alive, and he'd have a happy family like any ordinary person. But now he's saved me once more. Since you've given me another chance at life, brother, I'll repay you in every way I can from now on. Watching her finish 2 pieces of wild ginger, her complexion quickly returned to normal. After all, the island's life-saving herbs are no joke. After that, Chen Shuero drank both coconuts dry. Then she looked at Qin Fong with pleading eyes and said, Brother Qin. I'm done eating. What's your hunger level now? Still at 31. Wait here. Qin Fong reignited the campfire inside the wooden hut. Note: in-game mechanics do not cause campfires to ignite. Structures do not attempt this in real life. He then took out more blue crabs, oysters, and a kilogram of snake meat. After roasting them all over the campfire, he traded them to Chen Shuero. Brother Qin, you're giving me all this food? What will you eat? I only need a little, my appetite is tiny, she said, blinking her big, watery eyes in surprise. Qin Fong knew she'd say that. If I give it to you, just eat it. If you keep making excuses, I won't be responsible for you anymore. No. Brother Qin, Xiaoro was wrong. I'm sorry. But can I ask you something? Go ahead. Brother Qin, your island is so small and has limited resources. How did you manage to get so much food? Could you teach me? I don't want to keep relying on you all the time, feeling like I'm just a burden. Surviving on this deserted island must be tough for you too. Plus, you saved me twice. I really don't know how to repay you. Seeing Chen Shuero's sincerity, Qin Fong felt his rescue hadn't been in vain. In real life, those gold-digging, ungrateful girls had really screwed him over. But this girl? Her heart was genuinely kind and adorable. Alright, don't pry into society's affairs. As for repaying me, the best way is to finish all the food I gave you. That won't do. Chen Shuero, always keep my word. She even deliberately puffed out her chest as she said this, to show her determination. But she didn't realize that this gesture had inadvertently exposed a glimpse of her cleavage on camera. This left Qin Fong feeling rather. It also reminded Qin Fong that the little minx was still naked. He'd been wearing her clothes for 2 days already, returning them now would be awkward. Why not give her the thermal suit the system just provided? That way, she could better cope with the natural disaster. You, mind your posture, I have a garment for you. Chen Shuero blushed instantly upon hearing this. Her chest, which had been held proudly high moments ago, immediately slumped back down. Thank you, Brother Qin. After taking the thermal suit Qin Fong offered, Chen Shuero didn't rush to put it on. It was midday, and the temperature was quite high. Brother Qin. Shuero has one more question for you. Go ahead. In real life, do you have a girlfriend? Chapter 8, The Sharks Are Coming. Girlfriend? He recalled having gone on a few blind dates in real life. But without a car or a house, who'd want to be with me? Sigh. My family background was average to begin with, yet society demanded that a young, penniless guy fresh out of school suddenly have a car and a house. How could that be possible? I don't have a girlfriend, Qin Fong replied with a hint of resignation. Oh, no girlfriend? Well, that's good. Ha. What are you grinning about? Are you gloating over my lack of a girlfriend? No, Brother Qin, Xiaoro didn't mean it that way, really. Alright, just teasing you. Eat up, or it'll get cold soon. Alright. Thanks, Brother Qin. Chen Shuero was actually starving. Yesterday, she'd only eaten the food Qin Fong gave her late at night. Since then, she hadn't eaten a thing, too busy gathering resources on the island. But as a frail college girl, she had no experience surviving on a deserted island. The wild beasts on the island were also extremely ferocious. To gather these few supplies, she had endured quite a lot. Now, a large blue crab, grilled snake meat, and grilled oysters are laid out before her. The aroma alone was enough to make her head spin. Qin Fong watched Chen Shuero's puffed-out little mouth in the video like a hamster's and felt inexplicably happy. She was nothing like the women in real life who had taken advantage of him. She was pure, kind, adorable, untouched by worldly concerns, and knew how to reciprocate. Is that enough? If not, I've got more. Take your time eating, no one's rushing you, Qin Fong asked with a smile. Enough. So delicious. Chen Shuero replied between chews, her words muffled. Qin Fong handed her another bamboo tube of fresh water. What's the rush? Have some water. Okay. After devouring everything in a flash, Qin Fong was stunned to discover the little girl had devoured every last crumb. Not a single crumb remained. Hey Chen Shuero, didn't you just say you have a tiny appetite? Oh my. Brother Qin, the food you grilled smelled just too good. Little Ro couldn't resist. He. So it was the food's aroma, not my skill? Oh, that's heartbreaking. No. I meant Brother Qin's cooking is amazing. Top notch. Alright. You've eaten your fill. Rest up and recover your strength. Oh, and one more thing. I'm not short on resources right now, so keep whatever supplies you've gathered for yourself. What good will they do? When the disaster hits, I still won't be able to handle it. I want to build a shelter too, but I don't know why there are so many wild beasts on this island. Today I got attacked by a bear. There's just no way to gather resources. Bears on your island? No way. It's true, Brother Chin. That bear was huge. I was so scared my legs went weak. Xin Fang was puzzled. Logically speaking, she had inherited a medium-sized island. Wild boars were normal, but bears? That defied logic. Something unusual must be afoot. Wait a minute. Xiaoro, did you just say there's iron ore on your island? Oh right. Yes, I found it this morning while gathering flax. That explains it. Iron ore is a crucial resource. Whoever has it on their island can enter the Iron Age faster. Great. Xiaoro will definitely guard the iron ore for you. No one touches it. But Brother Chin, when can you come over? Honestly, without your help, I wouldn't survive. But don't worry, I won't be a burden. I can wash clothes, cook meals, and even grow vegetables. I've told you this so many times, yet you never reply. After this natural disaster passes, okay? Xin Fang knew deep down that relying solely on this tiny, rundown island just wouldn't cut it. Take today's sudden surge in resources, for instance. If he'd occupied a medium-sized or larger island, wouldn't the resources be skyrocketing? Plus, having Qin Shuero help manage the daily chores would be quite nice. Not to mention she was pretty and had a good personality. Alright. Xiaoro, I'll be waiting for you. Looking at Chen Shuero's radiant smile, Xin Fang said, stop grinning like an idiot. The natural disaster coming the day after tomorrow will be torrential rain lasting about 2 days. I just checked our supplies. We have enough to build you another shelter. As for food, I'll dive into the sea later to gather more. It should be enough to sustain both of us. Thank you, Brother Chin. I don't know how you know so much about this disaster, but I trust what you say. If you don't mind, could you give me some food? I'll cook for you right now. Xin Fang thought it was a good idea and handed over 2 octopuses, for conch shells, 3 large blue crabs, and some seaweed. He also added a few pieces of wood and some burning dry grass. Stay safe. I'll wait for you to return. He ended the video call. It was just past 2 p.m., the hottest time of day when the sea was baked by the sun. He retrieved his high-quality spear from his backpack and stored all temporarily unused resources in the wooden hut to free up more space. This was Xin Fang's first time venturing out to sea. He had no idea what dangers might lurk in these azure waters. But he firmly believed in one saying. Danger and opportunity coexist. Ding. Next task, build a furnace. Friendly reminder, the furnace is essential for obtaining materials like iron and copper. Completing its construction means you're halfway into the Iron Age. After hearing the system prompt, Xin Fang opened the crafting interface. Furnace, sand 10 plus clay 10. Both materials only appear underwater. With resources surging, if luck was on his side, he could finish the furnace today. He broke into a run toward the ocean. Soon, the seawater engulfed Xin Fang entirely. Xin Fang took a deep breath and plunged straight down toward the ocean floor. The moment he opened his eyes, Xin Fang was stunned. The entire underwater world was like a dream. Coral reefs, schools of clownfish, jellyfish swarms, starfish. Various schools of fish darted back and forth through the crevices of the reef. Several large lobsters extended their antennae from the crevices of the reef. Some reefs were covered with numerous sea urchins. Further down, diverse conch shells lay scattered across the seabed. Xin Fang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The resources beneath the sea were indeed far richer than those on the shallows. Next time, he should set his fishing traps on the seabed. The shallows probably wouldn't yield much. But just as Xin Fang was overcome with excitement, ready to grab his harpoon and start a massive haul, he caught sight of a dangerous figure. Yes, it was a shark. Its length appeared to be nearly 3 meters. 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth were clearly visible. Worst of all, the creature was now swimming straight toward him. Reality says sharks don't actively attack humans. But this was different. This was a damn game world. The design of these dangerous creatures meant they would actively attack players the moment they spotted them. They don't care if you provoke them or not. I knew all these resources down here weren't going to be easy. If I can't take this shark out, I'll never get my hands on a single one of them. And the shark, do you know the meaning of sunflowers? My eyes are only for you. Chapter 9, Shark Recipes. The shark swam at breakneck speed, charging straight toward Xin Fang. Xin Fang cursed inwardly. Truth be told, even with this preparation, it wasn't like his last battle with the snake. After all, that had been on land. Now in the water, his movements couldn't possibly be as agile as they were on land. But there was no turning back now. He'd just have to grit his teeth and push through. When the shark swam to within about 2 meters of Xin Fang, it opened its massive jaws and lunged straight for him. Xin Fang tried to dodge the attack, but his movements were too sluggish in the water. Thud. His health dropped by 30 points instantly. One hit took 30 hit points off me? You stinking shark, you're something else. The attack disrupted Qin Feng's breath-holding rhythm. He frantically surfaced for a gulp of oxygen before diving back down. The shark that had just attacked him quickly changed course and charged toward Qin Feng again. Watching the shark grow ever closer, Qin Feng gritted his teeth. If I can't evade it underwater, I might as well confront it head-on. At worst, we'll trade blood, you bite me, and I'll make you pay dearly. Soon, the shark charged toward him again, its jaws wide open. Qin Feng showed no fear, charging forward with his spear raised to meet the shark's attack. After all, a spear is a spear. Before the shark could strike Qin Feng, the spear's sharp tip pierced the shark's body. It was as if the shark's spell had been interrupted. Qin Feng, who should have been struck as well, suffered not a single scratch. Propelled by momentum, the shark continued swimming toward the spot behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng spun around urgently, thrusting the spear forward to deliver another blow to the shark's tail. Now the shark bore two glaring gashes on its body. Before the shark could turn around, Qin Feng surfaced to take a breath of oxygen. He dove back down. The shark turned once more and charged toward him again. This time, Qin Feng felt no panic. He seized the moment when the shark opened its mouth to attack. After all, this was a game world. While dangerous creatures were programmed with powerful attacks, their methods were surprisingly limited. Once you grasped the method and rhythm, killing them became much simpler. Seizing the shark's open jaws once more, Qin Feng swiftly thrust his spear forward. Sure enough, his hunch was proven correct once more. Qin Feng remained unharmed. Another bloody gash appeared on the shark's body. Qin Feng spun swiftly, thrusting the spear into the shark twice more. The shark was now covered in wounds. At this rate, it would take no more than 5 more strikes to finish it off. Breathing deeply at the surface, Qin Feng dove back down. The injured shark's movements had slowed considerably. This made it easier to control the rhythm. Another head-on strike. Brother Shark took 3 more hits. This time, Qin Feng could clearly sense the shark's reduced swimming speed and diminished attack power. Well then, I'll just have to chase you down and keep slashing. Qin Feng swiftly followed right behind the shark. He landed 2 more blows on its tail. Brother Shark froze instantly. The entire shark's body floated motionless in the sea. Qin Feng surfaced, gasping for breath. Damn it! Finally got it. It sounded easy enough, but most people would have been scared stiff facing a shark with its gaping jaws. After his excitement subsided slightly, Qin Feng dove back underwater. Now came the thrilling moment of harvest. Qin Feng pulled out his stone knife to begin harvesting the shark meat. The soft, spongy shark flesh sliced smoothly. Slice after slice, Qin Feng could see the jelly-like fat within the shark meat. This would be the perfect energy-boosting food for later. Soon, Qin Feng had obtained 8 kilograms of pure shark meat. But just as he was harvesting the last piece of shark meat, he noticed a yellow object inside the shark's belly. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng carefully extracted it. Opening it, he found it was actually a recipe book. A recipe in a shark's belly? This could only happen in a game world. In real life? Not a chance in hell. Recipe, Shark Feast. Preparation, 2 kilograms shark meat plus water plus kelp 5 plus bamboo shoots 5. Requires an iron pot. Effects, satiety plus 50, hydration plus 40, immunity to 1 attack of any type. Lasts 1 day. Holy crap! Recipes in this game actually have extra effects? Qin Feng hurriedly stowed the recipe away. Though he didn't have an iron pot yet, it was only a matter of time. These days, iron was needed for tool upgrades, cooking, and practically everything else. Seems like he had to speed up his progress with Chen Shu Arrow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden achievement Fearless Bravery. You have obtained a good bow. Ding! Doubling skill triggered. Good bow upgraded to excellent. Name, bow. Quality, excellent. Effect, fires 3 arrows at once. Take flight. A ranged weapon in hand. If I encounter dangerous creatures again in the future, won't I just be able to stand on high ground and shoot arrows to deal with them? No need to charge in close combat with a spear like this anymore. And it fires 3 arrows at once. Awesome! Qin Feng's heart was racing with excitement. He couldn't wait to find some beasts to test the bow's power. Once iron was smelted and iron arrows crafted, the potential was beyond imagination. He stowed the bow in his backpack. His most urgent task now was to gather supplies quickly. The fight with the shark had cost him precious time. Qin Feng sheathed his spear, drew his harpoon, and plunged into a frenzied search. With the shark no longer a nuisance, he could finally work at full speed. Nothing within sight was spared. Lobsters, sea bream, sea bass, cod, sea urchins, conch, abalone. He couldn't help but marvel every resource in this game was top-notch. Each lobster was as thick as a small arm. No sea fish weighed less than 3 pounds. Best of all, they're far easier to catch than in real life. Paired with the harpoon's sharp barbed hook, no fish that gets hooked can escape. Food-wise, it was another bountiful haul. Yet Qin Feng still felt it wasn't enough. Not only would they have to contend with natural disasters later on, but sailing the open seas demanded vast quantities of food. They pressed deeper into the abyssal reefs. Suddenly, a brown mass came into view. Qin Fong swam forward slowly. Only upon closer inspection did he recognize it as the very clay needed to build a smelting furnace. A large mass of clay was piled high atop the reef. Scattered around it lay chunks of sand. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. He couldn't wait to pull out his wooden hoe and start collecting. Qin Fong worked at lightning speed, swinging the wooden hoe so fiercely sparks nearly flew. Ding! Triggered double up skill, clay x8, sand x10. Just one more piece of clay and the task would be complete. But suddenly, it vanished without a trace. With no other choice, Qin Fong had to abandon the search for now. Clay was scarce to begin with, and he'd only managed to get it today thanks to the skyrocketing drop rate. No rush. Chen Shu Arrow's island should have more. Besides these two crucial supplies, Qin Fong also gathered numerous hard stones and slabs. With no iron available yet, he'd have to make do with stone arrows for now. Chapter 10, Wild Eggs? He gathered a few more scattered supplies. Finally, he was completely drained of energy. Searching underwater demanded far more energy than searching on land. Moreover, Qin Fong distinctly felt the visibility in the sea deteriorating. The seawater was also growing steadily colder. It was time to return. He dragged his heavy body back toward shore. A cool sea breeze swept over him. His drenched body felt even colder. I glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. And there were several unread messages. Opening them, he found they were all from Chen Shu Arrow. Tap tap, are you back yet? Sent at 3:50. I'm cooking seriously, this blue crab smells so good. But I haven't eaten any, I'm saving it all for you. Time, 4:26. It's almost 5 p.m. Please don't get into any trouble, Brother Qin. 4:57 p.m. If something happens to you, I won't be able to go on. Wah? 5:18. Qin Fong stared at the messages, a sense of security welling up inside him. So this is what it feels like to be missed. You. I work so hard gathering food, and all you can do is worry me? Do you even want me to come find you? Of course I do. I just worry about you, Brother Qin. There was no helping it. Qin Fong was the savior she'd longed for over the past decade. Now that they'd reunited, she truly feared he might vanish again. The agony of those 10 years of longing was a pain only Chen Shu Arrow herself could truly understand. Enough with the nonsense. I'll go check the traps. Without enough food, neither of us will survive the coming disaster. Alright. Closing the dialogue box, Qin Fong went to inspect the traps he'd set during the day. The sea traps yielded a decent haul. After activating the double catch skill, 6 blue crabs, 4 octopuses. Stowing them in his backpack, Qin Fong hurried toward the island center. After a few steps, he heard a splashing commotion near the traps. Holy crap! We've got something. That splashing means it was just caught. Probably 2 seabirds. Seafood already makes up a big chunk of our food supply. Catching these 2 seabirds would be a real treat. When the disaster hits, with the storm raging outside, imagine us holed up inside, feasting on lobster and seabirds. That'd be pure bliss. I can't take it anymore, I'm practically drooling. Qin Fong's footsteps quickened, and in a few strides he was right there. Pushing aside the branches blocking his view, he saw 2 fluffy, brown things hanging in the bird trap. They flapped their wings occasionally. Wait a minute. Aren't seabirds usually white-feathered? Could these be genetically modified seabirds? Stepping closer, Qin Fong finally got a clear look at these creatures. These weren't seabirds at all. Hanging on the bird trap were 2 pheasants. And a male and a female. The male was slightly larger, weighing about 3 pounds. The female was smaller, weighing less than 2 pounds. Crouching down to inspect them, both pheasants were still alive. Jackpot! Jackpot! 1 pheasant weighs as much as 2 or 3 seabirds. With that thought, Qin Fong drew his stone knife, intending to dispatch them on the spot. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Damn it! Why would I eat it? Why not raise it and have the pheasant lay eggs for me? Wouldn't that be even tastier? Wild eggs have nutritional value several times higher than regular eggs. At this thought, Qin Fong hurriedly opened his multifunctional watch to look up the benefits of wild eggs. Wild egg effect, satiety plus 20, hydration plus 5, health plus 8. An essential ingredient for numerous high-level recipes. Rarity, rare. Unbelievable. A single egg could boost satiety by 20 points and even increase health points. But that's not the most important part. The real game changer is that it's a crucial ingredient for advanced recipes. The shark recipe I just got is only intermediate tier, yet it already has extra bonuses. Then the bonuses from an advanced recipe must be even more powerful. At this thought, Qin Fong hastily stowed away the stone knife. He gently stroked the chick's feathers. My bad, I was being short-sighted. He gently untied the 2 wild chickens and stowed them in his backpack. The backpack can store living creatures. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, wild pheasants x4. Glancing at his backpack again, he saw that the 1 male and 1 female had somehow turned into 2 males and 2 females. Alright. Once I build you a chicken coop, we'll have a competition between the two teams to see who lays eggs fastest. Gazing at the setting sun sinking in the west, Qin Fang felt utterly content. What could be more thrilling than a bountiful harvest? But this was only for one day. Tomorrow, this island would revert to its former barren state. If only resources could be this abundant every day. Ah! A light sigh escaped him. Though a touch of melancholy lingered, life must go on. Qin Fang opened his storage space and found several roasted blue crabs, octopus, and conch shells. Clearly, these were all prepared by Qin Shuero. And after cooking them, she'd brought them all back, not a single one left behind. She really is adorably foolish. He gazed at the roasted delicacies. Qin Fang felt a genuine sense of happiness, like coming home after a long day's work to a hot, steaming meal. As he unwrapped the food, the rich aroma of seafood instantly filled his nostrils. He cracked open a large blue crab, revealing plump roe and succulent meat inside. One bite revealed the rich, creamy roe and the sweet, tender meat. He took another bite of the grilled octopus. Crisp, springy, and smooth. No seasoning was needed at all. The natural saltiness of the seafood was just right. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. After a busy afternoon in the kitchen, Chef Chen's creations were truly delicious. Qin Gu, is it good? Chen Shuero seemed to have read his mind. She sent the message just as Qin Fang was eating. Not bad, not bad. Grilled to perfection. Of course. I was super careful while grilling, afraid I'd burn it anywhere. Chen Shuero said this with her little head held high. She looked utterly pleased with herself. Both hilarious and adorable. Then why didn't you save some for yourself? Oh, I'm not hungry. Look, my fullness level is still at 83 points. Besides, I have food right here on the beach. Don't worry, brother Qin. I can take care of myself. I can't keep eating your food, no. That's not right. What's wrong with that? Can't I afford to feed you? Qin Fang laughed. No, it's not that. Oh dear, it's just that I feel like I'm always eating your food and using your things without helping out much. I was so happy to cook for brother Qin this afternoon. At least it means I'm not completely useless. Silly girl, alright. If you get hungry, just come find me, okay? Don't do what you did last time, got it? Xiao Rou understands. Chen Shuero replied with a pout. Oh, right. I haven't given you the resources for your shelter yet. I'll hand them over shortly. The natural disaster hits the day after tomorrow. You absolutely must stay safe. This isn't a joke. Xiao Rou understands. I'll keep it in mind. Qin Fang opened his resource backpack and transferred the items needed for shelter construction to Chen Shuero. Truthfully, Qin Fang wasn't just warning Chen Shuero, he was reminding himself too. He knew the disaster's duration, but its actual severity was beyond imagination. He also had no idea whether the shelter would be secure enough to withstand the disaster's ravages. And take this too. Taking the item Qin Fang handed her, Chen Shuero's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 11, you're trading this for that? Wow. This spear is made of iron. Brother Qin, where did you get this? No wonder you managed to eat snake meat. Chen Shuero stared at the spear in her hands with admiration, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just take it. It's for self-defense. If you encounter wild beasts again, don't be afraid, just stab it. Alright. Hearing Qin Fang's confident voice, Chen Shuero felt her courage surge. But what about you, brother Qin? Don't worry. There are only 2 snakes on this island, and I've already taken care of them. There's no danger now. Just protect yourself well. Don't wait for me to come back only to find you gone. At those words, Chen Shuero shook her head vigorously. I'll stay alive just to wait for you. You silly girl. After hanging up, Qin Fang leaned back on the bed, his mind turning to another question. Should he share this news with the others stranded on the deserted island? If he told them, would they believe him? Some would surely call him a liar and demand to know how he found out. Ah, what the hell? He'd tell them anyway. Believe it or not, it was their choice. At least he'd have a clear conscience. This wasn't something to be taken lightly. I'm not that cold-hearted. Besides, it's just one piece of information. Sharing it won't cost me anything, but it could be crucial for them. I reopened the chat section. By now, many people had already begun discussing the impending natural disaster. After all, who wouldn't want to prepare in advance to avoid the disaster's harm? Qin Fang composed his words and sent the message. Everyone, the natural disaster 2 days from now will be torrential rain lasting 2 days. Hurry to build shelters or find caves for shelter. Stay warm and protected from the cold. The message instantly sparked heated discussion. Before this, everyone had been floundering like headless flies, making wild guesses. No one else could provide such comprehensive information about the natural disaster like Qin Fang did. And his tone was so confident. Is this real? Are you sure? Torrential rain? Lasting 2 whole days. Holy crap. Shelter? I barely finished building my freshwater filter and now I have to build a shelter? No way. How could he know all these details? This is obviously made up. Hey, if you're making it up, how could you even get the timing right? Last time Qin Fong helped everyone get a fire source. This time, I'm choosing to believe him. Believe it if you want, but don't complain when we build that shelter only for a heat wave to hit instead. Then where's your freshwater filter gonna be? The crowd buzzed with debate. Qin Fong watched the heated debate unfold, feeling utterly helpless. There was nothing he could do. The current challenge was the scarcity of resources. The small islands held few resources, while the larger islands offered more but also greater dangers. Take Chen Shuaro, for instance. The medium-sized island had already been attacked twice. Had he not intervened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As things stood, Qin Fong was the only one who could resolve both the freshwater and security issues within 2 days. Many others might only finish crafting their survival tools within that time frame. It's simply impossible to resolve both freshwater and security issues all at once. They can only choose one to gamble on. Qin Fong, everyone, my suggestion is to prioritize building shelters. When the heavy rain comes, you can solve the water supply issue by preparing water storage containers in advance. As for where I got this information? Well, when I was a kid, I learned a lesson called reading the clouds to predict the weather. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Reading clouds to predict weather? I remember learning that too, but I've forgotten everything. Me too. If I'd known it could save lives, I would have memorized the whole thing back then. A survival expert who took down a snake in a single day? I'd say that's worth trusting. Brother Qin, do you have any leftover roasted snake meat from yesterday? I can trade you my photos for it. Private ones, you know, said a heavily made-up woman. Hey upstairs, have you no shame? Brother Qin Fong, I have a pair of worn high heels, can I trade them for some food? The messages below were even more unsavory, not suitable for minors. Holy crap! Are these people insane? Logically, these people should at least have inherited the island. Even if they were relying solely on coconuts, they could definitely survive 2 days. Why are they doing all this nonsense? Before any replies came, suddenly, a familiar profile picture appeared. Brother Qin doesn't have that kind of fetish. Please put away your used condoms, high heels, and underwear. It was Chen Shuaro. Staring at the chat window, her face flushed crimson with anger. She couldn't fathom how anyone could stoop so low as to seduce Qin Fong. Besides, she hadn't even claimed him yet. How dare others try to muscle in? Absolutely not. A wave of intense anxiety washed over her. Oh my, where did you suddenly come from? Calling him Brother Qin like that. I see you have the surname Chen, while he has the surname Qin. Seems like you're not siblings, right? Exactly. Who do you think you are? How do you know she doesn't have that preference? Who do you think you are to her? Chen Shuara watched as these people closed in on her, her tongue tied in knots. Frantic, she scratched her head and pulled at her ears. Brother Qin is my boyfriend. Yes, he is. And that's mine to give. You lot aren't worthy. The moment the words left her mouth, Chen Shuaro realized she'd said something terribly wrong. How could she have said something like that? She was actually a very innocent girl, but these people were pressing her too hard. In her panic, she blurted out something foolish. Seeing Chen Shuaro's quick-witted response, Qin Fong found it rather amusing. He messaged her privately, all right. Go to sleep. Why are you even bothering with them? Brother Qin, you wouldn't actually want those things from them, would you? Of course not. I don't have that kind of fetish. Go to sleep. That's a relief. Chen Shuaro finally let out a sigh of relief. But that sense of crisis hadn't dissipated. Qin Fong had done so much for her. If someone else snatched him away, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. She absolutely couldn't let that happen. I'll get up early tomorrow to make breakfast for Brother Qin Fong. After this brief interruption, the chat section quickly returned to discussing the natural disaster. At that moment, a man named Zhou Qiang spoke up. Comrade Qin Fong, I advise you to be responsible for your words. Natural disasters are no trivial matter. You can't make such arbitrary decisions. Qin Fong looked utterly speechless. I already said this is my own judgment. Believe it or not, that's up to you. We may decide for ourselves, but what about those who chose to trust you? They gambled their resources building shelters only to face the opposite outcome. Can you take responsibility for that? Do you realize people could die? Ugh. Just when we lost one Park Paolo, here comes another Zhou Qiang. What if I say I can take responsibility? Chapter 12, Boo's appearance. You can take responsibility? How exactly? Zhou Qiang pressed. Qin Fong didn't rush to answer but countered, who do you think you are? Just because you say I should take responsibility, does that mean I have to? Forget about who I am. I just can't stand your whole doomsday savior act. You think knowing a few survival skills makes you qualified to lead everyone? You're so weak you barely inherited the island and you still want to be the leader? No, dude, you're out of your mind. I spotted the signs of the natural disaster and warned everyone to prepare early, and that makes me a leader in your eyes? First off, I said I'm just offering advice, take it or leave it. Second, I spoke with a clear conscience, I didn't want to see everyone suffer from natural disasters. And now you're calling that me wanting to be the leader? You idiot. Just talk, don't be so rude. So what if I lack manners? People like you don't deserve any respect. And you call yourself Zhou Qiang? You talk like a sissy. Listen if you want, or get lost. After venting, Qin Feng clicked on Zhou Qiang's profile. When he saw his occupation, Qin Feng understood. Personal assets, a medium-sized island. Occupation, director of the Taoli Fangyuan Community Committee. Now he understood why this guy loved meddling in others' business. He was simply too accustomed to being a minor leader among the masses. The slightest hint of someone else taking charge would leave him feeling undermined. He feels his authority is being challenged. In reality, no one takes him seriously. But what really infuriated Qin Feng was that this guy could find fault with him. Who the hell are you calling a? I'm just trying to protect my comrades from getting scammed. Does anyone even pay attention to you? Surviving on this deserted island is tough enough. Instead of wasting time on this, you'd be better off figuring out how to stay alive tomorrow. Wanna bet? Bet? Qin Feng chuckled. What did I ever do to anyone? Why does everyone want to bet with me? Do they all seek validation through him? Forget it. First, I'm not in the mood. Second, I don't care about your measly resources. After his recent windfall, Qin Feng had enough supplies to last several days. Just as he was thinking this, Zhou Qiang flashed his resource backpack right in front of him. What a stubborn mule. Looking at Zhou Chang's meager resource pack. Just as he was about to refuse, one item suddenly caught his attention. It was a piece of cloth. This was a valuable item. Cloth could be used to make clothes and bedding. Most importantly, it could be used to make sails. If he could rig sails on his raft, his speed would increase dramatically. It seems every medium-sized island and larger possesses a unique resource. Just as Chen Shuaro's island has iron ore, Zhou Chang's island has cloth. Could other medium-sized or larger islands hold even better, rarer resources? It seems we'll need to keep exploring. With these sails, my future exploration efficiency across other islands will skyrocket. Since that's the case, I can't let you off the hook. Is it that you won't bet, or that you dare not bet? Zhou Qiang pressed further. See, everyone? Qin Feng's information was fabricated. He didn't dare take the bet. I advise you all to steer clear of someone who's full of hot air. The public sentiment began shifting immediately, with many others joining the skeptics. Qin Feng couldn't care less about others' opinions. What's there to be afraid of? Since you insist on banging your head against a brick wall and using me to prove your worth, I'll play along. Bet me your cloth. If I win, give me 20 bolts. If I lose, all this is yours. Saying this, Qin Feng displayed the large lobster and several sea fish he had obtained. Others stared wide-eyed at such lavish food. They were still at the stage of gnawing on wild greens and scavenging shells to stave off hunger. Who could have imagined that within just 2 days, Qin Feng had already caught lobsters? Like the others, Zhou Qiang had been starving for days and would eat anything. He immediately agreed. All right. It's settled then. Let everyone be witnesses. Hiding behind the screen, Zhou Qiang cursed under his breath. I don't believe a word you're saying. Reading clouds to predict the weather? Who would believe such nonsense? Just wait. Win this round, and I'll establish credibility. With credibility, resources will be as easy as asking for them. Seeing the excitement in Zhou Chang's tone, Qin Feng sneered coldly. He'd seen plenty of people like this. They exploited their minuscule authority to extort favors and bribes. Instead of working hard to create value, they spent all day scheming how to bleed others dry. Poof. Anyway, the disaster is just a day away. I'll see how you end up shooting yourself in the foot. He closed the chat panel. He opened the crafting interface again. They just talk about building a wooden sail, but don't even know how many materials are needed. Raft, thickwood 20, rope 30, lumber 40, rattan 30. Holy crap! Building a raft actually consumes more resources than constructing a wooden hut. Quickly checked the backpack. All the minor resources were sufficient, but I only had 10 thick logs left. What am I supposed to do now? Today's supply of thick wood on the island is already depleted, and it won't respawn until tomorrow. But without the resource surge buff, there's no way 5 thick logs will spawn. Looks like I'll have to risk my life again to get food to trade with others. We'll see what happens after the disaster passes. Where there's a will, there's a way. Can a person really die from holding their pee? The night passed without incident. At dawn on the third day, Qin Feng awoke to a jolt. Chen Shuaro, brother Qin Feng, breakfast is ready. Inside her backpack lay freshly grilled clams and a few small hermit crabs. Though the food was meager, Qin Feng knew every morsel was caught by Chen Shuaro herself. It was just past 8 o'clock now. Counting the time spent gathering seafood and cooking it, it must have taken her 2 hours. He hadn't expected this little girl to get up at 6. You worked hard getting up so early to make breakfast. Next time, just make it for yourself. I've got food here. Chen Shuaro, no way. You have to eat what I make. Mine tastes better. Alright. Let's finish building the shelter today. The natural disaster is coming tomorrow. Got it, big bro. That Zhou Qiang yesterday was so mean. You were just trying to help, but he nitpicked and found fault. I really wanted to beat him up. It made me so mad. Why get so worked up? What kind of jerks don't you run into in real life? Just wait, someone's bringing us supplies. I'm thrilled, not upset. Alright, stay safe during the day today. Don't get attacked by beasts again. Got it. I'll be careful. But I'm not scared of beast attacks anymore, right? You. Don't get cocky. Even with that awesome spear I gave you, you shouldn't be so confident. No, Qin Gu. Look at this, what is it? After sending the message, Chen Shuero waited a moment. A photo popped up. She tapped to open it. Holy cow! Her mouth fell open at the sight before her. Chapter 13, Crafting Something Special. You little minx. Did you actually make this? Behind the screen, Chen Shuero wore a look of pure smugness. Of course. Aren't I amazing? The picture showed 4 fully matured wild ginger roots. Looking at the wild ginger in the picture, Qin Fong recalled the scene from the first night on the deserted island when he saved Chen Shuero. The young girl was naked, looking haggard and pitiful. When he offered her wild ginger to boost her health, she refused to eat it and instead planted it. And now, just 2 days later, she'd already harvested 4 wild ginger roots. That's impossible. I remember wild ginger has a growth cycle of 4 to 5 days. How did you manage it in just 2? Qin Fong was astonished that was nearly half the time. If they could set up a farm on this deserted island later, with Chen Shuero's incredible farming skills, they'd have an endless supply of food. Then, staples like rice and noodles, fruits like strawberries and bananas, wouldn't they be available whenever they wanted? Chen Shuero blinked her big, watery eyes. I don't know either. I just followed the planting techniques I learned in school, and it turned out so fast. But what about your freshwater? You mean the freshwater filter? I already made one using resources I gathered myself. I can't rely on Brother Qin for everything that would make me seem useless. That's not what I meant. I know. I just want to help you, so we can both survive well on this deserted island. If you hadn't pulled me back from the brink of death twice, and reignited my will to live. All of this. I remember it all in my heart. Reading these words, Qin Fong found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Only 2 voices echoed in his mind. This is a good girl. I've hit the jackpot. Hey, you little minx, I never looked down on you, so stop putting words in my mouth. No way. I'll give this wild ginger to you, Brother Qin, right now. Wait. You silly girl, plant all 4 of these. Won't the harvest be much greater then? Xiao Rou isn't a fool. I thought of that too, but Brother Qin, you don't know, on this island, the only place suitable for planting right now is this small patch of soil on the outer edge. And I can only plant 1 plant at a time. Most of the arable soil is deep within the island. You know there are wild beasts there, so? Qin Fong slapped his forehead. Ugh. My bad. I've never seen any usable soil on this tiny island before, so this really hit a blind spot in my knowledge. It's okay, Brother Qin. Now that you're here, this island is yours. You can plant wherever you want. Those words sent waves of panging pain through Qin Fong's heart. An unprecedented wave of emotion surged through him. Rest assured. As long as I, Qin Fong, live another day, I'll make sure you live in luxury. These words weren't just for Chen Shuero, they were for himself too. It wasn't easy to find a girl as pure and kind-hearted as her. Alright. I'll always believe in you, Brother Qin Fong. Just wait, someday soon, I'll have you living in a little villa on this deserted island. Then you wait too, Brother Qin Fong. Shuero will make sure you taste the most delicious dishes I've ever cooked. Ah! How I long to paddle that little raft over to her right away. After giving Chen Shuero a few more instructions and telling her to save the wild ginger. That way, it could be used in emergencies. Then Qin Fong stepped out of the cabin. The sea stretched out before him, still as ever. But the bountiful resources of yesterday were gone forever. He watched as a few scattered pieces of wood and stones refreshed sporadically. Qin Fong could only sigh helplessly. Ugh. Even though I mentally prepared myself early on, it still feels a bit off. He said as he walked toward the beach. Even if the refresh rate isn't high, it's still a resource. Every little bit counts. Qin Fong began scouring the small island for supplies. The island wasn't large to begin with, and he finished searching it in less than an hour. All he found were basic supplies. Only the fishing traps set yesterday yielded a few small shrimp and hermit crabs. Gazing at the calm sea around him, Qin Fong drifted into thought. Tomorrow is the natural disaster. He opened the chat section. Immediately, he saw Zhou Qiang spouting a bunch of high-sounding nonsense. Everyone, don't be afraid. The natural disaster isn't as terrifying as you imagine. As long as we help each other, we'll definitely overcome it. What a fool. Qin Fong cursed under his breath, but to his surprise, some people actually believed him? We must unite and weather this disaster together. Qin Fong sighed inwardly. With the disaster looming tomorrow, they should be scrambling for supplies instead of spouting useless platitudes. Forget it. The world is full of surprises, but you can't reason with the damned. There were no more resources to gather now. It was time to start crafting items for the future. He pulled out the 2 empty coconuts from his backpack, plus 6 pieces of wood and 6 bamboo poles. Combined them to make 2 coconut crab traps. Coconut crabs are sure to be lurking around Chen Shuarrow's place. Then locate the stone bows and arrows. Stone bow and arrow 2, sturdy small stick 1, hard stone 1. The primary use of sturdy sticks is crafting arrows. Qin Fong used up all the sturdy sticks in his backpack at once. He crafted a total of 30 arrows. Though stone arrows couldn't compare to iron ones in power, they were perfectly adequate for self-defense. Besides, Qin Fong didn't believe any beast could withstand a barrage of 30 arrows. After crafting the arrows, Qin Fong began maintaining the durability of various survival tools and traps. Similarly, higher-level survival tools were more efficient, but they also required more resources to maintain. After upgrading, Qin Fong crafted 2 storage boxes and a fishing rod. Ding! Doubling skill triggered. Storage box upgraded to good quality. Fishing rod upgraded to good quality. The storage chest gained an additional 5 inventory slots, and the fishing rod became more resilient. One storage box held food and water, while the other stored crafting resources and miscellaneous items. The fishing rod was for catching fish at sea, helping conserve food resources. Additionally, he crafted 10 bamboo tubes to collect rainwater tomorrow, eliminating the need for further filtration. After a clattering mess of work, 1/3 of the crafting resources in the backpack have already been consumed. After crafting the raft with the remaining 2/3, there was barely anything left. And that didn't even account for the 10 sturdy logs that were still missing. Ugh! Still not enough resources. I thought the bountiful harvest would have provided ample resources. He had underestimated how quickly resources could be depleted. For a moment, Qin Fong felt like he was back in reality working hard to earn a meal's worth of money, only to find it all gone before he knew it. But when Qin Fong laid out all the finished items before him, a profound sense of accomplishment welled up within him. Fully stocked, high-quality survival tools, excellent bows and arrows, various trap storage boxes, bamboo tubes, freshwater filters and high-quality fishing rods. Chapter 14, Zhou Hua transforms into a tough nut to crack. Though these items would be utterly insignificant in the real world. But now, they were all matters of life and death. Still, they were merely enough to sustain his survival. He needed to keep pushing forward. To survive long-term on this deserted island, these items are far from sufficient. Keep pushing forward. Stow these items away. Since crafting was extremely taxing on his stamina and other stats, Qin Fong took out some sea urchins and oysters to replenish his energy. Both are rich in protein and highly effective at increasing satiety. The snake meat had been consumed. Most of what remained were seafood items. Later, they would need to find more fruits and cassava to supplement the missing vitamins and starch. Nutritional imbalance could also lead to a decline in health. Afterward, Qin Fong lit a campfire. He cooked all the various sea fish, octopus, conch, and other items from his backpack, then stored them in the storage box. These would serve as provisions for the upcoming voyage. These tasks sounded simple but proved quite time-consuming. During this time, some attempted to barter with Qin Fong, offering illusory promises of real-world money and beauty in exchange for food and water. Do you take me for a philanthropist? Qin Fong ignored them all. Moreover, having people beg him for resources was hardly a good thing. A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. This was the calm before the storm. The sun set in the west. Suddenly, Qin Fong sensed a shift in the sea breeze caressing his face. The sea breeze at this hour in recent days had been cool yet dry. But now, Qin Fong could sense a distinct dampness in the air. This was the game world's way of giving everyone an early warning. He opened the chat section. The frenzy surrounding the natural disaster had reached a fever pitch. Some observant players had already noticed this change. Why does the sea breeze feel so much more humid? Me too. Me too, me too. I feel like this is the precursor to a downpour. I told everyone yesterday to trust Qin Fong, but then I got slammed by a bunch of people, especially that Zhou Qian. Damn it! That dog Zhou Qian led the charge against Qin Fong. All day long he talked about everyone pulling together, but never said a single substantive word. Now look, night's almost here. It's too late to build shelters now. Zhou Qian. Come out and explain yourself. Where the hell are you, Zhou Qian? Didn't you say we should help each other? Now show us some help. At Shou Chang. Big shot Qin Fong, there's no shelter built yet. Is there any way to fix this? I don't want to get drowned in this downpour. At Qin Fong. Damn Zhou Qian, you said Qin Fong would handle it. Now you better take responsibility for your words. At Zhou Qian. The chat section erupted with a barrage of insults. But Zhou Qian hadn't uttered a single word. Some remained relatively level-headed, ignoring Zhou Chang's earlier remarks. Instead, they seized the golden opportunity of daylight hours to gather resources and build shelters. I told you to trust Qin Feng. I'm already living in a little cabin now. Me too. Besides, who wouldn't build a house to survive on a deserted island? Qin Feng just told everyone to build early to avoid natural disasters. I think that makes perfect sense. Thanks, Qin Feng. At Qin Feng. Thanks, big shot. At Qin Feng, glad I listened to you. He. Thanks to brother Qin Feng for saving my life. Watching everyone chatter away in discussion, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There are still smart people out there. Just as he finished his inner monologue, he suddenly saw the profile picture of that little minx Chen Shuero pop up. Of course. Brother Qin Feng is such a kind person, nothing like that Zhou Qiang, who only seeks validation by stepping on others. Oomph. Chen Shuero sent the message with a look of pride. As if she were the one who provided the crucial information. Qin Feng messaged her back, Do you realize how much trouble this could get us into? Chen Shuero froze in shock. I didn't know. This is... Qin Feng patiently explained, you little minx, it doesn't matter what others say, but you can't do this. I meant to tell you yesterday. Now that many people know I'm highly capable, acting like this is like publicly declaring your connection to me. It'll make others take notice, understand? As the saying goes, it's not the thief stealing that you fear, but the thief keeping an eye on you. On this deserted island, you must keep a low profile. Never let others know how many resources you have. Morals here might not even be worth a cup of water. Survival always comes first, no matter what means you use. Chen Shuero wasn't stupid, she understood Qin Feng's meaning perfectly well. Brother Qin, I really didn't think that far ahead. I'm sorry. I won't speak carelessly again. I truly... Chen Shuero was filled with regret at that moment. It's fine. That's just your nature. No need to worry about it. Right now, no one has fully adapted to survival on this deserted island. Many still have morals and boundaries. Most importantly, no one's coordinates have been exposed yet, so we're still relatively safe. It's just that you happened to run into me and foolishly blurted out your location. Others? I understand, Brother Qin. I'll definitely watch my words from now on and stop blurting things out in the group chat. Honestly, when I saw others talking about you, it really got to me. The way they were sucking up to you. I just couldn't hold back. But I'll keep my cool from now on. I know. Don't feel pressured, okay? You don't need to be afraid. I'm here, no one dares bully you. Trust me. Okay. Then Xiao Rou will go make dinner for Brother Qin. I gathered some conch shells and shrimp today, and I even found apple seeds. Apple seeds? Yes, but we need to find larger planting soil to grow them. No rush. Just put them away for now. Closing Chen Shuero's chat window, Qin Feng reopened the regional chat. Scrolling up, he found Zhou Qiang, that old-timer, as silent as the grave, not a single word. Playing hard to get with me, huh? At Zhou Qiang, so many people are greeting you. Don't you know to come out and thank everyone? Do I have to tag you myself? Not long after, Zhou Chang's reply finally arrived. First, thank you all for your trust. Regarding the sea breeze becoming humid, this is caused by seawater evaporation. It has absolutely nothing to do with any signs of an impending downpour. As for Qin Feng, just wait. We'll see tomorrow. Hey! You really are all talk and no action. Then why wasn't the sea breeze this humid a couple of days ago? Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng is right. Explain yourself. At Zhou Qiang. Yeah, come on, explain. At Zhou Qiang. After waiting for ages, Qin Feng realized Zhou Qiang had turned into a stubborn block of rock again. He lost interest. Just as he was about to close the chat, Zhou Qiang actually sent him a private message. Chapter 15, Natural Disaster Strikes. Hey Qin Feng, I was in the wrong yesterday. How about we just let this go? Forget it? Nice try. You were all tough talk in the chat room just now, and now you want to forget it? You're really something. Save face. Save face. Save face? Why should I save your face? What about yesterday when you were tearing into me? Didn't you think about saving face then? Besides, I already said it's just my opinion, take it or leave it. And here you are, still going on and on. Yes, you're right. I can't believe you saw this disaster coming 2 days early. Enough, stop wasting time here. You made your bet, now honor it. What we agreed yesterday, we do today. Also, go apologize to me in the regional chat. Behind the screen, Zhou Qiang stared at Qin Feng's words. He'd cursed Qin Feng's ancestors to the 8th generation. But he quickly put on a fake smile and said, how about we just forget about today's incident? Qin Feng, you're a big-hearted guy, don't hold it against me. Why should I? Look, the disaster is about to hit. I've given you all the resources I had, and now I can't build a shelter myself. How about this, once this disaster passes, I'll repay you double. As for an apology, I'll offer it now. Let's not discuss it in the regional chat, it's a waste of public resources and just invites ridicule. How embarrassing. Qin Fong sneered inwardly. What a bastard. What a hypocrite. Yesterday he berated me and piled on all sorts of restrictions. Today, seeing the tide turning, he immediately backtracked. I've won this round. If I'd lost, Zhou Qian would have led the others in tearing me apart. Probably demanding I hand over every last resource to them. Hold it. Zhou Qian, I'll say this once, we'll handle it as it comes. No room for negotiation. After a moment's pause, Zhou Qian finally replied, not even a shred of leeway? Why should I give you any leeway? Did you give me any leeway yesterday when you screwed me over? I'll ask again, is there really absolutely no room for negotiation? Zhou Chang's tone began to shift. Ask me 10 times over, and the answer remains the same, absolutely no room for negotiation. Fine. Qin Fong, what if I really refuse and won't apologize either? Oh? Refuse? You encourage everyone to help each other during the day, then pull this stunt at night? I advise you to do what you must. Once you've squandered all your goodwill, if you ever run short on vital resources, I reckon you'll just have to watch helplessly. This is the early stage. Many people will never have all the resources they need and must rely on bartering to survive. That's why integrity and trustworthiness are crucial at this stage. But later on, when most have completed their initial accumulation and grown stronger, reputation and integrity? They'll be worthless. What matters most is raw power. After Qin Fong finished speaking, Zhou Qian did not reply further. Moments later, a resource notification appeared. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, wood 12, thick timber 10, flax 6, rattan 8, cloth 6, bamboo 4. That's all? This old bastard. He couldn't believe a medium-sized island yielded so little. Though meager, at least he had the doubling skill to rely on. Otherwise, 3 pieces of cloth wouldn't even be enough to make a single sail. And the sturdy wood that was originally insufficient for building the raft? Now it's just enough. As for an apology? Given his attitude just now, Qin Fong didn't believe for a second he'd apologize. Open the sail crafting interface. Sail, wood 10, rope 5, cloth 5. Click craft, and the sail was quickly completed. The raft was ready to be completed at the shore as soon as the storm passed. Behind the screen, Zhou Qian gritted his teeth in frustration at the meager resources remaining. Fine. Qin Fong. You won't even help me out like this. With just these scraps left, how am I supposed to build a shelter? It's already nighttime, there's no time left to gather more. Zhou Qian plopped down on the ground and began racking his brains over how to get resources from others. Just then, his wrist vibrated. Hey, brother Zhou. It's Park Piaolu. Park Piaolu? That name sounds familiar. Oh, right. He's the guy Qin Fong took care of a few days ago. What's up? Must have hurt getting taken down by Qin Fong, bro. If you're here to gloat, we're done talking. Of course not, brother Zhou. Survival on this deserted island is tough. Take these resources. Looking at the resources he received, Zhou Qian asked, what do you mean? I want to team up with you, brother Zhou. Team up against that Qin kid? Exactly. That kid's not only rolling in resources, but he's got tons of high-end survival gear too. That's why he's managed to get so much stuff on this island. That rich? But with so many deserted islands in the ocean, finding Qin Fong's location would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't worry. If I'm saying this, it means I have a way to find Qin Fong. Oh? You know Chen Shuero, right? I know her. She's pretty close with Qin Fong. That girl is our school's campus beauty. Wouldn't you say it's a coincidence that we both ended up in the same area after crossing over into the game? And I know that once this disaster passes, Qin Fong is going to go find her. Seriously? How do you know that? Are you saying you and that Chen Shuero? Zhou Qian looked utterly shocked. I wish. I've chased that woman countless times, but she wouldn't even give me the time of day. And she had the nerve to call me immoral? Damn her. Playing innocent all day long. Once this is done, I can take fewer resources, but that woman must be mine. No problem. But how do you know all these details? That's none of your concern. The resources I'm giving you are enough to build your shelter. Wait for my signal on the specifics. Deal. With us teaming up, I don't believe we can't take down that Qin guy. Keep me posted anytime. By now, darkness had completely fallen. Qin Fong felt the temperature was colder than the previous days. He added a few more logs to the campfire before him. The warmth finally began to rise. He tapped on Chen Shuero's profile picture. Is the shelter built yet? Soon, Chen Shuero sent a photo. Her pretty face wore a playful smile, with a small wooden cabin behind her. It just looked a bit flimsy. I was very obedient and built it right away, brother Qin. Oh, and it feels colder at night now. Qingu, why don't you take back the warm clothes you gave me? I'm worried you'll catch a chill. No need, you keep it. Your petite frame needs it most. How's the jacket? Absolutely. I have no idea where you got such amazing thermal where it fits perfectly, keeps me warm, and is incredibly durable. When we get back to reality, I'm buying one too. Qin Fangxi thought to himself, this jacket was a reward from the system. I doubt I'll ever find another one like it. Alright. Remember to stock up on food. Closing the dialogue box, Qin Fang let out a soft sigh. Who knows when I'll be able to return to reality? Through the small window, he gazed into the endless darkness outside. A cold wind blew in. A few raindrops fell into the wooden hut. A storm was coming. Chapter 16, a brilliant idea for you. As raindrops swept into the room, a bolt of lightning suddenly split the darkness. Crack. Rumble. A deafening thunderclap echoed instantly. The shock made Qin Fang's ears ring. For a moment, Qin Fang felt as though his entire head had turned into a lump of mush. No way. Real thunder never sounded this loud. No sooner had he spoken than another flash of lightning erupted. This time, it was accompanied by an even heavier downpour. Sitting half upright on the small bed, Qin Fang listened to the patter-patter of rain overhead. He opened the chat section. This thunder is insane. Almost scared the pants off me. Didn't they say the natural disaster wasn't supposed to hit until tomorrow? Stop fretting upstairs, let's figure out how to handle this. I don't want to overthink it either, but I haven't even finished building my shelter yet. What am I supposed to do? Mine's not done either. That idiot Zhou Qiang talked a good game, but now he's nowhere to be found. Damn Zhou Qiang, talking about seawater evaporation. I'm a fool too. When Qin Fang explained the disaster in such detail, why didn't I believe him? Guys, regretting it now won't help. We need to find caves or other places to shelter from the rain. I reckon tomorrow's rainfall will only get heavier, making the disaster even worse. Qin Fang thought to himself, he's right. Don't forget this is a game world, you can't compare it to real-life torrential rains. Just those two thunderclaps earlier like tiger roars, how could they possibly be compared to anything in reality? The only question is whether this little cabin of mine can hold up. As he pondered, several messages tagged him in the regional chat. Qin Fang, the shelter isn't finished yet. Are there any other ways to prepare? Qin Fang, will this natural disaster really last 2 days? Do you still have shelter building resources? Can you spare some for me? Qin Fang stared at the familiar avatars and sneered inwardly. Now you remember? When Zhou Qiang was falsely accusing me, these guys were right there fanning the flames. Now they come begging for resources? Where's their dignity? If only Zhou Qiang had been the one acting crazy, it wouldn't have been so bad. But it was precisely these people misleading and blindly joining in the clamor. That's why people who could have built shelters wasted the crucial golden hour in hesitation. Watching those people now, sincerely begging for his help, Qin Fang felt nothing but disgust. Deep down, Qin Fang understood they might not truly believe Zhou Qiang. But their initial support for him stemmed more from envy. They resented that he was better off than them. Such people were all too common in reality. They hate you when you succeed and laugh at you when you fail. If I'm wrong this time, their criticism would surely be harsher than Zhou Chang's. Qin Fang, hold on, everyone. Since you've asked me, I actually do have a solution. Ah, you really have a solution? Great news, Brother Qin. I knew you'd have a solution. Qin Fang, there is a way, but you guys were pretty vocal when you followed Zhou Qiang. Why not go ask him now? You all promised to stick together, help each other out, and weather this disaster as a team. Coming to me for help now seems a bit off, don't you think? Qin Fang, we're really sorry. We misjudged the situation. Please don't hold it against us. The disaster has already begun. What matters most now is working together to overcome it. Qin Fang, don't let this narrow your path. We were just venting, no hard feelings. Bro, I own several properties. If you help me out this once we're out of here, I'll give you one outright. Qin Fang, alright. You're alright. With this disaster upon us, I shouldn't dwell on past grievances. We need to unite and overcome this together. I wonder if any of you have made wooden hose tools for digging the ground. We have them. What are you planning to do with them, Brother Qin? Any clever ideas? As soon as Qin Fang asked this, excitement flashed across the faces behind each screen. Qin Fang, excellent. Listen up, everyone. Rainfall is steadily increasing, and this natural disaster will persist for another 2 days. Grab your wooden hose and hurry to the island's interior. And then? Go deep into the island to find caves? But there are no caves here. Qin Fang, no. Everyone take your wooden hose and find a patch of soft soil on the island to start digging. The men should dig a pit 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter deep. Women should dig a pit 1.7 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter deep. Qin Fang, why are we digging pits in the rain? Exactly. Shouldn't you be telling us to gather resources and build shelters quickly? Qin Fang, in this situation, what's the point of searching for resources to build shelters? Since none of you seem willing to build shelters to stay alive, let's build them for when we die instead. Everyone, remember these exact dimensions. Too big is a hassle, too small and you won't fit. Xin Fong, you son of a. Ing Xin Fong. Xin Fong, oh, and one more thing, everyone. After you squeeze yourselves inside, make sure to silently repeat what Zhou Qiang told you. It'll help you die faster. Closing the dialogue box, Xin Fong felt a sense of satisfaction. Some people need to be taught a lesson. The meek get pushed around, and the gentle get ridden. Here, you absolutely cannot let others treat you like a piglet with abundant resources that's easy to bully. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another message arrived. Damn it! Still not satisfied after getting beaten up? He tapped open the message, ready to curse. But then he saw someone had tagged him. Can you help burn some dry grass? Brother Xin Fong, the temperature's dropping. Without a fire, tonight will be brutal. Xin Fong slapped his forehead. Right. How could I have forgotten about that? Earlier, he'd been puzzling over how to gather resources in this hellish weather. Turns out, I had nothing to worry about. Just a tap of the finger, and resources would come flooding in. Alright. I said this deal could happen anytime, same price. Just pick any one resource per transaction. Except for those idiots over there. Thanks, Brother Xin Fong. I thought you'd jack up the prices in this weather. You're surprisingly fair. Yeah, having a fire to warm up in this weather is literally life-saving. Brother Xin Fong, can I get first dibs on trading with you? I even helped you trash talk that bastard Zhou Qiang earlier. Brother Xin Fong is a true legend. Securing fire sources in this weather? Calling him a golden arm doesn't even begin to cover it. Isn't this like the ancient Greek god of fire? In an instant, Xin Fong saw his mentions explode. People trading for vines, stone slabs, flax. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, slate x2, rattan x2, linen x2, hardstone x2. All manner of basic resources poured into Xin Fong's hands. Chapter 17, Dark clouds gather over the city. Xin Fong leaned against the fire, continuously lighting the damp weeds traded to him before exchanging them back. Resources were acquired just like that. I never imagined acquiring resources could be this easy. However, this trading wouldn't last long. The reason was the same as last time. Every time he lit a fire, another competitor appeared. Still, being able to acquire resources from home with just a flick of the fingers is pretty great. Xin Fong couldn't help but marvel. Time flew by as he busied himself. Half an hour vanished in the blink of an eye. He had expected this round to follow the same pattern as last time, but the outcome left Xin Fong utterly astonished. Half an hour later, the number of people seeking to trade with Xin Fong showed no sign of decreasing. Opening the chat section, he saw others mimicking his transactions. Yet many seemed to ignore him entirely. They still chose to tag him directly. Brother Xin Fong is fair. Why trade with anyone else? Why not go to him? Exactly. Go to Xin Fong. If he hadn't told me about the natural disaster, how could I have avoided it? Exactly. Some people keep it to themselves even when they know. Xin Fong shared this crucial info clearly. His character is top-notch. At Xin Fong, when swapping fire sources earlier, I gave you 2 extra flax stalks. Consider it gratitude for saving my life. Thank goodness I chose to trust you back then. You actually gave extra? Then I'll give you 3 vines. Xin Fong's inner monologue. Wait, how does the buyer end up raising the price? Everyone, I appreciate the gesture, but there's no need for this. A normal exchange is fine. Resources are precious on this deserted island, and I'm not short on supplies right now. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Xin Fong hurriedly interjected. Big shot, mind your own business. This isn't your concern. Just stand over there and wait for your resources. Who cares if you need it? I already gave you extra. What are we gonna do about it? What do you need, boss? Free. I'll even offer myself 30-60 bust, 5 feet 6 inches tall. Baby face, can video chat too. Want a guy instead, boss? Hit me up anytime. Ha 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 ha. The messages below were even more outrageous. Xin Fong knew most of these people were just joking around. Many had followed his advice and built shelters, greatly increasing their chances of surviving this catastrophe. Naturally, they were in high spirits. So those certain they'd survive were now holed up in their shelters, cracking jokes. For a moment, the atmosphere was cheerful. Everyone, really, no need to give more. The disaster has only just begun. We have no idea what tomorrow or the day after will bring. Keep some resources on hand for emergencies. I appreciate your kindness, but don't underestimate the disasters in this game. After issuing this reminder, Xin Fong returned the excess portions to their original owners. Even without that extra portion, the resources they just acquired were truly substantial. The boss is right, adversity breeds strength, while complacency leads to ruin. Indeed. The real calamity might hit tomorrow or the day after. Tonight's rain seems mild by comparison. Thanks for the heads up, boss. Wait, why give the resources back? Look at you. Following Xin Fong's reminder, everyone gradually grew calmer and more composed. This wasn't a game after all. The power of nature demanded genuine respect. After another round of trading, most people's fire source issues were resolved. Qin Fong opened his backpack. The resources inside had indeed increased significantly. However, they were all basic resources, no trace of rarities like fine cloth, iron ore, or clay. It seemed many hadn't advanced to that stage yet. Still, it didn't matter, these basic resources would prove quite useful. Rubbing his aching shoulders, Qin Fong rolled over and lay down on the small bed. Phew! Time to rest a bit. The rain outside was now falling even harder than before. But Qin Fong's cabin was, after all, a well-built structure. The surrounding wooden walls were well sealed, and the large leaves overhead provided dense coverage. Though a chill breeze still managed to seep in, it did nothing to compromise the cabin's warmth. In fact, this slight chill actually helped circulate the air. Alright, and those hollow bamboo tubes I made. The wind hasn't picked up yet, perfect timing to use them to collect water. Qin Fong spoke as he pulled the bamboo tubes from his backpack, striding swiftly to the cabin door. Squeak! The door swung open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wave after wave of icy wind, mixed with freezing rain, poured into the warm little cabin. Damn! It's freezing! Qin Fong braved the cold and stepped outside. He placed the bamboo tubes one by one on the ground, securing them firmly. By the time he placed the third one, his entire body was already soaked through. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted before his eyes. Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. In the brief glow of the lightning, Qin Fong caught a glimpse of something unusual in the sky out of the corner of his eye. Wait, what's that? Qin Fong straightened up as he spoke, gazing northward. But the endless darkness of night and the heavy downpour severely obstructed his vision. He couldn't make out a thing. Rumble! A second bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. A blinding white light illuminated the entire sky. Qin Fong stared at the northern horizon. The instant the white light flashed, his entire head buzzed. This time, he saw clearly. A massive black cloud had appeared on the northern horizon. The scene was comparable to the Axe Gang's first appearance at Pig Cage Fortress. A phrase echoed relentlessly in Qin Fong's mind. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening to crush it. That mass of dark clouds, carrying torrential rain and fierce winds, was bearing down directly on his position. At this pace, it would likely make landfall on his small island by the middle of the night. What now? Can this little hut even withstand it? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vibration buzzed at his wrist. Qin Fong opened it. It was a video call from Chen Shuaro. Oh no! Chen Shuaro's island lay directly to his north. The torrential rain would inevitably hit her island first. He hurriedly pressed the answer button. Qin Fong. How's the situation over there? I'm already getting hit by torrential rain and fierce winds. Qin Fong, are you okay? Chen Shuaro's entire body was soaked through by the rain, her hair plastered to her cheeks. Her eyes betrayed an unprecedented look of terror. The small wooden hut she was in was being tossed about by the storm, teetering on the brink of collapse. Rainwater poured relentlessly through every crack in the wooden walls. The nearby campfire flickered wildly, as if it might die out at any moment. Sigh. Even now, she still asks if I'm okay first. You silly girl. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself first. Do you have any wood and large leaves? Build a rain shelter to protect the fire. Okay. I'll look. Ah. Qin Fong suddenly heard a heavy thud coming from Chen Shuaro's direction. The screen instantly went pitch black. What happened? Say something. Chapter 18, Soaked Chen Shuaro. Oh no! Could the storm have swept away Chen Shuaro's little cabin? If that were the case, how could a girl clad only in thermal gear possibly withstand such a natural disaster? Even if she tried to find shelter, it would be far too late. And even if she could, caves and such were deep within the island. Beasts and venomous snakes roamed those places. Going there would be a suicide mission. Chen Shuaro, speak up. How are you holding up? Qin Fong stared intently at the screen and asked again. In his heart, he silently chanted, Amit Ba Buddha. Could the first natural disaster scenario really be this severe? Everything should have a gradual progression. If this was truly the case, wouldn't it be better to just unleash a tsunami that swallowed all the islands and wiped out everyone? As these thoughts swirled through his mind, a faint silhouette finally emerged from the pitch-black screen. Qin Fong. I'm okay. I don't know what hit the outer wall just now, but it scared me so much I stepped on the fire and knocked myself over. Her tone suggested she was genuinely unharmed, likely just shaken. Thank goodness. You scared the life out of me with that sudden commotion. Qin, what should I do now? The fire's soaked by the rain, and the wind is howling. Chen Shuaro's voice carried a hint of sobbing. Though she tried to suppress it, Qin Fong could still hear the tremor in her voice. Don't worry. Just calm yourself down first, Qin Fong comforted her gently. First, he needed to make sure Chen Shuaro wasn't physically hurt. Everything else could be figured out later. He then pulled out various supplies from his backpack and handed them all to Chen Shuaro. Brother Qin? Is this a lighter? Yes, and some dry grass, wood, large leaves, plus 2 cooked sea fish. With these supplies, we should be able to get through tonight. But Qin brother, what about you? Chen Shuero was genuinely curious about where the lighter came from, but she was more concerned about how Qin Fong would manage without such vital resources. She couldn't let him be burdened because of her. It's fine. I've got plenty of supplies. Don't worry. If we run out of wood or dry grass, I've got more. Those 2 fish will provide ample warmth. In this weather, without warmth, it's easy to get sick. Eat up, then tell me about it. For now, the priority was to steady Chen Shuero's emotions and ensure she didn't fall ill. In this game, poisoning and illness were the greatest threats. Both slowly drain your health points. Without effective countermeasures, your health will steadily decline. And the rate of decline only accelerates, getting faster and more severe. Even while ginger can only temporarily boost health points, it won't stop the decline. Therefore, illness or poisoning would be extremely troublesome. But for now, as long as the cabin remains intact and we maintain a fire and food supply, illness is practically impossible. What's wrong? Daydreaming? Hurry up and stoke the fire. If you get sick, even gods won't be able to save you. Ha? Oh, right. Chen Shuero snapped back to reality. She pulled a lighter, some dry grass, and 3 pieces of wood from her backpack. She placed them back on the extinguished fire pit. Snap! Flames leapt up. Whoosh! A gust of wind slipped through the cracks in the wooden wall. The tiny flame began flickering wildly. Chen Shuero hurriedly shielded it with her hand, afraid the tiny flame might vanish at any moment. Hey, you little thing, why so careful? It's just a lighter. If the wind blows it out, just relight it. How could that be? Lighters run out eventually. We have to use them sparingly. Besides, this one's from you, I have to be extra careful with it. Little did Chen Shuero know that Qin Fong had 3 more of these lighters in his pocket. Alright, you have a point. Being careful with it is definitely the right thing to do. Boom! Light flooded the pitch-black scene once more. The campfire's flames illuminated the entire cabin once more. With the fire reignited, the earlier tension dissipated. Though the storm raged fiercely outside. With Qin Fong by her side, Chen Shuero felt a surge of security. Bring out the wood and large leaves to build a rain shelter over the campfire, protecting it from the dripping rain above the roof. A rain shelter could effectively prolong the fire's burning time. Chen Shuero obediently followed instructions and got to work. Once completed, they positioned it over the campfire. If you get cold, add wood right away. Your health comes first. Don't let yourself freeze just to save a few logs. If you do, I won't be responsible for you. Got it? Qin Fong said, feigning seriousness. Ugh. You guessed everything. Guess I'll just have to obey then, Chen Shuero muttered, pouting. Hurry up and eat those 2 sea fish I gave you. Look how frozen you are, you're soaked through. At that moment, Chen Shuero was soaked through and through from the rain seeping into her clothes. Her lips had turned slightly pale from the cold, and she was curled up in a ball, huddling close to the fire. There was nothing she could do. The resources she'd gathered earlier were barely enough to build her a basic wooden hut. Moreover, unlike Qin Fong, she didn't possess any special abilities that could double her resources. It's okay. With the thermal suit you gave me, it's actually not too bad. Not that cold. Oh really? Now you're lying? That thermal suit might be fine if it hadn't gotten soaked. But when it's drenched and clinging to your skin, how could you not be cold? Hearing the sternness in Qin Fong's voice, Chen Shuero gave him an awkward smile. Don't be mad, brother Qin. Shuero will be good, I promise. Don't worry. Fine. Qin Fong was about to hang up when a familiar scene flashed through his mind. The first time, she hadn't taken the wild ginger in time. She nearly lost her life. No. Natural disasters aren't something to mess around with. If she gets sick, there's no saving her. Wait. I need to make sure you finish eating. Okay, I'll eat. Hey, brother Qin, am I being a burden? What do you mean? Look, this little cabin is yours, and all the food and resources, everything comes from you. I thought I could weather this disaster on my own without bothering you, but then, sigh. I just don't want to be a burden. Even though you don't say it, I know gathering these resources isn't easy for you either. Listening to Chen Shui's soft, gentle words, Qin Fong felt a warm glow in his heart. At the very least, she understood the hardships a guy faced that alone made her 100 times better than some girls. Hey, you! Don't put so much pressure on yourself, okay? Sometimes overthinking things just backfires. You've actually helped me so much making breakfast, chatting with me whenever you can, and those amazing farming skills. No more calling yourself a burden, got it? Qin Fong knew Chen Shuero was being considerate, but sometimes being too considerate could lead to unconsciously overanalyzing things. He understood. Okay. I really hope you come soon. You absolutely have to try the apples I grew myself. Yeah. I really need to hurry. This natural disaster was manageable, but the next one will definitely be worse. If she stayed with him, she too could have a sturdy little house. As Qin Fong pondered this, the entire cabin suddenly shook violently. Already here? Chapter 19, A Reward of 100,000. No sooner had Qin Fong spoken than the sound of objects clattering against the walls erupted all around him. Beyond that, the sound of rain grew more urgent. Clearly, this was the sign of an approaching storm. He had underestimated the storm's speed. What's wrong, Brother Chin? It's the storm. That dark cloud has already made landfall on my little island. Whoosh! Thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of objects colliding, Chin Fong could distinctly feel the small wooden hut swaying slightly. But it was only a slight tremor. After all, it was a well-built shelter. Its sturdiness far surpassed that of ordinary shelters. The surrounding seals were also more robust. Thus, under the onslaught of this first wave of natural disaster, the cabin was fully capable of withstanding it. You must protect yourself, Brother Chin Fong. You little brat, now you're worrying about me? Relax, I'm fine. Just take care of yourself. Oh, come on. I'm just worried about you. Oomph. And you're not even grateful. Chen Shuero pouted as she ate her grilled fish. Chin Fong smiled back at Chen Shuero. Though it wasn't a big deal, it felt good to have someone care about him. Meanwhile, the chat area was erupting. Those who thought this was just an ordinary rain shower never imagined that behind it lurked an even larger storm system. Even more unexpected was that such an intense storm system would begin wreaking havoc tonight. Opening the chat section. What the heck is going on outside? Feels like my little cabin can't hold up much longer. Anyone else feel this? This weather outside is terrifying. Is this really just a downpour? This must be a typhoon, holy crap. Chin Fong thought to himself, if it were a typhoon, an ordinary little cabin like this would have been uprooted long ago. But then again, the fact that we can still send messages here. That means nothing major has happened yet. The real tragedy lies with those who didn't manage to build their cabins in time. In weather like this, without the protection of caves or shelters, death was certain. Cold, hunger, darkness, nature's forces don't mess around. With this thought, Chin Fong kept searching upward. Yes, he was searching for those few who had joined the senseless mob earlier, then had the audacity to come asking him for supplies. After searching for several minutes, he finally spotted their messages. The timing coincided precisely with the torrential rain squadrons landing on Chen Shuero's island. Guys! Can someone help us out? So cold. Chin Fong, you'll die a horrible death. At Chin Fong. Chin Fong, you won't even give us a single item? Just wait, you'll meet your end someday. After that, there was no further word from them. Chin Fong stared at the messages, feeling more helpless than anything else. Sigh. They say a dying man speaks the truth. Instead of going to Zhou Qian for resources, he comes begging me? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, whatever. Let fate decide. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. After tossing a few more logs into the campfire and giving Chen Shuero a few parting words, Chin Fong climbed into bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was nearly noon the next day. Outside, the rain still poured down in torrents, though it had eased slightly compared to last night's downpour. The sky remained overcast, the air thick with moisture and dampness. Water droplets dripped incessantly from the wooden walls surrounding the hut. There was no way around it on a deserted island. It was impossible to build houses like those in modern society during the early stages. Hiss-ha! Chin Fong shivered involuntarily and got out of bed to check the campfire. The fire had gone out, its embers damp and lifeless. Without a lighter, starting a fire in this weather was impossible. But Chin Fong happened to have one. He swiftly pulled out his lighter, grabbed some dry grass and 3 pieces of wood. Click! The campfire was instantly lit. Before long, warmth began to fill the chilly, damp cabin. He added 2 more pieces of wood to make the fire burn even brighter. Quickly drive out the damp air inside. Otherwise, staying in such a damp environment for too long will definitely drain your health points. We've got plenty of resources on hand now, adding a couple more logs is no big deal. Chin Fong muttered to himself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His watch buzzed with a notification. He opened the chat to see. It turned out many people were waiting to trade with him for burning straw. By nightfall, most campfires had died out. Except for Chin Fong, who had a lighter, no one could obtain a flame in such weather. Getting resources delivered right at dawn? Not bad, not bad, Chin Fong chuckled. Wait. Why does this feel like profiteering off a disaster? Others struggle to survive while I sit comfortably at home reaping resources? Chin Fong shook his head, dismissing the thought. Soon, another wave of basic resources was gathered. All skills triggered double effects. He then pulled 2 large blue crabs and 2 octopuses from his backpack and tossed them into the fire, adding some seaweed as well. They say breakfast should be substantial. This should count, right? A good mix of meat and vegetables. Before long, the fresh aroma of seafood filled the entire hut. Gulp! Swallowing hard, Chin Fong traded half the food to that little minx Chen Shuero first. After getting soaked to the bone last night, she needed the food more than I did. Then, while admiring the rain, Chin Fong savored the succulent crab meat from the blue crab. If only I could get my hands on a cup of wine right now. The next 2 days passed without major incident. They periodically gathered supplies using fire sources and filled all their bamboo water containers to capacity. During this time, torrential downpours struck twice more. Qin Fang's cabin held up well, and Shen Shuero's shelter, supplied by Qin Fang's resources, also weathered the storm unscathed. The others who had built shelters also weathered the storm. As for those who hadn't finished building, well, the outcome was predictable. Qin Fang stared blankly at the long-awaited streak of sunlight on the horizon. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted before his eyes. A holographic screen materialized out of thin air. Congratulations to all players for surviving the first natural disaster. Current death toll, 457. Surviving players have received a reward of 100,000 yuan in real-world currency. The next round of calamity will descend in 1 week. Details of subsequent calamities will be announced in 3 days. The next disaster will offer a reward of 300,000 yuan. Players, stay strong. Snap. The text announcement vanished, replaced by a photo. Mr. Qin Fang, you have received a transfer of 100,000 yuan from. Holy crap! Surviving actually pays? No way. I absolutely have to stay alive. I can't be one of those people who earn money but don't live to spend it. After all, this is literally trading my life for money. And the next round's reward is 300,000 yuan. You gotta remember my monthly salary is only 35 grand. Wait. A sudden thought flashed through Qin Fang's mind. 300,000? After this downpour, it's 100,000. A 300,000 reward is generous, but it also means the next natural disaster will be even more terrifying than this storm. Chapter 20, System Rewards Again. To handle even more challenging natural disasters, we must acquire more resources. He glanced back at the island. Scattered pieces of wood and stone slabs littered the beach. It all seemed so meager. Time to go. The island's meager resources won't suffice for the next disaster, Qin Fang sighed. He opened his backpack to check his current resource inventory. Thickwood 20, dry grass 18, bamboo 86, rattan 68, hardstone 18, slate 46, timber 82, sturdy sticks 0 all used for bows and arrows, large leaves 52, flax 38, clay 8, sand 10, cloth 1. These were all his crafting resources. Food resources, raw shark meat 8 kilograms, sea fish 12, large lobsters 8, large blue crabs 10, octopus 8, sea urchins 6, abalone 12, conch shell 6, raw oysters 12, sea shrimp 24, kelp 18, bamboo shoots 16, wild ginger 6, pheasants 4. These food supplies are sufficient to sustain us for 1 week. Survival demands a clear grasp of available resources to guide future plans. The weather had cleared, the sea was calm, the perfect moment to build a raft. Suddenly, a crisp ding sounded. The long-awaited system voice sounded. Ding! Detected host providing timely critical information during natural disaster response, aiding the majority of players to survive the catastrophe. Successfully unlocked hidden achievement Mr. Critical. Rewards, ORS X2, 1 set of good grade research desk. Ding! Your good grade research desk has been upgraded to excellent. Note, ORS function is hand-operated paddles. A person can sit at the boat center and use leverage to propel paddles on both sides, accelerating the vessel's speed. Good grade research table. 1. Enables research on specific supplies to uncover additional uses. 2. Research unlocks new items. 3. Combines simple items and tools to create new items. Alright. You system kept hiding for several chapters, turns out you were waiting for me here. You know how to play nice, the rewards are seriously awesome. With the ore, I can push the boat forward with less effort when facing headwinds. And this research table? It's downright game-changing. Not only can it research new items, but it can also combine existing ones? And the research table can be upgraded too. If I max it out, could it actually let me research pistols and cannons? With that question lingering, Qin Fang stowed the research table into his backpack. No rush to use this thing. Building the raft is the top priority right now. Raft, sturdy wood 20, rope 30, lumber 40, rattan 30. Honestly, without the resources gathered during the natural disasters these past 2 days, building this small raft would be quite a struggle. Even if completed, the remaining basic resources would be nearly depleted. He never imagined a mere small raft would require more resources than building a shelter. Putting aside his thoughts, Qin Fang retrieved the corresponding materials. He walked to the shore and clicked to craft. Plop. Splash. A small raft, roughly 9 square meters in area, splashed onto the water's surface. Afterward, Qin Fang attached the previously crafted sail and the newly acquired hand-cranked oars to the raft. You know what? It actually looks pretty legit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully constructing your raft. Exploration mode activated. Exploration mode rewards. Upon landing on any island, the host instantly gains 80% of its information, including resource clusters and terrain details. Additionally, a world map is provided. This? Exploration mode? And exploration rewards? Qin Fang's eyes widened. This is basically like getting a map of the island the moment I land. With this intel, landing on islands requires almost no reconnaissance. I can swiftly and efficiently avoid dangers and pinpoint the most viable survival spots. Doesn't that make me know more than the island owner? Oh, and what the heck is this world map? Xin Fang tapped open the map as he spoke. Swish! The map unfolded. Most of the map was a vast black expanse, with only a bright halo appearing in the lower left corner. At the center of the circle lay an extremely small island. Below the island were coordinates and a level indicator. Indeed, this was Xin Fang's current location. This must be like Red Alert, you unlock the world beneath the black fog through exploration. Judging by the scale, that bright circle probably has a radius of 10 kilometers, Xin Fang mused. Suddenly, he noticed a search bar at the top of the map. Could this let me search for island locations? Let's try that little girl's coordinates. Beep, beep, beep. Search. The map abruptly zoomed out, revealing a medium-sized island within a mass of black mist. It was the very island where Chen Shuero was located. A line of small text appeared beside it. Show route? Yes. The map zoomed in again, revealing a winding line cutting through the black mist between the two islands. Unlike the abstract lines on a multifunction watch. On the map, you could even make out faint islands appearing intermittently along the route. And the reefs beneath the sea were crystal clear. I'm off. This is maritime navigation. Now we have a raft, sails, hand-cranked oars, and navigation. Food supplies are fully stocked, all that's left is to set sail. But what about this shelter I just built? I can't take it with me. Should I dismantle it? But dismantling it would only return less than half the resources. That's such a loss. Leave it behind. Who knows? Maybe I'll come back someday. At least it'll be a place to land when I do. With that, Xin Fang gathered his supplies and leapt onto the raft. The wind was blowing from south to north, a perfect tailwind. He unfurled the sail and adjusted its angle. The small raft suddenly picked up speed, gliding out toward the endless ocean. Watching the island and the little house recede into the distance behind him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The old saying goes, the noble-minded stay in their homeland, while the poor wander far from home. How true that is for my current situation. The island was too poor to inherit, so I had to wander the world. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. While seclusion offers stability and comfort in the beginning, as natural disasters intensify, disaster will inevitably strike. This map is vast. Only through constant exploration and development can we survive better. With his thoughts settled, Xin Fang leaned back against the small wooden raft. The sun after the rain wasn't harsh, and the sea breeze wasn't as stifling as before. It was damp and cool, blowing comfortably over his body. The small raft glided steadily forward, leaving wave after wave of ripples across the calm sea. Unable to sit still, Xin Fang took out his fishing rod and transformed into a fisherman, inspired by the beautiful scenery. By now, the raft had drifted into deeper waters. Let's see what luck brings. With that, Xin Fang cast his line. Little Ma Erlang, with his school bag on his back, fearing no sun. Plopping down and leaning back against the storage box behind him, Xin Fang settled into wait-and-see mode. Such tranquil, peaceful days were truly rare. Time slipped by, bit by bit. After an unknown period, the fishing rod suddenly gave a tug. Xin Fang quickly steadied the rod. Instantly, a powerful pull surged through the line. It nearly pulled Xin Fang into the sea. Big one. Xin Fang reacted, leaning back and using his entire body weight to control the rod. But 2 minutes passed, and the rod remained taut, the pressure on his wrist showing no sign of letting up. What the hell is this? Are sea fish this strong? Chapter 21, Landing on the Island. This was Xin Fang's first time sea fishing. If his rod hadn't been upgraded, it would have snapped clean off moments ago. He kept reeling, slowly wearing down its strength. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. By now, beads of sweat had formed on Xin Fang's forehead, but thankfully, he could feel the tension on the rod easing. Now! Xin Fang shouted inwardly, clenching his jaw as he suddenly increased the pressure on the rod. Reel it in. Swish. The rod shot upward instantly. A tuna over 70 centimeters long leapt high out of the sea. Holy crap! Without a moment's hesitation, Xin Fang tightened his grip even further. If he slackened now, the rod would snap and the fish would fly away. Snap. Splash splash. The tuna dangling in midair was yanked onto the small boat by Xin Fang. Its eyes bulged wide as its tail thumped relentlessly against the wooden deck. Xin Fang immediately crouched down and scooped the tuna into his arms. Holy crap! This thing's heavy. A rough estimate put it at around 10 kilograms. We're set. This tuna alone will feed us for days. Ha 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 ha. Honestly, with his monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, Xin Fang never dared to dream of eating tuna even once. It was notoriously expensive. Though he'd never tasted it, he often saw it in videos. They say every part of tuna is a treasure, with incredibly tender and delicious meat. Especially when it's freshly caught. Ding! Triggered double skill, Tuna X2. A tuna instantly appears in my backpack. Oh my, I was so thrilled I forgot about the double skill. Catching one was already incredibly lucky, and now the system's giving me another one? How embarrassing. Xin Fang said this, but his mouth stretched almost to his ears. He pulled out his stone knife and got to work. Before long, he had filleted a full 5 kilograms of succulent, pure tuna meat. Xin Fang stowed all 4 kilograms into his backpack, saving it as provisions for the journey ahead. Food stored in the backpack in the game never spoils, maintaining its freshness as if just placed inside. All that remained were the useless bones and head. Xin Fang picked them up and tossed them aside. Suddenly, a card fell out of the fish's mouth. Ha! This is a recipe? Recipe, golden egg. Method, 1 kilogram tuna meat plus 4 eggs. Requires an iron pot. Effect, satiety plus 40 with a 50% speed boost. This game's recipe names are pretty casual. But setting aside the name, the bonus effects below are actually pretty solid. It may not match the invulnerability of the shark feast from last time, but these stats are still solid. Once the chicken coop is built, it'll be perfect. He stowed the recipe away. Xin Fang cast his fishing rod again. Leaning back on the small raft, he began savoring the tuna flesh. Tuna doesn't need to be cooked, it's even more delicious as sashimi. With the first bite, the flesh still held a lingering warmth. Unlike other fish, tuna constantly active in the ocean boasts tender flesh and a sweet, savory flavor. It was nothing short of heavenly. Xin Fang felt even more content at that moment. But no more tuna were caught afterward. Only ordinary sea fish were caught. He stowed them all in his backpack. He pressed onward. The distance between the two islands wasn't great, and with the help of his small raft sail and hand-operated oars, the journey progressed swiftly. Moreover, during those days at sea, Chen Shuero often called to chat with Xin Fang. She knew that sailing alone in the boundless ocean must be terribly lonely. But more than that, she couldn't shake her unease. She feared he might encounter some danger out at sea. Fortunately, the seas remained calm and everything went smoothly during those days. On the third day, as Xin Fang stood on the small raft, he suddenly spotted a green mountain peak emerging from the distant sea. As the raft moved forward, the island's peak grew larger and larger. Finally, a glimmer of hope. She pulled out the map to double-check. This was undoubtedly the island belonging to that little girl. Xin Fang couldn't wait to pick up speed. The small raft sped forward. Along the way, Xin Fang snapped a photo of Chen Shuero's island with his multifunctional watch. Chen Shuero, who was gathering food on the beach at that moment, saw the photo and jumped up in excitement. She immediately turned her head and gazed out toward the distant sea. She wanted to spot that man's small sailboat the moment it appeared. Soon, the entire island came into view before Xin Fang's eyes. The island was lush and verdant, densely forested. Slightly to the left of the center, a small hill rose up, forming the highest point on the entire island. It truly is a medium-sized island. I guess it's about 10 times larger than my own tiny island. And that's just the calculated area. The resources will only be more, not less. Calming his excitement, Xin Fang's gaze swept downward. Suddenly, she spotted a small dark figure standing at the edge of the sandy shore. Beside the shadow stood a small, square wooden hut. Chen Shuero? Chen Shuero, standing on the beach at that moment, also spotted Xin Fang. Her heart surged with excitement as she jumped up and down, waving frantically at Xin Fang. This little girl, isn't she tired? Xin Fang chuckled. As the small raft drew nearer, Chen Shuero's figure became clearer. The setting sun cast its glow upon her, perfectly highlighting her gracefully curvaceous figure. She wore the black, form-fitting thermal suit Xin Fang had given her, which accentuated her slightly curvy figure in an exceptionally charming way. Her shoulder-length hair was tousled by the sea breeze, giving her a playful and adorable look. Xin Fang stood on the raft, momentarily staring at her in awe. She's far more beautiful in person than in the video, he thought to himself. After all, he was a normal man. What man wouldn't take a second look at a beauty? The small raft had now reached the shallow waters near the beach. Less than 10 meters separated them from Chen Shuero. Xin Fang! Chen Shuero cried out, sprinting forward. Waves splashed up in layers. Stop, stop, stop! My raft hasn't come to a halt yet. The raft slammed into Chen Shuero. Splash! Chen Shuero plunged headfirst into the sea. Xin Fang jumped in after her. Oh, you silly girl! Bending down, he scooped Chen Shuero up from the water, wrapping his arms around her waist. What's the rush, girl? Chen Shuero was naturally a bit plump, so holding her felt pleasantly soft and substantial. She wasn't heavy at all. In fact, it felt incredibly comfortable. Hi, gulp gulp. After choking on several mouthfuls of seawater, Chen Shuero finally spoke up. Of course I was in a hurry, brother Xin Fang. Don't you know how long I've been waiting for you? Then you could have waited for the raft to stop. Let me see where you hit it. Does it hurt? Xin Fang scolded gently while bending down to examine her. Though small, the raft was quite heavy and moving fast. He couldn't risk her getting hurt from this impact. Seeing Xin Fang's worried expression, Chen Shuero felt a surge of warmth in her heart and could no longer contain her excitement. She leaned forward, burying her little head in Xin Fang's embrace. Chapter 22, Is this iron ore? Xin Fang froze in place for a moment. What are you doing? Chen Shuero snapped back to her senses and pulled back slightly. But her little head remained pressed against Qin Fang's chest. She dared not lift her head, her lovely face flushed crimson with embarrassment. I got too excited, brother Qin. Her voice was barely audible. But it was clear enough to hear. Qin Fang looked down. Chen Shuero's ears were bright red, utterly adorable. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Look at you, silly. With that, he took her delicate little hand and led the raft toward the shore. Chen Shuero followed obediently, head bowed in quiet compliance. Her little face grew even hotter, yet deep inside, a flicker of secret delight stirred. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the beach and coconut palms provided the backdrop as the boy led the girl along at a leisurely pace. The entire scene was breathtakingly beautiful. From the first time Qin Fang saved her, to the countless times he risked his life for her afterward. Her feelings had evolved from gratitude to cherishing, and from cherishing to dependence. When emotions involve life and death, they are the truest and most deeply moving. Gazing at the man's back before her, though not particularly broad or muscular, it radiated a sense of security that made her want to lean on him. Perhaps this is what it means to be responsible, Chen Shuero murmured unconsciously. Her voice was soft, audible only to herself, more like a whisper to her own heart. In that moment, she suddenly longed to wrap her arms around Qin Fang from behind. But the step she had just taken halted abruptly. Would that be too abrupt? What does he really feel about me? Does he really see me as just a little sister? I'll wait a little longer. But it's okay, since he's already here, I'll make sure you see my true feelings. He dragged the small raft ashore and secured it. Qin Fang gazed at the dense forest covering the island before him, and a flood of thoughts surged through his mind. All kinds of information about this island flooded his mind: the approximate locations of iron ore deposits, the heights of the peaks, the general areas and sizes of the bamboo groves, and more. At this moment, the true power of exploration mode was fully revealed. He was processing all the information. Chen Shuero hurried over, her slender fingers wiping the sweat from Qin Fang's forehead. Brother, come see what I've prepared for you? Ha? You prepared something for me? How thoughtful. You bet. She pulled Qin Fang into the small wooden hut. Large leaves covered the floor, holding 2 coconuts, a big crab, and some cooked conch shells. Eat up. You've worked so hard these past days, Chen Shuero said with a smile. All right. Qin Fang couldn't help but admire how thoughtful this little girl still was. The aroma of seafood wafted into his nose, and suddenly he felt genuinely hungry. As he crouched down, Qin Fang glanced sideways. Suddenly noticed a hole in the fabric of Chen Shuero's pants near her calf. How careless of you. Qin Fang pointed at it and said. Ha? Oh. This. I got scraped while gathering supplies yesterday. So what if you got scraped? Why are you stammering? I was afraid you'd say something. This is the clothes you gave me. A flicker of panic crossed Chen Shuero's eyes. Qin Fang caught it perfectly. You're not very good at lying, Qin Fang chuckled. Ha? What lie? Xiao Rou didn't lie. The last few words trailed off weakly. Still denying it? Qin Fang teased reproachfully. Caught red-handed, Chen Shuero scratched her head awkwardly. Oh dear. I was hoping to fool you with just dinner, but you saw right through me. So you mean you have something else prepared for me? Qin Fang asked. Chen Shuero gave a mysterious smile, of course. Then she held her small hand up in front of Qin Fang's eyes and continued, Brother, close your eyes first. What is it? Why do I have to close my eyes? Oh, hurry up. Fine. I can't resist you. After a flurry of rustling sounds. Alright, open your eyes. Chen Shuero removed the small hand covering Qin Fang's eyes. Qin Fang slowly opened his eyes. Ha? What's this? He saw a reddish-brown stone cradled in Chen Shuero's palm. Is this iron ore? Did you get it? Of course. Happy? Iron ore. This was the most crucial resource for stepping into the Iron Age. Just as Qin Fang was about to say he was thrilled, something suddenly occurred to him. I remember you mentioned there were bears near the iron ore. Could it be that you? What bears? Oh, just take it already. Chen Shuero deliberately ignored Qin Fang's question and shoved the iron ore into his arms. Spill it. How did you get this iron ore? Qin Fang demanded sternly. He wasn't stupid. He knew that acquiring such a rare and crucial resource like iron ore must have involved grave danger. If it was pure luck, finding it by chance, that was one thing. But what if this little girl had foolishly risked her life to get it for him? She hadn't done this just once or twice. Even if this iron ore was incredibly valuable, could it possibly be more precious than her life? Oh my. Seeing Chen Shuero stammering and hesitating, he recalled the torn fabric on her pants from earlier. Qin Fang's suspicions were confirmed. His anger began to simmer. Speak up. Did you do something foolish again? Qin Fang was genuinely furious. He'd warned her countless times to prioritize her body and life above all else, but she refused to heed his advice. She insisted on taking risks. This might be a game, but life is still precious. A single natural disaster claimed hundreds of lives. With such a high mortality rate already, she still insisted on taking unnecessary risks. This truly made Qin Fong furious. This was the first time Chen Shuero had ever seen Qin Fong lose his temper. Her lips trembled slightly as she stammered, "Brother Qin Fong, please, don't be angry. Xiao Rou really didn't do anything foolish this time, I swear." Realizing he'd overreacted, Qin Fong softened his tone. Then explained properly. "No lies. Brother Qin, you must think I went off on another dangerous mission, which is why you're upset. But this time, I didn't consider it risky. There are bears near the iron ore mine, but I wouldn't be foolish enough to just run over and take it. So I thought about whether I could steal it. So I secretly observed the terrain around the iron mine every day, looking for the right opportunity. Nothing promising came up, but precisely because I went every day, I stumbled upon something far more crucial than the terrain." Chen Shuero paused, excitement flushing her face. She paused before continuing, "That bear's daily patrol route seemed almost pre-programmed. So I secretly memorized its walking schedule to find the timing gap. With the excellent spear you gave me, brother, I felt even more confident. Then I mapped out a complete plan for the theft, including the exact timing and escape route. Brother Qin, I know how badly you need iron ore. I just wanted you to see this and feel happy to know I can truly help you." Chen Shuero's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. Qin Fong felt his heart tighten. "Then how did you get those obvious tear marks on your pant leg?" Chapter 23, You Actually Kissed Me? This one really was torn. When I was stealing iron ore, I was so nervous. Seeing the bear coming, I was terrified and just ran off with the ore. During the escape, I accidentally got scraped by a sharp rock, so it wasn't from the bear attacking me, Brother Qin. You can rest assured. Hearing Chen Shuero explain this, Qin Fong finally relaxed. At least he could be sure the little girl had taken his advice to heart and hadn't done anything foolish. Stop. I know you're worried about me, that's why you're upset. Hee, I'm thrilled someone cares. Here, have some conch meat. Chen Shuero laughed, cutting Qin Fong off. Her small hands weren't idle either, as she personally peeled a piece of conch meat and brought it to his lips. This made Qin Fong feel even more embarrassed. Hurry up and eat. My arm's getting tired holding this. Open wide. Ah. Munching on the conch meat, Qin Fong remarked, I didn't expect you to be so smart you even knew to scout ahead. Hee. Of course. Don't underestimate me. Chen Shuero beamed with pride. Do you remember the bear's usual travel times? Of course I do. I've been watching it for days. I'm absolutely certain. Truth be told, Chen Shuero had truly done Qin Fong a huge favor this time. In the game world, while animals possessed extreme aggression, they lacked the agility found in the real world. All creatures were programmed with fixed behaviors. Take the shark that attacked Qin Fong in the ocean earlier. This bear's path was also predetermined. Even with the aid of exploration mode, Qin Fong only knew the location of the iron ore. Detailed information like the bear's movement schedule could only be discovered through personal observation. But now, this little girl had somehow obtained that information ahead of time, saving him a huge amount of time. Don't forget that the second wave of natural disasters will strike in a week. Time is of the essence. Alright, it's getting late today. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Sure, Brother Qin Fong. Whenever you say, I'll go with you. I'll follow your lead. Here, eat this. At some point, Chen Shuero had already picked out all the crab meat in row, and now she was holding it up to Qin Fong's mouth again. You eat it. I'm not hungry. I don't care if you're hungry or not, you have to eat what I've prepared. I really am not hungry. Qin Fong laughed. Eat it even if you're not hungry. Or are you trying to embarrass me? Chen Shuero twisted her body, wrapping one arm around Qin Fong's neck while her other hand made a motion to feed him. Her little face wore a playful yet fierce expression. Don't make me get rough. When I get fierce, even I scare myself. Sigh. This little girl could be shy as hell one moment and fiery as hell the next. She really is unpredictable. Fine. Qin Fong took a big bite. The sweetness of the crab meat blended perfectly with the rich creaminess of the crab roe, utterly delicious. Alright. You can't just pamper me all the time. Come see what tasty treats I brought for you. Something tasty? Chen Shuero's eyes instantly lit up. Sure enough, this little girl was a real foodie. Qin Fong pulled out a kilogram of plump tuna meat from his backpack and held it before Chen Shuero. The backpack in the game had a built-in preservation function. Qin Fong sliced the tuna into strips with his stone knife. Chen Shuero blinked her big eyes wide, staring intently. Without blinking, she looked utterly adorable. Here, I caught this while sailing. Chen Shuero picked up a strip, placed it in her mouth, and savored it slowly. So delicious. The texture is incredibly tender. As she spoke, her pretty face glowed with pure happiness. However, after finishing that strip, she cast a reluctant glance at the remaining portions and said, Alright. I'm full. Qin brother, put it away now. You've got the appetite of a bird. Full after just one bite? These are all yours. You have to finish them. Don't tell me to save them. We've got the little raft now, and I can go fishing again after we finish. Besides, I've got another one in my backpack. Xin Feng could clearly see the reluctance in Chen Shuero's eyes. And seeing the look of pure happiness on her face filled him with a deep sense of satisfaction. Smack! Chen Shuero planted a kiss on Xin Feng's cheek. You're the best, big brother. Xin Feng froze in surprise. This little minx. She actually kissed me? By the time he registered what had happened, Chen Shuero had already snatched the fish and was running toward the beach. On the beach, she ate the fish while laughing and running back and forth. Xin Feng watched her, feeling deeply happy. Being stranded on this deserted island, having such a sensible yet mischievous girl by his side was truly a blessing. That evening, Xin Feng built a campfire. Since Chen Shuero's small hut was of ordinary quality, and having endured the ravages of the storm, it had become quite drafty. But that wasn't a problem. With abundant resources on the island now, upgrading the cabin would be quick. The real headache was that a basic level cabin didn't come with a bed. With no other choice, Xin Feng leaned against the wall to rest. Chen Shuero was in the same situation, but her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. This was the first time in her life she'd slept beside a man. And it was a man who stirred her heart. Her heart raced wildly, and she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. By the light of the fire, Chen Shuero stole a glance at Xin Feng. His features were striking, sharp and angular. He's actually quite handsome, Chen Shuero thought to herself. Just as she was thinking this, Xin Feng suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair. Why aren't you sleeping? Worried I'll do something reckless? Chen Shuero's cheeks flushed slightly. Alright. Go to sleep now. We've got a lot to do tomorrow. Xin Feng pulled Chen Shuero close, letting her rest her head on his shoulder so she could sleep more comfortably. Truth be told, Xin Feng was a normal man, and the little girl was so endearing. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. But facing someone so pure and innocent, Xin Feng felt more of a protective urge. The purest kind of protection. Seeing Xin Feng so generous, Chen Shuero's inner turmoil vanished like smoke. She had already made up her mind about Xin Feng, but she just wasn't ready yet. Deep down, Xin Feng understood that only by being open himself could she be open in return. With all traces of hesitation gone, the young girl threw herself into Xin Feng's embrace. Soon, he felt a dampness on his chest. He looked down to see her little mouth half open, drool pooling beneath her chin. Xin Feng shook his head helplessly and lay down to sleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, a delicious aroma woke Xin Feng. Before him, Chen Shuero was crouched by the fire preparing breakfast. Awake, brother Xin Feng? Here, these are roasted shrimp. Eat up. After breakfast, we'll head over to the iron ore mine. Brother Xin Feng, that big bear only sleeps for a short while in the morning. This is the perfect time to scout the area. Once it wakes up, we won't be able to get close. Alright. Xin Feng knew that to take down the bear, he first needed to gather crucial information about it. Relying solely on Chen Shuero's account would leave room for error. Facing such a ferocious beast, they had to be absolutely certain of their plan. Chen Shuero wielded an excellent spear, while Xin Feng held an excellent bow. The two of them sped toward the iron ore site. The iron ore deposit wasn't far from the beach. Half an hour later, they reached the southern edge of the entire iron ore deposit. Brother Xin, look! Chen Shuero whispered, pointing ahead. Chapter 24, Next Wave of Natural Disaster Information. Following the direction Chen Shuero pointed. Amidst layer upon layer of thickets, a large brown bear lay sprawled on the ground. Brother Xin, beneath the area where that bear lies iron ore. Chen Shuero finished, leading Xin Feng toward a nearby, more prominent mound of earth. Standing atop the mound, Xin Feng found the angle perfectly suited. He could clearly see the bear's entire form. At that sight, Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The bear measured a full 2 meters in length, with limbs as thick as tree trunks. The claws exposed from its paws measured a full 10 centimeters in length. As the bear slept, its mouth hung open wide. Its 2 fangs, each 7 or 8 centimeters long, were enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Xin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder Chen Shuero had lost nearly all her health with just one attack. She nearly met her end. Although her health bar wasn't at full capacity then, Xin Feng was certain. Even at full health, she wouldn't have survived 3 strikes from that bear. Brother Xin, something's wrong. What is it? Xin Feng was startled. Brother Xin, this bear seems bigger than last time. What? When did you last see it? 3 days ago. 3 days, and it's grown another size? Did that bear eat some damn steroids or something? Xin Feng cursed under his breath, but his heart grew heavier. This meant the bear's attack power had increased again. What do we do? Chen Shuero looked worried. To be honest, Xin Feng didn't know what to do either. Should they confront the bear head-on? Or should he try to find an opening while under attack like he did against the shark in the ocean last time? But that had relied heavily on luck, and the beasts on his tiny island weren't particularly strong. This was different now. This was a medium-sized island. Abundant resources meant fiercer beasts. He'd likely be crushed by a single blow before spotting any opening. To claim this precious iron ore, he had to outsmart it. Xin Feng began surveying the surrounding terrain as he pondered. Thick shrubbery surrounded the iron ore deposits. Using the terrain to fight them would inevitably restrict his movements. One misstep, tripped by the undergrowth, and it would mean certain death. It seems we'll have to lure it out before we can kill it. Then we'll use the kite-flying tactic, retreating while shooting arrows to kill it. That's the plan. Just as he was thinking this, Xin Feng suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes. Bang! A wild boar burst out of the bushes. Its speed was astonishing. The large bear was startled awake by the sudden noise. Roar! In an instant, the massive bear's roar shook the entire island to its core. It also sent waves of dizziness through the two men's heads. The startled bear charged toward the wild boar that had just passed by. Wild boars were already swift creatures. But who could have imagined that the seemingly massive and clumsy bear could outpace it? In just a few strides, it knocked the boar to the ground. The bear's paw came down just once and the boar fell silent forever. Chen Shuero, watching nearby, turned deathly pale with fright. Had she witnessed the scene earlier, she likely wouldn't have risked retrieving the iron ore. The bear tore the boar apart in 2 or 3 swift motions, devouring it bite after bite. By the time the last bite disappeared into its belly, the bear's body visibly grew another size. Xin Feng marveled, the growth rate of animals in this game is this fast? Following the astonishment came the collapse of his earlier naive notion. At this rate, forget kite flying, he wouldn't even be able to launch a paper airplane. Before he could even load his next arrow, the bear's paw would likely swipe at him. Hurry, brother Xin Feng. This bear is extremely aggressive when it first wakes up. It'll be charging all over the place, Chen Shuero urged anxiously. Xin Feng didn't hesitate, grabbing Chen Shuero and sprinting backward. They jogged all the way back to the beach. Glancing back, they saw the bear hadn't followed. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Back at the cabin, Xin Feng plopped down onto the floor. His mind was now completely consumed with how to deal with this bear. He had thought that with the help of his excellent spear and bow, killing the bear should be no problem. He had underestimated the challenge. As Xin Feng was lost in thought, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the air before him. 3 days have passed. The next natural disaster event is announced, typhoon plus beast attack. Friendly reminder, 1. Upgrade the cabin to excellent quality immediately. 2. Beasts lingering near the shelter will deplete food supplies. Whoosh! The light screen vanished. Chen Shuero gasped, a typhoon and beast attack at the same time? Brother Xin Feng, what should we do now? No wonder Chen Shuero was terrified. The last downpour had already battered the poor girl to a pulp. In truth, Xin Feng was equally stunned. The first stage was simple, but the second stage's difficulty had skyrocketed like this? No wonder they'd directly revealed the natural disasters and countermeasures this time. Damn game, are they treating us like monkeys? But he'd braced himself mentally beforehand. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect natural disasters to stack on top of each other. It's okay. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. Including today, we still have 4 days to prepare. There's still time. Don't worry. Hearing Xin Feng's words, Chen Shuero's expression eased considerably. But Xin Feng knew deep down that 4 days was already extremely tight. But he couldn't tell the girl that. Telling her would only make her worry more. The disaster hadn't even arrived yet, and he was already panicking. Then it would truly be too late to turn back the tide. Stay calm, stay calm. Xin Feng kept repeating this mantra to himself. Calm down first. No matter how difficult the situation, there must be a way out. First, check the materials needed to upgrade the shelter. Opening the crafting panel, Xin Feng located the shelter upgrade section. Superior shelter: iron ingots 40, stone slabs 110, thick wood 50, rattan 120, lumber 140, large leaves 100, rope 80, bamboo 60. Holy crap! This many resources? Forget the iron ingots smelted from, or the rest would empty my entire backpack. Don't forget, I just used up a bunch of resources building a raft 3 days ago. Now all the thick wood is gone, only 8 flax for rope left, and not even half enough of vines, stone slabs, etc. This is way too short. With the addition of iron ingots as a new resource among the items required for an excellent grade shelter, his original plan to build a good grade shelter first and then upgrade it with skills was completely unfeasible. Chen Shuero stood quietly by, watching Xin Feng's furrowed brow. Her heart ached with anxiety and pity. She could tell his earlier words were meant to comfort her. Sigh. He's shouldering all these difficulties himself. Xin Feng's sense of responsibility and duty only made Chen Shuero hate herself for not being able to help. Xin Feng, don't worry yet. 4 days should be enough. I think that Big Bear should have calmed down by now. I'll go sneak back some more iron ore. Chen Shuero spoke and immediately started heading outside. It was the most valuable thing she could think of doing right now. Come back, you little brat. That bear's aggression has intensified again. I can't let you risk yourself. You don't understand, it's not just iron ore now. Even gathering the most basic resources might take longer than 4 days. What Qin Fong didn't say was that even with his skill doubling the speed, it still wouldn't be enough. Hiss. Wait a minute. Skill doubling can be upgraded. How could I have forgotten such crucial information? Chapter 25, The Tool Guy Shaochen. Qin Fong shot to his feet the moment this thought struck him. From the very beginning of his journey into the game, the system had mentioned that the doubling skill could be upgraded. Its power scales directly with the size of the island he inherits. Little Missy. I have a favor to ask of you. Ask me for a favor? Brother Qin Fong, don't mention one, I'd agree to 10, even 100. Little girl, could you give me this island? The thing is. Before Qin Fong could continue explaining, Chen Shuero cut him off. I thought it was something big, but it's just this? Haven't you forgotten I told you before that once you arrived, this island would be yours, brother? Did I? Brother, you have such a terrible memory. Chen Shuero said, pulling Qin Fong aside. Sit down, brother. Truth be told, even before you arrived, I'd already started figuring out how to transfer this island to you. As she spoke, she opened her multifunctional watch and began operating it. Moments later, her watch paused on a specific interface. There. I've completed all the previous steps. Only this final one remains. It requires your fingerprint. Otherwise, I'd have transferred the island to you before you even arrived. Press it quickly. Hold on. Little Missy, transferring an island is no small matter. Aren't you moving a bit too fast here? You need to understand, once you transfer the island to me, you won't have it anymore. Too fast? Not fast? I've been researching this for days. How could it be too fast? Besides, I know I'll lose it once I transfer it to you. But I don't care. I only care about you. Having you is worth more than 10 islands. Chen Shuero said with a smile, reaching out to grab Qin Fong. Wait. You? Oh, stop fussing. Hurry up already. I meant to transfer it to you yesterday but completely forgot. Allowing Chen Shuero's slender white fingers to grip his hand, Qin Fong pressed his index finger's fingerprint onto her multifunctional watch. Beep beep beep. Transferring ownership of the island. Please wait. Ding. Island transfer successful. New island owner, Qin Fong. As the multifunctional watch's voice faded, Qin Fong's mind was instantly filled with the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, on inheriting a new island. Your personal overall ranking has risen by 1,437 places. Skill upgrade, resource acquisition quantity 5, quality gain remains unchanged. The next time your rank increases by 2,000 or more, this skill will upgrade again. It actually upgraded. Doubling resources was now a thing of the past. Now he could obtain resources directly multiplied by 5. Though the quality gain remained unchanged. But right now, the most crucial thing is the sheer volume of resources. Just as I was thinking this, the system voice sounded again. Detected suitable tool character, name, Chen Shuero, loyalty, 90. Tool function to collect supplies and return them to the host, also triggering the resource doubling skill. Loyalty increases, raising the resource doubling multiplier accordingly. Current loyalty corresponds to a 2x multiplier. Friendly reminder, hosts may proactively explain the resource doubling skill to the tool character. This unlocks the hidden achievement, treat others with sincerity, boosting the tool character's loyalty and increasing the doubling multiplier. After becoming a tool person, the system will actively monitor them. Should any threat to the host arise, the host may directly choose to force them out of the game. This essentially transfers the resource doubling skill to Chen Shuero, though it requires passing through my hands first. Most importantly, there's absolutely no risk involved. Since that's the case, telling her is fine. Not only will the system monitor her, but resource collection efficiency will skyrocket afterward. It'll free up my time to focus on other critical matters. Having sorted out his thoughts, Qin Fong explained the resource doubling skill to Chen Shuero. After hearing it, Chen Shuero's pretty face lit up with surprise. Brother Qin Fong. This is just too incredible. But don't worry, brother. I swear I won't say a word. And with your skill, I'll definitely collect supplies like crazy from now on. Our life will only get better and better. Deep down, Chen Shuero felt secretly relieved. With such a powerful skill, even if she were no longer around, her brother would surely thrive. That eased her worries. Qin Fong then added Chen Shuero's iron ore to his backpack. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, iron ore x5. Watching the iron ore magically multiply before her eyes, Chen Shuero gaped in astonishment. She exclaimed that this skill was utterly insane. Brother Qin Fong, I'm off to gather resources right now. Chen Shuero leapt to her feet. With Brother Qin Fong's unbeatable skill, gathering resources would be a breeze. As long as she gathered non-stop day and night, it would be no problem. At that moment, Chen Shuero felt bursting with motivation. Wait! Qin Fong called out urgently. What's the rush? Let me see the tools you're holding. Tools? Here, these are all I have. Qin Fong glanced over them. Currently, all the tools in Chen Shuero's possession were the most basic ones, not even reaching the good grade level. These tools haven't been upgraded yet. They're too inefficient. Once I upgrade both of our tools to excellent iron grade quality, gathering resources will be much faster, right? Iron? I think these tools work just fine as they are. Besides, upgrading to iron requires iron ingots. We don't have a furnace to smelt them, do we, Brother Qin Feng? You little minx, we absolutely need to build a furnace. That's our top priority now. Hand me the iron spear, I'm heading to the sea to gather clay. Qin Feng knew exactly what he needed, just 2 more pieces of clay to complete the furnace. Go into the sea? Brother Qin Feng, there are sharks in the ocean. You? Chen Shuero's eyes filled with worry, but the words she wanted to say couldn't quite form. Because Qin Feng was right, without the furnace, nothing could move forward. You must be careful, Brother Qin Feng. Whatever happens, you absolutely can't get hurt. It should be fine. Don't worry. I've fought sharks before and know what to do. Just wait for me at home. With that, Qin Feng smiled and ruffled Chen Shuero's hair, signaling her to relax. It was true he'd fought a shark before, but the sharks on this medium-sized island were bound to be far more aggressive than the one he'd encountered earlier. Never mind. Even if the devil himself showed up, nothing would stop me from getting that clay. I've survived all these days, what the hell am I afraid of now? He turned and strode purposefully toward the exit. Wait. Brother Qin Feng, take this with you. What's this? Wild ginger? What Chen Shuero held in her hands was precisely what she had harvested from her earlier planting. We ate 2 during the last disaster, leaving these 2. Qin Feng, take them. As he looked at the wild ginger being offered, Qin Feng suddenly noticed something was off about its color. Brother Qin Feng, this wild ginger isn't as potent as it used to be. Not as potent as before? How could that be? Chapter 26, Clay's Return. It's probably because cultivated ginger isn't as potent as pure wild ginger. Last time I took it, my health only recovered by 20 points. Since I cultivated it myself, I noticed the cultivated ginger lacks the vibrant luster of wild ginger and appears noticeably duller in color. It's fine. Since we can cultivate it, weaker effects but larger quantities. Don't worry, I still have 6 pure wild ginger roots. That's enough to keep me alive. Qin Feng took the wild ginger from Chen Shuero after speaking. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, ginger 10. The name changed? Seems the little girl was right. Still, these 10 ginger roots can restore a total of 200 health points, quite substantial. Under Chen Shuero's worried gaze, he left the small wooden hut. Qin Feng strode purposefully toward the sea, not daring to slack off for a moment. It wasn't even noon yet, and the seawater felt chilly. No time to think about it. Qin Feng gripped his spear and leaped toward the oncoming wave. Splash! Opening his eyes again, vast swaths of vibrantly patterned coral reefs came into view. Fish of all sizes darted in and out among them. Sea urchins and conch shells clustered together, clinging to the reef. The abundance of resources here far surpassed that of his original tiny, barren island. Just as he marveled at the sight, Qin Feng suddenly felt the currents around him shifting rapidly. Is it coming this soon? Qin Feng knew the game mechanics. Once a player entered a beast's attack range, the beast would automatically initiate an assault. He instinctively scanned his surroundings. Qin Feng put his entire body on high alert. This state allowed him to better respond to sudden situations. Huff. Gulp, gulp. A series of breathing sounds suddenly echoed from the left, immediately followed by a powerful surge of water pressure. No! This is the state of a shark accelerating for a charge. Qin Feng jerked his body sideways. He glanced over. Holy crap! A great white shark, its pointed snout even larger than the last one, was charging straight at him. By visual estimation, this great white shark was easily approaching 2 meters in length. Its massive body bore 2 rows of neatly arranged fangs, sharp as saw teeth. Even more terrifying was its blistering speed. Its movement patterns were even more complex than the previous sharks. This made it even harder for Qin Feng to judge the right moment to strike. In the blink of an eye, the shark charged toward Qin Feng. Bring it on! Qin Feng was ready. The moment the shark opened its jaws, his spear thrust forward. This would both interrupt the shark's attack and inflict injury. Sure enough, when the shark was still 3 meters away, it opened its massive jaws and lunged straight at him. Qin Feng raised his spear and charged straight into its gaping maw. Thud! The spear struck the shark with pinpoint accuracy. The pain made the shark halt its attack instantly. Phew, phew. Even though it's much larger, as long as I time it right, I still have a good chance of taking it down without getting hurt. Wait. Ah! The shark, whose attack had been interrupted, managed to launch a second strike so quickly. Qin Feng was completely unprepared, taking the full brunt of this strike. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him. He glanced at his health bar. Damn it! That bite took 45 points. The shark swam forward again. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng surfaced to gasp for air and quickly consumed 2 pieces of ginger. Wild ginger was potent but scarce, difficult to obtain. He used the ginger to buy himself more time. Stay calm. If I could interrupt its first attack, I can interrupt the second. The principle is the same, I just didn't expect it to launch a second strike. He dove back underwater. By now, the shark had swum far away and hadn't turned back. Alright. Now's the perfect chance to test the bow. This was the first proper use since acquiring it. He drew the bow and arrows. He loaded 3 arrows directly and fired them at the shark. Unlike the real world, arrows fired underwater in the game had the same speed as in reality. 3 arrows flew out simultaneously. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The shark was massive, and all 3 arrows struck their mark. Instantly, a trail of blood appeared on the shark's body. Recalling the last encounter, it took 5 such gashes to kill the shark. Now, 3 arrows had struck and only 1 gash appeared, proof that this shark truly had thick, tough skin. If only the arrowheads were made of iron, their power would be far greater. Without further thought, the shark ahead turned its head once more and charged straight toward him. Holding the middle distance, Xin Feng didn't hesitate, nocking another arrow and firing. Swimming head-on at high speed with unpredictable movements, the shark only took 2 hits this time. There was no time to nock another arrow. Xin Feng drew his spear once more, preparing to meet the shark's next attack. Soon, the shark's massive jaws appeared once more. Xin Feng seized the moment, thrusting his spear forward to successfully interrupt the attack. Without delay, after disrupting its first attack, the shark opened its massive jaws, attempting to repeat its tactic. Xin Feng thrust his spear forward once more. Thud. Success. Both attacks successfully dodged. Another gash appeared on the shark's back. It takes 2 strikes from an iron spear to leave a single scratch. Thick hide indeed. After swimming back to the surface to take a breath, Xin Feng drew his bow once more. He drew the bowstring, nocked an arrow, and fired at the shark once more. Having sustained 2 wounds, the shark's swimming speed noticeably slowed. The hardest part is getting started. Now I just need to maintain the offensive rhythm and it'll be fine. Xin Feng continued in this manner. With the combined assault of arrows and spears, within 2 rounds, 4 gashes appeared on the shark's back. Just one more shot. Xin Feng's heart swelled with excitement and he drew his bowstring with even greater force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew out in unison once more. Thud. The moment they struck, the shark froze in place. Its entire body suspended motionless in the ocean. Xin Feng swiftly swam back to the surface to take a breath. The prolonged battle had drained his stamina. Phew! Finally took it down. Exhausted, completely wiped out. But this time, there was no notification about unlocking a hidden achievement. It must be because I've already killed a shark once, so it won't unlock again. I wonder what achievement will unlock after killing the bear later. After catching his breath, Xin Feng dove back down. Killing the shark wasn't the goal, scrambling to gather resources was the real priority. He pulled out his stone knife, retrieved the arrows embedded in the shark, then swiftly began cutting up the shark meat. During the first 3 days of sailing, he'd saved all the tuna for the little girl, consuming every other food source. With this shark meat, food shouldn't be a problem now. And don't forget he had shark recipes. Soon, he harvested 10 kilograms of pure shark meat. Now Xin Feng could finally explore with peace of mind. He continued swimming deeper. While gathering various food resources from the sea, Xin Feng kept searching for traces of clay. The deeper he went, the lower the visibility became and the greater the pressure grew. Xin Feng felt as though a massive boulder pressed against his entire body, causing immense discomfort. I can't give up. After finally defeating that shark, I can't return empty-handed. He pressed onward. Suddenly, through the murky haze, Xin Feng finally spotted that long-awaited streak of brown. It's clay. Definitely clay. That colored hue once seen, never forgotten. Ignoring the crushing pain in his body, Xin Feng swam forward rapidly. Layer upon layer of clay piled up before him. Beside it lay vast amounts of sand. This clay, combined with the sand, plus his newly upgraded doubling skill. He estimated he could build 3 furnaces at once. More furnaces meant higher efficiency. Perfect. Damn it, after all that effort, I finally found it. Wait, hold on. What the hell is that thing? Chapter 27, Forge Construction. His peripheral vision swept to the side. Tall, slender green plants stood tall in the sea. They looked spectacular in the hazy light. Xin Feng swam forward a short distance. What's that? Is that seaweed? In the game, these tall seaweeds weren't edible resources. Instead, they appear as a crafting resource. This seaweed yields vine resin when burned. It is an essential material for crafting specialized items like flippers and oxygen tanks. Wearing fins increases swimming speed underwater. While the in-game oxygen tanks don't allow for prolonged breath-holding dives like their real-world counterparts, they significantly extend the duration you can hold your breath underwater. Additionally, due to its sticky properties, it greatly increases the success rate of item synthesis when using a research table. All in all, this seaweed is quite useful. It occasionally appears on small islands. Medium islands will definitely have it, though in limited quantities. Large and giant islands boast more abundant seaweed resources. Who would have thought searching for clay would lead to such a valuable find? Xin Feng marveled silently to himself. but approaching it for collection proved no easy task. These seaweeds were towering in size, growing entirely in deep sea regions. At this very spot, he had already reached the edge of the deep sea. Venturing further forward, he knew he absolutely couldn't withstand the immense water pressure. Qin Feng had already noticed his health points steadily declining. What should he do? Should I wait until next time to retrieve it? But after the sharks respawn next time, their attack power and vitality will increase significantly. Getting it then would be even harder. Forget it. I'll take my chances. I still have ginger to prolong my life. Resolution set, Qin Feng swam forward without hesitation. After swimming just 1 meter, his health bar drained much faster than before. The crushing pressure and pain intensified. No choice having chosen to advance, he must grit his teeth and push through. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he reached the seaweed beds. After quickly consuming 2 ginger pieces, Qin Feng wasted no time and began gathering frantically. Soon, 3 bundles of seaweed were tucked away in his bag. It wasn't that he didn't want to gather more, there were genuinely only these 3 to be found. It couldn't be helped, scarce resources like this were only to be expected. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, seaweed bundles x15. Fortunately, the doubling skill came to the rescue, not a bad deal at all. He surfaced again in the shallow waters to take a breath. Phew! Thank goodness for the ginger keeping me alive. Just 5 minutes of back and forth cost me 57 health points. If only I had a deep sea diving suit. No more chatter. After a quick stamina recovery, Qin Feng plunged back into the sea to gather clay and sand. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, clay 25, sand 40. Beyond these crucial crafting materials, the doubled harvest skill significantly boosted food resources. Sea fish 30, sea urchins 25, conch shells 40, lobsters 20, kelp 55. The upgraded doubling skill truly made a difference. Just a simple gathering yielded this much. After all, it's a 5-fold increase in resources. I wanted to gather more, since sharks become tougher after respawning. But my stamina was already maxed out. Pushing further risked drowning in the depths. I headed back to shore. Before I knew it, the time had already reached past 4 in the afternoon. Xin Gu. Xin Gu, are you okay? That familiar voice, no doubt about it, it was that little minx Chen Shuarou. He looked in the direction of the voice. Chen Shuarou was running toward me, calling out as she came. The setting sun cast a warm glow on her face, making her look absolutely radiant, her brows brimming with joy. Because her Qin Feng brother had returned safely. She had been waiting on the shore for nearly an hour. She had considered sending Qin Feng a message, but then thought better of it. His situation in the water was complex, and the vibration of his watch would surely distract him. Not only would it be useless, but it might even cause trouble. So she held back. All she could do was stare at the sea over and over, praying in her heart that Qin Feng was safe. She couldn't bear the thought of those fleeting, precious moments vanishing after barely a day. Qin Feng waved at her and she wanted to shout back. But he simply had no strength left and could only give up. Soon, Chen Shuarou ran up to Qin Feng. In one swift leap, she threw herself into his arms. Her little head rubbed against his chest over and over. Like a kitten eagerly awaiting its owner's return, utterly endearing. What took you so long? I was worried sick. Chen Shuarou looked up, her teary eyes blinking as she spoke. Going down to the sea once means gathering more resources, right? Could you hurry next time? I was truly worried. Alright, I'll hurry next time. Come on, we've got quite a haul this time. Qin Feng patted Chen Shuarou's little head reassuringly. Seeing her adorable, expectant expression warmed Qin Feng's heart. It felt good to be missed. He took her delicate little hand and walked with her toward the small wooden cabin. Along the way, Chen Shuarou asked questions about everything under the sun, and Qin Feng smiled as he answered each one. When she heard about Qin Feng being attacked by a shark, Chen Shuarou's face flushed crimson with anger. Her small hand clenched into a fist as she muttered under her breath about tearing the shark to shreds to avenge brother Qin. Watching her puffed up, indignant little face, Qin Feng couldn't stop laughing. He couldn't help but think how adorable the little girl was. Then he peeled open the freshly caught sea urchin, scooped out the golden roe, and handed it to Chen Shuarou. Watching her greedy expression and the blissful look on her face as she ate the roe, Qin Feng suddenly felt that all the dangers he had faced at sea were worth it. Why are you staring at me, brother Qin Feng? You're so handsome. After I leave, you won't just wait for me on the shore forever, will you? No way. After you leave, I'll go out and find resources. After all, resisting natural disasters is our shared responsibility. How could I let you go out alone to suffer and toil? But rest assured, brother Qin, I only gather resources when it's safe for me. And I only gather resources that don't require tools. It's just that the amount I gather is still a bit scarce. No worries, I still have my doubling skill, right? Oh right. Quick, brother Qin, here are the resources I gathered this afternoon. After Qin Feng applied his doubling skill, stone slabs, 25, vines, 30, hard stones, 15, large leaves, 35, wood, 40. Seeing the resources multiplied so many times over, Chen Shuarou felt even happier. Xin Fang felt pretty good too. Having this little girl help him really saved a lot of time. Let's go, brother Xin Fang. We should hurry home, I'll cook dinner for you. They soon returned to the small cabin. Chen Shuero lit a fire with her lighter and began cooking. Xin Fang had already stored most of the food resources in the cabin's storage space. This way, they could access it any time. Watching Chen Shuero bustle about, Xin Fang wasn't idle either. His task now was to finish building the furnace. Don't forget, crafting the furnace was a task assigned by the system. Let's see what reward the system gives once it's done. Chapter 28, I'll feed you. He emptied all the clay and sand from his backpack. Opened the crafting panel. Furnace crafting. Bang bang bang. 3 furnaces crafted. But the small cabin was simply too cramped to fit them. Xin Fang placed the 3 furnaces side by side outside the cabin. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the furnace crafting. You have obtained the hunting trap blueprint. Next task, craft a dish with special attributes and consume it. Clack! A blueprint fell from the sky, landing in Xin Fang's hands. Hunting trap? With a frown, Xin Fang looked down at the blueprint in his hand. Common grade hunting trap. Function, traps large dangerous animals, immobilizing them for a short period. Method, simply lure the animal into it. Required resources, sturdy wood 30, slabs 35, bamboo 60, rope 20. Trapping large prey? Holy crap! This blueprint couldn't have come at a better time. With this trap, I can lure that big bear right into it. Then finish it off with my bow and arrows. This method is way safer than the kite tactic. Now I just need to figure out how to lure it into the trap. As for cooking a dish, that's relatively simple. The furnace is already built, just smelt an iron ingot and I can craft an iron pot. Besides, I'm curious to see how the attributes from the recipe actually work. Could it truly withstand a single attack? Without further thought, Xin Fang retrieved the 5 iron ores in his hand. Right now, he had to put these 5 iron ores to the best possible use. Each iron ore could only be smelted into 1 iron ingot. First, one must be used to make an iron pot. Another would be upgraded into an iron axe, as they would soon need to fell large quantities of trees and bamboo. Wait, that would require 2 axes, one for me and one for the little girl. That leaves 2 remaining, both to be used for making bows and arrows. After all, this is the key weapon for taking down the bear, its power must be maximized. Plus, hunting traps can only hold a bear for a short while, so we have to take it down quickly. No time to hesitate, let's get to work. Xin Fang retrieved the wood and stuffed it beneath the furnace, then placed 3 iron ores into the furnace's recesses. Boom! All 3 furnaces ignited simultaneously. The smelting process would consume a large amount of wood. Let's see how many of today's 40 small logs remain. That way, I'll have a rough idea of what's left. Xin, come eat. As the voice faded, a tantalizing aroma wafted into my nose. My stomach instantly started growling. Growl, growl. After battling shark all day, Xin Fang was starving, his eyes already seeing stars. Back at the cabin. Large leaves covered the floor, topped with sliced tuna, grilled conch meat, prawns, and shelled sea urchin roe. 2 bamboo cups of water stood nearby. Talk about thoughtful planning. If it were just a rough and tumble guy like him, he'd never have prepared such an exquisite meal. Chen Shuero knelt beside him with a cheerful smile. Come on, brother Qin, sit here, she said, patting the floor beside her. Ah, it doesn't matter where I sit, but I really am starving. Xin Fang shrugged and moved to sit beside Chen Shuero. No sooner had he sat down. The little minx yanked him toward her. Her head was pressed against Chen Shuero's soft, jade-like leg. Hey hey hey. What are you doing, you little rascal? Don't move, big bro. You must be exhausted today, so let Xiaoro feed you dinner. He. In an instant, Xin Fang felt his whole body flush. Looking up into Chen Shuero's adorable, captivating eyes, he thought to himself, this isn't right. I'm no rookie, so why am I? Stop spacing out, big bro, open wide. The little minx gently lifted his chin with one hand while offering a peeled shrimp to his lips with the other. I can manage myself. You eat yours. Xin Fang felt awkward and made to push her away. This little girl was usually so sensible, but he never imagined she'd act like this. Was this kind of treatment something he deserved? He'd always seen online that it was usually the guys peeling shrimp and fruit for the girls. Why now? Smack! Chen Shuero mustered an unexpected burst of strength, slamming Xin Fang back onto her jade-like thigh. You're not getting up until you finish everything. Chen Shuero's tone carried a hint of playful bossiness. But, little missy, I just don't think this is appropriate. I've never been treated like this before. Resting on the lap of an adorable young beauty, being personally fed by her? Even in his wildest dreams, he wouldn't dare imagine such a thing. What's inappropriate about it? Big brother battled sharks to the death all day to gather these resources. After working so hard, isn't it only right to feed you something? Here, open wide. Chen Shuero said, offering the shrimp again. Looking into Chen Shuero's sincere, bright eyes, Xin Fang hesitated no longer. He took a bite. That's more like it. Here, next one. Hey, little missy, when did you become so cheerful and lively? This isn't like the crying girl I knew back then, is it? Qin Fong teased. Stop it, don't bring up my past. I only act like this with people I care about. So, does that mean I'm someone you care about? Of course. If someone who saved me 3 times doesn't count as someone I care about, how cold-hearted would I have to be? You little minx. So is this your way of repaying me? Payback is only part of it. There's another part. What's that? Haha, I'm not telling you. Hurry up and eat, it'll get cold soon and won't taste good. After this, there's another task waiting. What next item? You'll find out after you finish. Chen Shuero gave a sly smile. After quickly polishing off the meal, Qin Fong finally realized what she meant by the next thing. It was giving him a massage. Qin Fong had initially refused, but Chen Shuero was relentless. Plus, this little minx's technique was anything but professional. She'd pinch here, press there, and occasionally swipe at Qin Fong's head. Sigh. What could he do? After all, she was just a college student, not a professional masseuse. But under his guidance from years of foot massage experience, Chen Shuero's technique gradually became more proficient. Qin Fong felt increasingly comfortable. As the comfort washed over him, drowsiness came like a tide. Resting his head on Chen Shuero's soft, rounded belly, Qin Fong slept soundly. Gazing at his sharply defined, peaceful sleeping face, her eyes brimmed with affection. Qin Fong, if we could return to reality, I would make sure the rest of your life belongs entirely to me. Chen Shuero might appear cute and reserved on the surface, but deep down, she pursued what she desired with fierce passion and courage. Even stubborn. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Qin Fong awoke, the little girl was still asleep. Maybe last night's massage wore the little girl out. Qin Fong quietly rose, gazing at her pretty face and thinking to himself, this little girl is truly mischievous and spirited. He stepped out of the wooden hut and approached the furnaces. All 3 furnaces had now completed their smelting cycles, yielding 3 iron ingots. This signified that Qin Fong had officially entered the Iron Age. Excellent. Let me see what can be crafted from these iron ingots. Chapter 29. This is what a bamboo forest should be. Following his earlier plan, Qin Fong swiftly took 1 ingot to craft an iron pot. Iron pot, iron ingot 1, rope 2. After crafting it, he used the other 2 to upgrade the axe. With a sharp clang, Qin Fong looked at the stone axe in his hand. It had indeed transformed into a razor-sharp iron axe. Gripping the iron axe's wooden handle, he felt its substantial weight, much like when he first obtained that exceptional spear. A chilling aura emanated from the entire blade of the iron axe. The previous stone axe could only fell small bamboo and trees. Against large trees, it was utterly useless. But with this iron axe, thick trees could be felled directly for resources, no longer requiring prayers for the game to respawn them. Moreover, the iron axe could dismantle thick trees entirely. With trees abundant on the medium-sized island, this iron axe meant there was no need to worry about timber at all. Iron truly is superior. It greatly boosts efficiency, and might even serve as a weapon for self-defense. After stowing the iron axe, he upgraded Chen Shuero's stone axe. However, upgrading items does not trigger the quality skill doubling effect. 3 iron ingots vanished in an instant. Qin Fong tossed the remaining 2 iron ore chunks into the furnace, then added more wood to continue the smelting process. By the time these 2 were finished, all 40 small pieces of wood collected yesterday were used up. It was quite the wood guzzler. If he'd stayed on that tiny island, he'd probably burn through all his wood in a single day. He shook his head helplessly and pushed the thought aside. At that moment, Chen Shuero also awoke. She stepped outside. Brother Qin Fong, what are you doing? Ha? This is an iron axe? It's so cool. Of course. This one's for you. Take it and see how it feels. Chen Shuero took it and swung it a couple of times. Wow. Brother Qin, this iron axe is so much lighter than the stone axe I used before. And it looks incredibly sharp. Of course it is. How could stone compare to iron? Let's test it out today. Alright. Oh, and I made another pot. Now we won't have to just eat roasted food, we can cook things too. Qin Fong finished speaking and pulled the iron pot from his backpack to show Chen Shuero. The little girl's eyes lit up with excitement. She immediately insisted that cooking would be her job from now on. Qin Fong could just focus on eating. But right now, Qin Fong's mind was focused on completing the system's assigned task. After checking his backpack, he realized that to prepare the shark feast, he was currently only missing bamboo shoots. The seaweed had already been gathered yesterday. Come on, kiddo. Grab a bite, then let's hurry into the island to search. Okay. After a quick breakfast, they packed some water and food and headed toward the island's center. Today's tasks were to gather bamboo shoots and sturdy wood to craft the shark feast and hunting traps. After returning, they would upgrade the bow and arrows. Hurry up, counting today, we only have 3 days left. Though they said 3 days, the last natural disaster struck on the final night. So this window of time could only grow shorter, not longer. Thanks to the exploration mode, Qin Fong was well acquainted with the island's resource locations. He knew where vines grew thickly, where bamboo groves stood, and so on. Chen Shuaro, having been attacked by wild boars and bears during previous foraging trips, had rarely ventured deep into the island's interior recently. All along the way, the young lady cautiously followed behind Qin Feng. Once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. Qin Feng understood completely, so he held her small hand tightly throughout their journey. This gesture greatly boosted her sense of security. Qin Feng had a clear objective: head straight for the bamboo grove. Though he knew the exact location, caution remained paramount. After all, exploration mode only provided 80% of the information, and danger could very well lurk within that remaining 20%. There's so much underbrush on this island. Stay close to me, okay? Don't get separated. Qin Feng said as he hacked through the foliage. Got it. After hacking through the thickets, the two finally spotted the bamboo grove. Now this is a bamboo forest. Qin Feng couldn't help but recall the bamboo grove on his own little island. Compared to this, honestly, his own was just a few bamboo stalks that happened to grow together. They pressed onward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Quack, quack, quack. The air was filled with the constant chorus of various birdsong. The air carried a faint, refreshing scent of bamboo. The two exchanged a glance, said nothing, and got straight to work. Qin Feng wielded his iron axe, hacking fiercely at the bamboo. After just 3 or 4 swings, they had their harvest. This efficiency was at least twice as fast as using the stone axe before. Seeing how efficient it was, they chopped with increasing vigor. Though the young girl chopped somewhat slower, their combined gathering pace still outpaced a single person. In less than 2 hours, they gathered 20 bamboo stalks. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, bamboo axe 100. Look, brother Qin Feng. How long have we been chopping? We've already gathered 100 bamboo stalks. Chen Shuaro's adorable face beamed with delight. Qin Feng marveled, you're right. Look, I've only used up a third of my stamina. Before, even working non-stop all morning, I'd barely gather a dozen bamboo stalks and be completely drained. This huge change is all thanks to you, brother. Without your amazing skills and the furnace you worked so hard to get, how could we have developed this fast? The little girl chattered cheerfully, wiping sweat from Qin Feng's forehead with her hands. You're such a sweet talker. Not at all. Xiao Rose just telling the truth. He. Qin Feng was thoroughly amused. He affectionately ruffled her hair, thinking to himself, with this little chatterbox constantly chirping away by my side, life truly feels enriched. Hunting traps required 60 bamboo poles, and the shelter needed another 60. That was 120 poles in total. Plus the portion left in my backpack from before. The bamboo was more than enough. Alright, little one, take a break. I just calculated it, we have more than enough bamboo. You go dig up some more bamboo shoots while I go hunt a few birds. Even the most sumptuous seafood gets old, right? Okay, big bro. But there's still so much bamboo here, shouldn't we cut some more? Save the green mountains and you'll never worry about firewood. Bamboo and trees take a long time to respawn. We should cherish what we have. Go on now. Got it. Chen Shuaro was very obedient, doing exactly as Qin Feng said. She immediately stowed her axe and bent down to gather bamboo shoots. Qin Feng, meanwhile, drew his bow and arrows, preparing to shoot. The bamboo in the game wasn't very tall, and the birds' flight paths were programmed to be quite predictable. They only flitted between 2 fixed trees. They absolutely never ventured onto other trees. This made hunting them even easier. Whoosh! 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 Thud! 3 arrows brought down 2 little sparrows. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, sparrows x10. Skill quintupling is so satisfying, 2 sparrows become 10. That's awesome. Just as he was feeling pleased, he suddenly heard the little girl shouting, Qin Feng. Come quick! Come quick! Chapter 30, Planting Apple Trees. Whoa! What's going on? Qin Feng's heart sank. Could she be in danger? Oh no! He swiftly tucked the sparrow into his backpack, grabbed his spear, and dashed toward Chen Shuaro. What's wrong, kid? What happened? Chen Shuaro was crouched on the ground. Qin Feng asked while scanning the surroundings warily. Come quick, big bro. Look at this. Chen Shuaro turned her head, pointing at a dark, sticky substance on the ground. What is this? What is it? Qin Feng asked. But judging by her appearance, the little girl seemed unharmed. That was a relief. Remember how I mentioned finding an apple seed earlier but couldn't find suitable soil to plant it? I think I remember. Could this be? Exactly. This little patch is soil for growing fruit trees. Huh? Really? Of course it is. And just as we set out, I secretly brought along the apple seed. You little minx, you really are quite thoughtful. Hee, I'll plant them right now so you can eat apples I grew myself. And you know what, big bro? These apples can restore some health points too. I think 1 apple restores 3 health points. 3 health points? That doesn't seem like much. Brother, you don't know this yet. Let me tell you, Xiao Rou. Planting apple trees is a bit troublesome at first, but once they're successfully planted, you just need to water them regularly every day. As long as you don't cut them down, they'll produce apples periodically. And each tree yields at least 20 apples. 20? Yes. And it reliably produces at least 20 apples. Not only do they restore health points, but they also replenish your fullness and hydration levels. Oh, and yesterday I checked the planting section. Wild ginger loses a lot of its potency when cultivated. If you replant the harvested ginger, the effect gets even weaker each time. So you're saying each time wild ginger is replanted, its effectiveness diminishes? If you keep planting it, won't it eventually become completely ineffective? That's right, brother Qin Fong. So in the long run, apple trees are more reliable. The only catch is that apple seeds are hard to come by. The game doesn't let you harvest seeds from the fruit, so you have to rely on luck to get them. That's no problem. The island is so vast we'll find some eventually. But little miss, you mentioned a planting section earlier. I've never heard of that before. Qin Fong recalled that his multifunctional watch didn't seem to have that feature. You don't have it? That shouldn't be possible. Chen Shuero said, holding her watch interface up for Qin Fong to see. Sure enough, a new planting section appeared on Chen Shuero's watch. Opening it revealed extensive planting information and various crop profiles. Well, her skill was cultivation after all. It made sense she'd have a dedicated planting section. I don't have it, you little minx. You're pretty impressive, Qin Fong chuckled. It's okay, big brother doesn't have the cultivation skill, but having you is enough for me. Chen Shuero grinned at Qin Fong and promptly planted the apple seeds. Beep. 2 progress bars appeared on the soil. One represented moisture levels, the other health levels. Moisture levels were straightforward, but the little girl mentioned health levels required regular additions of animal manure to improve. Much like fertilizing. This manure spawns randomly on the island or drops when you chase away wild beasts. Additionally, there's a chance for seeds from other fruit trees to appear within the dung. However, areas where this dung appears are also likely to be frequented by beasts. After completing the follow-up planting tasks, I harvested some bamboo shoots and triggered the double-up skill. The total yield was 25. Before leaving, Qin Fong set up the 2 bird traps he had crafted earlier. What if they caught another pheasant? You never know. Oh right, he'd need to build the chicken coop when he had time. Leaving the bamboo grove, he pressed deeper into the island. From the outside, the entire island appeared lush and verdant, densely covered in trees. But many of these trees could be called NPC trees. They couldn't be used for building. They're merely for environmental decoration. The trees suitable for construction, like the bamboo grove, were clustered together in one area. That was precisely where the 2 were headed. This area lies to the southwest of the bamboo grove. Between the 2 areas, the underbrush was incredibly dense, making the entire environment resemble a primeval forest. Qin Fong led the way, using his spear to tap the thickets ahead, preventing snakes from suddenly appearing. Once he confirmed it was safe, he used his axe to hack a path through the thicket. Behind him, Chen Shuero kept busy, occasionally gathering supplies scattered on the ground. Large leaves, vines, and some flax. Their division of labor was clear. Though their progress was slow, their haul was substantial. Even just the supplies gathered from the ground, when handed over to Qin Fong and boosted by his doubling skill, amounted to a considerable quantity. Time passed. Finally, after less than 2 hours of hacking through the undergrowth, they caught sight of the forest. The forest covered an area roughly the same size as the bamboo grove. Scattered on the ground were thick trees that could be harvested directly. Bare and branchless, their numbers were not great. Most were upright trees, unlike the towering, thick NPC trees. These trees were uniformly thick and of suitable height. At first glance, every tree in the entire forest appeared identical. No wonder it is a game, after all. This was perfectly normal. It was now past noon. After replenishing their hunger and hydration levels, the 2 continued gathering. The sturdy trees proved slightly harder to cut than bamboo, demanding more physical exertion. Time flew by as they busied themselves. After a series of loud cracks and pops, the pair managed to gather a total of 20 sturdy logs, including some scattered on the ground, leaving their stamina nearly depleted. This was only possible with the iron axe. With stone axes, they certainly wouldn't have gathered this much. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, sturdy trees x 100. Thank goodness for the skill doubling. Otherwise, the axe would have been smoking, and we wouldn't have finished this fast. Take a break, kid. 100 sturdy logs should be more than enough to build a shelter and set up hunting traps. Hunting traps? What are those? Qin Fong suddenly remembered he hadn't told the little girl about the plan to hunt the bear. After a brief explanation, the girl didn't press further about where the hunting traps came from. Instead, she kept wiping the sweat off Qin Fong's forehead, murmuring reminders for him to stay safe. Don't worry. This is the best plan for now. Once we get back, we'll upgrade the bows to iron ones. That should boost our chances of success. By now, dusk was approaching, and visibility deep within the island was gradually fading. Come on, kid. We're already far from the cabin. We need to hurry back. The forest is too dangerous at night. Okay, big bro. Just wait a sec, there are 2 big leaves over there. I'll grab them and we'll go. Forget it. They're just 2 big leaves. We'll find more on the way back. No big deal, it's no trouble at all. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Be careful. Ah, this girl's so thoughtful and thrifty. But visually, the distance is less than 10 meters. Should be fine. Ah. Brother Qin Feng. Quick, wild boar, wild boar. Chapter 31, The Wild Boar Fight. A wild boar? Before the words had fully left her mouth, a wild boar covered in black bristles slowly emerged from a clump of bushes not far ahead of Chen Shuero. Nearly 1.6 meters long, its 2 tusks curved sharply upward. Its dark eyes fixed on Chen Shuero with fierce intensity. Unlike domestic pigs, wild boars possessed fierce aggression and an extremely volatile temperament. They were also relentlessly persistent. Once provoked, they would pursue their target without cease until they knocked them to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng charged forward, spear in hand. Chen Shuero reacted swiftly too. Spotting the boar, she spun on her heel and tried to flee. But alas, she was far too close to the boar, there was no time left to flee. Gore! The boar bellowed and charged straight at Chen Shuero. Get out of the way, girl! In the blink of an eye. Chen Shuero stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng as a powerful gust of wind swirled behind her. Yet her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, utterly unable to move. Thud! Ah! Chen Shuero was gored by the wild boar and sent flying 2 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. You fool! Qin Feng immediately turned and sprinted toward Chen Shuero. Chen Shuero felt as if her body was about to snap in 2. She struggled to get back up and flee, but she couldn't muster the strength. Little girl, how are you? Qin Feng rushed over and helped her up. I'm okay, brother. Quick, we have to leave. Leave? That beast injured you. Even if we leave, I'll make it pay dearly. But brother Qin, that wild boar is incredibly strong. It's not something we can handle. I can still get up now, She groaned as she struggled to lift herself slightly, her 2 slender arms trembling uncontrollably. Thud! She collapsed again. Girl! Stay down. This beast is relentless. We won't get away until we deal with it. But then you should go, brother. Don't worry about me. Leave you? How could I possibly leave you? It's just a damn wild boar. If I can't handle it, how could I ever face that giant bear? I'm scared. Don't be afraid, silly girl. If it hurts you, I'll make it pay tenfold. Once we kill this thing, I'll use its meat to nourish your body. He patted Chen Shuero's hand and continued, Don't worry. I'm not afraid of sharks in the sea, let alone a little wild boar. Chen Shuero's eyes were bloodshot, her lips tightly pressed together, yet she couldn't utter a single word. Sigh. She'd dragged him into trouble again. Yet he still hadn't abandoned her. Squeal! The boar let out another howl. Its hind legs kicked furiously at the ground, and with a whoosh, its massive body charged toward Qin Feng once more. Damn it, perfect timing. Qin Feng sprang to his feet, gripping his spear tightly. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the boar's attack head-on. Brother, be careful. Thud. The spear, with its reach advantage, struck the boar first. The boar's speed visibly slowed, but its sheer weight and momentum sent Qin Feng flying half a meter backward. Qin Feng felt as though his chest had been struck by an iron hammer, burning fiercely. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Qin Feng began moving to the left. He needed to lure the boar away to the side, otherwise, the 2 of them risked accidentally injuring Chen Shuero during the struggle. The girl was physically weaker to begin with. If she were injured again, it could very well be life-threatening. As he moved, Qin Feng kept taunting the boar with provocative gestures. He drew the boar's attention. He wanted the boar to focus entirely on him, ensuring greater safety for Chen Shuero, who was defenseless. In theory, the attack patterns of beasts within the game were predetermined. Fixed patterns inevitably reveal weaknesses. Finding those weaknesses would make it easier to take them down. But this was her first time facing a wild boar, and she wasn't sure. As Qin Feng pondered this, the boar across from him let out a bellow and charged once more. Its massive body tore through the surrounding bushes with a crackling sound, closing the distance to Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. This time, Qin Feng didn't meet its charge head-on. His earlier encounter had taught him that this boar's attacks differed from those of sharks. Its charge couldn't be interrupted. To charge headlong again would be sheer folly. Qin Feng leapt to the side. The boar's body brushed past his back as it charged forward. Dodging the attack, Qin Feng spun around and thrust his spear hard into the boar's hindquarters. He expected the boar to immediately turn and attack again, but it didn't. Instead, it stood still for a few seconds before finally turning around. Wait! Could this be its opening? Now, the boar's eyes bloodshot, it had already turned and charged toward Qin Feng. Its hind legs kept stomping the ground. Qin Feng saw it all. The hind legs pounding the ground, this was the precursor to its next attack. Qin Feng steadied himself, but now was not the time to dodge. He had to wait until the moment the boar charged past before moving, only then would he have a chance to dodge. Just as Qin Feng had anticipated, the boar pawed the ground a few times before charging forward once more. Now! Qin Feng shifted sideways and the boar flew past him once more, grazing his body. Damn you! Take this spear! He roared, thrusting his spear 3 times into the boar's hindquarters. 2 bloody gashes now marred the boar's back. After thrusting, Qin Feng swiftly retreated backward. Once he'd created distance, he drew his bow. 3 arrows flew simultaneously. Thud! 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 All hits. He couldn't rely on just one method, he had to finish off this boar quickly. Because Qin Feng could clearly feel the visibility around him growing increasingly dim. Soon, the sky would be completely dark. After dark, the beasts on this medium-sized island would spawn in greater numbers. At that point, the danger would multiply exponentially. He certainly couldn't make it out with the little girl in tow. He glanced at the boar again. He had expected that after all 3 arrows struck, another gash would appear on its body. But it hadn't. Damn it, this boar really is tough as nails. Just as he thought this, the boar charged again. But this time, Qin Feng hesitated only for a moment. By the time he tried to dodge to the side, it was already too late. Thud! The wild boar rammed into him with tremendous force, sending his suspended body flying straight out a meter. He crashed heavily to the ground. Qin Feng! Are you okay? Chen Shuero's anxious voice rang out nearby. You stinking boar, don't bully brother Qin Feng. Ouch! Chen Shuero tried to stand up, but the pain in her body flared up again, forcing her back down to the ground. It's okay, kid. I'm fine. Just wait for some roasted wild boar tonight. Chapter 32, Escape to Freedom. Damn it! Qin Feng scrambled back to his feet. After 2 attacks, his health had dropped by 53 points. You bastard! If I don't skin you alive tonight, I'll change my surname. He drew his bowstring once more and fired another arrow at the boar. Thwack! 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 3 arrows struck their mark, finally leaving another bloody gash on the boar's hide. No choice, the stone bow's power is limited. But now the boar has 3 wounds. 2 more to go, push harder. The boar continued charging toward Qin Feng. This time, Qin Feng reacted swiftly. He had noticed that whenever the boar dug its hind legs into the ground, it would immediately charge forward. He had noticed this pattern twice before, but it needed verification. But the outcome was the same all 3 times. There was no doubt about it. Dodging the attack once more, Qin Feng thrust his spear forward, driving it deep into the boar's hindquarters. After the thrust, he pulled back to create distance and fired arrows. 3 spears and 3 arrows later, the 4th blood trail appeared. Just 1 more to go. This boar is incredibly resilient. Sharks slow down after being hit, but this boar hasn't lost any speed at all. It's a real pain to deal with. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the boar charged again. Qin Feng dodged it again. He raised his spear and leaped directly onto the boar's back, stabbing wildly. One last strike. He couldn't give the boar another chance. This time, Qin Feng thrust straight into the boar's back 4 times. 5 bloody gashes spread across the boar's body. The boar finally collapsed. Qin Feng slumped half-collapsed beside it, gasping for breath. The sky grew darker around them. The temperature had dropped significantly. The forest, once relatively quiet, now echoed with rustling sounds. This was not a good sign. No! This isn't the time to rest. I have to get the little girl out of here fast. Qin Feng drew his stone knife. He swiftly butchered the wild boar lying on the ground. He ended up with 10 kilograms of wild boar meat and 2 pieces of boar hide. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the hidden achievement Pig Terminator and obtaining 1 blueprint for boar hide armor. Ding! Triggered doubling skill, Wild Boar Hide X10. Boar hide armor? What's that? Never mind, no time for this now. We gotta get out of here fast. Qin Feng rose and hurried over to Chen Shuero's side. By then, Chen Shuero had already sat up straight. You okay, kid? Can you walk? I'm okay, brother Qin Feng. I'll try. Chen Shuero braced herself with one hand, attempting to stand upright. But mid-air, her balance faltered, and she tumbled back down. Qin Feng reacted swiftly, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Before Qin Feng could speak, Chen Shuero declared stubbornly, "Brother, I'm fine. I can do this. I just lost my balance earlier. Let me try again." You silly girl, how am I supposed to tell if you can or not? It's about to get dark, and night falls even faster in the forest. There are more beasts at night. We have to leave this place immediately. Come on, kid, hop on my back. Brother. Chen Shuero wanted to insist, but Qin Feng was right. Time was running out, they had to leave immediately. It's fine, hurry. Qin Feng crouched down. Chen Shuero carefully wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck from behind, leaning her entire body onto his back. Her delicate face pressed close to his ear. Brother. I'm ready. A warm breath brushed against his ear. Hold on tight, I don't want you to fall off when I start running, Qin Fong said as he stood up. As the words fell, the arms wrapped around his neck tightened once more, and her legs clamped even harder against his sides. Her entire body pressed tightly against his back. For a moment, Qin Fong felt something pressing against him. I'm holding on tight, brother Qin Fong. I hope I'm not too heavy. Chen Shuero asked, her face flushing crimson. Though they'd shared intimate moments before, like when she fed him or slept leaning against his shoulder, somehow this felt different, making her blush with embarrassment. She couldn't quite figure it out. Not heavy at all, just like a little piglet. Huh? Really? Then maybe I should get down and walk myself. Just kidding. Hold on tight, we're almost home. Okay. Chen Shuero said, leaning her body even closer to Qin Fong. It seemed like she pressed even tighter. What can you do? She was just built that way. Her entire face pressed against Qin Fong's ear. Her warm breath made Qin Fong's cheeks feel slightly flushed. This little minx had said she'd get down to walk, yet showed no intention of doing so. Without further thought, he followed the route in his mind, heading straight north, a direct line back to the cabin. But the thicket along the way still needed clearing. Retracing their steps would be quicker. Once the route was decided, Qin Fong wasted no time. Holding Chen Shuero with one arm, he sprinted forward with an iron axe in the other. Fortunately, he'd cleared the undergrowth thoroughly during the day, so the return journey went smoothly. As dusk deepened, the rustling sounds around them grew increasingly chaotic. It felt as though creatures might burst out from the bushes at any moment. Chen Shuero felt a chill run down her spine, her heart racing. Don't be scared, silly girl. We're almost there. I'm right here with you. Huh? How did you know I was scared, brother? You're pressed so close to me, how could I not feel it, silly girl? Chen Shuero froze for a moment, then flushed crimson. You're so mean, brother. Didn't you tell me to hold on tighter? I was just worried you'd fall. Ugh. With you here, Shuero will never be scared. Though she protested playfully, recalling Qin Fong's reassuring words, her fear vanished instantly, replaced by a sweet sense of happiness. But what if one day I'm not here? You absolutely mustn't be afraid then. Then I'll just make sure that day never comes. You silly girl. I'm not silly. You're the silly one. These were Chen Shuero's unspoken thoughts. Qin Fong's footsteps quickened, and finally, as darkness fell completely, he sprinted out of the forest. Back on the beach, only a faint trace of the sunset's crimson glow remained. Turning to look toward the forest. In the darkness, several blood-red eyes flickered and shifted positions. Thankfully, I escaped quickly. If these creatures attacked together, even 3 lives wouldn't be enough. With his current strength, he could only take on 1 beast at a time. If 2 more appeared, he'd be overwhelmed. By the time he reached the cabin, Qin Fong's clothes were already soaked through with sweat. Truthfully, Qin Fong was utterly exhausted today. Chopping down the tree had already drained much of his stamina, then he encountered the wild boar, and now he'd carried Chen Shuero all the way back. By the time he encountered the boar, his stamina was nearly depleted. Qin Fong could distinctly feel his limbs growing heavy. But in a crisis, he had to push through even without stamina. This depleted his stamina completely, after which his health points began to drain. At this moment, Qin Fong's health points stood at a mere 28. He was in a critically dangerous state. Chapter 33, Brother, you're so kind. Brother, please put Xiaoro down. You're too exhausted. So close, Chen Shuero could clearly feel the trembling in Qin Fong's arms wrapped around her waist. This sight only made her ache with concern. Gently setting Chen Shuero down on the soft sand, Qin Fong pulled out 2 pieces of ginger and handed them to her. Sweetie, restore your health points first. Otherwise, your physical condition will remain poor. Okay. Chen Shuero replied. Qin Fong then took out 3 pieces of ginger to replenish his own health. Chen Shuero asked how much wild ginger was left, planning to plant another one tomorrow. Qin Fong nodded in agreement. After consuming the ginger, both quickly regained their full strength. Chen Shuero busied herself preparing dinner. Qin Fong handed Chen Shuero the shark feast recipe, instructing her to follow the steps outlined. The young lady was startled to see the recipe had additional attributes, but she quickly caught on. With features like a doubling skill, such recipe attachments were hardly surprising anymore. Qin Fong then walked over to the furnace. The last 2 iron ore chunks had been fully smelted into iron ingots. 2 iron ingots could upgrade 10 arrows. This would have to suffice. Opening the crafting interface, the 10 iron arrows were instantly upgraded. The upgraded arrowheads were exceptionally sharp iron tips, while the wooden shafts attached to them were smoother and harder than before. They looked considerably more refined than the stone arrows. At present, all 5 pieces of iron ore in my hands had been fully processed. I'll finish crafting the hunting trap later and secure it in a suitable location tomorrow. Oh, and there's also that pigskin armor blueprint I got earlier. With that, Qin Fong opened the blueprint. Pigskin armor arms 1. Crafting, pigskin 2 plus rope 4. Armor value, 20. Pigskin leg armor 1. Crafting, pigskin 3 plus rope 6. Armor value, 30. Pigskin armor chest back 1. Crafting, pigskin 5 plus rope 10. Armor value, 50. Armor function, defends the body. When attacked, armor value is depleted first. Holy crap, this is the real deal. So far, this is the first piece of defensive gear I've acquired. With 10 pig skins and plenty of flax left, I can craft a full set of armor. Without hesitation, Xin Fang gathered the materials and began crafting. In moments, a complete set of pigskin armor lay neatly before him. The entire armor was jet black, feeling somewhat soft to the touch, similar to chainmail. After donning the armor, Xin Fang immediately noticed a new gray bar appearing below his health indicator. Armor value, 100. Although his armor value had increased, Xin Fang felt his entire body grow heavier. His movements were noticeably less agile than before. No use complaining, this pigskin armor was the lowest tier available in the game. So be it, slower reflexes are better than nothing. What matters most is that it can withstand the bear's blows. Even if I took off the armor, I still couldn't outrun it. He stripped off the entire armor set, finished crafting the hunting trap, and stowed everything in his backpack. So far, preparations for battling the vicious bear were mostly complete, only the shark recipe remained unfinished. Then tomorrow, it would be time to set the traps and figure out how to lure the vicious bear into them. We'll worry about that tomorrow. Making those traps just drained my fullness, hydration, and stamina. I need to replenish them ASAP. Half a day has passed. Why isn't that little girl's shark feast ready yet? No sooner had Xin Fang spoken than Chen Shuero's voice rang out. Xin Fang, come quick. The recipe's ready. It's done? He hurried into the small cabin. The moment he opened the door, a refreshing fragrance instantly filled the air. It wasn't the usual pure seafood aroma. This delicate fragrance carried the distinct scent of bamboo shoots. It smelled absolutely wonderful. Come see, brother Xin Fang. How does it look? Chen Shuero presented the shark feast before him, her eyes brimming with both anticipation and worry. This was her first time preparing a dish with such unique properties. If it didn't turn out right, all the ingredients added would go to waste. Xin Fang examined the shark feast before him, comparing it to the recipe's illustration. Visually, it looks flawless. The aroma is rich too. Did you follow the ingredients exactly? Absolutely. I wouldn't make a mistake, Chen Shuero replied with unwavering conviction. Then it should be fine. But we won't know for sure until we taste it tomorrow. Good work, silly girl. Up close, Xin Fang could see beads of sweat forming on Chen Shuero's forehead. Cooking dishes with such special properties was incredibly physically demanding. It's fine, brother. This is nothing. I'm just worried I messed up the dish. If it's wrong, it's wrong. We still have ingredients left, just make it again. Don't worry. That won't do. Wasting food is so wasteful. Silly girl, I know you're thrifty, but we're not short on food right now. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered that stinky wild boar bullied you today, but we'll eat it later. It'll help you recover. Really? Chen Shuero's eyes lit up at the mention. Her little mouth kept swallowing saliva. Of course it's true. After all the hard work we put into taking down that boar, how could we not treat ourselves to a proper roast? How could we possibly do ourselves justice otherwise? What do you mean we? You fought tooth and nail for it. I didn't help at all. I almost slowed you down. Look how exhausted you are today. You silly girl, saying things like that again. If you keep it up, I swear I won't give you any roast meat. No, big brother. Xiao Rou won't say another word. He chuckled, ruffling Chen Shuero's hair before pulling out the sparrow and wild boar meat. After skewering the sparrow with a small stick, Xin Fang buried it deep within the embers at the bottom of the fire. The wild boar meat was placed on a wooden rack above to rotate and roast. Before long, the aroma of roasting meat filled the entire hut. We've been eating seafood for days. Since we finished the snake meat, we haven't had any land-based grilled meat. Try some. Xin Fang tore off a piece of roasted wild boar and held it to Chen Shuero's lips. Chen Shuero didn't hesitate, popping it into her mouth with a satisfying smack. Chewing slowly, her face lit up with delight. Brother Xin Fang, this is absolutely delicious. Xin Fang tore off a piece for himself and put it in his mouth. Savoring it carefully, he found it genuinely good. The meat wasn't tough, and it was rich with juices. The only thing missing was salt. If they added some salt, along with a dash of pepper and chili powder, it would be absolutely unbeatable. The taste is pretty good, but little missy, aren't you being a bit over the top? Not at all. You wouldn't believe it, before you came, Xiao Rou only ever ate scraps. She never got to enjoy grilled meat or tuna like this. The day you came, Xiao Rou spent days preparing all this food. Then why didn't you ask me for it before? Brother's food is hard to come by too. Chen Shuero lowered her head, pouting as she spoke. You little rascal. Never mind. From now on, you'll be with me. I'll take you out for meat every day. Here, finish this piece too. Wah, brother, you're so kind. Chen Shuero said, and tears began to fall. Hey, why are you crying now? Truthfully, Qin Feng couldn't stand seeing this little girl cry. Her tears made his heart ache too. Chen Shuero lowered her head and leaned forward, burying herself in Qin Feng's embrace once more. Wah, I'm just so happy, I can't help it. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Device. It took a long while for Chen Shuero to stop crying, but her little mouth never ceased moving during that time. One moment she'd take a bite of roasted wild boar, the next she'd savor a piece of sparrow meat. After finishing both, she would bury her face in Qin Feng's chest and cry again. Though she kept tasting, she only took small bites each time. After each sample, she insisted on watching Qin Feng finish the rest before she could move on. Qin Feng thought to himself, perhaps this little girl was frightened after being attacked by the wild boar earlier today, and this was just her way of venting. He recalled reading somewhere that girls apparently need to cry periodically. Now, Chen Shuero lay quietly in Qin Feng's arms, her breath rising and falling in a soft, rhythmic pattern. Qin Feng looked down at Chen Shuero, curled up like a little kitten, and felt even more tender toward her. If only he had some cloth to make a blanket. The nights these past 2 days seemed colder than before. He added a few more logs to the campfire to warm the cabin. Not feeling sleepy yet, Qin Feng opened the regional chat. Ever since arriving at Chen Shuero's place, he'd been busy with one thing after another, leaving no time to check on others' progress. With the disaster difficulty increasing this time, he wondered how the others were coping. With this question in mind, Qin Feng kept scrolling through the messages in the regional chat. What a crappy game. 2 types of natural disasters in the second wave? This is ridiculous. Upgrading the shelter consumes way too many resources. Exactly. My tiny island can't possibly meet those demands. This is basically forcing me to die. Stupid game. Forget basic resources, there are only a few iron ore deposits on my island. How am I supposed to complete the upgrade? Ugh. Just reading about these disasters makes me want to quit. Whatever happens, happens. I'll just tough it out with my plain old wooden hut. Hey, don't lose hope. 1 island isn't enough? What about 2? If not 3? We should team up with nearby islands, pool our resources, problem solved. Ha! This guy's actually pretty smart, he knows about resource pooling. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Given the current difficulty of the natural disaster, other players would struggle to cope without forming alliances. And this message came out on the very first day the disaster was announced clearly. This person reacted incredibly quickly. He clicked on the person's profile picture. His name was Li Feng, with personal assets consisting of 1 small island. In his previous life, he had been a merchant. No wonder he could think of this so quickly. But whether this is genuine resource pooling or a scheme to lure others in before stripping them of their resources, that remains to be seen. Scrolling further through the chat log, sure enough, some players had already begun inquiring with Li Feng. Some would likely message him privately. This served as a reminder to Qin Feng, the group was slowly taking shape. Especially for the heirs scattered across numerous small islands, mutual support was crucial. As for those on medium and large islands, they'd likely avoid alliances to safeguard their own resources. The formation of factions was hardly a positive development, especially since the exact locations of all islands hadn't been fully disclosed yet. Once revealed, these factions would wield immense power. The battle for resources would then become fiercely intense. Prepare for danger in times of peace. To defend our land, we must develop faster and grow stronger. Tomorrow, we must secure the iron ore mine. This is not only to prepare for natural disasters, but more importantly, for future development. While things remain relatively stable now, it's the perfect time to focus on developing our strength. Thinking this, Qin Feng lowered his gaze to the sleeping Chen Shuero in his arms. Such an innocent little girl, if she fell into someone else's hands, then. He dared not dwell on the thought and continued flipping through the pages. Over the next few days, the messages remained mostly complaints from the heirs of smaller islands. Some were deliberately or inadvertently discussing how to unite and weather the disaster together. Heirs from larger islands rarely spoke up, their abundant resources ensured they could handle the disaster without issue. Additionally, medium-sized island heirs posted resource trade messages in regional chat channels. After all, medium islands were designed with 1 or 2 key resources in abundance, necessitating further resource exchanges to weather the disaster. Who has extra iron ore? I have valuable resources to trade. Urgent. I knew there'd be iron ore exchanges. Qin Feng felt a surge of secret delight. Securing iron ore tomorrow, combined with his resource doubling skill, would yield even greater quantities. With only 2 days left before the disaster strikes, the tighter the deadline, the higher the value of iron ore. And the more valuable it becomes for trading up to rare resources. This deal was a surefire win. And since this person didn't specify what resources they were referring to, it was likely some rare resource they couldn't disclose. Probably to avoid drawing unwanted attention. I immediately tapped on his profile picture. His name was Wang Li, inheritor of a medium-sized island. Bro, I've got extra iron ore. How much do you need? What resources do you have? You're Qin Feng? Oh, this guy actually knows me. Well, I did make a bit of a name for myself early on, so it's no surprise he recognizes me. That's right, I'm Qin Fong. What resources do you have? How much do you need? You inherited a micro-island, right? Iron ore on that? That can't be. Since Qin Fong hadn't added Chen Shuero's medium-sized island to his personal assets, others couldn't see it. This was to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Never mind whether my island has any. I can get it for you anyway. Are you trading or not? Trade 10 cloth for 10 iron ore. Let's do it now. Cloth? Interesting. He remembered that the cloth he used to make his ship sail last time was traded for from Zhou Chang's second-in-command, Eru. Besides sails, cloth could be used for clothes, beds, and more. No more sleeping on the wooden floor every night. Plus, once I get it, I can use the research table to study it again and unlock even more new uses. Buddy, the natural disaster is only 2 days away. Even though they're the same tier, I can't trade one for one with you. 15 pieces of cloth for 10 iron ore, that should work, right? I'll trade you right now. Can't trade now. Wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow? Don't bull me, okay? If you can't get it, I'll find someone else. Relax. I'll get it. Before 1 p.m. tomorrow. Every minute past that, I'll throw in an extra iron ore. How's that? Fine, fine. Closing the chat window, Qin Fong scrolled down but found little else of use. It was already late and drowsiness overtook him. Qin Fong drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, behind the screen, Wang Li silently opened the chat window with Pupiol. Cousin, I'm certain that kid has already reached Chen Shuero's island. When are you guys moving in? We may have both been transported into this game together, but I'm just too far away from you to be of any help. Pupiol, after the natural disaster. We'll strike when his guard is down. If my device hadn't run out of power, I wouldn't have needed to bother you with verification. Once it's done, you'll be well compensated. Trust me. This is nothing, cousin. Your device can even pinpoint specific people to monitor, it's so advanced. We need to find batteries ASAP. If all else fails, maybe we should dive deep into the ocean again? The deep sea isn't something you can just dive into on a whim. The water pressure alone is enough to deal with. Not to mention those terrifying creatures. Luckily, I had diving experience before, and with a bit of luck, I managed to get it. Alright, then I wish you and your cousin success in the battle. This time I'll finish him off in one shot. I'll make him understand that taking what's mine costs him his life. And that Chen Shuero. Chapter 35, Going to Battle. Early the next morning, when Qin Fong rose, Chen Shuero had already prepared breakfast for him. Though called breakfast, it was actually the shark feast she prepared the previous day. Brother, you're awake. Try this shark feast quickly. If it fails, I'll still have time to cook another pot. Chen Shuero knew they were going to hunt the vicious bear today. If this dish succeeded, it would undoubtedly provide Qin Fong with an extra layer of protection. Qin Fong nodded and immediately began eating the shark feast. Unlike ordinary food, with each bite of the shark feast, Qin Fong felt a subtle aura emanating from his body. It was remarkable. When he finished the last bite, Qin Fong noticed Chen Shuero staring at him in astonishment. What's wrong, silly girl? Brother Qin Fong. You? Oh, no. I think I really did it. What happened? Did something change? Qin Fong spoke while glancing repeatedly at his own body. Nothing seemed different. It just felt like after eating it, the air around him seemed to turn cool. Brother, can't you see it? There's a faint protective barrier around you, brother. A protective barrier? Holy crap, that's ridiculous. It's real. Brother, you're completely enveloped in a faint layer of protective energy. If you don't believe me, let's go to the beach and see for ourselves. Qin Fong jumped up at once, dragging the little girl to the seaside. In all his 20-plus years, he'd never witnessed anything this incredible. He had to see it with his own eyes. Through the reflection in the seawater, Qin Fong truly discovered a faint layer of air currents surrounding his body. The air currents swirled around his body, forming a spherical protective barrier. Bang! Whoa! Ha! What's wrong? Qin Fong turned to look. He saw Chen Shuero with one hand pressed against the shield. But her palm couldn't penetrate any further. Brother, it really worked. Look, no matter how hard I try, my hand won't go through. Chen Shuero smiled, her pretty face beaming. Your strength is so weak. If that vicious bear had struck it, I'd bet this protective barrier would have shattered. But this definitely counts as a success. You're quite the little genius. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the attribute dish and consuming it. Reward, Iron Shovel Blueprint. Shovel digging for deep underground items. Next task, hunt a bear. Completing this task will grant catastrophe hidden information and special item rewards. Hidden cataclysm information? Special rewards? Could there be something special happening with the disaster this time? Never mind. I must take care of that bear today and see what this hidden information is. The pair immediately set off toward the location of the vicious bear. Along the way, Qin Fong briefly outlined his plan to Chen Shuero. The idea was to exploit the bear's anger after being roused from sleep to provoke it. Lure it out of the thicket and into the hunting trap. Brother, this is far too dangerous. Have you forgotten that wild boar from a few days ago? It was killed with a single swipe. Of course I remember, but I also discovered that only when the bear first wakes up is it unaffected by the traps. If we try any other method to lure it out, we'll never get it out of the bushes. Is there really no other way? Oh dear, this is just too dangerous. Don't worry. I've got my energy shield now, and I finished crafting a full set of boar hide armor yesterday. It'll be fine. Besides, the natural disaster is about to hit. There's no turning back now. You can't get the tiger's cub without entering its den, right? Xin Fang ruffled Chen Shuero's hair gently, signaling her to relax. Chen Shuero understood the stakes and reluctantly nodded. But in her heart, she vowed, if anything happens to you, brother, I'll follow you to the grave. No matter who the enemy is. With Chen Shuero in tow, they pressed forward until they reached the location of the vicious bear. Xin Fang deployed the hunting trap, aligning its entrance toward the ferocious bear. His bow, arrows, and spear were all readied. The two of them crept closer and closer to the ferocious bear. Kid, when that beast wakes up, you run as far as you can. Make sure it only targets me. Got it? I know, brother. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I've got some wild ginger here. The vicious bear lay sprawled beneath a tree, fast asleep. Its massive paw was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Damn it! Does someone pump it full of steroids every day? How did it get this huge? Screw it, I'll take my chances. A bear this massive, who knows if its body might contain an attribute recipe? Xin Fang muttered under his breath. His bow and arrow were already at the ready. He raised his hand slightly, aiming. Girl! Run! The words fell. Whoosh! 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 3 iron-tipped arrows sliced through the air, flying straight toward the vicious bear. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 arrows plunged deep into the bear's body. Ooh! The ferocious bear's roar shook the surrounding trees, causing leaves to fall in a shower. Its entire body surged upright. Its bloodshot eyes widened as it swiveled its head, scanning the surroundings. Xin Fang abruptly stood up, fully exposing himself to the ferocious bear. 3 iron-tipped arrows found their place in his hands once more. He fired them all at the bear in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 3 arrows struck their mark. In mere moments, 6 iron-tipped arrows had struck their mark. 2 bloody gashes now marred the bear's hide. Damn it, thank goodness I upgraded the arrows. 6 iron-tipped arrows hit it, and it only shows 2 bloody gashes? This beast is tougher than a wild boar. Just as he spoke, Xin Fang locked eyes with the ferocious bear. The beast instantly lunged toward Xin Fang. Xin Fang reacted swiftly, turning tail and running while knocking another arrow. This time, however, he loaded a stone arrow. His aim wasn't precise enough while running, so he used the stone arrows to wear it down first. He saved the remaining 4 iron-tipped arrows for the final showdown. But before he could run more than a few steps, Xin Fang heard a tremendous noise behind him. The sound approached with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, a powerful gust of wind swept past him. No way! Is this bear that fast? Even faster than last time. It seems this has truly enraged it. Xin Fang stole a glance backward. The bear was now less than 2 meters away. Its massive paw was raised high. Oh no! He tried to accelerate again, but it was too late. A dull thud echoed through the air, followed by the screech of shattering glass. Immediately after, a powerful shove came from behind. Whoosh! Xin Fang felt his body grow light as a feather in an instant. His entire body shot forward. The protective barrier shattered in response. Thud! Stumbling, Xin Fang slammed heavily onto the ground. Brother! Chen Shuero, standing nearby, instantly turned red-eyed. Gritting her teeth, tears streamed down her cheeks. She lifted her head, ready to rush forward. But she suddenly remembered what Xin Fang had told her. If she went to him now, she'd only make things worse for him. No. She couldn't go. Yet seeing Xin Fang struggling to his feet nearby, Chen Shuero's heart twisted in agony. Brother, if you are killed by the bear, Xiao Rou will not live alone. At that moment, Xin Fang felt as though his entire mind was in a daze, as if he'd just been hit by a car. She glanced at his health and armor bars, neither had taken damage. Yet the faint aura surrounding him was gone, never to be felt again. Before he could dwell on it, a powerful gust of wind swept toward him. He looked up just as the vicious bear's paw loomed inches from his face. Chapter 36, The Hunt Trap Collapsed? It was too late to dodge. Xin Fang could only raise his arms to shield his head. Thud! His entire arms felt as if struck by a giant iron hammer. Gah! Instantly, excruciating pain shot through his entire arm. The immense force sent Xin Fang flying straight backward toward the hunting trap behind him. The faint sound of cracking echoed. What's this? Xin Fang abruptly glanced at the armor on his arm. The pigskin armor was now covered in fine cracks. One strike? Just one strike shattered my armor? He glanced at the armor value. It had dropped by 34 points. Damn it! Other beasts lose attack power and speed after taking damage, but this thing actually gets stronger? Qin Feng cursed under his breath. He knocked an arrow and fired it straight at the vicious bear's head. Looks like I've got no choice but to finish you off today. The arrow flew swiftly, striking the vicious bear once more. The stone arrow didn't deal significant damage, leaving no visible blood trail. But it only enraged the beast further. The ferocious bear charged toward Qin Feng once more. Faster. Like a speeding truck accelerating out of control. Watching the ferocious bear hurtling toward him, Qin Feng showed no sign of panic. His feet shifted slightly, and with a swift sway of his body, he arrived at the entrance of the hunting trap. He was using himself as bait to lure the bear into the trap. Come on. The faster you charge, the better. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious bear was upon Qin Feng. A powerful gust of wind slammed into his face. The Qin Feng of old would have been paralyzed with fear, unable to move. But after all he'd been through these past days, his composure had improved immeasurably. Facing the charging beast, Qin Feng remained utterly composed, his eyes carefully gauging the bear's distance. Now! Qin Feng growled under his breath, driving his feet into the ground with a powerful thrust. Just as the bear was about to collide with him, his entire body leapt sideways. The sheer force of its momentum left the beast no room to change course. Thud! The entire beast plunged headfirst into the hunting trap. The trap's base was constructed of thick timber and stone slabs, making it extremely sturdy. At the trap's center lay a dense field of sharp bamboo spikes. The moment the beast plunged in, countless bamboo spikes pierced its body. It was completely immobilized within. Arg! Arg! The ferocious bear screamed in agony, thrashing violently within the trap. Its massive body twisted and writhed, causing the trap to creak and groan incessantly. The entire trap began to show slight signs of deformation. No! If it breaks free by sheer force, I'll have no way left to hunt it down. Qin Feng sprang to his feet, loading 3 more iron-tipped arrows into his quiver. Whoosh! Thud, thud, thud. A third blood trail appeared. The ferocious bear's roar grew heavier, its massive body thrashing violently. The trap seemed poised to collapse at any moment. Only one iron arrow left. Shooting it into its body won't cause multiple wounds. Why not? Qin Feng summoned his spear. Why not engage in close combat? Only then can I kill it in the shortest time possible. Even if I get hurt myself. But there's no other way. Resolved, Qin Feng wasted no time, his feet carrying him swiftly before the ferocious bear. He thrust the spear toward the beast's head. This thrust consumed nearly all of Qin Feng's strength. The 4th blood mark appeared instantly. Yet it was precisely this thrust that caused the ferocious bear to writhe in agony, unleashing an utterly terrifying surge of power throughout its body. Its massive body twisted even more violently. A sharp crack echoed. The vicious bear had actually broken free from the hunting trap's restraints. No! Qin Feng instinctively tried to sidestep and dash backward. But it was too late. The vicious bear sank its jaws into Qin Feng's thigh. His pigskin armor shattered instantly. Immediately after, the ferocious bear delivered a powerful blow directly to Qin Feng's chest. His armor value plummeted to 0 in that instant. His health dropped by 33 points. Brother! From afar, Chen Shuero watched as Qin Feng was brutally mauled by the bear, her heart wrenching in agony. With a piercing scream, she charged toward him. She simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. If anything happened to Qin Feng, even though she was as weak as a kitten, she'd fight the beast to the death. Don't come over here, girl. Get back. Before Qin Feng could finish, the bear's attention was suddenly snatched by Chen Shuero running toward them from afar. Seizing the moment, he thrust his spear downward again. Once, twice, 3 times. Qin Feng attacked relentlessly like a madman. He absolutely could not let the vicious bear charge toward Chen Shuero. Absolutely not. Chen Shuero was a girl to begin with weak resistance. And she had no protective gear whatsoever. If struck by a single paw, there would be no hope of survival. Qin Feng's 3 strikes were swift and ruthless, each targeting the vicious bear's vital points. The 5th bloodstain finally appeared. Thud! The vicious bear crashed heavily to the ground. Its blood-red eyes regained their black hue. They held no life left. Gazing at the fallen beast, Qin Feng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His body seemed to lose all control, collapsing backward. But instead of hitting the sand, he landed in Chen Shuero's soft embrace. Brother Qin Feng, what's wrong with you? Woo-woo. Chen Shuero's face was streaked with tears as she stared at Qin Feng's armor, now shattered beyond recognition. Her heart ached deeply. Don't worry, kid. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Thanks to this armor and the protective shield. Why did you take such a risk? You scared me to death. No choice, girl. That bear's strength is too overwhelming. If we didn't strike while it was trapped, we'd never get another chance. Come, help me up. Qin Feng smiled as he ruffled Chen Shuero's hair. Seeing Qin Fong truly unharmed, Chen Shuero felt much better. She carefully helped him up, retrieved a bamboo flask from her backpack, opened it, and fed him some water. Next time something this dangerous happens, don't make me hide far away. I want to help you too. Silly girl, I told you to stay back for your own good. Besides, didn't you help me this time? Without the shark feast you prepared and the crucial information you provided, how could we have killed that giant bear? Well. Alright. Enough about that. It's all over now. Quick, let's see if this big bear has anything good on it. Such a powerful beast, besides the abundant meat, there should be other valuable things. But no matter how valuable it is, how could it compare to my brother's life? Chen Shuero pouted. Silly girl. Approaching the bear, Qin Fong drew his stone knife and began cutting it up. Chen Shuero helped him from the side. Soon, they harvested 12 kilograms of pure bear meat and 4 bear hides. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, bear hides x20. Not bad. 12 kilograms of bear meat alone would easily last them a week. Moreover, bear meat differs from other meats for the same weight, it restores 30% more satiety points than other meats. As for these bear hides, they'll be used to craft armor. The protective capabilities of this armor are twice that of pigskin armor. It also provides excellent insulation. Perfect for coping with the temperature drop during typhoon weather. And after doubling up, 20 bear hides will make exactly 2 sets of bear hide armor, one for me and one for the little girl. This means when natural disasters or beast attacks strike, both me and the little girl have an extra layer of protection. Just as Qin Fong was feeling pleased, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the bear hunt quest. Reward, special medicinal herb blackbone. Chapter 37, this much iron ore? Blackbone. Description, an ingredient that enhances strength for 1 hour. Usage, simmer blackbone in a soup. Requires an iron pot. Simmering time, 2 hours. Note, cooldown period is 3 days. Reading the information, Qin Fong's heart surged with wild excitement. Strength enhancement? Holy crap! No way! Strength enhancement fundamentally alters a person's core attributes. And it lasts for an hour? Isn't that a bit over the top? Wait, hold up, this is a game world. In a game, items that boost physical stats aren't exactly out of the ordinary. With that shift in perspective, Qin Fong's heart swelled with wild excitement. Increasing strength was essentially boosting his attack power. With enhanced attack power and a reliable weapon, he wouldn't be left in such a sorry state when facing beasts again. Surviving on this treacherous island, gaining strength was absolutely crucial. Don't forget the natural disaster beast attack arrives in 2 days. By then, he must test the capabilities of this blackbone. Feel the exhilaration of that instant surge in power. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hunting mission. Reward, hidden information on the cataclysm. This typhoon will last for 1 day. The beast attack will occur after the typhoon ends. This beast attack involves 3 wolves. Solutions: 1. Hide in the shelter, but food resources will be heavily depleted. 2. Engage in combat to kill or drive away the wolves, but this carries a high risk of fatal casualties. Note, wolves are highly aggressive and excel at group attrition tactics. To defeat them, upgrade your weapons and prepare defenses. Additionally, after this natural disaster, the basic shop section will become available. Hosts, safeguard your food resources, they will prove invaluable. Next task, upgrade the shelter to excellent grade. Completing this task will grant a new weapon. Each piece of this information, each piece is incredibly important. Qin Fong stroked his chin, his mind racing with calculations. But what shocked Qin Fong the most was the opening of the marketplace. And it was only a basic shop who knew what treasures might be found within. Plus, the hint about food resources being crucial, could it mean the items sold in the shop are somehow tied to food resources? If so, with the beast attack imminent, he absolutely couldn't let those wolves snatch away the food. If he could kill them, wouldn't that mean more food resources? No, he had to rush to gather iron or to mass upgrade his gear. If I could obtain new weapon blueprints, combined with the Blackbone's attack boost and the protection of bearskin armor, 3 wolves might not be impossible to take on? Neezy. Are you ready? We need to head out to gather iron ore immediately. Got it, brother Qin Fong. Aren't you going to rest and recover your stamina first? Mining iron comes first. We can recover stamina later. Alright then. Hey, brother, I think it'd be better to just bring the furnace to the iron ore site. That'd save us time. Right. You're such a clever girl. We can mine and smelt simultaneously. After smelting, we can upgrade some small items right on the spot, much more efficient. A flood of crucial information had just hit him, and he hadn't even considered that angle. Chen Shuero went back to fetch the furnace, while Qin Fong headed straight to the iron ore site to start mining. With the vicious bears gone, collecting iron ore was now smooth sailing. Pull back the top layer of soil, and beneath lies a deep layer of reddish-brown iron ore. We're rich. We're rich. With this iron ore and my resource doubling skill, I've got more than enough to upgrade 3 shelters. Plus, it'll cover all my weapon and tool maintenance and upgrades. But the wooden hoe in my hand is still too low level. Even if I upgraded with iron ingots, I won't be able to dig deep enough to reach the iron ore. Wait. After completing the last quest, I already obtained the blueprint for an iron shovel. It'll come in handy right now. Now every problem was solved. Xin Fang felt his energy surge. He pulled out some food and water from his backpack for a quick snack, then dove into full-on digging mode. The wooden hoe relentlessly struck the iron ore. 10 minutes later, the first iron ore chunk was successfully harvested. Ding! Doubling skill triggered. Iron ore X5. Just then, Chen Shuero arrived and placed the furnace from her backpack nearby. Xin Fang immediately tossed the iron ore into it, added wood, and began smelting. He smelted while gathering more ore, setting the furnace to auto-smelting mode. It automatically fed iron ore and wood from his backpack. Soon, the first batch of iron ingots was successfully smelted. Xin Fang crafted 2 iron shovels. Efficiency soared once more. Time and stamina slipped away rapidly amid the clanging sounds of their work. 2 hours later, Xin Fang, having just endured combat, was the first to exhaust his stamina. Once stamina was depleted, the only options were to rest in place or sleep to recover quickly. Chen Shuero still had some stamina left, but not much. So Xin Fang urged her to rest together. But she refused to rest, insisting that time was tight and the task was heavy. She argued that if she collected more, brother Xin Fang could rest more. Sigh. There was no helping it once this stubborn girl set her mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull her away. Ultimately, through their combined efforts and the boost from the double speed skill, they successfully gathered 120 iron ore chunks. 13 of these had already been smelted into iron ingots. If not for the stamina limit, they could have worked from dawn till dusk. But what could they do? That's just how the game was designed. Still, this quantity of iron ore was more than sufficient for their current construction needs. Whether it's upgrading the shelter or crafting better tools. Alright, little one, take a break. Once these last 3 iron ores are smelted, we'll head home. Okay, big bro Xiaoro isn't tired. Not tired? Look at the sweat beads on your nose. Xin Fang said, gently brushing her nose. Compared to what we're doing, this is nothing. Oh, and bro, when we pass the bamboo grove later, let's check on the apple trees. They need watering every day. Sure thing. Xin Fang agreed with a smile. The two leaned against a sturdy tree nearby to rest. During the break, Xin Fang opened the chat with Wang Li from last night and promptly transferred the iron ore. Wang Li was equally swift, immediately transferring 15 bolts of cloth. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, cloth X75. The instant he received the cloth, Xin Fang suddenly thought of Zhou Qiang. This cloth resource seemed to be abundant on his island. He wondered if that guy was alive or dead now. He hadn't seen him again since flipping through the records that day. Alright, and what about that guy Park Paolo? Didn't he tell me to wait for him back then? So many days had passed, and still no word from that guy. But these two, one inherited the middle island, the other the big island, both have abundant resources at their disposal. Better play it safe. Better safe than sorry. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Shuero suddenly tapped Xin Fang on the shoulder. Brother, listen, isn't that a strange sound? HM? A strange sound? Xin Fang immediately pricked up his ears, listening intently. The surroundings were quiet, just the chirping of insects, the calls of birds. A woof, a woof. A series of sounds that seemed to come from an animal cub echoed through the air. Wait. How could this sound? How could it be coming from the tree behind us? Chapter 38, A Bear Cub in the Tree Hollow. Xin Fang pulled Chen Shuero up, and both of them sprang to their feet. Exchanging a glance, they both turned their gaze toward the large tree. Brother Xin Fang, did you hear it too? That's right. The sound is clearly coming from this tree. But how could a plant make a sound? This is so strange. Could it be a bug in the game? A bug? That's actually possible. But since we're here, guessing won't help. I'll go check. Snap. Chen Shuero grabbed Xin Fang's arm. Brother, get your spear ready. Be careful. Got it. With spear in hand, Xin Fang cautiously approached the massive tree. The tree was thick and lush with branches and leaves. But it wasn't the kind of tree suitable for harvesting resources. As Xin Fang drew nearer, the howling grew louder. Xin Fang reached out and touched the tree trunk, nothing unusual. Just an ordinary tree? Could it be that this tree has become a spirit? If it really had become a spirit, how could the game possibly continue? But why did the sound seem to be coming from inside the tree? With that thought, Xin Fang gently pressed his ear against the trunk. Hiss. Sure enough. The howling was coming from inside the tree. Could it be inside this tree? What's wrong, brother Xin Fang? Did you find something? Hey, I think there might be something inside this tree. Something? You mean this tree is hiding? Chen Shuero looked utterly shocked. Hidden inside, it should be a living creature. This is too bizarre. It's just a game, no big deal. Kid, since we stumbled upon it, let's give it a proper search. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Okay, big bro. I'll check this side for any cracks or openings. Be careful, kid. Got it. The two began circling the giant tree, searching. Xin Fang kept searching the upper part of the tree, but found nothing but tangled branches, no holes or gaps. Suddenly, Chen Shuero let out a startled cry from below. Hey! Brother Qin Feng, look quick! Could this be a gap? Following the direction of her finger. Sure enough, Qin Feng spotted a small gap where the tree roots connected to the ground at the base. The opening was barely large enough to fit a fist. It was incredibly narrow. Peering inside, the gap was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Qin Feng crouched down, pressed his ear close to the opening, and listened intently. Suddenly, a series of howling sounds filled his ears. Neezy! You're something else. There must be a living creature trapped in here, and from the sound of it, it sounds like a bear. What? A bear's voice. Quick, let's get out of here. Let it stay trapped in there forever. Hey, wait a minute, girl. It's not a big bear. That sound is too thin, it must be a cub. Besides, this tree hollow is so small, how could it possibly hold a big bear? A cub. A cub sounds dangerous to me too. At that moment, Chen Shuero could only picture the massive bear's form and the ferocity of its attack. On top of that, Qin Feng had just been attacked by that vicious bear. So now she was like someone who'd been bitten by a snake, afraid of even a rope for 10 years. You silly girl. A big bear is scary, but what's to fear from a cub? Here, take this. Qin Feng tossed the spear to Chen Shuero before drawing his iron axe and lunging at the tree trunk. Hey. Brother, you're not trying to drive the cubs out, are you? Of course. Since we've encountered them, it's fate. Besides, it's just a guess. We won't know if it's a cub until we get it out and see. Sigh. Fine, be careful, brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng then swung his iron axe, hacking furiously at the tree trunk. But after several swings, the tree bark showed not a single scratch. Damn it! Probably because this tree isn't meant to be a resource, that's why it won't budge. Since it's no good from above, I'll try digging from below. He pulled out the newly forged iron shovel and began digging relentlessly below the notch. And honestly, this new iron shovel was no comparison to that wooden hoe. In just a few strokes, he dug a large hole beneath the notch. Iron tools really are the best. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Shuero beside him suddenly gasped, Qin Feng, look. Quick, look what's in that hole. Looking down, he saw a fuzzy, shadowy shape flickering in the dark recesses of the hole. Qin Feng crouched down, flipped the iron shovel over, and prodded the hole with the wooden handle. A squishy sensation came back. Could it really be a cub? Just as he pondered this, Qin Feng suddenly felt a force tugging at his hand. Whatever was inside was tugging on the shovel's wooden handle. Whoa! Little guy, you've got some strength. Qin Feng immediately gripped the shovel tightly and yanked backward. This tug did the trick, it pulled whatever was inside right out. Ah! This really is a little bear. Before Qin Feng could react, Chen Shuero beside him was quick to notice. There, clinging to the wooden handle, was a furry little bear cub, its entire body brown. Its eyes were wide open, and there was even a hint of foolishness in its gaze. The entire bear looked utterly dazed and bewildered, utterly adorable. Just as Qin Feng opened his mouth to speak, Chen Shuero flashed beside him. She immediately crouched down with a delighted smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Wow. Brother, this little bear is just too adorable. This is practically killing me with cuteness. Hey. You just told me to be careful and pull me along. You're changing your tune way too fast. But Chen Shuero didn't respond at all, as if she hadn't heard a word. Sigh, this girl. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, carefully extending a finger to test the bear. But even as his finger neared the bear's mouth, it didn't snap at him. Instead, it reached out a tiny paw and gently grasped Qin Feng's finger. It looked so obedient. Seeing no immediate danger, Chen Shuero whispered, Brother, can I pet it? Also, I've been meaning to ask, how did a bear end up hiding inside this tree? Looks like this cub's pretty tame. It should be fine to touch. As for why a bear's hiding in this tree, I reckon this cub must be that vicious bear's child. Plus, Neezy, look, this tree is right in the center of the iron ore. My guess is the game locked its cub inside to keep the big bear guarding this spot, feeding it through that crack we saw earlier. Ha! Is that really how it is? Then this game is downright inhumane. If it were humane, it wouldn't unleash all these natural disasters to kill people. Anyway, little one, since we've encountered this cub, it's fate. Let's take it home. Really, big bro? Awesome. Chen Shuero's face lit up with excitement. If this cub grows up, it'll be an unbeatable guardian for our home someday. Chapter 39, Getting Something for Nothing. Why would I lie to you? Give this little guy a name. Chen Shuero cradled it in her arms. A name? Let me think. How about calling it Big Fortune? May it bless us with great fortune and prosperity, helping us escape this game world. What do you think? Fine, whatever you say. After that, the two returned to the cabin with the iron ore and furnace they'd collected. After a morning of combat, both were utterly exhausted. After replenishing their food and water supplies, they fell asleep to quickly restore their stamina. Ah! If only there were something to quickly restore stamina, that would greatly increase time efficiency. When Qin Feng awoke again, it was the vibration of his watch that roused him. He opened his watch to find over a dozen unread messages. Damn, what's going on? Clicking through, he saw they were all messages tagged to him in the regional chat. Qin Feng scrolled up repeatedly, trying to figure out what was going on. Soon, he found the first message that had tagged him. Li Feng, at Qin Feng, the natural disaster is happening the day after tomorrow. Do you happen to know any more details about it? If so, could you share them with everyone? I also heard you found a lot of iron ore. Could you share some to help everyone get through this emergency? Rest assured, once we weather this disaster, we'll be eternally grateful. This is called resource pooling. It helps everyone weather the storm. Below this message, numerous island inheritors appeared. Without exception, they all tagged Qin Feng. Li Feng? Resource integration? You're not joking, right? This is basically just asking me for handouts. And they call it resource integration? The iron ore I risked my life to get, they just move their lips and expect to take it? Do they think I'm some kind of living Buddha? Damn it, and the worst part is all these people tagging me in the comments? Who knew Li Feng could gather so many followers in such a short time? And how did he find out I had iron ore so quickly? It must be Wang Li who spilled the beans. Open the chat window. Qin Feng, the game has already announced the natural disaster event. What else do you need to know? And this iron ore? I found it myself through hard work. It's a decent amount. If you want some, bring something to trade. I'm always online. Damn it! Coming straight to me demanding resources? First time I've seen that. Not long after sending the message, Li Feng's reply came through immediately. Li Feng, at Qin Feng, let's talk about the natural disaster first, bro. No offense, but while the game revealed the disaster format, it didn't specify the exact timing. Last time you managed to pinpoint the timing, so you must know this time too, right? Or is it that you know this time but don't plan on telling us? Brother Qin Feng, that's not cool. People aren't usually this selfish. Yeah. Li Feng's totally right. Qin Feng, how could you act like this? We've been waiting for you for days, yet you haven't said a word. What's the meaning of this? We used to think you were so compassionate, but now it seems you're the most selfish one of all. Not caring about the lives of so many people. What kind of person are you? Criticism poured in from all sides. Qin Feng read through each message one by one, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Many of these people had thanked him before, yet now they changed their tune so quickly. He never imagined that his well-intentioned warning about the impending disaster would become the very leverage these people used to blackmail him. Still, one had to admit that Li Feng was quite skilled at winning people over, far more astute than that Zhou Qiang fellow. Knowing his own words carried little weight, he deliberately elevated the discussion to a collective level. Qin Feng, everyone has made some very compelling points. I shared this information with you out of genuine concern, hoping to help us all weather the storm. Yet, just days later, this is the outcome I receive? If I hadn't warned you in time, many of you wouldn't even have the chance to criticize me now. Li Feng, brother Qin Feng, what do you mean by that? We're all struggling to survive. Sharing information promptly is only right. Helping everyone survive, isn't that what you should be doing? And with your abilities, Qin Feng, you have the intel and the resources. What's wrong with lending a hand? It won't cost you a thing. Exactly. That's right. What's wrong with helping everyone? With your strength, share some resources with us. That's right, Qin Feng. Look at us on these little islands, we've got nothing. Qin Feng, seriously, dude, are you out of your mind? And all of you, are you guys out of your minds? Weren't you guys just mocking me for inheriting the weakest island? Did any of you share resources with me back then? Now that I'm doing well and have resources, you come begging me for some? I seriously regret telling you guys about the first wave of natural disasters. I should have just let you all die back then. Besides, helping you was a favor. Not helping is my right. You can't even stand on your own 2 feet, yet you try to morally blackmail others every day? I'm talking about you, at Li Feng. Li Feng, brother Qin Feng, let's just talk, no need for insults. I was just asking, no other meaning. If you're unwilling, there's nothing I can do. But I hope all the island heirs see this man's true colors. His actions are truly heartbreaking. Seeing so many people without resources to fight the natural disaster, and he shows not a shred of compassion. Alas! Everyone, Li Feng, intended to pool our resources so we could all survive. But you've seen Qin Feng's actions. I've no choice now. Brother Li Feng, it's okay. Everyone saw your efforts. It's Qin Feng who's utterly unprincipled. Qin Feng deserves to die. Exactly. Qin Feng has no conscience. Qin Feng, go ahead with your resource consolidation if you want. But I advise you not to think you can just talk your way into moral blackmailing me into handing over my resources. I'm not stupid, got it? I do have iron ore, no question. If you want it, come trade for it. No one's resources just blow in on the wind. If you're truly in urgent need, then talk nicely. But if you try to pull this stunt, sorry, I won't give you a single thing. And listen up, all of you, use your heads. Don't get scammed and end up counting money for others. You come running to me trying to get something for nothing, and then try to guilt me into it? Do you really think I, Xin Fong, have a brain kicked by a donkey? Seeing his schemes exposed, Li Feng snapped, Xin Fong, don't think having some connections makes you special. I advise you to rein it in, or you'll end up losing both your resources and your life. Xin Fong, a small knife stabbing your own, but what an eye-opener. Seeing deception won't work, now you resort to threats? Do you even have the right? You fool! Survive this disaster first before you start talking big. Li Feng, fine, Xin Fong. Just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll fall into my hands. Chapter 40, De Fu's Transformation. Li Feng's face twisted with rage. Damn it, I was planning to team up with some island heirs to trick Xin Fong out of his resources. Instead, he didn't get the resources and got cursed at? Not only that, but he'd even blurted out my own thoughts. Damn it all. And the moral blackmail didn't work either. As Li Feng pondered this, a message suddenly popped up. He opened it. Ha? Park Piao-lo? Who is this guy? Park Piao-lo, hey, Li Feng, bro got roasted by that Xin Fong earlier, huh? Must have stung. Why not join us? Once this disaster blows over, we'll take down Xin Fong together. He's got more than just iron ore up his sleeve. Reading Piao Li's message, Li Feng suddenly recalled that this was the man Xin Fong had humiliated earlier. This Xin Fong who would have thought so many people wanted him gone. Alright, brother Pooh. But I'd like to ask one more thing, do you know where Xin Fong is? And with our strength, can we really take him down? Li Feng wasn't foolish. Such matters weren't settled with mere words. This was the perfect chance to gauge this man's true capabilities. Of course I know Xin Fong's location. Besides you, I have another brother in on this. The weapons are already ready. If you agree, the three of us can set out together. I don't believe we can't take down one Xin Fong. We'll split the resources evenly. What do you say? Take these materials enough to build a raft. We'll set a time and move together. Li Feng glanced at the extra resources in his backpack and felt reassured. Such generosity spoke volumes about his strength. And with three of them, including himself, he felt even more confident. No problem, brother Park. I, Li Feng, will follow your lead on everything. Successfully seizing Xin Fong's resources would not only greatly boost his own strength but also empower him to deceive more island heirs. Resource consolidation, in plain terms, meant first swindling the resources from these islands and promising to return double the amount after the natural disaster. But who knows if they'll even be alive after the disaster. For those who survive, I'll return a portion then. That would secure their trust, and next time I deceive them, they'll likely give me even more. And Xin Fong's resources would fuel his scheme to swindle even more. At this thought, Li Feng's lips stretched into a grin that nearly reached his ears. He could already envision Xin Fong crushed beneath his heel. Xin Fong looked down at the crowd echoing his words and shook his head helplessly. Ah! Everyone has their own destiny. He had wanted to awaken them, but decided against it. They only believe what they want to believe. No matter how much I say, it's just a waste of breath. Staring at these horrifying reports, Xin Fong fell deep in thought. He had never understood why the gap between the first wave of natural disasters and the second wave was so vast. But now he understood. This was the game's deliberate design. This second wave of calamities would inevitably eliminate many island inheritors. If you didn't want to be eliminated, you had no choice but to fight desperately, to do whatever it took to seize others' resources. If you don't fight, you become prey in others' eyes. It turned out the natural disaster wasn't the most terrifying thing after all. The real horror lay here. It forces people to turn on each other. Xin Fong let out a long sigh. Well, since I've been transported into this game, I'll just have to adapt to its rules. To survive and escape, one must constantly acquire more resources and grow stronger. This is the only way out. Composing himself, Xin Fong closed the dialogue box. His stamina had fully recovered, and he'd gathered a decent amount of resources over the past few days. It was time to put them to use. Stepping out of the wooden hut, Xin Fong repositioned the furnace and resumed the smelting process. He burned while consuming. First, perform durability maintenance on all existing iron tools and weapons. Next, upgrade the stone knife to an iron dagger and upgrade all stone arrows to iron arrows. With a sharp swish, the once crude stone knife now transformed into a razor-sharp iron blade. Though a bit small, it looked incredibly refined. Iron really is superior for everything. Next came the iron arrows. Thanks to his enhanced doubling skill, Xin Fong managed to upgrade and craft a total of 50 iron arrows this time. He even crafted a quiver. 50 arrows lay neatly arranged before Xin Fong. Bathed in sunlight, they gleamed with a deep black sheen. Gazing at these bows and arrows, Xin Fong felt a surge of security. Combined with his triple-shot bow, their combined power far surpassed what he had before. After completing the small items, Xin Fang began working on larger ones. He retrieved the cloth, timber, iron ingots, and large blades he had traded for. Combining them, he constructed a small chicken coop. He placed all 4 wild pheasants from his backpack inside. Thankfully this was a game world in reality, for wild chickens would have perished long ago after so many days. The moment the 4 wild chickens squeezed into the coop, they immediately started clucking non-stop. The noise nearly split Xin Fang's eardrums. He quickly grabbed some conch shells and shrimp and tossed them into the coop. The 4 wild chickens swarmed over them, devouring everything clean within minutes. The clucking ceased. In the game, once the caged animals wanted to eat, they would cluck incessantly. He then retrieved large leaves, wood, and stone slabs. He crafted a miniature nest. He lined it with plenty of dry hay. This would be Dafu's home from now on. Returning to the cabin, Chen Shuero was still fast asleep. Xin Fang carefully picked up a little creature. He gently placed it into the little nest. The little bear didn't cry or fuss, letting Xin Fang handle it without a peep, quite the good boy. The moment it entered the nest, its entire body collapsed onto the hay pile. Its body wriggled unconsciously, and the sight was so adorable it made even the burly Xin Fang melt. "You're quite adorable, little one. Since you're so well behaved, I'll reward you with something tasty." Saying this, Xin Fang pulled out a juicy piece of tuna and tossed it to Dafu. The moment Dafu saw the tuna, his round eyes lit up instantly. His little body pounced on the fish, both paws pressing down on it as he opened and closed his tiny mouth, devouring it with relish. Watching the little guy eat so happily, Xin Fang felt a surge of joy. Who would have thought that after being transported into a game world, he'd end up raising a bear? But in the blink of an eye, the half-pound tuna fillet was completely devoured by the little creature. After finishing, Big Fu actually opened its mouth at Xin Fang, looking as if it still wasn't full. "Whoa! Small body, big appetite. Here, have some more." Xin Fang tossed another half-pound of tuna to it. He could have fed it ordinary food, but using better quality food would increase the bond between owner and pet much faster. Plus, quality food would better promote its growth and development. Once it grew up, it wouldn't be just strong, it would be incredibly powerful. Soon, Dafu finished eating again. This time, however, it didn't open its mouth for more. Instead, it flopped backward, closed its eyes, and fell straight to sleep. "Ah, you sure live the good life, don't you?" Xin Fang remarked, only to see the sleeping little creature stir. And in a flash, its entire body grew a full size larger. Holy crap! That feedback was way too fast. Just like your mom. Chapter 41, Acquiring the Cleaver. This little guy had clearly inherited the terrifying growth rate of that vicious bear after devouring the wild boar. He patted Defu's little head, placed a bamboo tube filled with fresh water in the cub's nest, then got up to continue his work. Looking at the chicken coop, the bear cub's nest, and the furnace outside the small house, Xin Fang felt a faint sense of home for the first time in a while. Ever since I came to the big city to make my fortune, I haven't felt this sense of a small courtyard house in ages. Oh right. Speaking of small courtyards, how could there be no fence? He retrieved more wood and vines. He began constructing the fence. One section after another was completed, encircling the cottage like a protective embrace. Soon, a neat little square courtyard took shape. Not bad, not bad. If we could transplant that apple tree into the courtyard, it would be perfect. Just as Xin Fang spoke, Chen Shuero, the little girl, emerged from the house, her eyes still heavy with sleep. The moment she pushed open the door with half-closed eyes, they instantly widened. She stared at Xin Fang in utter disbelief. Xin Fang, where are we? Silly girl, this is our home, of course. Come out and see, doesn't the layout look great? Chen Shuero trotted over to Xin Fang and wrapped her arms around his. From this angle, they could see the entire courtyard. What do you think? Doesn't it feel less lonely now? The sun was just setting in the west. The fiery sunlight spilled across the courtyard, adding a touch of warmth to the cozy atmosphere. Brother Xin Fang, is this little nest for Dafu? Hey! This has a chicken coop too? Does that mean we'll get to eat eggs from now on? Of course. The first egg will be yours. No way. I'll save them for you. When you're away, I'll feed the chickens, take care of Dafu, and cook dinner for you when you come back. How about that? Fine, whatever you say. This little courtyard just needs some flowers and plants. If we grow them, it'll feel even more vibrant. Leave that to me. Don't forget I'm a pro at this. No rush. But now that you're out, it's time for the biggest project yet. What is it? Upgrading the shelter, of course. How else will we withstand natural disasters without it? Xin Fang finished speaking and immediately opened the resources section. Excellent grade shelter, iron ingots 40, stone slabs 110, sturdy wood 50, rattan 120, lumber 140, large leaves 100, rope 80, bamboo 60. All resources were fully prepared. Click upgrade. Whoosh. With a swish, a fluorescent band began to appear from the roof of the dilapidated wooden hut before their eyes. The glow slowly descended from above. Wherever it touched, the once dilapidated, drafty wooden walls transformed into perfectly fitted, exquisite panels. The roof no longer consisted of scattered large leaves haphazardly covering it. Instead, it became a single, solid wooden plank. Upon this wooden roof, stacks of large leaves were neatly bound together with vines and arranged in orderly rows. Not only was the seal now impeccable, but it was also far more aesthetically pleasing. As the glow continued downward, the entire hut underwent a complete transformation. It had become a remarkably sturdy and refined wooden cabin. On the side facing the sea, a small window had been added to the cabin. The wooden door was no longer made of a few planks. After its transformation, it was not only incredibly thick but also tightly encased in sheet metal all around. The seal is remarkably effective. Finally, the fluorescent band slowly descended to the lowest point, completing the cabin's upgrade. Overall, the cabin's sturdiness had greatly improved, and its total area had expanded significantly. Wow! Brother Qin Fong, is this what an excellent grade cabin looks like? It's nothing like the ordinary ones. The real difference is yet to come, Qin Fong said, taking Chen Shuero's small hand and leading her to the cabin's door. The last good grade cabin had a bed. Wonder what this excellent grade cabin comes with? Gently pushing open the door, the interior proved far tidier and cleaner than before. As the door swung wider and wider, at the far end of the cabin, a square wooden bed came into view. Beside the bed stood a small table and a wooden stool. Goodness gracious! The superior grade cabin even has furniture. Chen Shuero laughed as she bounded into the cabin and eagerly plopped down on the small bed. Though it was just a hard wooden plank, it was still so much better than sleeping on the floor every night. Qin Fong, come quick! This bed is so sturdy. Ha! Sturdy? Well, sturdy is good, evil grin. Ha! Qin Fong, what are you laughing at? It's good that the bed is sturdy, though it is a bit small. But it should be fine for two people to sleep on. It's not you, you little rascal. Never mind. You sleep. I've got wood left. I'll just make another little bed. No way. Making another bed is such a waste. We could use those resources for something else. Fine, it's settled. Seriously, why does Brother Qin Fong insist on making another bed? Does he not want to sleep with me? Or maybe he hasn't showered lately? Oh yeah. That must be it. After working so hard these past few days, why not take a bath in the sea tonight? And I'll make Brother Qin Fong take one too. We've got a new house now. We absolutely must bathe and change clothes. A little ceremony is always necessary. Hey, kid. What are you thinking about? Ha? Nothing, nothing. Oh well, Qin Fong's little bed is plenty big enough. If need be, I'll sleep outside and you sleep inside. Alright. You little minx, I'll do as you say. Honestly, he didn't want to sleep with the girl. It was for her own good. Why isn't she appreciating this at all? Sigh. Whatever. If anything happens, I'm not responsible, okay? But two people can't sleep on a wooden plank. At the very least, we need to make some mats and blankets. I still have plenty of fabric here. I'll use the research desk to see if I can figure out how to make them. Ever since I got the research table, I haven't had a chance to use it yet. Tonight, I absolutely have to give it a try. Let's see just how awesome this research desk really is. As Qin Fong pondered this, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the shelter upgrade quest. Reward, 1 good grade cleaver. Next quest, hunt 3 wolves. Ding! Doubling skill triggered. Good grade machete upgraded to excellent. Excellent grade cleaver, possesses formidable destructive power and lethality. Medium attack range. Researchable. Machete? System, you're seriously awesome. I was fretting over how to take on 3 wolves, and now you've given me a machete. This thing packs more punch than spears or bows. And the system says this machete can be researched? I recall the research table has an item combination function. Could it be, this machete can be combined with other items? Create new weapons? That would be absolutely incredible. Chapter 42, Acquiring a New Weapon. The Pudeo. At this thought, a faint smile couldn't help but appear on Qin Fong's face. But it was caught by Chen Shuero, who was standing beside him. Ha? What's Brother Qin Fong smiling about? Could it be he's thinking about sharing a bed with me tonight? Is he happy? Very likely. I thought he didn't feel anything for me. After all, she was one of the top campus beauties. Not bad, not bad. Brother Qin Fong really does like me after all. I'll need to take a nice, long bath tonight. Let Brother Qin Fong hold me while I sleep. Alright, I spotted some lavender plants in the bamboo grove last time. I'll pick them, wash my body with them. It'll smell amazing. Plus, there's a chance I might get some seeds. Planting them in the courtyard would be lovely. At this thought, a faint blush spread across Chen Shuero's cheeks. Brother Qin Fong, since it's still early, I'll go water the apple trees. Watering? I'll go with you. This forest is too dangerous. No need. I'm just going to water it and we'll be right back. Besides, you have so much to do. I can't have you worrying about everything. Well, fine then. Hurry back, okay? Take the same path you came in on. Oh, and take this with you? Xin Feng handed her the spear. Before she left, he still couldn't shake his unease, so he insisted Chen Shuero take a video call with him. Chen Shuero obediently nodded. Then, Xin Feng brought the research desk into the cabin. Compared to ordinary tables, the research table was sturdier. Most importantly, it offered selectable modes. For instance, the research mode allowed her to place any resource on the table and click research to see all craftable items from that resource. Another mode was synthesis mode. This mode required placing 2 items simultaneously on the table, along with grapevine adhesive. Finally, click synthesize. However, not all items will successfully synthesize. There is an element of luck involved. Moreover, you can only synthesize 3 times per day. If successful, the new item's capabilities will be significantly enhanced. After learning the functions of the research table, Xin Feng placed the cloth inside. Click research. Swish. A long list of fabric-related items appeared before his eyes. Among them were quilts, mattresses, sofas, fishing nets, and more. Items listed earlier required a higher proportion of cloth, while those further down needed several other resources combined with cloth to craft. Items like quilts and mattresses only require cloth and rope to craft. Fishing nets, however, required a combination of 3 resources: rope, cloth, and rattan. Still, this was already quite good for Xin Feng. Survival on a deserted island depended on all kinds of items. With this research table, it's like having blueprints for countless items. This greatly enhanced the richness of his survival options. Afterward, Xin Feng loaded all the basic production resources: rope, wood, stone slabs, and more into the research table, instantly unlocking blueprints for numerous new items. Items like fishing nets, stone slabs for fencing, protective bamboo spikes, and meat drying racks. Xin Feng gazed at the multitude of new blueprints, his heart surging with excitement. This research table is absolutely incredible. It unlocked so many items at once. And all of these can be crafted using only basic resources. Though the resource quantities required are enormous. But it's no problem. With my resource doubling skill, crafting these items is just a matter of time. First, place the required resources for quilts and mattresses on the research table according to their specifications. Finally, click craft. With a swish. The moment the 2 resources combined, a complete set of bedding instantly appeared in his backpack. Ding! Quality doubling skill triggered, blanket upgraded to good. Warmth and comfort effects enhanced. Xin Feng promptly retrieved the bedding from his backpack. The bedding felt light yet layered to the touch. They fit perfectly when spread out on the small bed. Things are looking up, things are looking up. At least life doesn't feel like that of a vagrant anymore. I wonder what expression that little girl will have when she comes back and sees this. Later, he crafted a jerky rack, wooden buckets, and other small household items. Though seemingly insignificant, these items significantly improved their quality of life. Now that basic sustenance was secured, it was time to elevate their standard of living. After finishing the small items, Xin Feng checked the resources in his backpack. They were nearly depleted. Only a bit of wood remained. The other basic resources were nearly depleted. Deciding against crafting new items, Xin Feng turned his attention to synthesis. He retrieved the seaweed and tossed it into 3 furnaces to begin the burning process. The burning process was quick. 3 grapevine adhesives were obtained. In synthesis mode, the more vine adhesive used, the higher the success rate. Therefore, Xin Feng smelted 3 more sticky substances. All 6 were placed into the synthesis slot. This time, Xin Feng wanted to try synthesizing a spear with a machete. If successful, the new item would not only inherit the machete's formidable offensive power but also gain the spear's extended attack range. Though failure was possible, success would yield an absolutely formidable new item. Without further thought, Xin Feng crafted another excellent great spear. He then placed both the spear and the machete into the research table. He clicked to synthesize. The research table thudded loudly, then began to vibrate violently. It felt like the shaking of a washing machine during the spin cycle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the research table emitted a sharp crack. The shaking ceased immediately. In that very instant, a flash of white light erupted. Xin Feng's eyes were instantly filled with a sense of unreality. When he finally regained his senses, a simple blade appeared on the research table. Ding! Quality doubling skill triggered. Blunt sword upgraded to excellent grade. With another swish, the broadsword instantly became sharper and more resilient. Entirely black, a cold gleam flashed along its blade. It looked truly formidable. I never expected the first fusion to succeed. Probably because the grapevine sap I used had a higher viscosity. Xin Feng picked up the broadsword and gripped it in his hand. Its sharpness rivaled that of a cleaver, yet it was longer. Moreover, the tip was exceptionally sharp, perfectly suited for stabbing enemies. It truly combined the strengths of both a spear and a cleaver. Its weight was also perfectly balanced, neither too heavy nor too light. Swinging it through the air created a powerful, whistling wind. With this weapon, our chances of hunting down the wolves will increase significantly. Besides, I'll make 2 more cleavers. One for the little girl to defend herself. That way, we'll have long-range weapons, close-range weapons, and even ranged weapons. No time to waste. Any new blueprints granted by the system automatically saved to the crafting section. And crafting machetes mainly consumed iron ingots. But now that he had just acquired iron ore, what was there to fear? He tossed 3 more iron ore chunks into the furnace. Crafting a machete requires 3 iron ingots, 5 pieces of wood, and 3 pieces of rope. After gathering the required resources, he was just about to click craft. Suddenly, Chen Shuero's startled cry rang out over the phone. Xin Feng. Look, look. What's that over there? Chapter 43, Bathing? Hearing Chen Shuero's cry, Xin Feng's heart sank. This little girl must be in trouble. Gripping his battle axe, he was about to rush out. His eyes scanned the video feed. But he saw no wild boar or other beasts. Looking closer, the video showed the same bamboo grove as before. Deep within the bamboo grove, a completely white animal appeared. Nizi? That? Shu? Brother Qin Feng, that's a white sheep. A sheep? Could it be real? As Chen Shuero moved her screen forward, she saw the white sheep lowering its head to eat bamboo shoots. Every so often, it would lift its head to survey its surroundings. It seemed highly alert. Hey, girl, slow down, slow down. Qin Feng had barely finished speaking when Chen Shuero's foot sank. She'd stepped on a broken bamboo stalk. The sharp crack instantly startled the white sheep. The white sheep instantly turned its gaze toward Chen Shuero. In an instant, it dashed deeper into the island. Chen Shuero was about to chase after it. Come back, girl. It's getting late. Going deeper is too dangerous. But, Brother Qin Feng, that white sheep is such a valuable livestock animal. Especially its milk, it's incredibly precious. It's highly nutritious, and the milk has detoxifying effects on humans. If used to irrigate crops, it can significantly shorten their growth cycle. What? Goat milk has all these amazing uses in the game? It's true. My farming section has a detailed explanation about goat milk. Plus, white sheep are incredibly rare. Just encountering one is incredibly lucky. If you could capture one, you'd be blessed with incredible fortune. But trying to catch it barehanded? That's nearly impossible. I think you need some kind of tool to help, but I'm not sure what it is. No worries. Since we encountered one on the island, we'll definitely see another. Once the disaster passes, I'll study it thoroughly. Next time we meet one, I'll catch it straight away. Come back soon, girl. It'll be dark before you know it. Oh, and how's the apple tree growing? Here, look, brother. The video rewound. On that patch of dark soil, a small sapling had already broken through the earth. It was already about half a meter tall. Plants in the game really do grow fast. It had only been 2 days. Alright. Come back soon, girl. Don't be shocked by the changes at home when you return. Huh? Changes at home? I'd better hurry back then. Qin Feng chuckled as he pushed open the door. By then, the sunset had already dipped below the horizon by the sea. The entire sea reflected a faint crimson glow, appearing as if in a dream. Lost in thought while gazing into the distance, Defu had somehow slipped up to Qin Feng's feet. Looking down, he saw Dafu staring up at him with bright, alert eyes. Its little bare paws kept tugging at his pant leg, and its tail wagged back and forth, utterly adorable. This little fellow truly radiated a lively spirit. He picked up Dafu and stepped out of the small courtyard, heading to the beach for a stroll. The weapons were now complete, and the shelter had been upgraded. The primary task of preparing for the natural disaster was finished. What remained were just scattered, trivial matters. Perhaps tomorrow I'll venture into the sea again to see if I can find more clay and sand to build additional furnaces. These 3 furnaces were still too inefficient for his needs. Additionally, Qin Feng vaguely recalled that last time, in pursuit of seaweed, he had ventured to the very edge of the deep sea. Though visibility was poor, he had glimpsed something lurking beneath the murky depths. True to this game's usual style, the greater the danger, the more precious the resources. This only fueled Qin Feng's curiosity even more. Besides marine resources, today's land-based resources had also been heavily depleted. He planned to take advantage of tomorrow's final day of calm seas to gather more supplies. He had tentatively set his plan for tomorrow. I wonder if this top-tier shelter can actually withstand a typhoon. He hoped it wouldn't end up like Chen Shuero's little cabin last time, battered by the weather, with rain pouring outside and dripping inside. Qin Feng. I'm back. Following the sound, Chen Shuero came running toward me, clutching a large bouquet of lavender. Her pretty face beamed with a smile. The setting sun bathed her in light, and her youthful vitality blossomed as vibrantly as the lavender in her arms. She was truly beautiful. A beauty untouched by worldly concerns, pure and utterly captivating. Next time, remember to come earlier, okay? I picked some lavender along the way, so I was a bit late. Sorry, big bro, Chen Shuero whispered softly, tugging at Qin Feng's sleeve. Alright. While you were out, I gave the place a little makeover. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Xiao Rou was just about to ask, did brother make something delicious again? After pushing open the door. Chen Shuero immediately spotted the bedding on the small bed, with a meat rack beside it for storing food. Beside the rack stood a medium-sized water bucket, and on the table lay all sorts of other everyday items. The entire cabin instantly felt warm and lived in, nothing like the cold emptiness of before. Brother, this little hut looks so cozy. Compared to that dilapidated wooden shack, this place felt like paradise. Chen Shuero exclaimed as she jumped onto the small bed. The soft quilt felt like cotton candy. She never imagined she'd sleep on such a bed on this deserted island. All this was thanks to brother Qin Fong. Besides him, who else could have procured so many wonderful things? Qin Fong watched Chen Shuero, who was as curious as a little kid, and felt truly happy inside. He couldn't quite explain why, but seeing her smile made him feel happy too. Could it be that he had already fallen for her? Before, he'd only thought her cute, sensible, and kind-hearted. A girl like that would be well liked anywhere. But that liking was superficial, the kind of shallow admiration men have for beautiful women. Now, though, if he went a while without seeing her, he found himself strangely missing her. And the longer he looked into her eyes, the more familiar they felt, as if they'd known each other for years. It's strange. It felt like this kind of pure affection hadn't surfaced since graduation. Its sudden reappearance left him feeling a bit dazed. Qin Fong, what are you spacing out for? Did you make this big wooden barrel too? Yep. I figured it'd be handy for storing extra freshwater. That way, if an emergency comes up, we'll be prepared. Oh Qin Fong, can Xiaoro borrow this barrel for a bit? The barrel? Are you planning to water plants with it? Once it's filled, I'm afraid you won't be able to lift it. I'll make you a smaller one tomorrow. No, brother Qin Fong, I want to use it for bathing. Bathe? Here? Chapter 44, should I wash you? Yes. If it's not okay, then forget it. I'll just go wash outside. It was already dark outside. Bathing by the sea would definitely be dangerous. And late at night, if I encountered something poisonous in the seawater, that would be disastrous. Besides, this wooden tub is actually quite spacious, big enough to fit me inside. It's already dark. Let's just wash inside. I'll get some fresh water from the filter and boil some hot water in the iron pot. No need, brother. Leave these little things to me. You just rest properly. Before Qin Fong could react, Chen Shuero skipped out of the wooden hut. You don't need that much fresh water for a bath. Mixing in some seawater is fine, Qin Fong called after her. Don't forget, we're still on a deserted island. Got it. Before long, Chen Shuero had boiled a large bucket of hot water. She added some clear seawater to the center to balance the temperature. The minerals and salts naturally present in seawater, when added in moderation, are beneficial for the body. All set, brother Qin Fong. The water's just right now. Come wash up. Aren't you the one taking the bath? Of course you go first. I added lavender to it, it smells so nice. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Oh, fine, just be careful out there, don't wander off. Why would I go outside? When I said you should wash, I meant I'd wash you. You're going to wash me? Are you kidding me? What's wrong? Hurry up and take them off. I don't trust you washing yourself. Chen Shuero, seemingly fueled by an unknown energy, stepped forward to start undressing Qin Fong. Wait. Men and women shouldn't touch each other like that. Even though they usually slept together, they always kept their clothes on. Taking them off right now? He frequented foot massage parlors, but always made sure they were legitimate establishments. Qin Fong had never let a girl wash him before. This was way too awkward. What, no physical contact between men and women? Stop fussing, the water'll get cold soon. Chen Shuero said, her hand moving like lightning to strip off Qin Fong's shirt. Then she reached for his pants. Wait. I'll do this myself. Why don't you wait outside? It's just a bit awkward doing this in front of you. Fine then, but hurry up. Sigh. I really don't know what gets into this girl sometimes. One moment she's adorable, the next she's downright bossy. Do all girls have this dual nature? He quickly stripped off his clothes. Qin Fong stepped into the wooden tub. Instantly, warmth crept up from his feet and spread throughout his body. The sensation felt even more blissful than soaking in a hot spring. Qin Fong let out an involuntary soft gasp. Bang! Before he could close his eyes in bliss, Chen Shuero barged right in. Brother! Xiaoro's here to help you. Not now. I can wash it myself. That's not up to you. Chen Shuero's usually adorable face now wore a mischievous grin. Qin Fong inwardly groaned. There was no escaping this today. Wait a minute, as a grown man, could he really let her take the lead? Since escape was impossible, he might as well embrace it gracefully. Having such a beautiful girl wash me? That's heaven-level enjoyment. Suddenly, Qin Fong recalled his first time stepping into a foot massage parlor years ago. Nervous, scared, yet curious. Now, every visit had a regular therapist. It felt like coming home, smooth sailing. And this little cutie? Her looks could outshine every other therapist in the place. Having such a beauty give him a bath. It was something I'd only ever dreamed of before. Splash, splash. Chen Shuero's slender white hands stirred the water. The water's just right. So, big brother, Xiao Ro will start now. Qin Fong spread his arms wide. Go ahead. Hee, that's more like it. You're the best, brother. With that, Chen Shuero began scooping water and splashing it over Qin Fong's body. Her small hands patted his shoulders and back. Chen Shuero's hands were soft, and her touch was just right, almost too gentle, as if she feared hurting him. To be honest, the little girl's technique was haphazard, yet the sensation was strangely delightful and soothing. It was utterly irresistible. Moreover, the little girl washed him meticulously and with great patience. Not bad, not bad. After washing, Qin Fong put his clothes back on. He emptied the bucket of water completely. He couldn't just focus on himself. Chen Shuero still needed a wash. After another round of fussing, he refilled the bucket with water. Then it was Chen Shuero's turn to wash. Qin Fong knew better than to intrude, so he squatted outside the wooden hut, playing with Dafu. By now, darkness had completely fallen. Had it not been for the small hut behind him, standing alone on this pitch-black deserted island would have been truly terrifying. From time to time, faint green lights flickered in the distant jungle. Those were the eyes of wild beasts. What surprised Qin Fong was that no matter how he tried to entertain him, Dafu beside him didn't seem nearly as happy as he had been during the day. At this moment, he radiated an air of solemnity, his eyes fixed intently on the depths of the forest without blinking. Sitting upright, utterly focused. Dafu crouched in front, with Qin Fong and the small cabin directly behind him. Like a warrior guarding the castle behind him. Though its body was small, the power it radiated was immense. Who would have thought this little fellow possessed such a strong territorial instinct? We'll have to take good care of him from now on. Even if its appetite grows voraciously in the days ahead, I'll make sure it's always well fed. With it here, my safety and NIZs are assured. Qin Fong, come in. Ha? Finished washing already? Qin Fong pushed open the door. A wave of white steam washed over him, transforming the entire cabin into a fairy tale realm. The scent of lavender filled the air, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Through the haze, Qin Fong saw Chen Shuero sitting half-naked in the wooden tub. Her snow-white shoulders and arms rested on the edge of the tub, and water droplets trickled down from her wet hair. Her lovely face, framed by the steam, appeared ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful. Wait, you're not finished yet? I'll step out and wait a bit longer. Hey, it's not like I'm done yet, big brother. Then why did you call me in? Could you help wash my back? I can't reach it. What? Qin Fong froze in place. Come on, hurry up, big bro. It's so uncomfortable not washing my back. I'm OCD about it. You little brat, I don't know how to control my strength. Are you sure? What's the big deal? Come on, I'm about to freeze. Fine. Qin Fong slowly approached the edge of the wooden tub. Chen Shuero kept her head down. Despite how carefree she'd sounded moments ago. But inside, she was incredibly shy. But there was no other way. Chen Shuero was extremely particular about cleanliness. If her back wasn't washed, it might as well not be washed at all. For now, she had no choice but to ask Qin Fong for help. Despite her shyness, hearing Qin Fong's footsteps draw nearer stirred an inexplicable flutter of excitement and secret delight within her. For the first time in all these years, a boy was bathing her. And it was the brother she'd never stopped thinking about all these years. In a daze, she recalled the scene from the fire years ago, when he had shielded her with his body. It was from that very moment that her heart had been planted in his, never to be moved again. Chapter 45, The Diving Suit Appears. Qin Fong approached the wooden tub, bending down to crouch behind Chen Shuero. Drops of water trickled down the back of her neck. Her fair skin was so delicate it seemed it could be pierced by a breath, and the enchanting lavender fragrance made Qin Fong feel a bit dizzy. She was far more beautiful than when he first saw her on video. At such close proximity, Qin Fong could confidently say she was more beautiful than any girl he had ever seen in his life. The top-tier models stored in his usual cloud drives couldn't hold a candle to her. He moistened his hands. He kissed her as gently as possible. The instant his fingers touched her back, Chen Shuero's body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Feeling shy? You were pretty bold just now. No. Who's shy? Not me. In truth, Qin Fong could clearly see Chen Shuero's ears turning bright red. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. This little girl was just being stubborn. Shyness was her natural reaction. After that, Qin Fong carefully washed her back. Chen Shuero was so embarrassed she couldn't utter a word. She was kicking herself inside. Why did she have to be so stubborn earlier? Ah well, he was the brother she liked anyway. What was there to be afraid of? Chen Shuero was quite petite, so it didn't take long to finish washing her. Knowing the young girl felt awkward, Qin Fong smiled, ruffled her hair, and stepped out of the wooden hut with ease. Chen Shuero silently vowed to herself. Sigh. From now on, I'll just say whatever comes to mind. Being stubborn only makes me look foolish. But the man who hunts bears for a living sure was gentle when he bathed her. How nice. Once bitten, twice shy. Next time when brother Qin Fong bathes me, it won't be so awkward. She dressed and tidied up the cabin. It was already late. The small bed in the cabin looked tiny, but it was just right for 2 people lying on it. After her bath, Chen Shuero felt utterly refreshed all over. The bedding was freshly made, smooth and soft beneath her. Unable to resist, Chen Shuero curled up in a relaxed pose, wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's waist. Her little head nestled into his chest, and before she could say much, she drifted off to sleep. Qin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Tomorrow was the final day. She wondered if the natural disaster might strike early this time. He'd only ever seen the power of a typhoon on television. He had never truly experienced it firsthand. But this shelter should be able to withstand it. The mission to hunt down 3 wolves is proving quite challenging. With upgraded weapons, driving them off should be manageable. But if I take down one, might it provoke fierce retaliation from the others? Blood would only fuel their savage nature. Ah well, what must come cannot be avoided. If the quest is this difficult, the reward behind it must be substantial. He was determined to survive this natural disaster and claim the 300,000 reward. Whenever Qin Feng thought of money, his aunt and uncle came to mind. From childhood onward, they had raised him and his younger sister. Back then, they scraped by doing manual labor hauling and sorting goods just to keep him and his little sister fed. Because he had no parents, they cared for him with even greater devotion. Their devotion surpassed that of most biological parents. Already struggling in poverty, his aunt was then diagnosed with a tumor. Fortunately, it was benign, but treatment still required significant expenses. If I persevere, this money will surely help my aunt get the treatment she needs. Later, I wouldn't have to worry about my younger sister's college tuition either. Their family circumstances would improve. They wouldn't have to toil day and night like this anymore. That kind of work Qin Feng had done it. It was a job he never wanted to touch again in his life. Yet they'd been doing it for years. Doing that kind of work for so long will inevitably take a toll on their health as they age. By earning a little more now, they'll suffer less later. Sleep now. There's still much to do tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Shuero had already prepared breakfast, the door left open. She was outside feeding the chickens, while Dafu kept circling around her feet. This little girl really knows how to take care of things. Stepping outside, she gazed toward the distant sea. At the horizon, dark clouds churned and rolled ceaselessly. Beneath the clouds, Qin Feng could clearly see the sea churning violently. Brother Qin Feng, I saw that cloud formation this morning too. Is it a sign that a typhoon is coming? That's right. This cloud formation looks far more ominous than the storm clouds from last time. Our shelter should hold up, right? Chen Shuero asked timidly. The last storm had already battered her badly. She didn't want this time to be like last time. Don't worry, kid. It should hold up just fine. But judging by the game's mechanics, this typhoon might last much longer. You absolutely cannot trust the game completely. This game was designed to eliminate more players, so the actual natural disasters would only be worse. Just as she was thinking this, her wrist suddenly vibrated. Opening it revealed a private message. Brother Qin Feng, do you have any extra iron ore? I'd like to trade for some. Yes, what would you like to trade for it? Well, a diving suit. Take a look first. A diving suit? Could it be a deep-sea diving suit? Pressure resistant? Just as he was pondering, an image was sent over. Opening the image, it was indeed a black diving suit. For most people, this gear is useless right now. Their explorations haven't even reached the deep sea yet. But for Qin Feng, this was a valuable find. During his last voyage, he had glimpsed numerous mysterious objects lurking in the deep sea, but pressure and oxygen limitations had prevented him from diving down. He had been wondering how to get his hands on a diving suit, and now one had appeared so quickly. So, what do you want in exchange? How about 20 iron ore blocks? Alright, I'll give you 30 iron ore pieces plus some food. But I need to ask, where did you get this diving suit? You must answer me truthfully. This diving suit is a rare item, hard for ordinary people to obtain. He's just an island inheritor. Acquiring something like this probably means he has a story. Alright. No problem, Brother Qin Feng. I found this diving suit on the neighboring island. I was planning to explore nearby islands for resources when I landed on the neighboring one. But when I arrived, the inheritor was already dead. A blue treasure chest appeared beside the air. I opened it and found a diving suit and some resources inside. Now I'm only 20 iron ore short of upgrading my shelter, but today is the last day. Trading with others means either finding someone willing to wait around to die or not having enough. With no other options, I had no choice but to come find you, Brother Qin Feng. His words seemed genuine. Could it be that chests automatically spawn from deceased heirs? This opens up a whole new avenue for exploration. Chapter 46, Glowing Treasure Chest? The trade was quickly settled: 20 iron ore and some food. It was nothing to me. But this diving suit? Now that was a valuable find. Back then, I'd only ventured to the edge of the deep sea, and that immense pressure nearly crushed me to death. With this diving suit, the most troublesome issue in the deep sea pressure was solved. All that remained was to craft fins and an oxygen tank. The fins would be easy enough, he had the sticky vine residue left over, plus large leaves and rope. I can definitely make them. But the oxygen tank? That's a whole different story. Because to make it, besides the flippers, you also need plastic. Yet no one in the entire chat channel had ever mentioned this resource. Xin Fang himself had no idea where to find it. Could it be that plastic exists in the deep sea? It was certainly possible. Forget it. Speculating on land is useless. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. How would he know without diving into the deep sea? While the typhoon hasn't arrived yet, there's still time to go out and explore. Let's dive down and see. Nizi, I'm heading out to sea. Take care of things here. Oh, and gather some basic resources around the perimeter, our supplies are running low. No problem, big bro. But why are you going back into the sea? We already have the furnace. What's the point? You silly girl. On a deserted island, most resources are in the sea. What we have here are just the basics. If we want to develop and rise quickly, we can't stop exploring. But the sea is so dangerous. You have to be careful, big bro. Don't worry. I'll be fine. He ruffled Chen Shuero's hair affectionately. Xin Fang returned to the wooden hut, swiftly finished crafting 2 pairs of flippers, equipped himself with various weapons, and packed 2 pieces of wild ginger. As he stepped outside, he reminded Chen Shuero once more not to wander off, then handed her the other machete he'd crafted yesterday. Under Chen Shuero's worried gaze, Xin Fang walked toward the sea. To survive in this game, you must keep moving forward. This current natural disaster is manageable. But what about the next one? This damn game keeps ramping up the difficulty with each new disaster. Xin Fang felt utterly uncertain about the next one. Walking through the sea, Xin Fang could distinctly feel the water flowing faster than usual today. Let's get out and back quickly. Hopefully this trip will yield some results. Soon, the water rose above his head. Suit up, fins on, and he plunged headfirst into the waves. As he glided through the water, Xin Fang suddenly felt no pressure at all in his chest. Anyone who'd been underwater knew that in the water, the chest cavity could distinctly feel the water pressure. But with his wetsuit on, Xin Fang felt no pressure at all. Moreover, the wetsuit's material was incredibly smooth, greatly reducing swimming resistance. And with the fins strapped to his feet, swimming felt effortless. This is fantastic. Indeed, to accomplish anything, one must first sharpen their tools. Good gear truly provides powerful assistance. Xin Fang gripped his battle axe firmly and pressed onward into the deep sea. His eyes scanned the waters relentlessly for any sign of sharks. His body sensed the current's speed, guarding against a shark attack from behind. But after circling the shallow waters several times, he still saw no sign of sharks. Something's wrong. Xin Fang felt puzzled. Could the game have a bug? Or had the shark failed to spawn? Soon, Xin Fang arrived at the spot where he had collected clay earlier. Scattered fragments of clay littered the open ground, but the actual clay blocks hadn't respawned at all. He scanned the surroundings once more. The sea fish and shrimp that should have been appearing nearby were gone too. Oh no! Could it be that resources no longer respawn? Or had the spawn cycle lengthened? Then from now on, resources would likely only be obtainable through plunder. Then, won't whoever has the most resources become the target of everyone's attacks? Damn it, the game's getting harder and harder, and now they're stirring up constant player conflict. Forget it. You can't change the game itself. The only way to survive is to keep getting stronger. We reached the shallow sea floor and scavenged some remaining resources. I pressed onward into the deep sea. Passing through the seaweed beds I'd gathered earlier, the surrounding water had turned a deep, dark blue. In an instant, Xin Fang felt the surrounding pressure surge dramatically. The sensation of a heavy stone pressing against his chest was unmistakable. However, his health bar remained unchanged. He continued downstream. The surroundings grew eerily quiet and ethereal. It felt as though he had entered another world. That sense of loneliness and the unknown made Xin Fang feel a chill run down his spine. This must be what they call deep-sea phobia. He couldn't shake the feeling that within the vast swaths of dark blue water, unseen creatures were watching him. He gripped the simple blade in his hand. Xin Fang continued his descent. The surrounding pressure grew heavier. Yet below, through the hazy murk, the deep-sea seabed came into view before Xin Fang. The deep-sea coral reefs were even more intricate and complex. Yet sea fish and shrimp thrived throughout it all, their sizes nearly twice as large as those in shallow waters. And their numbers were far greater. As the descent grew deeper, the view became clearer. And there, clinging to the coral reefs, were countless king crabs. Holy cow! Several large king crabs lay motionless on the reef, completely still. Almost close enough to grab one and stuff it into my backpack. Continuing to follow the reef's extension. Further out, there were even more king crabs, and they were bigger. They were practically layered upon each other, covering the entire reef. Even the king crabs featured in real-life food broadcasts paled in comparison to these like elementary schoolers next to college students. If I could catch them all, it would be enough for me and the little girl to eat king crab every single meal for half a month. Just as he was pondering how to prepare them after catching them, suddenly, a sharp protrusion emerged from the sand beside the reef. The tip resembled the corner of a wooden crate. The rest of it was buried deep beneath the seabed sand. Xin Fang moved closer. Up close, it was indeed a wooden crate buried in the sand. Looking around the crate, more appeared. His gaze followed deeper into the darkness. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy crap! How could there be so many wooden boxes? He quickly pulled out his shovel and dug up the wooden crate beneath his feet. He opened it. Holy crap, 5 kilograms of tuna meat plus 20 iron arrows? Ding! Congratulations on activating the double up skill, Iron Arrows 100. No way! This wooden crate actually contains such valuable stuff? Did I just unlock an entire arsenal here? Instantly gained 100 iron arrows? This saves me from having to craft them myself. Quickly stowed the resources into my backpack. Don't forget, this is just the first wooden crate. There are plenty more to go. There must be some awesome resources inside. With that thought, Xin Fang hurried forward. After taking just a few steps, a faint, barely perceptible glow suddenly appeared in the crevices of the rocks ahead. The light flickered, seemingly emanating from within the rocks. What is that? It's glowing? Xin Fang swam toward the light. But he kept his simple blade pressed against his body. Just in case. Soon he reached the large reef. Peering through a gap in the rock formation. Whoa! Is that a treasure chest? Chapter 47, Cultivation Mode? Inside the rock, a treasure chest radiating a white glow lay quietly. A treasure chest that glows? What on earth could be inside? He touched the outer layer of the reef rock. It was incredibly hard, impossible to break with ordinary tools. After circling the large reef once more, he found no gaps whatsoever. Suddenly, Xin Fang sensed the surrounding currents begin to shift violently. Oh no! This sudden change in current speed must mean a massive creature is swimming toward me. And at this moment, his oxygen supply was nearing its limit. Hurry up and get out of here. He couldn't explain why. When he sensed this current, Xin Fang was overcome by an extremely bad feeling. It felt as though death itself would descend upon him in the very next second. Without a moment's hesitation, his feet slammed against the ground. Propelled by the power of his flippers, his body shot upward at breakneck speed. But just as his body broke free from the ocean floor, Xin Fang felt a massive object colliding toward him from the left. A thunderous crash. It came from beneath his feet. The object nearly grazed the top of Xin Fang's foot. He looked down abruptly. He saw a massive humpback whale crash directly into the glowing reef rock from earlier. Holy! A humpback whale? This orca was no match for the shark in the shallow waters. Just in terms of size alone, it was at least twice as big as that shark. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, that single impact would have killed me instantly. And this time, I only intended to come down and take a look. I hadn't even bothered to craft and wear the bear skin armor. Now look at that rock so solid just moments ago. After that single impact, the entire rock collapsed. The glowing treasure chest inside flew several meters away. The tiger head whale, however, merely shook its tail and began shifting its body toward Xin Fang. Damn it! This is bad. He absolutely couldn't let this thing ram into him. One hit and I'd be crippled right here. Xin Fang began frantically kicking his legs, propelling his body straight toward the shallower waters. Behind him, the current's speed began shifting again. Damn it! Just because I took one of your treasure chests, is it really worth chasing me this relentlessly? Such petty behavior, I doubt you'll ever amount to much as a tiger whale. Phew. Huff. Xin Fang could feel the tiger head whale behind him swimming faster and faster. He glanced back over his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the tiger whale was now just 5 meters away. No way. Is your tail some kind of propeller? He accelerated the pace of his leg kicks once more. His speed increased further. But even so, the tiger head whale behind him was still faster. Its massive body hurtled toward Xin Fang like a speeding boulder. By now, Xin Fang had reached the boundary between shallow and deep waters. Half his body was already in the shallows. The tiger head whale chasing him was now only 2 meters away. Its massive jaws were already snapping open. It's over. This time it was truly over. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Neezy, live well on your own. At that moment, Xin Fang desperately wanted to light a cigarette and wait silently for death. Ha! Why is nothing happening? Or am I already dead? He opened his eyes again. Before me, the orca had halted its advance, not pressing forward to attack? What's going on? Looking around, I realized I had entered the shallow sea region. And opposite me lay the edge of the deep sea. It seemed the tiger whale's programming prevented it from entering shallow waters. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have truly met his end in the belly of a fish. With no time to dwell on it, Xin Fang swam upward toward the surface. He gasped for air in great gulps. The tension of what had just passed had consumed an enormous amount of oxygen. The dizziness from oxygen deprivation quickly subsided. His mind cleared considerably. Who would have thought the deep sea held so many treasures? Food resources everywhere, along with those wooden crates and that glowing treasure chest. And this was just a brief exploration. And already, so many supplies had appeared. But that tiger head whale is truly ferocious. To get the resources below, I'll probably have to defeat that tiger head whale. Still, this trip wasn't wasted. 5 kilograms of tuna meat, plus a doubled supply of 100 iron-tipped arrows. This undoubtedly boosted the success rate of hunting those 3 wolves. After exploring the shallow waters a bit more and gathering some food and basic resources, Qin Feng returned to shore. Thanks to his upgraded resource doubling skill, even a casual search yielded a decent haul. By now, it was midday, and the clouds on the horizon had grown thicker. They had drawn considerably closer to his island. He hadn't expected the typhoon to move this fast. It seemed highly likely it would arrive tonight. Qin Feng. Chen Shuero's voice called out from the shore. Ah! That little girl was still waiting for me on the shore as always. After responding, Qin Feng returned to the shore. He briefly recounted what had just happened. She was stunned, circling Qin Feng several times before finally relaxing once she confirmed he was unharmed. Back in the cabin, the chicken coop and Dafu's little nest had already been moved inside. During this time, Chen Shuero had gathered a significant amount of basic resources, which he handed over to Qin Feng. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, wood 30, rattan 35, flax 25, slate 25, hardstone 30, sturdy sticks 25, iron ore 50. Time was tight, so I gathered these items, not a huge amount. Since the iron ore area was no longer dangerous, I picked up some of that too. Not bad, kid. That's quite a haul. Don't forget we've got the doubling skill. Having the doubling skill is all thanks to you, big bro. Without your skill, how could I possibly gather this much just by casually collecting stuff? Alright, you're getting more and more sweet talking, little girl. Let's head home quickly. The sky is already changing. The typhoon's making landfall tonight. Hurry back and check if there's anything else that needs doing. Got it, brother Qin Feng. Oh, and one more thing. Our wild chicken laid eggs. Here, for you, brother Qin Feng. Chen Shuero pulled out 2 wild eggs and handed them to Qin Feng. That's fantastic. Now we can have eggs on this deserted island too, ha ha ha. Qin Feng felt inexplicably happy, finally experiencing that joy of rural self-sufficiency. Ding. Doubling skill triggered, wild chicken eggs 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining eggs through breeding. Breeding mode activated. System reward, wild chicken egg laying cycle reduced by 50%. Holy crap. 50% shorter? I remember these wild chickens were only raised for 2 days. Having the cycle means I'll get wild eggs every single day from now on? This is awesome, this is awesome. Eggs on a deserted island. Chapter 48, Important News. Oh right, brother, didn't you mention there was another recipe involving eggs last time? Why don't I cook it this time? Chen Shuero's reminder made Qin Feng recall that recipe fishballs. Sure, no problem. He then pulled Chen Shuero back into the hut. The moment the door opened, Dafu immediately scampered out. His little tail wagged non-stop. He seemed to have grown a bit larger since yesterday. Don't worry, brother Qin Feng. I already fed Dafu before you left. At this growth rate, we'll probably have to call him Big Guy before long. That's great news. Once Dafu grows up, he'll be able to help you hunt. He lifted Dafu into his arms. Suddenly, a vibration came from his wrist. A message? Opening it, he found a private message from someone. The sender was named Wu Fei. Wu Fei. Never heard of him before. No prior connection. He must be here to exchange resources. I clicked on the message. Wu Fei, brother Qin Feng, hello. My name is Wu Fei. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but I've just learned something that could affect your life. Would you care to hear it? Information concerning my life? His tone sounds polite enough. Might as well hear him out. Hello brother Wu, please proceed. Well, it's like this, brother Qin Feng. I, Wu Fei, am absolutely certain this information is true. But after I share it, I wonder if you could provide some financial support for Iron or to help me weather this natural disaster? Brother Qin Feng, please hear me out first. I believe this news will undoubtedly benefit you, otherwise I wouldn't be bringing it up. Alright. If this information is truly crucial, I'll definitely help you weather this disaster. Then I'm truly grateful, brother Qin Feng. Here's the situation, I just learned that Pu Piol has joined forces with Zhou Qiang. They plan to eliminate you after this disaster passes. Then seize your resources. I know you must be wondering how I found out. Well, my small island is very close to Park Piaoli's large island. A while back, he asked people from the surrounding islands to help him fight the beasts on his island. He promised iron ore and basic resources as payment afterward. 2 island heirs even died fighting those beasts. But in the end, that bastard didn't give us any iron or not even the basic resources. His inherited large island has no shortage of basic resources to begin with. Ugh. We wasted our prime time helping him, and now we've gained nothing, no resources, and a natural disaster is about to hit. With no other choice, I confronted him only to get beaten up and told to get lost. I refused to accept this. Last night, I planned to ambush him, a desperate move where both parties lose, but then I overheard him and Zhou Qian plotting to target you the moment the disaster ends. They even know your current location. How they found out, I'm not entirely sure, but they've already prepared weapons and such. They're clearly planning to go all out to finish you off. Seeing how formidable their weapons were and knowing I couldn't win, I chose to leave first. After that, I decided to inform you. First, I need resources to survive. Second, you once provided me with fire source, a trivial amount to you, but it truly saved me back then. I know what kind of person you are. Therefore, Brother Qin Feng, please be extremely cautious. If Brother Qin Feng doesn't believe me, it doesn't matter. I'm already a man on the brink of death. Even if you refuse to help me, I certainly don't want those two scumbags to get off easy. His words were coherent and well-reasoned, not like something made up on the spot. Besides, I'd long suspected those two scoundrels, Pu Piol and Zhou Qiang. Qin Feng, Brother Wu Fei, thank you for the timely warning. What else do you need? Wu Fei, I still need 15 iron ore blocks, 16 vines, 24 timber logs, and 13 sturdy tree trunks. I wonder if Brother Qin Feng could help with these resources. Qin Feng, no problem. I'll round up these resources for you, plus some food. Stay alive. Could you keep an eye on them for me? Wu Fei, thank you for saving my life, Brother Qin Feng. I'll keep a close eye on them. My island is very close to theirs, I can even see when they set out. Oh, and here are my island's coordinates. If I, Wu Fei, dare to lie about a single word, Brother Qin Feng can come find me anytime. Qin Feng, you're too kind. I should be thanking you. Take these supplies. Contact me if you have any new information, or if you encounter any new difficulties. Wu Fei, thank you, Brother Qin Feng. Closed the chat window. What's wrong, Brother Qin Feng? Did something happen? Your face suddenly looks so grim. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, debating whether to tell Chen Shuero about this matter. Might as well tell her. At least the little girl would have some warning. Park Paolu and Zhou Qiang, those two who've had beef with me, actually teamed up to try and kill me, then seize our resources. What? Is this real? They'd kill someone just like that? Kid, this isn't the real world anymore. Here, killing over resources isn't exactly rare. I'm telling you this so you'll be mentally prepared. You need to be extra careful from now on, got it? Chen Shuero nodded firmly, yet a hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. Brother Qin Feng, about that guy Pu Piol. What about him? I know him. What? You know him? Why didn't you tell me before? Well, sigh. He goes to the same school as me. He used his family's money and pulled strings behind the scenes to become student council president. He's got a temper, acts impulsively, and has terrible character. He's bullied other students constantly. And he keeps pestering me. I've rejected him multiple times, but he just won't leave me alone. Brother Qin Feng, do you remember the first time I came to you for help? I remember. What happened? Ugh. Right after I got transported into the game, I was attacked again. So I went to the regional chat for help and he happened to see it. Then he demanded I take those photos in exchange for resources. I'd never do that, not in a million years. Thankfully, I ran into you later and managed to save my own skin. Later, I saw him mess with you too, but thankfully you won and got some sweet revenge. After that, I never saw him again. I was afraid telling you this would make you think badly of me, so I never dared mention it. Chen Shuero's voice caught in her throat as she spoke, her eyes reddening. That bastard. Kid, it's better he doesn't show up. If he ever dares to come back, I'll make sure he loses a few body parts. Stabbing him to death would be letting him off easy. But how did he find out where I am now? Chapter 49, Plastic in Hand. Forget it. The coordinates will leak out sooner or later. It's impossible to keep hiding forever. The best approach is to keep strengthening myself, acquire more powerful weapons and gear, and protect everything I currently possess. Are you really sure? There are two of them. And from what I know, Park Paolu is a pretty shady character. He'll cross any line to get what he wants. It's okay, girl. Don't be afraid. I know my own strength. Not just those two, even if they brought two more, I wouldn't be scared. Now that I've obtained iron ore and crafted 2 or 3 high-grade weapons, plus just acquiring 100 iron arrows, my offensive firepower is absolutely solid. Defensively, I've got the shark feast and fish egg recipes boosting my stats. Once I craft the bearskin armor, my defense will skyrocket. If they truly intended to kill him, then he wouldn't hold back. This time, I'll make an example of them to send a friendly warning to anyone else who dares to target me. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Shuero brought over some food and water. Brother, stop thinking about it. Eat something first to regain your strength. All right. Taking the food, Qin Feng added, hey, to be honest, this Pu Piol is pretty dumb. Though I heard they came to the island after the disaster, we still need to be careful during the disaster period. And given what he's done before, he might have no limits when it comes to you. So you need to be extra careful. Brother Qin Fong, I'd rather die than let him lay a finger on me. With me here, I won't let him lay a finger on you either. Don't worry. Oh, and let's prepare some more elemental recipes later. After the typhoon passes, the beast attacks will begin. I'll still need those elemental recipes to deal with the wild wolves. Got it. Qin Fong, just leave the recipes to me. I've done it before, so I've got the hang of it now. Shouldn't be any problems. Of course not. You're so smart. Hee. But no matter how smart I am, I'll never be as smart as Brother Qin Fong. The tense atmosphere had eased somewhat. Most importantly, Qin Fong had already anticipated this outcome. Don't be fooled by the fact that the location details haven't been released yet. But the competition had already begun. Resources are limited. If you don't fight for them, you'll perish. Moreover, having just entered the fray himself, the resource refresh rate had slowed, further intensifying the conflict. When the enemy comes, meet them head-on. Nothing to fear. The weather outside grew even gloomier. Chen Shuero lit the fire and brought out the iron pot, beginning to follow the recipe's instructions. The ingredient ratios in the attribute recipe were extremely precise. The slightest error would cause failure, wasting all the added ingredients. But Chen Shuero was naturally meticulous. Even if she worked a bit slower, it wouldn't matter. Oh, right, girl. After finishing the recipe, use this blackbone to simmer some soup. It can boost attack power in a short time. Got it, Brother Qin Fong. You can count on me. Chen Shuero got busy, not wasting a moment herself. She pulled out the bear hide and began crafting bear hide armor. The bear hide felt tougher to the touch than pigskin. Its texture was also more comfortable than pigskin. Soon, 2 sets of bearskin armor were completed. He handed one set to Chen Shuero. She tried the other one on herself. It certainly felt thicker, and when walking, it had less impact on speed compared to the pigskin armor. He tightened his backpack. Outside, the sky grew darker. Through the window, Qin Fong could see distant trees beginning to sway. Looking diagonally upward, the cloud mass that had previously hugged the horizon now loomed diagonally ahead. In the sky, the massive cloud mass churned ceaselessly, lightning flashing and crisscrossing within its folds. Beneath the clouds, the sea churned violently. Indeed, this speed was extraordinary. He opened the regional chat. I had expected it to be as lively as last time. But that wasn't the case. Sigh. During the previous disaster, there was still hope for survival. But this time, without sufficient resources to sustain us, survival is simply impossible. When survival itself is impossible, who has the heart to talk? Forget it. I'm no savior, I can't save everyone. And after what happened with Li Feng last time, it just made me feel even more disheartened. Oh right, Li Feng. The fact he could gather so many followers so quickly means he's no ordinary guy. And since we're already at odds, he'll be a tough nut to crack down the line. He opened the chat input box. Anyone still looking to trade iron ore or food resources? Contact me. Basic resources aren't needed, priority goes to rare resources. Right now, iron ore alone isn't enough, I need more rare resources. There were still many rare resources in this game he hadn't encountered yet. Trading was essential. I can't isolate myself and cut off contact with the outside world, that would only lead to my own demise. Let's give it a shot. Shortly after posting, I received a private message. Hello, do you need plastic? I'd like to trade some for iron ore and food. Plastic? Perfect. I was just running low on plastic to make oxygen tanks. Sure, name your price. How much iron ore and food do you need? 5 iron ores and 3 days worth of food. I'll give you 10 pieces of plastic. Is that okay? No problem. Here's your supplies. I'll throw in an extra iron ore and some food. Hope you'll come back for other important resources later. Plastic isn't a resource available on my island, so giving him a little extra will make future trades easier. Thank you. Oh, by the way, do you need any copper ore? Copper ore? Copper ore can be smelted in a furnace to make copper ingots. These can be used to craft things related to electricity. This is a valuable resource. Yes, I do. Do you have any now? Sorry, I don't have any right now, but I do have some on my island. It's guarded by beasts, though. Once I manage to collect it, I'll come back and trade it for your iron ore. Alright, no problem. I have plenty of iron ore. If you need any help later, feel free to come find me. If you have plenty of iron ore, do you also have more high-quality weapons? After the disaster passes, I'd like to trade for some reliable weapons to compete for the copper mines. If I succeed, you'll definitely get your share of the copper. No problem. Just contact me after the disaster passes. Soon, 10 pieces of plastic were in hand. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, plastic x50. Not bad, not bad. This fellow has quite a few resources at his disposal, though nothing as practical as iron ore. Exchanging resources with him would be mutually beneficial. His suggestion gave me an idea. Crafting weapons for trade would likely open up better sales channels. With the resources doubled through trading, this is absolutely a win-win deal. Chapter 50, The Typhoon Approaches. With the plastic secured, Xin Fang immediately set about crafting oxygen tanks. The remaining plastic would be studied later at the research table to unlock new item crafting recipes. Time ticked by. Xin Fang used the furnace to smelt numerous iron ingots. These could be used for direct crafting or traded outright. Chen Shuero also prepared 3 dishes of fish balls and 2 shark feasts. The shark meat had been completely consumed. Shark feasts could no longer be prepared. She was now simmering a black bone broth. Chen Shuero's small face was now covered in fine beads of sweat. Cooking these recipes was incredibly physically demanding. Take a break, girl. I'll handle it. Xin Fang said, stepping forward. No need, no need. Just rest, big brother. This blackbone soup will be done simmering soon. It's fine, Xiaoro isn't tired at all, hee. Look at the sweat on your forehead. Let me handle it. Oh, really, it's fine. The sweat on my head is just from the heat. You go rest, big brother. Ah, this silly girl. First she asks for help, then she won't let me lift a finger. Maybe I should get her some fruit to eat. After all these days, she's probably tired of the usual food. Opening the regional chat. Xin Fang, does anyone have any fruit? Contact me ASAP for a trade. So far, while fruit tastes good, it doesn't provide as much protein as meat. So for some people, fruit isn't very useful. When Xin Fang's trade request appeared, immediate inquiries began pouring in. Brother Xin Fang, how about strawberries? I'd like to trade some for meat. How about watermelons? I've got wild watermelons, can I trade them for iron ore? Iron ingots work too. No fruit? How about vegetables? I've got wild cucumbers and some wild eggplants. I'd like to trade for some iron ore too. Ha! So many people have vegetables and fruit? Currently, meat dominates my food supplies, while vegetables and fruits are scarce. Right, the system prompted me a few days ago to stockpile food resources. Once this natural disaster passes, the marketplace will be heavily tied to food supplies. In that case, I'll trade more iron ore for food supplies. Increase the variety of my food supply. Many of these people want iron ore to craft weapons for defending against beast attacks. No wonder so many people came to trade with me. With so many people, Xin Fang selected some fruits and vegetables that he and Chen Shuero particularly enjoyed. These included wild watermelons, strawberries, mangoes, grapes, cucumbers, and eggplants. After consuming these items, there was a chance to obtain seeds. Planting them would further alleviate food shortages. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, watermelon 15, mango 20, grapes 20, cucumber 25, eggplant 15. In an instant, the food storage appeared more abundant and vibrantly colorful than before. He pulled out a watermelon. He drew a small knife and sliced it open. Swish! Watermelon juice spilled out, releasing a refreshingly sweet aroma. She sliced the watermelon and offered a piece to Chen Shuero. At that moment, she was carefully simmering the bone broth for the black bones. She was completely unaware that during that time, Xin Fang had managed to trade for a lot more food resources. Here, have a bite of watermelon to soothe your throat. Ha! Watermelon? Where did you get this, brother Xin Fang? Traded it with someone in the regional chat. Go ahead and eat. We've been eating too much rich food lately. Some fruit will help replenish your vitamins. Ha! Brother, can I take that as a subtle dig? You have no idea, forget about rich foods, most people here barely get enough small fish and shrimp to keep from starving. But you? You've actually grown tired of all that rich food and now you're savoring fruit? Hey! You little brat, are you eating or not? If not, I'm taking it back. Eat, eat, eat. Hee, I was just expressing a little envy. Life with brother Xin Fang is so great. Not only do we get meat, but we even get to enjoy fruit in our free time. It's truly wonderful. Chen Shuero picked up the watermelon and took a big bite. Oh my goodness, it's so sweet. Brother, if this watermelon drops seeds, I'll definitely plant them for you. Then we'll have watermelon to eat every day. Alright, eat up. There's more over there. Okay. The moment she uttered that word, a sudden whoosh filled the air. Xin Fang felt the entire hut tremble slightly. Then came the sound of crackling and popping. The howling wind made the windows rattle and clatter. Brother, is a typhoon coming? Xin Fang set down the watermelon and hurried to the window to look out. Above, the sky was thick with dark clouds, and outside, heavy rain was already pouring down. Trees in the distance swayed wildly in the gale. Suddenly, a small tree was uprooted entirely and blown straight into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wave after wave crashed relentlessly against the shore. All sorts of debris flew chaotically through the air. Looking up at the clouds in the sky, the clouds behind were darker and denser. Compared to the current wind, this is likely just a precursor. The real storm was yet to come. Don't be afraid, girl. Our little hut is sturdy enough to hold up. Xin Fang said, running his hand over the cabin wall and inspecting the joints where the walls met. No rain seeped through the joints. After all, it was an excellent grade shelter. He opened the regional chat. This time, the channel finally came alive. One message after another poured in, filled with complaints and lamentations. Most had inherited small islands, though a few had received medium-sized ones. Help! Someone help me! No way! My roof got blown off. This wind is way too strong. This time, it was clear that far more people were complaining than last time. Some even posted photos of their homes, already battered and ruined by the storm. It was just a basic shelter, no match for winds like these. Others sat on the ground, waiting for death. All hope was lost. Brother Chin Fong, there's nothing we can do, kid. This game is brutal. If you don't evolve, you get eliminated. We don't have the power to be their saviors. We just need to be our own. Chin Fong patted Chen Shuero's head gently, offering comfort. Chen Shuero knew Chin Fong was right. Nodding, she hugged the watermelon and burrowed into Chin Fong's embrace. The wind outside grew louder and louder. Objects were occasionally blown against the outer walls. Don't be afraid, little one. We've prepared everything we need. We'll definitely get through this natural disaster just fine. Chen Shuero scooped out a slice of watermelon with a small knife and held it to Chin Fong's lips. That's all because of you, Brother Chin. Without you, where would we be? Out here with a typhoon raging, while we're inside roasting by the fire and eating watermelon? You little lynx, how good you are at flattery. I'm just stating the facts. It's so great having a big brother. No need to suffer through natural disasters. Chen Shuero lifted her head slightly, her small mouth moving toward Chin Fong's cheek. At that moment, Chin Fong happened to turn his head. Chapter 51, Can't hold back any longer. Put. Bullseye. Chin Fong's eyes widened instantly, and Chen Shuero's did too. To be honest, she'd only intended to kiss Chin Fong's cheek, a little playful tease. But who would have thought they'd actually end up kissing? As for Chin Fong, he'd intended to turn his head to speak, but the moment he did, he ended up tasting cotton candy. Now, the two of them locked eyes, yet remained pressed tightly together. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Snap. A thunderous crack echoed. Chin Fong's mind snapped out of its blank state. His body shifted back slightly as he stammered, "Not that. Niz." The room was dimly lit, with faint light from the window casting sharp shadows across Chin Fong's face. In a daze, she realized his eyes still held the same stubborn courage that had saved her during the fire all those years ago. In that instant, years of longing burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam beneath this kiss. Ever since Chin Fong first set foot on the island, she had recognized that safety not. While he slept, she had clearly felt the scar on the back of his head. Though she had all the proof she needed, it was Chin Fong's gaze that pierced her heart most deeply. The look in his eyes as he shielded her with his body back then was something Chen Shuero would never forget. All this time, she had endured, trying to let her feelings for Chin Fong fade away like those for a stranger. But it was too difficult. Every time she saw him, her heart would inexplicably race. Every time he left, she would be filled with dread, terrified that after finally getting him back, she might lose him again. This relentless struggle to suppress her feelings was agonizing. But at this moment, Chen Shuero could endure no longer. Facing the boy she'd longed for and loved for so long. She simply couldn't hold back any longer. Nizi. I didn't mean to. You didn't mean to, but I did. She swiftly set down the half-eaten watermelon and wrapped her arms around Chin Fong's neck. Chen Shuero leaned in to kiss him again. But this time, it wasn't her cheek she kissed. It was the bullseye. Her warm, soft red lips carried the sweet scent of watermelon. Chin Fong felt as though he'd just bitten into a piece of sticky watermelon candy. The sensation was utterly magical. And beyond those red lips lay something even softer. Clumsy yet fiery with passion. What's gotten into this girl today? How could she be so forward? At least give me a moment to prepare. At that moment, Chin Fong's mind went completely blank once more. But the passionate Chen Shuero couldn't care less about any of that. Her passion gradually turned frenzied. At that moment, Chen Shuero's mind was filled only with the boy she'd longed for and searched for over the past decade. Soon, Chin Fong found himself consumed by a fiery passion, stirred by Chen Shuero's wild advances. You little minx, do you think I'm a sickly cat just because the tiger hasn't shown its claws? Do you really think you can keep getting the upper hand? Chin Fong's offensive began. He scooped Chen Shuero into his arms and asked, "Hey, are you sure about this?" Chen Shuero's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Instead of answering Chin Fong, she wrapped her arms around him once more and pressed her lips to his. Actions speak louder than words. In that moment, even the thunder outside seemed to fall into rhythm. It must be said, the small bed in the shelter was surprisingly sturdy. The shelter weathered the entire night of typhoon and thunderstorms. When Chin Fong awoke, the wind still howled relentlessly outside. He tried to get up, only to find Chen Shuero lying fully on top of him. Like an octopus, she clung tightly to him. She slept soundly, utterly exhausted from yesterday's exertions. Chin Fong stared at her without blinking, his fingers gently playing with a strand of her loose hair. The more he looked, the more familiar her pretty face seemed, yet he couldn't place where he'd seen it before. This familiarity wasn't like that of a long-lost friend. Rather, it was the kind of indelible memory forged through life and death experiences. Especially those eyes, so full of vulnerability, felt strangely familiar. As Qin Feng strained to retrieve the memory, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his head. He couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Shaking his head, Qin Feng looked at Chen Shuero once more. He had to admit, this adorable, pretty face was truly beautiful. Her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, and her lips would occasionally pout, making her utterly endearing. She truly evoked that irresistible urge to protect her. But what mattered most about this little girl was her maturity, kindness, and sincerity. With her good looks, pleasant personality, and the fact they were practically glued together every day, it was honestly hard for Qin Feng not to fall for her. Gently pinching Chen Shuero's cheek, Qin Feng decided to get up. Having this little girl make breakfast for him every single day made him feel almost guilty. Gently lifting her up, Qin Feng slipped out of bed. He reignited the campfire, took out some prime bear meat to roast, then grabbed an iron pot, poured in fresh water, and added sea shrimp and kelp to make a soup. Seafood naturally carried its own saltiness, making the broth incredibly savory. After setting everything up, Qin Feng walked to the window and opened it. Outside, chaos reigned. Trees were bent and twisted by the wind, and the beach was a complete mess. Small fish, shrimp, shells, and other debris littered the ground everywhere. Dark clouds closed in overhead, indicating they had likely reached the eye of the typhoon. He scanned the surroundings again. He saw no sign of the wild wolves. Thankfully, going out to hunt wolves in this weather would be impossible. You couldn't even stand steady. Closing the window, I checked my watch. Several private messages had arrived. Opening them, he found they were all inquiries about trading fire sources. I'd completely forgotten about that. But this time, fewer people are trading fire sources compared to the last disaster. Seems like quite a few people really did die. I quickly processed these transactions. The base resources obtained, after being doubled by the skill, still amounted to a considerable quantity. Afterward, I opened the regional chat. Many of those who had been shouting and arguing earlier had perished overnight. Scrolling through the chat history, a message suddenly caught his eye. Everyone, be cautious of this beast attack. The beasts in this attack are far more powerful than those encountered normally. Moreover, the beasts will prioritize attacking humans. If you're not strong enough, just stay put in the shelter. Even if they take your food, it's better than losing your life. We can gather more food if we lose it, but if we lose our lives, we'll have nothing left at all. I heard the northern region has already started getting hit by beast attacks. Some people got bitten to death just walking outside. That's terrifying. I'd better stay sheltered inside then. I heard the amount of food you lose depends on your total food supply, meaning the more you store, the more you lose. If what this guy's saying is true, my losses would be massive. All that food I've stockpiled over so long, and it's all meat, high protein stuff. If that gets snatched away, how the hell are the girl and I supposed to survive? Fine. Fortune favors the bold. Steal my food, and I'll slaughter you. Kill you, and I'll have even more food. Chapter 52, Unlocking Hidden Achievements Again. It smells so good. A soft, delicate sigh drifted from behind Qin Feng. Wow. Brother Qin Feng, did you get up early to eat? Yep, hurry up and get up to eat. Oh dear, sorry, brother. I couldn't get up today. Tomorrow I'll definitely get up and make breakfast for you. Whoever gets up can make it. Besides, you were so tired last night, right? A sly smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. What? Oh my. Brother, you're so mean. Chen Shuero flushed crimson as she instantly realized what he meant. Memories of last night's intimate moments flooded her mind. Seriously, what had gotten into her last night? Where did she find that sudden burst of energy? But he looked so handsome last night. And so gentle. He. Hey. What are you grinning about, girl? Get dressed and eat. Chen Shuero, who had been completely lost in thought, suddenly remembered she was completely naked. Her pretty face flushed even redder. Oh, okay. She quickly dressed and got out of bed. Brother Qin Feng, dinner's ready. Aren't you coming to eat? You go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry yet. How can that be? Saying this, Chen Shuero picked up a piece of bear meat and walked over to Qin Feng. Brother should eat more than anyone else to build up your strength, you know. You little rascal, you're getting into mischief. He. It's the truth. How can you expect your brother to keep giving without getting anything in return? You know it's true. You little brat. Just wait till tonight, I'll teach you a lesson. Oh dear, Shuero is so sorry, please forgive me, brother. He ruffled her hair, and the two walked over to the campfire to eat. With the iron pot and quality ingredients, it honestly tasted far better than anything in the real world. The only drawbacks were the slightly rougher living conditions and the lack of electricity at night, relying solely on torchlight for illumination. It still felt a bit unfamiliar. If only they could get electricity too, then it would be perfect. Seems the next step is figuring out how to get some copper ore. Just as he was pondering this, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a girlfriend. Unlocked hidden achievement Deep Affection. Reward permanent 50% discount on all items in the host store. Half-price store items? And permanently? Damn, the store isn't even open yet, and they're already giving me perks? You're something else, system. But now that you mention it, I'm even more curious about what exactly this store sells. If the items inside are awesome and high quality, combined with my permanent half-price discount, wouldn't that be absolutely insane? Stop grinning like an idiot, bro. Your food's getting cold. Alright, kiddo. I'll eat now. Oh, Xin Fong, I need to ask you for a favor. Oh? What is it? Why ask? Well, it's nothing major, but could brother Xin Fong teach me archery? I've been thinking being constantly protected by you is carefree, but it must distract you. Plus, on this deserted island, danger could strike at any moment. If I learn archery, I could help you in critical situations, right? What I learn is mine to keep. Even though I'm a girl and can't wield a broadsword, I think I could handle archery. What do you think, brother? After Chen Shuero finished speaking, Xin Fong pondered her words. The little girl was right, he should teach her some self-defense skills. It might not help him directly, but it could save her in a pinch. Besides, archery in the game wasn't that difficult. The real challenge was that the little girl might not have much strength yet, and her accuracy would be off at first. But practice makes perfect, right? No problem, kiddo. I'll make you a bow right away. Plus, I got 100 arrows from diving earlier, so we've got plenty of ammo. Really? I love you, big bro. Chen Shuero threw her arms around Xin Fong. Her two big white bunnies pressed down so hard on Xin Fong that he nearly threw up his lunch. Alright. But listen up, kid. I'm teaching you archery for self-defense, to protect yourself. Not to boost your confidence and go seeking danger everywhere, got it? Xiao Rou obeys. What should you do first when you encounter danger? Run. Alright. That's more like it. Now, let me teach you. Got it. After crafting the bow, she upgraded it to excellent quality using the double skill. Here, kid, hold it steady. We're in a game, not real-life. Archery isn't as hard as you think. Guiding Chen Shuero through the motions, Xin Fong placed a piece of wood near the cabin door. Right, get into position, aim, and fire at that piece of wood. Whoosh. Thud. The arrow struck the wood, and then the wooden door behind it. Xin Fong was about to offer some encouragement. The system's voice sounded again. Ding. Detected host enhancing girlfriend's archery skill. Unlocked hidden achievement Natural Teacher. Rewarding host's girlfriend with 50% increased comprehension. Friendly reminder, enhanced comprehension also applies to learning other skills. No way, bro. This unlocks a hidden achievement too? Did it really work? It's okay, sweetie. Try again. Maybe next time you'll succeed. Chen Shuero nodded, drew her bow once more, and assumed her stance toward the wooden target. But this time, Xin Fong didn't offer any guidance. Everything unfolded as if by its own accord. Whoosh. Thud. The arrow struck the wooden block dead center. While the force was slightly lacking, the accuracy had improved by leaps and bounds. Xin Fong was utterly stunned by the scene. How many achievements has the system been hiding from me? Throwing me surprises every other minute, huh? Brother, look. Xiao Rou did it. Xiao Rou succeeded. Chen Shuero jumped up and hugged Xin Fong. Brother, you're so talented. You got it right away. Amazing. No, kiddo. This is because you're naturally gifted. No, it's because you teach well. You're naturally gifted. You're a great teacher. Xin Fong shook his head helplessly. Ugh. How am I supposed to explain this to him? After practicing for a while longer, Chen Shuero's accuracy only improved. Her strength was still a bit lacking, but that was beyond her control. Still, overall it was quite impressive. Oh, Xin Fong, didn't you say that after the typhoon, the beasts would attack? Yeah, that's right. Then how about Xiao Rou hiding behind the window to help brother fight monsters? That way Xiao Rou stays safe and can help brother kill monsters. It's a win-win, right? Ha! You know what? That's actually a great idea. I never expected you, little girl, to give me 2 surprises in one day. Not bad at all. Hee, maybe it's because you unblocked my run and do meridians last night. All these clever ideas. I never knew you were this talkative before? That's because you hadn't unblocked my run and do meridians back then. Chen Shuero realized that once that barrier was broken, she finally didn't have to put on airs anymore. That was just how she was: passionate, unrestrained, and completely open only with those she truly cared for. Chapter 53, The Beast Attacks. So, should I help you unblock those meridians again? Whenever you want, brother. Shuero is always ready. You silly girl, I'm done teasing you. I need to conserve my strength. Once this typhoon passes, the beast attack will begin. I saw in the group chat that during this beast attack, whoever has more food will have more of it plundered. So if we don't drive them out ruthlessly, our losses will be enormous. Chen Shuero nodded. Don't worry, brother. Though my strength isn't quite up to par, my accuracy is really solid. Plus, with all these bows and arrows, we should be fine, brother. Oh, and even with the shelter, you should still wear your bearskin armor, just in case. Got it, brother. Shuero will remember. Outside the window, the typhoon raged on. At this intensity, without top-tier shelter protection, it would be swept skyward by the storm. It would ultimately crash into the sea, leaving one either drowned or devoured by sharks. Sighing softly at the mercilessness of natural disasters, Qin Fang pushed the thought aside. Later, Chen Shuero practiced archery a bit more before insisting on giving Qin Fang a massage. She was worried she might have exerted too much force yesterday, causing him a strained back muscle. There was no way to refuse such a request. Chen Shuero would surely resort to relentless pestering. She wouldn't relent until Qin Fang agreed. But since everything was already prepared, Qin Fang lay face down on the bed, savoring the young girl's tender caresses. Occasionally, he offered simple guidance. What surprised Qin Fang was that the massage lessons actually counted toward his enhanced learning mode. Chen Shuero learned at lightning speed, her technique and pressure improving by leaps and bounds. When her hands grew tired, she even began using her feet to massage his back. The soft little feet pressing against his back felt utterly blissful. Not only that, but while massaging his back, she also fed him sweet, juicy fruit. This left Qin Fang utterly blissed out. Even the emperor himself couldn't match this bliss. Time flew by. After raging for a day, the typhoon finally began to subside. The next day arrived. The clouds in the sky had gradually dispersed. Only a light drizzle remained. The sky hung heavy and gloomy, casting a somber mood over everything. The surroundings were quiet, eerily quiet. Chen Shuero was preparing breakfast. The campfire crackled and popped incessantly. Qin Fang gripped his machete, standing by the window and watching every movement outside. After the typhoon passed, the beast attacks began. This was the first time Qin Fang would have to face 3 beasts directly. His mind raced through scenarios and the optimal choices for each possible situation. Brother Qin Fang, have some soup to warm yourself up. Chen Shuero was observant and understood his state of mind. She softened her tone, hoping her gentler words might ease his tension. It's fine, kid. I'm not scared. What's meant to happen will happen, and I've already prepared for what needs to be done. A little tension keeps the body sharp. Don't worry, kiddo. Alright. Brother, Xiao Ro believes in you. She forced a smile. But inside, she was deeply worried. She just didn't want to show it, that would only add to his worries. Suddenly, Dafu, who had been sound asleep in his little nest, leaped out. His usually cheerful little face was now serious. His round eyes fixed intently on the wooden door. His gaze held a murderous intent unlike anything seen before. This intensity didn't seem out of place on his slightly smaller frame. Brother, look. Qin Fang nodded. Looks like they're already here. With that, Qin Fang tightened his grip on the broadsword in his hand and turned his gaze back to the window. Through the hazy drizzle, 3 gray figures approached the small wooden cabin. 3 wild wolves advanced side by side, moving with remarkable precision. Their aura differed from the ferociousness of the bear they had fought earlier. These 3 wolves carried a deeper, more sinister menace. These would be tough to handle. The bearskin armor was already donned, the bow loaded with 40 arrows, the rest stored with Chen Shuero. He retrieved 2 attribute recipes and the bone broth simmered from black bones. Qin Fang consumed them all in one go. In an instant, Qin Fang felt his body grow significantly lighter, and the battle axe in his grasp felt lighter too. This was the boost to speed and strength. Soon after, a protective barrier began to form around Qin Fang. Brother, be careful. Take the remaining attribute recipes with you, and the wild ginger too. Nodding, Qin Fang opened the door. The moment it swung open, Dafu darted toward the exit, nearly slipping past his feet. Qin Fang acted swiftly, grabbing him back. Who would have thought? Despite its tiny frame, this little guy had nerves of steel. Facing 3 wild wolves several times its size, it showed not a hint of fear. He closed the door. Dafu scratched frantically at the door, impossible to stop. When you're older, you can come with me. Without another thought, Qin gripped his battle axe and charged straight at the 3 wolves. Once the confrontation began, words were useless. Against beasts, strike first. While the protective barrier still held, he would strike twice first. Since crafting this broadsword, I've yet to truly test its power. The 3 wolves across the way, upon seeing Qin Fang charging toward them, simultaneously lunged toward him. The beast attack mechanics are designed to prioritize targeting players above all else. They relentlessly pursue their targets, attacking until the player is defeated. Come on! With a furious roar, Qin Fang swung his battle axe at the lead wolf charging toward him. The blow carried immense force, amplified by the power of the blackbone. Doubled its destructive force. A single swing left 2 gushing wounds on the alpha wolf's body. Holy crap! Is this broadsword this effective? Before I could even celebrate, the other 2 wolves pounced. This is bad. With both wolves attacking simultaneously, the protective shield couldn't hold. I had no choice but to target one of them. The pudeo swung again in my hand, striking at the wolf on the left. Thud! The broadsword struck with a resounding thud. At that very moment, a soft thud sounded beside his ear. He turned his head. 3 arrows pierced the wild wolf on the right. The attack was halted instantly. The protective barrier remained completely undamaged. By the window, Chen Shuero shed her usual warmth. Her entire expression turned as cold as ice. Don't even think about harming my brother Qin Feng. 3 arrows were knocked once more. After taking aim, the 3 arrows were released once more. But this time, the wild wolf proved remarkably agile, sidestepping the attack. Only one of the 3 arrows found its mark. Even so, it left a bloody gash on the wolf. Had Chen Shuero possessed greater strength, allowing for faster speed, all 3 arrows would have struck true. Moreover, the attack power would have been stronger. Still, this was quite effective, directly helping Qin Feng tie up one of the wolves. It greatly eased the pressure he faced head-on. Good job, girl. Suppressing 3 wild wolves in the very first round was something Qin Feng hadn't anticipated. Just as he was thinking this, the wolf that had been struck earlier charged at Qin Feng once more. But this time, the 2 wolves had learned their lesson. They charged in simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right. Chapter 54, Slaying the White Wolf. He could only choose to attack one of them now. In that case, he'd target the one already sporting 2 gashes. Damn it, I'll take them down one by one. Qin Feng swung his battle axe toward the right. The full power strike still packs a punch. The pudeo's long reach proved highly advantageous. Before the wolf could even react to the attack, the blade had already struck its body. 2 more gashes appeared. 1 more swing to go. At the same moment, another wolf lunged forward. But Qin Feng could no longer turn around. Thud! The wild wolf's jaws clamped down on the protective barrier. Crackling sounds echoed. Cracks spread across the entire protective barrier. Yet it did not shatter. Phew, that was close. It should be able to withstand one more attack. Seizing the moment, swinging his simple blade with all his might at the wolf on the left. With a sharp swish, 2 fresh gashes erupted on the wolf's body. The 2 wolves attacking Qin Feng now bore 4 gashes on the right and 3 on the left. If I give it my all, both wolves can be finished with just 1 more strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows flew through the air. Once again, they struck the other wolf. The wild wolf now bore 2 fresh gashes on its body. Thanks to the little girl distracting them from the rear. Otherwise, he'd be in real trouble. Now, the 2 wolves that had just been attacked by Qin Feng began circling him. They showed no urgency to engage in combat. But the other one charged straight toward the shelter. Watch out, girl. Don't worry, brother. Chen Shuero faced the charging wild wolf, showing no sign of panic this time. She knocked 3 more arrows and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She fired them at the wolf. Her body instinctively ducked backward. The wolf's head slammed heavily against the wall. An excellent grade shelter could withstand even a typhoon it would certainly hold against a wild wolf's attack. Seeing Chen Shuero was unharmed, Qin Feng turned his attention back to the 2 wolves before him. Since you won't attack, I will. He had to take one down immediately. Survival was always fraught with danger. Qin Feng chose the wolf already bleeding from 4 wounds and charged forward with blinding speed. His feet moved with lightning speed. The full power of the attribute recipe erupted in that instant. Qin Feng couldn't believe his own speed could be this fast. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the wolf. This time, the wolf didn't choose to attack but tried to turn and flee. So you do run after all. But since you've come this far, you won't be leaving. Watch this blade. Swish. The battle axe sliced through the air with a whistling sound. 1 blow sent the wild wolf straight to the afterlife. He had expected the wolf behind him to charge at this moment. But it didn't. Nor did the wolf beside the shelter continue its attack. Instead, they raised their heads and let out a series of howls. It sounded as if they were calling for help. Wait, could there be another one? No way. We've got the upper hand now. If another one shows up, that would be just as I was thinking. Suddenly, Chen Shuero's panicked voice rang out. Look! Behind you, brother! Following Chen Shuero's gaze toward the rear, Qin Feng slowly turned his head. Not far away, another wild wolf emerged slowly from the forest. This wolf was significantly larger than the other 3. Its coat was pure white, and its blood-red eyes were fixed intently on Qin Feng. Oh no! This one looked like it was going to be a hell of a lot tougher to deal with. But there was no turning back now. Even if they retreated, once the wolves finished scavenging the food resources, he and the little girl wouldn't survive. Since fate brought us together, so be it. Who knows? Maybe taking down this wild wolf could bring us an unexpected reward. Isn't that how the game goes? Huge rewards come with huge risks. If we've encountered the risk first, then immense rewards must surely lie hidden behind it. The decision made, hesitation vanished. First, deal with the 2 behind him. He swiftly closed in on the other wolf. Another full-force slash. The wild wolf let out a howl and met its end. Without pausing, he continued toward the wolf at the shelter. Chen Shuarou had already knocked an arrow, aimed, and released it. Faced with danger from both front and rear, the wild wolf vanished without a trace. The moment the arrow struck its body, the Pudeo from Qin Fengshu's book was already upon it. Working in perfect sync, the two struck it down. As the wolf breathed its last, Qin Feng heard a tremendous roar erupt behind him. It was the white wolf's voice. Turning to look, he saw that its two pupils, once black, had now turned blood red. They were fixed intently on Qin Feng. And the two rows of sharp teeth below were truly terrifying. Qin Feng, come back quickly. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the white wolf charged straight at Qin Feng. Its speed was astonishing, far faster than the three wolves before. In the blink of an eye, the white wolf was upon Qin Feng. Before Qin Feng could swing his blade, the white wolf launched its attack first. Crack! The protective barrier shattered instantly. At the critical moment, Qin Feng swung his simple blade with all his might. Swish! Two gashes erupted on the white wolf's body. He thought it would retreat. But the white wolf charged straight into Qin Feng's attack, launching a second strike at him. Brother, watch out! A sharp tearing sound echoed. A searing pain shot through Qin Feng's arm. Then came a violent tug. The bearskin armor on his arm shattered instantly. Damn it! How could it shatter the bearskin armor in one go? Before he could even react, the white wolf launched its third attack. Its jaws sank into his thigh below. Another yank. The bearskin armor on his thigh shattered too. In an instant, his armor value plummeted to 63. Qin Feng, sensing danger, rolled backward violently. Fortunately, his speed bonus allowed him to narrowly evade the white wolf's fourth attack. Damn it! That white wolf must be on steroids. No sooner had he regained his footing than the white wolf blinked back into position before him. This is way too fast. This speed left Qin Feng no time or space to swing his blade. Just as the fifth strike descended, a series of whistling sounds filled the air. Thwack! 3 arrows fired by Chen Shuarou. All 3 arrows struck their mark, perfectly interrupting the fifth strike. At that very moment, the third blood mark appeared. Now! The brief pause gave Qin Feng just enough time. Summoning every ounce of strength, he swung his battle axe upward with a sharp swish. With that all-out strike, he finally carved out the final 2 blood marks. The white wolf let out a piercing scream and collapsed with a thud. It lay dead beneath Qin Feng's blade. Chen Shuarou immediately rushed forward, disregarding the muddy ground as she scrambled and crawled to Qin Feng's side. She frantically checked his body. Brother, are you okay? Did those last 2 blows hurt you? Don't worry, kid. The bearskin armor protected me, so I'm unharmed. That's good. That's good. Wah, you scared me to death. Chen Shuarou threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, her eyes brimming with tears. The white wolf's earlier attacks on Qin Feng had frightened Chen Shuarou so badly her hands trembled, nearly causing her to miss her aim. It's okay, kid. Don't cry, don't cry. We won, didn't we? He patted her back repeatedly to comfort her. At the same time, the system reward notification sounded in his mind. Chapter 55, Reward, Repeating Crossbow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of hunting 3 wolves. You have obtained 1 good grade automatic crossbow. Triggered quality doubling skill, good grade automatic crossbow upgraded to excellent. Excellent grade automatic crossbow, simply pull the trigger to aim and fire. Features automatic bolt reloading, low noise, and high power and excellent assassination weapon. The quiver holds 30 bolts. The excellent grade crossbow sees significant improvements in durability and accuracy, while its overall weight is reduced. It is now more convenient to use and carry. Glancing into the backpack, a sleek black crossbow appeared compact in design and exquisitely crafted. This thing is practically like a handgun. And it's even more concealable than a pistol. Though it lacks the firepower of a pistol, at this stage, this weapon is practically god tier. However, its intricate craftsmanship and numerous delicate components meant, with current technological limitations, it would be impossible to replicate another one. Maybe I should give the little girl one for self-defense. Before he could ponder further, the system sounded again. Ding! Host detected killing 4 wolves, one of which was the White Wolf King. This constitutes exceeding the mission objective. Rewarding you with another good grade automatic crossbow. Plus 2 expanded quivers. Next task, survive this natural disaster unscathed. Swish! The good grade automatic crossbow has been upgraded to excellent grade. Moreover, each of these 2 expanded quivers can now hold 10 additional arrows. That means the quivers can now hold a total of 40 arrows. Great, great, great! The system really spoils me. You know how tough it was to slay the White Wolf King. This reward feels just right. And this next task, since the disaster is winding down, will definitely make it through safely. Brother Qin Feng, what should we do with these wolf carcasses? Let's haul them back to our courtyard to butcher them. We took down 4 wolves this time should yield plenty of food. As for the wolf pelts, I'll take them to study later and see what else we can use them for. After giving these instructions, the two set to work. Since we took down 4 wolves at once, the workload was considerable this time. Chen Shuaro followed behind Xin Fong, assisting him and bustling about. Soon, all 4 wolves were butchered. They obtained a total of 24 kilograms of wolf meat and 9 wolf pelts. The White Wolf King alone yielded 3 pelts. Ding! Doubling skill triggered. Wolf pelts 45. Running her fingers over the wolf pelt in her hand, she marveled at its soft texture. Could she figure out how to make a wolfskin coat? If it worked, the warmth would be absolutely top-notch. Xin Fong, come quick. Look at this. Turning around, he saw Chen Shuaro crouched beside the White Wolf King. Could it be that something valuable had been found inside the White Wolf King again? Approaching Chen Shuaro, he saw the young girl holding a yellow card in her hand. What's this? Is it a new attribute recipe? No, brother. Just take a look and you'll see. Chen Shuaro handed the paper over. He unfolded it. Whoa! At the top was a string of coordinates. Below the coordinates, only one word was written. Coal. Coal? How could it be a resource like coal? And hidden inside the White Wolf's belly, no less. He searched the White Wolf's belly again. Nothing else could be found inside. It wasn't a recipe, nor a blueprint for crafting items, it was a set of coordinates for an island. That island must have coal. But such resources seemed useless now. Regardless, Xin Fong carefully tucked the coordinates into his backpack. If it appeared, there must be a reason. Besides, coal is a crucial resource in the real world. Just because we don't need it now doesn't mean we won't need it later. Alright, girl, let's head home. The rain's getting heavier and we're soaked through. Don't catch a cold. The carcass of the slaughtered wolf could be left behind, it would vanish on its own shortly. Back in the cabin, Defu's expression returned to its usual self. He wagged his tail cheerfully, seemingly eager for a snack. Brother, when you shut the door just now, this little guy got really anxious. Don't let his small size fool you now. Once he grows up, he'll be quite formidable. Look how much bigger he's gotten in just the few days we've taken him in. I bet it won't be long before Dafu can go out with you. With him around, I'll feel much safer. Chen Shuaro crouched down and stroked Dafu's head. No rush. Let's wait until he gets bigger and train him a bit. Nizi, stoke up the fire. We need to dry our clothes. Chen Shuaro nodded and started the fire. As the campfire crackled to life, warmth and dryness filled the small hut once more. Both of them took off their clothes and hung them on a nearby wooden rack to dry. In the firelight, Chen Shuaro's fair, voluptuous figure was laid bare. Xin Fong found himself staring, his eyes going wide. Ah, it had been too dark that night to truly appreciate her. Now seemed the perfect time to do just that. Silly brother, what's so beautiful? What's so beautiful? You mean this fire? It's pretty white and the logs are big. I'll add a few more. Why so shy? I'll get closer. This way, big bro can see it better, right? Hey, stop messing around, you little minx. But girl, besides your hot figure, your archery skills are even more impressive. If not for your final shot, I wouldn't have been able to break free and slay that white wolf. I was scared too, afraid I'd accidentally hit you. My hands were shaking when I shot. Plus, I didn't have enough strength. You silly girl, you did exceptionally well. With more experience, your hands won't shake anymore. Okay. Don't worry, brother Xin Fong. I'll practice whenever I can. Next time, I'll do even better. Come eat something to recharge. Just as he finished speaking, Xin Fong's watch suddenly vibrated. He tapped it open. It was a message from Wu Fei. Wu Fei. This was the same Wu Fei who had recently asked him to monitor Park Piaolu. If he was sending a message now, could it mean? He opened the private message. Wu Fei, brother Xin Fong, they've already set out. And this time, there are 3 of them. 3 people. Did you catch a glimpse of the third one? I couldn't make it out clearly, too far away. Alright. Thanks, brother Wu Fei. Take these. You've just endured a beast attack too, your supplies must be depleted. With that, Xin Fong handed over some wolf meat. Regardless of whether he'd been generous in past exchanges, since Wu Fei had provided timely intelligence, he couldn't be stingy now. Thanks a lot, brother Xin Fong. You've been looking out for me since last time. I really appreciate it. No problem. If you have any other important information, let me know right away. I won't shortchange you, you can count on it. Got it. Wu Fei opened the trade window to check. His eyes widened instantly. Holy crap. This is wolf meat? Could it be that Xin Fong killed a wolf all by himself? Good heavens. Just yesterday, it took 3 of them, Pupiol and the others, working together to take down a single wolf, and now Xin Fong has done it all by himself. I'd better show this brother Xin more respect from now on. This time, Pupiol and his crew really bit off more than they could chew. Serves them right. Chapter 56, Friends from Afar. Wu Fei hadn't exaggerated one bit. Park Pao Lee's group was the first to endure the natural disaster. After it was over, they wasted no time boarding a small raft and heading straight for Qin Fong and Chen Shuero's island. Zhou Qiang and Park Pao Lu rode on one raft, while Li Feng took another raft by himself. Zhou Qiang, brother Park, do we really need to rush this? The natural disaster just passed and we're already setting off? What do you know? We'll strike while Qin Fong and his crew aren't ready. Got the element of surprise, you know? Oh, I see. That never occurred to me. Park Paolo rolled his eyes inwardly at Zhou Qiang. He really had no idea how this guy became the neighborhood chief. With that level of intelligence, he's supposed to mediate disputes among residents? He'd be lucky not to get beaten up. Li Feng chimed in from the side. Brother Pooh, how much do you really know about that Qin Fong? The weapons we're carrying should be fine, right? 3 iron spears, 3 upgraded iron daggers, plus a bow. And there's 3 of us. If we can't take down Qin Fong with that, I'll crawl into a chamber pot and suffocate myself. But I heard Qin Fong has weapons too. It's only natural he has weapons. Precisely because he's armed is why I plan to catch him off guard. We'll sneak onto the island and surround him together. Let's see what he can do then. Li Feng nodded and said nothing more. Before coming here, he'd done his research, and from his secret observations of Qin Fong, he always felt there was more to this guy than met the eye. He silently lowered his head and continued rowing. Zhou Qiang chimed in from the side. Don't be scared, Li Feng. That Qin Fong is just 2 arms and 2 legs. As for that woman, let's pretend she doesn't exist. We've got 3 of us now, 3 grown men. A mere Qin Fong? We'll handle him easily. Once we split the iron ore on his island and add the resources you've got, we'll be rolling in it in no time. Pu Piol said, let's be clear, I can give up some resources, but I absolutely must have Chen Shuero. Zhou Qiang replied, no problem, brother Pu. Rest assured. We've got the wind at our backs now. Get some sleep. I reckon we'll reach our destination in less than a day and a half. Favorable winds, indeed. Chen Shuero, you'd never guess you'd see me in a day and a half. Once we take down Qin Fong and bring you back to the island, I'll see how you resist then. Damn it. You used to ignore me, but when I get you, I'll make you beg on your knees for mercy. Inside the wooden hut, Qin Fong informed Chen Shuero that Pu Piol and the others had set out. Chen Shuero's face flushed crimson with fury. Qin Fong, you absolutely must not show mercy. I know exactly what kind of person Park Piaolu was back in school. She had absolutely no moral boundaries. Just imagine that was in real life. I bet he'll be even more reckless in the game. Don't worry, kid. To deal with scum like him, you have to be even more ruthless. Since he's coming right to us, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Qin Fong pulled out the map and entered Wu Fei's coordinates. The navigation route appeared on the map. Since their islands were so close together, he could simply use Wu Fei's coordinates as those for Piaolu Island. The map displayed not only the route but also the estimated travel time, wind direction, and weather conditions. They would reach their destination in about a day and a half. With favorable winds, it might be even faster. Calculating the timing, they would arrive at their island around midnight, before dawn. The light at that hour is extremely faint. Moreover, the only suitable landing spot is just ahead of the small cabin. Everywhere else is mountainous terrain with no flat ground at all. Given that, a day and a half is plenty of time for me to prepare a gift for you. A faint, sinister smile slowly spread across his face. Chen Shuero, watching Qin Fong's expression change, knew in her heart that Pu Piol and the others were probably in for trouble. But if they were going to suffer, well, they deserved it. For a moment, Chen Shuero recalled the very beginning of her journey to this desolate island. Things had started off unlucky enough. And to think he'd made her take those photos for him. Not helping was one thing, but why did he have to humiliate her too? Thank goodness Qin let me go. But brother, you need to be careful. They're definitely coming with that nothing ventured, nothing gained attitude this time. I know that. Don't worry, kid. They're not worthy of snatching resources from me. After reassuring Chen Shuero a few more times, Qin Fong began his production. When friends come from afar, surprises are a must. Time flew by. Soon evening arrived. All the gifts he needed to make were finished. All that remained was to head to the beach to prepare. The rain had stopped outside. Qin Fong gave Chen Shuero a few simple instructions. He grabbed a torch and an iron shovel before heading out the door. Upon reaching the beach, Qin Fong began meticulously preparing. Honestly, preparing this gift was quite the chore. Finally, after 2 hours, Qin Fong had everything ready. Gazing out at the distant sea, Qin Fong smiled to himself. He couldn't wait to see if they'd squeal with delight when they stumbled upon these gifts. He returned to the small cabin. He glanced at the clock. It was 11 p.m. How's it going, bro? Have they arrived yet? I reckon they'll arrive around midnight. But don't worry, let's hit the sack. Ha? Brother, you can't be careless. Relax, kid. Sleep will quickly restore our strength so we can handle them properly. Besides, all necessary preparations are already in place. The moment they set foot on the island, I'll hear them. Well, okay then, brother. the bed's already made. Would you like Xiaoro to give you a massage before you sleep? Not this time. You should get some sleep too. Just as Qin Fong had anticipated. By nearly 3 in the morning, the three of them had already spotted the island where Qin Fong was. Under the moonlight, the island's outline began to emerge faintly. Zhou Qiang exclaimed, "Look! Isn't that Qin Fong's house?" The moonlight illuminated the golden sandy beach, casting the outline of Qin Fong's small wooden cottage along the shore. "It must be," Pu Piol confirmed, glancing at the time again. 3:25 a.m. At this hour, Qin Fong must be fast asleep. Good. Soon, I'll send you straight to meet the king of hell in your dreams. Row faster, Zhou Qiang. We must strike while it's still dark and catch him off guard. Zhou Qiang grunted in agreement, arching his back to paddle harder. But inwardly, he grumbled, all he does is boss me around, damn it. Just past 4 a.m., the two small wooden rafts reached the edge of the island. Zhou Qiang exclaimed, "Look! Qin Fong has even built a small courtyard already. Pretty impressive. That kid must have a ton of resources." "Enough with the nonsense," Li Feng muttered. "Keep your voice down and hurry ashore." He pulled the raft toward the shore. Just as they were nearing the shore and stepping onto the beach, Zhou Qiang, leading the way, suddenly stumbled as his foot gave way, sinking halfway into the sand. A piercing scream followed. "Ah! My leg!" Then, the entire beach echoed with the clanging and clattering sounds of bamboo tubes. In bed, Qin Fong jolted upright. Guests have arrived. Chapter 57, The Little Girl's Fierceness. By the shore. Piaolu beside him asked, "What's going on?" Li Feng replied, "It's a trap. Specifically designed to catch small wild boars." Li Feng bent down to examine Zhou Chang's leg and continued, "These traps have bamboo spikes underneath, and there's a live knot on the surface. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets." With that, Li Feng pulled out his pocket knife and cut the rope binding Zhou Chang's leg. Pain contorted Zhou Chang's face. He yanked his leg free with all his might and muttered, "What rotten luck. I step out of the water and immediately walk into a trap." "It's not bad luck," Li Feng replied calmly. "Qin Fong had this plan all along." "Prepared? What do you mean?" Zhou Qiang asked, utterly bewildered. Li Feng felt utterly helpless. "You don't fear godlike opponents, but you dread pig-like teammates. Do you think wild boars would show up on the beach? No? What if? Who knows, maybe one day a dim-witted wild boar will suddenly show up here." Park Piaolu was speechless. "Zhou Qiang, you're right, and that brain-dead wild boar has already appeared." "Where?" "Enough. Let's get moving." That clanging noise we heard earlier probably woke Qin Fong. Li Feng felt every extra word was a waste of time. That single strike had just knocked 32 health points off Zhou Qiang. After that, Li Feng led the way, constantly probing the terrain ahead with his spear. But this reconnaissance proved costly. He stumbled upon several wild boar traps in quick succession. 1,000 thoughts raced through Li Feng's mind at that moment. Thank goodness Zhou Qiang, that foolhardy tiger, had sacrificed himself. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. And just how much resources did this Qin Fong have? To pull off such a grand scheme and set up so many boar traps. And this was only what they'd managed to uncover. There were bound to be more hidden elsewhere. Continuing forward, the three slowly made their way toward Qin Fong's small cabin. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Chen Shuero had also awakened with a start. "Brother and the others. They're here. Bao ready? Bearskin armor on? I'm ready. Don't worry, brother. Alright, you don't need to go out. Stay home and be safe. That Park Piaolu won't let you off the hook. But brother, you. There are 3 of them, and I'm worried about you going alone. Besides, I'm a decent shot too. I can hide behind you and help. Surely that's okay?" Qin Fong was about to keep persuading her when he suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the small courtyard. They were getting closer to the cabin. "Hide, girl!" Qin Fong shouted, immediately drawing the repeating crossbow he'd just acquired. Let them taste the power of this repeating crossbow first. Qin Fong quietly opened the window. He aimed it at the 3 figures. Click. Whoosh. The arrow shot out swiftly. Thud. It struck Zhou Qiang squarely in the thigh. And it was the same thigh that had just been pierced by the trap. No way. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Pu Piol and Li Feng quickly dodged to either side. They hid behind the wooden pillars on either side. Li Feng exclaimed, "Damn it! Qin Fong has a bow too. What do we do?" Before Li Feng could finish speaking, Zhou Qiang, still standing in place, shouted, "Qin Fong, come out if you've got the guts. What kind of skill is hiding inside a house?" Whoosh. Another arrow flew out. This crossbow bolt struck Zhou Chang's other leg. Thud. Both of Zhou Chang's legs were hit. He collapsed to the ground. It wasn't that Qin Fong's aim was off, he simply hadn't intended to kill Zhou Qiang yet. Keeping him alive meant he still had plenty of questions to ask. Park Piaolu, hiding nearby, watched Zhou Chang's actions and was so furious he wanted to curse out loud. What kind of person is this, damn it? He didn't run away after getting beaten up, and he's still yelling? Li Feng shouted, Xin Feng, don't be impulsive. We came here to form an alliance with you. We have absolutely no ill will. I don't know why you're acting this way. What happened before was our fault. Li Feng, you're full of. You stinking fool, all you know how to do is deceive those brainless heirs. And you, Park Paolo, hiding over there pretending to be dead, you're just as dumb. You think you're hot stuff just because your family has a little cash, but you're really just a big-time loser. Oh, and you're pissed you can't get Xiao Ro, huh? Forcing her to take pictures for you? Wait till I shoot you dead, you son of a... Listen up, Park Paolo, Xiao Ro's glued to me now. She makes me breakfast every single day. Chen Shuero, standing nearby, blushed fiercely at this. Hey, big bro, what are you doing? Why drag me into this? Keep your voice down. I'm trying to lure this coward out. Otherwise, he'll just hide behind that pillar forever and we won't be able to hit him. Oh, I see. Chen Shuero smiled knowingly. She immediately pressed her face against the window and shouted, Damn you, Pupiol. Ever since college, you've harassed me every single day. Don't you know you have body odor? Besides, the only one I like is brother Qin Feng. Always have, always will, forever and ever. And you want me to take your nude photos? Go home and have your mom take them for you. You stinking piece of... bastard. Qin Feng, standing nearby, was completely stunned. When did this girl become so fierce? Holy crap. Meanwhile, behind the pillar, Pupiol was so furious his face had turned green. His eyes were bloodshot. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this, not since he was a kid. You too, just die. Park Paolo bellowed. He spun around swiftly, knocked an arrow, and fired toward the window. Watch out, girl. Qin Feng grabbed Chen Shuero and fell sideways with her. Thud. The arrow embedded itself into the wooden wall beside the window. Thank goodness. Thank goodness arrow's aim was off. You okay, girl? I'm fine. You should have dodged when you yelled. That was so dangerous just now. I couldn't hold back. He bullied me constantly back in college. Bullying you? Fine. Just wait till I get my hands on him. He pulled Chen Shuero to her feet. You little punk, you want to compete with me in archery? I've got over 100 arrows in reserve. What do I have to fear from you? By now, the sky had begun to lighten. Qin Feng quietly approached the window and peered out. There stood Pupiol, standing openly at the entrance of the small courtyard, staring right at them. 2 tigers, 1 shot. A smile touched Qin Feng's lips. One hand touched the wooden door, swiftly flinging it open to create a commotion. Pupiol immediately shot an arrow toward the door. At that very moment, Qin Feng sprang to his feet by the window. The crossbow fired at Pupiol. Whoosh! Thud! It struck Park Paoli's arm directly. The crossbow automatically reloaded. Qin Feng fired another arrow. This arrow struck Park Paoli's other arm. In the blink of an eye, both arms were rendered immobile. Ah! Damn it! Park Paoli's bow and arrows clattered to the ground. Li Feng, still hiding nearby, was utterly astonished. This wasn't right. How could the crossbow reload so quickly? He turned his head and squinted. When he saw the repeating crossbow in Qin Feng's hands, Li Feng's heart sank. It's over. Who would have thought the hunter would become the prey, while the prey was the true hunter all along? Chapter 58, Niz poisoned. Qin Feng stood by the window, his crossbow still aimed at Pupiol and Li Feng. Now completely incapacitated, Pupiol also saw the crossbow in Qin Feng's hands. His face was filled with disbelief. This couldn't be possible. How on earth did he get his hands on it? The situation was now crystal clear. Qin Feng held complete dominance. Park Pyo-rock's eyes darted around. His right leg had just lifted slightly. Whoosh! Thud! An arrow landed right beside Park Pyo-lee's foot. Park Pyo-lee's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. You move again? You move again and I'll shoot you dead, you hear me? The words froze Park Pyo-lee solid in place. You bastard? You dare set your sights on me? You must be tired of living, huh? Qin Feng's calm tone carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Park Pyo-lee was too terrified to utter a single word. He feared that any wrong word might prompt Qin Feng to strike him down. Brother Qin Feng, it's all a misunderstanding, really. This is all a misunderstanding. Hidden behind a pillar, Li Feng forced a friendly tone. A damn misunderstanding? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Look, brother Qin Feng, we were just passing through. We had no idea this was your island. We're really sorry. Here, take these things. Please accept them. As he spoke, Li Feng swiftly traded resources from his backpack to Qin Feng. He also gave Park Pyo-lee a discreet signal, urging him to hand over his resources quickly. Park Pyo-lee understood and slightly raised his arm, transferring resources from his backpack to Qin Feng. With both hands injured, he could barely muster the strength to tap the screen. Oh? Are you two trying to bribe me with resources to beg for mercy? He glanced at the trade window. It contained various basic resources: iron ore, cloth, food, and more. Qin Feng hadn't clicked to accept yet. Li Feng shouted loudly, "Brother Qin Feng, we're idiots. Please spare us this once. I swear I'll never set foot on your island again." Ever since that last incident, Qin Feng had recognized Li Feng as the sharpest mind among the three. He could clearly assess the current situation. He knew when to bend and when to stand firm. No wonder he'd been a merchant before. "But Li Feng, you might fool others, but you won't fool me. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Letting you go would only invite endless trouble later. This isn't child's play. If you want to survive, there are some things you absolutely cannot hesitate over. I can let you go, but you must come out first and show me you're unarmed. Let's lure him out first. Brother Qin Feng, be sincere. Since you've agreed to spare us, put down your weapon first. What if I step out and you shoot me dead?" No sooner had Li Feng finished speaking. Whoosh! Thud! An arrow struck the pillar directly in front of Li Feng. The arrow carried tremendous force, sending a shiver down Li Feng's spine. Had the wooden pillar not been there, the arrow would have pierced his skull. "You think you have the right to negotiate with me? Ha! I'm letting you out now. You understand what I'm saying, right?" Qin Feng's tone was utterly cold. Even Chen Shuaro, standing nearby, felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The brother who usually showered her with kisses, hugs, and piggyback rides now bore an icy glare that sent shivers down her spine. The chiseled, resolute profile before her eyes struck Chen Shuaro as incredibly handsome. This was a side of him she had never seen before. "Fine. I'll come out. I'll come out right now." Li Feng's tone behind the pillar suddenly shifted. But as he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at Park Piaolu beside him. He waved the newly acquired slender tube in his hand toward him. Qin Feng, bow and crossbow in hand, kept his eyes fixed on Li Feng. Suddenly, Park Piaoli's body jerked violently, and he dashed backward. In that split second, Li Feng abruptly turned around, aiming the slender tube at Qin Feng and blowing into it. Whoosh! A short arrow shot swiftly toward Qin Feng. "Brother, watch out!" Chen Shuaro cried out as she lunged toward Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, the short arrow plunged into Chen Shuaro's shoulder with a dull thud. "You brat! Damn you, Li Feng, you bastard!" Qin Feng scrambled to his feet, flung open the door, and charged toward them. On his way, he kicked Zhou Qiang, who lay half dead in the courtyard. He couldn't help it, he was too furious. Qin Feng kept pulling the trigger, firing at them. Though his accuracy was compromised while running, the crossbow's efficiency and reloading speed were swift. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He unleashed a barrage, firing relentlessly at Li Feng, who was running behind. Thud, thud. One arrow struck Li Feng's lower back, another pierced his shoulder. The pain made Li Feng scream in agony. But he kept running without looking back. He knew that if caught, he would surely die. Park Piaolu, who was leading the way, had already adjusted the raft's direction. He pushed the raft into the sea. Li Feng followed closely behind. Limping, he also hopped onto the raft. Qin Feng seized the moment to fire several more arrows. Another arrow struck Li Feng in the back. Beside him, Pu Piol frantically paddled the raft. Like two stray dogs, they swiftly fled Qin Feng's island. He glanced at the other small raft nearby. He was about to pull the raft to give chase. But alas, the young girl had already been struck by an arrow. Her condition was the most urgent matter now. "Damn it! If anything happens to her, you'll all be buried with her." He continued running back. Passing Zhou Qiang again, he kicked him in the rear once more. There was no other way those two had run off, and Qin Feng was furious. Back in the cabin, Chen Shuaro leaned half against the wall. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. It was heartbreaking to see. "Hey, girl! Are you okay? Let me take a look." She crouched down to examine the wound. A short arrow had pierced Chen Shuaro's shoulder. Qin Feng carefully peeled off the outer layer of bearskin armor, then the clothing beneath. Her snow-white skin was exposed. The arrowhead had sunk deep into her flesh. Coincidentally, the arrow had struck precisely where the bearskin armor's edges joined. Thus, the protection was relatively weak. Even so, it had provided some resistance. The arrow had only penetrated partially, not very deeply. Qin Feng gripped the short arrow and said, "Hang in there, kid. It'll hurt a bit." Chen Shuaro gave a slight nod. In an instant, Qin Feng yanked the short arrow out with a sharp tug. "Ah!" Chen Shuaro couldn't help but let out a soft cry. "Come on, get up, kid. I'll carry you to bed." He scooped her up and gently laid her on the bed. His eyes flicked to the arrowhead in his hand. Hiss. "Wait a minute, there's something off about this short arrowhead." Using the sunlight streaming through the window, Qin Feng examined it closely. The tip of the short arrow bore a faint green hue. "Damn it! This arrowhead is poisoned. Damn it! Li Feng, fine, if I don't kill you, may I not be a Qin?" Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 59, First Blood. Ding! Host detected completing island guard duty. Hidden achievement Guardian unlocked. Reward, Island Alert function. Island alert: whenever another player lands on any island under the host's ownership, the host will be notified and shown the exact location of the landing. Ding! Detected host's girlfriend injured and poisoned. The system provided critical information. This poisoning is caused by snake venom. Toxicity will manifest in 3 days. Without timely treatment, Chen Shuero will die. The antidote requires Lingji mushrooms. Ganoderma lucidum is currently hidden within a luminous treasure chest in the deep sea. Note, the luminous treasure chest contains not only Lingji but also other critical items. The system's voice then fell silent. Brother Qin Feng, are you okay? Is it serious? No, it's not serious. Just get some rest. The arrow was coated with poison, but it's fine. As long as you rest properly, you'll be back to normal in a few days. Qin Feng reassured Chen Shuero. But inside, he was deeply anxious. The glowing treasure chest was guarded by that orca. Obtaining it would be no easy feat. If not for sheer luck last time, he wouldn't have even made it up here. Damn Li Feng, I'll kill him. Qin Feng, stop trying to comfort me. I can tell when you're lying. I can see my health points dropping bit by bit. I know poison is hard to cure. Forget it, brother. No, kid, don't lose hope. There's a way. Trust me. What solution? If it involves risk, I won't let you go. I can't let myself drag you down. How is this dragging me down? You shielded me from that arrow, how is that dragging me down? Alright, enough talking, kid. Rest up and eat this wild ginger. Don't worry about anything else. Just remember, I'll get us both out of this game world alive. With that, Qin Feng turned and walked out of the hut. Behind him, Chen Shuero's eyes were bloodshot, tears welling up in her eyes. She recalled that fire from years ago. That boy had been just as resolute and brave as he was now. Chen Shuero, oh Chen Shuero, you are truly blessed. What immense virtue must you have accumulated in a past life to have met him. Outside, Qin Feng stared at Zhou Qiang, lying on the ground barely clinging to life. His gaze was filled with viciousness. If not for these men, how could Chen Shuero have ended up on the brink of death? A bunch of scum. I haven't done anything wrong. Yet these bastards kept stirring up trouble time and again. Do they really think I'm a pushover? He slowly walked over to Zhou Qiang. Qin Feng crouched down. At this point, Zhou Chang's health bar was nearly depleted. He was in a semi-conscious state. Qin Feng gripped an arrow embedded in his body. He yanked it out with a sharp jerk. Ah! Zhou Qiang sat bolt upright from the pain. His eyes widened, and when he looked at Qin Feng again, his face was filled with utter terror. Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng, I. Smack! Qin Feng slapped him across the face. Answer only what I ask. Got it? I understand. First, how did you find out I'd left my original island and come to Chen Shuero's island? It was Park Piao Lu. He found a device by accident while diving. This device can select an heir to monitor and obtain information about their island. Have you seen this thing? Yes, it's about the size of a palm. But I never used it. He wouldn't let me touch it, and after it ran out of power, he stopped using it altogether. Send me the location of Li Feng's island. Now. Alright. Watching Zhou Chan's swift actions, a string of code was sent to Qin Feng's watch. Cut the tricks. If this location is wrong, I'll kill you right now. No way, this location is definitely Li Feng's island. Fine. Now tell me about the situation on Park Piao Li's island. After all, that bastard Park Piao Lu inherited a large island. This was the perfect chance to learn more through Zhou Qiang. His island has abundant resources, plenty of rare ones too. Things like cloth, copper ore, black soil, coal, you name it. Beyond that, the seas surrounding his island are also rich in resources. I've even heard rumors of modern weapons lying deep beneath its waters. I don't know if that's true or not. Modern weapons? That old Biden really has some damn good luck. If modern weapons fall into his hands, he'll be even harder to deal with in the future. And that device, how could such a valuable thing end up in his hands? Damn it. What else do you know? Spill it. There's also Li Feng. A bunch of people have already started following them. They want to use Park Piao Li's resources to recruit a ton of others. They're even talking about forming some sort of Park Family Army. Park Family Army? What a ridiculous name. What else? Nothing else. I really don't know anything else. Brother Qin. Please save me. I only followed them because I was momentarily confused. You're a big-hearted man, don't hold this against me. If you just save me, I'll be your slave, do whatever you tell me. Alright. You seem decent enough, and your attitude is good. Wait here, I'll get you some wild ginger. Really? Thank you, brother. Thank you, Brother Qin Feng. Zhou Qiang scrambled to his feet and crawled to Qin Feng's feet, bowing and scraping as he spoke. No need for that. We're brothers. See what's over there? Qin Feng pointed in the opposite direction. Zhou Qiang followed Qin Feng's gaze. Thud. A shovel smacked him squarely on the back of the head. You bastard? You beat me up and now expect me to save you? Thud. Another blow. Thud. One more. 3 blows and Zhou Qiang collapsed instantly. Qin Fong spat on the ground, then dragged Zhou Chang's body toward the shore. Two-faced scum like this are nothing but trouble if left alive. They'll betray you sooner or later. But to be honest, Qin Fong had steeled himself for this moment. He'd done a lot of mental preparation. After all, this was his first time killing someone. Even though it was in a game, it was still his first time. He hadn't been a murderer in his previous life. Fortunately, the game rarely showed large pools of blood. After disposing of Zhou Chang's body, Qin Fong calmed himself down. Incidents like this would likely become more frequent in the future. Better get used to it sooner rather than later. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the hidden achievement First Blood. Rewards: 1 pair of underwater goggles and 1 pair of binoculars. Underwater goggles increases underwater visibility by 50 meters. 50 meters? When diving alone, visibility rarely exceeds 10 meters. Now I can actually see 50 meters ahead. This will be immensely useful for future deep-sea exploration. As for the binoculars, they'll let me spot distant movements ahead of time. They'll be incredibly helpful when I venture out to sea for exploration later. He stowed both items away. Qin Fong turned back toward the small wooden hut. After a full day of work, the sun rose in the distance. The skies cleared. It seemed the second wave of natural disasters had officially passed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a light screen suddenly appeared before Qin Fong's eyes. A game announcement appeared. Chapter 60, Mall opened. Congratulations to all players for surviving the second wave of natural disasters. The 300,000 yuan reward has been distributed to your accounts. Current reported numbers: 7,983 surviving players, 2,017 deceased players. This calamity claimed so many lives? The last disaster claimed over 400 lives. This wave is 5 times deadlier. The next wave of calamity will arrive in 10 days. Details will be announced 3 days prior. Please prepare accordingly. Additionally, the game introduces a new feature: Major Event Announcements. Major Event: Player Qin Fong successfully defeated all monsters in the Beast Assault. He also defeated the White Wolf King once again. The announcement was made. The other players were all stunned. Holy crap, is he some kind of beast? He took down 4 wolves at once. Qin Fong actually killed wolves? I can barely dodge them, and he just went and killed them outright. We're screwed. Our beast raid was looted while his was restocked. 4 wolves worth of meat? That'll feed him for days. Sigh. People are just so frustrating to compare with. I can't even imagine how Qin Fong pulled that off. Qin Fong is so cool. I wonder if he gets lonely at night. Beyond everyone else's shock, Wu Fei felt the same way. I underestimated Qin Fong. I thought killing 1 wolf was impressive enough, but damn it, he took down 4 wolves. With terrifying strength like that, I'm glad I never crossed him. I'll have to curry favor with him properly from now on. He'll definitely become a dominant force on this deserted island later on. I wonder what fate awaits those 3 fellows. Due to player Qin Fong's outstanding performance, this game will award Qin Fong an additional 100,000 yuan. What? An extra 100,000 yuan. Next time beasts attack, I'm joining the fight. Get real. With your skills, you wouldn't even be enough to fill those beasts' teeth once you're out there. Exactly. He's Qin Fong. Are you Qin Fong? Don't you have any sense of your own abilities? The regional chat exploded again. Qin Fong stared at the messages. Qin Fong sighed inwardly. Damn it, he'd been trying to keep a low profile. But this damn game just had to broadcast it to the whole world. Sigh. A notification buzzed on his watch: bank account credited, 400,000 yuan. Fine, since the money's already been paid, let it be public then. Beyond the shock of those present, 2 others were also stunned. And theirs was shock mixed with regret, frustration, and resentment. That's right. These 2 were Park Pao Lo and Li Feng. At that moment, the 2 were sitting on a small wooden raft heading back. Arrows still protruded from their bodies. Li Feng, before I came, I asked you several times if you knew Qin Fong's strength. You said you knew. Is this what you meant? Killing 4 wolves. The device ran out of power. What else could I do? Besides, I genuinely had no idea he progressed so far. He even has that incredible weapon, a repeating crossbow. Alright, it's too late to say anything now. I'm screwed this time. Brotherly, we were careless this time. I say we should gather more people and strike again when the timing's right. 3 guys couldn't take him down, but 10 wouldn't stand a chance? I refuse to believe it. Our island has plenty of resources. Once we get back, you handle recruiting people. We'll form an alliance. Qin Fong's got even more powerful stuff in his hands. He can even make crossbows. Think about it. Li Feng fell silent for a moment before replying. Alright. I won't let these arrows pierce my body go to waste. I've never suffered such a crushing defeat in my entire life. It's settled. With you and me teaming up, taking down Qin Fong is only a matter of time. But I suspect even if we don't seek him out this time, he'll come looking for us. That arrow aimed at Qin Fong was poisoned. Whoever gets hit will die within 3 days. That's the venom from the island snakes I used. If we hit Qin Fong, this mission is ours. But who would have thought that woman would block it? I can tell Qin Fong is deeply in love with her. Pu Piali's mind instantly flashed back to Chen Shuarou's curses directed at him. Damn Chen Shuarou, I've been chasing you like crazy, and you won't even give me the time of day. This time, you're dead meat. Don't worry, brotherly. If he dares come for revenge, we'll just finish him off. Hurry back and gather our men. That's fine, but there's one thing I still don't understand. How did Qin Fong know we were coming for him? And he even prepared in advance. I don't think it's just about us. The more cautious he acts, the more it proves he has even stronger resources at his disposal. You have a point. Damn it. That idiot Zhou Qian, when we gather more people later, someone like him should just be kicked out. Alright. Also, Qin Fong might already know your location on the island. So what if he does? What's there to fear? He's got crossbows, right? Once we're back and rested, I'm diving into the sea to find even more powerful weapons to take him down. Alright. With men and weapons on our side, Qin Fong's got a death sentence coming. Qin Fong had just returned to the shelter. The announcements sounded again. Attention all members, the second wave of the celestial calamity has concluded. The in-game store is now open. You may now make purchases in the store. The store currency is golden carrots, which can be exchanged using your food resources. The store offers a wide variety of supplies, including daily necessities and other items. Feel free to explore. The store's open? I'm heading in to check it out. There's quite a lot here. No way, the prices are crazy. A bag of salt costs 10 golden carrots? Half a kilo of meat only gets you 1 golden carrot. Seriously? That means I'd need several pounds of meat just to get 1 bag of salt? What a ripoff! The regional chat instantly shifted from Qin Fong's wolf hunt to the marketplace topic. Qin Fong watched everyone's messages and fell deep in thought. No wonder the system emphasized how precious food resources were. So this is how precious it is. Oh right. I unlocked the half-price mode. Qin Fong immediately opened his multifunctional watch. The previously grayed out storefront finally lit up. He clicked to enter. Swish. The interface transformed instantly. A golden carrot emblem appeared in the upper left corner of the black interface. Below it, rows upon rows of products. Seasonings, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and more. Household items, plates, chopsticks, and all sorts of odds and ends. Additionally, there are snacks and other items. In short, anything you'd typically use at home can be found here. Scrolling down to check the prices. Salt, 5 gold carrots. Wow, it really is half price. This is awesome. I've got plenty of food right now, so trading it in would definitely get me a lot of gold carrots. With the half price deal, I could buy even more stuff. Keep scrolling down. There are still plenty of parts, blueprints, and so on below. But the prices are still pretty steep, even at half off. No worries, as long as they're available, I'll get them eventually. I'll check later for tools that might help with underwater exploration. Right now, the most important thing is to get the antidote for the little girl. Just as I thought that. A sudden coughing fit interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, Chen Shuarou was drenched in sweat, her face pale and grim. What's wrong with you? Chapter 61, Lingji secured. Qin Fong hurried over to check on her. As soon as he touched Chen Shuarou's forehead, Qin Fong's heart sank. She had a fever. Fine beads of sweat kept forming on her forehead. Brother Qin Fong, I'm fine. You say you're fine? Look at this fever. You say you're fine? They said the poison would take effect in 3 days, but by the time the 3rd day arrived, it would surely be too late. Before the next wave of natural disaster warnings hit, he had to dive into the sea and find that Lingji mushroom for the girl. The sooner we find it, the sooner Niz can escape. Chen Shuarou lay with her eyes tightly shut, sweat beading on her forehead. Her brows furrowed as she murmured softly to herself. Her entire state was extremely poor. Qin Fong watched her, his heart aching. If she hadn't taken that arrow for me, I'd be the one suffering like this now. Damn Li Feng, I'll make you pay 100-fold. He gently patted Chen Shuarou's small hand and was about to rise to leave. Suddenly, her hand tightened. Chen Shuarou clasped his hand tightly. Her lips kept murmuring the same words, Mo-go, wake up. You absolutely can't be hurt. The safety knot will protect you. Mo-go, that name, it feels so familiar. It seemed like she had heard people mention it often before, but why can't I remember? The more she tried to think, the more her head began to ache. She shook her head. No, now's not the time to dwell on this. I need to hurry down and find the Lingji. He gently pushed away the 2 small hands. Qin Fong pushed open the door and walked out. Chen Shuero lay alone on the bed, her lips still murmuring that name over and over. That name belonged to the boy from years ago. It was also the name Qin Fong once bore. He hurried to the seaside. The storm had passed, and today's weather was perfect calm seas ideal for setting sail. He checked the contents of his backpack. Qin Fong donned his wetsuit, put on his fins, and secured his goggles and oxygen tank. This gear was currently the best available for going out to sea. After entering the water, he once again traversed the shallow sea section. But the shallow waters remained unchanged from last time. No sharks spawned, nor did any other resources. With resources spawning so slowly, it seemed he'd have to venture further out to sea to find other resources. He continued swimming toward the deep sea. With the help of the goggles and oxygen tank, the underwater visibility became significantly clearer. With the oxygen tank, my underwater breath holding time increased to 5 minutes. With these tools at my disposal, I hope they'll help me successfully obtain the Lingji. But relying on the weapons I currently possess to confront such a formidable killer whale was utterly impossible. Its size was simply too immense. Unless I could find a firearm in the future, I wouldn't stand a chance. With my current strength insufficient, it's best not to force a confrontation. At the very least, I must preserve my life. If I die, Chen Shuero won't survive either. If we fail to steal it this time, there won't be a next time. Soon, they reached the deep sea region. Through the goggles, the deep sea scenery appeared far clearer than before. Buried deep within the sand below lay countless wooden crates. The nearby reefs teemed with abundant food resources like king crabs, sea urchins, and abalone. They continued to peer deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. It was the glowing treasure chest that had been knocked open by the killer whale last time. Its position remained unchanged. Qin Fong did not rush forward. Standing at the edge between shallow and deep waters, he scanned both sides continuously. His body sensed the shifting currents. Where was that killer whale? Why was there no sign of it at all? The glowing treasure chest and numerous resources were precisely located at the center of the deep sea. The entire deep sea region resembled a basin, with resources stored in the central depression and rugged undersea peaks rising on either side. The luminous treasure chest allowed us to discern the surrounding terrain, and the faint sunlight filtering through above. The killer whale was likely hiding among the undulating undersea peaks nearby. Yet the light from the glowing treasure chest barely penetrated the gloom of the surrounding undersea peaks. Thus, the killer whale's whereabouts became even more elusive. It seemed the only option was to use himself as bait to lure it out. Otherwise, I'm out in the open while the enemy lurks in the shadows. There'd be no chance to evade. Drawing his battle axe, Qin Fong dove downward, swimming swiftly yet cautiously. After every stretch forward, he paused to carefully gauge the current speed around him. Better safe than sorry. The diving suit only provided pressure resistance. It offered no protective function like bearskin armor. A single collision with an orca would likely mean instant death. He pressed onward. Qin Fong drew closer and closer to the glowing treasure chest. The seawater grew colder and colder. The surroundings grew quieter. Soon, Qin Fong arrived beside the glowing treasure chest. The entire chest was large, resembling an ancient treasure chest for storing coins. White light seeped continuously through the cracks in the chest, rendering it utterly mysterious. Just as Qin Fong reached out to open the chest, instantly, he sensed the flow of time around him begin to shift. Oh no! This must mean the killer whale was charging toward him. In truth, ever since Qin Fong had descended to the ocean floor, he hadn't relaxed for a single moment. Touching the treasure chest was also meant to lure the killer whale out. From the very beginning, Qin Fong had sensed that the orca's appearance was likely connected to this treasure chest. The moment anyone touched the chest, it would immediately trigger the killer whale's attack. And this time, his theory was proven correct once more. Qin Fong, alert and on high alert, hesitated not a moment. His body shot upward in an instant. Sure enough, the killer whale burst out of the darkness from the side. It charged straight toward the spot where Qin Fong had been standing moments before. A thunderous crash echoed. Sea sand swirled up, instantly blurring the surroundings. Qin Fong wasted no time, shifting his body's direction. Swimming in a straight line would guarantee a hit. Just as Qin Fong swam 2 meters to the side, the killer whale burst out of the sandy mist. Its path of impact was precisely where Qin Fong had just swum. Its speed was astonishing. The orca's massive body possessed tremendous inertia. Taking advantage of the orca's upward surge, Qin Fong swam back to the treasure chest. Without hesitation, he flung open the treasure chest. With a sharp swish, as the chest opened, a blinding light erupted. The glare made Qin Fong's eyes go blurry in waves. 2 seconds passed before the light finally faded. What remained was the peculiar item inside the treasure chest. A Lingji mushroom lay within the chest. It glowed with a pure white light, clearly a top-grade specimen. Beside the Lingji lay a small device. Before he could make out what was written on the device, the water above suddenly surged violently. The killer whale charged toward him again. Qin Fong grabbed the Lingji and swam swiftly to the side. Thud! The killer whale slammed heavily into the ground. The entire deep-sea floor trembled in response. Holy cow! Just for a Lingji? That's a bit much. This time, Qin Fong swam straight toward the underwater mountain range nearby. Hiding in the darkness, the killer whale momentarily lost its target. It kept circling the treasure chest. But this couldn't last forever. The oxygen tank was about to run out. Suddenly, a string of bubbles surfaced. The killer whale instantly turned its head toward this direction. Chapter 62, My whole body needs help. We're done for. With underwater peaks on both sides, where could he possibly escape? The killer whale's massive body charged straight toward Qin Fong. The current's speed surged dramatically. In his panic, Qin Fong frantically swam upward. But it was too late. The killer whale slammed into the mountain peak directly in front of Qin Fong. The mountain collapsed, sending countless fragments crashing into Qin Fong's body. Combined with the orca's immense impact force, Qin Fong was sent flying several meters away. It felt like being struck by a massive truck. His head spun dizzyingly from the blow. His insides churned violently like a stormy sea. Fortunately, he was in the water, and the surrounding peaks provided some cushioning. Regaining his balance, Qin Fong struggled to regain his senses. He wasn't out of danger yet. The Lingji was in his possession. He had to leave immediately. The current around him shifted once more. That killer whale again? You bastard. Once I get my hands on some heat weapons, I'll come back down and kill you. When that time comes, I won't leave a single resource here for you. Watching the killer whale charge once more, Qin Fong didn't retreat. He advanced instead, swimming swiftly toward the killer whale. Just as contact was about to be made, Qin Fong instantly twisted his body, sending the killer whale hurtling past him. But the killer whale was simply too massive. It still slammed Qin Fong aside. His health bar had already dropped to 39%. Completely evading the attack, Qin Fong swam straight toward the glowing treasure chest. After taking so much of my health, wouldn't it be a waste not to take something from you? He returned to the treasure chest. Without even glancing at its contents, Qin Fong stuffed everything else inside the chest into his backpack. Then he swam swiftly toward the shallow sea. As long as he swam into the shallow sea, this mission would be a huge victory. Besides, his oxygen supply was nearly depleted by now. If he were to be struck again now, it would be certain death. Even if it didn't get killed by the collision, it would suffocate from oxygen deprivation. The more Qin Fong thought about it, the more terrified he felt. His feet moved at breakneck speed. He was already pushing his body to its absolute limit. The killer whale, its attack evaded once more, seemed even more enraged. It spun its body and charged toward Qin Fong once more. Damn it! Here it comes again. It's like a stubborn plaster, can't shake it off no matter how hard you try. Too bad for the orca calf. I'm almost at the shallow sea area. At this moment, Qin Fong was only 3 meters away from the shallow sea area. Summoning every ounce of strength. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fong finally broke free from the deep sea. The killer whale behind him nearly brushed past Qin Fong's feet. The turbulent currents swirling around the killer whale nearly dragged Qin Fong back into the depths. The killer whale turned and swam toward the boundary, its eyes fixed intently on Qin Fong. It felt as if it would devour him in the very next second. But Qin Fong flipped the whale a victory sign. You didn't catch me again. See ya later, whale baby. He swam back to the surface to take a breath. By now, his entire body was exhausted to the limit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the precious medicinal herb Lingji. Triggered doubling skill, Lingji X5. Ganoderma possesses powerful detoxifying properties. Beyond that, it enhances physical constitution and restores health points. Consuming 1 Lingji mushroom increases the maximum levels of satiety, hydration, stamina, and health by 20 points. Holy crap, no way! It actually increases the caps? This adventure wasn't wasted after all. Increasing the caps means my ability to endure hunger and thirst has improved. But the biggest thing is health points. Raising the cap means more HP. But first, I need to get home and cure the poison in Nizi. I've been gone so long, I wonder how she's holding up. Without a moment's delay, he hurried back to the cabin. Opening the door, he found Chen Shuero lying on the bed. He hurried to her bedside. Her face was flushed bright red, her entire body drenched in sweat. Strands of hair clung tightly to her forehead. Her eyes were tightly shut, her breath faint as a thread. Nizi! Nizi, wake up! He gently tapped Chen Shuero's shoulder. Chen Shuero slowly opened her eyes, bloodshot and red. Brother! I'm so cold. Chen Shuero burrowed into Qin Fong's embrace as she spoke. Little one, you've caught a cold. I've already found the Lingji. Here, little one, take this Lingji first. Qin Fong held Chen Shuero with one arm while retrieving a Lingji mushroom with the other. Even in daylight, the Lingji emitted a white glow, and within that light, faint white mist drifted. Brother, you really got it? Of course I did. Come on, little one, this poison can't wait. Take it now. Chen Shuero was so moved she could barely speak. She'd heard him describe how dangerous the killer whale was. Yet despite such peril, he had risked his life to gather this lingji for her sake. Come on, girl, don't just stand there. Take it. Okay. Taking the lingji, which wasn't very large, Chen Shuero swallowed it in one bite. Instantly, a cool warmth spread from her mouth deep into her body. This cool warmth quickly dispersed within her body, continuously flowing through every part of her being. Observing Chen Shuero's surface, beads of black sweat began to emerge from her skin. Wonderful. This is precisely the process of toxins being expelled from the body. The little girl was saved. After about 5 minutes, the black sweat stopped flowing. Chen Shuero's complexion also returned to normal, no longer looking as haggard as before. How are you feeling? Still cold? Feeling better? Brother Qin Fong, this lingji is so amazing. After eating it, I could clearly feel the cold leaving my body. That's good. Look at all this black sweat on your body, it's all toxins. Only after Qin Fong pointed it out did Chen Shuero notice her body was covered in black sweat. She instantly pushed Qin Fong away. Oh my. Brother, get up quickly. Don't let it infect you, this stuff is poisonous. It's fine. It only affects the skin's surface, it can't infect you. Alright, I'm finally relieved you're okay. Don't ever try to be a hero again, understand? But what counts as playing the hero, brother? If you got hurt, I wouldn't be able to live either. Alright, it's all over now. Why bring up such gloomy talk? Just rest well today. I'll handle everything else. Qin Fong carried Chen Shuero back to bed. I'm fine now. Let me do it. You're the one who just barely escaped death in the sea. You're the one who needs rest the most. Cut it out. Just rest quietly. No arguing back, got it? Huh, so bossy? Well, if I can't argue back, can I ask you for a favor instead? What is it? I'd like you to give me a bath tonight. Would that be okay? It's just like scrubbing your back last time, right? Sure, why not? No, this time I need help with my whole body. Huh? Can't you reach other places yourself? I don't know why, but I just can't lift my arms. Ugh, they feel so heavy. You little minx. Looks like you're feeling better and just want a spanking again, huh? You're the best, big bro. Chapter 63, Buying Rice. You. Sigh. I just can't deal with you. Just as Qin Fong finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Friendly reminder, the system recommends the host fulfill his girlfriend's request. Appropriate exercise will aid toxin elimination and help your girlfriend feel happy and relaxed, furthering her recovery. Not the system, you. Where on earth did you come up with this twisted logic? Get lost. Whoosh, the system vanished. Fine, I'll agree. You're injured, so you call the shots. Whatever you say goes. Love you. Alright, get some rest now. After settling Chen Shuero, Qin Fong moved the chicken coop and Dafu's little nest outside. He also provided them with some food. He also collected some wild eggs. Afterward, Qin Fong returned to the hut to start cooking. While cooking, Qin Fong took out another lingji mushroom. Observing the mushroom's ethereal, otherworldly appearance. Could it truly improve one's physical constitution? He decided to try one. Fortunately, he had the doubling skill, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. The Reishi mushroom vanished in a single bite. A cool, soothing energy instantly exploded within his body. It spread continuously through every meridian. Suddenly, Qin Fong felt his entire body grow light. A profound sense of ease washed over him. He opened the status bar. Qin Fong's eyes widened instantly. His health points were fully restored. The maximum levels for both satiety and hydration had genuinely increased to 120. Stamina was also at maximum capacity, reaching 240. And the health cap had also reached 120. Holy crap, it really has changed. And this lingji even has the effect of rapidly restoring stamina. It's truly one of a kind. Truly worthy of something that glows. It truly is different. I'll keep the remaining 3 well preserved. Just in case something unexpected happens later. Once the little girl is fully recovered, let her eat another one. Then, Qin Fong took out the other items he'd found in the treasure chest at the bottom of the sea. This is? Qin Fong examined the device in his hand closely. The device was entirely black, with a small screen on top. Below it was a recessed slot. It looked like it was meant to hold something inside. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Resource Absorber. Resource Absorber absorbs resources within a 100 square meter radius. However, resources are limited to those that can be picked up by hand and do not include resources requiring tools for collection. This device requires batteries to operate. Holy crap, is this real? It's basically a resource magnet. Awesome. Bringing this into the mountains for scavenging, just suck up resources left and right and they're yours. This will save so much effort. As for the battery issue, once I gather some copper ore, that'll be solved. He stowed the device away. The other item was a blueprint. He unfolded it. Large smelting furnace, 5 slots allow simultaneous smelting. Requirements, clay 50, sand 50, loam 30. This is quite useful too. Crafting several large furnaces will significantly boost efficiency. There'll be so much to smelt later on. This must be constructed as soon as possible. Beyond that, the chest contained no other items. Though not many, these 3 items are quite useful. They'll be a huge help for future development. After stowing them away, Xin Fong opened the shop. Currently, among the food supplies, meat products were plentiful, but other types of food were scarce. Especially grain-based foods. It's been ages since I had porridge. I wonder if there's any rice or millet available. Plus, Chen Shuero's body has just recovered, and she could use some porridge to help her adjust. He searched around. Sure enough, rice appeared as an item. Rice, 1 kg requires 15 gold carats. 15 carats not bad. Having the half-price mode was still a sweet deal. Xin Fong traded some wolf meat from his backpack for golden carats. He promptly stowed the rice in his backpack. Just as the rice exchange was completed, suddenly, a game announcement sounded out of nowhere. Congratulations to Xin Fong, the first player to trade an item in the marketplace. The traded item is 1 kilogram of rice. As the first player to do so, the mall is now rewarding Xin Fong with an additional bag of rice. We encourage all players to shop more frequently at the mall. Whoosh! The sound faded. Xin Fong sighed helplessly. This isn't a game, you're sick. Do I really need to announce buying a bag of rice? Clunk. Another bag of rice materialized and dropped to the floor. Fine. Report it if you must, just give me the rice. Getting to eat rice on this deserted island. That was pure bliss. I'm sick of eating nothing but fish and seafood platters all day. I've been craving rice porridge for ages. Buzz. A notification popped up on my watch. I opened it. The regional chat was flooded with mentions directed at me. Brother Xin Fong, I want some rice too. Can you give me just a little? I'm super cute. You upstairs are ing stupid. A grown man acting cute? I'm seriously impressed. Brother Xin Fong, you better watch out. This person is incredibly ugly, while I'm handsome. I wonder if you'll accept me. Don't you guys have any shame? Selling yourselves for a little rice? Xin Fong, I'm not like them. What's his deal anyway? Xin Fong? He can afford all these crazy expensive things in the mall. Makes me jealous as hell. Brother Xin Fong, need a servant? Tell me where to go, I'll be right there. The rest won't be shown, it's beyond the pale. Xin Fong's private messages were already flooded with extremely revealing photos. Image caption, Brother Xin Fong, remember me? I'm your elementary school classmate, you had a crush on me back then. Brother Xin Fong, do you like this photo of me? If you do, I'll send you new ones every day. Xin Fong, I really like talented and handsome guys like you. The private messages were even more explicit. Xin Fong smiled as he carefully reviewed all the photos and videos. After savoring them, he deleted each one. Since they'd been sent, he might as well look. He took out an iron pot, added rice, poured in fresh water, and tossed in some abalone and prawns to boost the porridge's nutritional value. Soon, the entire hut was filled with the delicate fragrance of white congee. It had been ages since he'd smelled such a pure, pleasant aroma. Xin Fong couldn't resist taking another deep breath. What is that smell? It's so delicious. He never expected the aroma to wake the little girl. No wonder Chen Shuero was a total foodie with an incredibly sensitive nose. Xin Fong. What delicious food are you making? Huh, what's in that pot? This is white rice porridge? Xin Fong, where did you get this rice? Bought it from the mall. You just recovered, so some plain congee will help you regain your strength. I added abalone and prawns, it should be delicious. Before Xin Fong could finish, Chen Shuero rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Wah! Brother cares about me the most. Mwah! Whoa, hold on. You're choking me, girl. Easy there, easy there. No way. I can't go easy, I'm too touched. Wah! Chapter 64, Take Down Xin Fong. You're feeling better and already acting up, aren't you? If you keep this up, I won't be responsible for your actions. Ah! Xiao Ro was wrong. Chen Shuero immediately fluttered her big, watery eyes, looking utterly innocent. Though she said this, she didn't release her arms wrapped around Xin Fong. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Xin Fong truly had no way to deal with her. He fed her the white porridge spoonful by spoonful. Watching the blissful expression on her face as she drank the porridge, Xin Fong felt inexplicably happy inside. He even offered a few words of praise now and then. After feeding her everything, he turned around just in time to see Dafu staring longingly in their direction. Oh no, this dog food is all for him to eat alone. Since he'd eaten all the dog food, he might as well have something tasty too. After that, Xin Fong fed Dafu some more treats. Dafu seemed to have grown quite a bit. In another 10 days or so, he should be able to go out with me. Brother Xin Fong, I heard the mall is open now. If they have any plant seeds, could we buy some? I haven't noticed that yet. I'll look into it later. If they have any, I'll buy some. Alright. Time flew by, and before he knew it, evening had fallen. He took out the fresh water filter. He set the iron pot over the fire. Xin Fang began boiling water. Shen Shuero had offered to do it herself. But considering her body had only just recovered, he didn't let her do it. Still, she couldn't sit idle. Seeing Qin Fang busy, she stood nearby, fanning him constantly with a large leaf. Or she'd knead his back and massage his calves. She was impossible to shoo away. Soon, a tub of hot water was ready. Qin Fang then fetched some clear seawater from outside and adjusted the temperature. The seawater in the game was exceptionally clear. The moment the temperature was just right, he turned back to find Shen Shuero had already shed her clothes. She spread her arms wide, signaling for Qin Fang to carry her over. Hey! You're quite the quick one, aren't you? Not eager to bathe? That's a problem. He bent down and scooped her up in one swift motion. Chen Shuero was light as a feather, her skin snow white and remarkably supple. It felt like holding a bundle of cotton. Plump and soft. He carefully placed her into the wooden tub and added lavender to the water. The entire cabin was instantly filled with the fragrance of lavender. Combined with the misty steam, it felt like stepping into a fairyland. However, once Chen Shuero was placed in the wooden tub, the once clear water turned black. All of this was the poison expelled from Chen Shuero's body. That bastardly Feng clearly intended to kill her. Amidst the lavender fragrance, Qin Fang washed Chen Shuero's body. Ah! When had he ever done something like this before? Listen, kid, I'm giving you a bath today, but you'd better pay me for my work. This isn't free. Pay for the work? Sure thing. I'll settle your wages tonight. Chen Shuero said, flashing a sly smile. Oh, right, Qin Fang, if the market has goji berries, grab some of those too. And scallions. As for the oysters, leave that to me. I'll go out to sea and bring back plenty. Hey, girl, what do you take me for? Even the production team's donkey wouldn't be treated like that. We're surviving on a deserted island here, not on vacation. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. But I do want you to nourish yourself properly, brother. I'm worried you'll wear yourself out. I really don't know where you pick up all this stuff. You look so cute on the surface, but how do you know so much? In this age of information overload, I can't help but know these things. Don't blame me for it. You. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Big brother will definitely hit me later. Sigh. This girl is really starting to let loose now. After quickly bathing Chen Shuero, then carried her to bed. Afterward, Qin Fang boiled some water and took a bath himself. Both of them smelled fresh and clean, and then it was time for the game session. You clap once, I clap once. Creak, creak, the bed squeaked. You clap too, I clap too. Changing positions with such flair. Early the next morning, when Qin Fang woke up, Chen Shuero had already prepared breakfast. He rose and had just finished eating. His watch buzzed again with a message. Opening it, he saw it was from Wu Fei. Wu Fei, brother Qin Fang, Pu Piol, and Li Feng, the two of them have returned to the island. Oh? They made it back in just one day? Those two old guys are surprisingly quick. Any other details? Tell me. They looked half dead when I saw them, but as soon as they got back to the island, Li Feng started rounding up people. Word has already reached me. Rallying people? Interesting. Looks like he still isn't convinced. If they don't accept it, I'll beat it into submission sooner or later. What do you plan to do? Qin Fang asked. Brother Qin Fang, I plan to join them. First, I'm already close to them. Even if I don't join now, they'll inevitably target me later. Second, by joining them, I can better provide intel for you, brother Qin Fang. I'll report every move they make. Alright, Wu Fei. It's a solid plan. Just be careful yourself, especially around Li Feng. That guy's got a shady streak. Don't worry about that, brother Qin Fang. Alright, take this. Qin Fang said, handing over some rice and food in exchange. I can't give you much rice right now, I'm the only one on the island who can afford it. If they find out, it'll blow my cover. But if you want some later, come find me. Qin Fang really is Qin Fang. What a generous gesture. Working for a boss like this, how could one not give their all? He just hands over rice that everyone else envies to death. This kind of power, forget about Park Piao Lu and his crew. Even if 2 or 3 more Park Piao less showed up, they still wouldn't stand a chance against Qin Fang. Ah, even the reinforcements he'd gathered were mere minnows and crabs to Qin Fang. Thanks, brother Qin Fang. He turned off his multifunction watch. Wu Fei reopened Li Feng's chat window. Wu Fei, brother Li Feng. I'm joining your Piao family army. Qin Fang is my sworn enemy. Li Feng, alright, brother Wu Fei. Our team needs someone like you. Come to our island immediately. From now on, your family. Roger that. Wu Fei was close to Park Piao Li's island and arrived swiftly. By then, over a dozen people had gathered on the island. They all stood in a line, facing Park Piao Lu and Li Feng ahead. Wu Fei nodded to Li Feng and swiftly joined the ranks. Li Feng shouted loudly, "You're all part of my Piao family army now. From this day forward, we're brothers. We share blessings and endure hardships together." At that moment, Wu Fei thought to himself, "You idiot. Sharing blessings? You better give me back the iron ore and resources you owe me from last time. You summoned me to this island and didn't even mention our past deal." Wu Fei continued, "Fortune favors the bold. Qin Feng has plenty of resources. If you want to eat rice and grilled meat, overthrow Qin Feng and we'll have it all. Down with Qin Feng. Down with Qin Feng." Chapter 65, Beat You Until You Yourself. The crowd grew wildly enthusiastic, with Wu Fei shouting the loudest. The chant ended. Li Feng sent a photo to everyone's watches. Then he said, "That photo on your watches is Qin Feng's current home. Look for yourselves, he's even built a small courtyard. Needless to say, his resources are incredibly abundant. After the natural disaster announcement is made, we'll discuss the specific plan. In the meantime, we need to keep gathering resources to craft weapons. From what I understand, the weapons Qin Feng has are absolute junk. Killing those 4 wolves was pure luck. If we all go in together, we can definitely take Qin Feng down. Then we'll split the resources." Right. Wu Fei thought to himself, "What a smooth talker. Calling killing 4 wolves a fluke and people actually buy it. Li Feng, you bastard, you really don't think of these people as human beings. Wu Fei, what are your thoughts?" "Ha? Me? I have no thoughts whatsoever. Whatever you think, brotherly, is what I think. Everyone. Look. All of you, look. If we all had loyalty like his, what worries would we have about our future success?" Yes. Qin Feng closed the chat window. He sneered inwardly. "Looks like he just won't give up. Well then, I look forward to seeing what tricks you pull next time." Chen Shuero picked up a piece of crab meat and handed it to Qin Feng. "What's wrong, big bro? You look terrible. Who's been picking on you?" "Nothing, kid. Just some scum. Come eat. After we finish eating, we should head out of the forest to gather resources. It's been ages since we last went. Yeah, we should also check how our apple trees are growing." "Right. But with that huge typhoon, I'm afraid our little apple trees might have." "Don't worry, big bro. I secured our saplings before the storm hit." "Ha? You did that?" "You bet." After eating, the two headed toward the center of the island. Since they'd already walked that path many times before, they made quick progress this time. Soon they arrived at the apple orchard. Half-man-tall saplings now stood in the dark soil. On either side were wooden frames, serving to secure the saplings. Lush green buds had already sprouted on the saplings. Grew this tall in the blink of an eye? The growth rate in this game is way too fast. That's because I planted them. Any plant that passes through my hands grows incredibly fast. Plus, the typhoon brought plenty of rain, so the sapling will grow even faster. But this sapling needs some fertilizer. Fertilizer? Yes. While the abundant rain accelerates the sapling's growth, it doesn't strengthen it. That can only be achieved through fertilization. Oh, I remember now. You mentioned earlier that we need animal manure for fertilizing, right? Yes. But we don't have any animal manure yet. We'll have some soon enough. Let's go attack some beasts right now. If we chase them away, won't we get animal manure? That's true, but are we really going to hunt down beasts to attack? Isn't that too dangerous? Don't worry, girl. We're not the same as before. Back then, we scattered in panic when a wild boar attacked us. Now I'm going to turn the tables. Soon we'll be chasing that boar all over the map. With the crossbow's power now at our disposal, our combat strength had significantly increased. The pair then began gathering supplies from their surroundings: bamboo, vines, large leaves, and other basic materials, stuffing everything into their backpacks. You can never have too many of these basics. With the bonus from the doubling skill, their haul was especially plentiful. Come on, girl, let's go chop down some more sturdy trees. Following the same path, Qin Feng once again arrived at the forest where they had previously cut down trees. Brother Qin Feng, why aren't the resources on this island respawning? When I first arrived, resources would respawn. Look at the trees we cut down last time, they're still completely bare. Yeah, I noticed that too when I went out to sea. Maybe it's because so many people died after those 2 natural disasters. With fewer people, the resource regeneration rate must have dropped. So does this mean we'll have to sail to other islands for supplies from now on? Very likely. Just look at how basic resources in our area are already noticeably scarce. But thankfully, we have the double resources skill to compensate, so it's still manageable. But who knows what the future holds? Still, it's not all bad. Only by constantly venturing out to explore can we find more rare resources. Sitting idle and depleting our resources is definitely not an option. Then can I go out to sea with you, big brother? If you go out to sea with me, who will take care of things at home? Don't worry, I know you're concerned about me. I'll be extra careful. Sigh. Alright then. He ruffled Chen Shuero's hair, signaling for her to relax. Then the two began chopping down trees. With the iron axe, their efficiency was decent. Plus, with the double-up skill boosting their efforts, the quantity gathered was quite substantial. The only downside was that the sturdier trees in this forest were nearly depleted. Moreover, this forest was the only wooded area on the medium-sized island. After this, if I want to gather thick timber again, I'll have to head to other islands. There's no way around it, this is just a medium-sized island. The large islands hold far more resource points. Take a break, girl. Have some water to replenish your stamina. Thanks to the Lingji he'd taken last time, which had boosted his stamina and satiety, Qin Feng still had plenty of stamina left. The water was just handed to Chen Shuero's hand. Suddenly, a black object burst from the nearby grass. Qin Feng whipped his head around, instantly cocking his repeating crossbow. He aimed directly at the dark shape. A wild boar. Brother Qin Feng. Don't be scared, kid. Take this. Qin Feng handed the other crossbow to Chen Shuero. Try this one, it's way better than a bow and arrow. No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than a sharp click sounded beside him. Whoosh! An arrow flew straight toward the coconut boar. Then came the second arrow, followed by the third. The whizzing arrows fell like a dense rain. Brother, this thing is way too effective. And the reloading speed is crazy fast. The boar hadn't even had time to react before 3 gashes erupted on its body. With a shriek, it fled deeper into the island. Qin Feng slowly turned his head and said, "Hey, girl. This weapon is effective, but you need to rein it in a bit. We can't retrieve these arrows." "Oh. Sorry, brother. After that wild boar attack last time, I just got too excited this time." "No big deal. At least we're guarding the iron ore. Come on, let's go see if that boar dropped any dung." The two approached. Sure enough, a large lump of black dung lay on the ground. So this is where the saying "scared out of you" comes from. Chapter 66, Capturing the Ram. Ding. Triggered doubling skill, droppings x5. Hey, how long will these 5 pieces of dung last? Chen Shuero thought for a moment and replied, 5 pieces of feces? That should last until the apple tree bears fruit. That'll do. Quick, stash them away. After stowing the dung, the pair pressed deeper into the island. According to the exploration mode prompt, the deeper areas actually held fewer resources, most were concentrated in the front half. However, while resources were scarce in the depths, there was a higher chance of encountering rare plants or animals. Dangerous beasts might also appear. But with Qin Feng's current weapons and equipment, he had nothing to fear from beasts. Since it was still early, Qin Feng decided to continue deeper with Chen Shuero. Chen Shuero was also excited. You know, brother Qin Feng, since I arrived on this island, I've never been to that area before. Curious? Of course I am. Then today I'll take you there. Before, we couldn't go because our weapons weren't up to par, but things are different now. Now we've turned the tables and are singing our own tune. With this repeating crossbow, I feel like I could even fly to the heavens. Fly? You'd be digging your own grave. Oh, I'm just bragging. If it weren't for brother Qin Feng making this, I'd never have the chance to be so cocky, right? You're getting more and more talkative, aren't you? Xiao Ro's just telling the truth. Alright, let's go. I want to see what's really going on deep inside this island. Holding Chen Shuero's small hand, they pressed deeper into the forest. The thickets in the interior were denser than those on the outskirts. This only added to the sense of mystery. Moreover, the deeper they ventured, the more towering trees appeared. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy. The light grew dimmer. Neezy. Be careful, there might be snakes in these bushes. Did you put on the bearskin armor? I'm wearing it, big bro, don't worry. As they continued scouting ahead, the surrounding chirping of insects grew louder. It made the entire world feel more ethereal. Finally, after hacking through another thicket ahead, a lush green meadow stretched out before them. Not a single tree stood on this open expanse. Nothing but verdant grass stretched out before them. It looked as though a section of the Great Prairie had been cut out and placed here. A gentle breeze swept through, creating beautiful waves of grass. Even the air was filled with the scent of fresh grass. Brother! This place is so beautiful. Chen Shuero stared straight ahead, her eyes brimming with delight. Just as he was about to respond, a flash of white suddenly appeared on a patch of grass not far away. Is that? He squinted his eyes to look. Beside him, Chen Shuero stifled a gasp. Quick, look, brother Qin Feng. That's the white sheep I saw last time. Right. You said its milk is incredibly nutritious. Exactly. It's incredibly beneficial and even has detoxifying properties. While it might not be as potent as Lingji, the sheer volume of milk it produces is unmatched. If we could capture it and raise it, we'd have an endless supply of goat milk to drink. Drinking goat milk on this deserted island? Holy moly! How blissful that would be. While everyone else is still drinking plain water, I'd be sipping goat milk daily to boost my thirst levels. Should keep your voice down, girl. Catching this thing requires a net launcher. Luckily we gathered plenty of resources earlier, or else we'd be in trouble. And once the net launcher is built, we'll need to make ammunition for it. That is, the net projectiles to fire. Are you sure we have enough resources to make it, brother? Absolutely no problem. Keep an eye on that white sheep. I'll have it ready in no time. In the game, as long as you gather enough resources, crafting is just a couple of clicks away. Crafting the net launcher requires iron ingots, rope, and plastic. The net projectile requires cloth, rope, and stones. Fortunately, the relatively rare resources of cloth and plastic had already been obtained some time ago. Soon, both the net launcher and net bullets were crafted. Just in case, Xin Fang crafted 2 extra net projectiles. He gripped the net launcher in his hand, the net projectile already loaded. Crouching low, the pair began advancing toward the white sheep. The surrounding grass was soft and reached roughly knee-high. Thus, bending low as they advanced, their concealment remained excellent. Not far away, the white sheep kept its head down, grazing. It looked rather dumb and dazed. Chen Shuero followed behind Xin Fang, not daring to breathe a sound. Her eyes were fixed intently on the distant white sheep. The sight was utterly adorable. Soon, the two approached within 3 or 4 meters of the white sheep. They couldn't go any closer. It was already extremely close, and also the optimal distance for the net launcher to capture prey. Xin Fang halted, turned his back to the ram, and slowly rose to his feet. The net launcher in his hand lifted slightly, aiming toward the white sheep. The white sheep continued to graze peacefully. Not the slightest hint of danger registered in its awareness. Bang! The net projectile instantly launched from the net launcher. It formed a large net in midair, with 4 stones anchored at each corner. Upon hearing the sound, the ram charged forward. But how could his speed match that of the net projectile? The net instantly enveloped the ram. The 4 stones landed with a solid thud, trapping the ram, leaving it utterly immobilized. Yay! Brother did it! He did it! The instant the net covered the ram, Chen Shuero leapt into the air. She was even happier than Xin Fang. She grabbed Xin Fang's hand and dashed toward the ram's location. The two arrived at the scene. The white sheep lay on its back, struggling frantically beneath the net. That's amazing! That's amazing! We got it on the first try. Brother, your aim is incredible. You're so skilled. Alright, kid, hurry up and stow that ram in the backpack. We'll need to build another enclosure when we get back. The net was useless after a single use. Unroll the large net. Place the white sheep into the backpack. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, white sheep x5. Damn it! How could I forget this doubling skill again? 1 turned into 5 instantly. Great, now we'll probably have enough milk to bathe in. And a small fence won't cut it anymore. Brother, now that we've caught the sheep, how are we gonna raise them? What are we gonna feed them? We'll definitely feed them grass. I'll make a sickle later, and we'll cut all the grass in this area to take back. That's what he said, but the cut grass would eventually run out. What would we do then? Just as he pondered this, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Congratulations, host, on capturing the white sheep. Unlocked hidden achievement Hunting Master, rewarded with 2 pieces of turf. Ding! Triggered doubling skill, Grass Turf x10. Grass turf, used to feed herbivores. When watered, it continuously grows fresh grass to provide sustenance for grazing animals. Xin Fang couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, damn, this is awesome. Just what I needed. Don't worry, girl. Just bring the white sheep back. I'll handle its feeding. Chapter 67, Braised Wild Goose. Though she had no idea what method Xin Fang would employ, Chen Shuero chose not to pry. This man always managed to surprise her at the most crucial moments. Alright then, brother. Let's go explore the surrounding area again. I feel like there must be other treasures hidden deep within this island. I think so too. After that, Xin Fang continued leading Chen Shuero deeper into the grassy expanse. The location of the Aries constellation was actually quite forward. Large swathes of land remained unexplored. A gentle breeze swept through once more, causing wave after wave of grass to bow low. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. After walking another 10 meters or so, suddenly, Chen Shuero let out a soft gasp beside him. Xin Fang, come look. What is it? Xin Fang followed the direction of Chen Shuero's pointing finger. In the vast expanse of grass ahead, there was an open clearing. Since they weren't very close yet, it was difficult to make out clearly. Xin Fang drew his repeating crossbow and pulled Chen Shuero forward. Generally speaking, a clearing within a large grassy area is likely a place where certain animals frequently dwell. Moreover, this was deep within the island, so they had to stay alert. The two moved forward slowly, drawing ever closer to the clearing. After parting the grass at the very front, the entire clearing came into view. The clearing wasn't particularly large, covering an area of about 9 square meters. Before Xin Fang could examine it closely, Chen Shuero beside him stared wide-eyed, shaking his shoulder repeatedly. Brother, do you know what this is? No idea. What is it? This is black soil, the kind needed for planting. Black soil? Is this all over the place? Yep. All of it. Chen Shuero nodded frantically. But on the outskirts, isn't the black soil usually just scattered patches? How did it form such a large expanse here? Brother, this kind of continuous black soil can be excavated, but the small patches on the outskirts can't be dug up. Digging? You mean we can take this black soil home and use it for planting? Exactly. We can plant it right in front of our house. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start collecting it. They pulled out their shovels, one for each person. They collected the black soil one patch at a time. The two swung their shovels, and before long, they had gathered 7 clumps of black soil. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, black soil 35. Don't worry, big bro, 35 chunks of black soil can grow a ton of stuff. With all this black soil, just wait until I grow you all kinds of vegetables and fruits. Alright, no problem. After harvesting these vegetables and fruits, any surplus can be traded for golden carrots. Once you accumulate enough golden carrots, you can buy other items in the shop, right? Last time he browsed the mall's inventory, Qin Fong discovered they even had gunpowder. There were also precision crafting tools and the like. These items were all extremely expensive. But with his half-price mode and by collecting more food later, he still had a good chance of buying them. The precision manufacturing machine, that's the key to producing components. By assembling these components later, it might be possible to create modern items. Even old-fashioned firearms. Once firearms are produced, my combat strength will skyrocket. Don't forget, Park Piao-lu and his crew are numerous. When they get ruthless, they're far more terrifying than any beast. 2 repeating crossbows alone would be utterly insufficient to deal with them. More importantly, once these people band together, their development accelerates rapidly. In truth, Qin Fong had considered whether he should gather more men to confront them. Given his current resources and reputation, gathering reinforcements wouldn't be difficult. But he couldn't guarantee these people would obediently follow his lead. If they were to unite and betray him, they would surely succeed every single time. On this deserted island, the only one I can trust is myself. Let's go, girl. It's getting late. We should head back. Alright. Chen Shuero was thrilled. With this black soil, her gardening skills would finally shine. She didn't want to be a burden, always relying on Qin Fong to take care of her. Whether in real life or in the game, she owed him far too much. Deep down, she truly wanted to help Qin Fong in a meaningful way. Not just by doing daily chores like cooking. Anyone could handle those tasks. What I wanted to be was the one and only person who could truly support him. He retraced his steps along the path he had come. After reaching the bamboo grove, a wild goose suddenly appeared among the bamboo. Wild geese aren't exactly common sights. Since it appeared, I might as well take it with me. Brother! Let me handle this. You just watch from the sidelines. Chen Shuero didn't use her crossbow, instead, she drew her bow and arrows. If the goose wasn't hit on the first shot, it would quickly fly away. Even with the rapid reloading of a crossbow, it wouldn't be fast enough. Therefore, using a bow was more advantageous. Loading 3 arrows at once significantly increased the chances of success. Qin Fong watched her and couldn't help but admire Chen Shuero inwardly. After following him for so long, she had truly grown considerably. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot swiftly toward the wild geese. Geese possess keen senses of danger. They immediately spread their wings to evade. But alas, 3 arrows had been fired, covering a wide area. Dodging 1 arrow on this side, it was struck by the other 2 arrows on the opposite side. Quack, quack, quack. The goose let out a pitiful cry and plopped to the ground. Chen Shuero hurried over. Lifting the goose, she beamed at Qin Fong and exclaimed, "Look, brother! Success!" Qin Fong gave her a heartfelt thumbs up. "Let's go, brother! Tonight, Xiao Rou will make you braised wild goose." Alright. The mall was open, and some seasonings could be purchased there. This way, the dishes would be even more flavorful. On the way back, Chen Shuero hummed a tune, feeling wonderfully cheerful. Even the wild game was caught by her own hands. Finally, she wouldn't have to be brother Qin Fong's burden anymore. Back at the cabin, Qin Fong exchanged more golden carrots and bought some seasonings. The seasonings weren't expensive, and with her half-price discount, he acquired a large quantity of seasonings for just 3 golden carrots. After that, Chen Shuero began cooking for daily meals. Qin Fong, having nothing else to do, intended to offer his help. But Chen Shuero pushed him back. "I told you to stay idle. Seeing you idle makes me happy. Just stay put. Don't move. Move again and I'll hit you. Seriously, even working gets me scolded?" Sigh. With a soft sigh, Qin Fong led Defu out of the wooden hut. Outside, the sun was setting. It bathed the entire ocean in a fiery red glow, a truly beautiful sight. Defu trotted along beside Qin Fong's feet. What a rare moment of leisure. Buzz. The watch vibrated. He opened it to find a message from Wu Fei. "Brother Qin Fong, Piao-lu went into the sea this afternoon, saying he was going down to look for weapons. He just came ashore." Chapter 68, The Golden Carrot Machine. Get ashore? Did you see what he got? No, I didn't. Park Paolo wouldn't let anyone get close. From where I was watching, it looked like a dark, shapeless thing, about the size of a palm. Alright, take a look if you get the chance, but your safety comes first. Got it, brother Chin Fong. You can count on me. Closing the chat window, Wu Fei felt a surge of gratitude. He still puts my safety first. A big brother like this is truly great. No way. I absolutely have to find a chance to see what this pupil actually got his hands on. A dark, palm-sized object. What could it be? Gazing out at the distant sea, Chin Fong fell deep in thought. Forget it. What's the point of speculating? It's just a waste of time. He patted Defu beside him. He turned and headed toward the wooden hut. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task of surviving this natural disaster. Reward, coordinates of islands belonging to some of the eliminated heirs. Next task, explore 10 islands. Coordinates of some island inheritors? It dawned on him. His diving suit had been salvaged from another deceased successor's island. It seemed that after an heir died, a treasure chest would spawn on their island. Now that they've given me the coordinates, doesn't that mean they're revealing the treasure chest locations? Besides the chest, there should be other resources on the island too. I'll grab those as well. This is perfect. I was just fretting over how my island's resources had dried up and what to do next. The coordinates are coming right up. Glancing into my backpack, I found a piece of paper. It was covered in island coordinates. While most were for small islands, a few medium-sized islands were also listed. Awesome. These are surefire resources. He promptly tucked the note away. The system voice sounded again. Ding! Host successfully safeguarded the island during this natural disaster and braved danger to gather Lingji mushrooms for his girlfriend's antidote. Reward granted, Golden Carrot Generator. Golden Carrot Generator converts resources into golden carrots. The rarer and more valuable the resource, the greater the quantity of golden carrots produced. Clunk! A palm-sized machine dropped directly onto the ground. A small screen sat atop the device. A message appeared on the screen. Please select the type and quantity of resources to input. Once selected, resources will be automatically deducted from your inventory. The converted golden carrots will be automatically stored in your shop. Holy crap! There's actually such a thing. Looks like I'll have to work even harder to gather resources. With my doubling skills boost, I'll earn even more golden carrots. The shop is now open. To achieve rapid development, acquiring more golden carrots to trade for stronger items is absolutely the fastest way. Only by advancing faster can I deal a crushing blow to that bastard. Damn it! I'll make them both understand why the flowers are so red. While there's still time, I'll set out to explore tomorrow. Chin Fong. Come eat. The braised wild goose is ready. Not far away, Chen Shuero stood at the doorway calling out to Chin Fong. Coming, kid. He brought Defu back to the small wooden cottage. The moment he stepped into the small courtyard, an incredibly delicious aroma wafted into Chin Fong's nose. Smells amazing, kiddo. Of course. Without the seasonings brother Chin bought, it wouldn't smell this good. Come inside and try some. Alrighty. Defu beside him was utterly intoxicated by the aroma. His mouth hung open, drool practically dripping from his lips. Once inside, Chen Shuero had already set the dishes on the table. She eagerly pulled Chin Fong toward the table. Here, try this piece, Chen Shuero said, picking up a goose leg and placing it before Chin Fong. The goose leg was packed with lean, tender meat. Steam rose from it and the aroma filled the air. Chen Shuero watched him expectantly from the side. She looked like a young bride. He picked up the goose leg and took a bite. Instantly, the delicious flavor exploded in her mouth. So delicious. It's been ages since I've had this braised flavor. Hee. Glad you like it. Here, have this one too. Chen Shuero said, bringing another goose leg over to Chin Fong. You're giving me both goose legs. What are you going to eat? There's plenty more here, don't worry, brother. You have so much to do every day, of course I'll save the good stuff for you. You little rascal, stop staring at me and eat up. Okay. Wild geese were already an exceptionally delicious treat, and with Chen Shuero's superb cooking skills, it was simply unbeatable. Defu, watching nearby, was drooling uncontrollably. His eyes were wide with greed. Chin Fong picked up a piece of wild goose meat and fed it to Defu. To ensure he grew quickly, his meals absolutely couldn't be lacking. During the meal, Chin Fong mentioned to Chen Shuero that he would be setting sail tomorrow to explore other islands. Though reluctant, Chen Shuero understood it was unavoidable. The island's resources might not replenish anytime soon. The remaining resources could only be obtained by exploring other islands. When will you be back? As soon as possible. I won't venture too far this time, just gather resources from the nearby islands first. Alright then. Don't worry, brother. I'll take good care of everything here at home. Chin Fong ruffled her hair. I trust you completely. If anything comes up, just contact me directly. When you go to the island center, be extra careful. Make sure you have your crossbow and machete with you and wear your bearskin armor. If you encounter danger, run first, your life comes first, understand? I'll remember, brother. Chen Shuero nodded. Wild beasts are actually the least of your worries. The real danger is other people sneaking onto the island to loot resources. If that happens, same rule, your life comes first. Give them whatever they want. We can gather more resources later, but we can't lose our lives. But all these things are things you worked hard to get, brother. We can't just hand them over. That's not how it works. If they're willing to rob us for resources, they're probably already worthless lives. But our lives are worth far more than theirs. Only with life intact can we create miracles. Alright. I understand, Xiao Rou. By the time they finished packing, the sky had nearly turned dark. But it was still early. Stepping outside the wooden hut, Qin Fang needed to erect the fence and lay down the turf before leaving. He couldn't very well run back and forth with 5 sheep stuffed in his backpack. Large fence, thick wood 15, wood 20, rope 25, large leaves 25, slabs 15. Just finished gathering materials, more than enough to build a large fence. After selecting the location, click to craft. Bang! Construction complete. Qin Fang then laid turf across the entire area and released the 5 white sheep inside. The large enclosure is quite spacious. Even adding 5 more white sheep wouldn't be a problem. With the enclosure complete, Qin Fang constructed numerous small and large planting pots alongside it. Once the black soil was added, they would be ready for planting. Nizi, come out quickly. Chapter 69, Arrival at the First Island. By the faint light of the torch, Chen Shuero stepped out of the wooden hut. Come here, girl. Let me tell you something. The turf inside the fence, just water it regularly and the grass will grow on its own. This turf is eternal. As long as you water it, the grass will thrive. Also, these are small clay pots and these are large clay pots. Fill them with black soil and you can grow vegetables and fruits right here in the yard. No problem, brother. When you come back next time, I'll make sure you get to eat the fruits and vegetables I grow with my own hands. No worries, sweetie, there's no rush. As for the rest, there shouldn't be any other issues. Everything that needed attention has been taken care of, right? No, brother, there's one place we haven't taken care of yet. What is it? I haven't taken care of it yet. Chen Shuero gave Qin Fang a mischievous grin. You little minx, don't you ever get tired? When I'm with you, I never feel tired. Can't we just rest for one day? We still have to travel tomorrow. Not really, big bro. The next few days will be all me, so lonely. Come on, big bro. The bed's already made up, just waiting for you. Seriously. Being a few years younger really has its perks. No way. I'll definitely check them all later to see if they sell goji berries. Everyone else is exhausted from searching for resources. But me, sigh. Girlfriends are a double-edged sword, huh? Back to the cabin. As the campfire died down, the quiet night was once again filled with the sound of. Early the next morning, Chen Shuero had prepared breakfast as usual. After waking up and eating breakfast, Qin Fang began packing his backpack. Moreover, there were several storage boxes left on the raft. Basic supplies were no problem to stow away. Before departure, Chen Shuero clung tightly to Qin Fang, refusing to let go for a long time. It's not like I'm going far, Nizi. I'm just scouting the surrounding area. I know. Don't say anything. Let me hold you a little longer. How could Qin Fang possibly know what Chen Shuero was thinking? After all these years of searching, she'd be terrified of parting if they ever met again. Even a brief separation. Suddenly, Chen Shuero released her arms. Be careful on the road, okay, brother? Don't worry. I'm leaving now. With that, Qin Fang leaped onto the raft and sped toward the sea. After traveling some distance, he looked back. On the shore, Chen Shuero remained standing in the same spot. Her figure was slender. Seeing Qin Fang glance back, she raised her hand and waved in his direction. This girl. He hadn't felt any reluctance to leave. But seeing her standing there all alone by the shore, a tinge of sadness welled up in his heart. Especially the stark contrast between her slender figure and the towering mountains behind her. It made Qin Fang unable to bear looking back. There was no choice. Many tasks lay ahead, and the road ahead was long. Life and death left no room for romantic entanglements. If only this game weren't so cruel. He would have wished to live out his days in such simple, uncomplicated peace. He turned his head away. Qin Fang quickened his pace toward the distance. Chen Shuero watched Qin Fang's solitary little raft. Her teeth clenched so hard her lips turned pale. She knew Qin Fang hadn't gone far, but her heart refused to let him leave. Only when he vanished from sight, she silently returned to the small wooden hut. Watching Dafu circle around her, his little mouth stretched into a grin as he wagged his tail. His cheerful demeanor finally brought a slight lift to Chen Shuero's heavy heart. Crouching down, she stroked Dafu's head and said, Dafu, you must grow up quickly. When you're old enough to accompany him out, I'll feel much more at ease. Sitting on the raft, Xin Fang opened the map, which now displayed a clear route. The island wasn't far away, it would likely take another 3 hours to reach it. With the raft equipped with a sail and hand-operated oars, they should reach it in under 3 hours. I wonder what kind of treasure chests this island might hold. The journey passed without incident. Soon, Xin Fang spotted the small island in the distance. He opened the map to confirm his location. Suddenly, he noticed 2 black dots marked beside the island on the map. Wait a minute. I didn't see those when I checked the map earlier. Zooming in on the map, he realized they weren't black dots at all. They were 2 small wooden rafts. 2 rafts? Damn it! Could it be that the heir to this island isn't dead? But I definitely entered the coordinates given by the system. There's no way it could be wrong. Eliminating that possibility, only one other scenario remained. They too had come to the island searching for the treasure chest. And they're using 2 small rafts. There must be more than 2 people on board. I wonder if they're working together. Should we leave? But the other island is in the opposite direction. By the time we get there, it'll probably be dark. Wouldn't that mean we wasted all that time coming here? Not only would I have wasted time, but I wouldn't have gotten a damn thing out of it. Forget it. Let's go up and check first. If there really is someone there, we'll just split it. If he tries to force the issue, I've got my crossbow, I'm not scared. Having made up his mind, Xin Fang pulled out his binoculars and scanned the island. The island wasn't large, and there were indeed 2 wooden rafts moored nearby, increasing the telescope's magnification. The entire island became clearer. Suddenly, Xin Fang noticed 2 figures appear on the island's beach. And it looked like they were fighting. Damn it! Looks like they're not on the same side. Xin Fang looked again more closely. He hadn't misjudged the situation. They were indeed fighting, and one of them had already been knocked to the ground. Xin Fang decisively turned the raft around. He couldn't let them spot his small raft. He'd stay hidden for now and observe the situation. But at this distance, it would be difficult to spot him without binoculars. He recalculated a new route. Xin Fang headed toward the backside of the island. Using the sail, he successfully evaded the man's sight near the beach and reached the island's opposite side. The moment his feet touched solid ground, instantly, his mind received information about the island. The island held ample resources, but more crucially, the location of the treasure chest was transmitted directly into Xin Fang's mind. Moreover, the information indicated the treasure chest had not yet been opened. It seemed those 2 hadn't been on the island for long. Why not head straight to the treasure chest and lie in wait? Use the treasure chest as bait. This way, not only would he be safe, but his odds of success would be higher. The island itself wasn't large. Xin Fang gripped his repeating crossbow and headed toward the treasure chest's location. After taking just a few steps, he spotted someone gathering bamboo in a nearby grove. No wonder the treasure chest hasn't been opened, they're gathering resources around it first. Since you're willing to gather them, you can have them. It saves me the trouble of collecting them later. Bending down, Xin Fang cautiously continued toward the treasure chest's location. Soon, a wooden treasure chest came into view. He glanced to either side and spotted a large tree. It offered a clear view of the chest while keeping him hidden. Time passed slowly. Before long, the man approached the treasure chest. Xin Fang drew his repeating crossbow, aimed forward, and slowly emerged from behind the tree. Chapter 70, Big Brother, Don't Kill Me. The man had just crouched down when his peripheral vision caught Xin Fang emerging from behind the tree. He sprang to his feet instantly, a machete now clutched in his hand. Being able to craft a machete meant this guy was pretty skilled. Better be careful. You're Xin Fang, the man asked slowly, blade raised. You know me? Xin Fang was surprised. How could I not know you? With skills like yours, you've been featured twice in the game announcements. It'd be hard not to recognize you. Just as he was about to continue answering, suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Friendly reminder, host, please be aware that the individual before you is ruthless and merciless. They specialize in murder and plundering resources from their island. Host, please exercise extreme caution. No wonder his expression was so grim. Looks like I've run into a tough nut to crack. How should we split it? Xin Fang asked, though he already had a rough idea. But he already had a pretty good idea. The others who arrived on the island earlier had already been killed. He wouldn't let me off either. And since he knew me, he must have known I was a juicy target. Things wouldn't be so simple from here on out. What's there to discuss? Brother Xin Fang, you're a big shot in this area. This treasure chest and all these resources are yours. With that, the man lifted the treasure chest and tossed it toward Xin Fang. So generous? Something doesn't feel quite right. Friend, I'm an open-hearted man. First come, first served. It wouldn't be right to send you away empty-handed. How about this, you pick what you want from the chest first, and we split the island's resources evenly. Fair? No need, Brother Xin Fang. Keep it all. Consider it a gesture of friendship. I respect those with strength. My name is Chen Nan. With that, he waved at Xin Fang, both men smiling warmly. Chen Nan, you're a man of principle. But I'm no rule breaker either. I know first come, first served. I'll take half the chest's contents and be on my way. Alright. No problem. People with real strength really do stick to the rules. Alright then, brother Qin Fong, you pick first. Whatever's left after you, I'll take. That way, no one can say I'm taking more resources and putting you at a disadvantage. Chen Nan finished speaking, tapped the treasure chest with his finger, stepped back slightly, and sheathed his machete. Qin Fong nodded, holstered his repeating crossbow, and approached the treasure chest. Placing both hands on the chest, he prepared to heave it open. But his peripheral vision never left Chen Nan. Suddenly, he saw that a small knife had appeared in Chen Nan's right hand. In the next instant, Chen Nan raised the knife overhead and hurled it toward Qin Fong. Qin Fong immediately darted to the side. The knife's tip whizzed past, grazing the side of his neck. Had he been a split second slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Damn it, you bastard. I knew you weren't up to any good. Qin Fong instantly drew his repeating crossbow and fired at Chen Nan. Chen Nan reacted swiftly too. Seeing the shot miss, he turned and fled. One arrow missed its mark. Qin Fong sprang up and gave chase. The two weren't far apart to begin with. With dense underbrush all around and Chen Nan no sprinter, it was difficult for him to escape quickly. Qin Fong seized the moment and fired another arrow. The arrow struck Chen Nan squarely in the thigh. Ah! Chen Nan collapsed instantly. Qin Fong didn't bother chasing him. He stomped on his back and sneered, "You bastard. You've got the nerve to target me today? You've done your fair share of killing and looting resources, haven't you?" No. I swear, brother Qin Fong, it was just my hand slipped. I didn't mean it. Let me explain. Slipped? If it slipped, why'd you run like a scared dog? Damn it, I knew something was off about you the moment I saw you. Didn't you just take out one already? You, how did you know? Because I'm your father. Why all the questions? Qin Fong, you better not touch me. If you let me go now, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, my big brother won't let you off. What? Trying to threaten me? Your big brother? What does he even mean? Qin Fong, seriously, I'm warning you, let me go. My big brother's in the neighboring district with 40 or 50 men under him. If you let me go now, I swear I won't tell him a thing. With your character, you'd never keep quiet? That. Let me go, and you'll just bring your big brother to screw me over. Then you'll work together from the inside and outside, and my resources will be completely in your hands. Absolutely not, I swear. My big brother used to be the boss in prison, Before he could finish, Qin Fong ended him with a single blow. Ever since disposing of Zhou Qiang, Qin Fong's mental fortitude had only grown stronger. More importantly, this world was a jungle where the weak got trampled. If he wasn't ruthless, he'd become someone else's stepping stone sooner or later. Cut the crap about your big brother. You think I didn't see you going all out just now? As he finished speaking and was about to rise, a voice suddenly sounded again from Chen Nan's body. The voice carried a deliberately suppressed anger. Who are you? This is? It was coming from Chen Nan's watch. Qin Fong crouched down again, picked up Chen Nan's watch, and examined it. I'll ask again, who are you? The watch displayed a name. Chen Bei. Damn bastard. Who knew he'd actually managed to make a call? So you're Chen Nan's older brother? Qin Fong countered. Yes. You're Qin Fong, right? You heard me just now and you're asking again? Are you out of your mind? You? Fine. You're pretty tough, aren't you, Mr. Qin? Not bad. Just a drizzle. Brother Chen Bei? Spit it out if you have something to say. We're all busy here. Fine. Actually, it's nothing major. You killed my brother, so I'll give you two options. Option 1. Cut the crap. I did kill your brother, but he wasn't exactly a saint either. And he attacked me first, got it? And you? Don't give me any two choices bull. It's pointless. I'll tell you now, I choose the third option, I'll kill you too. Alright, I've got things to do. If this conversation drags on, I'll start charging you. Get lost. With that, Qin Fong hung up the phone. Now that he knew I'd killed his brother, revenge was inevitable. Discussing those bull conditions was pointless. If he wanted revenge, he'd just go for it. There was no escaping it. Who cares about some prison boss or how many men he commands? Even if Qin Fong hadn't killed Chen Nan and this whole incident never happened, with the resources he currently possessed, other factions would inevitably come after him. Trying to hide? Even if you spent your entire life in hiding, you wouldn't escape. The only solution is to strive for growth and become stronger. And this big shot was in an adjacent territory. Adjacent, yes, but still a considerable distance away. Relying solely on a few dilapidated wooden rafts, it would likely take over half a month to paddle there. If natural disasters struck along the way, wouldn't they simply perish? For now, he was safe. In the long run, he was confident he could handle these people. No fear. Bang! Shen Bei slammed his fist onto the tabletop. Damn it! Xin Feng, you just wait. I'll kill you with my own hands. Just then, a man nearby approached and said, Brother Bei, we're far away. Why don't we give that guy a call? They're all in the same area. You go contact him. Get Xin Feng's file for me. Chapter 71, Rescue. Kill Chen Nan. Xin Feng opened the backpack in his watch. What he saw shocked him. This old bastard really hadn't skimped on stealing others' resources. The basic resources in the backpack were plentiful, to say the least. The rest included iron ore, cloth, and plastic. More importantly, the old codger even had copper ore. 3 whole pieces of it. I have no idea where he got them. But whatever, these are mine now anyway. Quickly, he transferred all the resources directly into his possession. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, copper ore X15. Finally, copper ore collected. After smelting the ore in the furnace, copper ingots are produced. Copper ingots are essential materials for crafting electric vehicles and circuit boards. With circuit boards, I can build more powerful electrical equipment. However, this will require a substantial amount of copper ore as a foundation. With the doubling skill applied, all other basic resources now exceed 100 units. Beyond these production resources, food supplies are also plentiful. Shark meat, wild boar meat, bamboo shoots, and so on. These past 2 days, I've been short on shark meat needed for the shark feast. Additionally, we harvested 20 iron arrows and a good grade machete. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, iron arrows 100. Good grade machete upgraded to excellent. After organizing the resources, the food supplies were directly traded to Qin Shuarrow, asking her to prepare a few more shark feasts when she had time. I kept 20 iron arrows for myself and handed the rest over to Qin Shuarrow. After all, the little girl's safety was paramount. As for the rest, Xin Feng took half of the harvested resources, roughly 50 units of each basic resource, and fed them into the gold coin generator. After a series of clanking noises, he actually obtained a total of 30 gold carats. The price for a precision crafting machine in the marketplace was 666 gold carats. With this purchase, he could craft even more exquisite iron weapons. This included katana swords, repeating crossbows, various weapon attachments, and most importantly, the earthen handgun. This was practically touching the edge of hot weapons. With this in hand, combined with the repeating crossbow, there's hope of taking down Park Piaoli's crew. While the repeating crossbow was highly efficient, its power and range couldn't compare to the homemade pistol. If they also acquired some armor, the crossbow's effectiveness would be significantly reduced. Taking them down one-on-one might be possible, but there are nearly 20 of them. Without a high-powered weapon, dealing with them would be incredibly difficult. But as things stand now, with this gold coin generator, a homemade pistol is within reach. After searching Chen Nan's body once more to confirm there was nothing left, Xin Feng returned to the treasure chest behind him. The chest was entirely brown. It wasn't large. Xin Feng placed both hands on it and gave it a heave. Squeak, squeak. The chest swung open. Peering inside the chest, a round object sat in the center. On either side lay tuna fillets. Nothing else remained. Well, it was just a small island after all. Finding these items in the treasure chest was already pretty good. But what exactly was that round object? Xin Feng pondered as he reached out and pulled it out. This. How could this be a helmet? And there's even a big light bulb on top of it. It's a headlamp. Specifically designed for exploring deep-sea environments, caves, and similar locations. Not bad, not bad. This thing is incredibly useful. Ding. Triggered double skill, headlamp X2. Perfect. One for me and one for the little girl. But the headlamps are out of power. The top priority is still to find more copper ore to get power. Besides that, there's this tuna meat. I'll give this to the little girl directly later too. We'll use it to make a tribute boosting dishes. After all, the remaining food is more than enough to eat. After another thorough check, he confirmed there was nothing else in the treasure chest. Xin Feng stood up and headed north. Since he was already here, he might as well look around some more. Who knows, maybe there were some leftover basic resources. Why not take what's there? As he walked and scanned his surroundings, he suddenly spotted a dark, shadowy figure emerging from a thicket of bushes. At first glance, it appeared to be a person. This must be the person Chen Nan had just taken down. Oh well. Bad luck. Never mind, better not go over there. Better make the most of the time and explore elsewhere. If nothing turns up, I'll move on to the next island. Just as he turned away, suddenly, a series of muffled whimpers erupted from the corpse behind me. Holy crap! Could it be a zombie? I turned back again. I saw the corpse moving. Could this person still be alive? Xin Feng drew his broadsword, parted the bushes in front of him, and slowly approached the figure. He watched as he moved. The body was indeed moving. He hadn't misseen it earlier. In a few strides, he reached the man's side. His hands were bound behind his back. Xin Feng crouched down, patted him, and said, "Brother? Are you okay?" Though he asked with his mouth, his hand gripped the broadsword tightly. He was ready to respond to any sudden threat at a moment's notice. Should the man dare make any dangerous move, Qin Feng would strike with a swift swing of his blade. As the words fell, the man stirred again. A muffled whimper escaped his lips once more. As if pleading for help, Qin Feng pulled with both hands, flipping the person over. He was a man, around 30 years old, wearing glasses. He looked like a designer. His mouth was stuffed tightly with cloth. His face was covered in bruises, looking utterly wretched. Qin Feng reached in and pulled the cloth from his mouth. After a fit of coughing, the man managed to say, "Thank you. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. We must leave this place quickly. There's a young man named Chen Nan still on this island. He's extremely dangerous." Qin Feng gave a faint smile. "Chen Nan is already dead." "Dead? But that wasn't you. Could it be you?" Terror washed over the man's face. "Yes. That brat was quite the chatterbox. Then, big brother, you. Chen Nan specialized in murder and robbery. He really didn't deserve to live. He deserved it. Damn it. Enough. No more talk. I gotta get out of here fast. I'll untie your ropes. Hope you play nice. Relax, relax. Big brother, trust me in my current state, I'm no match for you. Besides, you took out Chen Nan. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare disrespect you, big brother. But you look kinda familiar, bro." "Familiar? Enough with the small talk. The ropes are untied. Let's go." "Wait, big brother. Could you be Qin Feng?" Qin Feng was utterly speechless inside. Damn it, this damn game uses everyone's real photos as avatars. So it's no wonder people recognize me. Seeing Qin Feng didn't respond, and carefully confirmed his identity once more, his face immediately lit up with excitement. "It really is you, brother Qin. Oh my goodness. If you can take down 4 wolves, then defeating Chen Nan should be a piece of cake. I was wondering who could take him down so easily. Never imagined I'd run into brother Qin Feng right here. Alright. I've already untied your ropes. You should go now." "Wait, brother Qin Feng. I need to talk to you." Chapter 72, Copper or Island. "Something? What is it? Brother Qin Feng, could you take me in? My island has no resources left." "No, you must leave. Saving you was already the height of kindness. Taking you in? Do you think this is a shelter?" "Wait, brother Qin Feng, wait. The man hurried forward, grabbing Qin Feng's arm and pleading, "I won't let you take me in for free." "Really?" Qin Feng turned to face the man, saying nothing. Seeing Qin Feng hadn't refused, a delighted smile spread across the man's face. "Brother Qin Feng, in my past life I was a construction engineer. I have skills. I can create blueprints for all kinds of buildings, large or small. Far more than the blueprints stored in that watch. And I also know where the nearest copper ore deposits are." After hearing the man's words, Qin Feng pondered deeply. Could it be that he was like Qin Shuero, possessing that same special ability? Just as he pondered this, the man suddenly continued, "Brother Qin Feng, I've sent all my data to you. If you don't believe my words, you'd better trust the game." Qin Feng opened his watch. Sure enough, the man's profile appeared. His name was Gong Chengshi, age 32, skill, engineering construction. Holy crap! He really is an engineer? Your name? Well, brother Qin Feng, my father always wanted me to become an engineer, so he named me that. Oh, and these weapons and stuff I have here, I'll trade them all to you, brother Qin Feng. I genuinely want to join your cause. My loyalty is unwavering. And the reason I made my way through this island was actually to find you. Glancing at the extra spears in his backpack, then at Gong Chengshi's empty one, Qin Feng's guard dropped just a little. But only a little. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. Suddenly, something occurred to Qin Feng. Wait. How did you get the coordinates for my island? Oh. Brother Qin Feng, you didn't know? Li Feng has already sent your island coordinates to a lot of people. Really? Absolutely true. To be perfectly honest, my sister's death is directly connected to Li Feng. My sister and I traveled here together. During that time, he deceived her. Not a single resource he promised was delivered, which is why my sister perished in the second wave of the natural disaster. Later, I heard from others that they secretly came to ambush you, but you nearly turned the tables on them. You can imagine how thrilled I was to hear that news. That's precisely why I chose to seek refuge under your protection, brother Qin Feng. First, to survive. Second, to exact revenge. Though I possess skills, without sufficient resources, they're useless. Looking across the entire region, joining brother Qin Feng is the only sensible choice. May the heavens strike me down with 5 bolts of lightning if a single word of what I've said is false. Qin Feng nodded. I never imagined Li Feng could be so cunning. He deliberately exposed my location, making me the target of everyone's attacks. But never mind. This was bound to happen sooner or later. As for what Gong Changsha said, it doesn't seem like he's lying for now. Besides, now that my position is exposed, this Gong Changsha's skills could genuinely be of great help to me. Useful, yes, but caution is still needed. Don't call me Brother Qin Fong. You're older than me. If anything, I should be calling you Brother Gong. No. Age doesn't matter. Brother Qin Fong is young and accomplished, thriving in this world. Calling you brother suits you perfectly. Qin Fong waved his hand dismissively, pulling a piece of wild ginger from his backpack and handing it to Gong Changsha. Gong Gu, take this. It'll help restore your health points. Gong Changsha's eyes lit up the moment he saw the wild ginger. His joy wasn't just because he was saved. Rather, it was that Qin Fong had finally accepted him. Avenging his sister at last, he saw hope. Thank you, Brother Qin. Qin Fong sighed inwardly. Fine, let him call me that. You can follow me, and eliminating Li Fong is inevitable. You help me build various devices, and I'll avenge your sister. But let me make one thing clear, Brother Gong, don't you dare do anything underhanded or betray me. If you think I'm not up to the task, you can leave any time. I'll let you go without a second thought. But if I ever catch you doing such things, I won't hesitate for a second. I understand, Brother Qin Fong. I understand. Chen Nan has already seized all my resources, so I have nothing left now. From now on, I won't keep any resources for myself. Everything goes to you, Brother Qin Fong. Not a single weapon will be spared. Eat first, eat first. Oh, right, you mentioned knowing the location of the copper ore? After finishing the wild ginger, Gong Changsha said, that's right. And the air on that island has been eliminated. There's copper ore up there. I just came down from that island. Do you remember the coordinates? I do. Gong Changsha sent the coordinates to Qin Fong. Qin Fong cross-referenced the coordinates with those provided by the system. Sure enough. The air on this island had indeed been eliminated. It seemed Gong Changsha hadn't lied. And it wasn't far from this small island. No time to waste, let's depart immediately. No problem. After that, the two boarded their respective rafts, heading toward the indicated island. When the engineer saw Qin Fong's raft, he exclaimed, Brother Qin, if we had enough resources, I could turn this raft into a proper ship for you. Really? Don't exaggerate. No, it's just that my island doesn't have many resources. Otherwise, I would have upgraded it long ago. Also, during the second wave of natural disasters, even without iron or to build an excellent grade shelter, I constructed a wooden hut using only sturdy timber and other resources that rivaled an excellent grade structure. That's how I survived until now. Qin Fong felt a jolt of surprise, though his expression remained unchanged. If what Engineer Gong Cheng said was true, then he really was quite skilled. With his help, it would be like gaining another high-level construction module. He hoped this man wasn't cunning or treacherous. Along the way, Qin Fong gave Gong Changsha some food and water, allowing him to regain more strength. During their journey, Gong Changsha repeatedly asked how Qin Fong had managed to kill the lone wolf and drive off figures like Pu Piol and Li Fong. Qin Fong answered truthfully. Gong Changsha listened, his expression shifting from surprise to astonishment. In truth, Qin Fong was subtly demonstrating his current capabilities. It also gave Gong Changsha a clearer understanding of his capabilities. Soon, the two arrived at the small island Gong Changsha had mentioned. Wait, are you sure it's an island? Absolutely. It is an island, but unlike others. While it's rich in copper ore, other resources are scarce. I see. Qin Fong pulled out his binoculars and scanned the island. He wanted to get a preview of the island's conditions. A few coconut palms swayed in the breeze. Beneath them lay a vast expanse of reddish-brown. No way? Could this entire area be copper ore? This much? Chapter 73, Resource Absorber, activate. We're rich. With this much copper ore, we'll never have to worry about power again. Engineer Gong was absolutely right. Pick up the pace. We need to reach the island before nightfall. Got it. The two then picked up their pace. The journey was smooth sailing. Soon they landed on the small island. Up close, the copper ore glowed a dazzling reddish-brown under the sun. What do you think, Brother Qin Fong? I wasn't wrong, was I? Not bad, not bad. Let's cut to the chase, we'd better get to work before nightfall. Since Gong Changsha had no tools, Qin Fong fashioned another iron pickaxe for him. He kept the original one for himself. The two rolled up their sleeves. They approached the copper ore and began swinging their picks. Moreover, no beasts attacked the area around this copper ore deposit. They could therefore work with complete peace of mind. By the time they were completely exhausted, Qin Fong had collected a total of 75 copper ore pieces, boosted by his double-up skill. Plus the 10 copper ore collected by Engineer Gong Cheng, and the one seized from Chen Nan. Currently, we've secured a total of 100 copper ore pieces. This quantity of copper ore will be more than sufficient for quite some time. Ding! Host has acquired a new tool character. However, this tool character's loyalty is insufficient, preventing them from receiving the double skill bonus. Qin Fong had anticipated this outcome. No matter, he'd deal with it later. By now, darkness had fallen over the sky. Both his hunger and thirst levels had dropped significantly. He was just thinking about where to find some food soon. Suddenly, his watch vibrated. Opening it, I saw a message from Chen Shuero. Xin Feng, I miss you. Are you hungry? Dinner's ready, I'm bringing it over. Take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. Ah. Being away from home, having this little girl care about me. It really is quite nice. After that, Xin Feng opened the transaction interface. He accepted the food from Chen Shuero. Inside were cooked seafood, grilled meats, and fruits. It was quite a feast. Hey, girl, do you have any extra dinner left? Could you give me some more? It's like this. Xin Feng briefly explained the situation with Gong Chengshi to her. There's still some left. I made extra today, so I'll bring you some more. Thanks for your trouble, girl. Go on, go on. Don't be so polite. Keep it up, and I might not let you sleep in my bed. Soon, another portion of food was brought over. Xin Feng took out a portion and walked over to Gong Chengshi, who was resting nearby. You must be starving. Here, have some. He took the food from Xin Feng's hand. Gong Chengshi's eyes widened in disbelief. This is so lavish, brother Xin Feng. I can't possibly accept it. I haven't contributed anything yet, and to be eating such a feast, it really isn't right. Lavish? It's just about the same as usual. Eat up. Your body needs proper nourishment. Gong Chengshi's inner monologue, no way. This is just like usual? Do you even know what I usually eat? Just tiny clams gathered near the rocky shores or small shrimp and such. But what can I do? Xin Feng has the power. If I have to eat this stuff every day from now on, I'd gladly work myself to death for him. Vegetables, meat, and fruit. This clearly isn't about survival. This is retirement living. Thanks, brother Xin Feng. I'll dig in then. Go ahead, go ahead. The two sat on an unfamiliar beach, facing the sea as they ate. After finishing their meal, Xin Feng immediately traded all the copper ore to Chen Shuero. He also instructed Chen Shuero to smelt the ore into copper ingots whenever she had free time. By now, it had grown completely dark. Xin Feng then lit a campfire to ward off the night's chill. Brother Xin Feng, what's our next plan? We've gathered all the copper ore. Should we head back tomorrow? No rush. While we still have time, let's gather ore from a few more islands before heading back. At the very least, we need to complete the system assigned tasks. Today we only covered 2 islands, 8 more to go. We'll need to move much faster tomorrow and the day after. Alright. I'll follow brother Xin Feng's lead. I'll head to bed now. Gong Chengshi gave a quick farewell before turning in. Xin Feng studied the coordinates and mapped out the entire route. The islands ahead were all small ones, so there was no need to waste time. The final destination was a medium-sized island. After visiting this medium-sized island, they would finally return to their own island. Looking at the map, this medium-sized island appeared lush and green, suggesting abundant resources. But why did the inheritor die before even surviving the second wave of natural disasters? This is somewhat suspicious. Had they been more cautious, the second wave of natural disasters should have been manageable. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Better to be cautious when landing on the island. He added a few more logs to the bonfire. Xin Feng glanced at Gong Chengshi. What if he came back with me? Was he to share the same island with me? Or perhaps place him on an island adjacent to his own. He couldn't shake the feeling that the moment Gong Chengshi set foot on the island, he'd be like a third wheel, ruining the intimate atmosphere between him and the little girl. It felt a bit off. If he were placed on an adjacent island, food resources could be traded directly through the watch, causing no disruption. If trouble arises, he could form a defensive triangle with us. If anyone came to attack, he'd have the advantage from his position. But here, I just can't fully trust him. Keeping him at a distance would be safer. The preliminary strategic plan was now set. Xin Feng opened the map again for observation. He noticed a small island situated southwest of his own. It would take just over half a day to reach it. That's the one. After memorizing the coordinates, drowsiness washed over Xin Feng. He placed a small knife behind him with one hand. Better to be prepared, he thought, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Xin Feng was jolted awake by his watch vibrating. He opened it to find food delivered by Chen Shuero. This was excellent. Chen Shuero had effectively become his backup resource. It also saved him a lot of time. He once again shared the food with Gong Chengshi. Gong Chengshi let out a soft sigh. Ah! Since arriving on the island, he hadn't eaten breakfast once. Only 2 meals a day. After breakfast, Chen Shuero sent another message. It showed 3 copper ingots that had already been smelted. This little girl's efficiency is truly impressive. Xin Feng immediately opened the battery crafting interface. Battery, copper ingots 2, plastic 5. Click to create. Whoosh! The battery instantly appeared in the backpack. Making batteries? Not for nothing. It's all for the resource absorber I just acquired. With this device, my resource gathering efficiency will skyrocket. Click. The battery was installed into the resource collector. The screen lit up instantly. Tap to activate. Swish. Xin Fang watched as a piece of wood nearby vanished instantly. Then he looked inside his backpack. 5 pieces of wood had instantly appeared. Holy crap! Not only could it directly absorb resources, it had automatically triggered the resource doubling skill 1. This is awesome. Chapter 74, Exploring the Cave. As Xin Fang moved forward, resources began steadily accumulating in his backpack. Wood, stone slabs, vines, large leaves, all resources that didn't require tools to gather piled into his backpack. In no time, he gathered a substantial amount of basic resources. This saved him a tremendous amount of time. The treasure chest on this island had already been opened by Gong Chengshi, and its contents had been snatched by Chen Nan. Yet ultimately, they still fell into Xin Fang's hands. Afterward, the two rushed without pause to the next small island. The remaining islands presented no further dangers. The surplus basic resources they gathered had already been exchanged by Xin Fang for golden carrots. The golden carrots in the shop had now accumulated to 279. Slowly but surely, the precision crafting machine was getting closer. Beyond basic resources, treasure chests on the islands yielded additional rare materials like iron ore, cloth, and plastic. There was also a new recipe with special properties: fruit salad. Its special attribute is that after consumption, stamina will not decrease at all for 2 hours. This significantly extends stamina duration, helping to handle unexpected situations when stamina runs out. Scouring these islands took another full day. 2 days had already passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, the two set off for the final island. It was also the last medium-sized island on their entire journey. The journey proceeded smoothly. Though light rain fell from the sky, it caused no hindrance. They navigated according to the route marked on the map. Soon, the medium-sized island came into view. Through the binoculars, the medium-sized island appeared no larger than Xin Fang's own island. Yet it remained lush and green, with numerous seabirds constantly soaring overhead. Xin Fang kept observing through his binoculars. After confirming everything was clear, the two men accelerated their pace and finally succeeded in landing. The moment Xin Fang's feet touched the ground, a flood of information about the island instantly filled his mind. Though a medium-sized island with decent overall resources, it lacked the abundance of specific materials like iron ore found on his own island. The distribution of resources on this island was relatively even. Yet one distinct feature stood out. At the very center of the island lay a cave. The cave was quite deep, with a large interior space. Yet no further information about the cave could be obtained. This only deepens the cave's air of mystery. As he pondered this, Engineer Gong Chang spoke up beside him. "Brother Xin Fang, what's our plan for today? Let's start by scouting the island's basic resources. Stay safe." "No problem, Brother Xin Fang. I'll cover the left side while you handle the right." "All right. Oh, and here, take this," Xin Fang said, handing a machete to Gong Changshi. "Medium-sized islands have abundant resources but also plenty of beasts. Keep this for self-defense. Call me immediately if anything happens." "Got it, Brother Xin Fang." The two parted ways and began heading toward the island center. Xin Fang encountered no beasts along his path. Holding the resource absorber, he vigorously gathered the island's basic resources. He also gathered a large quantity of bamboo and sturdy timber. He also came across some cloth and plastic along the way. But none of it was in great quantity. Gradually, Xin Fang approached the cave at the island's center. The cave entrance was enormous. Inside, it was pitch black, with a constant chill emanating from within. By this time, Master Gong Cheng had nearly finished his search. He called Gong Chengshi over. Upon seeing the cave, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Brother Xin Fang, do you know anything about this cave?" "Not really." "Why? Do you know something about it?" No. I don't know the details about this cave, but I've heard others mention it before." A cave appeared on his island too. He knew nothing about it at the time, but he mustered his courage and went inside. That was probably during the gap between the first and second waves of the natural disaster. After he went in, he never came out again. "Brother Xin Fang, this cave is downright sinister. We've gathered plenty of resources already, why don't we just head back?" Gong Qingshi's face betrayed fear and concern as he spoke. Xin Fang didn't rush to reply. Instead, he took 2 steps deeper into the cave, peering further into its darkness. Still nothing but pitch black mist, utterly impossible to see anything. "Brother Xin Fang, you're not going in there, are you?" Gong Chengshi stood behind him, his voice thick with worry. "Fortune favors the bold. That's how this game world works. If you want to grow stronger faster, you have to take initiative. Passivity will get you eliminated sooner or later." But Brother Xin Fang, this could cost us our lives. Don't natural disasters also claim lives? Do you think this is the real world, where you can just coast through life at your leisure? To survive, you can't stop moving forward. Come on. I've got this covered. With our current gear, we'll make it out alive. Alright. Since you say so, Brother Chin Fong, I'm in. Ha? You're not scared anymore? Of course I am. But you're absolutely right. I've always been too comfortable before. With my personality, I'd have died long ago without any skills to rely on. Brother Chin Fong, you're absolutely right. Chin Fong nodded. Since you've decided to come in with me, I won't abandon you to your fate. Take this. With that, Chin Fong handed the Pudeo to Gong Changshi. The Pudeo has a long reach and decent damage. I've got a repeating crossbow and a machete on me. Now, eat this too. Chin Fong then handed the attribute-boosting golden egg to Gong Changshi. After eating this, your speed will increase. If you really can't win, you'll still have time to run. After handing both items to Gong Changshi looked utterly shocked. No wonder Chin Fong could take down 4 wolves. This gear is truly formidable. And this was merely what he could reveal to me. There must be even more incredible weapons that haven't been shown yet. With such a big shot guiding him, soaring to new heights was practically inevitable. Thanks, Brother Chin Fong. No problem. You coming in with me is helping me too. If I didn't take care of you, wouldn't that be like sending you in to die? Oh, and here's this. Chin Fong pulled out 2 more headlamps. He couldn't forget these. He never imagined they'd come in handy so soon after acquiring them. He quickly assembled 2 batteries, handed them to Engineer Gong Chang, and said, "Take these. We got them on that island we encountered." He put on the headlamp and flipped the switch. A vast expanse of white light instantly filled the space before him. The cave entrance was illuminated as well. Before leaving, Chin Fong made 2 extra batteries as a precaution. Then, the 2 of them walked into the cave. Gong Changshi instinctively took the lead. Chin Fong followed closely behind, clutching his repeating crossbow. The headlamp's beam was exceptionally bright. It illuminated the path ahead for 3 meters. The surroundings were utterly silent, so much so that even heavy breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Gong Changshi, who was leading the way, stopped. He turned around and said, "Brother Chin Fong, I think I hear something up ahead." Chapter 75, Hunting the Tiger. Sounds? Chin Fong murmured softly. He slowed his pace and walked slowly up beside Gong Changshi. He pricked up his ears and listened intently. Just as Gong Changshi had said. Sure enough, faint sounds drifted from the depths of the cave. It came in waves, like the sound of pebbles being struck repeatedly. The 2 exchanged a glance. They ventured further into the depths. The sound grew clearer and clearer. It seemed Gong Changshi had been telling the truth. There truly was something alive within this cave. Brother Chin Fong? What do you say? Should we keep going? We're already here. Let's proceed cautiously, trying not to alert whatever's inside. We need to see what kind of creature it is. Gong Changshi nodded and pressed onward. The 2 advanced in a diagonal formation. The sound of loose rocks grew louder. The cave ahead narrowed considerably. The atmosphere grew oppressive. Suddenly, Chin Fong saw the cave entrance ahead abruptly shrink considerably. Just as he was puzzled, a figure flashed past the narrowing opening. Gong Changshi immediately halted his steps. His eyes filled with terror as he stared at Chin Fong. He waited for further instructions. "Grip your Pudeo firmly, Brother Gong. That figure didn't look human to me." Gong Changshi swallowed hard, nodded, and raised his Pudeo. He inched his way toward the cave entrance once more. Beads of sweat now formed on Chin Fong's forehead. The feeling of being in utter darkness, about to face an unknown creature, was utterly dreadful. It was profoundly unsettling. Moreover, just moments ago, when that figure flashed past, though fleeting, he had caught a glimpse it was likely a large, four-legged beast. The cave entrance was already narrow. When that figure flashed past, it already occupied half the entrance. And that was only the part visible within my field of vision. Therefore, the creature must be even larger. As he pondered this, Chin Fong took a step forward, but before he could move far, from the depths of the small opening, that figure reappeared. This time, the figure lingered longer. No! Or rather, the figure slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. Brother Chin Fong. This is... Gong Changshi's voice began to tremble. The simple blade in his hand trembled slightly. For what emerged from the cave entrance was a tiger. This tiger was enormous, its fluorescent white eyes glowing menacingly in the darkness. Its jaws were wide open, revealing 4 enormous fangs. It was hard to imagine how much health one would lose if attacked by it. As the tiger slowly emerged, its entire form was fully exposed. Chin Fong watched in utter shock. This thing was goddamn huge, far larger than the White Wolf King. It was no longer comparable to the White Wolf King. It should be compared to that vicious bear. Though not as broad-shouldered as a bear. Its body length far surpassed that of a bear. Its limbs are incredibly muscular. Its speed and agility are undoubtedly formidable. Back then, we took down that bear because we had a hunting trap. But it's too late to set one now. We'll just have to rely on experience and take our chances. But if they put a tiger in here to guard it, whatever's inside must be something valuable. Brother Qin Feng. What should we do? This tiger is way too big. What's there to fear? You've got a knife in your hand, and there are two of us. How could we not handle it? But. No buts about it. If it dares attack you, back down and you'll get mauled to death. Want to live? Swing that knife. After so many battles, Qin Feng's mental fortitude had grown tremendously. But Gong Changshi was a different story entirely. Qin Feng patted his shoulder from behind and continued, "Don't be afraid." Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past Gong Changshi's ear. Thud! It struck the tiger squarely in the right leg. If you can't dodge it, strike first. This shot enraged the tiger. It lunged toward Qin Feng and the others. Wait, give me a moment to react. Gong Changshi's face turned green with fear. By the time you react, you'll be dead already. Hurry up. They're all charging over here, what are you standing around for? Qin Feng finished speaking and shoved Gong Changshi hard. Some things you just have to experience for yourself. In the blink of an eye, the tiger had charged right up to Gong Changshi. Seeing no escape in any direction, he let out a roar, closed his eyes, and swung his battle axe at the charging tiger. With a thunderous crash, the tiger sent Gong Changshi flying backward. But Gong Changshi's blow landed squarely on the tiger's body. The tiger let out a roar. He looked down at his body, 2 gashes had already burst open. Not bad. Sure enough, this tiger's attack mechanics were very similar to the shark's earlier. Are you okay? Qin Feng shouted. Gong Changshi struggled to his feet. Glancing at his health bar, he said, "I'm fine. I thought I was dead for sure." "You were just knocked back, not bitten. Your health shouldn't have dropped that much from the attack." After saying this, Qin Feng raised his crossbow and fired 4 arrows in rapid succession at the tiger. But unexpectedly, even in such a confined space, the wounded tiger managed to dodge 2 of the arrows. Damn, it's agile. The dodging tiger charged at the 2 men once more. This time, Gong Changshi sprang to his feet, charging forward as he shouted, "Brother Qin Feng, fall back. Wear it down with the crossbow while I take the brunt of the attack head on." Qin Feng froze in shock. Holy crap! He's already in the zone? Qin Feng didn't know that the current Gong Changshi was vastly different from before. For he had seen the 2 bloody gashes on the tiger's body. He had carved them himself. So you're not as terrifying as I imagined. Having overcome this psychological barrier, Gong Changshi swiftly transformed from timid to courageous. With a whoosh, Gong Changshi dashed past him. Qin Feng didn't hesitate either, raising his hand to fire another shot at the tiger. This time, facing the incoming arrows and the blade already slashing toward him, the tiger had nowhere left to hide. It could only charge forward into Gong Changshi's attack. This time, Gong Changshi exploited the long reach of his battle axe. He thrust directly at the tiger. Before the tiger could even collide with him, it was already struck by the Pudeo's blow. Immediately following came the arrows fired by Qin Feng. Thud! 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 All hits. A piercing howl of agony. Another deep gash erupted on the tiger's body. Had it not been for Gong Changshi's lack of strength, had Qin Feng struck instead, this single blow, combined with the arrow's assault, would have split the tiger's body open in 2. But look at the tiger, it let out a roar and bolted backward. Brother Qin Feng. That tiger's backing down. Gong Changshi roared with laughter. He never imagined that on his very first encounter with a tiger, he'd actually drive it away. Wasn't he just like Wu Song? After his hearty laugh, Gong Changshi charged toward the tiger. Come back. Don't chase it yet. This wasn't open ground outside, it was a pitch-black cave. A tiger's eyesight far surpassed ours. Rushing in to chase it could easily lead to danger. Chapter 76, Securing Gunpowder and a Samurai Sword. The moment Qin Feng finished speaking, the fleeing tiger executed a sudden counterattack. It knocked Gong Changshi to the ground before he could react. The tiger then lunged forward, its jaws snapping shut. Gong Changshi's face had turned deathly pale with terror. His eyes were wide, but his body was rigid, utterly paralyzed by terror. Qin Feng swiftly raised his hand and fired at the tiger's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows swiftly struck the tiger's head. They halted the tiger's attack. Only then was Gong Changshi's life spared. Had the tiger managed to sink its teeth in, he would likely have died instantly. Without giving the tiger a moment to breathe, Qin Feng fired several more arrows in quick succession. In the confined space, all the arrows struck the tiger's body. Combined with the rapid automatic reloading speed of the crossbow, within a dozen seconds, Qin Feng emptied the entire quiver. The combined force of dozens of arrows was truly terrifying. They instantly killed the already wounded tiger on the spot. The heavy tiger carcass thudded onto Gong Changshi's body. Ah, thankfully Gong Changshi was there to distract the tiger. That's what gave me enough time to finish it off. Are you okay? Qin Feng approached Gong Changshi. It all happened too fast. Gong Changshi hadn't even processed what had just occurred. Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, He finally noticed the tiger lying dead before him. I'm not dead? What death? Get up! With that, Qin Fong yanked Gong Chengshi to his feet. Only when Qin Fong pulled him upright did Gong Chengshi fully snap back to reality. Wiping the sweat from his face. Trembling, he said to Qin Fong, Thank you, brother Qin Fong, for saving me. No problem. If you hadn't distracted the tiger, I wouldn't have been able to shoot it down. I saw the tiger trying to escape just now, so It's fine. It was your first time. Just don't be so reckless next time. Qin Fong patted Gong Chengshi's shoulder reassuringly. After all, it was his first time facing a wild beast, perfectly understandable. Gong Chengshi was still trembling with fear. If Qin Fong hadn't intervened in time, he'd likely be dead by now. Qin Fong truly was a man of honor. He'd saved me time and again. And he never showed any contempt. From now on, I must do my utmost to assist Qin Fong. Stop spacing out. Come help dispose of the tiger's carcass first. Oh, got it. The two quickly disposed of the tiger's carcass. They harvested a total of 9 kilograms of tiger meat. Plus 3 tiger skins. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, tiger skin 15. Tiger pelts provide exceptional warmth, offering both durability and armor protection. Store all the tiger skin and meat you've gathered. He then rose to continue exploring deeper inside. This time, Qin Fong felt considerably more at ease. Typically, caves like this only have a single tiger assigned as a guard. Therefore, the journey ahead should proceed smoothly. Indeed, Qin Fong's hunch proved correct. After entering the narrow cave, the two heard no more strange noises. They soon reached the end of the cave. By the light of his headlamp, Qin Fong quickly noticed that at the cave's terminus, piles of black powdery substance. What is this? Qin Fong was puzzled. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully discovering gunpowder. Friendly reminder, gunpowder is an essential material for crafting bullets and ammunition. Host, please take note. Holy crap! Who would have thought gunpowder could be found in a cave? No wonder they stationed a tiger here as a guard. Now that it's gunpowder, everything makes sense. In such a pitch-black cave, without a headlamp for illumination or the assistance of a palace engineer, if I had wandered in alone, I'd have been torn to pieces by that tiger. But who could have imagined that defeating the tiger would lead to discovering such a vital resource? I'd been fretting over where to find ammunition for the homemade pistols I'd crafted. And now it was right before my eyes. And the quantity of gunpowder before him was truly substantial. If all of it were turned into bullets, the quantity would be quite substantial. The era of his own firearms was about to begin. Brother Qin Fong. Come see what this is. He glanced to the side. At that moment, Master Gong Chang was crouched nearby, seemingly examining something. He hurried over. There, at Gong Chengshi's feet, lay a wooden crate. A wooden crate in a cave? Crouching down, Qin Fong fumbled around for a moment before the box suddenly slammed open with a bang. He managed to open the wooden box. Gong Chengshi immediately adjusted the angle of his headlamp, directing its beam precisely toward the box. Inside the wooden box lay an extremely sharp samurai sword. The white light of the headlamp shone upon it. A cold gleam radiated from it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a perfect grade weapon, samurai sword. Ding! Triggered quality doubling skill, samurai sword upgraded to legendary grade. Katana, long reach, high attack power, lightweight. Among the finest close combat weapons. Note, the katana is crafted from high-grade iron ingots, forged from premium iron ore. This material is essential for crafting high-precision weapons. Currently found only on large islands and in specific regions. The system voice then silenced. High-grade iron ore. Who knew such a thing existed? It seems there's still plenty left to explore in this game. If I could find high-grade iron ore, wouldn't that mean I could mass-produce katana swords in the future? Without further thought, Qin Fong stowed the katana in his backpack. After collecting more gunpowder with Gong Chengshi, the two left the cave. By then, it was already afternoon outside. The entire medium-sized island still held abundant resources to gather. But his backpack simply couldn't hold anymore. Moreover, the details of the next wave of natural disasters would be announced tomorrow. Therefore, they had to return tonight to discuss matters with Chen Shuero. Besides, once resources on his own island became scarce, he could always return to this island to gather more. But later on, I'll need to see if there's any equipment available to increase the raft speed. I'll need to explore even farther regions later on. This minimal propulsion simply won't suffice. Returning to the small raft, the two began their journey back. During the journey, Qin Fong discussed the accommodations arranged for Gong Chengshi. Gong Chengshi readily agreed, showing no hint of dissatisfaction. He understood all too well how awkward it would be to be stuck on the same island as Qin Fong and Chen Shuero, constantly playing third wheel. With Gong Chengshi's consent secured, Qin Fong handed over all the food and construction resources to him. The resources Qin Fong now held were more than sufficient for Gong Chengshi to construct an excellent grade shelter. Deeply moved, Gong Changshu said, Brother Qin Fong, I'll settle into my island first. Once I'm settled, I'll come to yours. I have another blueprint for an excellent grade shelter. If you remodel yours based on mine, it'll be way more comfortable. Not only that, but I also have other blueprints for defensive structures. I'll build those for you as well. Chapter 77, Acquiring Apple Tree Seeds Once More. You say they can be used for defense? Is that for real? Absolutely true. If there's even a shred of falsehood, you can chop me down right then and there. Master Gongchang might lack confidence in other areas, but he was utterly confident in his skills. His construction inventory held significantly more items than others. Moreover, his engineer skill allowed him to combine specific building materials. This allowed him to create items with new functions. Alright, we'll see then. After saying this, Qin Fong sent Gong Changshu the coordinates of his island. The two parted ways. It wasn't until dusk approached that Qin Fong finally returned to his own island. After securing the small raft, he walked toward the only lit cabin on the island. Earlier that day, Chen Shuero had asked Qin Fong when he would return. He deliberately told her he'd return the next day, hoping to surprise her. Teasing the little girl was quite enjoyable. Soon, he arrived at the small courtyard. What he saw now was a courtyard that had completely transformed in just 3 days since he'd left. Now, on the left side of the courtyard, there were flocks of white sheep. On the right side, various fruits and vegetables had been planted. The entire courtyard was brimming with vitality and meticulously maintained. One might have mistaken it for someone's small estate. Lost in admiration. Suddenly, the door to the wooden house swung open as Chen Shuero stepped out. The moment she saw Qin Fong, her face lit up with surprise. Then it transformed into joy and laughter. Forgetting all about her appearance, Chen Shuero dashed toward Qin Fong. Spreading her arms wide, she leapt into the air. She wrapped her arms around Qin Fong. You lied to me. You said you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. I just missed you too much. That's why I came back early. Really? Of course it's true. If I'm lying, I'm a little dog. No, even if you lied, you couldn't be a puppy. If you were a puppy, then wouldn't I be one too? Has anything happened at home these past 3 days? Nothing major. While you were away, I've been tending to these flowers and plants. Oh, right, I just milked the sheep yesterday. I'll let you try some later. So soon? Not just goat milk, I've harvested quite a bit of fruit and vegetables these past few days. I kept what we need to eat and traded the rest for golden carrots. But yesterday I bought some more seeds, so I spent part of them. I'll transfer the remaining golden carrots to you in a bit. Why give them to me? Keep them for yourself. No way. I know you still need those golden carrots badly to buy weapons and gear. Those are the most important things. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Isn't the next celestial calamity's details being announced tomorrow? Once the specifics are out, we can study them then. Chen Shuero nodded. The two returned to the wooden hut. As soon as they opened the door, Dafu was standing there. After 3 days apart, Dafu had grown considerably. The adorable expression he once had completely faded. Now, a hint of fierce determination flickered in his eyes. Beyond his gaze, Dafu's entire physique had grown considerably more robust. It was truly unexpected that in just 3 days, Dafu had undergone such a powerful transformation. Now standing upright, he was nearly half a person's height. In another 10 days or so, he should be able to accompany me outside. But the moment Dafu spotted Qin Fong, the hint of fierceness in his eyes vanished instantly. He approached Qin Fong with remarkable docility. Qin Fong crouched down and stroked Dafu. Hey, you've been taking good care of Dafu, haven't you? Of course. With you gone, brother, I have to make sure everything at home is taken care of properly. Having Chen Shuero at home truly brought peace of mind. Not only did she keep every corner tidy and organized, but she also earned golden carrots using her farming skills. Having a woman like her around truly saved him a lot of trouble. Hungry? Go rest for a bit, brother. Tonight I'm planning to make braised wild goose. Braised wild goose? Didn't we just finish that? I caught another one this afternoon while watering the apple trees. Way to go, girl. You're amazing. Of course. I keep practicing archery whenever I have free time. You taught me yourself, brother, I can't let it go to waste. Alright. I'll look forward to tasting your cooking again. Lying in bed, the days spent drifting at sea had truly drained my energy. Now lying on the soft bed, he found himself strangely unaccustomed to it. Watching Chen Shuero bustling about packing things, Qin Fong suddenly felt a profound sense of happiness. But come tomorrow, once the natural disaster is announced, that sense of contentment might vanish. He still didn't know what form this third wave of natural disasters would take. Whether they could withstand it was still an unknown. Never mind. Worrying about it won't do any good. Before long, waves of fragrance drifted through the air. Hurry up and get up for dinner, big brother. The two sat at the small table, facing the iron pot filled with braised wild goose. Beside them lay homegrown watermelon and cucumbers. Alongside it all was fresh goat's milk. The meal was quite nutritionally balanced. Xin Fang was starting to wonder if he'd come to the island to survive or to enjoy life. Here, I'll give you both legs to eat. Chen Shuero was delighted. She'd been eating alone these past few days, with no one to talk to. Every time she saw Dafu, she thought of Xin Fang. Though he'd only been gone 3 days, to Chen Shuero it felt like an eternity. Oh, right, brother Xin Fang. That apple tree we planted, if nothing goes wrong, it should bear fruit in about a week. I checked them all today. 2 apples can be exchanged for 1 golden carrot. Last time, that tree yielded at least 20 apples, so we could exchange 10 golden carrots in one go. And after that, all it needs is some watering. So this means we'll have a steady income of golden carrots going forward? Xin Fang asked. You could say that. If we plant a few more trees later, the golden carrot income will be even higher. But we haven't found any more apple tree seeds yet, Xin Fang pointed out. Not necessarily. Yesterday while fertilizing the apple tree, I found another apple seed in the manure. Really? Was it from the manure we collected when chasing away the wild boar the other day? Yep, exactly. And I plan to plant this apple tree right in the courtyard. That way, watering and stuff will be way easier. That's great. Come here, girl. Big brother will reward you with a goose leg. Ever since returning to the cabin, Chen Shuero had been delivering one piece of good news after another. This made Xin Fang feel even more at ease. Chapter 78, Extreme Cold Disaster. Just as he was feeling happy, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the search for 10 islands. Reward, 1 electric propeller. Next task, obtain a precision engineering machine. Electric propeller, mounted on a raft, it significantly boosts the raft's speed. Requires batteries. This was a great find. He had been worried about the raft's sluggish speed, and now this electric propeller arrived just in time. Plus, with a propeller, it'd be way easier to track down Li Fingpu and Piao Lu for revenge. You bastards, don't think I've forgotten. Even though the little girl has fully recovered now, that doesn't mean this matter is over. Next up, acquiring the precision crafting machine. Alright, over the next few days, I need to gather more resources to exchange for golden carrots. Hey, you mentioned transferring golden carrots to me earlier. How many do you have anyway? Over 100, I guess. Over 100? I thought the shop just opened 3 days ago. How did you manage to get over 100 already? Exactly. Some fruits I planted yielded harvests within a day, which I then exchanged for golden carrots. And each harvest was quite substantial. So I've been saving up the golden carrots. Chen Shuero made it sound simple, but Xin Fang was stunned. Accumulating over 100 golden carrots in just 3 days? That pace was probably faster than his own golden carrot generator. He never imagined that casually saving her that night would prove so beneficial here. To be precise, Chen Shuero was absolutely destined to become the undisputed rich lady of this deserted island. Girl, did you transfer the golden carrots to me yet? Yeah, didn't you get the notification? I transferred them to you right after I told you. Xin Fang hurriedly opened the marketplace. 435 golden carrots. He'd struggled for 3 days outdoors to scrape together less than 300 golden carrots, while the little girl had simply watered plants and tended flowers at home to earn nearly 150 golden carrots. This girl was a veritable golden carrot machine. With that thought, Xin Fang silently placed another goose leg in front of Chen Shuero. Hey, kid! These 2 goose legs are yours to eat. Why? Don't you like it, big brother? I saved it just for you. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that compared to you, I feel unworthy of eating it. What's wrong? Chen Shuero looked puzzled. What's wrong with brother? How could he not be worthy of eating? If he doesn't deserve to eat good food, then who does? Could he be upset? Brother, did I transfer too few golden carrots to you? Why don't you wait a bit longer? The watermelon should bear fruit tomorrow. 1 watermelon can be exchanged for 5 golden carrots, and I expect we'll harvest 5 this time. Once our apple tree bears fruit later, then. Before Chen Shuero could finish, Xin Fang hurriedly interjected, No. Don't misunderstand, kid. I genuinely feel you've sent me too many golden carrots. I'm almost ashamed I can't match your generosity. What's there to feel ashamed about, brother? I'm actually happy to transfer you golden carrots. At last, I can genuinely help you in some way. I'm no longer a burden to you like I used to be. Rest assured, brother. Little Ro will do her utmost to hone her farming skills and earn you even more golden carrots. Seeing Chen Shuero's genuinely happy and cheerful face, Xin Fang felt even more deeply moved. He truly felt like he'd struck gold. They finished dinner amidst laughter and playful banter. It was time for their intimate moment again. Absence truly makes the heart grow fonder. After a brief separation, their reunion ignited an even fiercer passion between them. Combined with Chen Shuero's nutritious cooking, Xin Fang felt full of energy. It wasn't until late into the night that they finally drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Xin Fang was roused by a message from Wu Fei. Brother Xin Fang, that weapon Pu Piol found we talked about the other day? It's a nail gun. And he's already made dozens of rounds of nail gun ammunition. Xin Fang frowned as he read Wu Fei's message. How powerful is it? After a moment of silence, Wu Fei's message came through again. It's very powerful. Brother Qin Fang, you must be extra careful. Got it. I'll be careful. Nail gun, Qin Fang silently repeated to himself. This nail gun must be the same kind used in Stephen Chow's The Schoolyard Gang, right? Its power isn't fixed. Besides its power, the nail gun's rate of fire must far exceed that of a repeating crossbow. This makes it even trickier. Oh, right, Brother Qin Fang, besides the nail gun, they've also acquired copper ore and already manufactured batteries. The surveillance device I mentioned earlier, they'll definitely use it to monitor and eavesdrop on you again. But I heard these devices can only monitor between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. It doesn't work during other times. Got it. This intel from Wu Fei is crucial. Thanks. Keep these with you and contact me if you learn anything else. After exchanging part of the food, Qin Fang closed the chat window. His mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. This device was utterly disgusting. It felt like a spy planted right beside him. What should he do? Wait. Since surveillance couldn't be avoided, he might as well turn the tables and spread false information. First, confuse their judgment, then take them down. That way, the odds of victory would definitely be higher. A plan slowly took shape in Qin Fang's mind. If we proceed this way, avenging that girl should be no problem. This time, there's no way they'll escape. We must eliminate them completely. And that device, if he could get his hands on it, it might prove crucial when facing Chen Bei and his crew. Without further thought, Qin Fang rose and began preparing dinner. Last night's battle had been too intense, leaving the little girl still fast asleep. Let her rest a little longer. After preparing the meal, Qin Fang stepped outside the cabin to water the crops in the yard. He fed the chickens and the sheep. He also gathered some eggs and goat milk. Eggs, goat milk, and fruits are top-tier food items for trading gold carrots. Calling them his golden carrot factories wouldn't be an exaggeration. After a period of bustling activity, he finally heard that long-awaited, familiar game announcement sound. Qin Fang saw a blue light screen appear before him. A mechanical voice echoed around him. Attention all players, the third wave of the Celestial Calamity event Extreme Cold. Duration, 7 days. Please gather coal, wood, or other resources to maintain your body temperature. Do not venture far from the warmth of the log cabin. Whoosh! The light screen vanished and the mechanical voice abruptly ceased. Extreme cold, lasting 7 days? You've got to be kidding me. Gather coal and wood for burning? That goes without saying. Wait a minute. Coal? When we slew the White Wolf King, we obtained the coordinates of an island storing coal. With that thought, Qin Fang immediately opened his backpack to search. He found it quickly. He had wondered why the coordinates for coal appeared inside the belly of a white wolf back then. Turns out it was waiting right here. Coal burns much hotter than wood. Moreover, coal burns for a much longer duration. If I could get my hands on the coal first, surviving this natural disaster would be no problem. Chapter 79, Homemade Pistol. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Shuero suddenly dashed out of the wooden hut. Brother, did you hear? The next wave of natural disasters has been announced. I remember when we defeated the White Wolf King earlier. Qin Fang cut her off. I know. The coordinates of the island where coal was obtained. Good, I was worried you'd forgotten. But I wonder how close those coordinates really are to us. Whether it's close or not, we're going. You don't need to worry about that. Qin Fang then input the Coal Island's coordinates into the world map. With a swish, a red navigation route appeared on the map. The distance wasn't too far. Based on their usual cruising speed, this distance should take 2 or 3 days to cover. Wait a minute. What's that island next to Coal Island? Isn't this the island where Park Piaolo was sitting? After double-checking, Qin Fang could be absolutely certain this was the large island where Park Piaolo had been sitting. I'm speechless. All the good cabbages end up being trampled by pigs. Hold on. Currently, only he knew these coordinates. Even if the island is very close to him, he wouldn't know. Instead, he'd deliberately leak the coordinates, using the island as bait. Lure Park Piaolo, Li Feng, and the others onto the island. That would give me a better chance than confronting them on their main island. Moreover, it would reduce the likelihood of him getting injured. He must not underestimate his enemies. He wasn't some invincible warrior, a knife to the heart would kill him just as surely. Besides, with the coal so close to them, it was impossible for them not to be tempted. But all of this hinges on obtaining the precision crafting device. Only when the earthen pistol is crafted will you truly feel confident. Currently, 231 gold carats were still needed to reach the precision crafting machine. He needed to push harder. Beyond that, Qin Fang harbored deep doubts about the content of this natural disaster event. The game announcement provided only a vague outline. It seemed as though simply staying inside the wooden hut with enough wood would see you through. Simple enough. But that couldn't be right. The disaster will only grow worse. We still can't afford to be complacent. I'll go back and ask Engineer Gong about upgrading my own shelter. It'll also be a good chance to see if this Gong Changshur is any good. Just as I was about to message Gong Changshur had already sent a message. Brother Qin Fong. This extreme cold disaster is severe. I can add a fireplace to your current house. If you're growing crops, I can build a greenhouse to maintain plant temperatures. Holy crap! This Gong Changshur is really timely. Are you sure? I have not only plants but also animals here. Can you guarantee they'll survive the extreme cold? No problem. However, construction will consume significant timber resources. Brother Qin Fong, you'll need to weigh your options. After all, your own safety must come first. Don't worry about resources. As long as you have the blueprint, I can build it. Rest assured, Brother Qin Fong, I have them. I can build both plant and animal greenhouses. Qin Fong silently marveled at his skill. Neither of these even appeared in his crafting menu. He'd never even heard of them. The only thing left was to quickly gather resources and start building. Then send me the resource requirements for building these two things. I'll take a look. Before long, Gong Changshur sent Qin Fong the list of required resources. Some of the basic resources were entirely sufficient. After all, they had just gathered resources from 10 islands, so the basics were plentiful. However, the quantities of cloth and plastic required were exceptionally high. Engineer Gong explained that these two materials combined provided excellent insulation properties. Alright, I'll handle this. After handling a few more minor tasks, he closed the dialogue box. Fabric and plastic he only needed to secure coal. Exchanging coal for cloth and plastic would be no trouble at all. In such bitterly cold weather, all kinds of food resources would inevitably become scarce. Therefore, every plant and animal in his yard must be protected. And this would last for 7 days. By then, the cold might not be the worst threat hunger would be. The immediate priority now is securing coal. Without delay, Qin Fong first mounted the electric propeller he acquired yesterday onto the raft. The electric propeller featured 3 recesses. Those were the battery slots. 3 batteries at a time. Had he not just acquired copper ore, this contraption would be prohibitively expensive. Returning to the cabin, he quickly smelted 3 copper ingots in the furnace. Then he crafted 3 batteries once more. If only there were a machine to charge the batteries, it would be perfect. Without further thought, Qin Fong immediately placed the 3 batteries into the electric propeller. He pushed the small raft into the sea, clicked the start button, and the propeller instantly spun to life. The small raft shot forward with a whoosh. This is plenty of power. Qin Fong quickly turned the raft around and headed back to shore. At this speed, he could reach the coal-rich island within a day. It was still early. With this raft, he should be able to reach yesterday's medium-sized island in less than half a day. His own island's resources were running low. But the medium-sized island had decent resources. We must hurry to accumulate golden carrots and acquire the precision crafting machine as soon as possible. After that, Qin Fong exchanged a few words with Chen Shuaro. He set off directly toward the medium-sized island in the small raft. Upon arriving at the island once more, Qin Fong began gathering resources. Until his stamina was depleted. After feeding the gathered resources into the golden carrot manufacturer, he had collected a total of 73 golden carrots. As dusk approached, Qin Fong boarded the small raft to head home. That evening, Chen Shuaro handed Qin Fong another 98 golden carrots. These were exchanged for wild eggs, goat milk, watermelons, and other food items. At this rate, he could exchange for the precision crafting machine tomorrow. The night passed without incident. By the following afternoon, through their combined efforts, they had finally accumulated 723 golden turnips. During this time, Qin Fong had already discussed with Chen Shuaro his intention to purchase the precision crafting machine. Chen Shuaro agreed without hesitation. She always trusted Qin Fong's judgment. Qin Fong opened the marketplace and located the precision crafting machine. He clicked to purchase. Boom! A machine as large as a table clattered into place before their eyes. At the top of the machine was a screen. Qin Fong clicked to take a look. He froze in place. Beyond the blueprint for the dirt pistol, the screen displayed blueprints for revolvers, repeating crossbows, compound bows, and other weapons. Beyond weapon blueprints, the precision manufacturing device could also produce numerous accessories. Among them were scopes and suppressors. Finally, Qin Fong noticed that the current precision crafting machine was only at level 1. If upgraded to level 2, would the weapons it produced be even more powerful? But upgrading it requires a whopping 2,000 golden carrots. Way too expensive. Forget it. This one can already make a homemade pistol, which is more than enough for now. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, 1 pistol scope. Next mission, acquire a coal mine. Sight? It'll fit right on the homemade pistol in a minute. Open the homemade pistol blueprint. Homemade pistol, iron ingot 12, cloth 10, plastic 12, rope 5. Add the corresponding resources. After a clanging sound. Bang! A homemade pistol emerged from the precision crafting machine's output slot. Chapter 80, Reluctant Deception. Clunk. The earth-brown pistol clattered to the floor. Though called a pistol, it was longer than any handgun seen on television. It featured 2 barrels, firing 2 bullets at once. After firing, it required reloading. Though slower in speed, its power and range were formidable. This crude pistol, when fired at an unprotected person, it could send them straight to the afterlife. Next, Qin Fong retrieved gunpowder and iron ingots, placing them into the precision manufacturing machine for processing. In the end, he produced a total of 20 bullets. These bullets were specifically designed for the homemade pistol. Unlike the round-nosed bullets used in standard pistols, the homemade pistol bullets resembled a hybrid between pistol and shotgun rounds. 20 rounds were certainly sufficient. Just these 20 bullets consumed 10 iron ingots. It had been days since he last collected iron, or it was time to go find some. After stowing away the gun and all the bullets, Qin Fong went out and gathered a large amount of iron ore. With the doubling skill applied, this haul would last him quite a while. He returned to the small cabin once more. Qin Fong began preparing for departure. Supplies, various items, and everything else were all packed up. Truthfully, Qin Fong hadn't done much of the work himself. The one who was busy was Chen Shuero. She repeatedly asked Qin Fong whether he wanted to bring different kinds of food. Qin Fong just smiled helplessly and said, "Hey, just bring the essentials. With you at home, you can just send it to me through the watch, right?" "Oh, right. I forgot." "Alright, kiddo. Nothing else left. The attribute boosting dishes, bear hide armor, weapons all packed. I'm off, kiddo." "Alright." Chen Shuero lowered her head, her small hands clutching the hem of her shirt. She looked as if she wanted to say something but held back. "What's wrong? You weren't like this when I left last time." Qin Fong bent down, wanting to look at Chen Shuero's lowered head. "Nothing. I don't know why, but this time when you leave, I feel uneasy. It feels really bad." Qin Fong, please be careful, okay? Promise me as for Li Feng and his gang, we won't stoop to their level. Don't go seeking revenge." "Alright, I won't go. Since you say so, I won't leave today. I'll wait until tomorrow or the day after to head to that coal-rich island." "Okay? Huh?" Chen Shuero was utterly baffled. This doesn't make sense. Everything was already packed and ready to go. Just because she said a few words, he suddenly didn't want to leave anymore? "Qin Fong, are you serious?" "Of course I am. That island is far from here, and it's very close to Li Fengpu and Piao Li's island. Going there would be even more dangerous. Don't believe me? Look, here are the coordinates for that island." Qin Fong carefully recited the island's coordinates to Chen Shuero. Chen Shuero was even more baffled. She had never doubted anything Brother Qin Fong said. There was no need to double-check the island's location. Still, she nodded in agreement. "Brother Qin, are you really not going?" "No, I won't. With so much timber available on the island right now, why would I risk my life? But this coal is far superior to wood, it burns much longer. If we could get our hands on it, surviving this extreme cold spell would be no problem." "Never mind, I won't go." Chen Shuero couldn't fathom why her brother was giving her such a long speech. But when she saw Qin Fong lazily leaning against the bed, a wave of joy washed over her. The heavy weight on her heart finally lifted. "I'll go cook dinner. Brother. I'll fry you some wild eggs too." Chen Shuero skipped off, her face beaming with joy. But Qin Fong, leaning back on the bed, watched her joyful expression with a heart wrenching like a knife twisting. Everything he'd said earlier had been a lie. Chen Shuero wasn't a liar. He'd originally planned to tell her first, asking her to play along with him to put on a show for Li Feng and the others. But that was far too risky. Li Feng was far too sharp. He would only believe it if he witnessed the most genuine display. Just as Qin Fong had anticipated. On Park Piao Li's island, Li Feng and Park Piao Lu were monitoring Qin Fong and Chen Shuero's conversation through their equipment. "How about it? Did you get the coordinates she just mentioned?" "Absolutely." Park Piao Lu had already input the coordinates into her watch. Though they lacked Qin Fong's map, the multifunctional watch displayed routes and distances once coordinates were input. Li Feng glanced at it and confirmed it was indeed very close to their island. It's like finding something you've searched high and low for, yet it comes to you effortlessly. "So, when do we head to the island?" Park Piao Lu asked. "The day after tomorrow. We'll use tomorrow to prepare. We can't delay any longer. If we want to keep so many people alive, relying solely on the island's timber won't be enough. We must secure resources like coal as soon as possible." "All right. How many people should we take on this trip?" asked Park Piao Lu. "Take as many as possible, about 2/3 of us. First, to deal with any fierce beasts that might be on the island. Second, more people mean more coal we can gather. Once we've dealt with Qin Fong, we'll toss the whole damn lot of them into the sea to feed the fish. They do nothing day after day, yet we still have to feed them." Li Feng's eyes flashed with relentless ferocity. "Use them up and toss them aside, a bunch of useless trash. Oh, and remember to bring the nail gun this time. Leave a few men on the island, keep Wu Fei here. The kid's sharp. Xin Fang double-checked the supplies in his backpack. After confirming everything was in order, he quietly opened the door. Before leaving, he crouched down and patted Dafu. His heart ached with reluctance. Dafu, I'm leaving. You must take good care of her. This journey holds more danger than safety. May it go smoothly. Without further thought, Xin Fang turned and walked out the door. This was precisely the time when Chen Shuero went out to water the apple trees. It was the only time he could leave. Xin Fang hurried his pace. He dreaded encountering Chen Shuero during this window, for that would ruin his plans. He hurried to the shore and pushed the raft into the water. He activated the electric propeller and headed out into the distance. On the way, he sent the edited text to Chen Shuero. It explained in detail why he had acted this way. Finally. Nizi, this time we have no choice but to go. If we don't push forward, we'll inevitably become stepping stones for others. That's just how the rules are. But trust me, I will get us out of this brutal game world. The two of us will get out of here alive. He quickly shut off the watch. He couldn't bear to imagine how heartbroken Chen Shuero would be when she returned home to find the little cabin empty. At that moment, Chen Shuero had just finished watering the trees and was gathering eggs in the yard. Brother, come out quickly. The wild hen laid several eggs today. Brother? Holding the eggs, Chen Shuero pushed open the door and stepped inside. When she saw the bed empty, her heart gave a sharp pang. Chapter 81, The Qin King Circles the Pillar. Immediately afterward, she received a message from Qin Fang. She opened it and read every word. She didn't even skip the commas and periods. After finishing, Chen Shuero regained her composure. Her brother was absolutely right. Not a bit wrong. She could understand his intentions even more clearly now. Chen Shuero sighed softly to herself. She resolved to support her brother even more from now on. Only by managing the household well could she become his strongest support. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Chen Shuero forced a smile. She opened her multifunctional watch and replied to Qin Fang with a message. Brother, Shuero will always love you. Then she addressed the empty little bed, brother. Come eat. Here's some goat's milk and some scrambled eggs. After sailing through the night, the raft finally reached the coal mining island at dawn. This island was unlike any other. From afar, the entire island appeared pitch black. Especially the center. Even darker. A greenish glow shone through the darkness. Those must be trees near the coal mine. The island's size fell between that of a small islet and a medium-sized island. He peered through the binoculars once more. After confirming no one else was on the island, Qin Fang accelerated to full speed. He soon landed on the island. Qin Fang dragged the raft ashore. He found a spot with dense shrubbery and hid the small raft. He then drew his battle axe and began heading toward the island's center. By this point, exploration mode had already transmitted all the island's information into Qin Fang's mind. Thus, the exact location of the coal mine was clear to him. Without lingering, he headed straight for it. Time passed. After parting the leaves obstructing his view, the entire coal mine came fully into view. Just like a real coal mine. Black coal piles formed small mountains. One after another. So many. Qin Fang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If he could get his hands on all this coal, it wouldn't just be for heating. Could it also be used to charge batteries? I recall that in the real world, many power plants convert coal's thermal energy into electricity. He should know quite a bit about this. As he pondered this, a sudden, savage beast-like howl pierced the air. Qin Fang swiftly raised his broadsword, instantly entering combat readiness. Accompanying the beast's howl, a lion slowly emerged from the coal pile. Holy! I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Coal mines are such vital resources, it's downright suspicious that no beasts guard them. Before Qin Fang could finish his thought, behind the slowly advancing lion, another lion appeared. 2 lions? One might be manageable, but 2 lions would be extremely difficult to handle. Moreover, there was no suitable location nearby to set up a hunting trap. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Qin Fang's mind. A faint smile touched his lips. If we use that method, it would be much simpler. Watching the 2 lions, Qin Fang slowly retreated into the woods behind him. He returned to the beach. A message from Wu Fei appeared on his watch. Brother Qin Fang. New intel: they plan to head to a nearby coal-rich island tomorrow. This time, they're deploying nearly 2/3 of their forces. Park Piaolo is leading the team, and he's carrying that nail gun with him. I haven't been able to obtain the island's coordinates yet, but I'll stay behind after they leave. I'll see if I can get the coordinates and send them to you, Brother Qin Fang. Reading the message, Qin Fang's heart leapt with joy. Excellent. They've finally taken the bait. Don't send me the coal mine island's coordinates. Just stay put on the island. I might contact you tomorrow or the day after. Make sure your communication stays open. Wu Fei stared at the message, utterly baffled. This was coal. A vital resource for surviving this extreme cold snap. And he doesn't want it? And he says he'll contact me? All these days, he'd been the one reaching out to them. Why suddenly say he'll contact me? Could it be he has a plan? Though puzzled, she sincerely replied, no problem. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. According to the markings on the large map, Park Piao-lu and his group should be approaching from the east. Xin Fang chose a high vantage point with good visibility and scanned the eastern horizon. It was already past 10 in the morning. Judging by the distance, they should arrive within half a day. Just as he was pondering this, several dark dots suddenly appeared in his binoculars. Slowly, the dots grew larger. He narrowed his eyes to look more closely. It was indeed Park Piao-lu and his men. 1, 2, 3. 11 men in total. 3 small wooden rafts. Each person held an iron spear in their hands. However, I didn't see the nail gun in Park Piao-lu's hands. It must be tucked away in his backpack. The 3 small wooden rafts moved at a brisk pace. They'd likely land within half an hour. Quick, hide. Then Xin Fang found a large tree. In 2 or 3 swift moves, he scrambled up its trunk. The lush foliage concealed him completely. Before long, Xin Fang heard the clamor of voices approaching nearby. And Pu Piali's distinctive, high-pitched voice stood out the most. Here they come. As the sounds drew nearer, a dozen or so people had already spotted the piled-up coal. Each face was aglow with excitement. Xin Fang thought, excited, huh? We'll see if you're still laughing in a minute. Sure enough. They had barely arrived. The 2 lions from yesterday emerged from the coal pile. Their eyes were fierce and alert as they scanned their surroundings. The moment these people saw the lions, their laughter stopped instantly. Fear spread across every face. Xin Fang observed them. Judging by their reactions, they were nothing but a bunch of lowlifes. At that moment, Pu Piol whispered, keep quiet. Let's sneak over, grab some coal, and get out of here. The others behind him nodded in agreement. One by one, they crouched low and moved slowly toward the coal piles. Only 2 coal piles separated them from the 2 lions. Xin Fang crouched in the tree, watching everything unfold. Several hard stones had somehow appeared in his hand. A smile touched his lips. The stones flew from his hands in an instant. Clatter, clatter. The stones kept hitting near Pu Piol and his group, making noise. The 2 lions, who had been about to leave, instantly grew alert upon hearing the sound. They began advancing toward Park Piao-lu and his group. Park Piao-lu was so furious he broke out in a sweat. He spun around and growled at them in a low voice, are you idiots? What the hell are you doing making all that noise? The others stared at Park Piao-lu in utter confusion. Seeing their innocent expressions only made Park Piao-lu angrier. But now wasn't the time for that, they had to get out of the way fast. The 2 lions circled to the right, so they all headed left. It was a textbook case of the Qin King. And none of them dared make a sound. Each crouched low, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Xin Fang crouched in the tree, struggling to stifle his laughter. But his hands never stopped. He hurled another stone downward. This time, the stones were larger than before. The sound it made was louder. Looking back at Park Piao-lu, his face had turned purple with rage. He spun around and growled at them in a low voice, which bastard is that? Did you have ADHD since childhood? You. But before Park Piao-lu could finish his sentence, the 2 lions had already slowly approached them. Chapter 82, Freeze. Everyone locked eyes with the 2 lions. Time seemed to freeze. Park Piao-lu and his group froze rigid in place. Not a single one moved. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down their foreheads. Terror and fear were etched on every face. Xin Fang crouched in the tree, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He flicked the stone in his hand once more. It traced a graceful arc through the air. Then, thud! It struck the lion squarely on the head. Instantly, the lion erupted. It lunged straight at them. Seeing the danger, they scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only Park Piao-lu remained frozen in place. Park Piao-lu turned his head and saw that everyone behind him had vanished. He was so furious he wanted to curse. Where the hell did you all go? Think you can just run away? Get back here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 lions pounced toward Park Piao-lu. Startled, Park Piao-lu swiftly retreated backward. Xin Fang watched clearly from the tree. He thought, how could they react so swiftly? Seems those arrows I shot at him weren't wasted after all. He knew how to dodge. Having dodged the attack, Park Piao-lu shouted, you think resources are free? If we don't secure that coal mine this time, we're all doomed when the extreme cold hits. At that, the crowd that had scattered moments ago rushed back in unison. Brother Park. I had a stomachache earlier and thought I'd find a place to relieve myself. Yeah. Me too. Well, I saw everyone running back, so I followed them. The crowd chattered away. Park Piao-lu was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. What a bunch of useless fools. Once I deal with Xin Fang, I'll toss every last one of you into the sea to feed the fish. But now wasn't the time. The lion behind him lunged forward again. Park Pyao-lo grabbed one man and yanked him backward. Push forward. I'll cover you from behind. Shin Fong watched these scenes unfold, his heart pounding with shock. Despite their numbers, they were scattered like loose sand. A dozen men, each armed with a spear. Each strike could have killed a lion. What a bunch of cowards. The man being dragged forward now looked utterly bewildered. Staring at the lion's head now mere inches away. His legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees. The lion couldn't care less about any of that. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he sent the man before him flying 2 meters away. Then it joined the fray with the others behind it. Soon, the other lion joined the fray. The 2 lions charged through the crowd as if no one stood in their way. They beat the group into a rout. The battle swiftly became a one-sided affair. At that moment, Park Pyao-lo, who had been running toward the rear, scrambled up a rock. Finally, he pulled out the nail gun. He fired repeatedly at the lions in the crowd. Though aimed at the lions, several shots actually struck their own men. The pain made some of them howl in agony. But the nail gun's power was undeniable. The lion was indeed forced back by the barrage. The battle suddenly reached a stalemate. Both sides suffered casualties. Seeing the tide turn, Park Pyao-lo roared, "Charge! Those lions are backing down. Don't just stand there." Encouraged, the group charged toward the lions. But after shouting his command, Park Pyao-lo turned to reload his gun behind them. Shin Fong felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This guy really didn't treat them like human beings. After reloading, Park Pyao-lo fired at the lions once more. The nail gun packed a serious punch and had a rapid rate of fire. It was a step above the repeating crossbow. However, the nail gun's ammunition capacity was likely inferior to that of the repeating crossbow. Combined with the spear attacks from the crowd below, both lions began showing signs of exhaustion. 2 or 3 gashes had burst open on each of their bodies. As time passed, the fighters grew bolder in their assault. The 2 lions soon found themselves unable to hold their ground. Finally, they collapsed. But Park Pyao-lee's side wasn't faring much better. Of the 11 men, 3 had already met their end. The remaining 8 were also sustaining injuries one after another. He estimated that each of their health bars was below 50%. If I pulled out my repeating crossbow now and fired a bolt at each of them, they'd all be dead in no time. But now wasn't the time. They still had other uses. Park Pyao-lo leapt down from the heights. He walked over to the dead lion. After inspecting it once more, he ordered, "Stop standing around. Carry the carcass away when we leave. Hurry up and gather the coal. You handle this side, you handle that side." After assigning tasks, Park Pyao-lo actually strolled leisurely over to the big tree where Shin Fong was. He plopped himself down against the tree trunk and began resting. Shin Fong was utterly dumbfounded. "I was just thinking about how to deal with you later. He actually walked right into my trap." What surprised Shin Fong even more was that this dumbass actually casually set the nail gun aside. What a dimwit. When the others saw Park Pyao-lo passed out asleep nearby, every face wore an expression of resentment. But what could they do? He had the resources. No work, no food. With no other choice, the group reluctantly bent down to gather the nails. Shin Fong bent down, his gaze fixed intently on Park Pyao-lo. Before long, the sound of Park Pyao-lee's snoring filled the air. Ah! No wonder others couldn't be blamed. He quietly slipped down from the tree. Shin Fong reached out and took the nail gun into his own hands. Then he pulled out the rope. Rap after rap. Gently, he tied Pu Piol to the tree. The rope was kept in a semi-slack state. After confirming everything was secure, Shin Fong yanked it hard. The rope instantly tightened. He swiftly tied a tight knot. As the rope tightened, Pu Piol jolted awake. "Who? Hey, me, who the hell tied me up?" He was startled. Suddenly, a flash caught his peripheral vision. Shin Fong appeared before her eyes. Startled, Park Pyao-lee's eyes widened instantly. Shin Fong? How did you get here?" As Pu Piol spoke, her hand unconsciously drifted toward where the nail gun had been placed moments ago. Shin Fong glanced over, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Looking for this?" With that, Shin Fong pulled the nail gun from behind his back. "You're really careless. Aren't you afraid your men will get jealous, steal your nail gun, and kill you?" Pu Piol remained silent. His eyes were filled with confusion. He simply couldn't fathom why Shin Fong had suddenly appeared. "How many people are left on your island?" Park Pyao-lo remained silent. Shin Fong let out a cold laugh. He pulled the homemade pistol directly from his coat. The barrel pressed against Park Pyao-lee's temple. He asked, enunciating each word deliberately, "How many people are left on your island?" Looking back at Park Pyao-lo, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. But his lips remained tightly sealed. Bang! The barrel of the homemade pistol suddenly spewed a jet of gunpowder. The bullet whizzed past Park Pyao-lee's ear. The deafening gunshot made Park Pyao-lee's entire head buzz. 4 people. There are 4 more. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Park Piao-lo, who had been stubbornly defiant moments before. After the gunshot, tears streamed down his face. It truly takes a brush with death to bring tears to one's eyes. A spoiled student, thinking he was made of steel? Xin Fong sneered coldly. He turned and shouted at the crowd, now roused by the gunfire. Freeze! Chapter 83, Park Piao is dead. That single gunshot just now made everyone realize Xin Fong wasn't holding a toy. Know who I am? Xin Fong asked calmly. Silence fell over the crowd below. Suddenly, a faint voice broke through the crowd. You're Xin Fong? Oh no, your brother Xin Fong? As the words fell, the expressions around him instantly grew complex. Some were filled with fear, others couldn't believe what they'd heard, and still others had already closed their eyes, resigned to their fate. Every day, the chant echoed, down with Xin Fong. Now Xin Fong stood before them. Not a single soul dared to move. Facing the gun in Xin Fong's hand, they were like lambs led to slaughter. Suddenly, Pu Piol shouted from behind them, you bunch of cowards. What are you afraid of? Charge together. Take him down and we'll have endless food. Unlimited resources. Among the crowd, one figure was indeed gripping a spear tightly, preparing to leap forward. Xin Fong sneered coldly. He gripped the crude pistol in his hand and pulled the trigger. Boom! The homemade pistol packed tremendous power. The immense force of the blast sent the man flying a full meter away. He was instantly sent to the afterlife. Anyone else want to try? Xin Fong said as he calmly reloaded the gun. Now, everyone grew even more tense. At that moment, the man who had just called out Xin Fong's name pleaded, Brother Xin Fong. Spare us. We were forced into this. As he spoke, he flung his spear far away, his legs buckling as he dropped to his knees. Xin Fong smiled. He beckoned the man over with a flick of his finger. The man scrambled over quickly. Xin Fong tossed him a watermelon with a backhand. A reward for you. The man stared at the watermelon in his hands, his eyes going wide. He looked at Xin Fong with utter disbelief. For me? Xin Fong nodded and continued, I'll say this once, don't cross me. Follow my lead, and I'll spare your life. Defy me, and I'll send you on your way. The choice is yours. As soon as Xin Fong finished speaking, the others followed the first man's example, tossing aside their spears. Then they knelt on the ground. Xin Fong nodded with satisfaction. He crouched down and pulled out various foods from his backpack. Seafood, meat, eggs, fruits, and more. Vibrant colors, all incredibly fresh. The moment those people saw all this food, their eyes widened in astonishment. They kept swallowing hard. On Park Piao-li's island, they worked the hardest every day. Yet all they ever ate were scraps. The daily rations barely kept them from starving. This was the solution Li Feng had devised. Yet they treasured it like a precious treasure. There was no other way, their island was simply too impoverished. So when they saw the food in Xin Fong's hands, everyone's mouths watered greedily. Some even leaned forward, ready to pounce. This food is all for you. But you must agree to do one thing for me. What is it? Grandpa Xin Fong, please tell us. Not just one thing, we do 100 things for you. Yeah. Xin Fong smiled, gestured toward the bound Pu Piol behind him, and said, beat him to death. Then all this stuff is yours. Whoever strikes the hardest gets a cup of goat milk as a reward. Goat milk? For these people, getting fresh water to drink every day was already a blessing. To actually get goat milk? A generous reward will always find a brave soul. Look at these people again. The ones in front have already stood up and are walking toward Park Piao-lu. Wait, what the hell do you think you're doing? Did I raise you for nothing? Stop right now. Xin Fong chuckled from the sidelines, you say you've been feeding them for nothing? The moment the lion appeared, you ducked faster than anyone. You send them to their deaths up front while you hide in the back. You call that raising them for nothing? You! Park Piao-li's face flushed crimson with frustration, unable to utter a word. Then, someone spoke up from behind. You bastard, you say you've raised us for nothing? Every time you fed us, you looked down on us like we were dirt. Did we not work for you, or what? Yeah. Always cursing us out like a mad dog. Where the hell does he get that sense of superiority? Enough with the nonsense. Just listen to Brother Xin Fong and beat him to death already. With that, the man sprinted forward and kicked Pu Piol squarely in the gut. With someone taking the lead, the others behind him grew bolder. They pounced. Some pounded him with fists, others kicked him with feet. 7 or 8 people surrounded Pu Piol and beat him mercilessly. Xin Fong witnessed it all. Damn bastards. When you made Chen Shuero strip for your photos, you probably never imagined ending up like this. And back in school, you were always groping Chen Shuero. You even brought people to ambush her in the middle of the night. If she refused, you beat her. You slapped Chen Shuero across the face multiple times. You even splashed ink and paint all over her. Chen Shuero never actually mentioned any of this. It was her own mutterings in the middle of the night, broken and disjointed, that I happened to overhear. I was so furious I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. You're not even fit to be born. Haven't you eaten? Xin Fang seethed inwardly. How could he have brought himself to treat a girl so cruelly? Xin Fang watched as the group's stamina dwindled. He instantly drew a machete. He pushed the crowd aside. At this point, Park Piao-lo was barely clinging to life. He glanced at his watch. His health bar showed only 23 points remaining. Xin Fang reached out and delivered a sharp slap. The blow jolted the nearly unconscious Park Piao-lo back to consciousness. Look at me. Why are you bullying Chen Shuaro like this? Oomph. That all day long, just pretending to be pure. I gave her $3,000 to keep me company for a whole day and she wouldn't even that. Hearing this, Xin Fang could no longer contain his rage. He swung his knife down in one swift motion. Such scum deserved to die 1,000 deaths. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Truthfully, Park Piao-lo was already dead by the second strike. But the rage within him was utterly uncontrollable. Only after the 7th blow did he pause. Xin Fang finally stopped. He wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He turned to face the crowd around him, who were too terrified to even breathe. Help yourselves to the food over there. No one moved. Only when Xin Fang softened his tone did they begin shuffling forward, jostling each other. Xin Fang crouched down and removed Pu Piali's watch. He opened it. He immediately transferred all the resources inside to himself. However, the resources weren't substantial, most were likely stored on his island. Just as Xin Fang was about to toss the watch into the sea, a sudden vibration erupted. Buzz buzz buzz. He retrieved it and examined it. 2 characters appeared on the screen, Li Feng. This was Li Feng's phone number. Buzz buzz buzz. Another vibration. Xin Fang slowly pressed the answer button. Hello? Park Piao-lo, how's it going over there? Didn't I tell you to call me back? Xin Fang's face remained cold as he said flatly, Park Piao-lo is dead. Chapter 84, Li Feng, we meet again. Silence. After a long pause, Li Feng's voice came through the phone, strained and suppressed. Xin Feng. That's right. Good. You've got guts. Not bad, not bad. Still on the island? Li Feng remained silent. Xin Feng continued with a cold laugh, if I'm here, I'm here. What's there to hide? We'll meet soon enough. We can talk face to face then. With that, he hung up. The people around him were wolfing down the food. They hadn't eaten such a lavish meal in days. 2 of them even shoved each other over a large blue crab. Xin Fang stepped forward and cleared his throat softly. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing. They set down the food in their hands. All eyes fixed intently on Xin Fang, as if awaiting orders to be given. No need to fight over it. We'll head back to the island shortly. Whoever captures Li Feng alive today gets to eat their fill. I'll cover all the meat and fish. Xin Fang knew that the meager provisions from earlier were nowhere near enough to feed them. Give them a taste of something new to whet their appetites. Only then could he make better use of them. No sooner had Xin Fang finished speaking. A man stepped forward from the crowd. Brother Xin Fang. I know where Li Feng usually hangs out. Leave this to me. It's not little Five's turn. Why should you get to handle it just because you say so? It's like I don't know anything. The crowd erupted into argument once more. Xin Fang stood at the front, raising his hand. The crowd below immediately fell silent. Each of you will rely on your own abilities. Depart immediately. Given Li Feng's intelligence, he knew that trouble had struck and would undoubtedly choose to flee first. Therefore, time was of the essence now. Immediately afterward, Xin Fang sent a message to Wu Fei. Hold off Li Feng. I'll be there soon. Moments later, Wu Fei replied. Got it. With Wu Fei's confirmation, the chances of capturing Li Feng would increase significantly. A coordinated inside-outside effort would yield the best results. Soon, Xin Fang led the group back to Piao Li's island. From afar, when they caught sight of Park Piao Li's large island, Xin Fang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a shame all the good things go to the wrong people. Such a vast island. It was nearly twice the size of his and Chen Shuaro's combined. No wonder it attracts so many people. An island this vast could easily accommodate all these people. With such vast land area, one can only imagine how abundant the island's resources must be. Soon, the group landed on the island. Before Xin Fang could speak, one of them cheerfully greeted him and began leading the way ahead. However, exploration mode had already transmitted the island's information into Xin Fang's mind. This included the location of the wooden hut where Pu Piol and Li Feng were staying. Even the route had been mapped out. Xin Fang said nothing. He pretended not to know. He continued to follow the man. He wanted to see if this guy was secretly up to something. Better safe than sorry. The first part of the journey was mostly in sync. But when they reached the middle section, the kid deliberately started leading him astray. Following his path led to a steep cliff at the end. And this cliff was extremely well hidden. Surrounded by thick bushes, the slightest misstep could send someone tumbling down. Qin Fong sneered inwardly. He looked at the man before him, who appeared rather simple-minded, yet turned out to be so cunning. Since that's the case, I'll play along with you. You brought the right route, right? Qin Fong asked with a feigned smile. Oh, brother Qin. My directions are absolutely spot on. Just trust me and follow along. If I can't lead you to that bastardly Fong, you can shoot me dead on the spot. Qin Fong smiled knowingly. He said nothing more. He continued following the man forward. Seeing Qin Fong's calm reaction, he shouted back to the others trailing behind, right, everyone? Brother Qin Fong. See how they're all nodding? Qin Fong glanced back. Sure enough, everyone behind him nodded in agreement. Their expressions radiated sincerity, showing no trace of insincerity. Had Qin Fong not known the true route, he might have been fooled by them. Observing their insincere expressions, Qin Fong made up his mind about their final judgment. Following the man ahead, they soon approached the edge of the cliff. Less than 10 meters ahead lay the precipice. But from a parallel perspective, the path ahead was obscured by thickets and branches. This concealed the cliff's edge completely. The man turned and smiled, saying, Brother Qin Fong, it's just ahead. With that, he stepped aside, gesturing for Qin Fong to proceed first. Qin Fong sneered inwardly. When he reached the man's side, he suddenly yanked him close. Kid? There's a cliff up ahead. You really think I'm stupid? Before the man could react, he reached out and shoved him forward. Then he delivered a kick to his back. The immense force left him no time to react. The man let out a scream. He crashed directly onto the fragile branches and underbrush below. His entire body instantly lost gravity, plunging over the cliff. Moments later, a thud echoed from below. The sound was faint. It was heard loud and clear. Qin Fong turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. He saw guilt written all over their faces. This single incident alone, Qin Fong had already formed a rough understanding of them. The faint trace of sympathy he had once harbored toward them. Now, only disgust remained. He would squeeze every last drop of value from them before discarding them. Qin Fong pushed through the crowd with a cold expression. Unconsciously, the crowd parted to make way for him. Just then, his watch buzzed. He opened it to find a message from Wu Fei. Brother Qin, we've got him. Where? Right in his cabin. Qin Fong's heart leapt with joy. That kid Wu Fei really has some skills. This time, there was no guide. Qin Fong strode purposefully toward Li Feng's cabin. He paid no attention to the people behind him. Soon he arrived at the cabin. From a distance, he could see Wu Fei standing at the door. But his complexion was far from good. Wu Fei spotted Qin Fong from a distance. He immediately jogged over to Qin Fong and exclaimed, Brother Qin Fong. You're here. Qin Fong nodded. Where is he? Wu Fei gestured behind him. Inside. Thanks for your hard work, Wu Fei. How did you catch him? Wu Fei briefly recounted the sequence of events. The two had engaged in a life or death struggle. Wu Fei had nearly been stabbed to death by Li Feng. But luckily, Wu Fei had trained in Sanda for years in real life. That's why he didn't lose his life. Qin Fong nodded. Thanks, brother. I'll remember this. Don't worry. Wu Fei scratched his head and said, Brother Qin Fong, you're too kind. Without you, I would have died during the second wave of the disaster. You kept giving me all kinds of resources along the way. This little thing? It's the least I could do. Alright. Let's go inside and take a look. Qin Fong cut off the small talk. The two headed toward the small wooden hut. Wu Fei led the way. He opened the door for Qin Fong. Qin Fong strode inside. His gaze immediately fell upon Li Feng, who was bound and gagged, crouched in the corner. His entire body looked utterly exhausted. His eyes were slightly closed. He'd clearly been beaten badly. Qin Fong slowly approached Li Feng and crouched down beside him. He reached out and patted Li Feng's cheek. Brother Feng. Long time no see. Chapter 85, The Victor's Right History. Li Feng slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Qin Fong, then cast a sideways look toward Wu Fei by the doorway. He sighed helplessly, You guard against outsiders day and night, but it's the traitor within who proves hardest to guard against. I admit defeat. Before Qin Fong could respond, anger flared on Wu Fei's face. You call me a traitor? You have the nerve to call me a traitor? You bastards dragged me to this island to help you hunt beasts and seize iron ore. And what did I get in return? The promised resources? Not a damn thing. All that time wasted. If Qin Fong hadn't stepped in, how could I have survived the second wave of natural disasters? And now you're calling me a thief? Wu Feiyue grew increasingly agitated. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them again. Qin Fong waved his hand. Wu Fei finally stopped. But the anger on his face remained intense. Li Feng, karma comes around. What goes around comes around. I'm not the only one after your life. At that moment, Qin Fong's watch had already dialed Gong Qingshi's number. Beep beep beep. Hello, brother Qin Fong? Gong Qingshi's voice came through. Qin Fong didn't respond. Instead, he turned the camera toward the scene. When Gong Qingshi saw Li Feng, his expression instantly lit up with excitement. Li Feng? Your ancestors. You bastard. You bastard killed my sister. Brother Qin Fong, where are you guys now? I'm heading over there right now. In the video, Gong Qingshi spoke while preparing to leave. Gong Gu, forget it. I'm already on their island. You're too far away. Besides, I promised you I'd avenge you. As the words left his mouth, Gong Qingshi's footsteps halted. His eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Qin Fong. Thank you. You didn't even tell me you were leaving. I truly wanted to kill that bastard with my own hands. Qin Fong shook his head indifferently. I had to leave in a hurry. You don't trust me to handle this? Of course I do. Thanks for everything, brother Qin Fong. No need for thanks for such a huge favor, brother Qin. From now on, just watch my back. Gong Qingshi knew that despite Qin Fong's calm demeanor during their video call, the difficulties involved couldn't be summed up in a few words. Qin Fong nodded. Gong Qingshi's words were enough. He hung up the phone. Qin Fong looked up at Li Feng. If Xiaoro hadn't taken that arrow for me back then, I'd probably be dead by now. You're quite the villain, aren't you? Who would have thought, Qin Fong? That guy with the formal name is actually so brave. Having such a fine courtesy name by your side must be quite the blessing, huh? Smack! Qin Fong slapped him across the face. How dare you talk like that? Poof. Qin Fong, don't get too cocky. Let me tell you, someone's already got their eye on you. Li Feng grinned widely. Someone's got their eye on me? Ha! You mean Chen Bei and his crew? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Feng's eyes. You know about it? That bunch of theirs were all street thugs before, or had been locked up in prison. Your good days are numbered, I'd say. Qin Fong chuckled softly. Over? Ha ha, do you know why they're targeting me? Li Feng fell silent. I killed Chen Nan, Chen Bei's younger brother. That's why he wants revenge. Terror flooded Li Feng's eyes. That Chen Nan the one who specializes in murder and robbery? You killed him? Seems you know. Qin Fong. I must admit, you're quite formidable. From the weakest island at the start to where you are now. Truth be told, I genuinely think you're awesome. But what can I say? I underestimated you back then. No regrets though. If I couldn't beat you, I couldn't beat you. I've got nothing to say. But before you make your move, there's one thing I want to say. Li Feng's eyes grew calm. Qin Fong nodded. A while back, someone from our area approached me. He asked me for more detailed information about you. Who? Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong? I don't know him. It's normal you don't know him. Before he crossed over, he was mainly involved in underworld business, collecting debts everywhere. I suspect he's the one who got word about Chen Bei. That's why he's asking about you. Got it. Nothing else to add. Suffice it to say, he was notorious in the underworld for his ruthlessness. Alright. I guess I owe you one, brother Feng. I'll make sure to give you a quick death. Anything else you want to say? Li Feng shook his head. Qin Fong glanced back at Wu Fei. Wu Fei stepped forward, pulled Li Feng up, and led him out of the wooden hut. Outside, the others were gathered together, deep in conversation. When they saw Li Feng being dragged out by Wu Fei, everyone immediately fell silent. Qin Fong gripped his earthen pistol and slowly emerged from the cabin. He glanced at the crowd. Then he walked up behind Li Feng. He patted Li Feng on the shoulder. Li Feng instinctively knelt on the ground. The victor writes history. As a merchant, Li Feng understood this truth well. If blame must be placed, it was on himself for choosing the wrong side. Click. The homemade pistol was cocked. The barrel pressed against Li Feng's temple. Those around him held their breath. All eyes were fixed on this spot. Their faces were tense with anxiety. With a thunderous bang, Li Feng's body instantly went limp. He collapsed to the ground, utterly still. Wu Fei shouted over there, "Hey, you two, come help out." Several people crouched low, shakily making their way to Qin Fong's side. They didn't dare look at Qin Fong. They dragged Li Feng's body away. They were guilty. They knew exactly what they'd done. Wu Fei stepped forward and asked, "Brother Qin Fong, what are your plans from here? How much resources are left on the island?" "Quite a lot remains." Qin Fong's mind raced with calculations. After all, this was a large island, and the resources on his own island were dwindling. It was time to move to another island. Moreover, the moment he set foot on this large island, his mind had flashed with images of many unexplored areas on the island. Moreover, the island possessed some rare resources such as cloth and plastic. The most crucial resource, however, was coal. With the coal-rich islands so close by, coping with extreme cold weather would be no problem at all. Alright, Wu Fei, you've been a huge help this time. Thanks a lot. As for the stuff, Wu Fei waved his hand dismissively. Brother Qin Feng. No need for formalities from now on. I know what kind of person you are. As long as I can stay by your side and get enough to eat, that's all I ask. If the chance ever comes, I hope Brother Qin Feng will take me out of this game. Wu Fei knew deep down that in this world, encountering someone like Qin Feng was incredibly rare. If he could stay by his side for a long time, his chances of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. Future natural disasters would only grow more severe. Qin Feng patted Wu Fei on the shoulder. He nodded. Men don't need many words. Oh, and you'll be in charge of that group from now on. Remember, don't be too soft on them. Teach them some basic combat skills while you're at it. And take off every single watch they're wearing. Without their watches, they'd lose all connection to the outside world, becoming nothing more than tools. Though their behavior earlier was pretty disgusting. They're still laborers, and they have some value. Might as well make use of them. If Chen Bei and his crew ever show up, sending these guys up to wear them down wouldn't be a bad idea. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on conquering the large island. Unlocked hidden achievement Conquest and Domination. Reward Island Merger. Island Merger? What the hell is that? Chapter 86, After the Extreme Cold. Island Merger, host may merge conquered islands. However, detection indicates the host currently occupies one micro island, one medium island, and one large island. Please capture another large island. This will activate the island merger. The system's voice faded away. Merger? This thing is pretty neat. Merging them together would essentially expand my territory? Ding! Congratulations, host, on conquering the large island. Current ranking 1598th place. 402 spots remain until reaching 2000th place. Reaching a rank above 2000 will allow item quality tiers to be upgraded by 3 levels. Finally, my quality skills can be upgraded. Just over 400 spots capturing one more medium-sized island should do it. Just as he pondered this, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed around him. Major announcement, player Qin Feng has successfully defeated Park Piaolu and Li Feng, capturing a large island. Player Qin Feng is now rewarded with 200 golden carats. Then the announcement faded. At that moment, Qin Feng truly didn't know whether to feel joy or resignation. Couldn't they just let me keep a low profile? They had to announce this? Though the 200 golden carats were a reward, this would inevitably bring him considerable trouble. He opened the regional chat. Sure enough. People are already buzzing about it again. Is there a reward for defeating other players? No, I think the game only gives rewards for defeating players on large islands. The guy above is right. Who on a small island would care about your business? Qin Feng is seriously impressive. I heard Li Feng and Park Piaolu recruited over 30 people, yet they still got defeated. Over 30 people? No way. One guy took on over 30 and still won? You bet. And they all had weapons. Can't even imagine how strong Qin Feng must be. People are so jealous. I wish I could join Qin Feng's crew. Qin Feng's face darkened. Over 30 people? What a load of nonsense. Just as he was thinking this, a message below suddenly caught his attention. Just defeated a couple of nobodies, heh. The sender of this message, whose name he had just learned from Li Feng. This person was Yi Zhong. Immediately after, Qin Feng received a private message. Opening it revealed it was from Yi Zhong. Once the extreme cold passes, we'll come find you. Find me? And then what? To finish you off. I'll be waiting for you and for all of you. After that, Yi Zhong stopped messaging. Threatening me? Bring it on. I'm actually curious to see just how formidable this much hyped Yi Zhong really is. After closing Qin Feng's chat window, he dialed Chen Bei's number. Qin Feng's location is confirmed. I'll handle this guy, Yi Zhong stated. Can you handle it? No problem. Xiao Nan was in my territory and I failed to protect him. It's my responsibility. Got it. Try to take him alive. If he's dead, bring the body back to me. Don't worry, Brother Bei. My 30 brothers are all top-notch. As soon as this bitter cold passes, I'll move immediately. Alright, Yi Zhong. We've been brothers for years. I trust you. If I can't take down Qin Feng, Brother Bei, just toss me into the sea to feed the fish. Ha, let's stick to the old rules then. Yi Zhong hung up the phone. A young man approached him. A prominent red birthmark marked his face. Got something to say, Spotty? Brother Zhong, leave Qin Feng to me. Yi Zhong shot him a sideways glance. What? You think I can't handle Qin Feng? Speckled shook his head immediately, a flicker of panic in his eyes. No, Brother Zhong, that's not what I meant. I used to know Qin Feng. Yi Zhong turned his head, gesturing for him to continue. Brother Zhong, Qin Feng doesn't have parents. Back in high school, we'd often corner him in the bathroom and beat him up. I never imagined he'd become such a big shot in this game. I've been wanting to track him down and give him a taste of his own medicine. Yi Zhong stared at Hua Ban, his gaze sharp and piercing, cutting straight to the heart. Just for that? That can't be it. Hua Ban's eyes narrowed sharply before he continued, as if steeled with resolve. This mark on my face? Sure, it's a birthmark, but most of it was caused by that bastard Qin Feng. I just wanted some cash from him, but that bastard poured boiling water on me. Now this birthmark is bigger and more noticeable than ever. Brother Zhong, not mentioning this would be a huge blow to my reputation. How are they ever going to look at me again? Yi Zhong nodded. Spotted eyes, you earn your own respect. Take care of Qin Feng, and I'll definitely put in a good word for you with Brother Bei. Speckled felt a surge of joy. Thanks, Brother Zhong. Hey, hold off on the thanks until you've taken care of Qin Feng. Don't underestimate him. While Li Feng and Park Piaolu are both scum, Qin Feng is just one man. Don't worry, Brother Zhong. No matter how tough he acts, he's still nothing but a bastard without parents in my eyes. We'll go again after the extreme cold passes. The timings said don't break the rules. Understood. But I'd like to take a few men over there during this period to scout the situation. Fine. I needn't elaborate further on the rest. You've been with me all these years, you should know what's expected. Understood. Wu Fei had already collected all their watches and handed them over to Qin Feng. He even considered handing over his own watch. Qin Feng waved him off. Then Qin Feng said, Wu Fei, once this bitter cold passes, someone will come after us. So in the coming days, I'll need you to keep a close eye on the guys below. Brother, are you referring to Yi Zhong? Yes. Wu Fei nodded. Big brother, rest assured. Leave it to me. I can't promise to boost their combat strength overnight, but they'll definitely be stronger than they are now. Good. They've made it clear they'll strike after the cold snap. Such confidence means we can't underestimate them. I know, boss. He then gave some additional instructions. Among them was tomorrow's mission to mine coal on the coal island. Wu Fei intended to handle recruiting the personnel himself, as he already had a good grasp of the current team. Then he hurried off to attend to other matters. Qin Feng was left standing alone, his mind racing. Though he had taken care of those two, the greatest threat remained Shen Bei's crew. Those in the underworld were ruthless and cutthroat, heedless of consequences. This kind of environment was actually the most suitable for their survival. To take them down, weapons were essential, but more crucial still was a ruthless heart. And you must be even more ruthless than they are. When the enemy comes, meet them head-on. Just do it. Cowardice means certain death. Once things settle down here, I'll seek out Gong Changshi to discuss matters with him. He might be able to lend a hand. Besides, I don't even know where Yi Zhong and his men's island is. The enemy lurks in the shadows while I'm out in the open. This is going to be tough. Chapter 87, I'll take good care of you tonight. The next day, Wu Fei led a group toward Coal Island. He hadn't intended to bring Qin Feng along. Brother Qin Feng, why bother you with such trivial matters? We can handle this ourselves. Qin Feng smiled knowingly. Don't worry about it. Let's get moving. Since Qin Feng had spoken so decisively, Wu Fei felt it was best not to argue further. The group set off together toward the coal island. Don't forget, the latest task on the system is to acquire the coal mine. At the very least, they had to complete this task first. Plus, his harvest was boosted by a doubling skill. They soon arrived at the coal mine island. The corpses of the two lions still lay there. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, having expected them to vanish after a day. He pulled out his knife and swiftly collected a total of 20 kilograms of meat. Qin Feng was generous, handing all 20 kilograms of meat to Wu Fei. He told Wu Fei to distribute it among the men below. He did this mainly because the men below looked gaunt and emaciated from hunger. If it came to a fight, they wouldn't even be cannon fodder. Wu Fei nodded and addressed the workers behind him. Everyone. These 20 kilograms of meat are from Brother Qin Feng. Tonight, we feast. Eat heartily and fortify our bodies. At that, the crowd erupted in excitement. On this desolate island, nothing could compare to a pot of fragrant, steaming meat. Brother Qin Feng. You rock. Brother Qin Feng. You rock. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. Yesterday, this bunch was plotting to push me off the cliff. Today they're shouting how awesome I am. I still need to keep my guard up around them. But this isn't entirely a bad thing. Open hostility is far better than backstabbing in secret. Besides, feed them meat and they'll work for you. Think of them as NPCs to keep around. This labor force is something I can still afford to pay for. As a result, upon hearing they'd get meat for dinner that night, everyone worked at an extraordinary pace. The clanging and clattering echoed across the entire island. After gathering the coal ore, with the bonus from the doubling skill, Qin Feng personally gathered a total of 120 pieces of coal ore. Combined with what the others gathered, it should be enough. If it's not enough, we can always come back for more. This was solely to complete the system quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Reward, good grade battery charger. Ding! Triggered quality doubling skill, battery charger upgraded to excellent. Excellent battery charger, place batteries on the machine and burn wood, coal, gasoline, etc. to charge them. The excellent grade can charge up to 3 batteries at once. The system really delivers exactly what you need. Just the other day I was wishing I had a charger. And now here it is. Plus, the electric propeller on the raft has already gone through one set of 3 batteries. The ones currently installed are the spare batteries. I'll definitely test it out once I get on the raft. Ding! Next task, relocate to the main island. Relocate? It's about time we left. The resources on that island are already insufficient. Plus, it hasn't respawned in days. Time to relocate. A change of scenery can be refreshing. No more wasting time. After bidding Wu Fei farewell, he hopped onto the raft and headed toward Chen Shuaro's location. Last night, Chen Shuaro had called him. Her first question was whether I was hurt. To have someone like that thinking of me. What a blessing. There was nothing major left to handle here. I should head back and let the little one know I'm safe. Plus, I have the electric propeller. I should be able to make it back in less than a day. And last time, I left suddenly and lied to her. I truly feel guilty about that. Now that things were settled, he had to return and shower her with affection. At that thought, the image of her standing alone on the beach flashed through his mind. Her eyes brimming with tears, waving goodbye to him. Then the image of her returning home full of excitement, only to find the house empty. At this thought, Qin Fong immediately grabbed the oars and unfurled the sail. He wished he could be back by Chen Shuaro's side in the very next second. Truth be told, he couldn't help but worry about such a pitiful little girl. At sea. A small wooden raft, nearly flying, sped forward. At this pace, the raft might just fall apart. Finally, just before nightfall, Qin Fong made it back to the island. From afar, he spotted the small courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Chen Shuaro was diligently carrying a bucket to water the grass in the sheep pen. She also held some wild greens to feed the chickens. The scene was quiet and warm. A gentle breeze blew, sending a few strands of Chen Shuaro's hair drifting down, making her look even more charming. Defu followed obediently by her side. Yet his eyes sparkled with alertness. He kept glancing around from time to time. Every single detail was caught in Qin Fong's eyes. As he walked, a smile crept onto his lips. He couldn't help it. Before he had taken a few steps, Defu immediately stood up and looked over in his direction. This guy really was a master at guarding the house. When Dafu looked over at Qin Fong, he froze for 3 seconds. He immediately wagged his tail and ran toward Qin Fong. Hey hey hey! Dafu, where are you going? Big. Qin Fong bro, big bro. As her gaze shifted forward, Chen Shuaro suddenly spotted Qin Fong approaching. She reacted even faster than Dafu. She dropped the bucket and dashed over. Still 2 meters away from Qin Fong, her petite frame suddenly leapt into his arms. You jerk! Can you please stop tricking me? If you'd just tell me, I'd play along too. I'm not stupid. Qin Fong flipped his hands, lifting Chen Shuaro in a princess carry. He spoke softly, Li Feng and the others aren't that stupid. If anyone had noticed, your big brother here wouldn't have been able to come back. Chen Shuaro's eyes welled up with tears. She realized he was right. Sigh. Her small body snuggled closer in Qin Fong's embrace. Then I'm really sad, okay? Indeed. Qin Fong was the savior she'd searched for years to find. Thinking of him day and night had long become a habit. Back then, Qin Fong had vanished without a trace. A full decade passed in an instant. She was terrified this might happen again. She simply couldn't bear it. Then let me take good care of you tonight? A mischievous smile flickered across Qin Fong's face. Tonight? You didn't even tell me you were coming back. I haven't even showered yet. Chen Shuaro's cheeks flushed visibly as she spoke. Shower? What shower? I meant I'll cook you a nice meal. You just need to wash your hands after eating. Why would you need a shower? Ha? Wait, isn't it you, brother? Chen Shuaro felt so embarrassed she wanted to sink into a hole right then and there. Qin Fong saw it all. He chuckled, you silly girl, I was just teasing you. But how can you work hard on an empty stomach? Right? He, brother's right. He carried Chen Shuaro, led Defu, and headed toward the wooden hut. Outside, dusk was falling. The aroma wafted from inside. On the table lay steamed seafood, stewed meat, and an assortment of vegetables and fruits. It was a very sumptuous spread. Seeing Chen Shuaro's happy expression, Qin Fong's sense of guilt was eased. This little girl truly was a sweet treat in this harsh life. Chapter 88, 100% Return. After enjoying a delicious dinner, then stepped out again for a stroll along the beach. Pure moonlight spilled across the sea. The entire sea surface shimmered with ripples. The white clouds in the night sky were illuminated by the moonlight, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Nizi, I've taken care of the matter with Park Paola for you. Chen Shuaro turned to look at Qin Fong. Her gaze held a complex mix of emotions. Nizi, this isn't reality. You're kind, but others won't be. I understand, brother Qin Fong. I might still need time to adjust. Qin Fong ruffled her hair gently. Nizi, hold on to your kindness. Leave those things to me. Staying in this game too long corrupts one's humanity. It's easy to become a soulless killing machine. Qin Fong didn't want that. But this isn't fair to you. I'm afraid you'll. It's fine. With you here, I'll never become that kind of person. But what Park Paolo did was too much. I'm just cleaning up the mess. Brother, you knew about all this? Chen Shuero's eyes were slightly reddened. Painful memories flooded back into her mind. Why didn't you just tell me? Or tell me everything? I was afraid you'd despise me, or think I was weak. You silly girl, how could I ever think that? It wasn't your fault. But listen, girl, if anyone ever bullies you again, you must tell me. I'm a big guy, I can handle a little hardship. But I won't let you suffer injustice. Understand? As Qin Fong spoke, his fingertip gently wiped away the tear that had fallen down Chen Shuero's cheek. Chen Shuero's heart surged with emotion. These words came from the lips of the person she longed for day and night. She felt both thrilled and blissfully happy. Chen Shuero nodded, leaning closer to Qin Fong. Then she stood on tiptoe. Her soft lips touched his like a dragonfly skimming water. Moments later, Chen Shuero murmured softly, how much good fortune must I have accumulated in a past life to have met you? I truly hope we meet again in the next life. Silly girl, let's focus on living this life well first. The next day, Qin Fong sent a message to Gong Chengshi. 3 hours later, Gong Chengshi arrived on the island. He'd called Gong Chengshi over specifically to upgrade the courtyard and wooden house. Relying solely on the construction bar to upgrade the wooden house. It would offer high protection but poor insulation. This would waste a lot of resources. To maintain the temperature. Having the architect present will effectively resolve this issue. After all, he possesses a unique construction menu. Far superior to ordinary people's. Knock knock knock. Brother Qin Fong. I'm here. Qin Fong rose and ushered Gong Chengshi inside. Haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Sit down and eat something. Gong Chengshi nodded, then smiled at Chen Shuero. Hello, sister-in-law. Chen Shuero's cheeks flushed. This was the first time anyone had ever called her sister-in-law. Though flushed, she felt a surge of happiness at being acknowledged as Qin Fong's woman. That feeling was actually quite pleasant. Chen Shuero smiled and nodded, then pulled over a chair. She looked every bit the lady of the house. You must be Brother Gong. Please, have a seat. I'll go get some water while you two chat. Chen Shuero knew when to step back. After setting down 2 glasses of water, she quietly slipped out of the room. Women should mind their own business when it comes to men's affairs. She understood that much. The moment Chen Shuero left, Gong Chengshi immediately rose from his chair, his legs buckling as he knelt before Qin Fong. Brother Qin Fong. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you for avenging my sister. Qin Fong quickly bent down to pull Gong Chengshi up. What's this? Brother Gong, you're older than me, this is shortening my lifespan. Age matters little, skill comes first. Qin Fong smiled, helping Gong Chengshi to his feet as he continued, Brother Gong, don't be so formal. I promised you this, and I will see it through. Besides, you promised to help me with the construction project too. You can count on that, Gong Chengshi replied. He then pulled several blueprints from his backpack. These blueprints are all my specialized research for combating extreme cold weather. They include modifications for insulated log cabins, greenhouse structures, and greenhouse breeding facilities. Brother Qin Fong, just gather the resources according to the blueprints. The results will be outstanding. The only catch is that they require a significant amount of fabric and plastic. Qin Fong gazed at the blueprints in his hands. It showed the finished product after construction. It looked incredibly warm and durable. Alright, no problem, Brother Gong. While the resources required are somewhat substantial, it should be manageable overall. We just captured Park Paoli's large island, and its resource reserves are quite substantial. That's perfect timing. When I developed this project a few days ago, I was worried Brother Qin Fong might not have enough resources. Qin Fong smiled, tucked away the blueprint in his hand, and said, Gonga, there's actually one more thing I need your help with. Help? Don't mention help, that's too formal. What is it? We've run into some troublesome people. After the extreme cold hits, they'll come attacking, so... Engineer Gong waved his hand dismissively. I understand. Leave it to me. Before the extreme cold arrives, I'll definitely come up with several solutions. Qin Fong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then I won't keep you. I'll be waiting for your good news, Brother Gong. Oh, and by the way, I'm planning to move all this stuff back with me this time. We'll move straight to the main island. You should come too, Brother Gong. The main island has more space and resources. It's far better than that tiny island you're on now. Gong Chengshi froze upon hearing this, but, is that really appropriate? Brother Qin, that's the territory you worked so hard to build. There are smaller islands nearby, and I can manage just fine living alone on my own little island. Qin Fong waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. Just trust me on this. Pack up your things on the island over the next couple days and come with me. Gong Chengshi felt even more grateful, admiring Qin Fong's generous nature. Alright. No problem, brother Qin Fong. Oh, right here, take this. Gong Chengshi handed Qin Fong an axe. The axe was the same size as the one he usually used, but a red string was wrapped around the back of the handle. Brother Qin Fong, this axe is different from others. I just heard you're moving. If you use this axe to dismantle structures, you'll get a 100% return on resources. 100% return? That's right. I often make mistakes when researching buildings, but with this axe, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Qin Fong picked up the axe. It felt heavy in his hand. He thought to himself, this axe has come at just the right time. Thanks a lot, brother Gong. So, what about you? Don't worry about me. Only I can build this thing, and it's actually quite simple. This one's for you. It's getting late, brother Qin Fong. I'd better head back to pack my things and set off another day. Alright, Gong Ge, no problem. As for coal mines and such, that group is already gathering resources. We'll definitely have enough supplies for the extreme cold. If food supplies run low, you can ask me or go straight to Qinshuero, no need to be polite. You can't expect people to work on an empty stomach. After seeing off engineer Gong Chang, I happened to see Qinshuero walking this way. She was holding two round, bulging objects in her hands. What are those? Chapter 89, Greetings to the eldest brother and sister-in-law. Little one? What are you holding there? Qinshuero smiled gently. Slowly, she brought the items in her hands forward. Snap. Her small hand opened. A bright red apple appeared in her hand. Our apple tree? It's bearing fruit? Qinshuero smiled and nodded. These are the very first fruits. I just counted, there are 27 of them. Qin Fong was about to say something. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully harvesting the advanced crop apple. Unlocked hidden achievement, bountiful harvest. Reward, apple exchange rate for golden carrots is now 1:1. Holy crap! The previous exchange rate was 2 apples for 1 golden carrot. This effectively doubles the exchange rate. And does that mean Qinshuero's planting and harvesting count toward my tally too? The question barely formed in my mind. Ding! Her loyalty to you has now reached 100%. All actions she executes are fully bound to you, the host, and can be considered as one unified entity. Loyalty, 100%. Sigh. This girl. Sigh. Hold on. If I harvest this batch of apples myself and then double the yield with my skill, wouldn't that mean? The harvest would be even greater. Hey, kid. Are the apples still on the tree? Of course they are. I only took 2. Let's go. We'll harvest them. With these apples and my doubling skill, wouldn't that mean even more harvest? Qinshuero listened and suddenly understood. She'd been so caught up in the joy of the harvest earlier. Immediately, Qinshuero grabbed Qin Fong's hand and dashed toward the apple tree. Soon they reached the apple tree. The last time she saw it, it was just a sapling. Now it had actually borne fruit. That little girl really is something. Having that planting skill really makes a difference. The apple tree now stood over 6 feet tall. Its branches are laden with bright red apples. Each one was vividly colored and quite large. They looked incredibly appetizing. These weren't apples at all. These were nothing but gleaming golden carrots. To put it plainly, this is money. Only with money can you buy things in the mall. To enhance your own strength. Without hesitation, Qin Fong stepped forward and plucked one. Ding! Triggered double up skill, Apple X5. It actually works. Qin Fong then climbed the tree. Qinshuero helped him from the side. After all, her loyalty had reached 100%. So any resources she gathered would also trigger the double up skill when handed to Qin Fong. Soon, the two finished gathering. A total of 27 apples, after being boosted by the doubling skill. They ended up with 135 apples. After discussing, they decided to exchange all of them for golden carrots. They opened the shop and clicked on the exchange option. Select golden carrots. With a swish. Looking back at the shop. Sure enough, 135 golden carrots appeared. Qin Fong was delighted. Though called an apple tree, it was truly a money tree. And once the apple tree was successfully planted, all that was needed afterward was daily watering. Even more hassle-free. It was like having a steady supply of golden carrots. Hey, Nizi, didn't you say you got another apple tree seed last time? Did you plant it? Not yet. Why? Well then, don't plant it. Let's move to the big island to live tomorrow or the day after. Our island's resources are running low now. We have to leave. A moment later, Qinshuero nodded. I'll follow whatever brother Qin Fong says. As long as you're with me, anywhere feels like home. You little rascal, start packing these next couple days. I know you're reluctant, but there's no other way. Truthfully, Xin Feng felt reluctant too. After all, this island marked the true beginning of his rise. The iron ore had been invaluable. But now, the island's unique iron ore deposits were dwindling. He'd gather whatever resources remained on the island tomorrow. After all, he still had the resource absorber. It was far more efficient than before. Once the decision was made, he got straight to work. Over the next 2 days, he organized everything he needed. Using the 100% resource recovery axe given by the palace engineer, he demolished all the structures in the small courtyard. The island's resources were also cleared away thoroughly. Even this apple tree was uprooted along with its black soil and placed into the backpack. A fully matured apple tree could be transported. However, growing apple trees could not be transported. Gong Chengshi had finished his preparations long ago. Xin Feng instructed Gong Chengshi to proceed ahead. He had also already informed Wu Fei. Xin Feng then made some modifications to the small raft. The small wooden raft had now been transformed into a small sailboat. As the sun set, Xin Feng boarded the small boat with Chen Shuero and Dafu. This was their cash cow, they couldn't forget it, no matter what. He activated the electric propeller on the boat. With a whoosh, the boat sped toward the endless expanse of the sea. It was Dafu's first time on a boat. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He dashed to the bow, gazing ahead. Chen Shuero nestled in Xin Feng's embrace. Her face radiated happiness. After all, they were heading toward a wider world. To a land of greater abundance. Who wouldn't be happy? But all of this? Without him, none of this would exist. What are you looking at? Xin Feng looked down at Chen Shuero in his arms. Brother, you're so handsome. Put. Xin Feng couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Don't laugh. I'm serious. Do you think that big island is bigger than ours? Are there monkeys on the big island? What kind of person is Wu Fei? For a moment, Chen Shuero's questions came pouring out like machine gun fire. One after another. Oh, you. You'll find out when the time comes. Fine, but I just can't help being excited. Silly girl. Finally, after a long night, the small boat finally reached the large island. He pulled Chen Shuero off the boat. Not far away, Wu Fei was already leading everyone to greet Xin Feng. Gong Chengshi stood beside Wu Fei. He pulled Chen Shuero forward. What the hell are you guys doing? Welcoming you, big brother. You're the island's lord now. We've got to maintain some decorum. Xin Feng pulled Wu Fei and Gong Chengshi aside. You guys didn't even give me a heads up. He watched as people nearby formed 2 neat rows. Xin Feng felt a pang of helplessness. This was the first time so many people had come to greet him. He was suddenly at a loss for how to handle it. Gong Chengshi remarked beside him, a big brother should carry himself like one. It's no big deal. No sooner had Gong Chengshi finished speaking than Wu Fei nodded in agreement. They pulled Xin Feng forward. As they walked, he called out, what are you all standing around for? Greet the elder brother. Big brother. The crowd on both sides simultaneously bowed 90 degrees toward Xin Feng. Wait, just big brother? What about big sister-in-law? Wu Fei frowned. Hello, sister-in-law. Chen Shuero instantly blushed and hid behind Xin Feng. Her small hand clutched tightly onto Xin Feng's arm. In reality, she was just a student never treated like this before. At that moment, Wu Fei leaned close to Xin Feng's ear and whispered, I know about that scumbag who tried to frame you last time by acting as your guide. Don't let it get to you, big brother. After I found out, I made them run 10 laps around the island as punishment. Plus, Brother Gong got here first. I had them build the cold-resistant wooden huts based on his blueprints. Go check it out, it's pretty impressive. Xin Feng couldn't help but mentally give Wu Fei a thumbs up. That emotional intelligence is impressive. Alright, let's go check it out. Chapter 90, Acquiring the Well. Xin Feng and Chen Shuero walked side by side at the front. On either side were Gong Chengshi and Wu Fei. The rest of the group followed behind Xin Feng. Wu Fei guided the way as they walked. They soon reached the island's center, parting a small clump of bushes blocking their path. With a rustle, the view suddenly opened up before them. In the middle of a large open space, a 2-story building appeared. Its exterior appeared solid and sturdy. Wooden walls stood tightly joined together. On either side of the house, small courtyards were formed with bamboo and wooden poles. The entire scene resembled a secluded mountain retreat. Xin Feng was inwardly astonished. The people behind him couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Whispered conversations filled the air, every word dripping with envy. This layout was meticulously designed, it couldn't have been done without considerable skill. Xin Feng turned to look at Gong Chengshi. Brother Gong, is this your work? It's truly impressive. A proud smile immediately spread across Gong Chengshi's face. To receive praise from his own elder brother. All the effort and research over these past days had been worth it. Ah, you're too kind, big brother. But big brother, it's not just the exterior that's meticulously crafted, the interior of this little building is equally refined. Given the current level of development, the house I've built for you could easily be called a mansion. Qin Fang nodded in agreement. That statement was absolutely accurate. Compared to his previous little wooden hut, this was simply incomparably better. No need to show me around inside. I'll explore it myself later. Gong Changshi gave a mysterious smile. Oh, right, where are your 2 rooms? Qin Fang asked. Don't worry, boss. Our rooms are right next to yours, on either side. Follow the paths on either side to reach them. The middle is covered with shrubs and branches, ensuring your privacy, brother. After all, you're a family man. Qin Fang chuckled and patted Gong Changshi's shoulder. With his other hand, he gave a discreet thumbs up. Truly excellent. Gong Changshi immediately returned a knowing glance before continuing. I've also modified the houses for the others in the back. Unlike the previous arrangement of 1 room per person, that was both space-consuming and wasteful of resources. So I've changed it to a 4-person dorm layout. This frees up more land area. Their dwellings are located ahead of us, and you can reach their area quickly via that path. I've placed a wooden gate in the middle of the path. Ordinary people aren't allowed to enter your courtyard freely, brother. Qin Fang nodded. It must be said that Master Gongcheng had truly put his heart into it. The general layout of the house is as described. All resources used for construction came from dismantling the old house, with some even left over. So there's no need for you to worry, brother. Impressive indeed to create such a neat and practical layout within limited resources. Truly the work of a master architect. Beyond that, brother Qin Fang, I have one more surprise to show you. Ha? A surprise? Qin Fang froze. Gong Changshi exchanged a glance with Wu Fei. The 2 shared a mysterious smile. Brother, come with us. With that, they started walking ahead. These 2 kids. We've only known each other a few days, and already they're teaming up to keep things from me. Still, seeing them get along so well, Qin Fang felt genuinely pleased inside. He followed them as they continued onward. They skirted around a small courtyard. They arrived at a small grove behind them. A path had been cut through the center of the grove. They continued along the path. Qin Fang followed behind Gong Changshi, with Chen Shuero behind him and Wu Fei bringing up the rear. Suddenly, Gong Changshi halted his steps ahead. He turned and smiled at Qin Fang. Brother, here comes the surprise. He then stepped aside. Qin Fang looked ahead. A circular black hole appeared. What is this? Qin Fang leaned forward. He drew closer to the dark, circular opening. Now, Qin Fang could see clearly. It was actually a well. The faint sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the well. It made the water inside look crystal clear. Qin Fang abruptly turned to look at Gong Changshi. Did you discover this? Qin Fang was puzzled. His exploration mode hadn't alerted him to any wells on the island. Brother, there isn't actually a well here. It was just that when I arrived and circled the island, I happened to spot fresh water trickling down the cliff face. I suspected the island must have fresh water sources. And sure enough, I found it. Plus, the surrounding area is mostly flat and quite spacious. So I dug a well right here. Truly a large island, no more worries about water from now on. Chen Shuero beside him was like a curious child. She stepped forward and peered down into the well opening. The engineer pulled out a small bucket. Sis-in-law, this water is sweet and safe to drink straight. Try some. Another sister-in-law. Brother Gon, maybe you should just call me by my name? I feel like this sister-in-law thing. Chen Shuero was only this warm with Qin Fang. Away from home, she was quite socially anxious. That won't do. Qin Fang is my older brother, so you're naturally my sister-in-law. Qin Fang chuckled softly. Don't mind him, kid. Brother Gon's a reasonable guy. Chen Shuero finally nodded. But deep down, a tiny flicker of vanity lingered. Sister-in-law. This was proof that she was Qin Fang's woman. She'd get used to it eventually. She took the small bucket. Chen Shuero scooped some well water and tasted it. Her eyes widened instantly. So delicious. It tastes just like mineral water. She took another sip. Ice cold and incredibly sweet. Then Chen Shuero handed the small bucket to Qin Fang and said, Brother, try some. He took a sip. It was indeed delicious. This was nothing like the heavily filtered water in the real world. At that moment, Chen Shuero asked, Gongge, is there a lot of this water? Could it be used for irrigation and farming? No problem. When fresh water appears on the main island, it's limitless. I've heard that from others. That's great. We won't have to filter fresh water anymore. This makes things so much easier. And since it's unlimited, we can start cultivating farmland. The harvest would absolutely multiply several times over. This was Chen Shuero's private thought. Everyone was feeling upbeat. Wu Fei spoke up, Brother Qin Fang, there's something I need to report to you. Qin Fang noticed Wu Fei's expression had turned serious. And his smile faded. What is it? It seems our food supplies on the island are running low. Ha? That shouldn't be possible. This is a large island, it shouldn't be this scarce. Wu Fei paused before continuing, there really was plenty before. But when Yi Zhong asked Li Feng about your whereabouts last time, he also extorted a lot of food from Li Feng. That's why we. Yi Zhong? Alright, I understand. I'll figure out the food situation. You don't need to worry about it. Wu Fei and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Qin Feng's mood had grown rather complicated. Food was of utmost importance. Only with grain will they be willing to risk their lives for you. This must be resolved quickly. Li Feng was such a coward giving away the grain with just one sentence? But mark my words, I'll get that grain back, sooner or later. Suddenly, Chen Shuero spoke up, running low on food? I have a solution. Chapter 91, Stirring Trouble. You have a solution? Everyone turned to look at Chen Shuero. Even Qin Feng joined in. For a moment, Chen Shuero felt a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny. I do have a plan. But it might not be fully developed yet. I'll discuss it with brother Qin Feng later. Though Wu Fei and Gong Chengshi treated Qin Feng with utmost respect. In Chen Shuero's heart, Qin Feng was the only one she truly trusted. Qin Feng nodded. Alright, no problem, kid. Just as she was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, someone behind them shouted, oh no! Oh no! A whole gang has stormed onto our island. What? Wu Fei's expression changed instantly. Before leaving, Qin Feng had entrusted him with the island's management. Now that a group had suddenly invaded the island, the responsibility fell squarely on his shoulders. Brother, this. I'll take men to investigate immediately. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Feng grabbed his arm. So many people arriving at once, they're up to no good. We should go together. But brother, what if they outnumber us? No worries. I'm not easily intimidated. If I hide like a turtle now, how will my men see me? No time to waste. Grab your gear and let's go check it out. Fine. Wu Fei's face darkened. Soon, the group headed toward the beach armed. Sure enough, at the edge of the beach, several small boats and rafts were moored along the shore. On the rafts, a group of people stood or crouched. Some leaned against the bow. Others even lay sprawled on the sand, legs crossed. All looked utterly lazy. A thoroughly thuggish image. Qin Feng took it all in. He formed a rough guess about their origins. Soon, Qin Feng stood at the front, leading the group to approach this crowd. Behind him, the others all held spears. Gong Chengshi and Wu Fei each wielded a machete. Even as Qin Feng approached, the group remained in their lazy, indifferent posture. Some didn't even blink. Others glanced sideways a few times before leaning back against the wall. A faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips. Glancing over the group, he estimated there were about 15 or 16 of them. Though their expressions bore a hint of disdain. Their complexions were all rosy and healthy, not a trace of the gaunt, sickly pallor one might expect. Moreover, they were all men, and not a single one was frail. Here to sunbathe on my island? Qin Feng asked slowly. A moment later, a voice rang out from the crowd. Sunbathing on your own island? Isn't that a bit odd? Qin smiled. Nothing wrong with that. If you're the problem, what else could possibly go wrong? At that moment, a man with long hair and dressed entirely in black, head bowed, stepped out from the crowd. He walked forward slowly. He stopped about a meter away from Qin Feng. He slowly raised his head, revealing half a face flushed crimson. Those behind him gasped in horror at the sight. Chen Shuero, terrified, immediately hid behind Qin Feng, her hands clutching his arms tightly. Wu Fei looked even more shocked and terrified. He leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered into his ear, brother, this must be Yi Zhong's top enforcer, nicknamed Flower Spot. They say he's got serious violent tendencies and a twisted mind. Brother, you really need to be careful. No sooner had Wu Fei finished speaking. Spotted Face spoke up from across the table. Qin Feng, remember me? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Seems I went easy on you back then. Wu Fei froze. Did these two know each other before? Right. Forgot how I cornered you in the bathroom and beat you up back then? If it weren't for the numbers, your face would have been ruined. Qin Feng's tone remained calm and measured. As still as a stagnant pool. After a brief silence, Spotted spoke up. No need to bring up the past. Brother Zhong said. As long as you hand over this island. Then tie yourself up and come with me to see Brother Zhong. Then this matter is settled. We won't touch a single soul behind you. How about it? Think it over? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng replied, no thanks. Tell Yi Zhong to come here himself if he has anything to say. If he has anything to say, let him come speak for himself. Don't just send some random mongrel to deliver messages. It's pointless. Speckled's face darkened instantly. Don't you dare push your luck. With a swish, a long knife appeared in Speckled's hand. The people behind him, some crouching, some lying down, sprang to their feet in an instant, surrounding Qin Feng and his companions in the blink of an eye. Now look at the weapons in their hands. Long swords, cleavers, daggers, axes. A variety of powerful weapons appeared. Not far away, two figures stood at the bow of a boat, their bows already trained on Qin Fang's group. The people behind them immediately grew tense. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were panicking. At that moment, Huaban casually slung his blade over his shoulder. Swaying from side to side, he took 2 steps forward and said, "Qin Fang, I advise you to be sensible. Hand over this island willingly and save us the trouble. Look at the bunch behind you, skinny as sticks, can barely hold their spears steady. What were you thinking?" As Huaban finished speaking, his blade flashed. The blade snapped onto Qin Fang's shoulder. One wrong move and the blade could slice straight down. Wu Fei roared, "Speckled face. Cut it out." His entire body tensed instantly, ready for battle. But that wasn't the worst of it. What surprised Qin Fang was behind him, Chen Shuero. The instant Wu Fei's blade pressed against her shoulder, Chen Shuero, who should have been gripping his arm tightly, immediately let go. Then, Qin Fang felt his back collide with a hard object. It was a repeating crossbow. Though Qin Fang didn't turn around, he could clearly sense Chen Shuero's aura had changed. It had grown bitterly cold, like an iceberg. Just as Chen Shuero reached to draw her crossbow, Qin Fang swiftly grasped her small hand. His fingers gently tapped the back of her hand, signaling her not to act rashly. Only then did she slowly lower her hand. "Speckled flower, what's this about? Trying to scare me? You're supposed to be one of Yi Zhong's top men. Don't you know the rules of the underworld? The time's set and you want to make a move early?" Qin Fang said calmly, his eyes fixed on Spotty without blinking. His composure remained utterly unshaken. He was certain Huaban wouldn't make a move. This trip to the island was likely just a test. Otherwise, why bother with all this nonsense? He had just taken out Li Feng in Park Piaolu. So he was certain Huaban felt just as uncertain. Staring into those unflinching eyes, Huaban was stunned. With a blade pressed against his throat, he showed not a shred of fear? He was truly unfathomable. Faced with such overwhelming presence, Huaban slowly drew the blade back. A faint smile touched his lips as he found himself an exit. "Ha ha ha, I naturally abide by the rules of the underworld. This time, I'm just here to deliver a message. Qin Fang, you'd better survive this natural disaster. I won't rest until I kill you with my own hands." Qin Fang chuckled, "Same goes for you. I won't sleep soundly until I finish you off." Spotted didn't say anything else. He waved to the crowd behind him. The group finally dispersed. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Fang curled his lip. The rules of the underworld? Only fools like Bo follow them. You'll see me again in a few days. Chapter 92, Weapon Duplicator. After they left, Wu Fei stepped forward and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What should we do, boss? What should we do?" "Nothing." Qin Fang shrugged and turned to the others behind him. "One painted face scares you all this much? I'm no good with emotional speeches. If you think I, Qin Fang, lack the skills, leave now. If you think I've got what it takes, stay. For those who stay, I promise one thing. I'll lead you to victory in this battle." As he finished speaking, Wu Fei and Gong Changshi were the first to declare their stay. The others exchanged glances before turning their eyes to Qin Fang's calm, confident expression as if nothing had happened. They too resolved to stay. Since everyone has chosen to stay, let's all work hard. Work diligently. Don't pull any double-crossing stunts. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. But for those of you who stay, I won't let you suffer any losses. I, Qin Fang, always keep my word. He then turned to Wu Fei and said, "Continue training them." Wu Fei nodded and led the group away. "Gong Ge, come here for a moment." The three of them then went straight to Qin Fang's new cabin. After sitting down, "Gong Ge, over the next couple days, could you help survey the island's terrain and design some defensive measures? For any resources needed, have the men gather them. If something special is required that can't be obtained, let me know, and I'll figure out a way." Engineer Gong nodded. "Actually, I've already thought through a preliminary plan on the way here. The island's rear is backed by cliffs. No need for defenses there. The main focus is the front where those people will land. I plan to build a walled enclosure there, with protective spikes and such on the outer perimeter. We'll also set up lookout towers on both sides." "Alright, you'll handle this entirely. I trust you, Brother Gong." "Got it, Brother Qin Fang. You can count on me." After seeing Brother Gong off, only Qin Fang and Chen Shuero remained in the room. "Brother, why did you stop me just now? At such close range, I was sure I could hit him right in the head with one arrow." Chen Shuero's face was flushed with anger. Her mind was filled with Huaban's arrogant expression. This was before Huaban had even made his move. If he had truly attacked, she wouldn't hesitate to shoot him right in the head. Bullying her was one thing, but bullying Brother Qin Fang was another matter entirely. Seeing Chen Shuero's face twisted with anger, Xin Fong smiled softly. Don't get angry, girl. Small grievances can ruin big plans. He had a knife to my throat. I could have easily shot him without effort. But if I'd killed him, his men would have swarmed us. You saw it yourself just now. Our gear isn't as good as theirs. If it comes to a fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Then the island we just secured would fall back into their hands. So we have to hold back for now. Besides, the moment I saw them, I knew they weren't here for real this time. They're here more to probe for information, to test the waters, to gauge my capabilities. That's why I couldn't reveal any crucial information to them. Playing it down, letting them underestimate us, that's how we catch them off guard. Xin Fong smiled as he ruffled Chen Shuaro's hair. After hearing this, the young girl's expression finally softened. No wonder. You're so smart, big bro. He. Silly girl, it's no big deal. From the way Yi Zhong spoke, I could tell he didn't take me seriously at all. And that guy Hua Ban? I've crossed paths with him before. He's arrogant to the extreme. Add to that the fact he's got so many people backing him up. He'll look down on me even more. Alright then, but will brother and the others really keep their word and come back after the bitter cold? They definitely will. Just look at how cocky they are. They think victory is assured, so timing doesn't matter. Still, we must remain vigilant these next few days. We can't let our guard down. But I won't be waiting around for them to come knocking. Better to strike first than wait for disaster. Brother Xin Fong, you have a plan? Chen Shuaro looked both mysterious and excited, utterly adorable. I do have one. I think it goes like this. A moment later. The excitement vanished from Chen Shuaro's face. Worry and unease took their place. But is this really feasible? It's too risky, brother. How else can we catch them off guard? We're already outnumbered. And most of those guys are seasoned thugs and ruffians who've been wielding blades for years. Both mentally and physically, they're stronger than our men. If we wait for them to attack us, they'll surround the island and our men will turn against us. So we have no choice but to take a risky gamble. Xin Fong let out a soft sigh. Chen Shuaro listened, feeling equally helpless. Oh, right, brother. Didn't I mention I have a solution for the food shortage? Want to hear it? Xin Fong finally remembered. Go on, kid. We got sidetracked by this bunch earlier. It's actually quite simple. I plan to mass-produce wheat, and my skill can directly convert the harvested wheat into steamed buns. It's a staple food, brother. With this, the food problem will definitely be solved. But just what? The island is large enough, but there's no suitable land for wheat cultivation. This soil is different from black soil. And this soil can only be used to grow wheat. So if we can fix this soil, we'll solve our food problem. Right, girl? You're absolutely right. And wheat seeds are cheap in the marketplace. Alright, I'll figure something out. Just as he was thinking, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Great Island Relocation Quest. You have obtained the Weapon Duplicator. Weapon Duplicator, host may place a weapon in the machine to create a duplicate. Each replication requires a certain number of golden carats. The stronger the weapon being replicated, the more golden carats are required. Currently, the machine can only replicate cold weapons. This comes at just the right time. I was just fretting about how to get weapons for the guys below, and now this gear arrives. Just as I was about to open my backpack to check, the system voice announced. Host Island detected with severe food shortage. Deep-sea wheat cultivation soil has been detected in the host's island. Additionally, corn cultivation soil has been identified. Trigger next mission, plant wheat or corn. Completing this task will grant information on extreme cold weather. 2 types of cultivation soil? Another natural disaster alert? Looks like this task needs to be completed quickly. Neezy, can we plant corn? Corn? Of course. But corn also requires specialized soil. Alright, that's all I needed to hear. Could it be that brother Xin Fong? Just wait for my good news. At that moment, Xin Fong felt a surge of relief. At least there was hope for both grain and weaponry. Moreover, he could obtain information about natural disasters. His future plans were deeply intertwined with the celestial calamity. If he could really take down Yi Zhong, he would surely extract many valuable items from the young man. It would also give him greater confidence in dealing with Chen Bei. Just as he was thinking this, Wu Fei suddenly knocked on the door outside. Big brother, open up. I've got something good for you. Ha? Something good? Xin Fong and Chen Shuaro exchanged glances. They hurried to open the door. There stood Wu Fei, drenched in sweat. He held a small square box in his hand. What's this? Wu Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced around, and finally said, let's talk inside, big brother. Chapter 93. Do you trust your big brother? Wu Fei's visibly tense expression. Xin Fong rarely saw him like this. He immediately ushered him inside. They settled in the center of the living room. After Wu Fei sat down, he placed the small wooden box in his hand on the table. Brother, you should open it yourself. Xin Fang stepped forward and glanced at Wu Fei. Then he carefully opened the wooden box. Inside lay a device about the size of a palm. What is this? Xin Fang pondered for a moment. Suddenly, something flashed by. Could this be the very device Park Xiao Lu and his crew used to eavesdrop on other islands? Wu Fei nodded emphatically. I found it earlier while leading them to gather resources. Don't worry, boss, no one noticed when I took it. Xin Fang nodded. There'd been too much going on lately. He'd completely forgotten about such an important piece of equipment. Fortunately, luck wasn't against him. Xin Fang picked up the device and began examining it closely. He flipped the device over. There was a recess on the back. It must be for the battery. He quickly pulled out a battery and snapped it into place. Zzzzzzz. After a series of sounds, the screen lit up instantly. At the very top is a small box. This must be for entering coordinates or a name. Xin Fang tapped it open. He tried entering Yi Zhong's name. He clicked start. The device emitted another series of hissing sounds. About 5 seconds later, amidst the instrument's hissing noise, someone's voice actually began speaking intermittently. He glanced at the time. Xin Fang recalled the device's monitoring window was between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. It was now precisely 2:55 p.m. But this signal, although he could tell someone was indeed speaking inside, the actual content was completely inaudible. This device might as well be useless. Wu Fei frowned beside him. At that moment, Chen Shuaro beside him suggested, Brother, why don't we call Brother Gong over? Let him take a look. After all, he studied engineering and technology. Maybe he can fix it and boost the signal. Right. They then called over Engineer Gong. As soon as he entered, Xin De briefly explained the instrument's origin and the problem. Engineer Gong examined the device for quite some time. His furrowed brow gradually smoothed out. But then they furrowed again. Xin Fang felt uneasy watching this. What's wrong? Xin Fang asked. Bro, well, this instrument can be repaired. But? Go ahead. Don't hold back if there's a problem. Gong Changshur sighed softly before continuing. Alright. It can be repaired, but it will require some precision components. You'll have to buy them at the mall. And they won't be cheap. How much will it cost? That's still uncertain. We'll need to disassemble the device first to determine the exact amount. But precision instruments in the mall cost dozens of gold turnips each. Bloody expensive. Roughly speaking, it should cost over 200 gold turnips. Bro, look. Enough. Go back and disassemble it immediately. Then tell me what precision parts are needed. I'll buy them and bring them over tomorrow or the day after. Everyone froze in place upon hearing this. 200 gold carats in just 2 days? How is that even possible? But boss, is it really worth it? This is really expensive. Why wouldn't it be worth it? This thing is our source of information. Whether we can take them down or not, this device plays a crucial role. Forget 200. Even 300, I'd still go for it. Brother Gong, as long as you can guarantee you'll fix it for him. That's all I need. Bro, I absolutely can. Not only can I, but if there are more precision components, I can extend this device's monitoring duration. I could even develop a surveillance system, no problem. Surveillance system? Xin Fang's heart skipped a beat. Like CCTV? So we can remotely observe their island? Exactly. Engineer Gong Chang spoke with conviction. It was clear he wasn't lying. Great. Gong, you can head back now. Just report back to me with the most advanced improvements needed. Also include the required golden carats in the list. The rest is just a matter of waiting for the operation to begin. Engineer Gong stared wide-eyed. His face was utterly incredulous. He hadn't misheard, had he? Where did this confidence come from? Still, he nodded blankly. Wu Fei and Gong Changshur then stepped out of the wooden hut. They arrived at the small courtyard gate. Gong Changshur said, Brother Wu, you've known Big Brother longer. Is he really up to this? Wu Fei shook his head at first, then nodded. I think he can. He doesn't make promises lightly. But when he does make a promise, he always follows through. Every single thing he promised me before, he delivered on. Gong Changshur met Wu Fei's resolute gaze. His lingering worries gradually eased. Wu Fei was right. Just like when he promised to avenge me. Only a few days had passed and Xin Fang had accomplished it single-handedly. Not only had he taken out those two, he also secured the coal mine and the island. If it were me, I certainly couldn't have done it. Gong Changshur was deep in thought. Wu Fei stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said, Alright, stop overthinking it. Trusting him was absolutely the right call. Why else would I have chosen to follow him back then? What do you say, Brother Gong? You're absolutely right. After the two left, Chen Shuaro sighed softly, brother, even if I traded all the vegetables and fruits I've grown for golden carrots in 2 days, it still wouldn't be enough. Qin Fong pinched Chen Shuaro's cheek playfully. I never said you had to. Don't exchange those vegetables, fruits, or food just yet. Food is in short supply on the island right now. Then what are you going to do, brother Qin? Little Ro really can't think of anything. Qin Fong gave a mysterious smile. Don't worry about it, kid. I'm sure I've got a way. Chen Shuaro gazed into Qin Fong's eyes. Her voice was faint as she spoke. Brother, you're not going to take another risk, are you? Qin Fong remained silent. He merely glanced at Chen Shuaro. Sigh. Chen Shuaro frowned and sighed. Then she continued, brother, is there anything I can do to help? Where are you heading this time? She knew that once Qin Fong made up his mind, there was no stopping him. Better to do her utmost to support him. To the deep sea. Don't worry, kid. We still have armor and attribute potions, plus I've got this earth pistol, a weapon with tremendous firepower. It'll be fine. Back when Qin Fong first landed on the island, exploration mode had already transmitted partial information about the deep sea to Qin Fong. At the bottom of the deep sea, several wooden crates contained golden carrots. What surprised Qin Fong even more was that the beast lurking in the deep sea around this large island was actually an orca. He had already encountered the killer whale twice. He had experience. Plus, he now possessed a new weapon. He reckoned he might just stand a chance against the killer whale. Alright then, why not let others accompany you? There's strength in numbers, and it'll be safer for you, brother. No one can go with me. Wu Fei needs to lead them on resource gathering. As for Gong Gu, forget it. I don't trust the others if they don't sell me out down there. I'll count myself lucky. Don't worry, girl. I'll be careful. Then I'm coming with you. Chapter 94, right on the table. You're coming with me? No way. Absolutely not. The deep sea isn't something to mess around with. But Chen Shuaro's expression grew increasingly anxious and conflicted. But I know the deep sea isn't something to mess around with too. You told me yourself last time killer whales are several times bigger than you. How am I supposed to feel at ease? Chen Shuaro clenched her small hands together, her brows knitted tightly. Qin Fong watched her with a mix of heartache and helplessness. She was worried about him too. Qin Fong stepped around the desk in front of him. He sat down beside Chen Shuaro and said, hey, I know what I'm doing. Remember when my gear was crap? Did you see me diving into the deep sea back then? Now we've got new weapons. That's why I dared to go. After a moment of silence, Chen Shuaro sighed softly, deflated like a punctured balloon. She slowly began, brother, promise me this, if it doesn't work out, come back immediately. With so many people, we can always find another way. If you lose your life, we truly lose everything. You're the backbone of this team, and the person I love most. If you're gone, truly. As she spoke, tears began to fall from Chen Shuaro's eyes. It's all that damn flower something spotted something else's fault. Why did they have to start a fight for no reason? What a bunch of idiots with nothing better to do. This was the first time Qin Fong had ever seen Chen Shuaro this enraged. He reached out and pulled the young girl into his arms. He gently stroked her hair. Qin Fong spoke softly, alright, I understand. If they're causing trouble, it means we're still not strong enough. Stop crying, girl. Qin Fong truly couldn't bear her sobs. His eyes reddened. His heart couldn't bear it. Chen Shuaro wrapped her arms around Qin Fong in response, the only way to stop me from crying is? Unless what? Unless you come cook food with me. Ha? Cook? What ah? Of course we have to try out the new place. Qin Fong burst out laughing. You little brat. What's wrong with that? I like cooking with you, big bro. We haven't done it in days. I can't hold it in anymore. Hurry up. At that moment, Chen Shuaro clung to him like an octopus. In the blink of an eye, she had Qin Fong tightly bound. This girl was a real vixen wherever she went. Her figure was simply too well developed. In an instant, Qin Fong felt as though a fiery inferno had ignited within his chest. Before he could dwell on it further, two soft moans brushed against his lips, followed by something even softer, passionate and intense. Chen Shuaro seemed to be taking revenge. Her assault was relentless. Wave after wave. The occasional sounds sent them both completely over the edge. Suddenly, he stood up. Qin Fong lifted Chen Shuaro into his arms. In his arms, her eyes were half closed with desire, her cheeks flushed like a ripe red apple. The bedroom is upstairs, Qin Fong murmured softly. But I can't wait. Are you sure? Here? Anywhere is fine, as long as it's with you. Chen Shuaro's kiss descended upon him once more. It must be said, the table height in the new house was just right. And incredibly sturdy. And it had a nice rhythm to it. Early the next morning, when Qin Fong opened his eyes, Chen Shuaro was still curled up in his arms like a little kitten. She was sleeping soundly. No wonder yesterday had started right in the afternoon. From the living room to the bedroom, They hadn't even eaten dinner. If you had to sum it up in 2 words, it was madness. 3 words, absolutely insane. 4 words, absolutely insane. He gently pinched Chen Shuero's cheek. Xin Fang rose and walked out the door. Because just last night, in the early hours of the morning, the engineer had already compiled a detailed list of all the precision components required for the instrument and sent it to Qin Fang. After reviewing it, he saw that a total of 400 golden carats were needed. Currently, there were still 150 gold carats in the mall. But in reality, securing just over 50 gold carats would suffice. Don't forget, Qin Fang had the half-price system's blessing. He glanced up at the sky. The weather is nice today. Perfect for heading out to sea. Then, Qin Fang quickly donned his diving suit, fins, and oxygen tank. He grabbed his attribute menu, weapons, and wild ginger. In short, everything that needed to be prepared was ready. Following the route in his mind, he soon reached the edge of the beach. Qin Fang swiftly consumed the shark feast and golden egg attribute recipes. Instantly, a protective shield began to form around his body. His body felt lighter. His legs felt as though they possessed inexhaustible strength. This was the effect of the speed enhancement. Plop. After hitting the water, Qin Fang didn't hesitate, heading straight for the deep sea. However, the stretch ahead still belonged to the shallow sea. No sharks came to attack. They must have been killed long ago by Park Piaolu and the others. But the shallow waters around this large island were truly vast. It was considerably larger than the medium-sized islands encountered earlier. One could only imagine how much deeper and vaster the deep sea might be. After mentally preparing himself once more, he kept moving forward, continuing his journey into the deep sea. Soon, the color of the water before my eyes began to change. The deep-sea blue water now resembled a barrier. Beyond this barrier lay the deep-sea region. Qin Fang surfaced to take another breath. He refilled his oxygen tank. He swam toward the depths of the ocean. As he descended deeper, visibility diminished. The deep sea surrounding the large island was vaster and deeper than that of the medium-sized islands. Previously, sunlight alone sufficed to illuminate the surroundings below. Now they needed headlamps. Click. The headlamp instantly projected a beam of light. Qin Fang adjusted the beam of his headlamp. He focused it more tightly, allowing it to shine farther. But the illuminated area became smaller. Continuing downward with the headlamp, visibility improved dramatically. Soon, Qin Fang could see the deep-sea seabed. It resembled the deep-sea floor of a medium-sized island. The center resembled a basin. Surrounding it were rugged undersea peaks. Only the deep sea of the large island was far more expansive. Moreover, the seabed resources were far more abundant. As the small beam of light swept across, countless king crabs crawled over the reefs below. Each one was as large as a dinner plate. Beyond that, the various sea fish and lobsters were significantly larger than those found in the deep waters around medium-sized islands. Indeed, the larger the island, the richer the resources. If these food resources could be brought back, combined with wheat and other provisions, it would be enough to feed these people for a month. They continued exploring downward. But Qin Fang's pace had already slowed. His swimming pace slowed, his body tensing. Reaching the ocean floor meant the killer whales were about to appear. With such dim light, and the enemy lurking in the shadows, he could only rely on his instincts now. But Qin Fang wasn't idle. He kept adjusting the beam of his headlamp. If he could detect the killer whale's trail, that would be ideal. The beam darted back and forth among the undersea peaks. The layered peaks formed an incredibly complex terrain. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from beneath the headlamp. A dark shadow darted through the peaks. Qin Fang instantly went on high alert. The homemade pistol in his hand was raised in that instant. He aimed in the direction the shadow had just darted. Just then, Qin Fang suddenly realized the speed of the surrounding water was changing dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fang felt a powerful shockwave bearing down on him. Chapter 95, Successful Whale Hunt. He quickly assessed the approximate direction. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and fired. Bang! 2 meters to his left front. A cloud of blood mist instantly erupted. Hit! The immense recoil subsided almost instantly. Qin Fang swiftly adjusted his headlamp's beam to look. A massive dark shadow instantly swam off to the left. Qin Fang instantly estimated its approximate location. He fired another shot in that direction. Orcas are massive creatures, and at such close range, it was easy to hit. Another burst of blood mist erupted. Qin Fang quickly reloaded the pistol. There was no other way the homemade pistol packed a punch, but its magazine capacity was simply too small. And reloading was slow too. He was mentally complaining. But his body immediately felt another powerful impact. Qin Fang hurriedly swam to the side. He couldn't risk getting hit by this thing. The protective shield could only be used once. He'd use it later if possible. His legs kicked furiously. combined with the rapid boost from the golden egg. In an instant, Xin Fang's body shot forward like a bullet, streaking toward one side. Whoosh! Xin Fang felt his feet graze the edge as he shot past a truck-sized object. The immense impact nearly sucked him in. Fortunately, his speed had increased significantly. He had just dodged one attack. Immediately after, another massive shockwave slammed into him. Xin Fang was utterly astonished. Such a massive body should have tremendous inertia. How could it change direction so swiftly? In the blink of an eye, Xin Fang sensed something terribly wrong on his right. He whipped his head to the right. Under the beam of his headlamp, a massive killer whale head appeared directly out of the darkness. Holy crap! Had he not already faced killer whales before? Xin Fang would have been scared to death on the spot. His body instinctively lunged forward. But it was too late. Thud! Xin Fang felt as though he'd been flung from a speeding car. His body was completely beyond his control. The protective shield shattered in that instant. It showed no sign of holding out even a moment longer. Back when he was struck by the vicious bear, the protective shield had at least managed to hold on for a moment. He immediately regained his balance. Xin Fang quickly took advantage of this moment to reload his bullets. The protective shield was shattered. He couldn't afford to linger here any longer. He must return to the edge of the deep sea. If it came down to it, he could still swim back to the shallows for temporary cover. With this thought, Xin Fang swam rapidly upward. But immediately, the currents below began to shift violently once more. Damn it! How could this killer whale move so fast? No more hesitation. With that kind of attack power, if I get hit once, I'll be done for right here. Swimming while gauging the distance of that impact below. Growing stronger. Closer and closer. Now! The pistol aimed downward, illuminated by the headlamp. He pulled the trigger once. Bang! Bang! This time, Xin Fang fired 2 shots in quick succession. Blood mist erupted once more. The orca was driven back. By the light of his headlamp, Xin Fang clearly saw 2 bloody gashes on the killer whale's body. 4 shots had struck it, yet only 2 gashes appeared. What thick, tough hide. No time to waste, he quickly reloaded. Xin Fang immediately approached the edge of the deep sea. By now, the oxygen in his tank was nearly depleted. Xin Fang traversed the deep sea and surfaced in the shallow waters to take a breath. The brief respite allowed his stamina to recover slightly. Under such intense pressure, his stamina was depleting too rapidly. He couldn't delay any longer. The speed boost could only be sustained for 1 hour. Half of it had already passed. Any further delay would leave me unable to run. Return once more to the depths of the ocean. Using the sunlight filtering through the canopy above, Xin Fang could now clearly see the massive body of the killer whale swimming below. It had been attacked. It was in a state of extreme agitation. Therefore, it would not retreat to the deepest depths again. Xin Fang had just entered the deep sea. The killer whale immediately turned and charged toward Xin Fang. Unlike the endless darkness of the deep sea moments ago, now, Xin Fang could clearly see the entire body of the killer whale. This made things much easier. Its massive body made it a formidable attacker but also an easy target. There was no need for precise aiming. Watching the killer whale draw nearer and nearer. Seizing the moment, he fired 2 more shots. Both bullets struck the killer whale squarely. Another trail of blood erupted. Firearms truly pack a punch. If it were just crossbow bolts, it would be like tickling it. The orca, in pain, swam off to one side. Xin Fang seized the moment to reload his bullets. This time, instead of retreating, Xin Fang advanced. He pursued directly behind the killer whale's rear. Bang, bang, 2 more shots rang out. Both shots. Both struck the orca's flank. A 4th trail of blood appeared. 2 more shots. Certain death. After the 4th blood trail erupted, I expected the killer whale to become even more enraged. It would fight back with its last breath. But unexpectedly, it swam deeper into the abyss. Damn, looks tough but is actually a coward. We couldn't let it swim back. Once it hides in the darkness, finding it again will be tough. We have to take it out in one go. Quickly chamber around. Visibility around me plummeted. Using the light from his headlamp, Xin Fang fired again without hesitation. 2 bullets flew out in rapid succession. Both hit their mark. The 5th blood trail finally erupted. The killer whale's swimming motion abruptly ceased. It hung motionless in the ocean. Xin Fang's tense body instantly relaxed. He gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. His entire body felt utterly drained. Thank goodness for the pistol's powerful weaponry. Otherwise, with his previous cold-bloodedness, he would never have been able to defeat it. Gazing at the massive body of the killer whale. If he could but slaughter it, he'd surely gain a substantial amount of food. No more thinking, the danger was gone, and now it was time to harvest like crazy. First, slaughter the killer whale. This time, Xin Fang didn't use a small knife. Instead, he drew his katana to begin the butchering. There was no other way, the orca's body was simply too massive. Before long, Xin Fong had butchered the entire orca. This time, he directly obtained 50 kilograms of whale meat. 50 kilograms. Enough to last for days. But that wasn't all. Xin Fong discovered a recipe inside the whale's belly. Whale feast, 5 kilograms whale meat plus 6 eggs plus 1 goat milk plus 8 apples. Effects, enhanced cold resistance lasting 1 day, plus increased resilience. Enhanced cold resistance? This is crucial. It would be immensely helpful for his future plans. I double-checked every part of the whale. After confirming nothing else had been left behind, Xin Fong swam downward toward the deep ocean floor. After all, this was where the resources Xin Fong needed most resided. Soon he reached the seabed, stepping onto the soft sand. Under the light of his headlamp, buried beneath the seabed lay numerous wooden crates. More than he'd seen in the deep sea before. He couldn't help but wonder what treasures these wooden crates might hold. Chapter 96, Harvest, Harvest. As Xin Fong scanned his surroundings, row after row of wooden crates stretched out before him. Suddenly, amidst the sea of wooden crates, a raised treasure chest sat quietly in the center. This treasure chest was clearly different from the others. It exuded an air of refined luxury. Clearly, whatever lay inside was something valuable. But Xin Fong wasn't in a hurry. There was no danger in the water now. He could take his time searching. After briefly mapping out a route, Xin Fong pulled out his shovel and began collecting one item after another. Plop. With one scoop, a wooden crate was turned over. The lid was loose and opened easily. The first crate was opened. Inside were nothing but pieces of wood. These were shrunken pieces of wood. There were a total of 100 pieces of wood. A mere 100 pieces fit inside this tiny crate. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, wood 500. Then came the next wooden crate. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, thick wood x 500. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, large leaves x 500. By the time he reached the fourth wooden crate, Xin Fong flipped it open to take a look. Though it was still a wooden crate, its surface glowed with a faint reddish hue. The entire crate seemed sturdier as well. Could the contents be better? He promptly opened the wooden crate. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, iron ingots 500. Iron ingots. Just as expected. The more premium and sturdy the wooden crate looks, the rarer and higher grade the contents inside. And they're giving out iron ingots directly, no need to waste time smelting paper in the furnace. Next, Xin Fong opened a pale red wooden crate beside it. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, copper ingots 500. Holy crap! Such rare resources, handed out in stacks of 100. Unbelievable. He continued forward. Xin Fong kept opening up ordinary wooden chests and reddish wooden chests one after another. Production resources surged dramatically. These resources alone surpassed the combined total of several small islands. Now the defensive structures he planned to build on his own island were finally within reach. He wondered what kind of defensive structures these resources would become in the hands of the palace engineer. A flicker of anticipation stirred within Xin Fong. He continued gathering. Suddenly, the wooden crate unearthed this time was different from the previous ones. A faint blue hue shimmered on its surface. Could it be that different supplies were hidden inside? Without hesitation, Xin Fong opened it. Ding! Triggered doubling skill, Shark Feast attribute dish 10. Holy crap! There were actually attribute dishes inside? This saves me the trouble of making them myself. Another blue wooden crate followed. Ding! Triggered double skill, fruit salad x5. Fruit salad. A dish that maintains stamina. Who would have thought? This trip was totally worth it. Plus, I've gained valuable experience dealing with killer whales. Once things settle down here, I can fully return to the deep waters of the medium-sized island. I'll gather resources from those deep waters too. Though not as abundant as here, it's still quite substantial. Xin Fong accelerated his pace afterward. However, he found no more wooden crates. Moreover, most of them were ordinary wooden crates. Before long, Xin Fong had gathered every single buried wooden crate within the entire deep sea. With the doubling skill applied to base resources, hardstone, timber, thick logs, large leaves, and others all exceeded 2,000 units. Rare resources like iron ingots, copper ingots, cloth, and plastic also reached around 1,000 each. Attribute recipes, Shark Feast 15, Golden Eggs 20, Fruit Salad 10. Looking at these resources, this truly felt like a bountiful harvest. The feeling now was just like back on Microstar Island when resources had skyrocketed. Seeing all these resources, the sense of security in my heart was indescribable. It feels great. This is what we need to grow. Even if Wu Fei and his crew scoured the place all day, they wouldn't gather half of what I've got here. No more dwelling on it. After Xin Fong surfaced to take a breath of oxygen, he dove back down to the ocean floor. Beyond wooden crates, the ocean floor also held abundant food resources. King crabs, Dungeness crabs, giant lobsters, and sea fish. Xin Fong didn't overlook these resources either. He gathered them all. He activated his doubling skill on everything. The estimated quantity was enough to sustain the island's personnel for 3 days. These food resources were crucial for surviving the extreme cold. Now that there were more people to feed on the island, food resources are our lifeline. Without food, who would work for you? Soon, the food resources from the seabed were nearly all collected. All that remains now is the sturdy treasure chest. That solid treasure chest. Approaching the chest itself didn't appear particularly large. It was square and sturdy. It seemed heavy. Xin Fang reached out, attempting to open it. But after struggling for ages, the chest didn't budge an inch. So what if it contains something valuable? So stubborn? I refused to believe it. Then Xin Fang drew his broadsword. He aimed it at the crack and thrust it in. The blade was incredibly hard. Xin Fang gave it a sharp flick. SSSSHHH. The treasure chest sprang open. He applied force once more. The entire lid of the treasure chest was lifted off. He peered inside. Xin Fang's eyes widened slowly. Inside the chest lay high-grade iron ore. This was an extremely rare resource. High-grade iron ore smelted into high-grade iron ingots is the essential foundation for crafting high-powered weapons. Such a rare resource, and there were 5 pieces inside the treasure chest. Pick up the high-grade iron ore. Ding! Triggered doubling skill, high-grade iron ore X5. What a haul! I must study this thoroughly when I return. Place the iron ore into the backpack. Peered inside again. Sure enough, there's more. And these 2 items were precisely what Xin had come down to find. 200 golden carrots, plus 1 plot each for wheat and corn cultivation. Though it was just a plot of land. But when taken out, they still occupied a considerable amount of space. And these golden carrots of full 200 pieces. Without hesitation, Xin Fang stowed them directly into his backpack. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, 1000 golden carrots. Ding! Triggered quality doubling skill, wheat and corn fields upgraded to excellent quality. Excellent grade farmland, features built-in pest control, short cycles, and high yields. At that moment, Xin Fang was over the moon. He had only planned to find a total of 200 golden carrots, requiring just 1 plot of land. But he ended up harvesting 1000. And he still had 2 plots left. 1000 golden carrots. So many things he could buy. If used wisely, the team's strength would undoubtedly surge, suppressing the excitement in my heart. At this moment, the oxygen was nearly depleted. The headlamp's light was flickering. It was running out of power. Xin Fang scanned both sides. After confirming there were no more resources to gather, he pushed off with his legs. Swam swiftly upward. This deep-sea expedition had yielded quite a haul. With these items in hand, the gap in equipment between himself and the speckled ones would surely narrow considerably. It might even surpass theirs. You want to mess with me? I can still take you down just like I did back in the day. Chapter 97, Samurai Swords, 1 per man. Thud. Xin Fang finally surfaced at the very last moment before his oxygen ran out. He gasped for air in great gulps. By then, his strength was completely spent. He hurried back to shore. He should have eaten another fruit salad earlier, to help conserve his energy. Swimming toward the shore. On the beach, Chen Shuero paced anxiously in circles. She had intended to prepare things for her brother herself this morning. Only then would she feel at ease. But she'd pushed herself too hard last night. When she opened her eyes in the morning, the bedside was already empty. So she hurried to the beach to wait. Her heart kept praying that Xin Fang would return safely. Suddenly, the corner of her eye caught a glimpse. In the water not far away, a familiar figure was swimming toward her. Brother! Chen Shuero's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. He had returned safely after all. Xin Fang also spotted Chen Shuero standing on the shore. Seeing the lingering worry in her eyes, his heart still warmed. Chen Shuero swiftly pulled out a cloth. She jogged over to Xin Fang's side. She kept wiping his body and hair. Seriously, something this important, and you didn't even tell me to come alone. I thought you looked too tired. It's okay. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Xin Fang smiled and pinched her cheek playfully. Alright, let's hurry home. Your brother found some amazing stuff underwater today. Chen Shuero's eyes lit up instantly. Could it be he really found wheat soil? Xin Fang gave a mysterious smile. We'll talk about it when we get back. The two returned home. Xin Fang recounted everything that had happened at sea to Chen Shuero. Her heart skipped a beat as she listened. She now understood just how perilous Xin Fang's journey had been, and how incredibly difficult it had been. Chen Shuero's small hand clasped tightly around Xin Fang's arm. Her eyes began to redden. Come on, stop crying. I'm fine, aren't I? Here, girl, take a look at these 2 plots of land. Xin Fang said, transferring the wheat and corn plots into Chen Shuero's backpack. Chen Shuero opened it. Her eyes lit up instantly. Excellent grade? Brother Chin, these are actually excellent grade. What's so special about that? You wouldn't understand, brother. With my cultivation skill, when planting on excellent grade land, not only are the cycles shorter and yields higher. What's more important is that after each harvest, it returns the seeds used before. And the returned seeds are actually more than before. So buying wheat and corn seeds just once is more than enough for us. No need to keep buying them over and over. You have this skill? That's basically like making one investment and reaping permanent rewards afterward, right? Chen Shuero nodded. You could say that, but only those with the planting skill gain this benefit. Plus, the seeds you accumulate can be replanted once you expand your land. In short, the more you plant, the more seeds you get back. More seeds mean more grain. Plus, the cycle is short and yields are high. In time, the grain will only keep growing. It's like a snowball effect. This little girl's skill is truly mind-blowing. With her around, starving to death would be nearly impossible. Don't worry about this, big brother. Leave it to me. Just relax and wait to harvest the crops. We'll definitely get a harvest before the bitter cold sets in. Don't worry. As she spoke, Chen Shuero wore a look of playful pride. Her confidence was so palpable it made Qin Feng want to laugh. After that, Qin Feng called Gong Changshi into the room. When he called Gong Changshi, he was still studying the island's defensive structures. He looked extremely focused. Before long, Engineer Gong arrived at Qin Feng's quarters. He saw the smile on Qin Feng's face. And then glanced at the bag on the table. Gong Changshi seemed to have guessed something. The look of disbelief on his face deepened. Brother, you called me here, you didn't actually buy the stuff, did you? Qin Feng nodded with a smile, gesturing toward the bag on the table with his chin. Open it up and check if any instruments are missing. This fast? In less than a day? Engineer Gong's eyes widened in astonishment. He rushed forward and opened the bag before him. Inside were numerous small electronic components. He glanced through them. Every single item matched the checklist perfectly. Moreover, all the components required for the upgrade were included. Qin Feng was a beast. He'd managed to get everything done in just one day. Bro! Where did you even get this stuff? Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. Never mind. I got it for you, that's all. It's best to maintain a certain air of mystery around your subordinates. Keep them guessing, that's best. Gong Changshi didn't press further. This is the boss, he's got his own ways. How else could he be the boss? Big brother, give me one day. I guarantee the surveillance equipment upgrade will be successful by tomorrow. Alright, just make it happen as soon as possible. Oh, and about the resources for building defensive structures, any idea how much we'll need? Well, yes, it requires quite a lot of resources. But I've already got Wu Fei and his team gathering them. How much of the basic resources do you estimate we'll need? Over 1,000. Qin Feng pulled Gong Chang over and showed him the supplies in his backpack. Is this enough? This. Engineer Gong's eyes widened once more. This. Brother. Where did you get all this? The engineer started to ask more questions. But he stopped himself. It had to be said, he was truly amazing. It was like magic. Qin Feng stood up, patted Gong Changshi on the shoulder, and said, Alright, get back to work, brother Gong. Just tell me what resources you need, and I'll make sure you have them. Qin Feng watched the astonished expression on Engineer Gong's face and felt a surge of amusement. What costs you an arm and a leg? For me, it's half price. That's something I can't tell you. After seeing Gong Changshi off, Qin Feng then summoned Wu Fei. We've got enough resources now. Focus on training the guys below. Remember how scared those guys were when they first arrived? The thought gave Qin Feng a headache. With such timid nerves, how could they ever face off against those guys? No problem, boss. These guys, well, in their past lives they were all ordinary people. Their mental toughness just can't match those thugs. It can't be helped. But I'll definitely do my best to train them. You can count on me, boss. Qin Feng nodded and continued, by the way, what weapon should we equip the guys below? One spear per person was too shabby before. It made us look like some primitive tribe. How about this? In a couple of days, let's give each of them a katana. Yeah, no problem, boss. Wait. Samurai swords? Wu Fei finally caught up. Boss? Samurai swords? Are you serious, boss? A katana is several tiers above chopping knives and other bladed weapons. Even spears would bow down to their superior edge. And you want one for everyone? Yes, katana swords. Their mental fortitude isn't up to par, but you can't blame them entirely. If they had better gear, they'd feel more confident. Have them come here tomorrow to collect their swords. Wu Fei stood frozen for a long moment before finally replying, Alright, boss. Now that we have the weapon replicator, making samurai swords is a piece of cake. Damn it, a katana for each of us. I won't believe we'll back down again when we see Hua Ban and his crew. A bunch of thugs with a few kitchen knives, thinking they're hot stuff? Chapter 98, Winning Hearts. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Counting today, there were 4 days left until the extreme cold weather hit. Chen Shuero had already left early in the morning. Behind the house lay a large vacant lot. Chen Shuero decided to cultivate the land there. Plus, planting behind the house made irrigation and watering much more convenient. Everything was ready. Chen Shuero skillfully planted the corn and wheat seeds. Then she proceeded with watering and other tasks. Xin Fang stood at the second floor window, watching Chen Shuero's earnest expression. She looked rather adorable. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the planting of wheat and corn. You will receive hidden information about this extreme cold weather event. 1. Food resources are drastically reduced during extreme cold weather. 2. During the 7-day freeze, temperatures will slightly rise on the 2nd and 3rd days. You may venture out to restock supplies, but remain vigilant about staying warm. 3. Insulate your cabin promptly. This is crucial. Rewarding the host with cotton 10. Cotton can be combined with cloth to craft a quilted jacket. This aids in combating the extreme cold. Next task, survive the extreme cold disaster. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, cotton 100. The system's voice faded away. Xin Fang frowned. I knew the game announcement provided too little information. Most probably assumed timber alone would suffice to withstand it. Looks like a lot of people are going to die this time around. But the system really is looking out for me. It provided cotton, this new resource, to cope with the extreme cold. Plus, I'd previously obtained wolf pelts. Both items can be used to combat the bitter cold. Beyond combating the bitter cold, the 2nd and 3rd days were also crucial. They determined whether his subsequent plans would succeed. He opened his watch and tapped on Wu Fei's chat window. Temperatures will slightly drop on the 2nd and 3rd days of the extreme cold. You can go out to gather supplies. Spread this message for me. When Wu Fei saw the message, his expression froze in surprise. This? Where on earth did Xin Fang get this information? But since he told me to spread it, then I'll just do as I'm told. Got it. At this moment, regarding the secret information about the natural disaster, the best way to spread it isn't by posting it directly in the regional chat, but to privately message select individuals. This way, it could be disguised as hearsay, making it seem more credible and authentic. Xin Fang gazed out the window. A figure like Yi Zhong, possessing considerable influence and connections, must have his own information network. Therefore, this piece of information would inevitably reach Yi Zhong and his circle. Afterward, Xin Fang went downstairs and used the blueprints Gong Chengshi had given him earlier. He constructed the greenhouse. He placed all the melons, fruits, and vegetables inside. The apple trees were no exception. He then placed the chicken coop inside as well. These were all future sources of food. They must be carefully protected. De Fu's nest was moved directly inside the house. By the time they finished all this, it was already afternoon. Xin Fang took out the weapon replicator. First, he performed a full spectrum scan of the katana. After scanning, the machine displayed the number of gold carats required to replicate one side. He glanced at the number. Each time a katana is duplicated, it consumes 10 golden carats. Besides myself, Gong Chengshi, Wu Fei, and Chen Shuero, there are 13 other people on the island. 130 golden carats. This is still affordable. Similar weapons to the katana in the shop normally sell for 113 golden carats. Yet in this regard, its attributes still fall short of the katana in Xin Fang's possession. So this weapon replicator is still quite appealing. Soon, Wu Fei arrived in the courtyard with his men. When they saw the katana swords scattered across the ground, the cold gleam nearly blinded them. No one could resist the temptation of such formidable, razor-sharp weapons. Xin Fang stood to the side, one per person. Take them. At his words, they all rushed forward to grab one. These are katana swords? So cool. Look at that blade, it's razor sharp. You bet it is. This is a samurai sword, not that old broken spear you had before. The crowd buzzed with chatter. But excitement radiated from every face. This sword will be yours from now on. Train diligently with Wu Fei. We're not giving you good gear just so you can show off. Don't think those weapons the last group had were anything special. What I, Xin Fang, can give you will only be stronger. Xin Fang's voice was quiet, his tone matter-of-fact. Yet it carried an undeniable weight. Looking at the people before him, admiration shone in their eyes. So many samurai swords. Looking across the entire area, who else could afford such extravagance? To say it was to arm them was also to protect them. With weapons like these, their chances of survival would be far greater. Thank you, brother Xin Fang. The crowd below shouted in unison. Guilt began to show on some faces. Many recalled their earlier attempts to push Xin Fang off the cliff. Xin Fang's sharp gaze quickly caught the subtle shifts in their expressions. He continued, the bitter cold is approaching. You needn't worry about food, there will be meat and vegetables. I've looked into what you've been eating before. But since you've chosen to follow me, Xin Fang, I will never treat you unfairly. Furthermore, the log cabins built for you are all cold resistant. Furthermore, the coal you collected earlier, I'll distribute it to every cabin during the bitter cold. I won't let you freeze. In short, I will never let you suffer. As Qin Feng finished speaking, the expressions on the faces below grew even more filled with guilt. Suddenly, someone in the crowd knelt down with a thud. Brother Qin Feng. I, the third brother, truly thank you. I was foolish back then, but we had no choice at the time. I hope Brother Qin Feng won't hold it against us. From now on, I'll follow you with unwavering loyalty. Me too. Me too. Thump thump thump. One by one, the crowd before him knelt down. Each face radiated fervor. Qin Feng immediately stepped forward to help them up. We're all on the same side. Get up quickly. You're all human beings. Trust me, I won't let you down. From now on, train diligently under Wu Fei. After offering further encouragement and praise, he had Wu Fei lead them away. Through a blend of kindness and authority, the men would show me even greater loyalty and respect. They had barely departed. Gong Changshi arrived. Brother, the device is ready. Let's test it in our room. You'll be absolutely satisfied. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately ushered Gong Changshi inside. The two approached the table. Gong Changshi pulled the device out of his backpack. The device now looked completely different from before. It was larger than before. Moreover, a small screen was attached to its left side. Engineer Gong had already powered on the device. After a series of crackling sounds, a voice suddenly emanated from within the device. Qin Feng listened intently. It was indeed Hua Ban's voice. At that moment, the small screen beside it lit up. A flash of white light filled the room. An island suddenly appeared on the screen. Qin Feng looked toward Gong Changshi. Gong Changshi smiled knowingly. This is Yi Zhong's island. Brother, look, the screen can even zoom in. As he manipulated the controls, the island on the screen indeed became clearer. Chapter 99, Critical Information. As the camera zoomed in, people could even be seen walking back and forth on Yi Zhong Island within the screen. Some were gathering resources, while others patrolled back and forth. At a glance, there appeared to be about 20 people on the island. And that was just the visible ones. The total number was certainly greater than 20. Beyond the people, the entire island's terrain was clearly visible. Can we adjust this view? No problem, boss. Gong Changshi performed another series of maneuvers. The perspective shifted from the original parallel view to a bird's-eye view. The entire island's landscape unfolded completely on the screen. It was like a miniature drone. It must be said that Engineer Gong's skills were truly impressive. This information was crucial for Qin Feng. On the screen, the southwest side of the island featured vast stretches of flat beach terrain. Consequently, the entire population was concentrated here. To the northeast of the island lies a cliff. Qin Feng pointed toward the northeast. Look over here. The camera immediately shifted. The northeast cliff was extremely steep, nearly 90 degrees. However, the entire cliff face was far more rugged than its surface appearance. Extremely rough. As the camera angle moves upward, above the cliff lies a dense forest. No one was present to guard the forest. Further to either side, the terrain begins to slope downward, extending all the way to the southwest. Thus, the entire island followed a northeast high, southwest low gradient. The entire island was roughly comparable in size to the one he currently occupied. However, Yi Zhong Island has a significant population. Additionally, the proportion of flat land on their island is limited. This makes the population density even higher. This is likely one of the reasons he wants to seize my island. Who would ever complain about having too much territory? As the camera continued its exploration, the island's abundant resources left Qin Feng stunned. This wasn't the kind of resource abundance one would expect from a large island. While large islands are indeed rich in resources, Yi Zhong Island surpassed them all. Reserves of rare resources were plentiful. Had he not just acquired resources from the deep sea? And the boost from his doubling skill? These resources wouldn't hold a candle to Yi Zhong's group. At that moment, Engineer Gong Chang spoke up from the side. Brother, I've seen Yi Zhong's group going out to raid others' resources quite often. Qin Feng nodded. That old bastard, he's clearly been up to no good. Gong Changshi nodded. They frequently form small squads to raid resources from various islands. They don't care if the island is uninhabited. If they find people, they just kill them outright. If it's a woman, they'd finish with them first before killing them. I've also heard this main island was seized by force. Seized? Not surprising. This sort of thing will only get worse. After all this time, we should have adapted to the island's brutal ways. From now on, whoever's strongest will rule. Scroll down the screen. I have to admit, Yi Zhong's island is pretty impressive. Suddenly, a flash of yellow streaked past. Hold on, rewind that part. Let me check that shot again. Quickly, the camera pulled back. Yes, right here. On the screen, a small patch of yellow appeared amidst the green. Zoom in a bit. Perfect. That'll do. Engineer Gong narrowed his eyes. What is this? This should be a wheat field. I never imagined Yi Zhong had this too. No wonder he can afford to support such a large group of people. Moreover, the wheat on Yi Zhong's fields was already nearing harvest. Seeing the golden ears of wheat, Qin Feng's heart sank. This wheat crop absolutely couldn't be allowed to fall into Yi Zhong's hands. Otherwise, it would severely undermine his plans. If he could find a way to steal it. At this thought, a faint smile touched Qin Feng's lips. Gonggu, zoom in. Let me see where this wheat field is located on the island. Immediately, the screen began to zoom in. The approximate location of the wheat field appeared on the island. The field wasn't situated at the island's center. Instead, it lay closer to the cliffs in the northeast direction. A small grove of trees surrounded the wheat field. Beside it stood a small wooden hut, likely intended for the watchman. Earlier, when he was closer, Qin Feng had noticed 2 or 3 figures near the field. Such vital grain, guarded by only 2 or 3 people. Yi Zhong, you really know how to make arrangements. What's wrong, brother? Qin Feng snapped back to reality. Nothing, brother Gong. I've observed enough. Now explain how the surveillance works. The moment he saw the location of the wheat field along with the subsequent plan, Qin Feng had already made up his mind. But this plan was too risky, only he could know about it. Gong Changshi nodded. I've upgraded the surveillance equipment. Enter their names here. This will enable monitoring. Currently, I've entered Yi Zhong. We can monitor him and some of the sounds around him. This is the monitoring switch. Engineer Gong pointed to a blue button and continued, Big brother, just turn it on and listen. I need to hurry back, there are still several defensive structures I haven't finished researching. If you need anything, just call me. Qin Feng nodded. After seeing Gong Changshi off, he returned to his seat and pressed the blue button. Click clack. After a burst of static, a human voice suddenly came through the device. Speckle, what's the situation over at Qin Feng's end? Qin Feng sat up straight the moment he heard it. Key information right after opening? Brother Zhong, Qin Feng's crew is pretty weak. When we arrived, they were like cavemen, all armed with spears. And once we surrounded them, they were all scared stiff. Where's Qin Feng? Qin Feng was even more of a coward. When I put my knife to his throat, his eyes went wild. They're just a bunch of nobodies. Brother Zhong, once the disaster passes, you won't even need to lift a finger. I'll handle it with the brothers. Alright, got it. Over the next couple days, take the guys out to scavenge for food. We're running low on supplies here. But we still have wheat, right? I heard it'll be ready for harvest in 2 days. That's our last reserve. Got it? Yes. Oh, right, Brother Zhong. I heard from the men below deck the temperatures are supposed to rise on the 3rd day of this bitter cold snap. We could head out then to gather some food. Not sure if it's true though. Qin Feng froze inside. Wu Fei sure spreads news fast. Who cares if it's true or not? Just focus on gathering food these next few days. Forget about Qin Feng for now. Once this disaster passes, go eliminate him for me. We owe Brother Bei an explanation for Chen Nan's situation. Otherwise, we're both finished. Got it, Brother Zhong. I heard Brother Bei got his hands on some firearms? Is that true? Don't ask so many questions. So they're running low on food over there. This is a godsend. This information is crucial for the subsequent plan's execution. And those wheat fields are actually their last reserves? If I take care of this for you, you'd be in for a world of trouble. Chapter 100, We're Doomed. Opening the world map, he entered the coordinates for Yi Zhong Island. A clear route appeared. Calculated the time, estimated 1 day of travel. 2 days round trip. With the extreme cold lasting 4 more days including today. Therefore, departure must occur tomorrow. If this plan succeeds, Yi Zhong and his men will surely die. Even if this mission is perilous beyond measure. It must be done. After all, Yi Zhong's forces hold a significant numerical advantage on the island. Moreover, their mental fortitude is far superior. The events that unfolded when Park Piaolo led this group on the coal mining island were still vivid in their minds. So many people lost their nerve at the sight of just 2 lions. Sigh. For a moment, Qin Feng felt utterly speechless. So if he wanted to defeat Yi Zhong now, a direct confrontation was absolutely out of the question. He had to outsmart them. Hopefully, after this ordeal, these guys' mental toughness will improve. They must experience a victory. Only then will they stand a better chance against Chen Bei and his crew later on. Wait. Earlier they mentioned Chen Bei acquiring hot weapons. Though it's uncertain. It was undoubtedly like a ticking time bomb. No more thinking about it. Xin Fang began preparing the items needed for tomorrow's departure. He also concocted a lie for Chen Shuero, all to spare her from worrying. Early the next morning, Xin Fang set off in his small boat. The sea was calm and sunny. The boat glided smoothly along. He estimated they would arrive tonight, just in time to finish up by nightfall. He planned to surprise them the next morning. With plenty of time to spare, Xin Fang decided to sleep on the boat. He wanted to conserve his energy for the night's work. The journey passed without incident. The actual journey was a bit longer, so it was only after night had fully fallen. Xin Fang finally spotted Yizhong's island. Through his binoculars, flickering lights appeared on the island. The binoculars were equipped with night vision capabilities. Zooming in closer, the people on the island became clearly visible. As the distance closed in, Xin Fang shut off the electric propeller. He lowered the noise level. He retrieved the oars, stowed the sail to reduce visibility. Inch by inch, he glided toward Yizhong Island. He turned the bow toward the northeast direction of Yizhong Island. Waves relentlessly pounded the island's reefs. The sound of crashing waves echoed. A small boat quietly approached the base of the cliffs. On this side, there was simply no place for the small boat to land. The cliff plunged straight into the water. Looking up, the height appeared to be around 70 or 80 meters. He stopped the boat. Xin Fang pulled out the climbing rope he'd specifically bought yesterday at the mall. He tossed it up the cliff face. He secured the climbing rope quickly. Xin Fang began climbing up the rope. After exerting tremendous effort, he finally reached the summit. Holy crap! I never imagined it would be this exhausting. He sat down on the cliff edge to rest. Exploration mode also began at this time, continuously feeding information from Yizhong Island into his mind. He processed this information while resting. Soon, a clear path leading to the wheat fields emerged. Xin Fang drew his katana. He followed the route mapped out in his mind. By now, the time had reached 12:30 a.m. The island was utterly quiet. Xin Fang took each step with extreme caution. He minimized the sound as much as possible. 20 minutes later, Xin Fang finally reached the location of the wheat field. He concealed himself in the nearby grass. Inside the small hut by the wheat field, a light flickered intermittently. Between the hut and the wheat field, a figure crouched, looking around with utter boredom. Two people. One outside. One inside. Take care of the one outside first. Xin Fang straightened his back, gripping his katana tightly. He advanced toward the man, inch by inch. The island was pitch black. Only the faint moonlight above cast its glow. In a few strides, he was behind the man. Xin Fang slowly stood up. The blade of the katana, edge inward, pierced through the man's neck. Then, a sharp hiss. The katana sliced cleanly through the man's throat. The man had not even a moment to react. His body went limp instantly. Xin Fang immediately reached out to catch him, slowly lowering the man to the ground. The entire process was almost completely silent. After disposing of this man, Xin Fang turned on his heel and walked toward the door of the wooden hut. Upon reaching the cabin, knock knock knock. Xin Fang raised his hand and knocked on the door. His body shifted to one side. Then, voices came from inside the cabin. Are you out of your mind? It's not even shift change yet, why are you knocking? Xin Fang didn't answer. He knocked on the cabin door again. Knock knock knock. It's not you. Then came a rustling sound from inside. Then footsteps. Closer and closer. Closer and closer. Then the door opened from the inside. Right now. Xin Fang spun around, swinging his katana down hard at the intruder. Unexpectedly, the intruder reacted with surprising speed. At such close range, he shifted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the vital blow. Immediately, the man let out a cry and began running backward. Xin Fang reacted swiftly too. One blow didn't kill him? Then two would. He pushed off the ground with both legs. His body surged forward. The length of the katana proved highly advantageous at that moment. Seeing he couldn't land the strike, Xin Fang thrust both hands forward. The katana thrust straight through. Ah! He let out a cry. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. To prevent him from feigning death, Xin Fang rushed forward and hacked furiously at the body on the ground. Only when he was certain the man was utterly dead did he cease. But the moment he stopped, he immediately heard faint sounds emanating from the body. Xiao Wu! What happened, Xiao Wu? What's wrong? Little Five's in trouble. Rally the troops immediately. Quickly! Xin Fang followed the commotion with his gaze. Holy crap! I never imagined this guy was still in contact with those people over there. We're exposed. He stood up. Xin Fang looked toward the southwest. Sure enough, a patch of firelight flickered over there. The flames danced chaotically. Screams echoed one after another. Damn it! Xin Fang cursed under his breath and stepped outside. Stealing it now was definitely too late. Forget it. If I can't steal it, I'll burn it to the ground. The wheat ears had already turned yellow. They were extremely easy to ignite. He quickly fashioned a torch. He hurled it toward the center of the wheat field. Boom! Sparkling flames shot skyward. Then, a massive fireball began spreading outward. Hurry, hurry! The wheat's on fire, the wheat's on fire! Quick, put out the fire! The chaotic shouts grew closer. During this time, Xin Fong fashioned another torch. He tossed it into the flames. Once you've started, you might as well go all the way. After all, we're already here. We must ensure it burns cleanly. After tossing the torch, Xin Fong immediately sprinted back the way he came. If he gets caught, wouldn't they beat me to death? He hadn't gone far when, whoosh! An arrow whizzed past his ear. Holy, that was close. Xin Fong quickened his pace. He glanced back. The pursuers had already reached the wheat field. Flames erupted behind him. Each of them carried machetes and spears. Several others held bows. They fired arrows straight at us. Don't let him escape. Kill him. Damn bastard. Kill him. Ah! Our wheat. What are you crying for? Hurry up and chase him. Xin Fong's pupils suddenly contracted. So many people? This is bad. This time, we're probably done for. Chapter 101, Secretly Showing Off. Xin Fong swiftly drew his repeating crossbow and fired rapidly into the crowd behind him. In such a tense situation, there was no time to aim properly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud. Thud. Ah. Ah. Everyone be careful. This guy's armed. Shouts erupted instantly. The pursuit slowed down. At last, a chance to catch my breath. Without hesitation, he turned and kept running backward. Though the pause was brief, it proved crucial. He reached the cliff's edge at top speed. The clamor behind him grew louder and louder. There's a cliff ahead. Take him alive. There was no time to listen to their shouts. Xin Fong crouched low, grabbed the rope, and slid down. The climb up had been arduous. But descending was quick. In a few swift strides, he was nearly at the water's surface. His feet touched the small boat. He looked up again. On the cliff above, those men had already reached the edge. Several of them were now drawing their bows, aiming at Xin Fong. Xin Fong raised his hand and fired again toward the cliff. Especially at those holding bows. Ouch! Ah! The archers immediately let out howls of pain. Their bows fell into the sea. Xin Fong instantly activated the electric propeller. The small boat shot forward with a whoosh, racing toward the distance. He glanced back. Flames flickered along the cliff face. The clamor never ceased. But no one gave chase. Phew! Xin Fong collapsed onto the boat, utterly exhausted. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Damn it! That was close. Just one step away. But we pulled it off. Though I didn't manage to steal it. Those two flames would have burned the wheat field to ashes. Xin Fong pulled out his binoculars and scanned behind him once more. After confirming once more that no one was pursuing him, only then did his heart settle completely. Lying on the small boat, Xin Fong crossed his legs. Hua slowly pulled out the surveillance device. He flipped the switch. The screen immediately displayed Yizhong Island. He adjusted the viewing angle. Though it was nighttime, the wheat field remained clearly visible. In the blink of an eye, the entire wheat field was reduced to a charred ruin. Large swaths of ash billowed skyward. Xin Fong closed the distance. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. He squinted to look. Is that Yizhong? Despite the darkness, he could still make out the features. Xin Fong immediately activated his listening device. He couldn't miss this iconic moment. He had to hear what this old codger had to say. Hiss. After another burst of static, a voice came through the machine. Brother Zhong. The wheat field's on fire. Silence. Brother Zhong. That guy got away. Silence. Brother Zhong. We don't know who did it. Silence. Brother Zhong. Get lost. The thunderous shout nearly shattered the equipment. You bunch of useless jerks. What the hell have I been feeding you lot for all this time? You can't even guard a wheat field. So many of you chasing one guy and he still got away. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. All useless. At that moment, a voice spoke up beside Yizhong. Brother Zhong, I have something to say. Oh? Spit it out. You know who did it? I don't know. I just wanted to say, Brother Zhong, not everyone here is useless? You're definitely not one of them. Yizhong, you idiot, you piece of. Don't let me see you tomorrow. Who would have thought someone who always acts so deep and mysterious finally dropped the act? But fair's fair. The guy next to Yizhong is quite the character too. A model of high emotional intelligence. No matter what the boss encounters, he always prioritizes sucking up to the boss. With that approach, it's no wonder he's climbing the ranks. Just as Qin Fong was laughing so hard he was doubled over. The device suddenly spoke again. Brother Zhong. I'm sorry, Brother Zhong. You're a piece of trash. Is that okay, Brother Zhong? You're a piece of trash, please don't kill me. By now, Qin Fong had laughed himself to death on the boat. Speckled. Did you get a clear look just now? No, it was too dark, and that guy was wearing black clothes. Useless. Why aren't you chasing him? What are you still standing here for? Yi Zhong kicked Huaban in frustration. Spotted hesitated before speaking up. It's not that, Brother Zhong. Whatever that guy had on his boat made it go incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. Wait. This time, Yi Zhong didn't respond. After a moment, he slowly spoke up. Shut up and let me think. Back on the island. Yi Zhong stared at the wheat field, now reduced to a pile of ashes. A complex mix of emotions churned within him. The bitter cold weather pointed to this persistence. Now it had been burned to the ground. Who could have done this? Most of those who bore grudges against me have already been dealt with. But, wait. Could it be Qin Fong? Speckled? You think it might be Qin Fong? Yi Zhong asked. Qin Fong? It seems highly likely. He's the only one who's crossed us recently. Brother Zhong, regardless of whether it's him or not, I'm taking men there right now. We'll seize all the grain. No way. Why? The extreme cold will hit in less than 3 days. This trip will take at least a day and a half. After you've taken it, will you even make it back? And that doesn't even factor in the time you'll spend fighting. Then what should we do? Brother Zhong, this is our last food supply. Without food, we won't make it through. Then we'll have to wait until the second or third day to go out and gather food. When Qin Fong heard Yi Zhong say this, the secret delight in his heart was no less than the moment he burned the wheat field. The plan was already halfway successful. Just you wait, Yi Zhong, you'll get yours someday. Yi Zhong went on to give some additional instructions. Qin Fong shut off the equipment and stopped listening. He stretched out on the small boat and drifted into a blissful sleep. At that moment, Qin Fong was in high spirits. The night passed without incident. By the following afternoon, Qin Fong finally returned to the island. Upon entering the house, Chen Shuera was nowhere to be found. She must be outside watering the crops. He plopped down on the chair, but before he could take a sip of water, the door was knocked on immediately. Big brother, it's Gong Changshi. I need to talk to you about something. He opened the door. There stood Gong Changshi, his face beaming with secret delight. What's up? Brother, let's talk inside. He motioned for him inside. Gong Changshi immediately beamed with delight. Big brother, great news. I heard through the grapevine that the wheat fields on Yi Zhong's island were burned down. Ha 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 ha. And what did you do about it? That bunch actually let him escape. Heaven has eyes after all. But that guy's got some guts. A real man. He dares to dream and dares to act. Bold yet meticulous. If we could recruit someone like this into our team, that would be fantastic. Qin Fong chuckled inwardly, rubbing his nose as he replied. Really? Such a stroke of luck. Yi Zhong brought this upon himself. But from what you say, he really has some skills. He's quite skilled. If only we knew who he was. I'd personally track him down and bring him here. Qin Fong smiled inwardly, thinking, don't go looking for him. Keep searching and you'll blow your cover. Chapter 102, Stop playing the mysterious one. What's up, bro? Nothing. Oh, right, any issues with the defensive structures? Things are going smoothly for now. Nothing to report. Good. Get back to work. I'll rest for a bit. Gong Changshi nodded. The moment he stepped outside, he ran into Wu Fei coming toward him. Wu Fei had just finished training with the others. He was drenched in sweat. Hey! I was just telling others that someone burned the wheat fields on Yi Zhong Island. And that person managed to escape. How awesome is that? Man, if I were 10 years younger, I might have been able to do it too. Wu Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother Gong, it's not just about being young. Oh, right, did they say who that guy was? No one did. It was too dark. Everyone said they couldn't see clearly. Couldn't see? Or did it happen last night? Yeah, what about it? And you know what? I also heard that guy. Gong Changshi then recounted everything he'd heard to Wu Fei. He even mentioned the wheat fields they discovered on Yi Zhong Island with Qin Fong yesterday. At first, Wu Fei looked completely relaxed. But as he listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, Gong Changshi said, Brother Wu, wouldn't it be fantastic if this person could join our team? Join our team? Hey, Brother Gong, you're being so obvious? You still don't get it? Gong Changshi froze at the question. Don't know? What don't I know? Wu Fei glanced around to make sure no one was nearby. Then he said mysteriously, he's far away in the sky, yet close at hand. You know what I mean? Ha! After a moment of silence, he suddenly slapped his thigh. His eyes widened in utter shock. You mean, could it be? Gong Chengshi pointed behind him as he spoke. Wu Fei nodded. Yesterday morning, I heard the sound of a propeller. That sound could only come from our boss's boat. No other vessels had it. At the time, I thought our boss had gone out to find resources. After hearing your explanation, I finally connected the dots. Brother Gong, you're so sharp, how did you not figure it out? At that moment, Engineer Gong's face flushed slightly. He was the oldest. He hadn't even thought of that. It really didn't make sense. And more importantly, he recalled the words he'd just spoken. It wasn't me. You have no idea how busy I've been these past few days. The defensive structures are massive. I had to focus on the job. Well, that's true. Thanks for the hard work, Gong. Ah, it's nothing. Why didn't our boss give us a heads up? This is so dangerous. One slip up and you'd be done for. At that moment, a hint of admiration flashed in Wu Fei's eyes. Big brother must have his reasons. I guess this is something only one person can handle. 2 or 3 people would just slow us down and make us easier to catch. But with risks this high, who'd be willing to take it on? That's why the boss has to go himself. And only he has the capability. Back then, he took on Park Piaolo, Li Feng, and Zhou Qiang all by himself. He single-handedly took down Zhou Qiang and nearly killed the other 2 at sea. That's why I've always admired him so much. More importantly, ever since I joined Big Brother. Every time I provide intel, he never skimps on resources for me. That kind of generosity, you just have to respect it. Gong Chengshi, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. Why didn't you tell me about this before? You never asked me. Fine then. But our big brother really is a man of principle. When he said he'd avenge me, he didn't hesitate for a second. And he never let me get involved. As Gong Chengshi spoke, his eyes brimmed with gratitude. After all, expecting him to confront Park Piaolu and Li Feng back then, that would have been a suicide mission. So don't underestimate us just because our influence is small now. I absolutely believe in our boss's capabilities. Gong Chengshi nodded emphatically upon hearing this. With a leader like him at the helm, it'd be hard not to thrive. Gong Chengshi was now fired up. He patted Wu Fei on the shoulder and said, enough talk. Let's get back to drafting those architectural blueprints. Back in Xin Fang's room, Xin Fang was just about to sleep. Suddenly, his watch vibrated. Buzz buzz buzz. He opened it to see Yi Zhong. Hello? Brother Zhong? What's up? Xin Fang. You bastard, you dare burn my food. Mark my words, I'll kill you. TSK, what's up, Brother Zhong? Not playing it cool this time? Watch your tone, you've got people listening below. Mind your influence. Your image. You piece of. You're dead meat. Just you wait. The angrier Yi Zhong grew, the happier Xin Fang became. Fine, I'll wait. Haven't I been waiting for you all along? But all of you islanders together couldn't handle me. What a bunch of pumpkins. Letting you slip away this time is my failure, Yi Zhong. This is the first and last time. Ha, alright, stop bragging. You really think I'm scared of you? Aren't you just a lowly enforcer collecting debts and running protection racks? And you're still talking big? You're always waving that fruit knife around like a madman. All I can say is you look like a total moron. You. Damn it. Xin Fang, just say it, I'll spare your worthless life for a few more days. Ha, who knows who'll be sparing whose life? Missing my must be tough, huh? No worries, once you're dead, you won't feel a thing. Xin Fang hung up immediately after speaking. He didn't give Yi Zhong a chance to respond. Xin Fang had long since seen through Yi Zhong. Now he's just a lowly lackey. Still trying to act all deep and mysterious. Now that the wheat had been burned for him. Now he's finally learned his lesson. No more pretending to be deep. He deserved it. At that moment, Yi Zhong stared at Xin Fang's disconnected call. Furious, he slammed his fist on the table. The pain made his face flush red. Tell the brothers to go out and gather food these next few days. We must survive this natural disaster. When the time comes, everyone follows me. Xin Fang won't leave a single soul on the island. At that moment, Huaban spoke up, that Qin Shuero? Her? Kill her after she's done playing. And when the time comes, I'll make Xin Fang watch right beside me as I torture her. Not a single breath dared escape from the crowd below. They'd never seen anyone make Yi Zhongxing this furious before. 3 days passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the extreme cold weather arrived. During these days, Chen Shuero had been running herself ragged. But it was precisely because of the young lady's hard work. It was possible to harvest. Both wheat and corn were fully harvested. And the yield was quite substantial. Beyond that, the melons, fruits, and vegetables also yielded a substantial harvest. Combined with the food resources Xin Fang gathered from the deep sea, the island's total food supply is more than sufficient to withstand these 7 days of extreme cold. Today is the final day. Everyone could distinctly feel the biting cold in the air around them. Qin Fong gathered everyone in the small courtyard. His purpose was to distribute the resources for the days ahead. When everyone saw the various food supplies and survival resources in the courtyard, their eyes went wide. Is this what they call the boss's generosity? Chapter 103, Follow me, and you'll be fine. In the courtyard lay king crabs, lobsters, meat, rice, and more. Every kind of meat, protein, vegetables, fruits, and more all were present. And it was all neatly organized. One portion per person. Neither too much nor too little. Beyond that, there were coal mines and timber for warmth. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, look at that! What is it?" The person was pointing toward a pile of items. A white, bulging object. The others all turned to look in that direction. All wore puzzled expressions. Qin Fong stood to the side. Seeing someone ask a question, a smile touched the corners of his mouth. He approached the white object. He bent down and picked it up. When the entire form of the white object was revealed before the crowd, the entire crowd fell silent in an instant. It was a complete set of white cotton clothing. It looked thick and warm. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. A cotton coat. These were cotton padded coats made from cotton. Cotton resources were scarce on this deserted island. Where on earth did Qin Fong get it? And so timely, too. Looking closer, there were quite a few of these coats. It seems like, could it be one for each person? Even for us? The group pondered this. Qin Fong announced from the stage. Stop standing around. Come and take one each. One per person, don't take more than that. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They all thought they were dreaming. Back then, they'd been tricked by Li Feng into coming to the island. They worked themselves to the bone day after day. Just having a meal was a blessing. But look at them now. Not only was food plentiful, the boss even gave me a cotton coat to wear. Damn Li Feng. Suddenly, someone in the crowd called out, Brother Qin Fong. Are you giving us all this stuff suddenly to kick us out? Is this your farewell dinner? Hearing this, they all seemed to snap out of it. Whispers began to spread among the crowd below. Yeah, it's definitely a farewell dinner. I thought it was too lavish to be normal. Man. Just when that jerk Li Feng finally left and we got a decent boss, now he wants to kick us out. Probably because he's afraid we can't handle Yi Zhong and his crew. Doesn't want us to die for nothing. Qin Fong was momentarily flustered by the questions. Wait, hold on. Before he could answer, another voice shouted from below, Big brother. Can you not kick us out? It's just dealing with Yi Zhong's gang. We can handle it too. Yeah. Can you not make us leave? Boss, you've already given us samurai swords, are you just going to send us away like this? Brother. The bitter cold is coming soon. If you send us away now, we won't survive either. Exactly. Boss, have you run into some other trouble? Just tell us, we'll figure it out together. At this point, Qin Fong was utterly speechless. What on earth were they talking about? Why would these people jump to that conclusion? Qin Fong quickly shouted, Hold on, everyone. It's not what you think. First off, this isn't some farewell dinner. These supplies are to help you survive the extreme cold. You're working for me now, I can't let you go hungry or cold. And that Yi Zhong? Me, afraid of him? Even if I did? What are you holding in your hands? Samurai swords, everyone. Did you forget how arrogant that last group was? All they had were cheap kitchen knives. How can they compare to our katana? If we ever meet them again, they won't even get close before we slice them to pieces. Qin Fong skillfully lifted everyone up. After a few words, the faces of the men immediately hardened with resolve. Each of them was filled with righteous indignation. Big brother's right. What does Yi Zhong think he is? Just thinking about how arrogant they were that day makes me furious. You bet. And now they want to snatch our island? If they take it, won't all the good stuff go to those bastards? Damn it. Why should they? This is what the boss gave us, why should they take it? Boss. Let's fight them. Right. Let's fight those bastards. Exactly. They're not exactly any tougher than us. Seeing the passionate expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Fong felt the most difficult challenge of these past few days had finally been resolved. Indeed, that most difficult thing was their mindset. If they were too scared to fight, even the most meticulous plan would be useless. The moment they saw their opponents, they were too scared to even raise their blades. How could they fight? Until one night, a phrase flashed through Qin Fong's mind. Where there's a will, there's a way. He was right. At that moment, Qin Fong slowly raised his hand. He waved his hand gently toward the crowd. The crowd immediately fell silent. All eyes fixed intently on Qin Fong. Every pair of eyes burned with intense emotion. Everyone, none of us wanted to come to this cruel game world. But now we are here. Since we're here, meeting each other is fate. If you choose to follow me, I will treat you well. I ask for nothing more. At the very least, I'll ensure you have food, clothing, and shelter. We are now one collective. Some seek to harm us, to seize everything that belongs to us. They're leaving us no way to survive. So we have to fight back. We can't back down. Just like you said yourselves. They're not exactly any tougher than us. What the hell are we afraid of? In this world, if you lack strength, you'll end up as someone else's stepping stone. I, Qin Fong, have only one goal. To see you through to the very end. Take the money this crappy game gives us. Then we'll leave this game world behind. But I need you to follow me wholeheartedly. I will never let you down. If you don't believe me, look around this area. Who else treats you like I do? At the end of his speech, Qin Fong pointed to the array of food and resources laid out before them. This is the best proof. I, Qin Fong, never make empty promises. Tears welled up in the eyes of everyone present. Brother! Enough! We'd follow you through fire and water. That's right. Big brother. From now on, you're our own flesh and blood. Brother, if you tell us to go east, we'll never go west. We'll follow your every command. Qin Fong nodded. Brothers, the bitter cold is coming soon. As you all know, once the natural disaster passes, Yi Zhong will personally lead everyone here to attack us. I've never been one to sit idly by and wait for disaster. But I prefer to strike first. Night will fall soon. Grab your clothes, brothers, and finish your meals properly. Those determined to fight tonight, join me after dinner. Those who wish to leave, go your way after eating. I won't see you off. The choice is yours. No sooner had he finished speaking. A voice bellowed from the crowd, Big brother. I'm with you. Damn it. Let's do this. Take them down. Big brother, I'm not leaving. Me neither. I'm not leaving either. Then came the sound of swords being drawn. Everyone drew their katana from their waists. Swinging them, they shouted in unison. Fight! 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 Though there were only a dozen or so of them. But its momentum could match that of a 1,000-strong army. Gazing at the scene before him, Qin Fong's blood boiled with excitement. Alright. Brothers, let's do this. Chapter 104, Ambush. Yi Zhong Island. Spotted, I sent you out with men to gather supplies these past few days. How'd it go? Not so good, Brother Zhong. Sweat beads formed on Speckle's forehead. Now you want me to gather supplies? The resources on the surrounding islands have long been depleted. The extreme cold is coming tomorrow. Where do you expect me to gather supplies? Spotted felt utterly helpless inside. Useless. How many days' worth of food remains on the island? 3 days. Ah. Yi Zhong sighed deeply. The second and third days of the extreme cold are our only chance. Then I'll have everyone go out and gather food for me. None of you are to sit around twiddling your thumbs every day. If we survive the extreme cold, we'll have plenty to eat once we take down Qin Fong. Do you understand? Understood. Hua Ban quickly replied. He turned and immediately exited the wooden hut. The moment he stepped outside, Hua Ban shivered violently. It was already dusk. The outside temperature had dropped significantly. Damn it! All you ever do is boss people around. I told you back then to station more people near the wheat fields. You wouldn't listen. Now we've got a problem on our hands. Now you're panicking. Sigh. Speckles muttered to himself as he walked toward his house. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the entire deserted island was blanketed in white. It was snow. It had snowed. And it had been falling all night. The temperature plummeted. A cold wind howled. Everywhere you looked, it was a world of icy cold. In the regional chat. Holy crap, this is way too cold. No way, I'm freezing even by the campfire. Does anyone have any extra cotton or cloth? I want to make a quilt. Why didn't we gather these resources earlier? The regional chat was buzzing with complaints. At that moment, Qin Fong wore the white wolf king's pelt beneath his outer garments. Over it, he wore a tiger skin coat. It was incredibly warm. He glanced at the chat interface. He thought to himself, this is only the first day. Of the 7 days, the last 4 would be the coldest. The first day was just a warm-up for everyone. Just then, Wu Fei approached Qin Fong. Bro, we've been walking all night. Do you think we'll make it tonight? Wispy breath escaped his mouth. Wu Fei's face was flushed red from the cold. We can make it. Don't underestimate this electric propeller. It's got plenty of power towing 2 boats with all these people on board. We'll definitely make it in a day and a night. Wu Fei acknowledged with a nod. Bro, why didn't you let Brother Gong come along? Gong? He's the tech guy. He'll be safer staying on our island. He has more important work to do. Besides, we need people here on the island. How about it? Is that wolfskin coat still warm enough? Wu Fei chuckled. Warm, bro. This wolfskin coat really keeps you toasty. That's good. Qin Fong turned and shouted to the men behind him. Everyone, bundle up tight. If anyone's hungry, just let me know, we've got plenty of food. We've all braved the cold and wind to get here, it's no easy feat. No problem, brother. Exactly. What's the big deal? With all of us huddled together like this, we're not cold at all. Xin Fang glanced over. After yesterday's conversation, and having shared a meal together, the team's cohesion had improved by leaps and bounds. Xin Fang felt a sense of satisfaction. With such an atmosphere in place, success was assured. Time flew by during the sea voyage. In the blink of an eye, they approached Yizhong's island. Looking at Yizhong's island now, it was blanketed in a vast expanse of white. Xin Fang raised his binoculars to look. Not a single soul was to be seen on the island. Everyone had retreated into the wooden huts to escape the cold. In weather like this, going out without a winter coat was tantamount to courting death. Even if you're sheltered inside a wooden hut, without a bonfire to maintain warmth, you'd freeze solid in a day. But for Xin Fang, the island being deserted was perfect. Still, just to be safe, he chose to land on the northeastern cliff this time. Better safe than sorry. In weather like this, the cliffs would be completely deserted. By the time the group reached the base of the cliff, the sky had already turned dusk. In such bitter cold, daylight hours grow even shorter. Xin Fang took out the 3 climbing ropes he had purchased beforehand. He secured the ropes just as he had done last time. The group began climbing upward. By this point, after ample food replenishment over the past period, their physical strength and endurance had significantly improved. Thus, no one fell behind during the climb. Before long, everyone had reached the cliff top. Xin Fang then used ropes to haul the 2 small boats up onto the cliff. They were concealed within the forest. Once everything was arranged, the main force inched closer toward the southwest, until the sky had completely darkened. Most of the men had already reached a dense forest near Yizhong's main camp. But as night fell, the temperature dropped further. Even Xin Fang, clad in his tiger skin coat, could feel the chill seeping into his bones from all around. His men must be freezing even more. Xin Fang quietly retrieved a large thermos of hot goat's milk from his backpack. This was specially prepared by Qin Shuero before their departure. The little girl, fearing the journey would be bitterly cold, had tearfully boiled the warm goat milk for him. Wu Fei! Over here! Xin Fang murmured softly. What is it? Come on, take this down and share it with the brothers. We'll likely be on watch all night tonight. It's freezing out there. They need something warm to drink. Xin Fang gestured toward the steaming milk before him. Wu Fei's eyes brimmed with emotion. He knew this was specially prepared by his sister-in-law for his older brother. Now his older brother was sharing it with his brothers. What a great big brother. Come on, don't be shy. Have some warm milk to warm yourselves up. This was prepared by your sister-in-law. Now drink it sparingly. Hot milk. Hearing this, everyone rushed forward. Xin Fang said, keep your voices down, everyone. Drink up, it's safe. Tonight's a bit of hardship for everyone, but by tomorrow you'll see it won't have been for nothing. Big brother, you're joking. Working with you is no hardship at all. Exactly. And we even get hot milk to drink. Though everyone was frozen stiff. But seeing brother Xin Fang's hot milk warmed everyone's hearts. Now that's what you call a real brother. If you won't risk your life for a brother like this, then who would you risk it for? Alright, drink while it's hot. Tonight we'll have to freeze outside. No campfires allowed, and no one can make a sound. If you mess up the plan, don't blame me for being ruthless. Got it. After drinking the hot milk, everyone felt considerably warmer. Snow fell heavier from the sky. The biting cold wind whipped the feather like snowflakes. It relentlessly lashed against their faces. Cold. Endless cold. The night's chill was even more torturous. They huddled together for warmth. Yet each person shivers uncontrollably. They rubbed their hands and feet together incessantly. Xin Fang stared intently at Yizhong's base camp. Just hold on a little longer. If they could just make it through the night. Victory was within reach. Damn it. Just wait till tomorrow, I'll see how arrogant you can be then. The night passed without incident. Finally, in the endless cold, that sliver of sun appeared. With the sun's ascent, the temperature began to rise. The blizzard gradually subsided. Suddenly, movement stirred within Yizhong's main camp. They were about to move. The opportunity had arrived. Chapter 105, Meeting Brother Zhong. Before long, a large crowd had gathered outside Yizhong's headquarters. Just as I suspected. The island had run out of food. These 2 days were their only chance to venture out in search of food. Yet the clothes on everyone's backs were thin and flimsy. Some stood trembling uncontrollably in the biting wind. They quickly huddled together. Huddling together for warmth. As I watched, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the crowd. Long hair fell across their face. To the uninitiated, it resembled a member of the buried Love clan from years past. They walked with a carefree swagger. Yet beneath this biting cold wind, his slouching gait took on a different tone. His hair flung back. The scar on his cheek immediately came into view. That's right. This man was Speckled. From a distance, Speckled was shouting something at the group. The cold wind scattered his words. Xin Feng couldn't make out the words clearly. Fortunately, Xin Feng had surveillance equipment. He pulled out the device and entered Hua Ban's name. After a series of clicks and pops, Hua Ban's voice came through. Xin Feng quickly turned down the volume to avoid drawing any other attention. Everyone, stay alert. At that moment, Hua Ban's voice trembled uncontrollably. The wheat fields have been burned, leaving no grain. The temperature has risen slightly these past 2 days. We've been out searching for food these past 2 days. Remember, anything edible. Gather it all up. Yes. All right, move out. Damn it. This cold is killing me. Remember, you have 2 days. Even if you can't gather anything, get back here. If you freeze to death, don't blame me for not warning you. Hua Ban finished speaking, his face darkening. He waved his hand dismissively at the crowd before him, signaling for them to disperse. He then turned and walked toward his raft, muttering under his breath as he walked. Damn it, what kind of leader is this? He hides inside by the fire, leaving us brothers down here to scavenge for food. If it weren't for you knowing Chen Bei, who the hell would willingly risk their lives for you? Then everyone boarded the rafts and headed off in different directions. But none of them headed toward the rear mountains of the island. They'd probably already been searched thoroughly. No more food could be found. In the blink of an eye, Yizhong Island fell silent once more. Xin Feng and the others exchanged glances, just as they were about to set off to search the island. Suddenly, among the many houses below, the door of a slightly larger wooden house stirred. Xin Feng pulled everyone down to crouch instantly. A figure emerged from the cabin. Triangular eyes, a hooked nose, and a face radiating gloomy cunning. His lips curled in a sneer, radiating an air of utter arrogance that made one clench their fists in the urge to punch him. Arrogant as hell. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes. He studied the man closely. This man was Yi Zhong. Bastard. I was just wondering which room you were hiding in. Now I know. No need to waste my breath. At that moment, Yi Zhong opened the door and peered outside. He seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past, causing him to immediately shut the door. After that, it never opened again. He was certain he wouldn't come out again. Xin Feng nodded to the others. Everyone immediately rose to their feet. They crept quietly toward Yi Zhong's room, using the howling wind outside as cover. The group swiftly reached Yi Zhong's wooden cabin. Xin Feng waved his hand at the people behind him. They split into 2 rows, spreading out side by side on either side of Yi Zhong's wooden door. As Xin Feng raised his hand to knock on the door, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Who's there? As the voice faded, Xin Feng pressed his ear against the wooden wall. He heard no footsteps moving inside. Clearly, Yi Zhong remained highly vigilant. Big brother, I caught 2 wild rabbits for you, right on the back mountain of our island. And there are more than just these on the mountain. Wild rabbits? Yi Zhong, who had been crouched by the campfire, huddled in a ball. His eyes lit up the moment he heard the word rabbits. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Bring them on." Who would have thought there were wild rabbits on the back mountain? I told them to search thoroughly just the other day. Damn it, they never learn. My words are worthless if they don't listen. He thought to himself as he approached the door. Yi Zhong reached out and flung the door open. Suddenly, a flash of black light streaked past his eyes. Then, Yi Zhong froze solid in place. The biting cold wind outside kept lashing against his body. He remained utterly motionless. From behind, a fine sheen of sweat began to bead on the back of his neck. Then, Yi Zhong's hands slowly began to rise, then raised them above his head. Brother Zhong. Long time no see. As the words fell, a black muzzle pressed directly against Yi Zhong's forehead. With a swish, everyone behind Xin Feng drew their katana swords. In an instant, countless cold gleams flashed. Over a dozen katana blades instantly pressed against various parts of Yi Zhong's body. Without exaggeration, if Yi Zhong dared to move even an inch, he would be instantly skewered like a hedgehog. Xin Feng? With a thud, Wu Fei's blade plunged directly into Yi Zhong's shoulder. Damn it! You think you can just call out Xin Feng's name? Call me Grandpa. Yi Zhong yelped in pain. Before he could utter the word Grandpa, someone behind him. A blade slashed toward Yi Zhong's thigh. Damn it! I told you to call me Big Brother Grandpa. Are you mute? Get on your knees. Yi Zhong, who had been slashed, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Get inside. Xin Feng barked, then rushed forward, grabbing the crooked Yi Zhong and dragging him inside. The others followed closely behind. In an instant, the already small cottage. The space was packed with people. They dragged Yi Zhong into the innermost part. Qin Fong immediately snatched the multifunctional watch off his wrist, preventing him from secretly making a call to alert others. Then, Qin Fong slowly crouched down. He looked at Yi Zhong with a faint, ambiguous smile. Brother Zhong, come on, look up at me. Why are you looking down? Playing dead? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me a few days ago? I'm right here in front of you. Go ahead, shoot me. Qin Fong finished speaking and handed the pistol directly to Yi Zhong. The gun's right here. If you've got the guts, pick it up and shoot me. I hear you're quite the big shot on the streets these days. Collecting debts, running protection rackets, extorting protection money. Come on, let's see how tough you really are. Wu Fei stepped forward and kicked him. Master Qin's asking you a question. Got a problem? Yi Zhong staggered from the kick. He fell back to the ground. Wu Fei was about to deliver another kick. Qin Fong waved his hand. Crouching down, he continued, Yi Zhong, I'm asking you. You've got it out for me, Qin Fong, haven't you? Trying to screw me over? Do you even have the strength? Ha! A flash of venom crossed Yi Zhong's eyes. Then he put on a fawning smile, Grandpa. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you. I was forced by Qin Bei. I had no choice. Truly. Master Qin, please let me go. Just let me go. I'd even eat if you asked me to. I can still provide you with information on Qin Bei's side. My entire crew is yours. I beg you, Mr. Qin. Watching Yi Zhong's insincere, begging expression, Qin Fong felt waves of nausea wash over him. Chapter 106, A Room Full of Women. I thought you were something special, but now I see you're just average. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer honestly, and I'll spare your life. I'll spare your life. But if you try any tricks, don't blame me. Yi Zhong saw an opening. Alright. Mr. Qin, I'd even be willing to be your dog. Forget about the questions. Qin Fong ignored the digression. He went straight to the point, what's your relationship with Qin Bei? At that moment, Yi Zhong's face stiffened slightly. Then he continued, I happened to save his life once before. Later, it was actually Qin Bei who helped me get back on my feet. After that, I ended up here. His younger brother, Chen Nan, is in this area. He helped me again, asking me to look after his brother. Who could have imagined that later, his brother would die at your hands? Qin Fong nodded. Tell me about Chen Bei. Chen Bei, ah. Chen Bei was truly ruthless and brutal. I dared not even breathe loudly in his presence. And back in the day, Chen Bei was a big shot on the streets. Whether by coincidence or fate, he and his 4 former right-hand men all ended up here. And the islands they inherited are all quite close to each other. And as soon as Chen Bei landed, he inherited the largest island. Some had connections, others had resources. Plus, there were no real-world legal or moral constraints here. Thus, they expanded rapidly. Within a week, they had seized control of all the surrounding major and minor islands. As I mentioned earlier, Chen Bei is a ruthless and brutal man. He kills with cold precision. His rise mirrors his early days in the underworld almost exactly. Qin Fong nodded after listening. After a moment of silence, he said, You make Chen Bei sound so formidable. Why didn't you use him to threaten me? Maybe I'd let you go out of fear. Yi Zhong merely smiled faintly. It wouldn't work. Mr. Qin, it won't work. Even if you made me call Chen Bei for help right now, he wouldn't listen to me. As I said earlier, even though I saved Chen Bei's life once, he'd only help me more because his brother is here. And in this area, I'm the only person he knows. How many people are under him? How's his operation developing? At this moment, Ye's eyes shifted upward slightly as he appeared deep in thought. Conservatively speaking, he's got over 50 men. He's got plenty of weapons. Don't think these weapons are top-notch, Mr. Qin. Most of it is just stuff Chen Bei didn't want. You've seen these scraps for yourself. At that, Yi Zhong fell silent. That's all? That's all. This is everything I know. You're certain there's nothing else? Qin Fong gave Yi Zhong a long, searching look. He knew Yi Zhong knew far more than he was letting on. Just a few days ago, he'd overheard Huaban asking him whether they'd obtained any heat weapons from Chen Bei's side. Yi Zhong clearly had some insight. Yet now, he hadn't uttered a single word about it. Such crucial information, deliberately avoided. Choosing to pretend he didn't know. Yi Zhong, you're something else. If I hadn't already known about this beforehand, I actually believed you. You bastard. Even though it seems like just a message now. But once things escalate later on, I'll inevitably underestimate you and then it'll be me who dies. That's all, Mr. Qin. At this moment, Yi Zhong put on a show of feigning recollection. Qin Fong could only suppress a laugh inside. Alright, I understand. Qin Fong replied with a smile on the surface. But in his mind, Yi Zhong was already sentenced to death. Anything else you know? Qin Fong pressed. Nothing else, Mr. Qin. That's all I know. I really don't know anything else. Qin Fong chuckled. He said nothing more. Instead, he gave Wu Fei a meaningful glance. He stood up and walked toward the door. Wu Fei understood instantly. He immediately stepped forward with the others behind him. Wait. Hold on, Mr. Qin. What's going on? I've said everything I needed to say. Wait. A sharp slap echoed. Wu Fei slapped Yi Zhong across the face. Wait? Wait for what? Did you wait when you were trying to kill us? Bring the rope over. In no time, the group had Yi Zhong tied up like a dumpling. Qin Feng, you bastard. Just wait for death. You bastards. You'll all be finished when the time comes. Bunch of trash. Think you're so tough? After the extreme cold, you'll all be finished. Bunch of useless trash. Hearing Yi Zhong spewing filth non-stop, Wu Fei, enraged, lunged forward and slashed Yi Zhong several times. Until he finally silenced Yi Zhong's mouth. Did things finally quiet down? What should we do with him, boss? Tie a rock around him and toss him into the sea. Killing him would dirty my hands. All right. He agreed with a nod. Wu Fei and his men hoisted Yi Zhong out of the wooden hut. Gazing at Yi Zhong's helpless eyes, filled with resentment and despair, Qin Feng felt nothing. If he didn't do this, then it would be him tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Then the island would be seized. His brothers would be killed. Even the little girl would. He dared not dwell on the consequences. Scum like Yi Zhong deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Then Qin Feng pulled out his multifunctional watch. At the top of the chat list was Chen Bei. Qin Feng tapped on it. The contents were clear at a glance. Qin Feng kept scrolling through. His expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it. No wonder Yi Zhong insisted on waiting until after the bitter cold before setting out. It wasn't about adhering to some bull martial arts code at all. He was waiting for Lao Kai, one of Chen Bei's 4 heavenly kings. They wanted to unite forces. Then capture me alive. How amusing. If they want to come, let them come. Who knows who'll come out on top? But since they dared to come, they must have some real strength. We mustn't underestimate them. Just as he was thinking this, someone behind him suddenly called out, "Brother, come take a look." Qin Feng turned and approached the person. What is it? Brother, when I went to search just now, I heard movement coming from that room. Pointing to a small wooden hut across the way, the man added. Noises? Could there be someone else in there? Let's go check it out. The man led the way. Qin Feng followed closely behind. They soon reached the cabin. They were just about 2 meters away from the cabin. Sure enough, they heard movement inside. The brother in front immediately drew his katana. Qin Feng drew his pistol. The 2 men advanced slowly, one in front and one behind, closing in on the cabin. Creak. The door creaked open. The brother in front peered inside. In an instant, he froze in place. Qin Feng sensed something was wrong. He raised his rifle with his right hand and immediately stepped forward. But when he saw the scene inside the cabin, he froze too. Inside the small room stood a bed. Lying on it were 3 naked women. Not a single piece of clothing. Completely naked. The only thing covering them was the thin quilt on the bed. The 3 women were huddled together in a tight ball. They stared at Qin Feng and the man beside him with intense fear and anxiety. Perhaps it was the cold wind that had just blown in through the open door. Had them shivering uncontrollably. Yet even so, they still bit their lips tightly, not daring to utter a single word. Their eyes were filled with terror. What's wrong with you two? Chapter 107, The Plea of 3 Women. Qin Feng finished speaking. He looked at the 3 women once more. Their eyes still held the same fear and terror as before. None of them spoke in response. My brother is asking you a question. A brother nearby deliberately raised his voice. Qin Feng waved his hand. It's fine. For Qin Feng had already noticed that every one of these women bore injuries. Bruises and welts marred their skin. Their cheeks were streaked with tears. Qin Feng was about to open his mouth to ask again, when suddenly, the woman in the center spoke slowly. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse, barely a trembling whisper. Following the sound, the woman in the middle had long hair and a straight fringe. Though her face was dirty, her features were quite standard. Her eyes were filled with terror, yet upon closer inspection, a sliver of sanity remained. However, Qin Feng did not rush to answer her question. They looked utterly pitiful. But appearing on Yi Zhong's island, it was highly likely they were Yi Zhong's people. Danger was ever present. First tell me what happened. Are you Yi Zhong's people? Yi Zhong? He's nothing but a beast. At the mention of Yi Zhong's name, the woman with the straight fringe grew visibly agitated. Her hoarse voice carried anger. Qin Feng's tone remained calm. Calm down first. Tell us slowly. The 3 of us aren't Yi Zhong's people at all. That beast ordered his men to plunder our island clean before bringing us here. They locked us up in this room to provide him with. Refusal meant beatings. There were originally 4 of us. But one of them was killed by Yi Zhong. We had no choice but endure this daily torment. The woman paused here. Her face was already streaked with tears. The two women beside her were equally so. Brother! That Yi Zhong is worse than a beast. You shouldn't have just tossed him into the sea to feed the fish. Better to let us brothers finish him off with our katana swords. How could I have known he'd be such a beast? Xin Feng hadn't expected it either. He had suspected it. But when those words actually came out of their mouths, and seeing the bruises covering their bodies, and witnessed Yi Zhong's insincere gaze just moments ago, Xin Feng's heart burned with rage. Feeding him to the fish would be too good for that bastard. At that moment, the woman with the straight fringe exclaimed in astonishment, This brother. Did you just say you threw Yi Zhong into the sea to feed the fish? That's right. The moment the words left his mouth, the woman immediately stood up and stumbled off the bed. Completely disregarding her naked state, she rushed over to Xin Feng, repeatedly kowtowing, Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I truly can't thank you enough. Her face was streaked with tears. Her sobs came in waves. It seemed that only upon learning of Yi Zhong's death did she finally unleash all the pent-up emotions she had been holding in these past days. The other two women wailed loudly as well. All the pent-up emotions erupted in that moment. A brother nearby tried to stop her. Xin Feng waved his hand dismissively. If they don't release their emotions now, they might just lose their minds. Fortunately, it wasn't long-term abuse. It lasted only a few days. It was still quite possible to recover to a normal psychological state. Xin Feng pulled his brother out the door. He closed the door behind them. Just then, Wu Fei returned with his men. Big brother, it's all taken care of. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of sobbing came from inside the room. Wu Fei immediately drew his katana in alertness. Then, looking puzzled, he pointed toward the wooden hut. The younger brother standing nearby recounted what had just happened. Wu Fei nodded. He pulled Xin Feng aside and said, Brother, what should we do with these three women? In truth, Xin Feng was contemplating the same issue at that moment. But he still had no clear idea. After a long moment, Xin Feng said, Letting them go in this weather is practically the same as killing them. If I let them stay, I can't just keep them around for free. I'm no charity worker stranded on a deserted island. Wu Fei said, Brother, you haven't even figured out what they're capable of yet, have you? Why not just go in and ask them? The two were talking in front of the wooden hut. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open. Inside stood the woman with the straight fringe. She was now wrapped in a quilt. Her eyes were bloodshot, tear stains still damp on her cheeks. However, the terror and panic in her eyes had faded considerably. She appeared much calmer than before. Sir, could you come inside to talk? We have something we'd like to discuss with you. The woman gestured toward Xin Feng. Wu Fei stepped in front of Xin Feng. What's so urgent you can't discuss it here? Must we go inside? The woman froze at the question. No, it's just that there's only one blanket and they're not wearing any clothes. Xin Feng patted Wu Fei on the shoulder. It's fine. I've got a gun. Don't worry. Just wait outside for me. Wu Fei nodded, then shot the woman a wary look and warned, You'd better not try anything funny. Startled by Wu Fei's glare, the woman shuddered. She hastily waved her hands. No. We're grateful enough as it is. How could we possibly have any ulterior motives? Sir, please believe me. I'll even kneel before you if that's what it takes. She began to bend at the waist. But her movements were awkward. She must have aggravated another wound while bending. Xin Feng stepped forward and gently lifted her hand. He stopped her from continuing. Let's talk inside. The woman looked up at Xin Feng, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She then ushered Xin Feng inside. But the door didn't close all the way. She carefully left a small crack open. It was a way of giving Wu Fei some reassurance. Upon entering the room, Xin Feng kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with the other two women on the bed. The woman with the straight fringe walked over and sat down beside the bed. She asked softly, Sir, may I ask your name? Xin Feng. Xin Feng? The three women exclaimed in unison. You're Xin Feng? That's me. What's the matter? Nothing, it's just. Yi Zhong mentioned you a few days ago. And brother Xin Feng, your name is known throughout this region. Xin Feng gave an awkward smile. Enough about me. Just get to the point. I don't have much time. The three women listened. Exchanged glances. They rose in unison and knelt before Xin Feng. Brother Xin Feng, we beg you to take us in. We truly have nowhere else to go. Please take us in. We truly beg you. The woman with the straight fringe spoke with a tremor in her voice. The three women, utterly heedless of their exposed bodies, kept bowing their heads, pleading incessantly. There was no choice. This was a time of natural disaster. If Xin Feng rejected them, death awaited them. There was absolutely no other path. And who was this man before them? He is Xin Feng, the man who frequently appears in the game announcements. His strength speaks for itself. If he agreed to take them in, survival would be guaranteed. Countless people in the region yearned to follow Qin Fong, yet none had the chance. Seeing Qin Fong remain silent, the woman with the straight fringe spoke again. She spoke again, "Brother Qin Fong, we'll do whatever you ask." Chapter 108, Closing the Net. But please don't mistreat us. We can handle even the men's work. Brother Qin Fong, please give us a chance. If you don't take us in, we really. The rest of her words trailed off. The girl with the straight fringe didn't continue. Even without her words, Qin Fong understood. Don't worry for now. Let me think about it. Qin Fong waved his hand. She continued speaking. The woman with the straight fringe immediately fell silent. Her body froze in place, as if afraid the slightest sound might escape her. Qin Fong saw it all, and a faint sense of sorrow flitted through his heart. All for the sake of survival. He looked at the three women again. Their figures were frail. If they were truly made to work alongside the men, they'd surely be unable to endure it. Wait. They can't handle men's work. Then why not have them help the young girls plant crops? Ever since the wheat and cornfields were cleared, I've clearly noticed how exhausted the little girl is after coming home. Managing 2 fields alone, plus daily watering, weeding, and so on. Plus, Yizhong's island has another wheat field. 3 fields in total. The little girl was struggling to keep up. If they helped her out, it would actually boost efficiency. It's all gain and no loss. Besides, such simple tasks suited them perfectly. He paused. Qin Fong cleared his throat softly. I do have some matters here that require your assistance. I wonder if you'd be willing. The word willing had barely left his lips. The woman with the straight fringe immediately nodded vigorously. We're willing. Absolutely willing. Well, just your willingness might not be enough. I still need to ask my husband if he's willing. The woman with the straight fringe's eyes narrowed sharply. Her husband. Brother Qin Fong seemed to have already. Her gaze fell upon his face, carved with the ruggedness of a chisel. A fleeting, almost imperceptible shadow of disappointment crossed the woman with the straight fringe's eyes. Ah. I wonder whose wife is so lucky. Hey, girl. Hearing that familiar nickname. And seeing Qin Fong's previously stern expression instantly soften into a warm smile. The girl with the straight fringe felt her disappointment deepen. After dialing Chen Shuero's number, Qin Fong explained the entire situation. Until Qin Fong finally asked that question. Hey, what do you think? Though the words were spoken softly, it was enough to make their hearts tremble. At that moment, the entire hut felt as though time had frozen. You could hear a pin drop. Sure, brother. They're all in a tough spot too. With their help, we could really boost efficiency. I've been feeling overwhelmed lately too. Qin Fong nodded. Back when it was just the two of them, growing a few fruits and vegetables was enough to get by. But things were different now, with more and more people under his care. Sigh. This girl can't even spare a word when she's swamped. He sighed. Qin Fong looked up at them and said, my wife agreed. Once things here are wrapped up, she'll come back with us. Actually, in that quiet moment just now, they had already overheard Chen Shuero's conversation on the phone. Their hearts had already begun to swell with joy. When Qin Fong finally gave his consent, the three women once again showered Qin Fong with frantic thanks. Hope. Qin Fong's consent was their hope for survival. Quickly, get up. The ground is too cold. You needn't thank me, the one you should truly thank is my wife. Since I've agreed, you are now part of this group. But let me be clear from the start. From now on, you'll be working for my husband. As long as you keep your heads down and do your jobs, I won't say a word. But don't even think about getting any funny ideas. My partner is kind-hearted and hesitates to act. But that doesn't mean I'm indecisive. If I catch you, I won't show mercy. As he spoke these final words, Qin Fong's voice turned as cold as ice. They knew exactly how Yizhong had been dealt with earlier. The three women hurriedly bowed and said, Brother Qin Fong, we absolutely wouldn't dare. Qin Fong waved his hand dismissively. People are selfish and complex. No one could predict what might happen in the future. He didn't dwell on it further. He pulled 3 sets of clothes from his backpack. He handed them over. These are clothes from my husband for you. Put them on first. Sit quietly inside the house. After that, don't make a sound. No matter what happens outside. Don't come out. Understood? The woman with the straight fringe immediately nodded. After giving his instructions, Qin Fong immediately stepped out of the wooden hut. The woman with the straight fringe opened her mouth, then closed it. She had wanted to tell him her name. But facing Qin Fong's cold expression, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Only when she watched Qin Fong walk out of the cabin did she finally give up. Seeing Qin Fong emerge, Wu Fei immediately stepped forward. Everything okay, bro? What's there to be okay about? How's the plan going? Everything's been arranged exactly as you instructed. 2 men in each room, plenty of rope and supplies ready. We're just waiting for those guys to return and close the net. Alright, good work. Tell the guys to hang in there a bit longer. They've been up all night. They'll be prone to drowsiness soon. Don't worry, boss. I'll relay the message right away. After going over a few more details that needed handling, each then returned to their respective log cabins. The biting wind had subsided considerably by now. The surrounding temperature was slightly higher than it had been in the morning. Time passed. Suddenly, Qin Feng's watch vibrated. Brother, there's movement on the sea to the southeast. It should be Yi Zhong's men. They're here? Qin Feng immediately pulled out his binoculars and scanned the distant sea through the window. Sure enough. Two small wooden rafts were gliding toward the beach in the distant sea. Everyone on the rafts was huddled together. Their mental state was extremely poor. Hiss. Wait. What's this? Spotted? On the foremost small raft, long hair slanted across half her cheek. Hunched over. She kept wiping the snot running down her nose with her hand. Her entire face was frozen blue and purple. Her demeanor suggested she had just returned from fleeing disaster. Though the outside temperature had risen slightly, their clothing was far too thin. They couldn't compare to the padded coats we had here. The leader is speckled. All teams, stay alert. Proceed according to the original plan. Aye. Roger. All teams acknowledged. Qin Feng continued observing through his binoculars. The small squad grew closer and closer. Qin Feng's heartbeat gradually quickened. Because the cabin he was in was the one with the flower-patterned walls. I wonder what this kid will think when he opens the door and sees me. What kind of expression would that be? At this thought, Qin Feng couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. Especially seeing Han Feng shivering like a dog in the biting cold. It amused him even more. Soon, Qin Feng saw Huaban and the others come ashore. Through the window, Huaban was angrily yelling at his men. What he was shouting about was unclear. Then Huaban began walking toward this direction. The others also headed toward their respective wooden huts. Closer and closer. Closer and closer. Qin Feng immediately gripped his pistol and hid behind the door. The cabin door swung inward. Creak. As the wooden door swung open, Speckles immediately squeezed his entire body into the room. Chapter 109, A Little Bit of Versailles. Damn it all to hell. Freezing my ass off. Huaban rubbed his hands together, muttering under his breath. The moment the words left his mouth, his entire body froze in place. Even the motion of rubbing his hands froze midway, as if someone had struck his pressure points. And indeed, his acupoints had been sealed. By Qin Feng. The black muzzle of the gun was pressed directly against Speckled's nape. Qin Feng didn't rush to speak. His hand reached for Huaban's waist. A sharp crack echoed. Qin Feng flipped open the coat at Huaban's waist. A short knife was slanted at his waist. Qin Feng swiftly drew the dagger. Immediately following, he delivered a kick to the hollow of Huaban's knee. Thud. Spotted immediately fell to his knees. Sir, you. Spotted began to turn his head, trying to glance at Qin Feng with his peripheral vision. Qin Feng pressed the tip of his dagger against Huaban's face. Huaban obediently turned his head back. Stowing his pistol, Qin Feng swiftly pinned Huaban's hands behind his back. In a few swift motions, he bound his hands together. The dagger remained pressed against the back of his neck throughout the entire process. If he dared to resist, the dagger would plunge in instantly. After finishing everything, Qin Feng kicked Huaban hard, sending him crashing to the floor. He then grabbed a nearby stool, plopped himself down on it. On his watch, reports of all done came in one after another. It seemed everyone was proceeding smoothly. At that very moment, Spotted, who had been kicked to the ground, glanced back over his shoulder. Qin Feng. Spotted's face was filled with utter disbelief. You? How could you? Qin Feng leaned back against the chair. He gave Huaban a faint, sidelong glance. How? You want to know how I suddenly appeared here? Don't you think asking that now is pointless? He paused. Huaban pressed on. Yi Zhong? Dead. I took care of him earlier. Alright, no more questions about this or that. Out of respect for our past acquaintance, I'll give you a quick death later. To be honest, we've come this far. Exchanging more trash talk is pointless now. The victor takes all. The boss is dead. What else can the underlings say? They had no choice but to accept it. Speckled shifted his body with a sigh of resignation. After sitting up straight, he looked at Qin Feng with a bitter smile. Qin Feng, to be perfectly honest, you handled this situation brilliantly. Really? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What's so impressive about it? Speckled continued with a wry smile. Well, back when you dared sneak onto the island alone and burn our grain, I knew right then that our failure was near. Then I saw through this useless leader. Damn it! No way around it. It's all fate. We had no choice but to accept it. Maybe if we hadn't had that falling out back in school, I'll come seek refuge with you. Blame my youthful ignorance back then. By now, Speckled had long lost the arrogance he displayed at the start. What? Are you finally speaking the truth now that death is near? Regretting what happened back then? What good would regret do now? In my youth, I was ignorant, leading others to bully you. This scar on my face is my own doing. I just never wanted to admit it. And it was precisely because of this incident. I chose the wrong path to walk down. Never mind, it's pointless to dwell on it now. Compared to all that, what I regret most still followed Yi Zhong. The bastard's just average. Purely got lucky. Does any of his men truly respect him? They only respect Shen Bei behind his back. Damn it. Not that I'm saying anything bad about Qin Feng. I warned Yi Zhong back then to station more men at the wheat field. That idiot spends all day holed up in his room chasing women. If he'd listened to me back then, we wouldn't be out here braving the cold to scavenge for food. Instead, you let him slip through the cracks. I knew it the moment I saw it. I knew it was over the moment the wheat fields were set ablaze. Ah. I doubt Yi Zhong will ever figure it out, even in death. That fool. After speaking, Speckled leaned back against the wooden wall behind him. It felt like his soul had been sucked out. Gazing at Hua Ban, who now resembled a deflated balloon. Qin Feng's memories of this man flooded his mind like scattered fragments. His real name was Lu Jichen. He had been exceptionally bright during his school years. But his parents' divorce during that time dealt him a heavy blow, sending his life careening off course. Yet with his sharp mind, even on a wrong path, he managed to do quite well. It's just that his luck wasn't as good as Yi Zhong's. Otherwise, Yi Zhong wouldn't be the one leading this island. Speckled, we all choose our own paths. What's the point of saying more? Considering we were classmates once. I won't let you starve to death. Qin Feng spoke as he pulled a 2-pound grilled sea fish and a small cup of warm goat's milk from his backpack. He placed them before Hua Ban. The savory aroma of the grilled fish mingled with the steam rising from the warm milk. For someone who was starving to death and thoroughly frozen to the bone, it was like a devastating blow. Hua Ban's eyes widened in disbelief. Such delicious food. Damn it, normally food like this would go to that bastard Yi Zhong first. When would it ever be my turn? But now, this food is actually being handed over by the enemy. The stark contrast left Hua Ban unable to believe it was real. For a moment, Hua Ban froze in place. What? Not enough? Or are you afraid I've poisoned it? You're already like this, would I stoop so low as to poison you? With that, Qin Feng picked up a piece of fish and ate it. Then he took out some fruit and placed it before Hua Ban. I know you rarely get to eat such fine food. Let me satisfy you before you die. Seeing such fresh fruit, Hua Ban felt even more stunned. Qin Feng, don't tell me this is what you guys usually eat. We don't eat this normally. I knew it. Hua Ban seemed to finally find some peace of mind. He didn't want Qin Feng to realize that following Yi Zhong's crew meant every day was nothing but coarse food and watery soup. Or just scraps of fish and shrimp. It was embarrassing. What do you know? This is what we eat when we're out on business. Back on the island, we eat much better than this. Emperor crab, king crab, lobster, watermelon, bananas, and goat's milk to drink. Qin Feng wasn't just talking. He actually pulled out each of these foods one by one. At that moment, Hua Ban was completely dumbfounded. You're being a bit too much of a show-off, aren't you? Emperor crabs as big as a head. A lobster as thick as an arm. And watermelons. At that moment, Hua Ban felt his heart wrenching in agony. Back when food was plentiful, having blue crabs for every meal was already a treat. But all the best food left over was given to Yi Zhong. Don't play dumb with me. You're probably hoarding all this for yourself, aren't you? Would you even share any with the brothers below? No sooner had Hua Ban finished speaking, Qin Feng pulled out photos and videos of their final meal together on the island before departure. The table was laden with dishes. All kinds of seafood, vegetables, and grilled meats. The scene was nothing short of extravagant. What did you just say? Nothing, never mind. I was just passing gas. Alright, mind your manners next time. Qin Feng gave a faint smile. Got it, bro. Chapter 110, Big Brother, thanks a lot. Alright, eat up. Finish breakfast and hit the road. Your guys are eating right now too. Qin Feng finished speaking and started to stand up to leave. Wait. Hua Ban's voice suddenly rang out. What is it? Not enough to eat? Qin Feng didn't turn around, merely standing by the door and replying indifferently. This time, Speckled fell silent. The small cabin immediately plunged into endless silence. Qin Feng could sense it. Hua Ban behind him was wrestling with his thoughts. And it was a profound struggle. Qin Feng. Could you let me off the hook? Qin Feng turned around. He looked down at Hua Ban, who was crouching on the ground. Let you go? Release you, only for you to rebuild your forces and seek revenge? No, no, no. I absolutely won't. This time, I accept my fate. I can't beat you. Besides, I had no choice before. Yi Zhong made his confession. I'll do it. Qin Feng cut him off abruptly. You think I'll believe you? You never know what's in someone's heart. Letting you go is like releasing a tiger back into the wild. Then you'll team up with Chen Bei and the others to turn on me? Do you take me for a fool? Hua Ban's expression grew intensely complex. Then tell me, what exactly would make you believe me? Must we resort to underworld rules? Cut off one of my hands? Those are your rules, not mine. There is a way. It just depends on whether you dare to consider it. Qin Feng finished speaking, his gaze calm as he looked at Hua Ban. Light filtered in from outside. It fell upon Qin Feng's back. Yet it plunged his entire face into shadow. Hua Ban lifted his head, muttering Qin Feng's words under his breath. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Finally, he stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. Then slowly uttered those words. Can I come with you? A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, hidden in the darkness. No. Instantly, Hua Ban's face darkened. Of course not. How could it be possible? Whether in the past or present, he and I have always been at odds. How could I possibly hang out with him? At that moment, Speckled Heart felt both helpless and filled with regret. If only he'd known back then that Qin Feng would end up like this. He'd never have dared cross him. But Hua Ban, who had already fallen into despair, upon hearing those two words, he felt like he'd been injected with adrenaline. There was still a chance. But what? Hua Ban asked urgently. What if you follow me? How would I explain it to my men? Second, if you join me, what about your other brothers? What about them? And most importantly, how could I trust you? If you can give me answers to these questions, I'll give it serious thought. The silence continued. But this silence wasn't as dead as the previous ones. After a moment, Speckled spoke slowly. First, I started from the very bottom with you. That way, the brothers who once followed you won't dare speak ill of me. Second, if I join you, I'll bring my men with me. And I'll be utterly loyal. If anyone here objects, you won't have to lift a finger, I'll be the first to take care of them. As for the third point, how to trust me. Let me put it this way. Right now, there are actually people from Chen Bei's faction on the island. They're also monitoring this place. They don't know what's happening on the island yet. I'll bring my brothers and help you take them out. This will be my pledge of loyalty. As for what happens next, you'll see in my future actions. After hearing Hua Ban's words, Qin Feng was actually quite satisfied. This was the best course of action. For someone like Hua Ban, even if you intend to recruit them, you must first earn their complete allegiance. Otherwise, bringing him in would inevitably lead to trouble down the line. Moreover, Hua Ban had a proud nature. Certain things must come from his own mouth. If I were to force him, it would backfire. But Hua Ban mentioned, there are people from Chen Bei involved in this. He shouldn't be wrong. If it were me, I'd have people watching too. Seeing Qin Feng remain silent for a long time, Hua Ban thought Qin Feng didn't believe him. If you still don't believe me, then I really can't do anything about it. I'm telling you, Chen Bei's people are real. There are 7 or 8 of them in total. This time, they came for 2 reasons. Second, they're waiting for the extreme cold to pass before joining forces with Chen Bei's people to take you down. I've laid it all out for you now. At this moment, a pleading look appeared in Speckled Flower's eyes. For such a proud man to show this expression, he had reached his limit. He could no longer maintain his aloofness. Besides, what he wanted was precisely this attitude from Hua Ban. As I said before, he must beg me, submit to me. Qin Feng slowly crouched down. He drew the short knife from his hand. One swift cut severed the rope. Tell your men to restock supplies and regain strength. We'll need to deal with Chen Bei's crew soon. Qin Feng finished speaking. He looked at Hua Ban again. His eyes brimmed with gratitude. This was a life-saving favor. And considering how much he'd antagonized him before, yet he still spared his life. Speckled lowered his head. His heart steadily calmed the surging emotions of having narrowly escaped death. After a long while, brother! Thank you. Qin Feng smiled inwardly. Big brother. That single word, brother, spoke volumes. Accepting Flower Spot meant indirectly accepting his entire crew. These men were of far higher caliber than his current crew. Though they had lost this time, if it came down to a direct confrontation, he truly couldn't match Flower Spot's crew. After all, these were men who fought year-round, men who made their living with their fists. They're far more experienced. With these men backing me, my odds against Chen Bei and his crew would be much better. And if he could arm Hua Ban's crew as well, their combat strength would be beyond question. Suppressing the joy surging within him, Qin Feng maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. A faint smile touched his lips. He patted Hua Ban on the shoulder. Some people don't need many words. A single gesture, a glance, is all it takes to understand everything. He returned to his seat, watching the spotted one wolf down his food. Xin Fang couldn't help but find it amusing, even a little pitiful. Such a formidable figure, yet Yi Zhong wouldn't even let him eat his fill. It was like wanting the horse to run but refusing to feed it. Sigh. Judging by his state, how many days had it been since he'd had a proper meal? In the blink of an eye, the food before him vanished completely, all devoured by Hua Ban. Then Speckles stood up and walked over to Qin Feng. Big brother, sit tight. Leave the rest to me. If I can't handle this properly, that meal earlier will be my last supper. Having said this, Hua Ban turned to leave. Hold on. Take this over to your brothers. At that moment, Qin Feng's hands were filled with several cotton jackets. Hua Ban's eyes softened once more. Yi Zhong, oh Yi Zhong. Look at him. Taking the thick cotton coat. Brother, that's your brother. With that, he stepped out the door. At that moment, on the distant sea, another group was heading this way. They were all Chen Bei's men. Chapter 111, Violent Maniac? Qin Feng peered through his binoculars. On the two small wooden rafts opposite, there were 7 or 8 people in total. On their right hands, large or small, were distinct burn scars. This was the distinctive mark the Chen Bei gang used to distinguish their own from others. Recalling the time they took down Chen Nan, there was indeed a distinct scar on the back of his right hand. It seemed Hua Ban hadn't deceived us after all. Beyond this distinct feature, their mental state also differed from that of Hua Ban's group earlier. After all, they were Chen Bei's men. Their food and clothing were naturally far superior to those of Yi Zhong's men. Look at the raft now. Not a single one of them had turned purple from the cold. Each man appeared alert and energetic. I wonder if this group under Speckled Hand can handle it. Just as he pondered this, Speckled and his men emerged. Their coats were bulging. Clearly, they had already put on the cotton jackets Qin Feng had given them. Beyond that, a faint smile graced each of their faces. Their backs were straight. Their mental state was completely different from when they first entered the room. Completely different. Qin Feng's lips curved into a smile. It seemed everyone had eaten their fill. Now that you're all well fed and watered, it was time to see what they were made of. At that moment, Speckles gathered the group together. He whispered something to them. They all nodded to each other. Then they headed toward the beach. They waved repeatedly at Chen Bei's group as they approached. It felt as though they were welcoming family. Every face wore an exceptionally warm smile. Meanwhile, the crowd on the sea joined in with hearty chuckles. Their laughter seemed even more enthusiastic than that of Huazhan and the others on the shore. Ah! Laugh away. I doubt I'll be laughing for much longer. Soon, the group from the sea landed on the island. Qin Feng sat back down on a nearby chair. He took out a cup of hot milk. He sipped it while listening to the intermittent sounds of combat outside. Within mere minutes, the sounds outside abruptly ceased. Within seconds, someone knocked on his wooden door from the outside. Boss, it's all taken care of. Brother Hua wants you to come out and see. Got it. Qin Feng downed the last sip of hot milk. He rose and opened the door. Outside stood an unfamiliar underling. But he was clearly one of Hua Ban's men. The moment the young man saw Qin Feng, he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Good morning, boss. Qin Feng smiled and patted him on the back. Stand up, no need to be so formal. The subordinate straightened up. He then pointed toward the distant beach. Boss, it's right up ahead. Follow me. Following the direction the younger brother indicated, a group of people stood on the outer perimeter. 7 or 8 people in the center had their hands tied behind their backs and were kneeling on the ground. That was quick. Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The younger brother immediately replied, Brother Hua said this was your orders, boss. Anyone who dared to delay would be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Qin Feng smiled. Let's go take a look. At that moment, in various rooms nearby, Wu Fei emerged with the others. He gave Qin Feng a nod of greeting. The group followed behind Qin Feng. They marched in a large group toward the beach. Upon reaching the shoreline, Hua Ban immediately came over to greet them. Big brother, everything's taken care of. Qin Feng nodded. Which one of them is the leader? Speckled pointed at one of the more muscular men. The men kneeling on the ground all had cloth stuffed in their mouths. The moment they saw Qin Feng, they all began to make muffled, whimpering sounds. It was impossible to discern what they were saying. Speckled dragged the man over to Qin Feng. He yanked the cloth from the man's mouth. The man immediately spat on the ground. His eyes flashed with malice as he glared at Qin Feng and Hua Ban. Ha! You dare touch me? You're all as good as dead. Brother Kai will never let you off the hook when he finds out. And you traitorous scum. You're dead too. A sharp slap echoed. Xin Fong lashed out. The man tried to speak again. Smack. Another slap. Then, he slapped the man 10 times in a row. Only then did the man fall silent. Because he couldn't speak anymore. In that moment, the man likely realized what it meant to put on airs. Still so tough? Xin Fong asked calmly. The man shook his head, his eyes unfocused. He was clearly on the verge of being beaten unconscious. Xin Fong nodded. He removed the man's watch. As soon as he opened the chat window, he saw a contact named Brother Kai at the top. Xin Fong immediately tapped on it. He initiated a video call directly. At that moment, Hua Ban's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Brother, you. Xin Fong turned to look at Hua Ban. Shoo. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Little, who is this? Where's Xiao Gang? Xin Fong chuckled softly. He flipped the camera around. You're looking for him? A brief silence filled the video feed. Then came a roar. Who the hell are you? I warn you, don't you dare touch him. Xin Fong calmly reversed the video feed. You must be old Kai, right? Xin Fong stared at the man in the footage, a burly figure with a thick beard and a face full of fleshy bulges, and spoke. I am Xin Fong. Isn't your boss looking for me? I'm right here on Yi Zhong's island. Yi Zhong has already been fed to the fishes. Your brothers will be next. Xin Fong? Good lad. A sneer immediately spread across Lao Kai's face. You little bastard, you're pretty cocky. Yi Zhong really is a piece of trash. Kid, I'm warning you again, they're all my men. You'd better not make a move. In a few days when the time comes, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise. Xin Fong waved his hand helplessly. Interrupting Lao Kai, he said, enough. Stop with the otherwise threats. You sound like a complete idiot. Go tell Chen Bei. Stop bothering me all the time. I'm right here. Got it? I heard you're coming over after the extreme cold, right? Fine. I'll wait for you. In the scene. Lao Kai's thick-featured face twisted into a sinister grin. Xin Fong, you're the first person I've ever met who's even more arrogant than me. Fine, you've got guts. After the bitter cold, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. You wait. You'd better be ready. Xin Fong chuckled, alright, cut the crap. Just hang up already. You're so ugly. If I were you, I'd have crawled into a chamber pot and suffocated myself long ago. Click. Xin Fong hung up immediately. Hua Ban's expression behind him was incredibly complex. He looked like he wanted to say something but held back. At that moment, the man called Xiaojiang in front of him mumbled, Xin Fong, you've got some real guts. This is the first time I've seen anyone talk to our boss like that. Xin Fong smiled. This is the first time I've ever spoken to someone like this either. I'm usually an introverted person. But you guys really pushed me too far. You really think I'm a pushover? With that, Xin Fong patted the man across from him on the shoulder. Have a safe trip. His henchmen immediately stepped forward. They hoisted the men onto a small wooden raft and headed toward it. Watching the receding figures, Speckled stepped forward, his voice heavy with concern. Big brother, don't underestimate that old fox. What's wrong? Everyone says this old Kai is a classic violent maniac. Once he goes berserk, no one can stop him. Plus, he's incredibly strong. It'll take 2 or 3 men just to get close. Brother, you really should. Xin Fong suddenly raised his hand, cutting off Speckled's words. Chapter 112, Recruitment. Speckle, I've got no other vices. Just one word. Stubborn. I don't care if he's a lunatic or a violent maniac. He's crossed the line with me now. That won't do. After the bitter cold. Whoever comes next. They'll die. Chen Bei's been looking for me all along, right? Rest assured. Once I've dealt with Lao Kai, I'll take my men straight to Chen Bei. I just want to see how tough he really is. I'm more eager to see who's the mouse and who's the cat between us. Some things don't need reminding. I know you mean well. Speckles, you've chosen to follow me. I'll make sure you know you followed the right man. With that said, Xin Fong patted Hua Ban on the shoulder and walked away. For a moment, Hua Ban felt as though he'd fallen into an ice cave. The biting cold wind around him, compared to Xin Fong's gaze just moments ago, it was a world apart. What made Hua Ban tremble even more was that look. He had seen that look before. It was identical to the look from years ago. It was even more chilling. But fortunately, Xin Fong's subsequent words managed to pull him out of that icy abyss. Xin Fong had already walked far away. Yet Speckled remained frozen in place. It wasn't until a subordinate approached and spoke to him. He finally snapped back to reality. He touched his forehead. He discovered beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Brother Hua, it's all taken care of. All right. I got it. Go ahead. I'll call you if I need anything. Got it. Ever since that first call with Chen Bei, Xin Fong had been seething inside. He knew his own temper all too well. He responded to kindness, not force. Just because you, Chinbei, used to be a street thug. So now you think you can walk all over me? We'll see about that. Yi Zhong isn't truly one of your men, Chinbei. But old Kai certainly is. Start with him. Consider it my first gift to you, Chinbei. Later. Several more groups gradually returned to the island. Some of these people had also followed Huaban. Others had followed Yi Zhong. Huaban didn't cause Qin Fang any trouble. He had taken care of the rest himself. No wonder. Yi Zhong was a terrible leader. Those who had originally followed Yi Zhong, upon hearing of Yi Zhong's death, and then saw Huaban and the others looking so well fed and rosy-cheeked. He was wearing the cotton coat his older brother had personally given him. Everyone was green with envy. Before Speckled could say much. Clang! 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 CL. With such a great big brother. Who wouldn't want to follow him? Even Wu Fei, who had been preparing to act, was utterly taken aback by the scene. He couldn't help but give Huaban a thumbs up. Huaban felt a bit embarrassed. Brother Fei, we're family now. For any past mistakes I made, please bear with me. Wu Fei waved his hand dismissively. We're family now, why bring that up? From now on, support our big brother well. It's no small thing to find such a good elder brother. Is truly a blessing. Wu Fei's words struck a chord with Huaban. The two grown men shared a knowing smile. Those who understood, understood. Then, Huaban knocked on Qin Fang's door. Brother, everyone's gathered now. You should go take a look. Qin Fang gave a brief reply. Stepping outside. His expression had already returned to its usual warm and approachable state. He looked toward the distance. A large group of people had gathered together. Some were old acquaintances, others newly arrived. He scanned the group. There must be over 30 people. Over 30 people. I couldn't believe it. And now I'm the leader of over 30 people. Boss? Huaban called softly. HM? Let's go. Qin Fang snapped out of it. He started walking toward the crowd. Speckled followed behind him without prompting. Not a word spoken. After a few steps, the crowd in the distance spotted Qin Fang approaching. The once noisy crowd immediately fell silent. All eyes turned toward Qin Fang. Every pair of eyes held nothing but reverence. This was the man who would decide their very fate. They dared not show anything but reverence. He strode to the front of the crowd. Qin Fang offered the crowd a gentle smile. Waving his hand, he said, I'll make this brief. Since you've chosen to follow me, it means you hold me in high regard. Everyone here is fighting for survival. To put food on the table. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have food to eat, clothes to wear. Even live with dignity. Like a real human being. If any of you want to leave, you may leave now. I won't force you. But I hope those who stay will work diligently. I will never shortchange you. As for what that means exactly, newcomers can ask around. I hope we can all persevere together on this deserted island. Alright, the decision is yours. Qin Fang's words trailed off slowly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, Brother. I'm staying. Me too. I'm staying. I'm staying. In an instant, the cries rose and fell in waves. Each cry grew louder than the last. Each cry more resolute than the last. Qin Fang's heart surged with passion as he listened. What good does shouting stay do? Call out to the big brother. It was Huaban's voice. Big brother. Big brother. Big brother. 3 cries of big brother. The mountains behind them trembled at the cries. 37 people. 37 people. Qin Fang saw it all. He heard it with his ears. The repeated cries of brother left him feeling dazed. It all felt a bit unreal. He waved his hand at the crowd. Since you all hold me in such high regard, I'll accept this title of Big Brother. Everyone, please go back and rest. Food and clothing will be delivered to you all in due course. Rest assured. Thanks, brother. Thanks, Brother Xie. Brother Xie. At that moment, their eyes burned with fervor. Their voices rang out even louder than before. Inside the small cabin, the girl with the straight fringe stood motionless by the window. She stared blankly at the man who was the center of everyone's attention. The intensity in her narrowed eyes was no less than that of the crowd outside. Even more intense. I don't know why. The moment he first appeared, I was completely captivated by the resolute aura radiating from him. And now, that charisma and commanding presence he exudes as a leader struck my heart once more. Stop staring, Jiawei. He's already taken. A woman beside her interjected. The girl with the straight fringe snapped back to reality. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Her narrow eyes flashed nervously. Her panic was evident. I wasn't looking at Qin Fang. I just wanted to see if it was still snowing outside. The woman beside her chuckled softly. What's there to be afraid to admit? What's there to be afraid of? Loyal, intelligent, and decisive. Another woman chimed in. Exactly. And he saved us. Too bad he's already taken. Sigh. The woman with the straight fringe didn't respond. Instead, she bowed her head slightly. Her bangs and the long hair on both sides completely obscured her face. Her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. Indeed. Who wouldn't love a man like that? Someone like me, already defiled. How could I possibly be worthy of him? Just as she was thinking this, suddenly, a woman beside me gasped, Look! Look! Qin Fong is walking this way. Chapter 113, Jia Wei's strange behavior. The girl with the straight fringe immediately peered through the window. Sure enough, Qin Fong was indeed walking this way. She hastily smoothed her long, straight black hair. She also adjusted the clothes she was wearing. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock knock knock. One of the women hurried over to open the door. Brother Qin Fong, what's wrong? Nothing. Just bringing you some food. I left in such a hurry earlier. Everything's taken care of now. With that, he brought out fruit, goat's milk, sea fish, and other items. He placed them on the table. Eat while it's hot. At that moment, the eyes of the three women widened in astonishment. This is far too lavish. The girl with the straight fringe lifted her head slightly, but her eyes dared not meet Qin Fong's. Brother! Just give us something to eat, this is way too much. Could it be? Are you planning for us to leave after this meal? Didn't you already agree? Ha? Are you asking us to leave? The other two women turned pale instantly upon hearing this. The woman with the straight fringe hurriedly knelt on the ground. Brother Qin Fong. We didn't make a sound just now. What did we do wrong? Please tell us what we did wrong. Please don't make us leave. The two women behind her knelt down immediately as well. Seeing this scene, he felt like he had two headaches for one head. You get up first. The girl with the straight fringe spoke firmly. We're truly begging you, Brother Qin Fong. Please don't make us leave. Wait, who said you could leave? Get up now. With that, Qin Fong stepped forward and yanked the girl with the straight fringe to her feet. Her head was bowed, long strands of hair obscuring her vision. She hadn't noticed Qin Fong approaching. But suddenly, someone touched her arm. She hurriedly looked up. Only then did she realize it was Qin Fong. At such close proximity, the girl with the straight fringe flushed bright red. She stammered incoherently. Qin Fong reached out and helped her up. Then he addressed the two women behind him. Get up quickly. I'm not the kind of person who breaks promises. I won't go back on my word once I've made a promise. Get up and eat. If you don't eat, I'll really kick you out. At these words, the three women were so frightened they immediately sat down at their seats. But seeing Qin Fong standing nearby, none of them dared to move. The woman with the straight fringe said, Brother Qin Fong, please sit down and eat with us. No need. I've already eaten. You all go ahead and enjoy this. Really, I just ate a little while ago. Then please sit down. You standing there makes us uncomfortable. All right. I'll sit down. Only after seeing Qin Fong sit down did the three women begin to eat. At first, they ate rather demurely. But after just a few bites, they were utterly captivated by the delicious food. They no longer cared about their appearance. Their manner of eating, compared to that of a spotted animal. Not one bit. But Qin Fong didn't come here. Wasn't out of sheer boredom, just to watch them eat. He paused. Qin Fong spoke up, by the way, you still haven't told me your names. The woman with the straight fringe spoke first, just call me Jia Wei. The other two women followed suit. Ting ting. Yeah. Qin Fong nodded. Just as he was about to speak again, Jia Wei spoke up first, Brother Qin Fong, is something on your mind? Qin Fong paused, taken aback. This woman had keen observational skills. What makes you think so? Jia Wei flicked her straight fringe aside. Her tone was gentle and delicate. Brother Qin Fong, you're so busy, yet you took the initiative to bring us food. You could easily have someone else handle this. But you came personally. And you haven't rushed off yet. I'm sure you have something to discuss. Jia Wei finished speaking. She flicked her bangs again. Her gaze flickered slightly. She stole a glance at Qin Fong. After hearing Jia Wei's words, Qin Fong felt a slight jolt of surprise. This girl, she really is quite observant. Seeing Qin Fong hadn't spoken, and kept staring at her, a sudden wave of fear washed over her. What she had just said had been so rash. Brother Qin Fong, I didn't mean to pry. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. As she spoke, Jia Wei lowered her head. Her long hair obscured her face. Her expression was filled with remorse. The other two women immediately stopped what they were doing. They looked at Qin Fong with tense expressions. Qin Fong hastily waved his hands. I didn't mean it that way. I was the one who asked you to say it just now. What's there to apologize for? But you guessed correctly. I do have some questions I'd like to ask you both. As soon as he finished speaking, the three women immediately sat up straight. All eyes turned to Qin Fong. This made Qin Fong feel a bit awkward. Let's talk while we eat. No need to be so formal. Qin Fong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This overly cautious and tense state was undoubtedly the result of Yi Zhong's abuse. It might take a while for him to truly change. But Qin Fong had already given the order. The three immediately complied. Jia Wei smoothed her bangs and said softly, Brother Qin Fong, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Qin Fong nodded. During the time you were with Yi Zhong, did he ever mention anything about this island? Or, has he mentioned anything about rare resources existing on this island? After he finished asking, all three women fell into deep thought. But soon, Tingting and Ye shook their heads first. No, Brother Qin Fong. He never mentioned anything like that. Qin Fong nodded and turned his gaze toward Jia Wei. But when their eyes met, he noticed her gaze visibly flicker away. Then Jia Wei quickly lowered her head and said, he really didn't say anything. But as she spoke these words, her fingers resting on her lap subtly pointed toward the doorway. The gesture was subtle. The angle was such that only Qin Fong could see it. Qin Fong glanced over naturally. Nodding, he said, all right then, I'll go ask the others. Keep eating. If you need more, just let me know. He stepped out the door. Qin Fong kept replaying Jia Wei's strange behavior in his mind. It seemed she knew something. And it was something deeply hidden. What could it possibly be? Ever since Qin Fong had arrived on this island, exploration mode had already provided a comprehensive overview of the island's current state. In short, it could be summed up in 4 words. Scarce resources. No wonder, considering how many people live here. But exploration mode only displays 80% of the information. The remaining 20% of information still requires you to explore it yourself. After all, it's a large island. There are bound to be deeply hidden resources. And those resources are likely hidden within that final 20% of information. If they truly exist. I hope it can address our most pressing needs. Currently, what Qin Fong lacks most are cloth and cotton. Previously, they had been sufficient. But now, with so many new people joining, they all need cotton garments. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive the next 3 days of extreme cold. Moreover, he had just promised them that follow-up supplies would be fully replenished for them. But now the resources are already insufficient. What should he do now? Chapter 114, Poor Jia Wei. If she wanted to trade, who would give her anything? In this weather, it's no exaggeration to call these 2 resources gold. And extremely rare gold at that. His heart was racing with anxiety. Suddenly, a flash caught my peripheral vision. Jia Wei emerged from the small cabin. Have you eaten yet? Jia Wei gave a slight nod. After twirling her bangs with her slender fingers once more, she pointed toward the distant forest. Qin Fong understood. He said no more. He headed in the direction she had indicated. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded spot. Jia Wei first bowed slightly toward Qin Fong. Then, in a very polite and gentle voice, she said, Brother Qin Fong, please don't mind me doing this. I mainly want to avoid prying eyes. I believe those resources are extremely valuable in our current situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong's heart trembled. For our current environment? Could it really be the 2 resources he was seeking? Not at all, not at all. But I wonder what resources you're referring to, Jia Wei. What exactly are they? Where exactly are they located? Qin Fong finished speaking and looked at Jia Wei. She merely smiled faintly. She didn't answer. She began walking forward. Qin Fong was momentarily baffled. But there was nothing he could do. Her few words had already piqued his curiosity. He could only muster his patience and follow. The 2 of them trudged through the snow, facing the biting wind as they pressed deeper into the island. After walking for some distance, Jia Wei suddenly turned and said softly, Brother Qin Fong, please don't worry. I can't give you the exact location. Just follow me, and I'll lead you there. Qin Fong nodded. All right. They pressed onward. Suddenly, a fierce cold wind swept through. Jia Wei, walking ahead, couldn't help but shiver. She gave Qin Fong an awkward smile. Qin Fong took off his tiger skin coat. Put it on. No. I can't. How could I? This. Jia Wei waved her hands hurriedly. Qin Fong shoved the coat into her arms. The temperature drops higher up and you're already in poor health. You won't be able to handle it if we go any higher. It's fine, just put it on. I need your help right now. Taking care of you is only fair. Besides, you keep calling me Brother Qin Fong. If I, as your big brother, can't even handle this much responsibility, how could I possibly live up to that? Let's go. Jia Wei glanced down at the tiger skin coat in her arms. Her eyes began to redden. Yet she fought hard to suppress the emotions welling up inside. After forcing herself to hold it back, she finally lifted her head and forced a polite smile. "Thank you, Brother Qin Feng." She slipped into the tiger skin coat. The thick tiger skin coat wrapped tightly around Jia Wei's slender frame. She could feel the lingering warmth from Qin Feng's body all over her. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared amidst those hellish days. Ah! Why couldn't he have appeared sooner? At least back then, my body was still intact. She suppressed the wild thoughts swirling in her mind. I pressed onward, continuing to lead the way. "Brother Qin Feng, is this tiger skin coat really made from tiger skin? I mean, did you really kill a tiger?" Jia Wei asked in a soft voice. "That's right. In a cave." "Oh Brother Qin Feng, you are truly formidable." Qin Feng chuckled. "I wish my brother could be as amazing as you." "Your brother?" "Yes. My brother, you'll meet him soon." At this point, Jia Wei's voice grew slightly hoarse. Qin Feng found this a bit odd. But he didn't press further. He continued following behind Jia Wei. After winding through twists and turns, the two finally arrived at an open clearing. This clearing was extremely secluded. It could be said to be at the very heart of the island's depths. Without Jia Wei leading the way, no one would ever have discovered this place. At this moment, the entire clearing was blanketed in snow. Jia Wei pointed to the clearing and said, "Brother Qin Feng, this is the place. The resources are here, and my brother is here too." "Ha? Your brother? You?" Qin Feng stopped himself from asking more. For he saw the profound loneliness in Jia Wei's eyes. Another cold wind swept through. Jia Wei spoke slowly. "Brother Qin Feng, would you like to hear about what happened before?" Qin Feng nodded. Jia Wei flicked her bangs aside. A faint, bitter smile appeared on her face. "Actually, my brother was the original heir to this island. Life had always been smooth sailing for my brother and me. But then news of the extreme cold disaster broke. The nightmare began. Somehow Yi Zhong learned about our island's abundant cotton and cloth resources. They brought people to the island. My brother learned of this in advance. Before they arrived, he hid all the cotton and cloth on the island here. Later, Yi Zhong landed on the island. They tried every possible means, ultimately torturing my brother to death. My brother never revealed the location of this place. After my brother's death, Yi Zhong turned his attention to me. He subjected me to all manner of torture and abuse." By this point, Jia Wei's voice was trembling uncontrollably. Her throat felt as though something had lodged itself there. She began to sob. But soon, she forced herself to stop. She continued. "I thought if I just didn't say anything, he'd give up. But he didn't. He began moving all his men to the island. Every day, he sent people to search. When he found nothing, he beat me. He beat me until I wished I were dead. But he wouldn't let me die. My attempts at suicide were discovered time and again. Each time earned me another brutal beating. Then the endless interrogations would start again. Until later. Until later, when you suddenly arrived. You have no idea how happy I was. How overjoyed I was. Brother Qin Feng. Thank you. Thank you for saving me and avenging my brother. And pulling me out of hell." Jia Wei said this. She turned and threw her arms around Qin Feng. She burst into loud sobs. Her sobs were heart-wrenching. The sky and earth grew dark. This kind of crying felt more like releasing emotions that had been bottled up for so long. Qin Feng froze in place for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure. His heart filled with sympathy. He was human too. Not some cold-blooded machine. But there was nothing he could do. Such was the cruelty of this world. Qin Feng extended both hands and gently patted Jia Wei's back with polite restraint. He comforted her. "It's all over now. It's all over." At that moment, she resembled a child abandoned by the world. Like a child who had finally found her way home. Jia Wei didn't respond. She kept crying. Until her voice grew hoarse. And her whole body trembled slightly. She finally slowed down. Then she came to her senses. Only then did she realize she was clutching Qin Feng tightly. And she'd smeared snot and tears all over the front of his clothes. Her face, which had turned slightly pale from the cold, flared crimson. She hastily released her grip. Her eyes darted around frantically. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Brother Qin Feng." She kept wiping her face with her clothes as she spoke. But after a few swipes, she realized she was wearing Qin Feng's tiger skin coat. Now the sleeves of the tiger skin coat were smeared with snot and tears. She was utterly flustered for a moment. Her face flushed crimson with panic. Qin Feng quickly waved his hands and said, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's just a coat. How about you? Are you feeling better?" Jia Wei lowered her head and wiped away her tears. "Thank you, Brother Qin Feng. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold back earlier. I really. Would you like to hit me a couple of times to let off steam? Chapter 115, thanks, brother. Qin Fong quickly waved his hands. What do you mean, hit you a couple of times to let off steam? Have you cried yourself silly? Jia Wei shook her head. For a moment, neither knew what to say. Qin Fong smiled. He patted her shoulder naturally and said, feeling any better after crying? It's all over now. Yi Zhang is dead now. It's time to move forward, Jia Wei. You should live on for your brother. As the words fell, Jia Wei lifted her head, her gaze softening as she looked at Qin Fong. Brother Qin Fong, you're right. Since I've survived, I should look ahead. Without you, I might still be suffering without end. That's why I've decided to give you all these resources. Consider it my way of repaying you, brother Qin. But, what is it? But I hope you won't call anyone else for help. Because I buried my brother here and I don't want anyone else disturbing him. Qin Fong nodded. Respect for the deceased is paramount. I understand. Thank you, brother Qin Fong. With that, Jia Wei stepped forward and took hold of Qin Fong's hand, pulling him to the center of the clearing. This is the spot. Actually, my brother wasn't buried very deep. It's just that this spot is well hidden. Then Qin Fong pulled out the shovel. After a few shovelfuls, sure enough, I encountered a hard object. He continued digging downward. The outline of the object gradually emerged. It was a wooden crate. And a sizable one at that. She dug along the edge of the wooden crate. During this time, Jia Wei offered to help. Qin Fong refused each time. After all, she had just been crying, and her body was still weak from prolonged exhaustion. She wasn't fit for physical labor. But Jia Wei didn't sit idle. She assisted from the sidelines. Soon, the entire wooden crate was dug out. Jia Wei said, Brother Qin Fong, there are 3 or 4 more wooden boxes like this. Let's open them up and see. Qin Fong gave a nod. He laid the wooden box on its side. He brushed off the dirt on top. After locating the lid, he gave it a firm push with both hands. With a creak, the lid slowly lifted. Everything inside the wooden box was revealed. This is just as Jia Wei had said. The entire crate was filled with cloth and cotton. After a quick glance, there were about 30 bolts of cloth. And there were 40 bales of cotton. With the doubling skill applied, the quantity became truly impressive. And this was just one wooden crate. After gathering these resources, there would definitely be enough to provide another cotton coat for each person below. Jia Wei said softly, Brother Qin Fong, that's quite a lot, isn't it? She was now afraid there wouldn't be enough resources. She couldn't repay Qin Fong. Not at all. That's good. Following Jia Wei's precise guidance, the remaining 3 wooden crates were also unearthed. Inside the first 2 wooden boxes, the quantities of cotton and cloth matched the first one. Until the very last one. As the lid of the wooden crate was opened once more, Qin Fong noticed the quantity of cotton and cloth inside had significantly decreased. Jia Wei, standing nearby, also found this quite strange. Frowning, she cautiously said, Brother Qin Fong, I don't know what's going on. It's fine. The previous wooden boxes contained ample cotton and cloth. A little less won't matter. Having said that, Qin Fong was about to start harvesting. Suddenly, he discovered something beneath the cotton and cloth. There was something else. This was at the very bottom of the wooden crate. There lay a piece of high-grade iron ore. It had been ages since I last obtained high-grade iron ore. This stuff is practically impossible to come by these days. I only had 5 pieces of high-grade iron ore in my backpack. And to craft a real handgun, he'd need to collect a full 100 pieces of high-grade iron ore. No problem. Count this one in. With the doubling skills boost, I've gathered 10 iron ore pieces. Slow and steady wins the race. Once the pistol is crafted, it's nothing like the crude earthen handguns of today. Not only could it fire in bursts, but its range and accuracy were several tiers above the crude pistol. Whether for self-defense or assassination, it's an excellent weapon either way. He carefully stored the high-grade iron ore. Then gather all the cotton and cloth from these wooden crates. Ding! Triggered doubling skill, cloth 750, cotton 750, high-grade iron ore 5. Seeing the abundance of cotton and cloth in his backpack, Qin Fong felt quite pleased at that moment. After all, the most urgent crisis had been resolved. And there would even be leftovers. Under such extreme cold conditions, the leftover cloth and cotton would surely fetch better resources and gear in exchange. Their overall strength would be further enhanced. Afterward, Qin Fong and Jia Wei returned to the vicinity of their base camp. On the way back, Jia Wei's mood was noticeably brighter than before. She chatted with Qin Fong in a soft, gentle voice. As they neared the base camp, Jia Wei suddenly spoke up. Brother Qin Fong, please give me this coat and the one you're wearing. I'll take them back and wash them for you. After all, I'm the one who got them dirty. Qin Fong smiled. No need. I'll just give this to my wife later. Jia Wei's eyes immediately lowered. Her expression grew somber. Brother Qin Feng, I've been listening to you all the way here. Your wife is truly a virtuous woman. Jia Wei forced a smile. She's okay, just a bit spacey sometimes. But she's quite adorable. Ever since she first arrived on the island, she's been following me around. She's been through a lot. Qin Feng recalled scene after scene from the past. He couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. A faint smile touched his lips. Jia Wei caught every detail. A wave of bitterness washed over her heart. Ah! Everything is predestined, not a single thing is within our control. Her connection with him could never compare to that of the woman in his family. Alright then, I'll head back first, Brother Qin Feng. Alright. Thank you for these resources. Qin Feng gave a slight nod. You saved me from dire straits. This is nothing. After speaking, Jia Wei stole another glance at Qin Feng. Then she turned and walked away. Watching Jia Wei's receding figure, Qin Feng's expression grew complex. He pressed his lips tightly together, watching her for a full 5 seconds. He took a deep breath. He walked off into the distance. He called out to Hua Bian. He instructed him to gather the brothers who hadn't yet received their cotton jackets. Qin Feng used the cotton and cloth he had just collected to make many cotton jackets, distributing them to each of them. After each received their coat, looked at Qin Feng with a different kind of gaze. Burning. Gratitude. Surprise. All of it. So this is the cotton padded jacket. It's so thick. All brand new. Thanks a lot, brother. Thanks a lot, big brother. The crowd shouted in unison once more. Qin Feng smiled. I told you, the supplies I promised you. I'll make sure you get every last bit. It's getting late. Everyone, go back and rest. Remember to put on your cotton jackets. Yes, brother. Thanks for looking out for us, brother. After the chorus of responses, they all bowed deeply to Qin Feng in unison. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He waved his hand at them. Only then did the crowd disperse. Just then, Speckles approached and asked, Brother, what's our next move? Chapter 116, I'll risk my life for my brother. Everyone's exhausted today. Rest up tonight. Come back with me tomorrow morning. Got it, big brother. Call me anytime if you need me. The crowd dispersed. They gathered in small groups, many of them eager to slip into their new cotton padded jackets. It was simply too cold. They went out early in the morning. They hadn't gathered much food outside. Yet their health points plummeted rapidly from the cold. It's no exaggeration to say. I was nearly frozen stiff. But after putting on the new cotton padded coat, everyone's face lit up with happiness. This new coat is amazing. So warm. Who would have thought we ever crossed a guy like this back then? You bet. If I'd known Brother Qin Feng was so generous, I would have joined him ages ago. Who'd stick with a self-centered fool like Yi Zhong? Alright, it's not too late now. This boss doesn't hold grudges. Look at how he treats us just like his old crew. He doesn't treat us like outsiders at all. You're talking too much. No wonder they call him the boss. Alright, guys, just look at the cotton jackets we've got. That alone shows how generous Brother Qin Feng is. What do you mean? The man smiled and said, take these cotton coats, we're holding no exaggeration in the mall. A single one would cost 20 gold turnips. 20 gold carrots. Are you serious? Bro, it's freezing out there. What did you expect? I'm actually being conservative. Besides, let me tell you one of my buddies. He's with a collective down south in our region. Their boss barely gave each guy an extraordinary coat. Plus some extra food. And that's it. Yet everyone's grateful as hell. Just one ordinary piece of clothing? Yes. Just one. Brother Qin Feng is being way too generous with us. This makes me feel so embarrassed. Cut it out. You're just pretending to be embarrassed. You're secretly thrilled inside. But everyone, be smart about this. It's rare to find such a good big brother. Not only does he not screw you over, he genuinely helps you survive. Wouldn't other freelancers be jealous of a boss like this? What do you mean? Those who get it, get it. Once we get the supplies, everyone better do their part. If you don't play ball, there's plenty of others eager to step in and do the work properly. When the time comes, whoever gets kicked out. Don't blame me for not warning you. After he finished speaking, those around him nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. Thanks, bro. Some patted him on the shoulder gratefully. Their expressions radiated agreement and admiration. I also heard that after this wave of natural disasters passes, one of Qinbei's 4 heavenly kings, Old Kai. Lao Kai? That guy with the bushy beard? He's no pushover. Damn it, if you say another word like that, I'll chop you down for the boss right now. So what if Lao Kai got his start earlier than us? So what? We're all human. Does he have more teeth? More balls? Let me tell you. Old Kai's arrival this time is our chance to shine, brothers. Opportunities are for the taking. If you chicken out, when you get kicked out, Don't blame fate or others. Given the current state of the game, the scourge can no longer be fought alone. Figure it out yourself. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? It's just old Kai, right? Like I'm scared of him? I'm putting my money where my mouth is today. Old Kai's gonna get a knife from me. Just you wait and see. And I'll have my own cut too. Wait, so you guys get to have it, but I can't? Count me in too. Count me in too. At that moment, sparks flew in everyone's eyes. They arrived at Yi Zhong's small cabin. Xin Fang glanced around the room. A thought began to form in his mind. Could this place be hiding some secret? It wasn't too late yet. He might as well look around first. He searched as he pondered. Under the table, in the nooks and crannies. Until finally, under Yi Zhong's bed. He felt something. A long, narrow object. Something very hard. What is this? Xin Fang yanked it out. Holy crap! It's actually a dagger. And it's made of high-grade metal. Upon closer inspection, the entire blade was exquisitely crafted. The blade itself was incredibly sharp. The dagger felt substantial in his hand. It was like a miniature version of a samurai sword. I knew this kid would be hiding something special. Ding! Triggered quality doubling skill, short sword upgraded from excellent to perfect. Perfect grade. This should be the first perfect grade weapon among my collection. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind. He saw the dagger in his hand emit a sharp whistling sound. A faint white light began to appear from the tip of the handle. Then it began sliding upward. After passing over the blade, the short sword began to transform. The original wooden handle transformed into a black leather one. Next came the gleaming white blade. It was gradually turning into a matte black. Holy! This was the first time Xin Fang had ever witnessed such a dramatic transformation in a weapon. Soon the entire dagger seemed to have shed its skin. It exuded a premium feel. The leather-wrapped handle felt more comfortable in his hand. The matte black blade grew sharper. It instilled a profound sense of security at first glance. Even the scabbard beside it underwent a transformation. Though the perfection level is only one tier above excellent, the difference is staggering. It must be that every subsequent level up, the weapon's transformation would be immense. Afterward, Xin Fang carefully stowed the dagger away. May this dagger aid me in critical moments. Lying on the bed, sleepiness immediately washed over him. Ever since last night's ambush. Until now. He'd handled too many things in between, never closing his eyes. Xin Fang soon drifted off. He slept straight through until dawn the next day. And he was woken up by Chen Shuero's phone call. When are you coming back, big brother? Chen Shuero's voice sounded quite urgent over the phone. I'm heading back today. I should arrive around midnight tonight. Oh, and Nizi, remember to tell brother Gong. Add a few more rooms. Got it. I'll cook dinner tonight and wait for you to come home, big bro. I was thinking of cooking extra oysters tonight. To help you regain your strength. Stop. Are you trying to nourish my body? I'll never know you again. So what if I do? I've been out for days. It's time to pay your dues. You little minx, you're getting more and more bold with your words. No way. I just couldn't help myself. Fine. But I don't know what time I'll be back tonight. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. It's fine, I'll wait for you in bed like a good girl. After saying that, Chen Shuero brought over the breakfast she'd prepared earlier that morning. Warm goat's milk, eggs, and vegetables. Every detail showed her thoughtfulness. Chapter 117, Don't keep your sister-in-law waiting too long. After breakfast, Xin Fang was just about to organize everyone to set off. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully occupying the large island. You have gained a 3-tier upgrade to your item crafting quality level. 3 tiers? That means it's doubling the enhancement? Doesn't that mean every item I craft from now on will automatically gain 3 tiers? The item quality skill has been strengthened again. This comes just in time for equipping my subordinates. I'll have to test this out as soon as I get back. My mind, which had been a bit drowsy, now it was wide awake. Stepping outside the door, Huaban and Wu Fei were already waiting at the doorway. Big brother, is everyone gathered? Everyone's here. When do we leave? Wu Fei asked. What about those 3? They've helped pack everything up too. Alright, let's go. Only my boat has an electric propeller installed right now. The other small rafts are too slow. Let's take advantage of the early light and the tailwind. Let's get moving. Got it. Xin Fang thought to himself. He hadn't considered this issue before. That was the equipment configuration on the small raft. Now there were more people. The small wooden raft was an absolutely vital means of transportation at sea. He must also equip the others' rafts properly. But my electric propeller was a system reward. Where should I go to get other electric propellers? I'll check the store again when I get back to see if they have such a manufacturing device. No more thinking about it. Qin Fong led the group onto the small boat first. 30 or so people followed behind. A grand procession. Everyone boarded the small wooden raft. Qin Fong's boat led the way. The wooden rafts behind formed a triangular formation. Qin Fong glanced back. For a moment, he was startled. Was the momentum really this strong? For a moment, he felt like the leader of an entire fleet. It felt like a dream. It was hard to believe that the 30-plus men behind him were all brothers who depended on him for their livelihoods. No, I need to get used to this feeling quickly. At this rate, more and more brothers might start eating off my plate. When that happens, I'll have to command the room and keep everyone's hearts steady. He couldn't afford to act too casually in front of so many people anymore. He let out a soft sigh. He pushed the thoughts aside. The small boat continued its journey forward. Fortunately, the wind was favorable today. All the rafts moved swiftly. It was around 10 o'clock at night. Everyone finally arrived at the base camp. Even before landing on the island, they spotted Engineer Gong on the beach. Under the moonlight, Engineer Gong kept waving at Qin Fong. Even though his facial expression was indistinct, one could imagine he was overjoyed at that moment. Yizhong Island had just been fully recaptured. Gong Changshi had received the news. His anxious heart finally settled. Qin Fong's expedition this time. Gong Changshi's level of worry was no less than Chen Shuero's. But as a man, there were some things he simply couldn't voice aloud. He could only silently pray in his heart. It was precisely this heartfelt concern that the engineer kept glancing out the window toward the distant sea throughout the afternoon. Until evening fell. The light was faint. He finally made his way to the beach. All to be the first to spot Qin Fong's fleet. Qin Fong and his men returned to the island. The moment the small boat beached, Gong Changshi jogged over to Qin Fong. "Brother! It's good you're back safe. Safe and sound is what matters most." Qin Fong gave Gong Changshi a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Without your support, things wouldn't have gone this smoothly. You've worked hard, brother Gong." Those words warmed Gong Changshi's heart. "Brother, you guys are the ones who worked the hardest." Staring into the biting wind and blizzard. "Ah. Alright, the job's done. Come on, Gong, look who's here," Qin Fong said, pointing behind him. His body was also positioned to the side. "Who's this?" The night was dimly lit. He couldn't make out the figure at first glance. But soon, Gong Changshi noticed the red birthmark on the person's face. A birthmark? Before Qin Fong could speak, Spotted stepped forward first, bowing his hands toward Gong Changshi. "Brother Gong." At that moment, Gong Changshi shot Qin Fong a meaningful look. He silently gave him a thumbs up. Gong Changshi knew full well what Hua Ban was capable of. To have recruited such a person. He was genuinely happy for Qin Fong. Immediately afterward, Gong Changshi greeted Hua Ban with a cheerful smile. After that, Hua Ban led the newly joined brothers and introduced them to everyone. Only then did Qin Fong lead everyone onto the island. "Brother Gong, I had you build a few more houses earlier. They're all finished now. Oh, and I heard we have a woman joining the team this time?" "Yes. Chen Shuero couldn't manage everything on her own. And now there are more people on the island. We really do need more hands for the planting work." Gong Chang nodded. "You're absolutely right, brother. My wife was waiting on the beach earlier too. But you know how cold it is now. If she really got frostbitten, you'd be dead meat, big brother. So I sent her back first." Qin Fong chuckled. "You're welcome, Gong. Thanks for that. Ah, it's no big deal. I'm still envious of your good fortune, big brother. Having such a wonderful woman by your side." Facing Gong Changshi's teasing, the brothers behind them joined in the banter. The atmosphere grew lively in an instant. Yet amidst the laughter and cheer, Jia Wei pressed her lips tightly together, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossing her eyes. Her head drooped downward. Soon, Qin Fong arrived near the small courtyard. Wu Fei said, "Big brother, you don't need to fuss over us. Your wife is waiting for you. Leave the rest of the chores to us. With me, Gonga, and Hua Ban here, you still don't feel at ease?" Without waiting for Qin Fong's reply, Wu Fei shoved and nudged him, practically pushing Qin Fong into the small courtyard. Then he casually shut the door behind him. "Don't worry, big brother. Sleep in tomorrow," he finished with a knowing smile. Qin Fong smiled. He gave Wu Fei a nod. Then he turned and walked toward the small building. He pushed open the door. The room was actually lit up. When did this little girl buy a lamp in the mall? The table in front of her was laden with all sorts of delicious food. Seafood, fruits, vegetables, and more. But Chen Shuero was nowhere to be seen on the chair beside it. Hey! Did she fall asleep? Just as he was pondering this, suddenly, Qin Fong sensed movement behind him. Then he felt something soft press against him. "Welcome home, big brother." Chen Shuero wrapped her arms around Qin Fong from behind. You little minx, playing hide and seek with me. Just wait till I get my hands on you. He. Let's eat first. You must be starving after being out at sea. How are you going to have the strength to deal with me on an empty stomach? As she spoke, Chen Shuero wrapped herself around him like a water snake, landing directly in Qin Fong's embrace. He looked down. Qin Fong's eyes widened in shock. It's not you, this is lingerie? Chapter 118, Activating the Island Merger. He, do you like it? Chen Shuero said, taking a few steps back. Her entire perfect figure was now fully exposed to Qin Fong's eyes. Under the dim lighting, her slightly plump figure with its delicate curves appeared utterly alluring. For a moment, Qin Fong was completely mesmerized. Is this still the same girl? How could it feel like in just a few days? Has she become even more alluring and captivating? He looked again at her adorable, pretty face. Even more alluring. Her eyes, so full and moist, seem as if they could spill water. Could such a perfect girlfriend really be mine? For a moment, Qin Fong could scarcely believe it. So beautiful. Chen Shuero gave a soft smile. Glad you like it. I cut this out myself while you were away. Just so I could wear it for you when you came back. He. Seeing the girl's radiant smile. You little thing, being so kind to me? Wearing so little, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? How could I? Brother Gong designed our house to be so well insulated. Plus, we're burning the coal brother collected, so our place is nice and toasty. After Chen Shuero's reminder, Qin Fong realized his two-story cottage was indeed exceptionally warm. Despite its spaciousness, the insulation was flawless. You know what? Brother Gong really knows his stuff. As he pondered this, Chen Shuero once again slithered like a water snake around Qin Fong's waist. Come eat, big bro. I've already made the bed upstairs. Chen Shuero said, her watery eyes like soul-stealing abysses. One more glance and he'd be lost. Never to climb back out. Qin Fong reached out and wrapped his arms around Chen Shuero's soft, supple waist, lifting her entire body in one swift motion. He sat down on the stool. Then he placed the little minx on his lap. Under the dim lighting, the atmosphere felt incredibly intimate. Chen Shuero let out a soft chuckle. She picked up the food from the table, feeding Qin Fong one piece after another. At that very moment, Qin Fong felt as though he were living in paradise. A beautiful woman nestled in his arms, savoring delicious food. If only he could have a glass of red wine to go with it. It would be absolutely perfect. Thinking this, Qin Fong asked, Hey, do they have red wine in the mall? Red wine? I think I actually saw it that day. Qin Fong's eyes lit up. He hurriedly opened the marketplace. He scrolled down to search. Chen Shuero leaned in, her little head close by. Hey, wait. It's not here? Following the direction of Chen Shuero's finger. Sure enough, a bottle of red wine appeared. Qin Fong clicked to open it. Holy crap! It's actually a 1982 Lafite? This mall is seriously awesome. He glanced at the price below. Original price, 30 gold carats. That expensive? But hey, we've got the half-price system. Qin Fong clicked by decisively. With a swish, the red wine appeared on the table. It even came with 2 wine glasses. The arrival of the wine and glasses instantly elevated the atmosphere. The two then savored the fine wine while enjoying grilled meat and fruit. The pleasant atmosphere grew even more intense. Soon, under the influence of alcohol, Chen Shuero's already adorable face flushed bright red. Her eyes began to glaze over with a dreamy haze. What was truly irresistible was her plump little mouth. Under the influence of the red wine, her lips turned a deep purplish red. Unbelievably moist. Qin Fong stared at those lips, completely mesmerized. Why are you staring at my lips? Chen Shuero asked softly. It's beautiful. Of course I want to look a little longer. Look? Just looking won't do, you have to taste it. With that, Chen Shuero suddenly leaned in. Another passionate moment ensued. Shall we go upstairs? Qin Fong suggested. Chen Shuero shook her head. What? Still on the table? Chen Shuero shook her head again. Qin Fong looked utterly confused. On the stool. The stool's small. Funny. It's been days. At this moment, all the anxiety Chen Shuero had felt toward Qin Fong these past days finally released. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. That must be it. The once quiet little room would never be quiet again. She slept straight through until noon the next day. Chen Shuero slowly opened her eyes. She saw Qin Fong still fast asleep. Gazing at his resolute profile, Chen Shuero's lips curved upward without her realizing it. After waiting all these years? It wasn't for nothing. He's back in my hands once more, isn't he? She couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Qin Fong's high, straight nose. Then she pinched his cheeks. Chen Shuero curled up like a kitten in Qin Fang's embrace. It was now the 4th day of the bitter cold. Outside, a blizzard raged. Inside, the two clung tightly to each other, warm as spring. After a while, Chen Shuero lingered in Qin Fang's embrace. Only then did she reluctantly rise. She truly wished to spend her entire life in Qin Fang's embrace. But seeing the exhaustion on Qin Fang's face, her heart ached even more. Off to cook for my brother. She reached the stairwell. The moment her leg stepped out, a sudden twinge of pain shot through her. A blush spread across her face. But thankfully, it wasn't too bad. She hurried downstairs and began bustling about with a clatter. A few minutes later, Qin Fang opened his eyes. He walked to the window. He gazed out at the blinding snowstorm. The entire island was blanketed in white. The snowfall was even heavier than on the first day of the extreme cold. Gazing at the island. Suddenly, Qin Fang recalled the island merger device previously rewarded by the system. The system had stated that capturing just one more large island would activate the island merger. This was a valuable tool for expanding his territory. He hurriedly retrieved the merger. Sure enough, the screen, which had been a dull gray before, now it had lit up. A button for a primordial island appeared on the screen. Qin Fang clicked on it. The screen immediately changed. A bird's eye view of an island appeared on the screen. Upon closer inspection, this was the very island he was currently on. Beside the aerial view, several virtual islands appeared. These islands were neatly arranged in a row. The foremost island was a large one. Behind it were the coordinates of the islands. Wasn't this the very large island of Yizhong that I had just captured? Below it was a medium-sized island. That was the medium-sized island the young lady inherited at the very beginning. Further down lies yet another medium-sized island. What's this? Qin Fang carefully recalled. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Isn't this the medium-sized island with the cave? And behind it were some smaller islands. Qin Fang understood. The islands he had landed on back then were all included in this. All the way to the very end. That was the tiny island he had originally inherited. Gazing at that tiny island, Qin Fang felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. How time had flown by. Qin Fang clicked the merge button behind the miniature island. With a snap, the miniature island instantly appeared on the southeast side of his own island. He tried clicking the merge button behind the small island again. Another snap. Right next to the newly merged micro island, another small island appeared. Could it really have merged successfully? Qin Fang immediately peered out the window toward the southeast. Holy crap! Qin Fang was so stunned his jaw nearly hit the floor. Where the sea had once stretched out to the southeast, two small islands had actually appeared. Chapter 119, Resource Issues Resurface. Qin Fang rubbed his eyes again. He looked again, carefully. The two islands remained perfectly still, standing firm before his eyes. Holy crap! This is just merging two islands. There are still several more islands waiting to be merged on the screen. As he spoke, Qin Fang shifted his gaze back to the merger's screen. This time, he hesitated no longer. He tapped repeatedly on the adjacent islands awaiting merger. He tapped away. Then he looked at the screen again. Several islands appeared with a clatter on either side of his own island. First, the small islands merged. Then two medium-sized islands. Finally, the large islands merged. In the blink of an eye, the once vast expanse of sea before Qin Fang's eyes was now completely filled with islands. The current island area was more than double its original size. Qin Fang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He had once thought the large island was already enormous. But now, in the blink of an eye, the land beneath his feet had expanded to encompass two large islands. Suddenly, Qin Fang's watch began vibrating incessantly. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibrations grew urgent. He hurriedly picked it up to check. It was Wu Fei. Hello? Bad news, big brother. Major changes have occurred on our island. I don't know what's going on, but suddenly there are all these big and small islands appearing around ours. Big brother, you've got to come out and see for yourself. Wu Fei's voice sounded extremely anxious over the phone. Qin Fang chuckled. Whoa, calm down, calm down. I just did that. From now on, all these islands belong to us. Silence fell on the other end of the line. WH? What? Bro, you're not joking, right? You pulled this off? Don't worry about the details. Anyway, our operational area should now be more than double what it was before. Bottom line, our turf just got bigger. Ah. On the phone, Wu Fei nodded in agreement. His tone clearly betrayed his disbelief. Qin Fang couldn't explain it to him either. He'll get used to it. He hung up the phone. The island's terrain has changed now. We still need to notify them. It's Gong Changshi. Otherwise, he won't be able to proceed with the defensive structures. After going downstairs, he had a meal with Chen Shuero. Qin Fang dressed himself. He draped a tiger skin coat over his shoulders and stepped outside. The moment he opened the door, a sudden blast of cold wind hit him. Then, a blizzard of snow swirled toward him. Were it not for the tiger skin coat, this fierce cold wind would have pierced right through his clothes, striking his skin. He pulled his coat tighter. He made his way toward Gong Qingshi's house. Knock knock knock. Soon, Gong Qingshi opened the door and ushered Qin Fong inside. Brother, what brings you here? Qin Fong paused before replying, how's the progress on the blueprints for our defensive structures and such? The blueprints for the elevated defensive structures and wooden city walls are already complete. Oh, and the outer spiked protective barriers around the walls, those will be finished soon too. What's wrong, brother? You didn't go out to see it just now, did you? No, I haven't. Then get dressed. Come outside with me and you'll see. A peculiar expression had already appeared on Gong Qingshi's face. But he didn't ask any more questions. He quickly dressed. He wrapped himself in the wolfskin coat Qin Fong had given him. The two walked out the door, one ahead of the other. They headed straight for the beach where they had landed the previous day. Braving the wind and snow, they soon reached the beach. But by now, Gong Qingshi was utterly bewildered. His eyes darted around the surroundings. Indeed, he was searching for the sea that should have stretched before him. Because the raft beside it is still there. How come the ocean that was here yesterday has vanished? Only then did it dawn on him. Brother, it's too complicated to explain in a few words. Anyway, I'll tell you this much, I've merged all the islands, I've conquered the small ones and the big ones into one. The land beneath our feet now is more than double what it used to be. Gong Qingshi listened but didn't respond. He dashed to a higher rock and scanned the surroundings once more. He gazed for a long while. Only then did he leap down. Brother, no wonder you asked me to come out and look. If you'd just told me the words, I wouldn't have believed it. But then it hit me. This is a game world after all. Nothing to be baffled about. Qin Fong nodded. Brother Gong, I actually asked you to come out to take a look. I wanted you to familiarize yourself with the island's new terrain. I'm worried the defensive structures we designed earlier might not work with the current layout. Engineer Gong waved his hand dismissively. You can rest assured about that, bro. They'll definitely work, it's still the island's basic terrain after all. But there's one thing that's going to get really tricky. Oh? After a moment of thought, Qin Fong continued, you mean resources? Exactly, boss. Construction requires massive resources. It's not like building a single house or tool. It's about continuous walls and such. These are all considered large-scale constructions now. Now that our operational area has expanded. Protecting more land means more resources are needed, and naturally, more defensive structures are required. Therefore, Qin Fong frowned. Gong Qingshi was right. Ultimately, it still boils down to insufficient resources. Gong Qingshi continued, brother, why not select some islands and send them back first? Once we have sufficient resources, we can retrieve them later. What do you think? Qin Fong shook his head. No. If we send them back, those islands will immediately become unclaimed territory. Once others occupy them, it'll be too late to reclaim them. Besides, brother Gong, resources are the most crucial thing on a deserted island. Land means resources. That's where strength comes from. Though the resources on this land have been completely depleted now. They'll definitely respawn. Plus, medium-sized islands have specialty resources. These become treasures in the late game. Once resources respawn, our strength will surge dramatically. Therefore, not only should we not give up, but we should actively seek out more islands. Especially now. Once resources refresh, island battles will become fiercer. It'll be much harder then. Gong Qingshi suddenly understood. You're absolutely right, brother. Even if these islands are barren now, with resources already stripped clean. But as long as we hold the islands, I don't believe they won't respawn. When the resources respawn, won't we strike it rich? As he spoke, Gong Qingshi's eyes lit up. His eyes were filled with hope. And big brother. Your former island even had iron ore as a specialty resource. Later on, when we repair and upgrade the city walls, the demand for iron ore will be enormous. And Tiger Island had gunpowder too. These are all treasures. Exactly. That's precisely why. That's why we absolutely must capture more islands later on to expand our territory. Even if resources don't respawn early on, our manpower will grow, increasing our grain needs. Won't we require more land to cultivate crops? At this point, Engineer Gong Cheng sighed deeply. You really have the long view, brother. But how should we arrange the defensive structures now? Qin Fong stroked his chin. After a moment, he said, first, protect the large and medium-sized islands. Leave the small ones alone for now. As for the resource issues later on, I'll figure something out. Will that work, boss? Can we pull it off? These islands will be treasures in the future, we have to make it work. Chapter 120, De Fu's Transformation. Gong Qingshi gazed at Qin Fong's resolute eyes. Once again, he marveled inwardly. Such a visionary and decisive elder brother. He could only marvel at his own good fortune. Come to think of it, he owed even greater gratitude to Chen Nan back then. They say those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. Not dying at Chen Nan's hands. I've been blessed by Qin Feng instead. Brother, I believe you. Qin Feng smiled lightly. If you don't trust me, who else can you trust? Alright, head back now. The weather's getting colder by the day. I'll secure the resources as soon as possible. Just focus on your research with confidence. Don't worry about failure or resource consumption. Alright. With you backing me, that's all I need. But the resources shouldn't be urgent, right? Qin Feng shook his head slowly. After the bitter cold passes, Lao Kai, one of Qin Bei's 4 heavenly kings, will arrive. I hear he's ruthless and cunning. We mustn't underestimate him. And his purpose in coming is obvious to probe our strength. Regardless of whether we can win. Just seeing how vast our territory is now. And report it to Chen Bei. Would Chen Bei not be tempted? Wouldn't he be envious? If I can see this, Chen Bei surely can too. The battle for resources has already begun. Grab resources easily, but defend them hard. Predators are all watching. How could he not be anxious? Qin Feng let out a bitter laugh. Braving the biting wind, he trudged through the thick snow. Creaking along, he moved forward. Dong Changsha remained silent. In that moment, he could feel the weight of pressure on Qin Feng's shoulders. Big brother. It's not that easy to be. He silently followed behind Qin Feng, saying nothing more. They passed the area where his subordinates' quarters were located. Qin Feng hesitated, then stepped inside. For the newly joined members, Qin Feng entered each room to gauge the atmosphere. He inquired about everyone's feelings. All the subordinates looked genuinely flattered and surprised. Burn the coal if you need to. Don't let yourselves freeze and risk your health. Don't worry, boss. This place is way more comfortable than the old one. Not only is it warmer, but it's also much more spacious. That's right. Thanks for caring, boss. Qin Feng smiled, exchanged a few more pleasantries, then stepped outside. After all, the design came from Master Gong Cheng. It couldn't be wrong. When it came to his subordinates, he believed in providing the necessary care. Satisfy them both materially and spiritually. Only then would their hearts align with his. Inside the room. Ah. Now that's a real big brother braving the wind and snow just to check on us. You bet. I'd gladly give my life for a boss like this. Who says otherwise? He gives everything he should, and he's not stuck up. No way, I can't stay inside any longer. What are you up to? Out to work out. Don't forget, once this bitter cold passes, those bastards will be here. I'll make sure they know we're not pushovers. Damn. You're the one thinking too deep, bro. Take me with you. I'm coming too. Then what are you waiting for? Little Seven, go get the guys from the other rooms. Big brother's braving the wind and snow to get out. Are we just gonna sit here like nothing's happening? Don't we have any shame? After he finished speaking, everyone else lowered their heads, faces flushed. Not a word dared escape their lips. The one called Shaoqi immediately ran outside. Before long, outside the entire area, everyone braved the biting wind and began running in unison. Their chants grew even louder. Seeing this commotion, also followed suit and ran out. With more people, the atmosphere grew even more intense. At that moment, Qin Feng hadn't gone far. He turned around and saw the scene. He was momentarily stunned. This was even better than he'd expected. He thought to himself, not bad. With everyone so motivated, he must produce more and better equipment as soon as possible. Arm them all. A smile touched his lips. Just as he turned to head back, he turned around just as Jiawei emerged from the house. Brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave a polite smile and nodded in response. He continued walking forward. A flicker of loneliness passed through Jiawei's eyes. Wait, brother Qin Feng. What is it? Qin Feng turned to ask. Jiawei remained silent. She turned and went back inside. She soon emerged again. A cotton coat appeared in her hands. Brother Qin Feng, I cried on your clothes last time and got them dirty. I never got a chance to wash them for you, so please take this new cotton coat instead. Qin Feng waved his hand. Don't worry about me. I have enough clothes. You should keep this coat for yourself. It's going to get colder in the coming days. With that, Qin Feng turned and walked away. Jiawei was left standing alone in the cold wind. Her eyes fixed on Qin Feng's retreating figure. Her lips pressed tightly together, her fingertips dug deep into the quilted coat. Finally, she let out a soft sigh. Her eyes filled with desolation as she stepped back inside. He already has a girlfriend. Why bother? Tingting remarked from the side. Yeah nodded in agreement. If you keep this up, brother Qin Feng's girlfriend will definitely have something against you. Don't forget, we'll be working under her in the future. Tingting added, exactly. And I heard brother Qin Feng and sister Ro are deeply in love. Jiawei, already feeling desolate. Her eyes grew even more dim and lifeless after hearing this. Slowly, she spoke up, I understand. A flood of words she wanted to explain. But when they reached her lips, they became a simple, I see. Looking at Ting Ting and yeah. How could you possibly know my background? Though we were all rescued at the same time. But you couldn't possibly understand the significance of Brother Qin Fong saving me. I never intended to disrupt his family. For Sister Ro, I only feel admiration. Fate has already decided who came first and who came later. I simply respect that. I don't ask for much just to give silently. Qin Fong hurried back into the small courtyard. Suddenly, a distinct sound came from nearby. Rustling sounds. He glanced to the side. The source of the noise was none other than Dafu's nest. Dafu's current nest was considerably larger than before. And it was designed by Master Gongcheng. It's been ages since I last saw Dafu. I wonder how big it's grown by now. Arriving at Dafu's den, he gently opened the semicircular wooden door. Just then, the sounds inside suddenly ceased. Qin Fong felt puzzled. Just as he was about to crouch down to peek inside, suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision. A brown mass burst out from within. It pounced on him almost immediately. It knocked him flat onto the snow. I opened my eyes. Holy crap! It's Dafu! This is clearly that vicious bear from before. At this point, Dafu's size was almost identical to that vicious bear from back then. But unlike the vicious bear, facing Qin Fong, Dafu's face was perpetually adorned with a smile. Not a trace of hostility or ferocity flickered in his eyes. Before Qin Fong could react, Dafu's large head nudged gently against his chest, as if greeting a long-lost master. Both obedient and excited, Qin Fong climbed to his feet. Dafu stood up too, placing his two massive paws directly on Qin Fong's shoulders. At this angle, Dafu's height now clearly surpassed Qin Fong's. Who would have thought? After just a short time apart, Dafu had grown so much. It was time to take him out for a walk. It was hard to imagine just how formidable Dafu's attack power must be now. Chapter 121, Yi Zhong's last bit of use. As he pondered this, Qin Fong pulled a piece of raw meat from his backpack and tossed it toward the distance. Dafu immediately sprinted forward. Its speed was astonishing. Not the slightest bit hindered by its size. As a close protection bodyguard, his physique had already met expectations. Now all that was missing was some practical combat skills. By then, it was noon, and the wind and snow had eased somewhat. Qin Fong decided to take Dafu out hunting. With such a large frame, it was time to take him out for a walk. While others walked their dogs. But he was walking a bear? Qin Fong beckoned to Dafu with a gentle wave. Dafu was incredibly alert. With a piece of meat in its mouth. And immediately returned to Qin Fong's side. Qin Fong placed his hand on Dafu's back. Instantly, he could feel the thick, resilient muscles beneath. And the hard bear hide. He patted Dafu's back. He led the way forward. Dafu obediently followed close by his side. The man and bear had barely stepped out of the small courtyard when Huabian came rushing toward them in a hurry. At the same time, Dafu's eyes locked onto Huaban. The momentary look of obedience vanished. Instantly transformed into a ferocious glare. Long fangs were instantly revealed. His ferocious expression was even more terrifying than that of the vicious bear. Spotted looked up. Just in time to witness this scene. His footsteps froze instantly. His entire body froze mid-air. His eyes widened in shock. His mouth hung open. Big brother. The words barely left his lips. Dafu bared his teeth, ready to charge forward. Qin Fong immediately patted Dafu's back. Then he stroked the bear's fur back into place. Only then did Dafu halt his charging stride. But his expression remained as ferocious as ever. His eyes fixed intently on Speckles. Qin Fong smiled and waved at Speckles. Don't worry, you're new to the island, and it doesn't know you yet. Just make an effort to get on its good side in the future. No, it's not that. Spotted pointed at Dafu in terror. Bro! This is yours? I've had him for ages. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, he won't bite you. Well, okay then. What's up? What's so urgent? Oh, it's like this, big brother. I've got word that Lao Kai and the others have already set out. Set out? In this weather? Aren't they afraid of freezing to death at sea? They probably won't. This time they should have brought enough food and supplies. Is the information reliable? Absolutely reliable. And they're said to have taken quite a few people with them. Not sure exactly how many. And, as Huaban spoke, a look of hesitation crossed his face. They're well equipped this time, and all the rafts are fitted with electric propellers. So they'll reach our location even faster. Qin Fong fell silent for a moment. Alright, I understand. During the warmer midday hours these next few days, you and Wu Fei should spend more time training the brothers below. Don't worry about their equipment. You'll see for yourselves in a few days. Spotted eyes lit up. Big brother. What gear? Do we get samurai swords like Brother Fei's? As someone who frequently got into fights, his passion for blades was undeniable. And the first time Speckles saw the katana swords in Wu Fei's hands, he was utterly captivated. The katana long range, lightweight. They pack a serious punch. And they look damn cool. It's hard not to love a weapon like this. The katana is just the foundation. There's more to come, you'll see tomorrow and the day after. You're my men now. How can I expect you to perform without proper gear? Besides, this counts as your first battle. Victory is the best way to boost morale. I value you more than you think. Hua Ban, who had been wearing a worried expression. Now his face was filled with excitement. Got it, boss. To be honest, the guys below are really behind you. They even volunteered for midday training sessions. Xin Fong smiled. Alright, go lead them. I need to take him out for a walk. Xin Fong said, gesturing behind him toward Dafu. Hua Ban's expression darkened. He immediately turned and walked away. Without a moment's hesitation. On the way, Speckles mused that Xin Fong needed a bodyguard. He'd even considered whether he might have a chance to apply for the position. But now it seemed he had no chance at all. That thing was terrifying enough to scare the living daylights out of anyone. Defu saw that Hua Ban had already left. His alert expression immediately returned to its previous state. Xin Fong waved to Dafu. Man and Bear walked deeper into the island's interior. Keeping him cooped up long-term would erode Dafu's wild instincts. Therefore, it was essential to give him ample exposure to nature on a regular basis. Time passed. It wasn't until past 3 in the afternoon that Xin Fong returned to base camp with Dafu. During this time, Dafu successfully caught 3 wild rabbits and 1 wild boar. Xin Fong divided all the game. Half the meat went to Dafu. The other half was stored in his backpack. Tonight we'll have wild rabbit for dinner. He returned to the small courtyard. Dafu returned to his den. Xin Fong also went back inside. He handed the rabbit to Chen Shuero. Xin Fong then went upstairs. He retrieved Yi Zhong's multifunctional watch. Ever since obtaining Yi Zhong's watch, he hadn't had time to examine its contents. After opening it, Xin Fong first tapped the shopping mall icon. The interface shifted. The mall interface immediately appeared before his eyes. Xin Fong's gaze shifted to the top left corner. Ha! This kid, 538 golden carats. Damn, that's a lot. Transfer. After a series of operations, all of Yi Zhong's golden carats were transferred to his own name. These golden carats should be more than enough when it comes time to craft weapons using the weapon replicator. Thanks for the support, Brother Zhong. I'll burn you some extra joss paper later. Then came his backpack. Opening it revealed something unexpected. There's a ton of stuff in there. Basic supplies were a bit scarce, but the food resources were truly abundant. With all this food, he could easily last half a month on his own. And he still claims there's no food? What a jerk. If only he'd shared this food with those below him. They could have weathered these bitterly cold days. There'd be no need to send his men out to starve and scavenge for food. He shook his head helplessly. Xin Fong tearfully transferred all these resources into his backpack. Ding! Doubling skill triggered. Thickwood 200, slate 150, large leaves 150, hardstone 50, timber 300, coal 60, bamboo shoots 30, sea shrimp 40, crabs 30, raw meat 75, cassava 70, eggplant 80. Oh, and some smaller food items too. All the tasty stuff ended up in my hands. After checking again, after confirming there was nothing else left, he tossed the watch away. Then, Xin Fong took out the weapon replicator. He began replicating weapons. This time, he wasn't just replicating the katana. He also replicated a bow and arrows. Ranged weapons were essential. He even replicated crossbows. However, the more powerful the weapon, the more golden carats are required for replication. In essence, it's simply spending money to acquire weapons. Fortunately, Yi Zhong's golden carats are sponsoring us. Otherwise, we might have fallen short. But if we really did replicate all these weapons, wouldn't the brothers below go crazy when they saw it? Chapter 122, Another Deal. He activated the replicator. Since the katana had been replicated before, there was a record. Cloning one katana consumes 10 golden carats. Last time, 13 were replicated. This time, I need to replicate at least 25 katana. That's 250 golden carats. Anyway, Yi Zhong is sponsoring them. Enter the number of copies. Then click Start. As the machine hummed to life. After a clatter and clang, he checked his backpack again. 25 katana swords had been successfully duplicated. He had originally planned to duplicate the bow and arrows from before. But upon second thought, the old bow and arrows might already be somewhat outdated. Now that I had a precision crafting machine of my own. Inside are blueprints for repeating crossbows and compound bows. Why not craft them directly? Besides, I already have the necessary resources on hand. The katana was replicated because its crafting requires high-grade iron ore. high-grade iron ore is reserved for crafting pistols. Therefore, it's more efficient to simply use the replicator. After making up my mind, he retrieved the precision crafting machine. He quickly located two weapons, the compound bow and the repeating crossbow. Compound bow, iron ingots 30, wood 40. Repeating crossbow, iron ingots 35, wood 35. After reviewing the blueprints, Xin Fang was speechless. These things require so many resources? But then he thought about it in the current lineup of cold weapons. They were truly formidable. The compound bow boasts long range and exceptional accuracy. And it packs a serious punch. The repeating crossbow boasts rapid fire and high efficiency. Both are top tier among cold weapons. Fortunately, we made a substantial haul from the deep sea floor last time. Otherwise, we simply couldn't afford these weapons. Then select the quantity. Click to craft. 3 compound bows and 5 repeating crossbows were crafted. Ding! Quality doubling skill triggered. Compound bows upgraded to excellent. Repeating crossbows upgraded to excellent. My quality skill had just been upgraded. Indeed, it's a 3-tier upgrade. It went straight from common to excellent. The compound bow now felt more solid. Moreover, a scope has been added to its original design. This significantly boosted its accuracy. Additionally, all 5 crossbows were upgraded to match the grade of the one in his hands. They loaded faster, and most importantly, the quiver capacity increased to 40 bolts. Afterward, Xin Fang crafted 300 iron-tipped arrows. Combined with his existing stock, his total supply now approached 500 iron arrows. This was more than sufficient. The weapons were now complete. But this wasn't the end. The next step is to acquire some protective gear. Remember when I first started out, using boar armor? It was bulky, but it offered decent protection. But wild boar hide isn't available in the shop right now. It's time to ask around in the regional chat. Open the regional chat window. Xin Fang, need cotton or cloth? Trade for boar hide. Before Xin Fang sent the message, only a handful of people were exchanging sparse messages in the regional chat. After enduring these recent natural disasters, many lives were lost. Now, as they endured the present ordeal, most were suffering from hunger and cold. Those like Xin Fang and his group, who have warmth and food, are truly few and far between. However, shortly after Xin Fang sent this message, not long after, the comments section erupted. Holy crap, the boss finally spoke up. How many days has it been? I thought the boss had met with some natural disaster. Perished? Dude, check again, what did the boss trade for what? Cloth and cotton? Holy crap. Aren't those the raw materials for making cotton jackets and quilts? Trading that for wild boar hides? I just don't get this move. Cloth and cotton are so important right now. And he's trading them for inedible boar hides? If someone has it, they can trade it however they want. Even if you traded it for manure, they'd still be willing. Brother Xin Fang, I happen to have 2 pieces of wild boar hide. Are you really interested in trading? Xin Fang's eyes lit up. Really? Xin Fang, I'll trade. When he saw Xin Fang was serious about the trade, and not joking around, those lurking spectators immediately began messaging Xin Fang privately. However, many of them didn't have pigskin. They wanted to trade other supplies for cloth and cotton resources. Brother Xin Fang, please spare me some cotton? I'm freezing to death. Please, big brother, spare me some cloth. I'll do anything you ask. Brother, do you have any food? Please give me some food. Faced with this, Xin Fang used to feel some sympathy. But now, seeing these pleas, he automatically ignored them. They're useless to me, 2 lips that just opened to demand resources. My resources were hard-earned through my own efforts. Why should I give them away for free? Even if you offered some kind of exchange, that would be acceptable. I won't bother with these messages anymore. Xin Fang carefully selected those who genuinely offered to trade pigskin. For those who were genuinely in need, Xin Fang, building on the trade foundation, he added some food and firewood. Though the amounts were modest, but in the current circumstances, everyone was incredibly grateful. Cotton and cloth alone were already life-saving for them. Now, with the added food, before long, they gathered nearly 42 wild boar hides. Wild boars are common on many islands. Thus, boar hides weren't particularly rare items. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, wild boar hides 210. Over 200 boar hides, more than enough to outfit the current team. In addition to that, also collected 10 bear skins. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, bear skins x50. This was truly an unexpected windfall. Bear hides offer superior protection, though their warmth is rather mediocre. Still, it's a loophole we exploited. If it weren't for the extreme cold, I doubt I could have traded for such high-quality bear hides. Moreover, 10 bear pelts are enough to craft a complete set of bear skin armor. Nizi and I already have ours. The rest will go to Huaban, Wu Fei, and Gong Chengshi. As for the 2 remaining sets, suddenly, a bold plan sprang to mind. Whether the plan would work or not, well, that would depend on how tomorrow unfolded. Outside, the sky had already grown dark. The heavy snow continued to fall relentlessly. 3 more days to endure. Based on the recent regional chat updates. Once this extreme cold passes, I fear even more people will die. A life like mine is something only a very small number of people can have. Contentment is key. The night passed without incident. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Xin Feng instructed Wu Fei and Hua Ban to gather the brothers below. Armed with weapons and gear, they arrived at their designated gathering area. From a distance, they could see the men standing in neat rows. Each man radiated high morale. Xin Feng felt reassured. Not bad. You know what? They really had that vibe. Even if they were formidable before, they were still like scattered sand. Now they've got real spirit and energy. A cohesive force radiates from within. Xin Feng slowly approached the group. I've gathered you all here today to offer something valuable. As he finished speaking, Xin Feng could clearly sense the sparkle in everyone's eyes. Chapter 123, The Sleep God. Xin Feng smiled. Snap. With the snap of his fingers, 2 figures emerged from the room behind him. Bent over, they struggled to carry 2 boxes. The crowd in front immediately noticed. Those in the front row craned their necks, eager to see what was inside. Before arriving, Wu Fei had already informed everyone. Today was the day for distributing equipment. The newcomers who had arrived in recent days, observing those who had followed Xin Feng from the start, occasionally brandishing their katana swords. They were all green with envy. Especially when they fell into the trap and were cornered inside the house. The cold gleam of those swords cut straight to the heart. The impression left on them was profound. Now, some have even started borrowing them to play around with. This new group had always been a bunch of troublemakers, many of whom were already well established in the underworld. Their craving for blades was even more intense than that of the earlier group who followed Xin Feng. Their very bones pulsed with hot-bloodedness and violence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the underworld so early. And they certainly wouldn't have followed men like Hua Ban and Yi Zhong. Therefore, when those 2 men carried the box, each step trembling, and the rattling sounds echoed from within the crate, their hearts were already itching unbearably. As the box landed, Xin Feng gave a mysterious smile. He gently lifted the cloth covering the crate. Instantly, flashes of white light erupted. Even on a snowy day, the sun's rays were faint. The reflected white light remained dazzling. Suddenly, someone in the front row shouted, Bro, is that really a katana? A katana? No way. I thought only the old guard had katana swords. Who knew new recruits could have one too? Where? Let me see. The once orderly formation began to scatter. Spotted immediately bellowed from the side. The crowd instantly fell silent. Yet some still craned their necks, eyes fixed intently on the contents of the crate. It was clear that each person's heart was filled with impatience. Xin Feng no longer kept them in suspense. He lifted it with both hands. The katana inside the box flew out. They plunged into the ground in front of the crowd. In an instant, the ground before them was covered in samurai swords. The slightly curved blades glinted coldly. Their handles all wrapped in black cord. A cold wind swept across the blades, emitting a faint humming sound. Xin Feng laughed. What are you standing around for? 1 sword per newcomer. No taking more than 1 each. At this, the crowd surged forward. Each gripped a samurai sword tightly in their hands. Excitement radiated from every face. Holy crap! This is a samurai sword, it really feels different in the hand. This length is so cool. Soon, all the katana were taken. Then, someone pointed at another box and asked, Bro, what's this? Someone nearby chimed in, Yeah, bro. I thought this box had samurai swords too. Xin Feng gave a mysterious smile. Why don't you open it yourself and see? The man visibly startled. Xin Feng nodded again. Only then did he gently reach out and lift the cloth. The others nearby craned their necks to peer inside. Holy crap! A compound bow. A repeating crossbow. Armor. The exclamations splashed like drops of oil hitting water. They instantly exploded. Even Wu Fei and Hua Ban's expressions changed. The people who had just been so enamored with their katana swords. After hearing this, they immediately crowded around, peering into the box one after another. After seeing it, every face mirrored the expression of the man who had spoken earlier. Compound bow. A repeating crossbow. They had only ever encountered ordinary bows before. They had never seen weapons of such exquisite craftsmanship before. The compound bow's design was already incredibly sleek. Now equipped with a scope, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Bro! Are these compound bows and repeating crossbows for us? Yeah, and this armor. Holy crap, I've never seen armor like this before. What kind of armor is this, bro? Xin Feng chuckled, You'll see everything soon enough. Old Wu, Old Hua, you two come up first. The two exchanged glances before stepping forward. When they saw the compound bow inside the box, their eyes couldn't hide their delight. Just say you like it, why hold back? Don't fight over them. These two compound bows were meant for them. Both of them froze slightly upon hearing this. Take them. What are you standing there for? Oh. The two immediately grabbed the compound bows from the box. The surrounding subordinates all wore looks of envy. The all-black compound bows felt solid in their hands. The solid, substantial feel was incredible. These are two quivers, each holding 50 iron arrows, Xin Fang explained. Thanks, big bro. Wu Fei and the others were filled with excitement. Afterward, Xin Fang selected skilled archers from among the others. He distributed the repeating crossbows among them. The remaining pigskin armor was distributed. Given the large number of people, it was impossible to provide armor for everyone. Therefore, Xin Fang only crafted upper body armor this time. This approach proved superior to a full set of armor. It ensured safety without sacrificing agility. At the mention of half-body armor, the crowd below couldn't stop grinning. It was the kind of gear that could save your life in a pinch. Wearing it gave everyone a profound sense of reassurance. Suddenly, Xin Fang noticed one face in the crowd that didn't look particularly happy. Though they were smiling along with everyone else. But a distinct sense of dissatisfaction was palpable. Why could he detect this person's expression? Because this person was exceptionally tall. At least 185 centimeters tall. He was solidly built. He looked like a little tank. Xin Fang pointed at the man and said, "Come here for a moment." At first, the man looked utterly bewildered. Only after confirming he was indeed being addressed, he walked over with a blank expression. "Sir, you called me?" At that moment, Waban noticed too. He jogged over and asked, "Boss, what do you need Sleep God for?" "Sleep God? What does that mean?" Big guy gave a sheepish grin and explained, "Bro, it's because I love sleeping, that's how they came up with the nickname. But I won't sleep if there's something important. You can count on me, boss." Sleepyhead scratched his head sheepishly. "How come I don't remember you at all?" Speckled interjected from the side, "Bro, you don't know him. Sleepyhead, he's not much of a talker. He just loves to sleep. But don't let that fool you, he's a real fighter." Xin Fang chuckled, "With that build, he'd be crazy not to be good at fighting. But I noticed you didn't seem too pleased earlier. What's up? Tell me what's bothering you." Sleep God's face drained at the question. No, big brother. I'm not dissatisfied. This gear is way better than before. I absolutely have nothing to complain about." Spotted also glared at Sleepyhead. Xin Fang quickly waved his hands. No. Old Hua, don't pressure him. I'm asking seriously. Sleep God, I'm asking you this because I consider you a brother. Better gear doesn't mean it's suitable. This stuff will be keeping you alive from now on. I'm asking because I care about you. Sleep God listened, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Summoning his resolve, he spoke up, "Brother. Actually, I'm a bit dissatisfied." Chapter 124, Chen Bei's Call. Then speak up. What exactly about this gear aren't you satisfied with? Well, brother, this katana feels too light for me. I tried it just now, and it's too light. It feels like I'm playing with a little wooden stick. Too light? Xin Fang's voice involuntarily rose a notch. Well, that was just great. Sleepyhead was so startled he quickly said, Bro, the katana is great, really great. I can handle it." Xin Fang waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. Listen, Sleep God. Tell me. What kind of weapon do you like to use? Do you have those big swords? You know, those really long ones? Back when I trained at the martial arts school. That's the sweet spot. The weight is just right. Martial arts school? You used to be in a martial arts school? Sleep God nodded. Xin Fang thought to himself. Is this Yi Zhong mentally unstable? No, he definitely has a screw loose. He didn't even notice such an amazing subordinate. Looks like he spends all day soaking in bathhouses and messing around. Xin Fang reached out and pinched the shoulder of the sleeping god. Solid. Rock hard. What a treasure I've stumbled upon. Sleep God, how about this? Give me some time and I'll figure out a way to get you a weapon like that. What do you say? At the suggestion, Sleep God's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Big brother. I'll do my best. With your build, a katana really isn't the best fit for you. Escort the Sleep God out. Spotted interjected from the side. Brother, Sleep God is a valuable asset. You'd better handle this carefully. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? It's not that I didn't want to tell you, big brother. The god of sleep has a rather peculiar temperament. That utterly deferential manner he showed you just now? I've never seen him like that before. Don't be fooled by his simple-minded speech. His temper is not to be trifled with. That's why I didn't dare tell you back then. What if he'd lost his temper? And he beats you up again, how could I possibly take responsibility for that? Xin Fang nodded. But he seemed pretty reasonable toward me just now. He didn't seem like the temperamental person you described. I'm puzzled too. Probably because your charisma is just too overwhelming, big brother. Cut it out. Now you're teasing me too? Xin Fang laughed. No, this isn't teasing. Bro, you have no idea how much weight you carry with these guys now. To have the living conditions we do now. They know it's no small feat. Not only are they warm, but they've got plenty to eat. Didn't you see how excited they were to get weapons? Every one of them is itching to take out a few of old Kai's men just to show you. This is the first time I've seen them this motivated. It's nothing like it was back in Yi Zhong's days. Xin Fang chuckled, being kind to your men never hurts. Oh, and tonight, you, old Wu, and brother Gong should all come by my place. I've got something for you guys. We'll also discuss how to deal with Lao Kai and his crew. Speckled nod, got it, boss. No problem. He dismissed the group. Xin Fang returned home. He mentioned to Qin Shuero that she should prepare a few extra dishes for dinner. The young lady nodded in agreement. Back in his room, his mind kept dwelling on the matter of the sleep god. It seemed that weapons weren't simply effective just because one thought they were. Future developments actually demanded greater weapon diversity. Long weapons had their advantages in range. Short weapons possess the agility that comes with their compact nature. Ultimately, weapons must be chosen based on the individual's strengths. As this thought struck me, an idea flashed through my mind. The research table. This was the very device capable of combining two items through research. It was crafted using this very method. What the god of sleep needed now was a long sword. What if he combined two? If we really could craft a massive broadsword for the sleep god. He's also trained at a martial arts academy. That would greatly increase our odds against Lao Kai and his crew. Without exaggeration, Sleep God would absolutely be a formidable warrior. But he must have a weapon that suits him. Xin Fang leapt to his feet. He immediately retrieved the research desk. He opened his backpack. Another problem arose. The sticky vine adhesive used for assembling and splicing was gone. But luckily, we still had cloth and cotton. With these two hard currencies in hand, I'm sure we can trade them for some vine glue. Sure enough, not long after we put it up, someone came to trade. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, grapevine sap 35. 35 more than enough. Xin Fang then placed both broadswords and the sticky substance onto the research table. Click combine. A clatter of metal echoed. A loud thud echoed. Then came a thunderous clang. A 2-meter-long broadsword slammed onto the floor. Before anyone could react. Ding! Triggered quality upgrade skill, broadsword upgraded to excellent. Immediately followed by a swish. The entire broadsword gleamed with renewed brilliance. The wooden handle had transformed into iron. The blade's spine grew thicker. The blade itself was now incredibly sharp. Xin Fang reached out and gripped the broadsword. He strained and suddenly felt a twinge in his back. Damn! This heavy? He gripped it with both hands and strained once more, finally managing to hoist the great sword onto his shoulder. Now Xin Fang was starting to worry whether Sleepyhead could even lift it. But then he thought about it. Those solid muscles. That massive frame. Swinging that great sword. The lethality is beyond imagination. I was picturing Sleep God swinging his blade. Suddenly, my watch vibrated. Could someone be looking for me to swap resources again? He opened the notification. Xin Fang froze in shock. The caller was none other than. It was Chen Bei. Hello. Hey, Xin Fang, how've you been these past few days? Didn't freeze to death, did you? Yeah. I guess. I'm burning your brother's bones for warmth right now. So it's not too cold. Ha ha ha. Chen Bei emitted a series of eerie chuckles over the phone. Alright, in a few days I'll be burning your bones too. And I'll be burning them while having my way with your wife. Enough with the trash talk. We're all busy. I'm busy making old Kai's coffin right now. I'll make yours while I'm at it. Ha ha ha, I called just to let you know. Lao Kai will be here in 3 days. Just giving you a heads up. So confident? Xin Fang chuckled. Not confident, I just looked down on you. Don't think you're all that just because you took care of Yi Zhong. Alright, I got it. Tell Lao Kai I'm waiting for him. Me and my brothers are all waiting. Surrender, Xin Fang. You can't win. Surrendering will save some of your men. Don't bother with surrender talk like this in the future. Truthfully, I, Xin Fang, will never surrender. And second, if I can kill your brother, I can kill you too. Xin Fang hung up immediately after speaking. Every extra word with him was a waste of time. Chen Bei's end. The dial tone sounded. Staring at the disconnected call from Xin Fang, Chen Bei immediately sent a message to Lao Kai. If you don't take out Xin Fang, I'll come back and take you out. Take him out, and all his resources are yours. Chapter 125, Summary Meeting. Lao Kai stared at the message from Chen Bei. He was visibly startled. He had never issued such an order to himself before. Xin Fang, you've got some real guts. You're the first to push Chen Bei to this point. Looks like one of us is going to have to die. After replying to Chen Bei, Lao Kai stroked his thick beard. Where are we? We're approaching the edge of their territory, Brother Kai. Lao Kai pulled his wolfskin coat tighter around his shoulders. Alright, tell the brothers to stay alert. This time we're landing a big fish. The boss said once we're done, all his resources are ours. The faces of the men behind him lit up with astonishment. Seriously, Kai? The boss actually said that? Holy crap. We're rolling in it now. I heard Qin Fong is one of the richest guys in this area, rolling in cash. He's got tons of food resources. You've got some serious inside info, kid. At that moment, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. Each of them seemed to already envision themselves standing on the island. Shut the hell up, all of you. Old Kai's face darkened as he bellowed. The crowd instantly fell silent. You lot are all dreaming of glory, aren't you? Qin Fong took care of Yi Zhong without losing a single soldier. Without a single casualty? That can't be right? Yeah. Yi Zhong was under our boss's protection, after all. Aren't there still our people on the island? They're all dead. Lao Kai's eyes gleamed with an unnatural ferocity. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Their expressions turned grim. All dead. No wonder the boss was so furious. Seeing the silence, Lao Kai said in a low voice, the boss's exact words were, if we can't handle Qin Fong, the boss will handle us. What to do? You all know what that means. One thing's for sure. Success brings glory and riches. Fail, and you'll be feeding the fish. Don't underestimate the enemy. Old Kai finished speaking. The others fell silent. They lowered their heads. Silent. Lao Kai scanned the group. His mind kept turning over Chen Beixia's order. Why was he so resolute? Was it truly to avenge his brother and the comrades who died at Qin Fong's hands? Yes. But not entirely. Unless that's the only possibility left. That man's power is too vast. The boss has no chance of holding out against them. The only way to survive is to shift operations to another region. And Qin Fong is essentially a breakthrough point. Taking out Qin Fong would not only boost their reputation, but also yield greater resource gains. But Qin Fong isn't someone to be trifled with. Are you truly certain you can handle him? In the past, he would have been absolutely confident. But now he's just incorporated so many of Yi Zhong's men. Armed them all to the teeth. Their strength is definitely no joke. A cold wind swept through. Lao Kai instinctively pulled his clothes tighter around himself. His eyes flickered uncertainly. Evening. Chen Shuero prepared a feast. Gong Chengshi, Wu Fei, and Huaban had all arrived. Please, everyone, take a seat. Let's eat and talk. Qin Fong said, taking his seat first. The others followed suit and took their seats. The atmosphere was quite pleasant at first. The food was delicious. And this was the first time so many of us had gathered for a meal together. Halfway through the meal, Qin Fong set down his chopsticks. His expression grew slightly serious. He recounted his recent conversation with Chen Bei. After he finished speaking, Wu Fei slammed the table in anger and shouted, Brother! This Chen Bei is pushing it too far. If he's so tough, why didn't he come himself this time? If he'd shown up, I'd have taken him down for sure. Qin Fong waved his hand. Don't get worked up. This dinner was meant for us all to discuss what to do next. We also need to discuss our overall situation. Old Kai's side is definitely going to fight back. After all, he's come after us directly. But the bigger focus is dealing with Chen Bei going forward. Should we keep fighting? What's the real point of continuing? Speckled, you know more about Chen Bei. You can start by sharing what you know, whether it's confirmed or not. Lay it all out. Speckled Nose nodded in agreement. He sat up straight. Brother, it's like this. The truth is, Chen Bei is so hell-bent on antagonizing you, brother. Is because he wants to expand into our territory. I heard it from Yi Zhong before. Chen Bei's territory is huge, with way more resources than ours. But that also means things are pretty chaotic over there. Various factions are intertwined and complex. And they're all formidable. Don't underestimate Chen Bei just because he has fewer men than us, or how well equipped his forces are. In their own territory, he doesn't even register as a player. Plus, the island where Chen Bei is based is already close to our territory. So expanding into our territory is his best option. Gong Chengshi asked, is all this information confirmed? I'd stake my life on it, Brother Gong. Even if he can't get on the stage, the resources Chen Bei currently holds are absolutely richer than ours. How so? Brother! I only heard this secondhand, but I believe it's highly credible. Chen Bei has a forestry operation on his island. Beyond that, he's built a huge open-air farm himself, raising dozens of pigs. And at least 5 plots for wheat and corn cultivation. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place. Qin Fong was even more shocked inside. Wu Fei exclaimed, pigs? Over a dozen? Holy crap, that's enough to feed us for half a year. Gong Changshur also exclaimed, a forestry operation? Brother! To be perfectly honest, we're desperately short on timber right now. I just calculated today that building defensive structures on the island alone will require nearly 5,000 pieces of timber. And that's a conservative estimate. If we want more detailed protection, we'd need even more timber, around 8,000 logs. At that moment, the young girl beside him frowned and said, Brother, our island's population has grown significantly lately. We've already used up half of our stored food supplies. But once the extreme cold passes and temperatures rise, we should be able to sustain ourselves with our grain reserves. Qin Feng shook his head. Sustainable it may be, but sufficient it is not. Without natural disasters, we can certainly sustain ourselves. But don't forget, natural disasters are becoming increasingly severe. This time it was 7 days of extreme cold. Next time, it might be a month of extreme cold. How will we sustain things then? Wu Fei asked, then should we lay off the workers? No way. Laying off people weakens our strength. Then everyone will come to bully us. We won't stand a chance. And in the race for vital resources, we'd have even less chance. Our current survival strategy is like a boat against the current. If we don't advance, we fall behind. Honestly, everyone, even if Qianbei didn't come to attack us, I'd still want to attack him. Their side has abundant resources, as Huaban mentioned earlier. I've long considered raising livestock. But in our area, have you ever seen pigs spawn that are suitable for pen raising? I doubt it. But their area has them. Qianbei's got over a dozen pigs now. Don't you envy those dozen pigs? If we could take them over, we could have roasted wild boar every night. Chapter 126, The Arrangements Made. Truthfully, deep down, food resources were only one aspect. Another part of the reason. It was actually the same as Qianbei had thought. To develop in other regions, one must first step inside. Take down Qianbei. Establish a presence in 2 regions. 2 strongholds. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. Strategically speaking, this approach is far more flexible and secure than relying on a single stronghold. Moreover, Qianbei Island can serve as a springboard, absorbing unique resources from other regions to consolidate their own influence. This is also a sound choice. Various factors, whether for future development or to better withstand the next wave of natural disasters. Securing Qianbei's island is absolutely a crucial point. After a brief pause, Qin Feng continued, I refuse to be held back like before. Constantly being held back and scrambling to react. From now on, I'll take control of the initiative myself. Actively develop my own territory and influence. First, I want everyone to understand this. Only with sufficient strength and resources can we survive in this game world? Right? The group responded in unison, absolutely. Then that's settled. This is the most fundamental point. As long as we're clear on this, that's all that matters. Wu Fei said, Brother, no need for all this talk. Whatever you say to do, I'll follow through. Gong Changshur and Huaban chimed in unison, that's right. Big brother, we'll all follow your lead. You're the leader of this team. Qin Feng smiled. Alright, since you all respect me, let's get to work. It's actually quite simple. First, take out Lao Kai. Then we'll take the initiative and take out Qianbei. I don't care about his 4 heavenly kings or whatever nonsense he's got. All I know is that anyone blocking our progress will be cleared like roadblocks. Taking out Qianbei will net us far more than what Huaban just mentioned. Speckled agreed, Big Brother's spot on about that. Qianbei's loaded. The resources he holds are bound to be far greater than ours. Gong Changshur added, absolutely. If he didn't have substantial resources, how could he dare send old Kai on such a large-scale expedition? Brother, if we take out Qianbei, the resources needed for our island's defenses will be more than enough. Then, when the newly merged island's resources refresh, all kinds of resources would be firmly locked in our own pockets. Others won't be able to take them even if they wanted to. Wu Fei declared, with ample food and manpower, we can seize even more territory. By now, Wu Fei was visibly excited. But who wouldn't be excited? Qin Feng felt the excitement welling up inside him too. With such a powerful advantage at his disposal, why not go for the big win? To settle for a small corner would be a waste of such an incredible skill. In reality, he was just an ordinary office worker. But now, he had already begun to build his own team. And he possessed this skill. I'm absolutely confident I can become the top performer on this deserted island. Even the cream of the crop among the elite. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt his hand being gripped tightly. He looked up. It was Chen Shuero. Chen Shuero flashed him a gentle smile. Her faint dimples were quite charming. The unspoken understanding between them was self-evident. The strategic direction had been set. What remained were the specifics and plans. Qin Feng spoke slowly, Lao Kai, this battle must be won. Here's how I plan to execute it. After listening intently to his entire plan, Wu Fei slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Brother! This plan is brilliant. Spotted added, brother, leave the island arrangements to me. You can count on me. Alright, since everyone agrees with this plan, we'll proceed as outlined. After the discussion concluded, the group didn't linger any longer. Tonight's discussion had gone exceptionally smoothly. As they departed, everyone was in high spirits. Wu Fei even teased Qin Fong, don't keep your wife waiting too long. The old Chen Shuero would have blushed. But now, she merely smiled faintly. Afterward, Qin Fong distributed the complete set of bearskin armor he had crafted to everyone. The three of them were deeply moved. A full set of bearskin armor was essentially like carrying an extra life on one's person. The level of care this showed was beyond words. He patted each of them on the shoulder. You're all the closest people to me. Nothing matters more than life itself. Seeing this display, Brother Gong. His heart surged with excitement. He blurted out, Big brother. I want to join the fight this time. No way. Your technical support. Staying behind to focus on research is what matters most. Wu Fei and Hua Ban chimed in, Big brother's right. Leave the fighting to us. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone, head back and get some rest. Lao Kai, this is your first battle, save your energy. Spotted, go fetch Sleepyhead. Got it. The three left. Before long, Speckles returned to Qin Fong's room with the sleep god. The moment they met, looking at Sleepyhead's state, it was obvious he'd been asleep just moments before. His eyes were still heavy with sleep. Qin Fong smiled. He immediately pulled out the 2-meter-long broadsword he had just crafted from his backpack. Here, for you. The sleepy giant, who had been drowsy moments ago, upon seeing the great sword, was instantly wide awake. He took the blade. He weighed it in his hands. He grinned and said, Brother, this broadsword is exactly the same as the one I used back in martial arts school. It feels just right. And you call this comfortable? I still have something else for you. With that, Qin Fong produced a complete set of bear hide armor. This is yours too, bearskin armor. It'll save your life. Sleep God took the bearskin armor. His face was filled with disbelief. This, everyone else has pigskin armor. Big brother, this. I'm not sure I should take it. Take it. You deserve this bear hide armor. But I want you to do me a favor. Brother, what is it? Qin Fong leaned close and whispered. That's it? Don't worry, boss. This is a piece of cake for me. Qin Fong smiled. Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. No problem. I'll definitely live up to the great gear you gave me, big brother. Qin Fong patted Sleepyhead on the shoulder and saw him off. He returned to his chair and sat down. He ran through the plan they just discussed in his mind once more. Chen Shuero watched Qin Fong, his brow furrowed and eyes bloodshot. She felt deeply for him. She quietly approached Qin Fong. She gently pressed his head. Is there anything else troubling you? Ha? No. I don't think so. What's up, kid? You've been working yourself to the bone these past few days. It's time for some rest, big brother. Is it my fault I haven't been spending enough time with you at home these days? How could that be? I'm not that demanding. I just think you're too tired. Look at the red veins in your eyes. Let's go upstairs. I'll give you a massage? What do you say? Qin Fong nodded. He thought it made sense. He really had been too busy lately. He'd been working non-stop. It's been ages since you gave me a massage. I wonder if you've gotten any worse at it. If you have, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine later. Oomph. As if you wouldn't beat me up even if I hadn't gotten worse. You little brat. Qin Fong hoisted Chen Shuero onto his shoulders. He headed upstairs. Chapter 127, Disparity in Strength. Over the next few days, Wu Fei and Hua Ban were both busy training their men. Braving wind and snow, it was grueling work. Yet no trace of fatigue showed on anyone's face. Instead, they were all filled with passion. Especially Hua Ban and the new recruits under his command. Their training was exceptionally rigorous. Qin Fong observed all this. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, with such spirit. How could they possibly lose this battle? Moreover, Hua Ban had a knack for training his men. He truly had a knack for it. This surprised Qin Fong greatly. He had initially thought Hua Ban was merely skilled in combat. Though his temper was arrogant, he was undeniably skilled. But now that he was under his command, his arrogance had vanished completely. Now he even trains his subordinates. Which saves me a lot of trouble. And he's become quite close with Wu Fei. Wu Fei was naturally a man of passion. He was highly efficient and didn't put on airs. The two worked together with remarkable synergy. If these two were properly cultivated, they would undoubtedly become his right-hand men. The 3 days following the extreme cold were spent entirely in training. As the sun's dazzling light appeared in the sky, the natural disaster came to an end. After nearly a week of gray skies, finally gave way to a long-awaited clear sky. The temperature felt noticeably warmer than before. The snow on the ground vanished in the blink of an eye. On the island's beach, Several people were patrolling. Suddenly, one of them halted in their tracks. He squinted, gazing intently toward the distant sea. What is it? Another man beside him mimicked his posture and scanned the distance. After just a few glances, this person froze in place. Quick! Hurry back and tell the boss. Hurry up! I'll hold the fort here. All right. I'll go right now. With that, the man immediately sprinted toward the rear, not daring to linger for even a moment. Inside the courtyard, Wu Fei, Speckled, Gong Changshi. Behind the three, everyone was fully armed. Each wore an expression of grave seriousness. They had all heard of Lao Kai's reputation. And now, they had arrived. Xin Fong stood on the steps. Are you all ready? All set, ready to go anytime. Spotted stayed behind. Wu Fei, come with me. Yes. Xin Fong waved his hand. The group split into two teams. One group followed Xin Fong, while the other followed Speckled, heading deeper into the island. Behind them, Chen Shuero gazed at Xin Fong's retreating figure, her expression haunted and lost. Gong Changshi noticed this. He approached softly and said, Sister-in-law, rest assured. Brother Qin is a man of destiny. Heaven will protect him. Chen Shuero bit her lip tightly. Fortune favors the brave. Let's hope so. Why didn't you try to talk him out of it? We did. Wu Fei flat out refused at first. We told him to go. But the boss wouldn't budge. He insisted on going himself. Otherwise, all the plans we've made would be for nothing. Chen Shuero fell silent. Gong Changshi spoke again to reassure her, Sister-in-law, rest assured. With Wu Fei by his side, nothing major will go wrong. Let's hope so. Xin Fong led his men swiftly to the beach, gazing into the distance. 4 boats were racing across the sea toward them. As planned, grab the gear. Board the rafts. Aye. The men prepared swiftly. They boarded the 2 most dilapidated small rafts and charged head-on toward Lao Kai and his men. Brother Kai, look! They're charging at us. Wait a minute. No way. That's all the gear they have? A subordinate beside him observed through binoculars. What? What gear? Another henchman looked on with curiosity. He grabbed the binoculars and peered across. 3 seconds later, the man burst out laughing. Holy crap! Are they cavemen? Why are they all still carrying spears? Those 2 rickety little rafts would probably fall apart if our ship bumped into them. At that moment, old Kai sat in the rear. A meter-long machete gripped in his hand. His expression was stern. When he heard the words from the young man up front, he froze in astonishment. What? Primitive tribesmen? Spears? Just as he was about to rise to investigate, suddenly, the subordinate in front of him exclaimed again, Brother Kai! Brother Kai, look, isn't that guy Xin Fong? Old Kai's face instantly grew even more astonished. Xin Fong? That kid actually dares to lead his men straight at us? He shoved aside the men blocking his view. Old Kai rushed forward, snatched the binoculars from the man, and peered through them toward the front. Through the lenses, 2 extremely dilapidated wooden rafts. Each raft held 5 or 6 people. All of them held ordinary-looking spears in their hands. Only the leader held a machete. Upon closer inspection, the blade was chipped. His gaze shifted upward to the man's face. Whoa! It really seemed to be Xin Fong. No way! He dared to charge over with just over 10 men. And with such inferior weapons? You gotta know, spears like these were phased out 800 years ago. Lao Kai couldn't believe it. He pulled out Xin Fong's photo again, studying it carefully. He raised his hand and peered through the binoculars. It really was Xin Fong. Holy crap! This is like a gift from heaven. Just as I was thinking that, one of the henchmen beside him shouted, Brother Kai, what should we do? They're getting closer and closer to us. What should we do? They're right in front of us now. Of course we grab our weapons and take them on. No sooner had the words left his mouth, the men behind him immediately drew all manner of weapons, cleavers, broadswords, daggers, axes, and more. Though the types were quite haphazard, they were all top-tier quality. Sharp as hell. Yet these were merely the weapons wielded by ordinary foot soldiers. Beyond that, the 3 minor leaders on the other 2 rafts were wielding perfect-grade bows and arrows, crafted entirely from iron ingots. Not only were they powerful, but they could also fire 3 arrows at once. Their backs were also laden with iron arrows. But unlike ordinary arrows, the tips of these arrows were all equipped with barbed points. Their lethality was easily double that of ordinary iron arrows. Old Kai, who had just issued his command, also drew his signature weapon. 2 kitchen knives. These kitchen knives were no ordinary kitchen knives. Crafted from high-grade iron ore. Under the sun's glare, they glinted coldly. Many lives had fallen beneath their blades. And tucked into the waistband of Lao Kai's back was a repeating crossbow. After a clatter of metal on metal, Everyone on Old Kai's side had already entered combat mode. Meanwhile, Qin Fong, standing at the bow of the raft, had long since noticed everything unfolding. Through his binoculars, when he saw the weapons in their hands, though he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but be startled. The weapons were indeed superb. Compared to the weapons Yi Zhong and his men had back then, they were absolutely in a different league. Slow down, slower still, even slower. Qin Fong murmured softly. The oarsmen on both sides immediately slowed their strokes. The others behind them were all on edge. They weren't blind. The cold gleam reflecting off the weapons over there was too dazzling. The disparity in equipment was stark. Once again at sea. If they catch up to us, we'd be hacked to death on the spot. Wu Fei's voice was hoarse at this point. Brother, should we keep going? If we advance any further, we'll be within their firing range. Keep going. Wu Fei's expression grew even more grim. Chapter 128, Qin Fong shot by an arrow. The small raft continued forward at an extremely slow pace. Lao Kai and the others, however, remained completely still where they were. They watched this direction with extreme vigilance. After moving forward another short distance. Stop! Qin Fong barked the command. The two small wooden rafts halted immediately. Wu Fei and the others were now covered in beads of sweat. They currently possessed not a single ranged weapon. Their close combat weapons were utterly useless. This was no different from dancing on the edge of death. The air around them seemed to freeze. The two groups stared at each other in silence. Neither side made a move first. Only the sound of crashing waves and the squawking of seabirds in the sky filled the air. Lao Kai gripped the cleaver in his hand tightly. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Fong. Right now. Was filled with suspicion. Is this all the gear Qin Fong has? How could he have killed Yi Zhong with just this? Something's not right. And looking over there, the enemy didn't bring a single ranged weapon. Hadn't they come here to be sitting ducks? And Qin Fong himself came personally. Just as he was pondering this, a subordinate beside him said, Brother Kai, what do you think? They're already within our firing range. Shall we move? Yeah. Should we move? But something about Qin Fong in front of him just didn't feel right. Brother Kai. Let's do it. Yeah, Brother Kai. If we don't move now, they'll get away and we'll lose our chance. Bro, what are you afraid of? Look at those guys across the way, they're just a bunch of savages. We'll go up there and chop them into mincemeat in no time. You're telling me, boss? They're just a bunch of savages. Why all the fuss? Honestly, I never expected Qin Fong's gear to be just a few crappy spears. When I saw them earlier, I couldn't believe it. Now I believe it. The voices of the younger members behind Lao Kai grew louder and louder. The tense atmosphere that had hung heavy just moments ago had completely dissipated. Shut the hell up, all of you! After the furious shout, Lao Kai turned his gaze back to Qin Fong and the others. After confirming once more that the opposite side was indeed unproblematic, he continued. Aim first, don't move. I'll give the order before you move. At that moment, archers on both boats immediately raised their bows, aiming at Qin Fong. A trusted aide beside Lao Kai said, Brother Kai, I see Qin Fong and his men across the river haven't spoken for so long. They must be scared stiff. Why don't I shout a few times and make them surrender outright? It'll save us the trouble of getting our hands dirty. Besides, didn't the boss say to try and take them alive? If we actually bring Qin Fong back alive, what do you think, Kai? If he refuses to surrender, we'll all go in together. With just those two rickety rafts, they'd catch up in minutes, wouldn't they? Old Kai stroked his bushy beard, deep in thought. Suddenly, someone else shouted from the side, Why are you making this so complicated? Can't you see they're just a bunch of savages? What threat could a few broken spears pose? Brother Kai, let's just go after them. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late once they react. Bro, don't forget what the boss said. If we can't take him down, he'll take us down. This is our chance. Hey, look. The guy across the way is backing up. Brother Kai narrowed his eyes and looked closely. It was true. At that moment, Qin Fong stood on the raft. He quietly directed the people below, slowly back up. No need to rush. In truth, Old Kai and his men's conversation. Qin Fong could hear every word clearly through his listening device. Lao Kai smiled knowingly. Well done, Qin Fong. You're still retreating bit by bit. I actually thought you had some guts. Carrying a few broken spears and daring to charge forward. Turns out you're all bark and no bite. In that instant, Lao Kai recalled the insults Qin Fong had hurled at him over the phone. You bastard. Brothers, get the hell ready. Whoever captures that primitive savage Qin Fong today, I'll split half the island's resources with him. Start the boat. Chase him down. Bowman, don't just stand there. Shoot down every last one of them. No sooner had the words left his mouth. 3 boats immediately charged toward Qin Fong's position. Qin Fong roared, The fish are hooked. Move out. At his command, The men on both sides swiftly turned their heads. They frantically paddled toward the island. Immediately, a deafening roar of battle cries erupted from behind. Then came the whistling of arrows. Since Qin Fong had deliberately controlled the distance earlier, most of the arrows missed the small raft. Yet a handful still flew toward Qin Fong. Seizing the moment, Qin Fong shifted his body to the side, using the hardest armor on his back to block several arrows flying behind him. Thud! 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 All 3 arrows struck their mark. An instant wave of pain shot through his back. But it was only pain. Only the armor value dropped. His health points remained completely unaffected. Wu Fei, watching nearby, was utterly horrified. Brother! Qin Fong waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I'm perfectly fine. If I hadn't taken those arrows, old Kai wouldn't have fallen for it. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. Everyone, push harder. Don't let them catch up to us out here on the sea. Or we'll all die here. The men behind him saw their leader struck by arrows, though he was unharmed. But the sacrifice he made was etched into their minds. If the boss is pushing himself this hard, how could his younger brothers still slack off? One by one, they suddenly seemed like they'd taken stimulants. The oars on both sides were nearly smoking from the fury. On old Kai's boat behind them. Brother Kai. He's hit. Qin Fong's been struck by an arrow. Old Kai grabbed his binoculars to look. Sure enough, 3 arrows pierced Qin Fong's back. A smile instantly spread across his face. Quick, quick, quick. Chase him. He never expected this. He had thought this mission would likely end in failure. But it turned out so smoothly. Qin Fong, once I catch you, I'll make you repeat those words to me again. Through the binoculars, old Kai saw Qin Fong's men frantically rowing their boat like madmen. A faint smile reappeared at the corner of Lao Kai's mouth. Now you know to run? Too late. Watching Qin Fong and his men in their disheveled state, Lao Kai could already picture them kneeling before him. And all the resources on the island. Oh, right. And Qin Fong's girlfriend. He'd heard ages ago that Qin Fong's girlfriend was sweet and adorable. At this moment, Lao Kai's face, covered in a thick beard, was now plastered with a lecherous grin. Faster. Faster. Bro, I can't go any faster. I've already maxed out the electric propeller. Damn it. Are Qin Fong and his crew animals? How the hell are they paddling so fast? But no matter how fast you go, once you reach the island, I'll see where you go. Soon. Qin Fong and his crew all made it back to the island. Qin Fong gave Wu Fei a nod. Wu Fei understood. He led a group of men toward the dense forest on one side. Qin Fong led the remaining few toward the opposite direction. Lao Kai and the others were hot on their heels. Seeing this, Lao Kai waved his hand at the men beside him. You lot go after those guys. The rest of you follow me after Qin Fong. Hurry up. In an instant, they split into 2 groups. They plunged into the dense forest. On a distant rock formation, Gong Chengshur declared, Spotted, it's your move. They've split up. The boss has 3 arrows in his back. Spotted, you handle this. Soon, news came from Speckled, don't worry, brother Gong. I'll make them pay back those 3 arrows tenfold. Chapter 129, Surrender already, please vote for gold tickets. Not long after, a small group of people quietly emerged from the woods. They reached the shore and lifted the 3 boats that Lao Kai and his men had just used. They dashed toward the woods nearby. In the blink of an eye, deep within the woods, old Kai and his group had only pursued them for a short while. They abruptly halted. What's wrong, boss? Something's not right. How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Everyone immediately scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, the forest fell deathly quiet. So quiet it felt almost eerie. After a moment of silence, beads of sweat had already formed on Lao Kai's forehead. The grass in my heart keeps growing taller. Experience from taking people out on errands multiple times tells me it's already ruined. Lao Kai gripped the cleaver tightly in both hands. In an extremely low voice, he said, back up slowly. Keep backing up toward the rear. An eerie silence hung over the surroundings. The people around Lao Kai had also sensed something was wrong. This silence was the kind where not even the chirping of insects or the singing of birds could be heard. As Lao Kai's words fell silent, the group, who had been frozen in place, began to slowly retreat backward. Inch by inch. With the utmost caution. But barely a few steps back. Whoosh! From the southeast, whoosh! An arrow instantly sliced through the leaves and shot straight toward Lao Kai. There was no time to react. Thud! The arrow struck one of Lao Kai's henchmen square in the chest. The subordinate died instantly. Old Kai broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He instinctively glanced at the arrow embedded in the henchman's body. His heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. An iron-tipped arrow. They've even managed to produce iron arrows. And this arrow packs such devastating power. This was definitely not fired from an ordinary wooden bow. Damn it! I got too careless. These thoughts flashed through Lao Kai's mind like lightning. He turned and began sprinting back the way he came. Without a word. Seeing this, his henchmen beside him. Who dared linger? They followed Lao Kai's lead and ran backward. After all, open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden dangers are hard to guard against. In a battle where the enemy's location is unknown, staying put was tantamount to waiting for death. At that moment, Hua Ban crouched in the tree. He nocked another arrow. Aiming at the group sprinting nearby, he released it once more. Meanwhile, henchmen positioned in other directions also pulled the triggers of their repeating crossbows, firing relentlessly at Lao Kai and his group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, arrows rained down upon them from all directions. Boss, I think we've fallen into a trap. I know. Like I need you to tell me. Old Kai had barely finished speaking. Several of his men behind him were struck one after another by arrows. Pangs of agony echoed through the air. Old Kai, still sprinting, didn't even glance back. His sole focus now was to escape this hellhole as fast as possible. Every moment lingered brought him closer to death. Damn Qin Fong. He really takes the cake. He sacrificed his own injuries just to lure me into this trap. No wonder we took down Yi Zhong and his crew without losing a single man back then. I was careless. I was so careless. Lao Kai ran while his mind raced. Before long, he spotted a glimmer of light filtering through the edge of the dense forest. His heart leapt with joy. Once he boarded the small boat and returned to the open sea, he would be safe. Behind Lao Kai, Speckled stood in the trees. He waved to his subordinate beside him. No need to shoot anymore. Just drive them toward the beach. He immediately sent a message to Qin Fong. The fish are in the net. Qin Fong got it. Spotted nodded. He waved to his men again. The men stowed their bows and crossbows into their backpacks. They strapped on their katana swords. They all leaped to the ground. 7 or 8 formed a line. They gave chase toward Lao Kai and his group. Lao Kai's group finally made a desperate escape to the beach. They immediately ran toward where the small boat had been moored earlier. But when Lao Kai reached the spot first, he was stunned. Where's the boat? The little boat? Damn it! Where's our boat? The guys around Lao Kai were all dumbfounded too. They looked at each other in silence. All of them looked utterly at a loss. But before they could react, Speckled had already led his men to the edge of the dense forest. He immediately raised his hand and gave a signal. Everyone froze in place. Everyone, let's get this show on the road. The boss just took 3 arrows. I promised Brother Gon we'd make these bastards pay tenfold. What? The boss got hit by arrows? Damn it! Those bastards. I'll shoot them dead. As the voices died down, the crossbow was raised and fired at Lao Kai's men on the beach. In an instant, arrows rained down from all directions upon Lao Kai and his men. But now, they were on the beach. There was no cover whatsoever around them. The reason Hua Ban and his men hadn't exterminated them in the forest earlier was precisely to drive them onto the beach, a place with no cover, and finish them off all at once. Moreover, Hua Ban and the others could all hide within the forest. There was no way Old Kai and his men could pinpoint them. As the arrows flew, Lao Kai and his men let out cries of agony one after another. Within mere seconds, some had already taken 4 or 5 arrows. Some unlucky souls were struck in a vital spot by a single arrow. They died instantly. Everyone spread out. Move. Scatter and run. Lao Kai shouted as he sprinted toward the sea behind him. The others scattered in all directions. But most of them were just like Lao Kai. They all rushed toward the sea behind them. Those who ran faster plunged headfirst into the sea to hide themselves. Suddenly, one of them screamed in terror, "Get back to shore! The sea! There's a water ghost in the sea!" Lao Kai froze in his tracks. Water ghost? What water ghost? Before he could think further, he heard a sudden splash and swish of water in front of him. In an instant, over a dozen figures rose slowly from the water. Each pair of eyes blazed with murderous intent. They shouted for oxygen tanks. Their waists were slightly bent. Their right hands were uniformly placed on the hilts of samurai swords holstered at their waists. But one man stood apart. This man stood 185 centimeters tall. A massive frame. He wielded a 2-meter-long broadsword. His gaze was fierce, yet tinged with a hint of lazy drowsiness. This man was the god of sleep. "Brothers, let's move!" As the god of sleep's words fell, with a swift swish, the men on both sides drew their katana swords from their waists. Under the sun's glare, the swords gleamed brilliantly. Old Kai's entire face had changed. Pale as death. It turned out they weren't primitive people. They'd lured me into a trap. It's over. This time it's truly over. Now look at the henchmen surrounding Old Kai. Every one of them was trembling in fear. Though they all held knives aloft, their eyes betrayed sheer terror and dread. Unconsciously, they began to huddle together. Sleep God shouldered his great sword. leading his men forward slowly. Suddenly, several fearless veterans from Old Kai's crew charged toward the god of sleep, shouting furiously. The god of sleep merely glanced at them indifferently, then swung his great sword with a fierce blow. With just that single strike, was enough to cleave the man before him clean to the ground. He breathed his last within 3 seconds. The other 3 who had just charged forward, witnessing this scene, they were all petrified with fear. Seizing this moment of shock, the god of sleep swung his great blade once more. A deafening whistling sound filled the air. Ah! Ah! 2 agonized screams echoed as 2 men met their end instantly. The other man, terrified, dropped his weapon. He plopped down into the water. What overwhelming power! In the face of absolute power, nothing at all. On the shore, Speckled also led his men out of the woods. 4 repeating crossbows locked onto Lao Kai and his men. 1 in front, 1 in back. Nearly 20 men surrounded Lao Kai and his group. Old Kai, trapped in the center of the crowd, had long since shed his earlier arrogance. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable panic. His once menacing features had lost their edge. Instead, they began to droop. Lao Kai. Surrender. A voice echoed faintly. Chapter 130, Capturing Lao Kai. Lao Kai followed the sound with his gaze. There, a familiar figure, slowly emerging from the woods. Several others followed behind. However, the men behind him were not carrying spears this time. Instead, every single one of them had a katana tucked at their waist. Xin Feng. Lao Kai glared at Xin Feng and roared. Xin Feng looked at Lao Kai, who resembled a drowned rat. He sneered coldly. He walked to the edge of the sand and addressed Lao Kai once more. Surrender. I'm giving you one last chance. And you lot too. As he spoke, Xin Feng pointed at the few defeated soldiers huddled near Lao Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, the men beside Lao Kai immediately tossed their weapons into the sea. They raised their hands above their heads. Big brother, I surrender. I surrender too. One after another, everyone around Lao Kai surrendered their weapons. They raised their hands high and walked toward Xin Feng. Lao Kai stared at these former underlings. His eyes blazed with fury. You bunch of good-for-nothings, I never treated you badly back in the day. Now you're just walking away without a word? Don't forget, Xiao Bing and the others are still here. As soon as Lao Kai finished speaking, Xin Feng gave a faint smile. You mean the group I just split off from you? Heh, take a look at this. With that, Xin Feng flicked his wrist. He tossed a severed hand toward Lao Kai and the others. A ring adorned the middle finger. A tattoo was inked on the web between the thumb and index finger. You mean him, right? At that moment, everyone around Lao Kai saw the palm. One by one, their faces turned deathly pale. If it weren't for this palm being so distinctive, I might have actually had someone cut off his head to show you. Old Kai looked utterly stunned. They're all dead? Take a guess? Xin Feng chuckled. Looking back at Lao Kai, he looked like a deflated balloon. Though his eyes had once held terror and fear, he still had a glimmer of spirit left. But now, his last shred of hope had vanished. You win. Lao Kai bowed his head and tossed the 2 kitchen knives he held into the water. He stood there, head bowed, utterly dejected. Xin Feng gave Sleep God a meaningful glance. The Sleep God immediately stepped forward with his 2 brothers. They quickly surrounded Lao Kai and his men. The multifunctional watches on their wrists were all stripped off their wrists. Xin Feng waved his hand. His men promptly led Lao Kai and the others to the beach. Just then, Wu Fei also returned to the beach with his men. Big brother. Wu Fei called out first. How's it going? Wu Fei smiled. He shifted his body to the side. Behind him, several men were bound tightly. Killed 3, the rest surrendered. They're all here. Not a single one got away. Xin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Alright, have those guys come over and sit down together. Now we're all together. As soon as Xin Feng finished speaking, the men behind Wu Fei immediately shoved Lao Kai's men into the center area. Each received a kick. They all fell flat on the ground. Wu Fei barked from the sidelines, all of you, keep your damn heads down. Where's all that cockiness from earlier? Ha! I'm talking to you. You bastards. After speaking, Wu Fei delivered a flying kick to the person kneeling improperly before him. Damn it! You call us primitive? You call us primitive? I'll show you primitive. Primitive people. And you let our boss get hurt? I'll make you shoot arrows. Shoot. With every word Wu Fei spoke, he delivered a kick. His words grew more and more heated. Xin Feng saw they'd fought enough. Waved his hand. Wu Fei, calm down. Only then did Wu Fei stop. There was nothing to be done. That was just Wu Fei's hot-tempered nature. Brother! This isn't satisfying. Every time I think about that arrow in your back, it makes me furious. Xin Feng chuckled. So what? At worst, it just chips away at your armor points. Armor? Lao Kai looked utterly incredulous. Xin Feng reached into his robe and pulled it out. He tore the armor off his body. He tossed it in front of Lao Kai. Old Kai stared at the 3 arrow holes in the bearskin armor. A wave of mixed emotions washed over him. He'd been deceived. Completely deceived. He sat down on the ground, his face a mask of helplessness. Xin Feng, you're something else. I never imagined you'd dare to be the bait yourself, luring me into the trap. Well. I'm impressed. You're no fool either, Old Kai. After all, you're one of Qinbei's 4 heavenly kings. Your men are well equipped. Of course I can't underestimate them. Lao Kai let out a bitter laugh. The 4 heavenly kings? They're nothing but loyal lackeys running errands for others. Useful when needed. When they're useless, toss them aside. Or occasionally used as cannon fodder. Not a bad option either. After a pause, he continued, Thank you, Brother Xin Feng, for holding me in such high regard. This time, I admit defeat wholeheartedly. When that first arrow flew through the forest, that sheer force and precision, my heart sank instantly. Xin Feng looked at Lao Kai. A thought stirred within him. After all, it grew up in such a chaotic area across the way. His experience was truly rich. If I hadn't steeled myself, it might not have fooled him. At that moment, Lao Kai spoke again, but Xin Feng, if it weren't for Qinbei's strict orders, and the pressure so immense, I wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. Oh? A direct order? Xin Feng could guess the answer even without asking. I did kill his brother, Chen Nan. But does that really warrant such a harsh, absolute order? I just can't wrap my head around it. Ever since Chen Bei called him, he could sense the urgency in Chen Bei's voice. Lao Kai merely smiled. Change the subject, things have already come to this. Why dwell on trivialities? Xin Feng, I'm as good as dead if I go back, and I'm as good as dead here. I've come to terms with it. As for these men under me, let them go if you can. It's not really about them. They're just trying to scrape by. Otherwise, who'd risk their life for it? Xin Feng froze. He stared at the old man, a thick beard covering his face. And a face full of thick, bushy beard. Could utter such words? And these very men had betrayed him without hesitation just moments ago. And now he was actually pleading on their behalf? Who would have thought? Xin Feng chuckled. No rush. Speckled, take this man away and lock him up. After speaking, he gave Huaban a meaningful glance. Huaban nodded in response. A simple acknowledgement. Then he turned to Wu Fei, Old Wu, take the men to inspect the supplies on their ship. Also check if any of our brothers are injured. Make sure they get proper care. Let me know how much wild ginger you need later. Don't worry, boss. Leave the follow-up to me. I'll compile the figures and report back to you. Wu Fei led his men away. Spotted and the others led Old Kai and the others to the detention area on the island. It was essentially 3 small wooden huts deep within the forest. Lao Kai and the others were separated and detained. All set, boss. Do you really think we can pry any useful information out of Lao Kai? Who can say for sure? And as things stand, Old Kai is our only source of intel on that other sector. If we want to take down Qinbei, going after Lao Kai, there's no better way. Chapter 131, Never give up until you reach the Yellow River. Need my help? Want me to make things a little more difficult for him? Xin Feng shook his head. No need. His emotions are off right now. If he truly clings to Qinbei for dear life, he wouldn't be in this helpless state. And he certainly wouldn't surrender. I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye. Alright, big brother. I'll wait for you outside. Call me if you need anything. Xin Feng nodded. He walked toward Lao Kai's room. The room was pitch black. Only a sliver of light filtered in through the small window. Xin Feng pulled over a chair and sat down. He leaned back against the chair. He said nothing. He just sat there quietly, watching Lao Kai. After a moment, Lao Kai felt a bit uneasy and said, Why are you staring at me like that? What's the meaning of this? I advise you to just kill me already. You want to die that badly? You've already captured me. What else can I say? Sigh. Lao Kai sighed helplessly. He slowly lowered his head. Xin Feng silently stared at Lao Kai, pondering how to broach the subject. Suddenly, Lao Kai lifted his head again. Xin Feng, you're done for, you know that? Ha? You're finished. Xin Feng's eyes widened slightly. But he quickly regained his composure. I'm finished? Ha! Old Kai, take my advice. I respond to kindness, not threats. If you genuinely want to talk to me, I'll definitely listen. But if you try to provoke me with tricks like this, then you're truly not far from death. Xin Feng knew it well. Old Kai now faced a knife in front and a knife behind. Failure to complete the mission meant death wherever he went. So this was clearly meant to pique my curiosity. To prove his worth. Only then would I spare his life. After Xin Feng finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Lao Kai. But then Lao Kai straightened up. I never meant to provoke you. Xin Feng, I'm telling you the truth. Within 5 days, Chen Bei will definitely return. With your current strength, you won't be able to hold out. Xin Fang raised an eyebrow. You're right. You're absolutely right. Speckled. Drag him out to feed the fish. The words had barely left his mouth. Bang. The wooden door was immediately pushed open by Hua Bian. Then 3 or 5 people poured in. Without a word, they grabbed old Kai and started dragging him out. Hey, wait. I'm not finished yet. Xin Fang, you really aren't afraid. Xin Fang raised his hand. Everyone froze instantly. Then Xin Fang said sternly, I already made myself clear. If you provoke me again, I won't hold back. So what if Chen Beilai comes? I'll still do it. The victor is king, the vanquished is bandit. If I lose, I'll own it. But I won't back down. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You can't go back to Chen Bei now. Now you want to use what you know to make a deal with me. You want me to spare your life. Let me tell you something. Without you, I'd still dare to take on Chen Bei. If you'd come with genuine sincerity, that might have worked. But with your current attitude. Drag him out. The crowd immediately sprang into action. They grabbed old Kai by the collar and dragged him away. It's not brother Xin Fang. I'll talk nicely. I swear I'll talk nicely. Please spare my life. I truly meant no harm just now. I was only testing the waters. Spare my life, I beg you, brother Xin Fang. How did Yi Zhong die? Lao Kai knew exactly what happened. And the men who were on Yi Zhong Island before Chen Bei arrived. He didn't spare a single one. Xin Fang looked at Lao Kai, who was being dragged along at that moment. His face, once thick with fleshy features and brimming with menace. Now his face was twisted with sheer terror. When faced with life and death, few can remain calm and composed, their faces unflinching. No matter how cocky he had been before. Xin Fang rose to his feet and exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Ban. Speckled's lips curved into a smile. Then he addressed the others, wait here. I'll go get sacks, rope, and stones. Upon hearing this, Lao Kai's face, which had been filled with terror moments ago, instantly turned ashen. Anyone with half a brain. He knew exactly what those items were for. No. Brother Xin Fang, that's not what I meant. Let me explain properly. Seriously, give me a chance. Just let me finish explaining, then you can decide whether to kill me or not. This time I promise to tell you everything. Every word is true. I beg you. Lao Kai spoke, violently breaking free from the men on either side. He knelt on the ground, pleading. By then, Speckles had already brought over the sack rope and the stone. Thud. He tossed them aside. Big brother, should we load it now? Lao Kai glanced over in that direction. His face grew even paler. Completely drained of color. Xin Fang strolled leisurely up to Lao Kai. You're sure you want to talk nicely, right? I'll talk nicely. I'll definitely talk nicely. Xin nodded. Get up. Walk back on your own. This is your one and only chance. If I'm not satisfied, you'll crawl into a sack yourself. Don't make my men waste their time. At these words, Lao Kai clung to them like a lifeline. He scrambled to his feet and hurriedly returned to his previous seat. This time, he sat as straight as a schoolchild on his first day. Sitting perfectly straight. His posture was impeccably proper. Xin Fang flashed a barely perceptible smile at Hua Ban. Then he turned and went back into the room. I won't ask for now. You tell me. After that, Xin Fang took out a glass of water. Placed it before Lao Kai. Alright. Lao Kai's attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround. His heart was racing with anxiety. Seeing Xin Fang so young before him, he'd thought he could gain the upper hand. He nearly paid with his life. Thank goodness I know when to bend. Soon enough, I'll show you what it means to be a wise man who knows when to yield. Lao Kai chuckled. He picked up the water on the table, took a sip, and said, Brother Xin Fang, I'll be blunt. I want to team up with you to take down Chen Bei. Oh? But he was your former boss. Boss? Don't even mention him. You know about his 4 heavenly kings, right? I know them. Aren't you one of them? Lao Kai let out a bitter laugh. For that damn title alone, I risked my life countless times for him. But I could never measure up to the other 3. Oh? Why? Because those 3 are blood relatives of his, while I'm the only outsider. If he truly considered me family, he wouldn't have sent me alone as one of the 4 heavenly kings. So you're saying you were sent here as a sacrificial pawn? Win if you can, but if you can't, dying won't matter. Just the right pawn to test my limits, right? Lao Kai nodded. He sighed deeply. Ugh. What kind of bull order is this? If I don't kill you, he'll kill me when I get back? Does he really think I'm one of his own? But it won't be long now. I can barely hold on now. You know why he's so hell-bent on you? Didn't I kill his brother? It's related, but not the main reason. Brother Xin Fang, Chen Bei can't hold on much longer. Can't hold on? What do you mean? A new faction has emerged in our territory. They're called the Fierce Tiger Gang. They're growing too fast. They're already a group of nearly 200 people. Qianbei is already on their radar. So now you understand why they won't let you go. He's looking for an escape route. And a fat, lucrative one at that. Qin Fang replied in a low, echoing voice. Chapter 132, I didn't force you, please vote for gold tickets. Absolutely correct. And compared to our territory, your area hasn't seen large-scale battles. You can develop better here. You're the best choice. Lao Kai spoke these words with utmost sincerity. After a brief pause, Lao Kai continued, but don't blame the Tiger Brigade for targeting Qianbei. When you hold valuable resources but can't protect them, you're essentially handing them over. Oh? I heard Qianbei's island even raises over a dozen pigs. Plenty of food resources, huh? A dozen? Actually, it's dozens. Not only that, but the dedicated fields for wheat, corn, and other crops cover 10 plots. Plus 3 acres of black soil. But that's not the main point. The main thing is that his island has massive copper ore deposits. The quantity is quite substantial. The Tiger Core coveted it precisely for this reason. This is the most fundamental resource for any power system. Qin Fang remained outwardly composed. But inside, he was genuinely stirred. To pursue further development, electricity seemed unavoidable. No wonder the Tiger Regiment coveted it. And there were ample food resources too. All these factors combined. I'd be tempted too. Wait, with all these food resources, shouldn't recruiting manpower be a breeze? Why not choose to confront the Tiger Corps head-on? Did they just decide they couldn't win and start looking for an escape route? We can't win. The Tiger Corps are too formidable. Not only are their weapons and equipment advanced, but their individual combat skills are formidable. They're much like the ones we encountered. Each one possesses immense strength, and against us, they're like one fighting two. How can we fight them? At this ratio, we'd need to expand to nearly 300 men. That's impossible. Lao Kai stroked his bushy beard as he spoke. Qin Fang couldn't help but frown. That formidable? And each one is this formidable? If every single one is that formidable, then wouldn't everyone have to be built like the god of sleep? Burly and stocky. But where would you find so many strong people? What about their builds? Are they all 6 feet tall? Old Kai stroked his bushy beard. After pondering for a moment, he said, not really. They actually look about the same size as us. But for some reason, they all seem like they've been pumped full of steroids. They're incredibly strong. Like they're on drugs? Could it be? They have something like blackbone too. The broth brewed from it could temporarily boost attack power. No more thoughts. Qin Fang asked with a smile, alright, let's talk about how to form an alliance. How do you plan to deal with your employer? It's actually quite simple. Given Qianbei's current predicament, he won't last many more days. The bitter cold has just passed. The Fierce Tiger Regiment is already gathering forces to launch an attack on him. It won't be long before he brings his men to attack you. Then we'll just take him out together. Qin Fang shook his head. Lao Kai was puzzled, why not? It's not that it won't work. But even if we take down Qianbei, I won't gain anything from it. We might even lose men in the process. Why should I? Then you wouldn't be planning to seize Qianbei's island, would you? Shock spread across Lao Kai's face. So you're trying to snatch something right out of the Tiger Brigade's hands. Steal? If you say I'm stealing from Qianbei, I won't argue. After all, it is his island. But it's not the Tiger Brigade's, is it? What they covet, they claim as theirs? But Lao Kai desperately wanted to say, aren't you just asking for trouble? But now, constrained by his lowly status, he kept it to himself. Qin Fang chuckled. What? Backing down? Scared? Lao Kai forced an ugly grin. The copper ore on Qianbei Island is prime stuff. If they get their hands on it, the Tiger Brigade's strength will surge dramatically. When they expand outward, I'll be their first target. By then, it'll be even harder to fight back. Lao Kai, I won't force you. If you want to join us, you're welcome. If you don't, go crawl into a sack yourself. Old Kai froze in shock upon hearing this. Isn't this called coercion? If I join, you spare my life. Refuse, and I die? I'll do it. Lao Kai said, his face twisted in despair. He'd originally planned to use Qin Fang's knife to kill Qianbei. If Qin Fang's side worked out, he'd stick with them. If not, I'd slip away later. He'd hoped that mentioning the Tiger Brigade, Qin Fang would back down too. But you wanna do this? Fine. Old Kai, I'm giving you a friendly heads up. If you decide to do it right. Don't get distracted by nonsense. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Do it right, and I'll treat you well. Lao Kai nodded frantically. Got it. You can count on me. I'll follow orders to the letter. Then Qin Fang pulled out a sheet of paper and a pen. Paper and pen bought from the mall. Write down everything you know about Qianbei Island on this. I'll review it tomorrow. The more detailed, the better. Yes, yes, yes. You can count on me. Turning, Xin Fang walked out of the wooden hut. Outside, Hua Ban and the others were all waiting. Keep a close eye on these men. Don't cause any trouble. Speckled, come with me. Got it. On the way. Speckled couldn't help asking, boss, we're not killing him? Old Kai may look like a burly brute with his thick-set build. But I hear he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. I know, but let's keep him for now. He'll be useful. After all, he's our only way to learn about Chen Bei and their territory. He still has value. Speckled Nose nodded. I'll take your word for it, boss. I'll have my men keep a close eye on him. Right. By the way, have you heard of the Tiger Brigade? The Fierce Tiger Brigade? I think they're a pretty powerful force in their territory. What's up? After that, Xin Fang recounted the earlier conversation, along with his next plan. To Hua Ban. What do you think? Xin Fang looked at Hua Ban as he spoke. After a moment of silence, Hua Ban suddenly smiled. Brother, I believe you. Xin Fang was taken aback at first. Then he smiled and patted his shoulder. Everything was understood without words. They arrived at the beach. Wu Fei and his men had already finished inspecting Lao Kai's boats. Big brother, these 3 boats are in excellent condition. We found quite a bit of food inside. 20 kilograms of pork, plenty of vegetables, fruits, and more. Plus another 200 iron-tipped arrows and some weapons. Combined with the weapons we just seized from them. Brother, what a bountiful haul. And several types of weapons we don't currently possess. There are even some perfect-grade weapons. The men are tallying everything now. Once everything's collected, I'll bring it over to you, boss. Xin Fang nodded. This haul was quite decent. Later, he'd take the weapons he didn't have back to study. And those barbed iron arrows. 3 arrows had taken out nearly half the armor value. These things pack quite a punch. Just as I was thinking this, suddenly, mechanical sounds echoed around him. Congratulations to all players for surviving the extreme cold disaster. Each player receives a reward of 700,000 yuan. Current regional statistics, survivors, 5,032 casualties, 2,960. Chapter 133, Raft Merger. Xin Fang stared at the blue light screen that appeared before him. In just 7 days, nearly 3,000 people had perished. Who could have imagined this? Ding! The next wave of natural disasters will arrive in 15 days. Detected that the current player elimination rate is slightly slow. The 4th wave of calamity will be extended by 5 days from the original schedule. Details regarding the 4th natural disaster will be announced in 3 days. Friendly reminder, resources will become severely scarce during the 4th wave. All players are advised to stockpile resources in advance. Xin Fang's face darkened. What do you mean the elimination rate is a bit slow? Does it have to wipe out everyone in one wave? Helpless. He wasn't the one who made the rules. He'd just have to accept it. This includes the friendly reminder in the announcement. The 4th wave of natural disasters would be even more devastating. Even the authorities have issued a friendly reminder. Remember this well. Ding! Announcing a major event in this area. First, congratulations to player Mr. Xin Fang. Currently occupying the largest island area, ranking first in this region. He successfully led 37 people through the recent natural disaster. His performance was exceptionally outstanding. An additional cash reward of 200,000 yuan is hereby awarded to player Xin Fang. A cash reward of 500,000 yuan is granted to Xin Fang's team. The moment the announcement dropped, the region erupted once again. Last time during the natural disaster, Xin Fang killed 4 wolves. This time he successfully led over 30 people through the disaster unscathed. I'm impressed. Seriously? What kind of cheat code is Xin Fang using? Last time I thought he was just lucky, a fluke. Now I just want to ask, is Xin Fang hiring? At Xin Fang. Can I join your team? I'm a model. At Xin Fang, does your team need more people? I'm willing to do anything. Can I join for the 4th wave of natural disasters? At Xin Fang. After players learned Xin Fang had safely guided so many through the extreme cold, the vast majority were tempted. Who wouldn't want to tag along with a big shot, scrape by, and survive the calamity? And get paid for it? Within just this short span of time, Xin Fang's watch buzzed incessantly. It wouldn't stop. If that watch were in a girl's pants pocket right now, it would get soaked and break in no time. Xin Fang quickly activated the Do Not Disturb mode. But then he thought about it. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The Tiger Brigade was already a group of 200 people. To counter them, they'd inevitably recruit more members later. Why not? Xin Fang then opened the regional chat window. Everyone, I'll be considering adding more members later on. I'll notify everyone immediately when there's news. The chat exploded again in an instant. Many asked when it would happen. Others inquired about the type of people needed. Some girls even posted their measurements outright. But all this information was meaningless. Xin Fang merely gave it a cursory glance. Suddenly, among the sea of messages, one person actually listed cooking as their skill. Xin Fang chuckled inwardly. Who doesn't know how to cook? If you can't even cook, how are you supposed to survive on the island? Cooking. Whoa. Hold up. The skill is cooking? Could it be? Xin Fang's brow furrowed slightly. He quickly scrolled up. Until that person's message appeared again. Xin Fang immediately tapped on the person's profile picture. First came some basic personal details. He skipped right over it, scrolling all the way to the bottom. Skill, chef. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Friendly reminder, the chef's skill has a chance to create attribute-enhanced recipes. Additionally, when crafting existing attribute dishes, it will further enhance the attributes. This maximizes the effectiveness of attribute recipes. Host, please take note. Create attribute recipes. And they can be enhanced further. Holy crap. I only briefly considered that possibility earlier. Never imagined it'd actually work. Most people can cook. But having cooking as a skill? That must mean something special. This person will be of great use in the future. Xin Fang committed this person's name firmly to memory. Once matters here are settled in a few days, he must invite this person to the island. He would undoubtedly play a pivotal role at a critical moment. Who would have thought such a person existed within his own territory? He closed the dialogue box. The resources Wu Fei and his team had just gathered had all been transferred to him. Wu Fei's loyalty currently stands at around 85 points. Therefore, the resources he can provide me with are only doubled. No problem. A doubling is sufficient. Ding. Resource doubling skill triggered. Barbed arrows 400, pork chunks 20. Eggplant 10, cabbage 8, steamed buns 18. Excellent grade hand axes 4, excellent cleavers 6, excellent grade iron bows 6. Various weapons followed. Overall, a decent haul. Most importantly, these unfamiliar weapons can be placed on the research table for study. Mass production can follow. The arsenal's diversity will be significantly enhanced. Ding! Congratulations, host, on surviving the extreme cold disaster and completing the mission. Rewarding the host with a raft merger. Raft merger merges small rafts into medium to large vessels. Vessels created through the merger are more durable than those built directly. They also carry more passengers and offer greater storage capacity. This is quite useful. After merging rafts, your group's cohesion improves. No longer do you have to tow multiple rafts with a single one like before. Moreover, as the number of people behind us grows, a large vessel is absolutely essential. It arrived just in time. Moreover, we've just acquired 3 small boats from Lao Kai. Perfect for testing their worth. We arrived at the coast. All 3 small boats are equipped with electric propellers. I pulled out the raft assembler. Scan all 3 small boats in front of you. Click merge. With a whoosh, the 3 small boats vanished instantly. After a mere 5 seconds, a loud thud echoed. A medium-sized vessel 30 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 2 meters high materialized on the water's surface. The vessel slammed onto the water, sending waves of seawater surging over its sides. The vessel's hull was constructed entirely of sturdy, thick planks. A sail was also mounted in the center. But what surprised Xin Fang most was this. 5 electric propellers appeared behind the stern. 3 became 5. 2 extra ones were added. The propulsion system was undoubtedly more powerful. He then stepped into the cabin. The interior was quite different. Not only were there small tables and chairs, but also numerous storage boxes and such. It felt like a miniature home had been placed inside. Small beds lined both sides. This way, they could recover their strength while on the move. Who would have thought combining 3 small boats would yield such an impressive result? As his gaze shifted upward, Xin Fang noticed 3 recesses on either side of the deck. These must be designated firing positions. Or perhaps, once fixed-mount firearms were developed, they could easily be placed in the recesses. Then this vessel truly was a warship. This definitely requires bringing in the palace engineer for examination. Then we can gradually develop it into a fleet. Wouldn't it be unstoppable? Chapter 134, Founding the Black Dragon Gang. No need to dwell on it further. Now that matters with old Kai are settled, he must hurry home to reassure the little girl. Don't keep her waiting too long. He soon arrived home. He pushed open the door. Chen Shuara was sitting at the table. Her face was clouded with worry. Hearing the door creak open, she looked up. A smile instantly spread across her lips. She darted around the desk and rushed into Xin Fang's arms. What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? Xin Fang gently patted Chen Shuaro's head and smiled. Don't worry, it didn't cost you any health points. You'll be fine. That was just luck. What if it had hit you in the head? You tell me? Chen Shuaro's voice choked up as she spoke. When she learned from Gong Chengshi that Xin Fang had been struck by an arrow, Her own heart nearly stopped. But thankfully, Gong Changshur later reported that Qin Fong was safe. Only then did she breathe a long sigh of relief. Qin Fong scooped her up in his arms. Don't be angry. Your brother here isn't going down that easily. Chen Shuero slowly stopped crying. She patted Qin Fong lightly and said, I was just worried. Come eat now. She wasn't stupid. She knew he had no choice. Otherwise, how could they have achieved today's victory? Moreover, when Gong Changshur had explained it to her, his eyes brimmed with respect and admiration for Qin Fong. Chen Shuero saw it all. That her man could achieve such heights filled her heart with immense pride. But after the pride came more worry. I know. I'm starving to death. Oomph. Starving to death and still doesn't know to hurry back. Really? Qin Fong proceeded to devour every last morsel on the table. His hunger and thirst levels both recovered somewhat. Oh, right, girl. The extreme cold has passed. Temperatures are rising. From now on, when you're working or doing chores, have those three help you more. I kept them around in the first place to lighten your load. Besides, we're on Yizhong's island. The two shared a knowing smile. Taking Chen Shuero's small hand, they headed upstairs. Though today had been exhausting, their spirits were high. Moreover, this victory over Lao Kai. Many things ahead would go much more smoothly. Today's gains were immense. Game rewards and system bonuses. I'm absolutely over the moon. Of course, I had to share this good mood with the little girl. So much to talk about overnight. Early the next morning, Qin Fong had just gotten out of bed. He saw Gong Changshur standing at the gate of the small courtyard. He looked like he had something important to discuss. What's up? Brother, do you have a moment? Come with me. Tell me what it is first. Well, I can't explain it now. Just come with me. Qin Fong was utterly speechless at Gong Changshur's antics. What's up? Have you finished researching the defensive structures? That will be finished today. But there's something even more important than that. What is it? Don't ask, big brother. Just follow me. Gong Changshur grabbed Qin Fong's arm and pulled him toward the group's living quarters. Before they could wait, Qin Fong spotted Wu Fei and Hua Ban in the distance, leading their brothers behind them. Each man stood alert, standing at attention. When Hua Ban and Wu Fei spotted Qin Fong approaching, they immediately rushed over. Upon reaching him, come on, big brother. Step closer. Wu Fei and Hua Ban flanked him on either side. They took Qin Fong from Gong Changshur's hands. They dragged him toward the center of the nearby open space. It seemed as though everything had been prearranged. For Qin Fong noticed. There was a perfectly circular space in the clearing. Not you two? What are you up to? Speckle broke his usual silence. Big brother. Just watch. Think of it as a surprise we're giving you. A surprise? What kind of surprise? Then Speckle turned his head away. He said no more. Wu Fei beside him did the same. Qin Fong was completely baffled. They reached the center of the clearing. The two men placed Qin Fong in the center of the circle. Then they each ran to opposite sides. They stood before the crowd. Master Gong Cheng also jogged over to join them. Then all three chanted in unison, bow. With a swish, Qin Fong saw everyone before him bowing 90 degrees toward him. In perfect unison. What the hell is going on here? He was about to shout. Another swish. Everyone snapped to attention. Then Wu Fei shouted, raise the flag. The words had barely left his mouth. Qin Fong caught a familiar figure out of the corner of his right eye. Standing at 185 centimeters tall. A sturdy build. Looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Sleep God? At that moment, the sleep god held aloft a large red banner. The banner fluttered in the wind. It looked quite imposing. Then, with an unorthodox gait, shouldering the banner step by step, he approached the crowd. The crowd then shouted in unison. Brother Qin Fong, please become the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Brother Qin Fong, please become the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Brother Qin Fong, please become the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. What? Black Dragon Gang? Who the hell came up with such a cheesy name? At that moment, Qin Fong genuinely wished the ground would swallow him whole. Qin Fong beckoned to Wu Fei and the others with a flick of his finger. Wu Fei immediately jogged over. What the hell are you guys up to? What's this Black Dragon Gang nonsense? Who the hell came up with that name? Get them out here and shoot them. Wu Fei replied awkwardly, big brother. Just agree to it first. I'll explain everything later. If you don't agree, they'll be standing here all day. Qin Fong looked utterly helpless. He waved his hand dismissively at Wu Fei. Wu Fei finally smiled and ran forward. But after running just a few steps, he turned back and said, I came up with the name. Qin Fong could have slapped him silly. Fine. I agree. The words had barely left his mouth. The crowd ahead immediately shouted in unison. Black Dragon Gang. Black Dragon Gang. We're all the way through. Black Dragon Gang. Black Dragon Gang. We're all the rage. Black Dragon Gang. Black Dragon Gang. We're unstoppable all the way. With each shout, Xin Feng's goosebumps fell to the ground. Did Wu Fei come up with this chant too? If it was, dragging him out and shooting him 100 times wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, after the crowd finished chanting, they were finally dismissed on the spot. Xin Feng immediately rushed forward. He stood before the three of them. Spill it. What's this latest stun of yours? Before the three could respond, Sleep God stood aside, holding a large banner and declared, Big brother. From now on, you're the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Xin Feng's face darkened. He swung his leg up and kicked Sleepyhead squarely in the rear. Get back to bed this instant. Now tell me who came up with this stupid idea? At that moment, Gong Chengshi interjected, Big brother, you don't know what happened last night. Then he recounted everything they'd discussed the night before. Truth is, we all wanted to thank you, Big brother. Yesterday was our group's first real victory. Plus, you led us all safely through the natural disaster. The rewards we earned in the game, it's all thanks to you, brother. And to secure that first victory, you even volunteered to be the decoy. Everyone below saw all this. So considering all factors and for the sake of team cohesion, we devised today's plan. After hearing this, Xin Feng fell silent for a moment. Couldn't you have at least given me a heads up? Wu Fei whispered, we did plan to inform you, big brother. But you were busy doing the deed at the time. We didn't want to spoil your fun. So we decided to surprise you. Chapter 135, The Big Brother's Reward. Please support with gold tickets, brothers. He was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Xin Feng felt as if something were lodged in his throat. Words stuck in his throat. His face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. It wasn't you. I was pretty loud last night, wasn't I? The three of them exchanged glances. One of them frantically nodded while shouting, not loud at all. We didn't hear a thing. You guys? Never mind. Let's get down to business. The 20 million from yesterday's game goes solely to me. The remaining 50 million will be split evenly among the four of you. The 500,000 from the team bonus will be split evenly among the brothers below. Ha! The four people in front of him froze in shock. Brother! How can that be? That was earned with your life. For us? Wu Fei waved his hands repeatedly. Dong Chengshi added, forget the 200,000 individual reward, even the team bonus, big brother, you could keep it all for yourself. We wouldn't say a word. Spotted added, I agree with Brother Gong. Brother, winning this battle was 80% down to you. The tactical arrangements, luring the enemy deep into our territory. You did all that single-handedly. Without these, do you think we could have survived this natural disaster unscathed? Moreover, you distributed all that money. Who among us gained less from this disaster than you, big brother? Sleep God glanced at the other three, then looked back at Xin Feng. I think they're right. Enough, stop bickering. Xin Feng waved his hand dismissively and continued. This is what I've already decided. We'll proceed according to this plan. I'll distribute the cash shortly. What difference does a few extra bucks make? Seeing the others still wanting to speak up, Xin Feng immediately adopted a stern tone. What's this? You just made me the boss of the Black Dragon Gang, and now you're going to disobey me? No way. Absolutely not. Exactly, it's nothing. Dong Chengshi said, actually, boss, forming the Black Dragon Gang was meant to give everyone a proper status. It makes us look like a real team. Wouldn't that strengthen our team cohesion? The idea itself is sound, though the name could have been better thought out. Still, it'll do. Mizi has something else to discuss with me, so I'll head back first. Later, you guys come with me to find Old Kai. The Chen Bei matter isn't over yet. Yesterday Old Kai mentioned Chen Bei's island has more than just a farm, but also a forestry operation and massive copper ore deposits. These deposits are far more substantial than that tiny copper ore island we stumbled upon with Gonga last time. Alright, I'm outta here. Meet at the detention room entrance in a bit. Oh, and you guys make sure to tell Lao Kai's men about me splitting the money with the guys down below. Got it? Don't worry, we understand. Xin Feng nodded and turned to leave. The four men watched Xin Feng's receding figure. They stared for a long while. Guys, having a big brother like this, would you call it lucky? Or lucky? What else could it be? Protect him well. Anyone who touches him, I'll fight them to the death. Not even the heavens themselves can stop me. Same here. Wu Fei then announced the news. Every brother's face wore an expression of utter disbelief. 50,000 divided equally among us all. That's our boss for you. Stop talking about it now, you've reminded me of that damn Yi Zhong. Damn it, he hoarded all the good stuff for himself. He's nothing compared to our big brother. You're telling me we eat well, stay warm, and we even get paid? You only get that kind of good fortune by sticking with our big brother. Guys, let's protect our big brother well. If something happens to a boss like this, we'd be wailing and tearing our hair out to no avail. Do I even need to say it? Wherever our boss points, that's where I'll hit. Pfft, cut the crap. When Lao Kai and the others came, I went with the boss. I didn't back down at all. Not backing down is all that matters. I heard we've got another tough fight coming up with Chen Bei in a few days. Just wait and see if I'm the first one charging in. Cut the crap. You said back then that old Kai's body was bound to have a cut from you. But our boss wouldn't let me. If you'd let me, I'd have stabbed him myself. The crowd chattered in unison. Afternoon. Xin Fang and the others arrived at the detention room door. Big brother. Big brother. At the entrance, several subordinates spotted Xin Fang. All shouted with utmost respect. Xin Fang smiled and nodded. Everything okay inside? Big brother, rest assured. I've been keeping watch since last night. It's been quiet inside. Oh, here's what old Kai finished writing last night. Take a look, boss. The subordinate pulled a pristine envelope from his breast pocket. Xin Fang glanced at it. This kid's pretty sharp. He knows some things aren't meant to be seen. He took the envelope. You guys can rest up over there. Several henchmen then backed away to a distance. They positioned themselves around the detention room. Xin Fang, holding the envelope, led Wu Fei and the others into an empty detention cell. Opened the envelope. Inside, on the white paper, was densely covered with the existing resources of Chunbei Island. Holy crap! There's way too much stuff on Chunbei Island. Its land area is almost the same as our merged territory now? So many different types of resources? Xin Fang observed the expressions on everyone's faces. He then recounted his entire conversation with Lao Kai from the previous day. In short, Chunbei Island is rich in resources. But to get our hands on them, we need to seize the initiative and wrest them from formidable foes like the Tiger Brigade. If we succeed, the resources on Chunbei Island will be ours. This will undoubtedly be highly advantageous for our future development. But this will definitely draw the attention of the Tiger Brigade. What are your thoughts? I'm willing to take the risk. Speckled spoke up first. Big brother already discussed this with me yesterday. My stance is, let's do it. Seeing Spotted speak so decisively, Wu Fei shouted, I'm in too. Hell, fortune favors the bold. What's 200 men from the Tiger Brigade? A bunch of nothing. Gong Chengshi paused briefly before replying, brother, I'll follow your lead. Let's do it. I believe that once we seize Chunbei's island and increase our food supply, we'll definitely be able to recruit more men to take on the Tiger Brigade. But first, we need to figure out how to take down Chunbei. Brother, Chunbei is no pushover. The people old Kai sent were always meant to be sacrificial pawns. They're testing our strength. But his truly formidable forces haven't been deployed yet. And of the 4 heavenly kings, 3 remain. If things really unfold as he claims, then we are Chunbei's only escape route. He'll fight us with everything he's got. By then, he'll be even harder to deal with. Xin Fang nodded. You're right. But what you're describing, Gong, is going head-to-head with Chunbei. If we avoid a direct confrontation, wouldn't our chances of winning be much higher? And as long as we fight, Chunbei will be caught between 2 fronts. Our chances of winning would be much higher. Gong Changshi nodded. Then, brother? If we don't confront him head-on, do you have a plan? Xin Fang gave a mysterious smile. I do have one, but I'm not sure if Chunbei will fall for it. Chapter 136, should I help you, or do it yourself? Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Wu Fei asked, big brother, you've got another idea? Xin Fang nodded. The key is that old Kai is in our custody. With him here, the plan can proceed. Xin Fang then outlined the subsequent plan in broad strokes. What do you think? How does this plan sound? I think it's excellent. This time, it wasn't Wu Fei who spoke first. It was Speckled. Huaban was a proud man. He wasn't one to speak much either. The things that made him unable to hold back his words were few and far between. Speckled continued, I don't know much about Chunbei. But judging by his dealings with Yi Zhong, this man tends to be quite cautious in his actions. But in the plan you just mentioned, brother, that crucial element could actually counteract his caution. But that attribute dish we'd need to use. Are you sure it'll work? You might be putting yourself in danger, boss. Xin Fang replied, don't worry. I've tested it. It's fine. Gong Chengshi agreed, if it's reliable, then I believe Chunbei will definitely fall for this plan. After all, luring him out to fight is far better than letting him hold the island defensively. And if we can actually lure them onto our island, it'll be even easier to handle them. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's proceed with this plan. Wu Fei, go prepare the supplies. Spotted, you notify the brothers below, make sure they're trustworthy. We can't let word get out. Gong, you scout out the location. I'll talk to the girl again. If she's not present for this scene, it'll seriously undermine the credibility. But before that, I need to find our main man Lao Kai and have a chat. If he doesn't cooperate, we'll be stuck. What do you mean, not cooperating? Bro, the burlap sacks, ropes, and stones we prepared yesterday are still outside. I'll go with you in a bit. I refuse to believe he won't cooperate. Hua Ben finished speaking, his lips curling in disdain. With a flick of his wrist, the samurai sword flashed a cold gleam. The aura radiating from him made it clear, if Lao Kai didn't cooperate, he'd be slashed in an instant. Xin Fong waved his hand. First, entice with benefits, don't force it. Forced compliance never yields good results. Still, you'd better come with me. Some things can be dispensed with, but not entirely. The two immediately headed to Lao Kai's detention cell. As soon as the door opened, Lao Kai was dozing off with his head on the desk. Upon hearing the door open, his head snapped up. He ran his hands through his bushy beard. A smile spread across his face. Xin Fong smiled back. I've already looked through it. It's quite comprehensive. Not bad. Didn't I mention yesterday that I had plans to discuss with you? Now the plan is here. Lao Kai's eyes lit up instantly. Xin Fong then selectively repeated the plan. After hearing it, Lao Kai agreed wholeheartedly. This plan works. When should we proceed? Xin Fong tossed Lao Kai his multifunctional watch. I've laid out the plan clearly for you. How you present it to Chen Bei. I'm sure you know what to do. If this succeeds, old Kai, rest assured no one will take your life. But if you try any tricks during this operation, even if it ultimately fails, you won't get off easy. Got it? Lao Kai nodded frantically. Brother Xin Fong, you can rest assured. I'm already eternally grateful you're not killing me. I won't pull any tricks. And brother Xin Fong, I know what kind of person Chen Bei is. I'll send him photos of your island's situation shortly. He'll be even more tempted. As for how to approach it, brother Xin Fong, you can rest assured. If I fail to bring Chen Bei to you this time, you can kill me, I won't say a word. Observing Lao Kai's expression, Xin Fong thought to himself, I never imagined this part would go so smoothly. Half the success of this entire plan rests on him. Plus, he understands Chen Bei's personality well. He knows exactly how to handle him. Xin Fong smiled. Alright, then it's all up to you when the time comes. After speaking, he took out some food and water and placed them before Lao Kai. Eat something. You'll need the strength to work. Lao Kai nodded vigorously. He glanced at the food and water on the table. Suddenly, he let out a soft sigh. Ah! You, Chen Bei, rose to power through your family. In the end, you'll be brought down by your own family. I, Lao Kai, risked my life to do so much for you. Yet in the end, you'll still cast me aside like a discarded pawn. But Xin Fong didn't kill me. That's something you never saw coming, Chen Bei. I looked up at Xin Fong's retreating figure. I know you don't trust me. But this time, you'll see if I'm truly sincere in helping you. Just as I was thinking this, suddenly, Lao Kai's watch vibrated. Wait! Brother Xin. Xin Fong and Speckles halted immediately. They turned to look. Lao Kai said, it's Chen Bei calling. The two exchanged a glance. They quietly sat back down at the table. Lao Kai placed his watch on the table. He pressed the answer button. Hello? Brother Bei? Didn't you arrive yesterday? How'd things go? Lao Kai immediately laughed. Brother Bei. It's all taken care of. Ha? Taken care of? Are you serious? Of course it's true. Brother Bei, those useless fools weren't nearly as tough as you thought. Me and my guys took care of them right here. A few brothers got hurt. But it's nothing serious. Old Kai, you did a good job on this. Remember what I told you back then? I remember. One of us, Xin Fong or me, has to die. Don't worry, Brother Bei, I'll send you the video footage shortly. Plus, we found a dirt pistol on Xin Fong. With this gun on him, how could you possibly feel uneasy? As Lao Kai said this, he winked at Xin Fong. Alright. Make sure the video is clear. Once this is settled, I'll call you back to discuss the island operation. Got it, Brother Bei. How's the situation with the Tiger Brigade now? Not good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be calling you in such a rush. Oh, and about Xin Fong's resources, sort them out and transfer half over right away. Brother Bei, didn't you say all resources from Xin Fong's side would be mine once we took it down? Old Kai, things are pretty urgent over here right now. Got it? Got it, Brother Bei. I'll send it over as soon as it's organized. Click. Chen Bei hung up without a moment's hesitation. Lao Kai let out a bitter laugh. Now you know. No matter how hard I work for him up front, he'll never trust me. Damn it. Doesn't trust me, yet keeps telling me to risk my life for you. Thud. Lao Kai slammed his palm down on the table. Xin Fong reached out and patted Lao Kai on the shoulder. Don't worry. Once we catch Chen Bei, I'll let you handle him. Thanks, Brother Xin. No problem. What I said earlier was spot on. Let's go. It's time to film your brother Chen Bei. Unless he sees me die with his own eyes, he won't take the bait. Soon after, the group arrived at an open field. Many brothers were already tightly bound on the ground. They lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. A space remained open in the center. That spot was reserved specifically for Xin Fong. At that moment, Wu Fei walked over with a smile. Big brother, are you coming over yourself, or should I help you? Chapter 137, finally caught. Xin Fang reluctantly took the rope, but then handed it back to Wu Fei. You do it. Wu Fei took the rope and bound Xin Fang securely. It was placed in the center of the crowd. Once all preparations were complete, the performance officially began. Evening. Shenbei and the others sat around the table. Everyone, I've gathered you here tonight to share some good news, Shenbei said with a smile. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Big brother. What's the good news? The Tiger Brigade isn't after us anymore? Could it be that old Kai brought us good news from over there? Shenbei nodded. That's right. Instantly, joy lit up every face. This is great news, boss. Who would have thought old Kai would pull it off this time? He actually took down Xin Fang. You bet. We sent him to test the waters, and he actually pulled it off. But boss, are you really sure about this? We sent old Kai over this time, but he didn't bring many men. The weapons were better, but I didn't think we had much chance of winning. Shenbei nodded. Exactly. I got the call this afternoon. I was stunned when I heard the news. I couldn't believe it. But he actually said he recorded a video of killing Xin Fang for me. The video is right here now. Click. Shenbei activated the video and placed his multifunctional watch on the table. Instantly, slender blue lines shot out from the watch, like a projector materializing out of thin air. The video projected in all directions within the air. An open field. Xin Fang was bound tightly. He looked utterly miserable, kneeling on the ground with the others. Lao Kai stood before Xin Fang. He held a homemade pistol in his hand. The muzzle was already pressed against Xin Fang's forehead. At that moment, Xin Fang raised his head. His gaze fixed on Lao Kai, filled with resentment and fury. Lao Kai said nothing. His finger twitched. Bang! A tongue of flame erupted from the homemade pistol's muzzle. Every bullet struck Xin Fang's body. At such close range, the immense force instantly sent Xin Fang flying backward. His body slumped like a pile of mud. He slid backward 2 meters. Then he lay still. Everyone else on either side of Xin Fang was trembling in fear. Suddenly, a woman rushed to Xin Fang's side. She wailed, shaking his body. Her wails were heart-wrenching. Brother! Old Kai really did it to Xin Fang. Old Kai really went all out this time. One shot and that bastard Xin Fang is dead. That homemade pistol packs a serious punch. One shot sent him flying 2 meters away. Big brother, that single shot Xin Fang's got to be dead for sure. Damn! I never thought old Kai would actually kill him. This is a major achievement. Shenbei chuckled, merit? He's just an outsider. Just squeezing out some surplus value. Though I have no idea what tricks the old man used to take care of Xin Fang. But for our current predicament, this is a lifeline. The Tiger Battalion is closing in faster and faster. Oh, and old Kai sent me the detailed situation on Xin Fang's island. Take a look. The scene shifted abruptly. A 2-story house appeared before everyone's eyes. Lao Kai says this is Xin Fang's house. Holy crap. He lives in a damn nice place. It's north-south oriented with great natural light. Big bro, once you're here, this place is yours. Shenbei couldn't hide the grin on his face. Keep looking down. Wheat fields, cornfields, apple trees. Bro, apple trees. 2 of them. I heard they say these things are money trees. Short cycles, high yields perfect for earning golden carrots. Really? Shenbei had never heard of this before. Of course it's true. And these are already planted, all we need to do is water them daily. No need to worry about anything else. Shenbei's interest was piqued. Xin Fang really had quite a few good things up his sleeve. Behind them lay the entire island's terrain and topography. Lao Kai continued filming while narrating. He listed every unique resource and feature of the island one by one. Until the video ended. Brother Bei, this island Xin Fang has isn't just large, it's rich in resources. For us, it's the perfect fit. So, big brother, when are we heading out? I'm afraid if we wait too long, someone else will snatch it up. After all, Lao Kai and the others just went through a battle. And they didn't bring many people. This is a prime opportunity, brother. We can't let others snatch it up. Brother Bei, Dedong's right. Old Kai has already taken the island. We can't drag this out. He's an outsider, yet he controls all these island resources. You think he wouldn't be tempted? If he defects and seizes the island for himself, we'll be in trouble. Shenbei nodded. I considered this when I called this afternoon. That's why I had him transfer half the resources over first. It was also to see if he still respects me as the boss. How did it go? It hasn't been transferred yet. Well then, that's settled. Big brother. We absolutely cannot hesitate any longer. We must get people to the island immediately, not a moment to lose. Let's strike while old Kai is still hesitating. By the time he came to his senses, we had already arrived. By then, even if he wanted to resist, he wouldn't be able to. Brother Bei. I think Dongdong's right. I agree too. Chen Bei frowned. That's true, but what about our island's resources? Dong replied, take as much as possible. Transfer whatever we can in one go. Leave as little as possible for those bastards of the Tiger Brigade. Chen Bei sighed deeply, no matter how much we move, there'll still be a lot left behind. Damn it, what a waste. It's fine. Once we reach Qin Fang's island and get things up and running, we can always come back and take it back. Brother Bei, as long as the mountain remains, we'll never run out of firewood. After a moment of silence, Chen Bei suddenly stood up and said, alright, we'll set out tomorrow. We won't stop along the way, so those who can't keep up will just have to tough it out. Once we reach Qin Fang's island, everything will be negotiable. Roger that. The group rose to their feet in unison, their voices ringing out in agreement. Their voices rang out loud and clear, as if victory were already within their grasp. Inside Qin Fang's room, a listening device sat on the table. A steady crackling noise emanated from them. Yet upon closer listening, intermittent fragments of human voices could still be discerned. It was inevitable, given that this was cross-regional surveillance. The faint voices were already the result of immense effort by engineer Gong Chang. Suddenly, after another burst of static crackling, a faint voice emerged. We will depart tomorrow. Along the way, anyone who can't keep up physically. Only, once we reach Qin Island, everything will be explained then. Upon hearing this broken, intermittent voice, Qin Fang, who had been frowning deeply moments before, slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. Shen Bei! Shen Bei! You finally fell for it, you bastard! You bastard! Bring it on! I'm dying to see what kind of reaction you'll have. What kind of reaction you'll have. Chapter 138, Releasing the Tiger Back to the Mountain? Early the next morning, Wu Fei and the others had already gathered outside Qin Fang's door. Just yesterday, Qin Fang had informed them that Chen Bei had taken the bait. Come in, come in! Qin Fang ushered them inside and invited them to sit down. Wu Fei's face lit up with excitement. Brother! Are you sure? He really took the bait? That's right. I sat glued to the listening device last night, my butt nearly numb. Good thing I didn't give up. You're the man, bro. But this shark feast recipe is seriously impressive. Without its ability to block every single attack, we'd never have fooled Chen Bei. I wonder if Chen Bei will be scared to death when he sees you. Qin Fang chuckled. We'll see if it's a pleasant surprise or a terrifying shock. They're leaving today. So rushed? Probably because the Tiger Brigade is pressing them hard. Huaban said, then we should prepare too. Chen Bei is definitely bringing his entire force this time. Including weapons, equipment, resources, and so on. This won't be easy, brother. Gong Changsher nodded in agreement. Qin Fang furrowed his brow, rubbing his chin. Suddenly, he looked up. Go fetch old Kai. Everyone froze. Huaban hesitated. Brother, are you sure? I just don't trust that guy. Are you sure you want to bring him along for something this important? We need him. Only he knows the specifics of Chen Bei's side. Besides, he's only here because Chen Bei didn't trust him. That's why he's disillusioned. At this critical juncture, the more trust we show him, the more grateful he'll feel. Go fetch him. Speckled paused briefly. He rose and walked out the door. Before long, Lao Kai was brought to Qin Fang's room by two subordinates. Upon entering, Qin Fang proactively fetched a chair for Lao Kai. Sit down and talk. Feeling somewhat flattered, Lao Kai sat down and asked, Brother Qin, what are your orders? Chen Bei and his crew have taken the bait and they're setting out today. Know why they're in such a rush? Lao Kai stroked his full beard and shook his head. Then he nodded. Probably afraid I'll defect. After all I've been through, this is what I get. Big brother, you called me here, you must want to ask me something. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. Qin Fang nodded. Then I won't beat around the bush. Where are Chen Bei and his men weak? Lao Kai stroked his beard, furrowing his brow as he pondered for a moment. Brother Qin, I can't really pinpoint exactly where their weaknesses lie. How about this, I'll spill everything I know about him. What do you think? Qin Fang nodded. Lao Kai sat up straight, his expression serious. Currently, Chen Bei also has a homemade pistol stashed away. And it's a 4-shot model. Its power is comparable to yours, Brother Qin. As for the remaining 3 golden warriors, their weapons are all made of perfect grade materials. Ordinary cold weapons won't stand a chance against them. What's more, they're all hiding nail guns as well. You guys need to be careful too. Spiked guns? Brother, didn't Park Piaolu use one back then? Qin Fang nodded. Lao Kai continued, as for the weapons the rest of them carry, they're pretty much the same as what my men use. But Qin, I think your chances of winning are pretty high. Why? Their gear isn't bad at all. No. None of them are wearing armor. Because wild boars or bears don't spawn on Chen Bei's island. They don't spawn? Why? Shouldn't every island have them? No, Chen Bei's island only spawns domestic pigs that can be farmed. Trust me on this. If there really were, why wouldn't we be wearing armor? We wouldn't be getting beaten so badly by you lot like this. Gong Changsha retorted, then just use bows and arrows to deal with them. Exactly. Brother, that would make things so much simpler. We could lure them onto the island and rain arrows down on them. Xin Fong waved his hand dismissively. It's not that simple. Don't forget, taking down Chen Bei isn't our ultimate goal. Taking Chen Bei's island is what matters. They're rushing out like this because the Fierce Tiger Regiment must be closing in on them. We need to deal with Chen Bei while simultaneously seizing his main island. That means splitting our forces at least in half. How manageable is that? The others fell silent. Currently, our total numbers are roughly equal on both sides. But if we split our forces, victory would be far from certain. Moreover, there was a high risk of both sides suffering defeat. After a long silence, Lao Kai suddenly spoke up. Brother Qin, if you trust me, why not give me my men? I'll lead them back to Chen Bei Island. After all, my men and I know the routes well. We know the island's environment well. We can help you fight off the Tiger Brigade. If you don't trust me, you can send someone else with me. Everyone except Xin Fong listened intently, their expressions turning intensely complicated as they stared at Lao Kai. This is like releasing a tiger back into the wild. Who knew if they'd ever come back after being released? Wu Fei couldn't help but shoot Xin Fong another warning glance. The implication was clear, don't agree to this. After a moment of silence, Xin Fong replied to Lao Kai. He looked at Lao Kai and said, alright, but how many days do you think your men can hold out against the Tiger Battalion? 3 or 4 days at most. After all, we're too few in number. 3 or 4 days? Is that 3 days or 4 days? 4 days. Brother Qin, if you really let me go back, I'll fight tooth and nail to hold out for 4 days. Alright. It's settled. Pack your things this afternoon and see what you need. Lao Kai's expression changed instantly. Brother Qin, you? So readily? The others looked at Xin Fong with utter bewilderment. The situation was complicated, and Gong Changsha couldn't make sense of it. Wu Fei was starting to get impatient. Well, I said it's settled, so it's settled. Xin Fong reiterated. At that moment, Speckled immediately stood up and said, Brother, let me come along too. Xin Fong waved him off. No need. Just send old Kai alone. Alright, go back and notify your men. We need to depart as soon as possible this afternoon. Hua Ban tried to say something more, but he never managed to speak. After sending off Lao Kai. Brother! This is like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Letting him take his men back? This. And you won't even let me go with him. What are you thinking? Hua Ban was rarely this flustered. Xin Fong smiled, trust those you employ and don't employ those you doubt. Letting him go leaves only 2 possibilities. One is he comes back, the other is he doesn't. If he comes back, everything can be discussed and will free up more manpower to deal with Chen Bei. If he doesn't return, we can still deal with Chen Bei first, then come for him. Wouldn't that be the same outcome? With just the few men he brought, if he truly doesn't return, he'll have to fight both the Tiger Brigade and our retaliation. Do you think he stands a chance? Besides, if you go with him, should he decide to flee, you'll be the first one he kills. I didn't send you to spy, I sent you to your death. At this, Hua Ban fell silent. A look of shame spread across his face. Especially after hearing that he wasn't being sent to his death. He felt utterly ashamed. Brother. Xin Fong waved his hand dismissively, offering a faint smile. We're all brothers. Gong Changsha countered, but what if he joins the Tiger Brigade? Chapter 139, Returning to Old Grounds. Join the Fierce Tiger Corps? So be it. There are only a few of them left. What's there to fear? Our goal is to seize that island in Chen Bei. Let him go. If he helps, great. If not, we'll take it ourselves. Gong Changsha nodded. What do you think? Any questions? Xin Fong pressed on. The 3 shook their heads. Alright, then we'll focus our efforts on taking down Chen Bei next. Since you guys founded the Black Dragon Gang for me, this time we'll make a name for ourselves. How exactly do we make a name for ourselves? Spread the word that Chen Bei from the neighboring territory is planning to attack our turf with his crew. He's coming to seize our resources. Killing people in our territory. Something along those lines. We need to build momentum. Gong Changsha snapped his fingers. Big brother, I get it. Deliberately smear their reputation. Exactly. That way we drive them out and the Black Dragon Gang's reputation will rise naturally. To continue growing and strengthening our business, we must first build a strong reputation. Gong Changsha replied, alright, leave that to me. Right. Over the next few days, make sure your team stays focused. Only by winning at Chen Bei can we build our reputation. Only then can we move into another territory. With resources from both areas complementing each other, our development will be even stronger. We've seen what Chen Bei Island possesses. Big brother, rest assured. You should focus on resting these days. Leave the training of the men to me. After seeing everyone off, Qin Fong slowly made his way to the small courtyard. Suddenly, Dafu emerged from his den. He trotted over to Qin Fong's side. Admiring the dog's robust physique, he stroked Dafu's broad back. Looks like it's your time to shine. It was time for Dafu to participate in this kind of battle. Qin Fong suddenly found himself feeling a bit of anticipation. Now, under his careful nurturing, his current stature was 2 sizes larger than that vicious bear. That vicious bear struck me with a single blow, nearly taking half my life. But what about Dafu? Its attack power must be even more terrifying. This time, I absolutely must win. The challenge has been issued. There's no turning back now. Victory brings fame, defeat costs it. Losing face would make it hard to hold my head high again. But if we win, only then will others be willing to join your cause. Only then will your strength truly grow. On a deserted island, it all comes down to who has the most people. By afternoon, Lao Kai and the others had all gathered at the shore. Counting Lao Kai himself, there were 8 people in total. Lao Kai stepped forward to stand before Qin Fong. His expression was sincere. There was none of the arrogance and ruthlessness from their first encounter. Lao Kai raised his hand. In his hand was this multifunctional personal watch. Brother Qin, this is for you. Just keep the one on my wrist to stay in touch anytime. I can guarantee I won't cause trouble, but I can't guarantee others won't. A multifunction watch was practically worth a person's life. Qin Fong hesitated to accept it. Lao Kai whispered in an extremely faint voice, among these 8 people are Qin Bei's men. Once contact is made, all our hard work up to this point will be wasted. Only then did Qin Fong take it. Brother Qin, I never expected you to trust me this much. I'll do everything in my power with what's left. Enough said. I'm off. The group boarded 2 small boats newly built by Master Gong Chang at Qin Fong's request. Provisions of food and water were stowed aboard. Additionally, there were 2 locators. Qin Fong had specially purchased these from the mall. You never know what's in someone's heart. Qin Fong knew little about Lao Kai. Not being afraid to let him go was one thing, but he also needed to keep tabs on him. If he really did run away, it would allow us to prepare accordingly. Not only that. Regarding Lao Kai's multifunctional watch, Qin Fong had also had Engineer Gong tamper with it. Normal usage remained completely unaffected. But whenever it connects with Chen Bei or others, Qin Fong's side would receive notifications and gain access to the conversation content. So while it appeared he was letting Lao Kai go, in reality, all his information remained firmly under his control. Watching Lao Kai's retreating figure, the group turned to leave. At that moment, Engineer Gong Cheng arrived beside Qin Fong. Boss, the research on defensive structures is complete. We've already had the brothers finish building at a crucial location on the island. Go take a look. Qin Fong's eyes lit up. Lead the way. Following Gong Chengshi through a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a flat expanse. Suddenly, Qin Fong felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. This was... He abruptly glanced to the right. A small clearing lay before the beach. The clearing bore numerous chaotic traces. Evidently, there had once been structures here. Standing there, Qin Fong instinctively lifted his head to gaze out at the distant sea. His pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered. This was the medium-sized island where he and Nizi had once been. And the spot beneath his feet was where their small courtyard had once stood. Back then, Qin Fong often walked Defu around the courtyard in circles. In an instant, memories of the past flashed through his mind like a movie reel. In the sunset, he would stroll hand in hand with Chen Shuero, while Dafu, still a puppy back then. He kept circling around the 2 of us. Inside the courtyard, Chen Shuero carried a bucket, watering the flowers and plants, feeding the chickens, gathering eggs. And then there was the first time she learned to shoot. In the bamboo grove, she shot down a wild goose. That very evening, she cooked braised wild goose for herself. Time flies so fast. It's been ages since I last walked with Nizi under the setting sun. These days, I'm getting busier and busier. Brother Gong. Gong Chengshi immediately approached Qin Fong. What is it, brother? This must be the medium-sized island Xiaorou and I explored back then. The key point you mentioned earlier, I believe it refers to the iron or spawn location over there. Gong Chengshi smiled. You're right, brother. Qin Fong nodded. Do you remember the little cottage and courtyard Xiaorou and I had back then? Of course I remember. Isn't it right beneath your feet? Yes, I want you to help me right here in this spot to rebuild the little courtyard and cottage we once had. We left in such a hurry back then. I imagine Xiaorou must have been heartbroken back then. After all, life back then was so much happier than it is now. Qin Fong didn't voice the last part of that thought. Is that okay, brother Gong? It's just a small cottage and courtyard, it won't take much resources. I was just thinking that when I have free time, I could come here with her for some quiet moments. Qin Fong asked again. No problem, boss. Rest assured, I can recreate the exact replica of that cottage and courtyard for you tomorrow. Xin Fang patted Gong Changshi on the shoulder. Really? Thanks a lot. Gong Changshi paused, then bowed slightly. Brother, what are you saying? It's the least I can do. Xin Fang smiled without responding. Let's go. See how the defensive structures are coming along. With that, Xin Fang led the way forward. Gong Changshi jogged to keep up. He could sense the shift in Xin Fang's demeanor. Since joining Xin Fang, he had never seen him act so desperate, as if begging him for something. This matter must be completed tomorrow. Chapter 140, Xin Fang's Ambition. The two soon reached the vicinity of the iron ore deposits. On the sandy shore outside the iron ore area, a row of neatly constructed wooden walls had already been erected. Brother, follow me. Following Gong Changshi's footsteps, the two approached the wooden wall. Brother, this wall stands 2 meters tall and features a double-layer design, meaning 2 layers of thick timber are joined together. It's quite sturdy overall. The top of the wall features a conical design, concealed with numerous small iron spikes and barbs. Currently, about 20 meters of this wooden wall have been constructed. Gong Changshi pointed ahead as he spoke. How many thick logs did this 20-meter section consume? 80 thick logs, plus 5 iron ingots. Only 20 meters with all those resources? Gong Changshi nodded. Brother, we could have built 40 meters instead. That would mean switching from double-layered to single-layered construction. But that would make it weak. If the enemy had numbers, breaking through wouldn't be hard. This double-layer wooden wall design is our unique feature. The protective wooden walls on the island in the watch only have a single layer. Xin Fang nodded. It's fine. I didn't say it was bad. Good things naturally require more resources. Based on the island's current area, how much thick timber would be needed to complete the perimeter wall? Engineer Gong frowned and pondered for a moment before replying, approximately over 2,400 sturdy logs. As for iron ingots, we'll need nearly 150 pieces. Xin Fang nodded. That's quite a lot indeed. Our current resource reserves definitely won't be enough. I understand, brother. But once the entire perimeter protective wall is built, the safety of our island will be greatly enhanced. And there's another advantage. What benefit? Once the entire perimeter defensive wooden wall is fully connected, adding new islands later won't require consuming resources for construction. The protective wooden wall will automatically fill any gaps. Huh? Is that for real? Automatic connection? That means one build, lifetime benefits? You bet, bro. Plus, the walls that automatically fill gaps are double-layered. Fine, so we'll need fewer resources. Once we take Chen Bei's island, his island's forestry can fully fund the entire perimeter defense chain. Exactly, boss. This first defense chain is crucial. Once built, it'll secure both our safety and our resources. Oh, and boss, while overseeing construction these past few days, I noticed changes in the island's resources. Changes? What do you mean? Could it be that resources are starting to respawn? Engineer Gong nodded emphatically. Exactly, boss. I'm certain of it. Xin Fang's eyes lit up instantly. After waiting so long, the resources finally refreshed. And now he had so many islands at his disposal. Iron ore, copper ore, sturdy timber, those production resources go without saying. The most crucial resource was food. After the refresh, his food reserves would increase significantly. If it weren't for that resource doubling skill I had back then, our food supplies would have run out long ago. Currently, while carbohydrates like wheat and corn remain relatively abundant, the most critical shortage is meat. Without a farm like the one on Chen-Bei Island, the only way to obtain meat here is through hunting. But thankfully, the resources have finally refreshed. We've finally made it to this day. But bro, I noticed the resources seem to refresh in batches. The iron ore hasn't refreshed yet. But the bamboo grove nearby has already completed its refresh. The bamboo grove? Wasn't that the very bamboo grove where he and the little girl used to go bamboo shoot picking? Let's go check it out. This resource respawn information is crucial. He had to verify it personally. Soon they arrived at the familiar bamboo grove. Its appearance and scale hadn't changed at all. A familiar feeling washed over him. After taking just a few steps inside, Xin Fang spotted the bamboo stalks ready for harvesting. They had actually grown back. Moreover, the bamboo shoots that had been completely harvested from the ground had all sprouted anew at this very moment. Squeak, squeak. Quack, quack, quack. Long-forgotten bird calls and the honking of wild geese filled the air. Xin Fangxing couldn't help but feel a surge of quiet joy. If Master Gong Cheng could truly finish building the cottage and courtyard tomorrow, he'd bring Nizi here for a hunt. And give her a surprise. Lately, she'd been busy enough with those 3 men. Her appearance looked haggard. Returning to their previous position, Gong Chengshi pulled Xin Fang forward a few more steps. Brother, let me show you something else. Following Gong Chengshi's footsteps, after passing through a grove of trees, the two arrived at a higher vantage point. What's this? Is this a lookout tower? Xin Fang looked up at the tower rising from the ground and asked. That's right, big brother. This lookout tower stands 8 meters tall. Don't let the all-wood construction fool you. Safety and reliability are guaranteed, rest assured. Brother, do you see that small shed in the middle? What's that for? Gong Changshi gave a mysterious smile. That's where I plan to install a repeating crossbow mechanism. A repeating crossbow? Like a fixed position crossbow launcher? Exactly. I've already completed half the research. This tower, which serves both as a lookout and an attack platform, I call our second line of defense. The initial plan is to set one up every 25 meters. After all, the first line of defense alone won't suffice. If enemies do attack, we must have weapons to strike back. It would also slow down the enemy's advance. But Xin Fang was listening intently. Suddenly, Gong Changshi delivered a twist. What's wrong? Brother, constructing this tower requires 120 sturdy logs plus 50 pieces of timber, along with large blades, ropes, and so on. The resource consumption is enormous. Xin Fang waved his hand dismissively. Resources are currently being replenished, so we can replenish some of them. Once we capture Qinbei's island, we'll definitely be able to build the first and second defensive chains. No need to worry. Are you sure there's nothing to worry about, brother? I saw the resource list old Kai wrote earlier. The timber on his island, from what I saw, is barely enough for the first defensive chain. The second one, probably not enough, right? Xin Fang smiled. If I say it's enough, it's enough. And I want you to increase the number of towers, spacing them down to 20 meters apart. Engineer Gong Chang looked stunned. Are you sure? Can we really pull this off? Will the resources truly be sufficient? Rest assured. If I say it can be done, it will be done. Go ahead and make it happen. I'm not just talking about the island beneath our feet. There's also Qinbei's island. If you dare to snatch things from the Tiger Core, you must possess the strength to hold your ground. Only by securing our ground first can we launch a counterattack. Brother, your ambition is truly immense. You want to take down the Tiger Brigade with over 200 men? So what? If we want to establish a foothold in Qinbei's territory, it won't be enough to just take down Qinbei. We must strike first against the Tiger Brigade to establish the Black Dragon Gang's reputation. At this, Gong Changshi felt a chill run down his spine. Yet deep down, he admired Xin Fang even more. A true leader must dare to dream and act. If the boss lacks ambition, how can he be called the boss? But this was nothing short of dancing on the edge of a knife. If he couldn't hold his ground, it wouldn't just be his reputation at stake. It would be lives. Chapter 141, The Withered Chenshu Arrow. What's wrong? Xin Fang asked with a smile. Nothing, brother. I just didn't react in time. Xin Fang patted Gong Changshi on the shoulder. What's there to be caught off guard about? That's just how the game works. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. Let's go. It's getting late. Qinbei and the others should still be 2 or 3 days away. Over the next few days, have the men cut the bamboo into cone shapes. Cut plenty, I'll need them. Gong Changshi was a bit confused. Bro, you got another crazy idea, huh? What devilish scheme? How is that a sneaky scheme? That's clearly the crystallization of wisdom. Gong Changshi chuckled. You're right, big brother. But what exactly is this wisdom? You'll find out in a few days. It's confidential for now. Under the setting sun, the two walked one after the other toward the center of the island. Let everyone rest up these next few days. We've been working non-stop lately. I can tell everyone's exhausted. Let's use this time to recharge before Qinbei arrives. No problem, boss. I noticed that too. Also, I'm thinking of organizing a dinner gathering the day after tomorrow. After all, we've done well in these recent battles. The extreme cold disaster is over now. Everyone made it through alive. Let's grab a meal together and boost everyone's morale. No problem at all. Brother, you wouldn't believe it, ever since you said you'd split the game rewards among us. A few guys who get along well with me have been saying they want to hang out with you, boss. Alright, brother Gong, I'll give you my answer tomorrow. Just remember to help me out tomorrow. Don't worry, I get it. That place is quiet. Not like last time when Wu Fei overheard us. Gong Changshi mentioning it made Xin Fang feel a bit awkward. Recalling that night, the noise had indeed been a bit loud. He cleared his throat a few times to ease the awkwardness. The two returned to the residential area. After Gong Changshi left, Xin Fang entered the room only to find Chen Shuara was nowhere to be seen. It was almost dark? Why wasn't she done yet? He stepped outside and headed toward the back of the house. Before he could reach it, voices drifted over from that direction. Ting ting, yeah, go water that area again. Once you're done, we'll head back. Jiawei, go over there and collect the goat milk. Xin Fang listened to Chen Shuaro's slightly anxious voice. His footsteps had already carried him to the back of the house. At that moment, Chen Shuara was carrying a bucket, pouring water onto the ground. Through the faint evening sunlight, Even from a distance, he could see the fine beads of sweat forming on Chen Shuero's forehead. Xin Fang quickened his pace. He reached her side in a few strides. Why are you still working so late? Xin Fang spoke as he took the bucket from her hands. Ha? Brother? What brings you here? Finished up over there? Ting Ting and Ye Ye, who were nearby, heard the commotion. And both stood up to greet Xin Fang. Xin Fang waved his hand. Just then, Jiao Wei appeared carrying a large bucket of goat milk. She turned just in time to witness the scene. His pupils suddenly contracted. His entire body trembled. Xin Fang. Brother Xin Fang. Xin Fang gave a slight nod. He offered a polite smile. Jiao Wei immediately lowered her head. Using her long hair to hide her downcast eyes. Both hands carrying goat's milk, she walked forward. I wasn't too busy today. Just went for a walk over to the island with Brother Gong. Came back and found you weren't home, so I came straight over. I was just wondering. Why are you working so late today? Ah. It's just that the food is running out too fast, so I'm working extra hard to make more. I know how important food is. Wait, I thought we still had some left. Yeah, there is, but you know how the weather is on this deserted island. What if it changes suddenly one day? We need to stockpile more supplies. Xin Fang scratched his head. Don't worry. Just trade me the grain you've collected. Once it's doubled, how could it possibly be insufficient? Well, it's still better to work harder and harvest sooner, right? Chen Shuero pouted. All right. Xin Fang ruffled her hair. Go rest for a bit. I'll take over. Look how tired you are, you can barely straighten your back. All right then. I'll go get some water for brother. Chen Shuero ran off laughing. In the distance, Jiao Wei silently watched everything unfold. Seeing the doting look in Xin Fang's eyes as he gazed at Chen Shuero, her heart felt even more bitter. Sigh. If only I could have even a tenth of that look. Never mind. Even a tenth would be asking too much. Listening to Chen Shuero's cheerful laughter, Jiao Wei's heart was filled with nothing but envy. Only when the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk began to settle did they realize it was already twilight. The group finally finished. He took Chen Shuero's small hand and led her back to the courtyard. Xin Fang wiped the sweat from her forehead. You've worked hard these past few days, little one. All this effort for food. Xin Fang knew full well that without her planting skills, the grain supply wouldn't have been ready so quickly. It was precisely her skills that shortened the harvest cycle, enabling them to meet the islanders' needs. Without Chen Shuero, everyone on the island could only manage 2 meals a day. And that was being optimistic. It's nothing. I'm thrilled to be able to help my brother. I don't want to be like before, trailing after you like a little nuisance. Just cooking and stuff. But you need to rest too. Look how exhausted you've been these past few days. No matter how tired I am, it's nothing compared to you. Who else would stay up until the wee hours last night listening to that machine? I wanted to bring you an extra blanket, but you looked so engrossed in listening that I didn't dare disturb you. Looking at Chen Shuero's somewhat haggard face. Hearing her words just now. His heart felt even heavier. Things aren't busy these days. Take tomorrow off. I'll prepare a surprise for you. Ha? A surprise? What kind of surprise? But I still have some work left to finish tomorrow. No buts about it. Just do as I say. Just have them handle that little bit. We've been at it for days now, it's just a little bit left, right? Xin Fang deliberately emphasized his tone. Alright, fine then. Ha. You little brat, come on, girl. I'll cook today. You take a break. Okay. But big bro, what's the surprise tomorrow? Bro, I already told you, how can it still be a surprise? Don't you get it? But I just want to know now. This surprise of yours is killing me with suspense. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. No worries. If you can't sleep, there'll be a place for you to sleep tomorrow. Xin Fang gave a mysterious smile. Ha? A place to sleep? Brother, you need to be more specific. At that, Xin Fang immediately dashed toward the house. Hey, don't run. Wait for me, brother. That evening, Xin Fang prepared a feast for Chen Shuero. It was all to treat the little girl. The two sat down at the table. Chen Shuero ate with great relish. Her face radiated pure happiness. Xin Fang watched her, his heart aching. What kind of reaction will you have tomorrow when you see that little courtyard? He found himself genuinely looking forward to it. Chapter 142, Surprise. Early the next morning, as Xin Fang rose, a message from engineer Gong Chang had already arrived on his watch. Brother, the replica of the cottage and courtyard is complete. That fast? Of course. Ha. Go enjoy some alone time with your wife. Don't worry about anything else, I've already made arrangements with Wu Fei and Speckles. We've got everything covered. Xin Fang smiled inwardly. Brother Gong had handled things perfectly. He'd been worried about other matters interrupting him. Just as he was thinking, Chen Shuero's little head leaned in. She burrowed straight into his embrace. Awake? Qin Fong asked softly. What's the surprise? But you didn't dream about me surprising you, did you? Of course I am. I barely slept last night. Hey, get up. I'm taking you somewhere today. I've already delegated everything to my people today. Let's enjoy our time together. Chen Shuaro, who had been half asleep moments ago, jumped up at the sound of this. Alright. It had been ages since the two of them had been alone together. Chen Shuaro had wanted to say this for a long time. But every time she saw Qin Fong return home, with a look of worry on his face, her heart ached for him, yet she knew she couldn't help. The words she had intended to speak were forced back down her throat. But now, the moment for her to be alone with Qin Fong had finally arrived. Without much ado, they quickly dressed. They stepped outside. Suddenly, Chen Shuaro said, Brother, let's bring Defu along. Back then, we used to take him for walks every single day. Qin Fong thought about it. That was true. He decided to bring Dafu along, letting him serve as a bodyguard. He walked over and gently patted Dafu's bed. Defu grunted softly and emerged from inside. The moment he emerged, he immediately began circling around the two of them. Despite his now robust physique, his expression was exactly the same as when he was just a little pup. Not a trace of aggression in his eyes. Qin Fong patted Dafu's back. He took Chen Shuaro's hand and led her toward the door. Defu walked quietly ahead of them, more like a personal bodyguard. After winding through the paths, they were soon approaching the medium-sized island they had passed earlier. Qin Fong gazed gently into the distance. Sure enough, in that very spot, a small courtyard, identical to the one before, sat quietly there. Qin Fong immediately pulled out a strip of cloth. Put this on, girl. Chen Shuaro looked puzzled. But then she smiled, knowing full well in her heart. It must be getting close. She smiled as she tied the cloth strip securely. Qin Fong carefully took Chen Shuaro's hand. Step by step, they approached the small courtyard. Then Qin Fong gently untied the cloth strip from behind. Chen Shuaro's tightly closed eyes now saw the small courtyard before her. Since the surroundings had already changed slightly, at first she didn't quite grasp what was happening. But after just 3 seconds, she suddenly realized. Brother, this is our very first little house. In an instant, Chen Shuaro's mind began flashing with memories from back then. There were moments of cooking together, of seeing her brother return from hunting. She turned her head and gazed out at the sea across the way. It was all too familiar. This sea, every time she stepped outside, this was the sea she saw. At this very hour, she would just be waking up and busy preparing breakfast. At this thought, Chen Shuaro's eyes grew slightly red. She looked at Qin Fong. Brother, time flies so fast. Qin Fong nodded. We left in such a hurry back then. But this little cottage holds so many good memories. Now that this island is closer, I had Brother Gong recreated exactly as it was. When we have free time, we can come here to sit and relax. Chen Shuaro leaned gently against Qin Fong's body. Her eyes reddened as she whispered softly, Okay? Shall we go inside? Qin Fong took Chen Shuaro by the hand and led her to the door. He gently pushed open the door. In an instant, Qin Fong froze in place. The scene inside was exactly the same as before. The arrangement of the table, the bed, the chairs, even the cup on the windowsill. I never imagined that back then, Brother Gong had only stepped into the room and sat for a moment. He actually memorized the entire layout. This is a perfect replica. Except for one thing. There was one significant difference. A large bouquet of flowers was arranged on the table. Brother Gong really knows how to make an impression. Behind them, Chen Shuaro let out a soft gasp. Brother, is this really our home? Of course it is. He took Chen Shuaro's hand and led her inside. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of familiarity enveloped them both. Chen Shuaro looked at the table, as if she could see Qin Fong sitting in the chair, devouring the meal she had prepared. Then she glanced at the bed. Though no one was there. In her eyes, her brother was lying there resting. And over there, the large water bucket. That was the bucket Qin Fong used to bathe her. Everything felt as though it had happened just yesterday. Lost in thought. Suddenly, a large bouquet of flowers appeared before her eyes. Don't just stand there, take them. Qin Fong smiled as he pressed the flowers into Chen Shuaro's arms. Okay. Her face was now radiant with happiness. After all, what girl doesn't love flowers? Did you have Gong go make these for us, 1-to-1 replicas? It's so meticulously detailed even the furniture arrangement matches the original. Chen Shuaro couldn't help but exclaim. I never expected this either. When you're tired, come here for a stroll, kid. Looking back on those days, we didn't live in a small house like we do now, and food wasn't as plentiful as it is today. I feel like we were actually pretty happy back then. I agree. Now there are more people and more things to deal with. Back when I was with my brother, I never imagined it would be like this now, with people calling me big sister-in-law every day. But I don't look anything like a big sister-in-law. Chen Shuero gave a shy smile. Her eyes held a complex mix of emotions. She was barely in her early 20s. Inside, she still felt like a little girl. Whenever someone called her big sister-in-law, she'd smile politely and agree out of courtesy. But deep down, she felt utterly uncomfortable. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, Xin Fang was now the big brother to so many people. That's just how it is. Xin Fang gently patted Chen Shuero's head. He added with a hint of resignation, "Little one, more people will likely follow me from now on. Soon, more will call you big sister-in-law. You? It's fine. It's just the title that feels strange. But the fact that so many people follow you, brother, is because you're capable. I'm thrilled for you. Besides, look at how severe the natural disasters are getting. Without the strength of the crowd, it's truly hard for us to live safely. Xiao Rou just hopes we can hold out until the end of the game. Return to reality and be with brother." At that moment, Chen Shuero's pretty face bloomed with a smile as radiant as a flower. She looked utterly charming and adorable. "Silly girl, with me here, you have nothing to worry about. Come on, let's go explore the island behind us. The island's resources have refreshed. Yesterday I even heard wild geese calling in the bamboo grove." "Geese?" Chen Shuero's eyes lit up instantly. "Hurry up. Brother, I haven't gone hunting with my bow in ages. Doing the same old chores every day is driving me crazy. Today I'll definitely shoot one down. Tonight I'll make braised wild goose for you." Chapter 143, The Yam Appears. As Chen Shuero spoke, her hands flicked. The flowers vanished, transforming into a bow. In the blink of an eye, a quiver had already appeared on her back. "Holy cow, when did you get so quick on your feet?" "Oh, I've always been quick, especially when it comes to taking your clothes off. Alright, let's get moving." As she spoke, Chen Shuero pushed Xin Fang toward the exit. "Oh, and Xin Fang, do you think it's possible that after the resources respawn, new species might appear on our island? Like new animals or plants, for example. If we discover some exotic plants during our exploration and then try to cultivate them, we might get some unexpected rewards." Xin Fang froze. "Ha! Let me think about that." After Chen Shuero said that, scenes from yesterday's trip to the bamboo forest flashed through Xin Fang's mind. It seemed he had indeed encountered some plants he hadn't seen before. But he'd been distracted at the time, so he hadn't examined them closely. Besides the plants, he'd also encountered some other small animals. They seemed to be new too. Neezy. I think this resource refresh besides the usual updates might have actually introduced new plants and animals. Really? I might not know about the animals, but I know about plants. Let's hurry up, bro. We should go explore inside. We might just stumble upon something unexpected. Plus, in my planting interface, there are still so many plants I haven't encountered yet. Now both of them were intrigued. Even more curious about what new species they might discover in this once familiar place. What new uses might these new species bring? Moreover, the gear Xin Fang now possessed were far superior to what he'd had in the past. With DeFu by his side, there was no need to be as timid and cautious as before, or tiptoe around while scavenging supplies. This time, Xin Fang was going to stride through the forest with Chen Shuero by his side. Stepping out the door, he whistled at DaFu. DeFu immediately shook his sturdy frame and trotted over to Xin Fang's side. Xin Fang pulled a piece of raw meat from his backpack. He fed it to DaFu. Then the two headed deeper into the forest. DeFu chewed the raw meat in his mouth, silently following behind. But as soon as they entered the forest, the playful gleam in DeFu's eyes immediately turned wary. His two dark eyes scanned the surroundings constantly. He looked every bit the part of a bodyguard. Xin Fang walked ahead, holding Chen Shuero's small hand. He could faintly sense that something was stirring nearby. That familiar rustling sound. Originally, the sound seemed to be drawing nearer. But just as it neared them, it stopped. At that very moment, DeFu's breathing behind him grew much heavier. That powerful aura emanating from him seemed to be issuing a warning to the other animals nearby. Xin Fang thought to himself, bringing DeFu along this time was truly the right decision. Though his own weapon was formidable, having DeFu here meant he wouldn't have to lift a finger. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a series of urgent sounds erupted from the left front. It sounded like something was charging toward them. Xin Fang immediately raised his repeating crossbow, aiming toward the source of the sound to fire. But out of the corner of his eye, a dark shadow flashed. DeFu suddenly charged toward the two of them. At that very moment, a massive wild boar burst out of a thicket of bushes. This boar was already a remarkably large specimen. Its tusks were raised high on either side. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged straight at Xin Fang and the others. DeFu, who had been lying prone, suddenly rose to its feet at that moment. Simultaneously, its right paw swung backward. Just as the wild boar was about to charge, Defu's right paw slammed down on the boar's head. With just one blow, the boar's entire body was sent flying 2 meters away. Then, the boar lay there, fast asleep. But Defu clearly wasn't about to let the boar off that easily. He charged forward and delivered another palm strike. The boar, still in a dreamlike state, now couldn't wake up at all. Xin Feng blew a whistle just in time. Defu immediately stopped his attack. He retreated to the side. Both eyes remained fixed warily on the boar, now in its eternal sleep. Turning to look at Chen Shuaro beside him. Her small face had turned slightly pale with fright. Defu, is he really this formidable? In her eyes, Dafu was a dog she'd watched grow up since childhood. Though she knew his attack power was formidable, he had always seemed gentle and docile to her. But what she had just witnessed had completely overturned Chen Shuaro's perception of Dafu. For Qin Feng, though, this time he finally witnessed Dafu's true power. Back in the day, when he and the little girl were gathering supplies, they nearly fell victim to a wild boar. And that boar was actually slightly smaller than this one. Back then, it took a full dozen arrows and several spear thrusts to finally bring it down. But now, Dafu took it down with just 2 palm strikes. That kind of power. If he were to use it against Qinbei and the others, the scene was something Qin Feng himself dared not imagine. He pushed the thought aside. Qin Feng stepped forward and touched the boar again. After confirming it was dead, he drew his short knife and began butchering it. Soon, he harvested 10 kilograms of wild boar meat and 2 hides. Ding! Triggered double reward skill, wild boar hide x10. Whoa! Hold up! Boar hides. Wild boar hides aren't exactly sturdy armor to begin with. The wild boars have respawned. Tomorrow, notify Wu Fei and Speckle to lead their men into the mountains for the hunt. After the hunt, bring back the entire boar carcasses for me to butcher. This will also trigger the double up skill. We'll definitely gather enough pigskin armor then. It will be more than enough to equip everyone. That's settled. Then, Qin Feng took half the wild boar meat and tossed it to Dafu. Dafu's eyes had just flashed with fierce determination. Upon seeing the wild boar meat Qin Feng tossed his way, immediately softened. He happily devoured the wild boar meat. Now that the wild boar had been dealt with, the surrounding area was largely free of further danger. Chen Shuaro could now boldly search for new species. She had barely taken a few steps. Chen Shuaro let out a startled cry. "Brother, come see this." Qin Feng knew immediately that she had definitely discovered something new. He hurried over to her side. In her hand, Chen Shuaro held a long, earth-colored object. "What is it?" Chen Shuaro smiled. "Take a closer look." Qin Feng took it and examined it closely once more. This is yam? That's right, it's Chinese yam. It's quite the treasure. What are its benefits?" Chen Shuaro didn't rush to answer. Instead, she took the yam from Qin Feng's hand. After a simple preparation, she handed it back to Qin Feng. "Try it. You'll see the effects after eating it." Qin Feng took it and devoured the yam in a few bites. The texture and taste were indistinguishable from real yam. Then, when he opened his status bar, his eyes widened in shock. What was this? This thing could actually restore some stamina? Chapter 144, Snake Venom. That's right. This yam, don't be fooled by its modest satiety restoration. Its true value lies in its ability to restore a certain amount of stamina. And plants that restore stamina aren't exactly common. Qin Feng ate another small piece of yam. He added, "Before eating yam, I always thought stamina could only be restored while sleeping. I never imagined yam could directly replenish stamina points. In emergencies when stamina is desperately needed, that's when its value really shines." Exactly. Plus, yams aren't exactly rare plants. Look at that area over there are several more yams growing in it. What are we waiting for? Let's go pick some. We might even find some yam seeds in there. Qin Feng wasted no time, immediately stepping forward to start gathering. Chen Shuaro followed closely behind. Soon, the two had gathered every last yam in that section. Ding! Triggered doubling skill, yam 55, yam seed 65. I never expected this. Some of these yams even had 2 seeds attached. Chen Shuaro chuckled. Exactly. That's another characteristic of yams, they produce abundant seeds. They're an incredibly suitable plant for cultivation. You guessed right, the resource respawn actually brought new plants. Come on, girl, the bamboo grove is just ahead. We need to gather more bamboo shoots for our attribute dishes. Besides, that's where I heard the wild geese honking yesterday. After speaking, Qin Feng whistled at Dafu. Dafu immediately followed the two of them. They set off toward the bamboo grove. The two areas weren't far apart. The pair soon found themselves deep within the bamboo grove. The moment they entered the bamboo grove, the air instantly grew crisp and refreshing. Moreover, the bamboo within the grove now appeared more abundant than before the resource refresh. Bamboo shoots occasionally appeared on the ground. The resources just refreshed, it really is abundant. Chen Shuaro couldn't help but exclaim. Just as she spoke, the cry of a wild goose echoed from deep within the bamboo grove. Hearing this, Chen Shuero grabbed her bow and started to rush inside. Xin Fang grabbed her arm to stop her. Don't be so hasty, girl. Be careful, there might be other dangers lurking deep in the bamboo forest. Chen Shuero nodded, slowing her pace as she inched forward cautiously. Xin Fang followed closely behind her. Da Fu brought up the rear. However, the cramped space within the bamboo grove severely restricted Da Fu's movements. For Qin Fang, resource spawns were undoubtedly a blessing. But danger would inevitably increase accordingly. This was an immutable law of the game. Therefore, upon realizing the increased supplies within the bamboo grove, Qin Fang's first thought was that hidden dangers had also multiplied. Brother! Look! At that moment, Chen Shuero whispered softly into Qin Fang's ear. Following the direction of her finger, a wild goose had landed on the ground, its head lowered as it occasionally pecked at tiny insects. Qin Fang gave Chen Shuero a nod. Chen Shuero immediately raised the bow in her hand slowly. She nocked an arrow and carefully aimed at the goose on the ground. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, piercing straight through the goose's body. It pinned the goose dead to the ground. Nice shot, girl. That was impressive. One shot, one kill. Of course. Don't underestimate me just because I haven't touched a bow in so long. My old skills are still intact. Chen Shuero's face beamed with pride. With that, she sprinted toward the goose. Don't rush, girl. That goose is already dead. Slow down. Xin Fang called out as he gave chase. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Xin Fang saw the bushes beside the goose seem to stir. There was no wind around at that moment. It couldn't have been caused by the wind. Hey, girl! Wait! There's danger! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a long, green, ribbon-like object shot out from the bushes in front of Chen Shuero. It lunged straight toward Chen Shuero. Xin Fang reacted with lightning speed. He yanked Chen Shuero toward him. In the blink of an eye, the green, serpentine creature barely grazed Chen Shuero's shoulder as it flew past. In those mere seconds, Xin Fang managed to get a clear look at its form and confirmed his suspicions. A venomous snake. That venomous snake struck with brutal ferocity. Its strike was aimed squarely at Chen Shuero's neck. Such a lethal spot, if bitten, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, I was positioned behind her. That's why I could see everything clearly. There was no time to comfort her. Xin Fang raised the repeating crossbow in his hand. Aiming at the venomous snake that had already fallen to the ground, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! 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 Several bolts fired in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. 4 or 5 arrows pierced directly into the venomous snake's body. At such close range, the crossbow's penetrating power remained formidable. Moreover, all the arrows currently equipped were barbed. Once struck, it's extremely difficult to extract them. Let alone when the target is a venomous snake. 4 arrows pinned the venomous snake firmly to the ground. The venomous snake was not large. Now it writhed incessantly, trying to break free from its bonds. Its jaws opened and closed. One could clearly see its entire mouth was black and blue. Evidence that this snake's venom must be extremely potent. Then, Qin drew his katana and delivered several heavy blows to the venomous snake. The venomous snake ceased all movement. Completely dead. Chen Shuero's face turned pale with fright. You okay, kid? I'm fine. I just got too anxious earlier. I was afraid the wild geese would fly away. Chen Shuero said guiltily. You silly girl, if it got away, it got away. We'll just find another one. Chen Shuero nodded and bent down. Brother, is this a venomous snake? Look at its mouth, it's blue and black. Last time we came to the bamboo forest, there weren't any venomous snakes. Danger will only increase. That's why I told you to be careful earlier. I know. Chen Shuero flashed an apologetic smile. Xin Fang crouched down. He drew his short knife and began to slaughter the venomous snake. This was his first time killing a venomous snake. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, snake meat x15, snake venom x5. Snake venom? Ding! Friendly reminder, congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the green-spotted viper. You have obtained snake venom. This venom is highly potent and can cause instant death in humans. A smaller dose will cause temporary paralysis. It renders the victim immobile and slows their movements. Paralyzing effect? Hiss. If used properly, this could be quite effective. An idea suddenly popped into Qin Fang's mind. What is it, brother? Nothing. Come on, girl, let's go collect the wild geese. After putting the wild geese away, the two continued gathering bamboo shoots and bamboo within the grove. Not only that, but in other parts of the forest, they discovered potatoes, carrots, mushrooms, and other vegetables they hadn't found before. These vegetables all had excellent satiety values. Besides plants, Qin Fang caught 2 more pheasants. Triggered doubling skill, pheasant 10. Tonight, it's wild duck stewed with pheasant. Chapter 145, Announcement of the Fourth Wave of Natural Disasters. As dusk fell, the western sky blazed with brilliant sunset hues. The sight was truly mesmerizing. Qin Feng still held Chen Shuero's small hand as he always had. They strolled beneath the setting sun. Dafu seemed to sense the joyful atmosphere as well. Though much larger now, he still carried the playful spirit of a puppy. He circled around the two of them endlessly, occasionally darting into the sea to frolic. Watching Dafu flip and leap in the waves, both of them smiled happily. That evening, Chen Shuero personally took charge of the kitchen, preparing braised wild goose once more. This time, she added pheasant to the dish. The aroma of meat filled the entire cabin. The two savored the feast while sipping red wine. Candles flickered on the table. Though the cabin was small, the atmosphere was warm and cozy. The chirping of insects around the cabin made the night feel even quieter. After eating and drinking their fill, both were feeling pleasantly tipsy. Still that small bed. Same spot. Everything felt so familiar. "Brother, I still feel better here. It's more comfortable," Chen Shuero murmured, nestling into Qin Feng's embrace. The light was dim, yet the flush on her pretty face was still visible. "Then let's come here from now on. It's not far anyway." I want to come here every single day." "Every single day? Are you trying to kill me?" "It's fine. Once I find the chives and goji berries and start growing them in bulk, I'll drag you here every single day." "No way. Just chives and goji berries won't be enough nourishment. I'll set up a dedicated area at sea for cultivating health-boosting oysters. The freshwater area will be for soft-shelled turtles. Add those two to the mix and we'll be all set." Qin Feng listened, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Good heavens, if that day ever comes, I won't even have enough backs to cripple. Before Qin Feng could dwell on it further, Chen Shuero leaned in, her warm little face inches away. The little bed remained as sturdy as ever. It just loved to creak and groan rhythmically. The next day, back in the living quarters. It was already past noon. 3 days had passed since the extreme cold weather began. Logically, the game should have announced the next disaster today. Just as he was pondering this, suddenly, a blue light screen appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Immediately, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears. "Attention all players, the 3-day period has concluded. The next wave of natural disasters is now announced. The next natural disaster will be a drought accompanied by extreme heat, causing a significant reduction in resources. It will arrive in 14 days. Duration, 10 days. Freshwater filters will produce less purified water, and coconut water content in coconuts will be halved. Additionally, any freshwater sources currently present on your islands will vanish. However, freshwater islands will immediately appear at sea. Freshwater islands will appear randomly after 2 days. Players must locate them independently. Though freshwater islands hold abundant supplies, these resources remain limited. Players are advised to use them wisely." With a whoosh, the blue light screen vanished. "Damn it! Are they trying to kill us? 10 days without water, plus the heat and resources drastically reduced. How are we supposed to survive? Who'd have thought they'd even have the coconut water supply? Hey, it's just a game. They make all the rules. Even if they confiscate your island now, there's nothing you can do about it. Stop complaining. Didn't they say freshwater islands respawn? Once we find one, we'll survive, right? Easier said than done. The locations aren't fixed. How are you supposed to find it? Even if you did, could you hold it? Exactly. By then, the freshwater island will be the only source of fresh water left. Who wouldn't covet it?" For a moment, the chatter below the speaker fell silent. Qin Feng scanned the chat a few more times before closing the window. In the blink of an eye, the trio appeared together at the small courtyard gate. A disaster of this magnitude demanded thorough discussion. "Let them inside." Gong Chengshi spoke first. "Brother, what are your thoughts?" Qin Feng stroked his chin, leaning back against the chair behind him. "What else could there be? In 2 days, send men out to search for the location of Freshwater Island. Find it sooner, secure the water source sooner. But one water source won't be nearly enough. This natural disaster isn't just about water scarcity. All resources are dwindling. Food supplies have undoubtedly suffered the most severe decline. Most of our food will have to be grown by ourselves. That will require even more fresh water for irrigation. Plus, with all of us using water daily, one well probably won't be enough." Everyone nodded in agreement. Spotted said, "Brother, a battle for control is inevitable. And I believe whoever seizes the freshwater island won't just survive, they'll expand their influence." Strengthen their influence, asked Gong Chengshi. Given the current situation, many are still fighting alone. They managed to survive before, but this time they must rely on powerful groups. After all, do you think a single person could seize an entire freshwater island? Even if they did, they couldn't hold it. But boss, if we seize the freshwater island first, it'll draw a lot of people to join us. Wouldn't our strength grow even greater? Gong Chengshi said, "Right. That's a great idea, La Hua. Xin Fang nodded. Old Hua is right. Let's draft this as our future strategic plan. But first, we need to deal with Chen Bei's group. Last night, Lao Kai sent word. He said Chen Bei contacted him. He'll be here tomorrow. He'll be here tomorrow? Yep. And the whole crew. Because by this time, Lao Kai had already arrived and there wasn't a single person left on Chen Bei's island. They're all coming over. I heard Chen Bei brought nearly 50 men this time. They hold a significant numerical advantage. We'd better be careful. Wu Fei murmured. The atmosphere inside the room grew tense. After a moment, Xin Fang declared, no worries. Even if 20 more show up, so what? At this critical juncture, a fight is inevitable. But we have the geographical advantage and they've come so quickly. They couldn't have rested well on the way, so their stamina will be an issue. Most crucially, they aren't protected by pigskin armor. If we win this battle, we'll seize all of Chen Bei's resources. These words instantly lifted the troops' flagging morale. In an instant. Xin Fang continued, the island's resources have already respawned yesterday. Old Hua, Old Wu, take the men to the back mountain to hunt wild boars while there's still time. Remember, bring the entire boar back to me after killing it. Absolutely no butchering on site. Also, gather as much bamboo as you can. I have a use for it. Gonggu, how many spare arrows do we have left? Nearly 400 left. Why? Have you upgraded them all to barbed arrows? That's right. Alright, have a few men bring those arrows over this afternoon. I'll need them too. Although Gong Changshur was baffled. He nodded in agreement. The three exchanged puzzled glances, none of them having a clue what Xin Fang was really up to. Chapter 146, a bunch of blockheads. Though they didn't know. They all understood one thing. Trusting Xin Fang was the right call. Speckle, how has everyone been resting these past few days? Pretty good. Everyone's been in high spirits lately. Alright, then pass on Chen Bei's message. Let everyone be prepared mentally. Remember, this time we need everyone to be at 200% focus. Chen Bei is no pushover this time. It's bound to be a head-on clash. As you know, when two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one wins. Whoever backs down loses. We can't afford to lose. We don't have the luxury of retreat like they do. This is our only territory. Lose it, and we lose everything. This vast territory, with resources just replenished, it's the dawn of better days. The island is teeming with all kinds of animals and plants right now. If we lose, it all goes to someone else. Worse still, if we truly fail, the next wave of natural disasters will be our coffins. At first, the expressions on the three faces weren't quite so grim. But as Xin Fang spoke, their expressions grew increasingly somber. Over the past few days, Xin Fang had noticed something was off with some people. The holiday was meant to be a time for rest. Yet some had grown lax and indolent. Their expressions even carried a hint of arrogance. Seeing this, Xin Fang's heart sank. He knew full well that a proud army is doomed to defeat. Sometimes, once such behavior appears in one person, it spreads like a virus, infecting the entire group. The impact is immense. Therefore, once detected, it must be dealt with swiftly. Looking back, the recent battles had been fought well. Starting from Yi Zhong's campaign, we've gradually reached this point. Confidence is fine, but it must never escalate into underestimating the enemy. At this point, Wu Fei interjected, don't worry, brother. I'll go and give the men below a stern talking to. My oversight that it went unnoticed. Wu Fei bowed his head after speaking. Speckled added, same here, big brother. Rest assured, we know how bad this looks. Seeing both men speak thus, Xin Fang said no more. Alright, everyone can go now. We've got a lot on our plate today, get moving. Yes. The three replied in unison. After seeing them off. Not long after. Old Kai's message came through. Brother Qin, I just confirmed further details with Chen Bei. They'll be landing at 10 past noon tomorrow. The landing spot I arranged with them is the very beach where we were ambushed last time. I think it really is a prime spot for an ambush. Xin Fang's heart leapt with excitement. He had just been about to explain the landing spot in detail. He had not expected Xin Fang to anticipate it first. And his idea matched mine exactly. Alright. Not bad, not bad. What's Chen Bei's current status on the island? What's the latest from the Tiger Brigade? Reporting to Brother Qin, resources on Chen Bei Island have just refreshed and are currently abundant. However, this could very well trigger an attack on the island by the Tiger Brigade. I've already sent men out to scout the situation. I'll notify you immediately as soon as I have any news. Alright. You and your brothers will have to work hard over the next few days. If you truly manage to seize Chen Bei Island, rest assured I won't shortchange you or your men. Moments later. Lao Kai's reply arrived. Making amends through deeds, consider this my pledge of loyalty to Brother Qin. Brother Qin, the trust you've placed in me is worth it. Enough said. I'll inspect the island's resources again. The weapons and supplies left behind by Chen Bei are more than enough for our needs. Brother Qin, if you need any resources, I can have my men gather them immediately. Once the Tiger Brigade makes their move in the coming days, it might be too late. Qin Feng, no need. Have your men focus on conserving their strength. When you can't hold out anymore, let me know. I'll make sure the supplies get to you. Though you haven't formally joined me yet. I'm not sending you out to die. Old Kai stared at Qin Feng's message. A wave of unease washed over him. Ah. People fear comparisons. Working yourself to the bone for Chen Bei like this, or? He forced himself to stop dwelling on the thought. Lao Kai replied swiftly, got it. He closed the chat window. Qin Feng plopped back into his chair. He reflected on what preparations for the battle against Chen Bei were still lacking. The landing time and location were set. The enemy's numbers and weapons. His own forces' numbers, positions, and so on. He was deep in thought. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt someone gently press his temples on both sides of his head. Then came a rhythmic kneading. Tired? Chen Shuero's soft voice came from behind him. I'm fine, no big deal. Why didn't you go rest? I heard you talking earlier, so I came down. Brother, don't push yourself too hard. Even if we fail, I'll always be by your side. Because I believe in you, you're the best in my heart. I also believe you have the courage to start over. Qin Feng's heart fluttered. He reached out and squeezed her small hand. Don't worry, kid. Outside, the three walked along the road. Gong Chengshe remarked, this time feels way trickier than before. Hua Ban nodded in agreement. I think so too. Wu Fei looked puzzled. Why? Just because they outnumber us? Gong Chengshe shook his head. I get the feeling Chen Bei and his crew are here with a must-win attitude this time. Don't be fooled by their relaxed demeanor right now. But once they realize they've fallen into a trap and then discover their own island has been captured too. Wouldn't you fight tooth and nail if you were in their shoes? Wu Fei didn't answer, only silently nodded. Just then, Hua Ban interjected, stop speculating. At this critical juncture, we can't afford to crush our own morale. Brother Gong, if you ask me, the boss must have some hidden cards up his sleeve. We just need to cooperate with him and finish what we started. That's all. It's not that I think Chen Bei and the others are weak. It's just that I trust the boss more. Besides, the stronger the enemy, the greater the reward. If we can truly defeat them, our Black Dragon Gang's reputation will be unmatched. Has the news been released yet? Check the trending topics in the regional chat yourself. Wu Fei immediately opened the regional chat window. The top trending topic was today's announcement of the fourth wave of natural disasters. Second place was Qin Feng establishing the Black Dragon Gang to confront invasions from other regional groups. Wu Fei clicked on it. Below were comments from other players on the topic. And the comments were overwhelmingly one-sided. That Qin Feng couldn't win. I reckon Qin Feng and his crew are done for this time. That's Chen Bei's gang from the neighboring region. I've heard about them. His 4 heavenly kings are all reckless killers. Some say it's because Qin Feng killed Chen Bei's younger brother, so they're using this chance to take him down. Qin Feng got too cocky, thinking he was untouchable in our turf. Serves him right, big trees catch the wind. He's definitely finished. If they're willing to cross district lines to take him out, they must be seriously powerful. The conversation below was along these lines. After reading it, Wu Fei was so furious his hands were shaking. These blockheads. Not only did they refuse to help us, but they sided with the other territory? Damn it! Speckled sighed helplessly, you just don't get it. Chapter 147, Doubling Group Resources. Wu Fei was agitated. Old Hua, what do you mean? How could I not understand? From the very start, when Qin Feng got word of the natural disaster, he was the one who told everyone. When they couldn't start a fire at first, it was Big Brother who helped them. Even if it was technically a trade. But trading just one resource. That alone secured fire as a resource. If not for Qin Feng, I reckon many here would have perished in the first wave of the natural disaster. Take the recent example. During the bitter cold, our boss took pity on those people. After exchanging cotton and cloth, he'd also give them some food. Isn't that enough? If it were Chen Bei? Would he even give you resources? He'd be lucky not to have your resources stolen. I'd wager over half of Chen Bei's resources were stolen. Seeing Wu Feiyue growing increasingly agitated, he reached out and patted his shoulder. Old Wu, don't get so worked up. You know, the more people pour cold water on him, the more it proves our big brother is doing just fine. They're just jealous, you understand? Hua Ban also said, Gongda is absolutely right. How many times has Big Brother been involved in major public incidents? In this same area, only Qin Feng has fared well, and after each major incident, he gets cash rewards. Don't they get jealous? Don't they envy him? Now, finally, someone has come to take down Qin Feng. So they're all waiting to see him fail. Old Wu, since so many people doubt us, shouldn't we prove them wrong for the boss? Tomorrow, we'll fight tooth and nail to take down Chen Bei and his crew. Let these people see what we're made of. Damn right. I'll shut those bastards up. Let's go, time to get to work. The three parted ways. Later, Old Wu and Speckles each led their men, armed, into the mountain forest. Before entering the island, the two solemnly announced the impending arrival of Qin Bei. They relayed Qin Feng's earlier words to their subordinates. Speckle added, anyone who still takes this lightly, continues to slack off like before, or even spreads this careless attitude to others, I'll kick them off this island. Don't let one fly spoil the whole pot of porridge. Upon hearing this, their expressions changed completely. Kicked off the island? That's essentially abandoning them to fend for themselves. They certainly couldn't survive. But certain death was guaranteed. Hua Ban's words had a profound effect. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, he waved his hand and led them deep into the island. With so many people and better equipment than before, hunting wild boars was no difficult task at all. Moreover, clearing out wild boars and other beasts at this time would greatly benefit Qin Shuero and the others when they later entered the mountains to gather supplies. Thanks to Hua Ban and Wu Fei's earlier warnings, upon entering the island, everyone was brimming with energy and determination. Facing the multitude of beasts, they showed not a trace of fear, each wielding a blade that pierced through golden armor. They laid them all low. They hunted beasts while simultaneously gathering bamboo. By late afternoon, the group had slain 13 wild boars and 3 bears. They carried the beasts to Qin Feng's courtyard. Additionally, they gathered 324 bamboo stalks. Master Gongchang also had men deliver 400 barbed arrows to the small courtyard. When these bamboo stalks were traded to Qin Feng, ding! Doubling skill triggered, bamboo 972. Qin Feng froze in surprise. It doubled? It tripled. Why? Just as he pondered, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has established a group and is currently its leader. Current group cohesion is 60, corresponding to a resource multiplier of 3x. The higher the cohesion, the greater the resource multiplier for the group. Holy crap! This is a thing? Then I can just leave all the basic resource gathering to them from now on. Though the multiplier might not be as high as if we did it ourselves. But since these are basic, foundational resources, the volume is huge. Plus, this method is far more efficient. In just one afternoon, the doubled quantity had already approached 1,000. As cohesion improves later, the multiplier will increase even further. As for how cohesion is enhanced, it goes without saying that it's tied to winning battles. We'll reward the troops more generously going forward. Cohesion will inevitably continue to rise. Wait. After defeating Qin Bei and boosting morale, then, if we conduct a full-scale resource collection on Qin Bei's island, we'll absolutely be able to build the first defense chain. In fact, the combined resources from both islands would even be enough to build the second defense chain. And we'd still have plenty of time left. We must defeat Qin Bei. After that, he dismissed everyone. Qin Feng began slaughtering the beasts within the small courtyard. Finally, with the doubling skill applied, he obtained 65 boar hides, 30 bear hides, along with 120 kilograms of wild boar meat and 40 kilograms of bear meat. Meat resources finally began to increase. Qin Feng then crafted all the boar hides into boar hide armor. The bear hides were also fashioned into bear hide armor. All for future use. With the armor preparations complete, by then, dusk had already fallen. Next came the secret processing of the bows and arrows. By the time the 400 arrows were finished, night had fallen completely. He then summoned several trusted men through Hua Ban. Armed with shovels, they set off toward the beach where Qin Bei and his men would land the next day. On the way, Hua Ban couldn't help but ask, "Brother, it's so late, what are we doing?" "Setting traps." "Traps?" "That's right. We're going to give Qin Bei's advance team a surprise." Soon, the group reached the edge of the beach. Qin Feng marked out the area. He gave the order to everyone. Dig! The group worked their shovels until they were nearly smoking. An hour later, a pit nearly 8 meters long and close to a meter deep was ready. The intent was so obvious that everyone understood at a glance. Next, they would sharpen the bamboo poles and drive them upside down into the pits. Qin Feng brought out the bamboo he had gathered. 1 bundle per person. And during the peeling process, Qin Feng instructed everyone to peel only one side of the bamboo. Do not taper the bamboo into a cone shape, but instead shape it like a blade. This method produced bamboo splinters with superior toughness and greater strength. Everyone followed his instructions. Soon, the entire pit was filled. After all, many hands make light work. Next, they spread large leaves and wild grass over the top. They covered it with sand and soil. They also camouflaged the surrounding areas. Under the moonlight, Qin Feng observed from a distance. Not a trace of tampering was visible. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Spotted, how's the personnel arrangement coming along? All set, boss. Don't worry. The arrangement's in the woods behind us. And tomorrow's combat assignments for each team all set. That's good. Everything is ready now. We're just waiting for Qin Bei. the night passed without incident. The next morning, Xin Fong woke up early. He arrived at the beach early. From afar, he could see speckled Wu Fei had already arrived with everyone. Sleep God, wielding his great sword, stood among them. Seems like he didn't get any sleep tonight. Upon seeing Xin Fong approach, everyone's expressions grew even more solemn and serious. No one had forgotten what Hua Ban had said yesterday. Brother! They cried in unison. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared running from the distance. His footsteps were rapid, his expression filled with urgency. He shouted as he ran, "Big brother! They're here!" Chapter 148, Don't Hold Back. Xin Fong's heart skipped a beat. They're here? He glanced at the time. It was barely past 10 in the morning. Just as he pondered this, the subordinate arrived, panting heavily. Boss! They're here over a dozen boats. A dozen small boats? When old Kai and his crew arrived earlier, there were only 3 boats. Now over a dozen? How many men could that be? The moment the man finished speaking, Xin Fong could distinctly sense the atmosphere among the people nearby shift from what it had been moments before. Before, it had been solemn. Now it was tense. This would be the first head-on confrontation everyone was about to face. And it was a head-on clash where they were clearly outnumbered. Yet one person showed not a trace of nervousness. Even out of the corner of his eye, Xin Fong could catch a glimpse of that person's faint smile. His eyes were slightly narrowed, looking as if he hadn't gotten enough sleep. Xin Fong waved at the man. Then he turned to face the others. What? Everyone nervous? At that moment, no one spoke. Just as he was about to speak again. But Sleepyhead, the one carrying the big knife, grinned like a fool from the crowd and said, "Big bro. What's there to be nervous about? When they show up, I'll take them down one by one." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xin Fong saw a flash of intense killing intent in the sleep god's slightly narrowed eyes. Even his earlier simple-minded demeanor shifted in that instant. Is this guy really from the martial arts school? His aura certainly didn't seem like it. He suppressed the doubt welling up inside. Xin Fong didn't respond to Sleep God's words. Instead, he continued, "Everyone, the ones across the way are here to seize our territory. They're trying to push us into a corner. Are you scared just because they outnumber us? Are we backing down? Don't you have blades in your hands?" Ha! Xin Fong's previously calm expression immediately twisted into a ferocious grimace. Everyone was startled. Yes, absolutely everyone. Including Wu Fei, Speckles, Gong Changshi, and even Sleepyhead. This was the first time Xin Fong had ever shown such an expression. The atmosphere grew tense to the extreme. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. "Big brother! Fear not!" Looking toward the source of the voice, it was Wu Fei. Immediately after, Hua Ban's voice. Gong Changshi's voice. Then everyone's voices. "We're not afraid. We're not afraid. We're not afraid." Xin Fong's lips curved upward slightly. His expression returned to its usual faint smile. Good. I'll say this once, no mercy this time. Cut them down to the bone. Understood? Understood. Xin Fong waved his hand. The men immediately dispersed. Following the pre-arranged strategic plan, they all rushed toward their respective assembly points. Now, the tension had vanished from every face, replaced instead by anger. Xin Fong had sought precisely this anger. Only rage could cloud their judgment. Only then would they lose their reason. Only then will courage arise. Only then can you be fierce. Only then will you be fearless. Only then will you be calm. In an instant, everyone before him took their positions. On the beach, only Xin Fong remained standing in place, gazing into the distance. A few seabirds flew across the sky. The sea stretched endlessly to the horizon. Another blink later. On the horizon, a few dark dots appeared. Then more and more. These dark dots formed a line, slowly growing larger. Xin Fong's gaze grew complex as he turned and vanished into the forest. Time ticked away, second by second. On the deck of the lead vessel in the fleet, out at sea, Shen Bei stood there, clad entirely in black. He narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the distant island. After a moment, he couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. It's huge. It's probably half bigger than our own island. Beside him, De Dong rubbed his bald head and said, "That's for sure. As far as I know, Xin Fong currently holds the largest resource reserves in this area. And the resources just refreshed. Bro! We couldn't have timed this better. Alright, enough with the excitement. We're almost there. Get the brothers fired up." As the fleet drew nearer, Shen Bei's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. When they were just 15 meters from the island, Shen Bei's doubts grew even heavier. Dong! Why isn't there a single soul here? Where are Lao Kai and the others? Dong stood up and scanned the surroundings carefully. I'll call Lao Kai. Alright. Beep 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 beep. Hello? Old Kai, what the hell are you guys doing? The boss is here, and you don't even bother to come pick him up? On the phone. Lao Kai hurriedly replied in an extremely polite, even humble tone, Brother Bei, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. Me and the guys are busy preparing food for everyone. Head to the island first, I'll send someone to pick up the boss right away. Hurry up, hurry up. Stop dawdling. Dong hung up angrily. Frowning, he sneered, Brother Bei, outsiders are outsiders. Their work ethic is terrible. It's already this late, and they only just remembered to cook. They didn't even send someone over to keep an eye on things. Shen Bei heard this, and the frown that had just appeared on his brow. And relaxed. He said indifferently, forget it. Just know what he's up to. Notify the brothers to head to the island. Landing. Dong immediately shouted to the other boats on both sides, landing. Meanwhile, far away on Shenbei Island, Lao Kai's eyes burned with fury. His eyes blazed with fury. Fine, fine, fine. Even now, you still speak in that tone, huh? Fine. He quickly opened Qin Fong's chat window. Brother Qin, they're about to land on the island. You guys need to be ready. Soon, Qin Fong's reply came through. Preparations are complete. We're just waiting for the fish to take the bait. After reading it, Lao Kai's earlier anger dissipated considerably. Good. Brother Qin, be extra cautious. Show them no mercy. Roger that. Qin Fong lay concealed deep within the dense forest. He had just finished replying. He received another message from Brother Gong. Boss. They've stopped the boat. They're preparing to come ashore. Qin Fong pulled out his binoculars to look. Sure enough. Led by Qin Bei, the group was jumping off the boat one after another. Each of them wore an expression of extraordinary excitement. Yet their movements were unnaturally slow. This was a sign of prolonged exhaustion without rest, their physical strength depleted. The journey was long, and they were utterly exhausted. I doubt you'll even be able to swing your swords properly in a moment. Our odds of victory just improved. On the beach. Chen Bei stepped off the boat. He glanced around. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dong Dao said, Brother Bei, the boat's already docked. Let's head into the dense forest up ahead to rest. The guys below deck are about to be baked by the sun. Chen Bei nodded. Let's go ashore. With that, he gave a signal with his fist. The men behind him had all been waiting for this command. The moment they heard they could head to the island, they immediately charged into the dense forest. Some even tossed aside the knives in their hands. They moved with the ease and familiarity of entering their own homes. Little did they know. What awaited them was a frenzy of slaughter. Chen Bei watched his subordinates sprinting forward on both sides. A chuckle escaped his lips. These guys. Slow the hell down. What the? Suddenly. The underling leading the charge. His body, still in mid-stride, collapsed instantly. Followed by a piercing scream. Ah. Then the second one. The third. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 henchmen let out agonized screams one after another. They all collapsed. Chapter 149, On the Brink. Chen Bei, words on the tip of his tongue, stared at the sudden commotion ahead. He froze in place. But he snapped out of it quickly. Everyone stop. Stop immediately. There's a trap ahead. Truthfully, he didn't need to say it, those running ahead already knew the trap was there. But before they could react, from the dense forest, whoosh, 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 countless arrows shot toward them. Dense and thick. Covering a wide area. And those who had just been charging at the very front. In the blink of an eye. Their fronts were already pierced by arrows. Fall back. Retreat immediately. Chen Bei had already realized what was happening. This was definitely an ambush. He continued shouting, hide behind the boat. Get behind the boat. His body never stopped moving as he shouted, sprinting toward the rear of the small boat. Not a moment's hesitation. Qin Fong, hidden deep within the dense forest, stared intently at Chen Bei through his binoculars. He thought to himself. He really is a seasoned veteran. Most people would have been scared stiff by now. But who would have thought this old fox would react so swiftly? His body was agile too, darting behind the small boat like a monkey. But his agility didn't extend to his henchmen behind him. Already exhausted, they were too drained to run even if they wanted to. Their movements were sluggish. Before they could take 2 steps, they were shot down one by one. At that moment, Chen Bei, hiding behind the small boat, shouted again at the top of his lungs, get down. All of you, get the hell down. Crawl back inch by inch. Damn it. Damn it. Old Kai, you bastard. How dare you try to screw me over? A thud echoed. A dull thud sounded beside Chen Bei. He turned his head. It was one of his men, struck in the back by a wild arrow. His eyes rolled back. His entire body went limp and slumped onto the small boat. Dong, standing nearby, stared at the fallen subordinate. His face twisted with panic as he shouted at Chen Bei, Brother Bei, what do we do? Damn it. I never thought old Kai would actually. Cut it out. Hurry up and call the brothers back. Every life saved counts. Dong let out an "oh" just as he crouched down to shout ahead. Bang! 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 3 arrows slammed straight into the planking right before him. The shock made him slump back down again. This won't work, Brother Bei. They're too fierce over there. We can't get out. Chen Bei didn't respond. He bent his body downward, stretching his head toward the other side. He peered into the dense forest. His astonishment only deepened. Within the thicket, there were as many as 4 or 5 firing positions. The firing rate was extremely rapid. These were clearly repeating crossbows. But he distinctly remembered that Lao Kai and his men were only equipped with 1 repeating crossbow. How could there be so many now? Could it be? Just as he pondered this, all firing points deep within the dense forest abruptly ceased their barrage. The whizzing sounds vanished instantly. All that remained were the sounds of moans and screams coming from those lying on the ground. It stopped. Brother Bei. At that moment, from the other side, Tiao, positioned behind the small boat, whispered urgently to Chen Bei, Brother Bei. Old Ma Yi is dead. Chen Bei's eyes narrowed sharply. Of the 4 great guardians, only the 2 of them remained. Hold your position. Wait a moment, Chen Bei said before continuing to scan the depths of the dense forest. Suddenly, he saw, within the darkness of the dense forest, shadowy figures emerging. Chen Bei immediately signaled to the other 2. All 3 drew weapons from their robes. In Chen Bei's hand was a flawless grade broadsword. It radiated a faint aura of lethal intent. Additionally, he discreetly tucked the pistol into the back of his waistband. His eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on the depths of the dense forest. Come out, Chen Bei. Come out and see an old friend. A voice drifted slowly from the direction of the dense forest. Chen Bei froze. Who was this? The voice didn't sound like Lao Kai's. Chen Bei didn't move. He kept peering across the way. Still not coming out? Do I have to invite you out? As the words fell, a loud thud echoed. An arrow struck the wooden plank right beside Chen Bei's head. Chen Bei felt a surge of panic. He'd thought the other side was just bluffing him earlier. But now, they actually knew his position. Chen Bei instinctively pulled back slightly. Then he slowly stood up. Immediately, the initial confusion in his eyes transformed into utter astonishment and disbelief. This astonishment lasted a mere 3 seconds, before giving way to a hint of mockery. So it really is you, old friend. I was just wondering who could be behind all these crossbows. It couldn't be Lao Kai and his crew. Fine, Xin Feng. Never imagined you 2 bastards would team up to deceive me. The sea breeze swept past. Xin Feng led the way. Speckled and Wu Fei followed closely behind. Each held a compound bow in their hands. Behind them, 5 henchmen steadied their repeating crossbows. Behind them lay the main force. Every man wielded a katana. Every face radiated murderous intent. Amidst the crowd, Xin Feng toyed with a short dagger in his hand. He flashed a smile at Chen Bei. Sorry for treating you like a fool. Never thought you'd actually fall for it. At that moment, Xin Feng's face was twisted into a mocking grin. A hint of resignation flickered across Chen Bei's face. He let his hands fall to his sides. His fingers trembled slightly. Xin Feng, how about letting me off the hook? Xin Feng looked at Chen Bei's lowered hands. He sneered. Let you go? Do you really think I don't know what you've been up to? His eyes instantly turned cold and ruthless. You bastard. You brought men to attack me, and now you expect me to let you go? Wasn't it you who wanted me dead just now? You wanted me dead, and now you want me to let you go? You. All of you, attack. Slash him to death. Xin Feng's voice boomed as he finished speaking. The short blade in his hand swung fiercely toward Chen Bei. And in that very instant as the blade descended, out of the corners of his eyes, all his brothers charging forward. The glint of the katana, under the sun's rays, flashed with patches of white light. Cut him down. Him. Damn it. Finish him off. Shouts erupted continuously from the crowd. Every face was twisted with boundless rage. For the territory beneath their feet. For the resources behind them. And above all, to keep living. They knew this battle was one they couldn't afford to lose. In an instant, the surging crowd charged straight toward Chen Bei and his men. At that moment, Chen Bei's men drew their weapons. Rising from the rear of the small boat, a fierce battle was about to erupt. Both sides immediately plunged into a chaotic melee. The cries of battle echoed incessantly, rising and falling in waves. Xin Feng swept his gaze across the scene before him. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Why did Chen Bei's numbers seem off? Even after having already depleted a portion of their forces earlier, they shouldn't be reduced to this meager number now. As he pondered this, Chen Bei's face suddenly twisted into an odd grin. Then Xin Feng heard the small boats nearby begin to thud, thud, thud in rapid succession. After the sounds faded, the wooden plank on one side of the boat was violently ripped open from the inside. In an instant, over a dozen knife-wielding figures burst out from within. Chapter 150, The God of Sleep Takes a Bullet. Xin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Chen Bei was indeed a seasoned veteran. He really did keep backup personnel. And, moreover, Qin Fong noticed that every new recruit was exceptionally fierce. Their movements were crisp and decisive. Not a trace of hesitation. Qin Fong, just watch your men get picked off one by one. With just a couple dozen men, they still dare to charge forward? You're just courting death. With Chen Bei's men now joining the fray, Qin Fong's side immediately found themselves at a disadvantage. The men who had just charged forward were now surrounded by Chen Bei's men. Amidst the chaos, Hua Ban and Wu Fei fought their way back. With 20 brothers, they huddled together as a tight unit. They continuously parried the attacks from Chen Bei's outer circle. Suicide mission? Qin Fong remained impassive. He calmly stared at Chen Bei. A slow, upward curve formed at the corners of his mouth. A mysterious smile appeared. Chen Bei watched Qin Fong's expression. The smile that had just been there slowly froze on his face. Was this kid blind? Could he not see that his men were under attack? His numbers were more than double theirs. And yet he still had the nerve to smile? In this situation, first, he's an idiot. Second, it means he still has reinforcements yet to arrive. Clearly, Qin Fong wasn't a fool. That leaves only the latter possibility. Chen Bei, having caught on, immediately raised his broadsword and began scanning his surroundings. Qin Fong smiled faintly. Then he raised his hand and pointed lightly behind Chen Bei. At first, Chen Bei didn't register it. But 3 seconds later, when he heard the sound of water splashing behind him, he understood. He understood. The sea was calm now. That sound earlier definitely wasn't from the waves. He recalled Qin Fong pointing behind him earlier. Someone was behind him. Chen Bei whipped his head around. In an instant, he froze in place. On the sea behind him, a tall, burly man stood holding a massive broadsword, glaring at him menacingly. Flanking the giant on either side stood another row of men wielding samurai swords. Each pair of eyes blazed with murderous intent. Whoosh! Without a word, the sleep god swung his great sword and charged straight toward Chen Bei. Brother Bei! Watch out! Dong held 2 cleavers in his hands. He immediately rushed over to Chen Bei's side. Sleep god, who had been looking sleepy moments ago, upon seeing a bald man charging toward him, his half-closed eyes snapped open. His broadsword whistled through the air. He swung it fiercely toward Dong, truly worthy of being one of Chen Bei's 4 heavenly kings. Dong's reaction was still swift. He raised his twin blades to block the attack. Though his reflexes were sharp, he had underestimated the force of the sleeping god. All technique proved futile against sheer power. Clang! Now look at Dong. His entire body was already flying through the air. Splash! He slammed into the water's surface. Sleep god didn't pause his stride. He swiftly advanced. The great blade in his hand swung once more, slashing toward Dong. Sleep god, watch out! Suddenly, Sleep god froze. It was the voice of his elder brother, Qin Fong. His body froze for a split second. And it was precisely this brief pause, the sleep god's wide-open eyes, caught Chen Bei raising his pistol. The next second, bang! A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle of Chen Bei's gun. The deafening gunshot startled everyone else into momentary stupor. It sent a jolt through Qin Fong's heart. His gaze immediately pierced through the crowd, landing on the sleeping god. The sleep god's entire body froze, then slowly collapsed backward. Sleep god! Hua Ban shouted loudly from within the crowd. Qin Fong's heart sank. Damn it! You're the only one with a gun, aren't you? His hands moved. The homemade pistol was drawn. Without hesitation, he fired a shot straight at Chen Bei. But because the homemade pistol fired in a flat plane, half the bullets struck the boat. Only the other half struck Chen Bei. Wincing in pain, Chen Bei took off running. But he had barely made a few steps to the right. Suddenly, a series of frantic rustling sounds erupted from the dense forest. The sound grew louder. Closer and closer. With a thud, a massive brown ball of flesh burst out. Its massive body dragged along leaves and branches. It even knocked over a tree at the edge. One could only imagine the terrifying force of the impact. This is Defu. After bursting out of the dense forest, Defu charged straight toward Chen Bei without hesitation. Someone tried to block its path. Defu simply flung the bare paw aside, swiping left and right. The person blocking his path flew backward. Chen Bei glanced sideways. He was completely petrified. He'd never seen such a ferocious bear. The bears he'd seen before weren't nearly as big. Before Chen Bei could react, Defu was already nearly upon him. Chen Bei immediately ducked behind a small boat. He thought Defu hadn't spotted him. But to his surprise, Defu exerted force with both hands. He lifted the small boat right in front of him. Then, with a thud, he tossed it aside. The boat, along with everything inside, was hurled 2 meters away by Defu. In an instant, only Chen Bei was left standing there, frozen in shock. watching Dafu bare his vicious fangs. Chen Bei's hand holding the pistol shot up instantly. But who could have imagined Dafu's reaction would be so swift? His body lunged forward. The bear's paw swung. Chen Bei didn't even have time to fire. Both man and gun were sent flying by Dafu's blow. Then, Xin Fang watched as the sky above. A perfect arc. Thud. Chen Bei hit the sand face first. He slammed heavily onto the sandy beach. Dafu turned around, charging toward Chen Bei once more. In just a few strides, it charged right up to Chen Bei. The massive bear paw was about to smash down on Chen Bei's head. Just as the paw was less than a meter from his head, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Dafu's paw froze mid-air. Its eyes fixed on Chen Bei with savage intent. But after a mere 3 seconds, its eyes regained their calm. He grabbed Chen Bei. In 2 strides, 3 steps, he raced to Qin Fang's side. With a swipe of his bare paw, he tossed the half-dead Chen Bei onto the ground. Qin Fang stepped forward and gently patted Dafu's body. Then he stroked Dafu's back from top to bottom. Only then did Dafu's entire demeanor settle into complete calm. These were actions trained and cultivated since childhood. Dafu had long since grown accustomed to them. Then Qin Fang patted Dafu once more. Dafu turned and walked into the forest. For there, another master of his awaited. After seeing Dafu off, Qin Fang glanced once more at Chen Bei, who lay unconscious on the ground. A cold smile touched the corners of his mouth. He drew his pistol and fired into the sky. Bang! The homemade pistol emitted a deafening crack. It instantly silenced the crowd in the distance. Chen Bei's men. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell down on the ground. In an instant, whether they were lying down, crouching, or standing, all turned their gaze toward this direction. I'll say it again. Chen Bei's men, if you don't want to die, get the hell down on the ground. Chapter 151, A Resounding Victory. Qin Fang's voice echoed through the ears of everyone present. Chen Bei's men, who had been fighting moments before, upon hearing Qin Fang's words, all turned their gaze toward this direction. The entire battlefield froze as if paused. Then, upon seeing Chen Bei slumped lifelessly at Qin Fang's feet, their weapons slowly lowered. With the leader already dead, what was left for the underlings to fight for? This was precisely the effect Qin Fang had intended. He aimed to preserve as many of these fighting forces as possible. For only the living could be of use. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Then make them surrender willingly. As they lowered their weapons one by one, just as the best outcome was about to be achieved, a jarringly discordant voice suddenly pierced the beach. What are you all standing around for? Just because the boss is dead, you're going to surrender? Raise your knives. Qin Fang's brows, which had just relaxed, immediately furrowed into a tight knot. He turned toward the source of the voice. It was Da Xiong. Now, of Chen Bei's 4 heavenly kings, only he remained. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Lao Dong's ferocious face, and those of Chen Bei's men who had just been about to surrender, lowering their weapons. Upon hearing that shout, once again raised their knives. Soon after, Dong's voice echoed once more. Slaughter them. Kill them all. With that, Da Xiong charged forward first. In an instant, the atmosphere returned to its initial state. In a fit of rage, the others raised their blades and began hacking wildly. Qin Fang cursed inwardly, I'll kill you with my own hands later. It seemed he had no choice but to take drastic measures. He then approached the crossbow squad on his side and ordered, reload. Roger that, boss. The crossbow squad immediately retrieved another quiver. After swiftly completing the reload, the squad charged straight into the thick of battle. The whistling of arrows filled the air. In the blink of an eye, several of Chen Bei's men, who had been swinging their arms, suddenly went limp. Within 3 seconds, they collapsed to the ground. 1, 2, 3. As the whistling of arrows filled the air, more and more of Chen Bei's men fell to the ground. Those who fell to the ground, without exception, they lay on the ground twitching slightly. Yet their eyes still revealed traces of consciousness. With the crossbow squad joining the fray, the entire situation shifted instantly. More and more of Chen Bei's men fell to the ground. Those of Chen Bei's men who had not yet been struck turned pale with fear upon witnessing this scene. Was this some kind of demonic possession? The minds that had been clouded by vengeance moments ago gradually gave way to a sobering realization. How could they possibly fight now? A single arrow strike sent them crashing to the ground. Direct combat capability. Just as this group debated whether to drop their weapons and flee or kneel and surrender, the crossbow squad had already closed in on them. Whoosh! 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 Another volley of arrows whistled through the air. Without exception, these men too fell to the ground. At such close range? Could anyone dodge a volley of crossbow fire? That was clearly impossible. Within 2 minutes, on the beach, anyone standing, they were all Qin Fang's men. Wait! There was one person who wasn't Qin Fang's man. He was standing too. but his eyes were filled with utter shock. That was Daedon. At this moment, he held a knife in one hand. The other hand was rubbing his shaved head. His eyes were filled with utter bewilderment as he stared at the people lying on the ground, convulsing. What the hell? He'd never seen anyone transformed like this after being struck by just one arrow. But before he could process it, a figure charged straight at him. Then, a flash of blade light. She was sent crashing to the ground. The one who struck him? Long hair obscuring their face. A large red birthmark and scar marked her cheek. It was a birthmark. This strike, channeling every ounce of strength, slashed Daedon clean through, leaving him with only 20 health points remaining. He lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Completely incapacitated. With Daedon's fall, the entire battle came to an end. Shin achieved a decisive victory. Brother! We've won! A voice, familiar beyond measure, rang out from the crowd. It was Wu Fei. Perhaps everyone was still reeling from the intensity of the battle. After Wu Fei shouted those words, no one paid him any attention. But 3 seconds later, the people standing on this beach erupted into a wave of cheers. Brother! We won! We won! We won! Swish! Everyone raised their weapons high. Swinging them wildly, they shouted at the top of their lungs. Cheers echoed across the entire beach. Shin Fang's entire body instantly relaxed. We won! Damn it, we finally won! It's finally over! His gaze swept across the scene. All those still standing were his own men. And in terms of numbers, there was almost no change. A decisive victory. Such a casualty ratio. It could truly be called a great victory. He was smiling. Suddenly, Shin Fang's brow furrowed. Sleep god. The sleep god had just been shot. Realizing this, Shin Fang sprinted toward the shallow waters. Meanwhile, Wu Fei, who had just been about to rush over to find Shin Fang, upon seeing Shin Fang charging toward the sea surface, immediately realized what was happening. He followed closely behind Shin Fang. Then the entire group charged toward the sea surface. Shin Fang reached the front first. He immediately crouched down to examine the scene closely. The sleeping god lay motionless on the water's surface. A large black stain spread across his chest. Brother! The sleeping god! Wu Fei, who had just rushed over, was about to ask. Shin Fang raised his hand to cut him off. His eyes fixed intently on the sleeping god. The hand he had just raised slowly descended beneath the sleeping god's nose. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Even the entire sea surface seemed to freeze solid in that instant. The faint sound of waves that had been present earlier had now vanished entirely. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on Shin Fang. Or rather, they were fixed on the furrow between his brows. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Shin Fang's furrowed brow were slowly unfurling. Once they were fully unfurled, the corners of his mouth, which had been turned down, actually began to curve upward at that very moment. Could it be? Then, Shin Fang withdrew his hand. He flashed a gentle smile at everyone. Just as he was about to speak, a rough voice suddenly boomed from below. Big brother! Stop peeking, I'm not dead. Shin Fang looked down again. The sleeping god had opened his eyes. Instantly, everyone cheered once more. This time, the cheers were louder than before. Even more intense. Shin Fang and Wu Feihua carefully helped the sleeping god to his feet. Are you sure you're okay? Sleep god touched the black mark on his chest. Bro! Did you forget I'm still wearing my bear skin armor? Shin Fang slapped his forehead. Only then did he remember. So you're not dead? Why aren't you getting up? That shot just now really felt like I died. Then I finally snapped out of it. Turns out I'd just passed out. Wu Fei slapped the sleeping god right on the back. Holy crap! You can actually fall asleep lying in the ocean? Shin Fang hurriedly intervened, cut it out. He must have been knocked out by that shot. His health dropped too fast. His body became too weak. Luckily, the bearskin armor and the sleep god's massive build. That's how he luckily escaped this time. If it had been you at that close range, you probably wouldn't have made it. Chapter 152, I'm being good, please let me off. Wu Fei felt a bit embarrassed. He then turned to sleep god and asked, so? How'd it feel? The sleep god scratched his head, pondered for a moment, then replied, I want to sleep. Everyone fainted on the spot. After getting up, Shin Fang patted Sleepyhead on the back. Those who survive great calamities are destined for good fortune. Rest well these next few days. You guys, help him back to rest immediately. Wu Fei, Speckled, clear the area with your men. Report the exact casualty figures to me afterward. After giving further instructions, Shin Fang rose and walked toward the beach. Wu Fei caught up from behind and pressed, Boss, what should we do with Chen Bei's men? The dead will be disposed of collectively later. The wounded and those lying on the ground, tie them all up and send them to the detention room. Also, we should still have some ginger plants left. Use them to restore the health points of the injured ones. Ignore the ones having seizures. They'll be fine in a bit. Got it. But boss, what's up with those guys convulsing on the ground? I was stunned watching them just now. Is there something on those arrows? Qin Fong smiled and nodded. Secret. Alright, get back to work. Oh, and leave Chen Bei to me. He's not quite dead yet. Roger that. Wu Fei immediately led his men to clear the area. The arrow was actually coated with the same venom from the green-spotted snake that nearly bit Qin Shu arrow last time. The poison on the arrowhead had been diluted, though. He hadn't planned to use it, but that asshole Dong just had to stir up trouble. But now it seemed this snake venom could temporarily paralyze someone. The effect was surprisingly effective. It won't kill anyone, and no antidote is needed. After a while, the body naturally neutralizes it. He strode quickly to Chen Bei's side. Chen Bei remained sprawled on the ground, just as before. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Qin Fong's mouth. He kicked Chen Bei's shoulder with his foot. Stop pretending. Get up. The words had barely left his mouth. A mere 3 seconds passed. Chen Bei, who had been lying face down on the ground, began to tremble slightly. Then he rolled over. Sat up. Qin Fong crouched down. A homemade pistol clutched in his hand. He stared at Chen Bei's mud-covered face. A moment passed. Chen Bei sighed and said, "Let me go." Let you go? No way. I'll give you everything I brought this time, men, weapons, resources, everything. Just let me go. All to me? No need. It seems like all that stuff is already mine now. A flicker of resignation passed through Chen Bei's eyes. Then, he slowly reached inside his clothing. He pulled out a green card. This has my money and my brother's money. Let me go. Money? Cash? Yes. 2 million. Once you get your hands on it, it'll be deposited directly into your real-world account. This card bridges the real world and the game. You can use the money however you want. Chen Bei sighed helplessly. Qin Fong, 2 million to buy my life, isn't that enough? Qin Fong took the card. He nodded in agreement. 2 million to buy my life? That's more than enough. After Qin Fong spoke, Chen Bei seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. He then tried to get up and leave. Qin Fong slowly extended his pistol, tapping the muzzle against Chen Bei. I could let you go, but there's one person I can't release. Ha? Who? Lao Kai. Old Kai? Ah, you bastard. Bring him out. Let him see me like this. Does he still think he can get away with this? That bastard, actually betraying me. Qin Fong, I'll be honest, without Old Kai helping you, you'd never have beaten me. As he spoke, Chen Bei shed his earlier despondency. Instead, it turned into a look of contempt. Qin Fong smiled. Seems Chen Bei still hasn't figured out why Lao Kai betrayed him. Forget it. No point explaining. Even if he told him, he wouldn't believe it. Better to let Old Kai explain it himself later. You want to see Old Kai? You won't be able to for now. He's on your island right now. Qin Fong said indifferently. Chen Bei's expression instantly shifted to one of utter disbelief. On my island? You? Alright. I see. Well done. Qin Fong, you're trying to take my island. Chen Bei wasn't stupid. The outcome was plain to see, and he could figure it out for himself. Qin Fong, you've got some nerve sending Old Kai to seize my island. He betrayed me, why wouldn't he betray you? Qin Fong chuckled. Am I like you? Ha ha ha. Chen Bei let out a strange laugh. Then the laughter grew louder and louder. Louder and louder. Until he couldn't straighten his back from laughing. Finally, he spoke slowly. You want my island? I want my island too. You know why I brought this crew to deal with you? Qin Fong waved his hand dismissively. I know. Because of the Tiger Brigade. Since you know about the Tiger Brigade, you still want to snatch food from their mouths? You're asking for trouble, Qin Fong. Do you even know what they're capable of? Ha? With just your people? You want to fight them? You might as well take all your brothers and jump into the sea to feed the fish. At least you'd die together. Qin Fong smiled faintly. Chen Bei, just because you lack the guts doesn't mean others do. You're a coward who only knows how to run then come to our turf to bully the weak. How pathetic is that? Don't think I don't know how you rose to power. You prey on lone individuals and small groups. When you run into tough competition, you just run away. Chen Bei snorted coldly. And you're not? What do you think? Chen Bei reconsidered and realized he probably wasn't. Qin Fong had faced opponents stronger than himself all along. For a moment, Chen Bei's eyes darted nervously. After a long pause, he finally said, You've messed with the Tiger Gang. Your good days are over. Let me be blunt, not only will you never get my island, but you'll lose the one you're on right now. Qin Fong gave a light chuckle. No need to worry, Brother Bei. I've got it covered. He stood up and beckoned to the two brothers across from him. The two immediately jogged over to Qin Fong. Big brother. Qin Fong pointed at Chen Bei on the ground. Tie him up. Yes, sir. The two men immediately pulled out ropes. In no time, they had Qianbei bound tightly. Just as they were about to take him away, suddenly, Qianbei turned and said, Xin Feng, let me go. I can give you all the intel on the Tiger Brigade. I'll even make my men fight and die for you. They'll charge into battle at the very front. What do you say? Xin Feng stared at Qianbei's pleading expression and found it increasingly amusing. Qianbei, weren't you being so tough earlier? Now you're begging me to spare you? Dying if I didn't? Now you're begging me instead. Don't you find that rather amusing? Qianbei awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering no reply. Xin Feng continued, when you were messing with others, didn't they beg you to let them go? Did you ever let them go? Ha! Qianbei lowered his head. Silence. Xin Feng didn't waste any more words. He stepped forward and removed Qianbei's multifunctional watch. Then he waved at the two of them. The two immediately dragged Qianbei away. Afterward, he opened Lao Kai's chat window. Xin Feng quickly typed out a message, Qianbei has been captured. I'll hand him over to you for processing. Lao Kai's reply came swiftly. Brother Qin, thanks. The Tiger Brigade is about to launch an assault. Additionally, my men discovered an extra island north of Qianbei's island. It's highly likely to be Freshwater Island. Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That doesn't add up. Freshwater Island was supposed to appear the day after tomorrow. Chapter 153, Three Brothers Lost. Just as he pondered this, Lao Kai sent over several photos. In the photos, the island wasn't very large, with almost nothing on either side. Only a large, sunken pit lay in the center. But currently, the pit was empty. Still, judging by the size of the pit, it was most likely intended for water storage. Xin Feng then asked, wasn't this island here before? Lao Kai replied, absolutely not. I know the surrounding islands of Qianbei like the back of my hand. I can say with certainty this island is brand new. Given that, plus the island's unique topography, it was 90% certain to be a freshwater island. It just hasn't been spawned yet. Just as he was thinking this, Lao Kai sent another message, Brother Qin, send reinforcements ASAP. With a freshwater island this close, the Tiger Brigade will definitely be eyeing it greedily. Right. I never imagined the freshwater island would spawn so close to Qianbei's territory. Qianbei's island just got a lot more valuable. The sooner we take Freshwater Island, the sooner we secure Freshwater Island. Xin Feng replied, got it. I'll head over immediately after wrapping up here. I'll handle it personally. He closed the chat window. Xin Feng pulled out Qianbei's multifunctional watch. He was certain Qianbei's backpack contained many valuable items. Sure enough, upon opening Qianbei's backpack, the multifunction watch actually showed a slight lag. Holy crap. No way. This damn thing's just overloaded. 3 seconds later. Swish. The interface of Qianbei's backpack suddenly appeared before Xin Feng's eyes. In an instant, Xin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Inside Qianbei's backpack, every single item slot was nearly full. Moreover, Qianbei had organized them into categories. The top 2 rows held nothing but food supplies. The butchered meat alone weighed 200 kilograms. Various vegetables were also present. Eggplant 50, potatoes 40, tomatoes 60. And so on. After the vegetables came the fruits. Watermelons, pineapples, bananas, each type had to be 60 pieces. This is so typical of Qianbei. So many food resources. Below are the various basic resources. Each basic resource has 150 units. But Xin Feng believed this wasn't the limit of resources Qianbei could hold. Rather, each slot in his backpack could only hold a maximum of 150 units. Plus, there are so many different types of resources. I suspect there are likely more basic resources on Qianbei's island. Apart from food resources, the rest consisted of rare resources and equipment. All of these were placed in the last row. The very first item is what Xin Feng needs most. Bullets. And there were a full 30 rounds. After collecting them, he'd have 150 rounds. More than enough to last him a while. Right. Where's that kid's gun? Xin Feng immediately looked up toward the spot where Dafu had just attacked Qianbei. A flash of silver gleamed across the golden sand. Xin Feng sprinted over. On the ground, a silver single-barrel pistol lay quietly. Xin Feng picked it up immediately. Holding it in his hand, it felt distinctly heavy. Its design was exquisitely unique. Most importantly, this gun had a magazine. It could hold 5 rounds at a time. It was more efficient than his own gun. But its power wasn't any greater than his own gun. If only this gun could be combined with his own. He'd study it on his research table when he returned that evening. He stowed the pistol in his backpack. Then he proceeded to loot Qianbei's backpack. Both food and basic resources triggered the double-up skill. The overall haul was quite substantial. The food alone was enough to feed everyone for a week. And that was a conservative estimate. As for the basic resources obtained after applying the doubling skill, it could easily build another 60 meters of the first defensive wooden wall. It could even build another watchtower. Don't forget, this is only the resources in Chen Bei's backpack. He hadn't even checked the backpacks of his 3 top lieutenants yet. Just as he was pondering this, a voice came from nearby. Boss. What about him? He turned to see several brothers dragging Didong toward them. As for Didong, Xin Feng felt nothing but contempt. He hurriedly waved his hand at them. Take off that multifunction watch and toss it into the sea to feed the fish. Hearing this, the men immediately turned and headed toward the sea. Their movements were swift and decisive. They tossed Didong straight into the sea. Moments later, Wu Fei approached Xin Feng with the remaining watches of the 3 great Kongs. He opened the backpacks of the 3 big guys. Most of the contents were also food supplies and basic resources. Only the quantities were slightly less than what Chen Bei had gathered. But in Didong's backpack, he found nearly 30 wild ginger roots. He was currently in desperate need of wild ginger. After applying the doubling skill to these wild ginger roots and having Chen Shuero plant them, the quantity would multiply several times over. Even if the potency of the cultivated wild ginger diminishes somewhat, fortunately, the sheer quantity, it will still provide excellent restorative effects. This will be immensely useful for future battles against the Tiger Brigade. Afterward, they emptied their backpacks. And they triggered the resource doubling skill on everything. Wu Fei grinned beside him. Bro. Who'd have thought Chen Bei brought so much stuff this time? But now it's all ours. Xin Feng chuckled, of course. With such a haul, everyone's hard work paid off. But while there's plenty now, it'll run out eventually. Our goal is to seize control of Chen Bei's island. You're right, big brother. Only with territory can we secure a steady supply of resources. Just then, Hua Ban approached with a grave expression. He approached Xin Feng. Brother, our casualty count is in. Seeing the weight on Hua Ban's face, Xin Feng felt a sense of foreboding. Go on. The injured brothers are all holding up, but... Wu Fei pressed, but what? Speckled looked utterly helpless. 3 of our brothers have already passed away. Wu Fei looked stunned. Old Hua. What happened? They were all wearing armor. How could this happen? They were wearing armor, but even the thickest armor can fail. Those 3 brothers got separated from the main force earlier. They just happened to be caught by Chen Bei's first wave of men. Xin Feng's expression turned grim. Where are they? Take me to see them. Following Hua Ban's footsteps. Soon, a crowd gathered in the distance came into view. As they approached the crowd parted to the sides, clearing a path for Xin Feng. In the middle, 3 people lay side by side on the ground. Their clothes were completely shredded. Even the armor beneath had been hacked to shreds. This was definitely the work of a group attacking together. The blows were exceptionally brutal. Spotted asked from the side, what should we do, boss? Xin Feng frowned and crouched down. After a moment, he said, casualties are inevitable in war. I'll have a few brothers come bury them shortly. Then deposit 150,000 yuan in cash into each of their accounts. Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces grew even more incredulous. Is this really the boss? 150,000. Back when they worked for Yi Zhong, the fallen brothers were simply tossed into the sea. No burial at all. But Xin Feng? He actually gave each one a cash subsidy of 150,000. That's the kind of boss he is. Loyal and righteous. Those words barely scratched the surface. Chapter 154, No Room for Negotiation. At that moment, a figure stepped forward from the crowd. His expression was grim. He strode straight up to Xin Feng. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Before Xin Feng could react, he banged his head 3 times on the ground with a loud thud. Brother! I'm Xiaotian, Xiaoyu's older brother. He pointed with his finger toward the lifeless figure lying beside him. Xin Feng followed the direction of the finger. Sure enough, he noticed a striking resemblance between the 2 men's eyebrows. They were clearly brothers. Big brother. Thank you. For a moment, Xiaotian was so overcome with emotion he couldn't find the words. His tear-stained face was now flushed with alternating patches of blue and purple. Xin Feng quickly waved his hand. It's nothing. It's my fault for not keeping a closer eye on your brother. It's nothing. Big brother. I'm not here to blame you. My brother and I are already incredibly fortunate to be able to follow you, Brother Qin. You provide us with food and clothing and let me live a decent life. Staying alive means getting paid. Our family situation is tough. Let's be clear, if we can bring home more money before we die, then our lives will have been worth it. Brother, thank you. Xin Feng immediately crouched down and pulled Xiaotian to his feet. He patted Xiaotian on the shoulder. Then he addressed the group. Everyone, we're all fighting to survive. No problem. But to survive, we'll have to fight. Injuries and sacrifices are inevitable. I, Xin Feng, can do little. I hope you'll bear with me. The others spoke up in unison, explaining to Xin Feng, brother. You've already done more than enough. You're the man. Qin Fong waved his hand and continued, everyone, I believe you all understand that the natural disasters are growing increasingly severe. To survive properly, we must unite our efforts and continuously expand our strength. To put it bluntly, no one wants to die. But going forward, injuries and deaths will become more common. Yet we cannot halt our progress. Stopping means getting beaten. Then it won't be a matter of just a few deaths. We could all be slaughtered. Qin Fong's words echoed in everyone's ears. The logic was simple. Because that's how the rules work. If you don't advance, you become stepping stones for others. Big brother. We all understand. Brother. Rest assured, with a great leader like you, what would we fear to fight for? Qin Fong nodded. He patted Xiao Tian beside him and said, take care. Xiao Tian nodded firmly. Big brother, I know exactly what kind of man you are. What you've done for my little brother, I'll remember it forever. I'll never forget it. Afterward, the group buried the three in a secluded spot on the island. 3 stone slabs were erected at the site. During this time, Qin Fong gave further instructions to Wu Fei and Hua Ban. Go check the casualties on our side again. There could be no omissions whatsoever. Wu Fei and Hua Ban both nodded in agreement. Oh, and tidy up the battlefield early. Let the brothers get a good rest during the day. Tonight, I'm throwing a victory banquet. This marks the Black Dragon Gang's first major victory. A genuine victory achieved through direct confrontation. Every brother contributed greatly. We absolutely must reward everyone properly. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei and Hua Ban immediately replied, Big brother. Rest assured, leave the rest to us 2 brothers to handle. He nodded. Qin Fong then headed toward his home. Just as he reached the small courtyard, Gong Changshi was already waiting there. Upon seeing Qin Fong, Gong Changshi hurried forward to meet him. Brother? Don't worry, it's all taken care of. Shen Bei is taken care of. Only then did Gong Changshi relax. If only Qin Fong hadn't stubbornly refused to let him get close, he wouldn't be sitting here anxiously waiting for news like this. So, big brother, why did you call me here? To discuss something. Then, Qin Fong relayed the information he had obtained from Lao Kai to Gong Changshi. After he finished speaking, Gong Changshi frowned deeply. After a long moment, he spoke with a grave expression. Brother, are you truly planning to lead the men there yourself? Leaving tomorrow? We can't wait any longer, brother Gong. I called you here today. Was to discuss something with you? My mission this time is fraught with danger. Stay on this island and protect our home for me. You're meticulous, thoughtful, and level-headed. Also, you'll be my backup support over there. But, brother. What if we send old Wu or old Hua with a small team to scout first? Then you could lead the main force over later? No need for that hassle. It'd only drag things out longer. Shen Bei came over this time precisely because the Tiger Regiment was closing in too fast. Old Kai and his men, less than 10 of them, are on the island now. How can they hold out? And now we've found traces of Freshwater Island. If we delay any longer, it'll belong to someone else. After hearing this, Gong Changshi. After a moment, he sighed softly. Qin Fong was right. What about my sister-in-law? We're not taking her. I don't even know how dangerous this mission will be. Let him come with me. To his death? Nizi's been with me since the very beginning. She's endured a lot. She's endured a lot of hardship. Leaving her behind on the island this time, I'll feel more at ease. Once we're there, I won't have any worries about her. Will my sister-in-law agree? She'll have to agree whether she likes it or not. This isn't up for discussion. Alright, I'll handle this myself. Oh, right, the defensive structures you're researching, do they have high terrain requirements? Not at all. What's up, bro? I'd like you to give me a copy of the blueprint. Right now, I think Shinbei's island needs to be built first. Otherwise, we won't be able to withstand the Tiger Corps' assault. Well, the first defense chain isn't greatly affected by terrain. But the second defense line, the lookout towers, will be affected by the terrain. So, big brother, once you arrive, draw me a topographical map of the island. Then I'll mark the positions for the defensive structures. Alright, no problem. Also, deploy as many lookout towers as possible and prioritize building the repeating crossbows. We're outnumbered. Holding this place depends entirely on them. Understood. But each watchtower consumes a significant amount of resources. Brother, can we really afford that? Qin Fong smiled. Taking down Shen Bei this time will yield a substantial haul of resources. The island holds even more. So don't worry about whether we have enough resources. Just focus on one thing, how to help me defend it better. Alright. With you saying that, big brother, that's all I need. Oh, and tonight's the victory banquet. A victory banquet? Gong Qingshi's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Right. We've secured quite a haul of Qinbei's provisions this time. Tonight, everyone will get to taste it properly. Plus, we're celebrating the Black Dragon Gang's first successful operation. Every brother put in a lot of effort. We even lost 3 brothers. Ha! This. Don't worry, it's all been taken care of. I gave each of them 150,000 in cash. Gong Qingshi's heart gave a sharp twinge upon hearing this. Brother! You really? Hey, stop right there. After all, it's a human life. This money is nothing. Chapter 155, Confession. By the way, Brother Gong, between Old Wu and Speckles, I want to keep one of them on the island. Who do you think is more suitable? Keep one? What do you have in mind, boss? Later on, we'll definitely need to expand our team. So I want to keep one person here to train me. Help me mentor the new recruits. Gong Qingshi seems somewhat troubled. Honestly, I think either one could stay. But objectively speaking, I think keeping Wu Fei would be more suitable. After all, Wu Fei used to be a coach and has experience teaching students. He has teaching experience. As for Hua Ban, I think he's more level-headed. And he did have a background in the underworld. He's ruthless and has a colder heart. When dealing with the Tiger Gang, you can't afford to be a pushover. Qin Fong nodded slowly. Gong Qingshi's words made sense. In truth, this had been Qin Fong's initial thought as well. But what? Qin Fong asked. Brother, you need to ask them yourself. In my opinion, they both want to go. Qin Fong frowned. What Brother Gong mentioned he hadn't considered that angle back then. Who should go, and who shouldn't? And it couldn't damage the harmony. And the one who couldn't go had to be convinced without resentment. Qin Fong lowered his head, repeatedly biting at the dry skin on his lip. His mind was racing. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Got it. I've got an idea. Gong Go watched closely from the side. When he saw Qin Fong's furrowed brow suddenly relax, he knew his older brother had already made up his mind. Big brother? Have you decided who's going? Qin Fong nodded. Let Hua Ban come with me. What about Old Wu? He'll stay on the island, of course. Don't worry, I've got a way to make Old Wu stay willingly. Just wait until dinner tonight. Qin Fong finished speaking. A sly smile immediately spread across his face. Gong Qingshi's heart skipped a beat. What exactly was his older brother up to? But seeing his brother's confident demeanor, Gong Qingshi felt even more curious. Alright, stop wondering. Go back and rest. We'll keep you posted. After seeing Gong Qingshi off, Qin Fong approached the gate of the small courtyard. He gazed at the room inside the courtyard. He already had a solution for Wu Fei and Speckles' fate. But what about this little girl? Ah! He sighed. Qin Fong steeled himself and pushed open the door to enter. He had just reached the house. Before he could push the door open, bang! Chen Shuero suddenly opened the door from the inside. This startled Qin Fong. You little. Hee, I heard the courtyard gate open upstairs just now. I knew it was you, big bro. Come on, let me see if you're hurt. Chen Shuero circled around Qin Fong as she spoke. Her expression gradually shifted from worry to joy. Finally, after carefully confirming Qin Fong was unharmed, she threw herself into his arms. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her face. Wah! You scared the life out of me. I just heard Ting Ting and Ye say the beach was so intense and terrifying. After hearing that, my heart was in my throat the whole time. Thank goodness, thank goodness. As long as you're okay, big brother. Chen Shuero spoke, her little head rubbing against Qin Fong's chest. This completely knocked the words Qin Fong had been about to say. Completely stuck in his throat. This little girl. Qin Fong spread his arms wide, embracing Chen Shuero. Don't worry. I'm not the type to get into trouble so easily. Hurry inside. People are coming and going now, aren't you embarrassed? Hearing Qin Fong say this, Chen Shuero's face flushed red. She immediately pulled Qin Fong toward the house. Once inside, Chen Shuero promptly shut the door. Why didn't you say so earlier? Really? Did anyone come by earlier? My bad, my bad. Who's there? I was just teasing you. Chen Shuero immediately scolded playfully, ugh. But big bro, did we win this round again? Absolutely. I knew you'd be the best, brother. Qin Fong laughed heartily. He then pulled Chen Shuero over to sit on the chair beside him. Hey, kiddo, there's something I need to talk to you about. Huh? What is it? Seeing Qin Fong's expression turn serious, Chen Shuero stopped her earlier playful banter. She sat down across from Qin Fong with a serious expression. Kid, tomorrow Qin Fong steeled himself and blurted out, Kid, I might have to leave our current island for a while tomorrow. I need to head to Chenbei's island immediately. Chenbei's island? Qin Fong nodded. He then explained the entire situation to Chen Shuero, step by step. Oh, I see. When should we leave tomorrow? I'll go pack right away. But Qin Fong didn't respond to Chen Shuero's question. His head was bowed. His eyes darted nervously. What's wrong? Chen Shuero asked, puzzled. Kid, you can't come with me this time. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? Brother, weren't we in danger before? Haven't we made it this far just fine? Seriously. When have you ever seen me scared? This time's different, kid. This time, I don't even know if I'll make it back alive. Chen Shuero, who had been smiling moments ago, froze instantly. What? This? But brother, don't you have the island merger? After you've taken over, you can just merge it back, right? No, did you forget what I just said? There's a freshwater island next to Chunbei Island? That's why Chunbei Island's location is crucial. But Chen Shuero was momentarily speechless. She recalled the sequence of events Qin Fong had just explained to her. Every point seemed perfectly logical. It all boiled down to one sentence: I must go this time, but I can't take you with me. For a moment, Chen Shuero's eyes filled with profound loneliness. Seeing this, Qin Fong felt even more pained inside. Sweetheart, staying on this island is the best choice for you right now. First, it will ensure your safety. Moreover, I will transfer all resources from that island to our current one. To be honest, conflicts and fights will happen daily on that island. What do you think I'm sending you to do? Send you to your death? Qin Fong finished speaking. Chen Shuero, who had been sitting upright, had now slumped forward. Her hair obscured her cheeks. Qin Fong couldn't make out Chen Shuero's expression. Hey, kid? Qin Fong called out softly. Suddenly, Chen Shuero stood up. Head bowed, she circled the table and approached Qin Fong. Then she took a step forward. Plopped right down onto Qin Fong's lap. She wrapped her arms around him and began to cry. She wept loudly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fong felt his shoulders grow damp. The damp patch spread wider and wider. Qin Fong embraced Chen Shuero in return, gently patting her back. Stop crying, girl. But Chen Shuero seemed not to hear him. She kept weeping. Soon, the sound of her sobs changed. Qin Fong began to panic. Just as he was about to get up to check on Chen Shuero's sobs abruptly ceased. It stopped abruptly. Chapter 156, Durian Seeds. Seeing Chen Shuero stop crying instantly, Qin Fong felt even more panicked inside. He feared she might do something irrational in this state. But then he recalled something. The girl had always had a bit of a temper before. Overall, she had always been quite obedient. Gazing at the now quiet Chen Shuero, Qin Fong called out softly. Nizi? At that moment, Chen Shuero lowered her head, reaching out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Then she lifted her head. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Her entire delicate face looked even more pitiful. Seeing this made Qin Fong's heart ache even more. Brother, I'm sorry. I know I was being unreasonable. I just can't bear to part with it. You told me so suddenly. You're leaving tomorrow. And this trip is fraught with danger. I don't know when I'll be able to come back. I'm worried. I understand what you're saying. But I just can't help myself. Of course I know you're doing this for my own good. You want me to take care of this place: food, clothes, shelter. How comfortable. But it means sending you, my brother, all the way out here. It breaks my heart. Why? Qin Fong listened as Chen Shuero's voice grew hoarse. His eyes grew redder and redder. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. Qin Fong gently wiped away the tears with his thumb. Chen Shuero paused before continuing. I was just so worried you wouldn't come back. What would I do if you didn't come back? Who would I have to lean on if you didn't come back? Deep down, Chen Shuero felt even more conflicted. After waiting all these years, she had finally found her long-lost brother. She didn't want to let him slip away again. To lose him again after finally getting him back. She truly couldn't bear it. Moreover, her brother sometimes spoke in his sleep at night. He even calls out his own name from back then. This meant his memories were slowly returning. How she longed for him to remember what happened back then. She yearned for him to remember that she was the little girl he had risked his life to save back then. All these factors made her even more determined to prevent anything from happening to Qin Fong. She couldn't bear to imagine losing Qin Fong. How she could possibly face this cruel game world. But all these thoughts were before she cried. Now she had stopped crying. Because Chen Shuero had come to a realization. Brother, promise me you'll come back alive, okay? Please. Chen Shuero spoke softly as she gently stroked Qin Fong's cheek. Her thumb kept rubbing against his cheek. Her gaze was as tender as flowing water. Qin Fong nodded firmly. Don't worry, little one. I promise you that. That's good. Actually, I've come to realize something. You were right to have me stay on the island. My skills are perfectly suited for staying behind the lines and providing food for you all. Only this way can I ensure you fight more effectively on the front lines. Qin Fong's eyes lit up. Chen Shuero was indeed sharp. Some people grasp things instantly. After a pause, Chen Shuero continued, rest assured about this, brother. Leave the food supply to me. Actually, I wanted to share some good news with you today. It's about my cultivation skills. What good news? Well, before I tell you, you have to promise me one thing first. What is it? Under normal circumstances, Chen Shuero wouldn't ask me to promise her anything. For a moment, Qin Feng felt a pang of curiosity. I can't come with you this time, but take Jiawei along. What? Take her? Why should I take her? Well, during the time Jiawei and I spent together, I noticed she's quite observant. She's also very organized in her work. Not only that, she picks things up very quickly. When it comes to farming, she gets it after just one explanation. So recently, I've taught her quite a bit about cultivation. I want her to go with you because she has the skills for it. But more importantly, the area you're heading to spawns durian seeds. Durian seeds? What are those? Simply put, they're like the apples on our island. You can trade them for golden carrots, eat them, and they're quite effective. But durians are even better than our apples. First off, they yield more golden carrots when traded than apples. And their potency is significantly higher than apples. How much higher? Chen Shuero furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Once successfully grown, one durian can apparently be exchanged for 30 golden carrots. A single tree should yield 5-6 durians per harvest. So conservatively, one durian tree could yield 150 golden carrots. Add in your doubling skill, brother, and that's 750 golden carrots. What? Qin Feng was stunned. After all, the apple trees on his island currently only yielded. The exchange rate is 1-to-1. Combined with his resource doubling skill, a single tree could exchange for nearly 100 golden carrots. But this durian tree could exchange for a whopping 750 at once. That's a bit too much of a difference, isn't it? Hey, Nizi, why is this durian tree worth so much? You bet it is. And that's just counting the golden carrot exchange. The durian itself is worth a fortune too. I just can't quite recall the exact details right now. It seems to be tied to our stamina points. Let me check when I get back. Alright. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you just say you wanted Jiawei to come with me? Why are we suddenly talking about durians now? What's up? What does her going have to do with durian seeds? Of course it does. Durian is highly profitable, but it's incredibly finicky. They can only be cultivated in their native regions. And the cultivation process is incredibly finicky. You need someone who knows what they're doing to handle it personally. Since I can't go now. For now, I'll just have to send Jiawei instead. Sigh. You think I don't want to go? Honestly. As she said this, Chen Shuero's eyes flashed with intense jealousy. No wonder, Qin Feng nodded. But why are you getting jealous, Skirl? If you didn't want to go, why did you insist on bringing her along? Once I find it on the island, I'll save it for you. When you get there, you can plant it yourself. Problem solved. Oh, I told you this darn thing is super delicate. If you don't plant it within 3 days of getting it, the seeds will rot. Chen Shuero explained. This damn thing isn't worth a damn. I'm not planting it. I'll just plant more apple trees on my own island. Chen Shuero watched Qin Feng's stubborn expression. She chuckled, brother, why are you getting so worked up over a seed? This thing is rare to begin with. If we miss it, who knows when we'll find another one. Alright, I'll let Jiawei go with you. Ting Ting and Ye Ye on the island will be enough help. Besides, letting her go isn't just about the durian seed. She can assist with other planting tasks too. If food issues arise later, how troublesome would that be? Having her there would make it easier to handle, wouldn't it? Though I felt a bit uneasy inside when it came to my brother's important matters. This hardly matters. Chapter 157, The Young Girl Becomes a Young Wife. Oh? Now you're thinking of the bigger picture? Of course. I was just throwing a little tantrum earlier. If I could have held back. But now I've really come to my senses. I'm going to use my skills to properly help my brother. He. Qin Feng ruffled Chen Shuero's hair and said, you silly thing. If you weren't throwing a tantrum, I'd think something was wrong. Alright. Since you insist, I'll let Jiawei go. I promise. Now you should tell me what you wanted to say earlier. Alright. It's actually pretty simple. My cultivation skill has leveled up. Leveled up? Can it even level up? I didn't know either at first. But a couple days ago, I suddenly noticed a level indicator appear in the top left corner of my cultivation panel, level 2. Chen Shuero said, opening the cultivation panel. She leaned in close to Qin Feng. Sure enough, there was indeed such an icon in the top left corner. So, what do you think will change now? Of course there will be changes. The corn we harvested yesterday has increased. I'd say it's at least half more. And that batch of corn wasn't even supposed to be ripe until the day after tomorrow. So that means, after the upgrade, the plant's growth cycle has shortened. Yields have increased too. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of excitement. You could say that, but I feel like there might be other unique aspects. I just haven't discovered them yet. I'll let you know once I figure it out. Qin Feng nodded. Though these were just a few simple sentences, their subsequent impact was immense. Increasing grain yields meant he could support more people. And that would further strengthen his capabilities. It could be said that the greater the numbers, the stronger the corresponding strength. On a deserted island, whoever has food is king. Glancing at Chen Shuero sitting on his lap, Xin Fang felt a surge of secret delight. He felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Given the current food resources, the group could easily expand to 70 people. And that didn't even factor in the resources on Chunbei Island. After all, that was an unknown quantity. But intuitively, the food resources on Chunbei Island are bound to be substantial. Expanding to 100 people is entirely feasible. By then, we'll be able to take on the Tiger Brigade head-on. Alright. Xin Fang agreed before continuing. Oh, and girl, there's a victory banquet tonight. Go get ready soon. A victory banquet? We fought brilliantly this time, it's definitely worth celebrating. Alright. No problem, big bro. I'll go get ready right away. Nizi then went upstairs to get ready. Later, Xin Fang also received word. They found a lot more food on Chen Bei's boat. And they even found several cases of beer. Holy crap! This Chen Bei actually bought beer inside the mall. But let my guys taste it for you. With that thought, Xin Fang pulled out Chen Bei's watch again. Earlier, he'd been so preoccupied with the backpack. He'd completely forgotten about those golden carrots in his maul. He opened the maul. The number of golden carrots immediately appeared in the upper right corner. Damn it! 1,403 golden carrots. This old guy's got deep pockets, huh? Alright, now they're all mine. Xin Fang transferred them over with a few simple operations. So far, counting regular apple exchanges and snatching from others, Xin Fang's maul had already accumulated 2,790 golden carrots. He still needed 1,458 more to buy what he wanted. With a little more effort, success is within reach. With this item, our chances of taking down the Tiger Squad will be much higher. To others, it might seem absurd that our small group of less than 100 dares to go head-to-head with the Tiger Brigade. That's like an egg hitting a stone. But they don't know. Xin Fang weighed the pros and cons better than they did. He knows precisely what risks are worth taking and which are not. After all, fortune favors the bold. Just as he was thinking this, the Sandman sent him a message. It meant he was now out of the woods. After consuming the wild ginger, his health bar was fully restored. He needn't worry. At the end of the message, the sleep god said in an incredibly earnest tone, "Thanks for that shot, big bro. If it weren't for your shot, brother, Chen Bei would have aimed right at my head." Xin Fang chuckled. Alright, sleep god, get some rest. You've got to be at tonight's victory banquet. Sleep god heard this. A victory banquet? Big brother has spoken. He absolutely had to be there. After hanging up on Sleepyhead, Xin Fang sat in his chair. He glanced at the time. Still early. Xin Fang got up to prepare the items needed for tonight. That is, the items that would determine whether Wu Fei and Hua Ban would stay or go. But the items were actually quite simple. Before long, everything was ready. Evening arrived. As Gong Qingshi's phone rang, the celebratory banquet was about to begin. Everyone had already prepared the food. Now they were just waiting for Xin Fang and Chen Shuero to arrive. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shuero had finished getting ready. She stood before Xin Fang, looking utterly charming. Do I look pretty, brother? Xin Fang had been sleeping earlier. When he opened his half-closed eyes and saw Chen Shuero's outfit, his eyes lit up instantly. Chen Shuero wore a simple white dress. It hugged her figure perfectly. Her exposed fair skin looked as delicate as porcelain. Her hair was neatly pinned up, and a faint blush graced her lovely face. Her aura shifted completely in that instant. When they first met, Chen Shuero had been shy and timid. She was adorably innocent. But now, her charm had shifted slightly. Instead, a more alluring charm had taken its place. For a moment, Xin Fang could scarcely believe his eyes. The girl standing before him. Was this really Nizi? What's wrong, brother? Don't you like this outfit? I bought it from the mall. If you think it's ugly, well, I can't return it now. After all, the in-game store doesn't support 7-day no-questions-asked returns. Chen Shuero grew increasingly uneasy as she spoke. She was terrified Xin Fang would think she was wasting money. No. This dress is just too gorgeous. There's absolutely no need to return it. Really? It's that beautiful? You can't lie to me, big brother. I'd be a dog if I lied to you. Besides, it's perfect for tonight's celebration banquet. Oh my goodness. You used to be such a cute little girl. In the blink of an eye, you've turned into such a gentle beauty. Stop it. Chen Shuero's pretty face flushed. Truth be told, she'd handpicked this outfit herself. After all, this was a gathering with so many people. She absolutely couldn't embarrass her brother. She had to make sure her brother looked his best in front of everyone. Let everyone envy him for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Come on, stop grinning like an idiot. We're the stars of the show today. Okay. Chen Shuero responded, stepping forward to link her arm through Qin Fang's. Like a little bird clinging to him, she leaned her head against his shoulder. The two walked out of the room, close together. The celebratory banquet was held on a secluded beach. The space was spacious with an open view. Most importantly, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Soon, the two arrived at the beach. From afar, they could see a canopy erected in the center of the beach. Though its structure was simple, it was remarkably elegant. 4 lamps were placed around its perimeter. Several large tables were arranged in the center. People had already gathered around the tables. At the central table, 2 of the largest chairs stood empty. The chairs were empty. Clearly, they were reserved for himself and Nizi. Suddenly, Wu Fei spotted Qin Fang approaching from afar. He immediately shouted, "Big brother!" Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Chapter 158, Heavens Will Demands It. Brothers, please support with gold tickets. In an instant, everyone stood up. They turned and shouted at Qin Fang, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, hello!" Though there were only a few dozen people, their voices echoed across the entire island. For a moment, Chen Shuero's fair face flushed even redder. She was just an ordinary college student. Where had she ever witnessed such a scene? Moreover, in her daily life, Chen Shuero's world had been confined to her own backyard. The only people she interacted with were those 3 women. Qin Fang turned his head to look, just in time to catch the little girl's flustered expression. He couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, stop laughing at me. I just feel a bit awkward." "What's so awkward about it? You need to get used to situations like this. You'll encounter more and more of these situations in the future. And there'll be more and more people around." Chen Shuero nodded. "I know." Then, Qin Fang affectionately ruffled her hair. He took her hand and led her forward. After the comfort she'd received earlier, much of her awkwardness had dissipated. Then she thought to herself, her man was right here. What was there to be shy about? With this thought, Chen Shuero instinctively leaned closer to Qin Fang. The two appeared even more affectionate. Jiawei, watching from the crowd, saw this scene clearly. A pang of envy stung her heart. But more than that, she felt envy. Such a perfect match. He was talented, she was beautiful. The couple approached the group. One of the brothers, quick to read the situation, stepped forward and pulled out the 2 largest chairs. Qin Fang smiled and waved his hand. "Everyone, sit down. When you dine with me, Qin Fang, there's no need to be formal. Today is a celebratory banquet and I have only one request. Eat well, drink well. Let's all have a good time." Alright. Alright. As soon as Qin Fang finished speaking, the brothers around him erupted in cheers and excitement. The earlier solemn atmosphere vanished instantly. Qin Fang pulled Chen Shuero down to sit. The table was laden with grilled meats, seafood, fruit platters, vegetables, and more. It might not sound like much. Every single dish on the table was top-notch fare. Just the lobsters and king crabs alone were absurdly large. In the real world, a single one would cost thousands. Yet now, every table held 3 or 4 such seafood delicacies. Add in all the other ingredients. It was simply lavish. Alright. Stop staring and dig in. As soon as Qin Fang finished speaking, with a swish, the brothers below immediately dug in. The eating was nothing short of a frenzy. After all, today was a major victory. Moreover, none of these premium ingredients came from Qin Fang's own reserves. All of it had been seized from Chen Beichuan's ship. Soon, people started passing around beer and toasting each other. The atmosphere was fantastic. Wu Fei, Hua Ban, and Gong Chengshi took turns toasting Qin Fang. Especially Hua Ban. Usually not one for many words. Once I start drinking today. And suddenly had a lot to say. After all, he'd once been a man of the streets. Alcohol was naturally indispensable. The group ate with great relish. By now, the sky had turned completely dark. A cool sea breeze brushed against their skin. It felt incredibly refreshing. Moonlight spilled down, adding a touch of enchantment to the scenery. Qin Fang looked around. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, he felt happy inside. Just as he pondered how to start a conversation, Wu Fei stood up, holding a cup of wine. He gave Qin Fang a slight bow. "Brother, I heard from Brother Gong that you're taking people to Qinbei's island tomorrow. He also said that between Hua Ban and me, you can only take one of us. Brother, take us both." Gong Chengshi's gaze shifted toward Qin Fang. Qin Fang smiled faintly. "That's right. Old Kai sent word that the situation is tense, so we need to move out sooner. As for having to leave one behind, that's absolutely correct. We still need to gather more people later. We need someone to stay behind on the island to train the new recruits." Seeing his earlier words validated, Wu Fei's face momentarily betrayed a flicker of unease. But fueled by the alcohol, he stood, raised his cup, and turned to Hua Ban beside him. "Brother, here's the deal. I'll take charge for our boss today. You stay on the island and train the new recruits in peace. Let me go with our big brother. I'll down this cup." Wu Fei finished speaking and raised his cup to drink. But just as the cup neared his lips, Hua Ban also held his cup, his other hand gripping Wu Fei's arm. Brother Wu, I was just about to say this, let me go with them this time. Brother Wu, you stay on the island to train the new recruits. You're the one with the knack for leading people. Better than me. You're the better fit. After Hua Ban finished speaking, he didn't give Wu Fei a chance to respond. He quickly tilted his head back and downed the entire cup of liquor. Hey, wait. Old Hua, we gotta follow the order here. I said it first. No, this isn't about first come, first served either. Then the two began arguing. Each insisted they were right. In short, they both wanted to go with Qin Fong. Qin Fong watched them bicker endlessly. He picked up his wine cup and tapped it lightly on the table twice. Then he spoke up, not you too? Do you even realize how dangerous this trip is? There's a real chance you might not come back. I was actually thinking of leaving one of you behind. What's the matter? You both want to come with me to die? Wu Fei retorted, brother. Listen to yourself. I, Wu Fei, am not afraid to die. Brother. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Back then, I was nearly driven to despair. It was the resources you gave me that kept me alive. And remember when I threw myself into that crowd of Pakpio and his men? I wasn't afraid, was I? Big brother, Lao Hua is still young. This time, just let me go with you. Hua Ban was about to argue back. Qin Feng cut him off. Alright then. I see you two arguing back and forth. Let's draw lots. I have two pieces of paper here. One says go, the other says stay. Let's leave it up to fate. Once we draw, it's final. No one is allowed to back out. If anyone backs out, don't blame me for getting angry. Wu Fei said, alright. No problem. Speckled also nodded. Alright, brother. That's how we'll do it. Qin Fong nodded. He quickly crumpled the two notes into small balls. He shook them in his hand a few times. He tossed them in front of the two men. Wu Fei swiftly grabbed one. Hua Ban picked up the other one with a hint of resignation. But before Speckled could open his, he heard Wu Fei sigh heavily beside him. Ugh! Why is my luck so rotten today? With that, he tossed the slip of paper onto the table. Flabby stole a glance. It read, not going. Not going? At the same time, Speckled had already opened his own note. His eyes widened instantly. For the note in his hand also read, not going. He immediately looked up at Qin Fong. Qin Fong gave him a gentle wave of his hand. The meaning was clear, don't speak just yet. Then, Qin Fong picked up the note in front of Wu Fei. Not going? Old Wu, you drew this yourself. It's fate, can't blame anyone else. Wu Fei sighed heavily. Fine. Big brother. If that's fate, then Wu Fei has nothing more to say. Old Hua, I was a bit dizzy earlier and spoke out of turn. Don't take it to heart. Take care of yourself on this trip. Gong Chengshi, standing behind the two men, had witnessed the entire exchange clearly. He slowly raised his thumb toward Qin Fong. Chapter 159, Letting Go. At that moment, Gong Chengshi couldn't help but admire Qin Fong. With just two notes, he had handled the matter perfectly. And without damaging the goodwill between both sides. What's more, Wu Fei had obediently stayed on the island without a single complaint. Hua Ban stood up immediately. He grabbed an unopened bottle of beer from nearby. Pop. He popped the bottle open. Then he addressed Wu Fei, Brother Wu, rest assured. Since I'm accompanying our boss this time, I'll make absolutely sure to do everything that needs to be done. No need for further words. It's all in the beer. With that, he clinked his glass against Wu Fei's. Then he tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle of beer in one go. Gong Chengshi, watching from behind, stared wide-eyed. He thought to himself, holy crap. No wonder he'd been on the streets. Usually quiet and reserved. When it came to drinking, he seemed to have no regard for his life. Seeing Spotty down an entire bottle of beer in one go, his spirits soared. Without a word, he grabbed the unopened bottle beside him. He bit down with his back teeth. He opened it too. He stood up as well. Old Hua, if this is fate, I accept it. We're both feeling the spirit tonight. Since I'm staying behind, La Hua, big brother. Rest assured, I'll make sure the training runs smoothly. You won't find fault with a thing. Anyone who says my training isn't up to par won't dare step forward. They won't dare do anything. I absolutely. Forget it. I'll do it. Wu Fei stood up, already feeling the full effects of his drunkenness. But he still propped himself up with one hand. He grabbed the bottle and downed it too. After finishing it, his already unsteady body. Now he could barely stand at all. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, he toppled backward. Fortunately, Gong Chengshi nearby reacted swiftly. He grabbed Wu Fei from behind and caught him. He then waved to the two brothers beside him. Take Brother Wu back. Two subordinates immediately approached. One on each side, they carried the unconscious Wu Fei downstairs. With matters having reached this point, The matter was settled. The rest of the group continued eating cheerfully. But it was already late. Considering tonight was their last night on the island, Chen Shuero had also nearly finished her meal. Xin Fang pulled Gong Chengshi over and gave him a few brief instructions. Then quietly rose and slipped away with Chen Shuero. He did this to avoid dampening everyone's spirits. Just as Qin Fang was about to ask Chen Shuero how she'd explain things to Jiawei, Ting, and Ye had just finished eating and were about to head back. Chen Shuero called out to Jiawei. Jiawei, come over here for a moment. I need to talk to you about something. Ting and Ye, you two go ahead back. Jiawei turned her head toward them. Her expression clearly froze. She approached the two of them, looking somewhat flustered. Brother Qin Fang, Sister Ro. Jiawei greeted them with her head bowed. Facing both of them, she dared not lift her gaze. Chen Shuero sighed softly. She steeled herself mentally. After exchanging a few polite words, she stated directly, Jiawei, your brother Qin is heading to another district tomorrow. You'll be going with him. Ha! Just moments ago during dinner, she had overheard that Qin Fang would be leaving tomorrow. But she never imagined she'd be going along too. Sis Ro, aren't you going with him? Chen Shuero briefly explained the situation. This included why she couldn't go, as well as the matter concerning the durian seeds. Finally, Chen Shuero said, this time, you should come along. Once we're there, you can ask me anytime about planting-related issues. Food is crucial, don't take it lightly, understand? By then, Jiawei's mind was already filled with visions of going out with Qin Fang. After a moment, she snapped back to reality. Sis Ro, I understand. A flicker of sadness passed through Chen Shuero's eyes. Seeing Jiawei agree, having conveyed everything she needed to, she took Qin Fang by the hand and left. Behind them, Jiawei flicked her bangs aside. Even now, she hadn't fully processed it. Was this real? Was she really going out with brother Qin Fang? For a moment, her heart was filled with both excitement and worry. A whirlwind of other emotions swirled together. It was incredibly complex. Thoughts were bouncing around in her head. But in the end, she sighed softly. What good does all this thinking do? She could only passively accept it. Besides, if it's true, for me, it would be the closest I've ever been to Qin Fang. I must take good care of him. On the way, Qin Fang also noticed Chen Shuero's change in mood. Feeling down, kid? Of course I'm upset. How could I be happy giving away the only thing I truly cherish? Chen Shuero pouted. But there was nothing she could do about it now. Sigh. Qin Fang looked at Chen Shuero, whose jealousy was palpable. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Shuero continued, there's nothing we can do about it. I just need to try to be more open-minded about it. It's nothing, brother. Qin Fang smiled. Before Chen Shuero could react, he swept her up from behind. Startled, Chen Shuero gasped. What are you doing, brother? What am I doing? Of course, it's time to pay the dues at home. To fill my little girl's empty heart, you know. Oh dear, there are people around. Chen Shuero buried her little head in Qin Fang's chest and said shyly. So what? Are we not allowed to show affection? Come on. Let's go home. Though Chen Shuero protested that others were around, her body told a different story. Her little head nestled deeper into Qin Fang's embrace. She gave a slight nod. Without another word, he quickened his pace toward home. Already feeling a bit lightheaded from the alcohol, now he was carrying a stunning beauty in his arms. To say he wasn't feeling a tingle inside would be a lie. Tonight, he was determined to ride the wave of intoxication and go all out. In his arms, Chen Shuero felt Qin Fang's heartbeat. And his urgent desire. The pang of jealousy that had just surfaced vanished. A faint smile touched her lips. They rushed back inside. Qin Fang carried Chen Shuero straight upstairs. Under the glow of the lamp, Chen Shuero's neatly pinned hair and her delicate, charming face exuded such charm. Her slightly flushed cheeks resembled a perfectly ripe peach. At that moment, her gaze grew hazy. Wait. Hey, what's wrong? Chen Shuero, seated beside the bed, flashed a charming smile. Hee, while you weren't looking, I snuck a few sips of wine too. You? Sneaking drinks? What? Is that not allowed? Drinking makes you irrational, and that's exactly what I want. Chen Shuero said, then leapt up and charged toward Qin Fang. Qin Fang's heart sank. Oh no, she's turned the tables. Now the hunter was becoming the hunted. The girl was about to let loose again. Chapter 160, Fame Spreads. At the beachside celebration banquet. By now, half the crowd was already passed out drunk. Time to hit the hay. At the table earlier, only Hua Ban and Gong Chengshi remained. Hua Ban asked, Brother Gong, when you head out next time, won't you want me to come along? Gong Chengshi chuckled, of course I want you to. Big brother is so charismatic. Who wouldn't want to be by his side? But I know myself well, I'm just a techie. This kind of work is best suited for someone staying behind to provide technical support. Unlike you guys agile and fearless in battle. Speckled grinned. Ah. What can you do, Brother Gong? Who can blame us for not studying hard when we were kids? We chose to mix with the wrong crowd. But who could have imagined we'd actually end up transported into a game? Gong Changsha retorted, but isn't it precisely because we're in this game that you two have thrived? Back then, Chen Nan Chen Bei's younger brother beat me half to death. If it weren't for our big brother, I'd be dead by now. This fight with Chen Bei has my fingerprints all over it too. Spotted patted Gong Changsha on the shoulder. It's all fate, Brother Gong. By the way, why does our big brother insist on sending me this time? Oh? You don't want to go? Of course not. I want to go. Then that settles it. But I just don't get it, Gonggu. Give me a hint. Gong Changsha smiled faintly. Your temperament is more steady than old Wu's. This mission is fraught with danger, a life or death gamble. You must be extremely cautious in everything you do. That's why you're more suited for this than old Wu. Brother Gong, are you really saying this? No, it was Big Brother who said it. Ha? Speckled was momentarily stunned. Oh. I thought I hadn't spent much time with the boss. And always felt inferior to you guys. I never imagined Big Brother would think so highly of me. Ah. Big Brother has such a generous spirit. He doesn't hold a grudge about what happened back then at all. Big Brother treats everyone equally. This time, I'm mentally prepared for whatever comes. Brother Gong, rest assured. I've been mentally prepared for a long time. Gong Changsha nodded. Even though old Wu couldn't make it this time, he won't get off easy in the future either. Why do you say that? Hua Ban couldn't understand. Gong Changsha bent down and glanced around. He whispered, word of our decisive victory over Chen Bei in that fierce battle has already spread far and wide. What? That fast? Speckled was startled. What happened at noon had already spread by evening. News like this can't be kept secret. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Look. Gong Changsha said, opening his multifunctional watch. Several people were asking if Qin Fong still needed more people. They all want to come join us? Of course. This battle not only proved wrong those who doubted our boss before. It's also spread the Black Dragon Gang's reputation far and wide. Now, our Black Dragon Gang's reputation is already well established throughout this region. I was planning to tell the boss about this. But he was in a hurry to return today, so we'll wait until tomorrow. At that moment, a genuine smile spread across Speckled Face's features. Damn it! We should have shown those bastards their place. Remember how they poured cold water on us like it was nothing before? Now that we've won, they all know to come begging. Gong Changsha nodded. He remained non-committal. Isn't that just human nature? Lao Hua, don't let your emotions get the best of you. We'll need every man going forward. Which is why I said old Wu won't have it easy going forward. The people he leads will only grow older and more numerous. Plus, old Kai discovered Freshwater Island. That's the only option. Just look at how many new recruits are joining. Later on, I was worried old Wu couldn't handle it all by himself. I see. But that's a good thing. The more people join, the stronger we'll be. Absolutely. Everyone, this time we're going all out with the boss. We have a real shot at taking down the Fierce Tiger Regiment. You must trust the boss. Have confidence in yourself, but even more so in the boss. Yeah, I get that, Brother Gong. Ever since we were kids, our boss has always been sharper than most. Not only is he sharp-witted, but he's also bold in his thinking and daring in his actions. He's got guts too. Otherwise, how do you think I got this scar on my face? As Huaban spoke, a self-deprecating smile flickered across his face. His eyes seemed lost in memories of days gone by. Alright, old Hua, it's getting late. Go get some rest. You've got a long journey ahead tomorrow. Huaban nodded in response. He picked up his cup and clinked it with Gong Changsha's. Brother Gong, thanks for the guidance. Once things wrap up over there, I hope to bring you along too. We'll have another round over there. No problem. The night passed without incident. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. After turning the tables last night, Qin Fong paid his dues several times throughout the night. He vaguely recalled that they began around 10 o'clock, then remained entwined until 2 in the morning. 4 hours. Honestly. 4 hours this bed is built to last. When Chen Shuero awoke, she found herself naked and curled up in Qin Fong's arms. Her little head lifted upward. Blinking her big eyes, she saw Qin Fong still fast asleep. She couldn't help but look at him a little longer. Just a couple more glances. Who knew when they'd meet again? And this time, leaving would be entirely different from before. Who knew how long it would last? Her heart couldn't help but ache even more. Her body leaned closer into Qin Fong's embrace once more. Her soft lips couldn't resist kissing Qin Fong's chest over and over. After a while of this affectionate clinging, Chen Shuero gently withdrew from Qin Fong's embrace. She dressed and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Later, Xin Fang finished breakfast and stepped outside. Outside, Wu Fei, Spotty, Sleepyhead, and Gong Changshi. Leading their underlings, they were already waiting. Jia Wei also stood among the crowd. She was the only girl in the group, looking out of place. Xin Fang pulled Chen Shuaro out the door. They approached the group. His gaze swept over them. Suddenly, he noticed something off about the main group behind them. Why does it feel like there are a lot more people? Just then, Wu Fei jogged up beside Xin Fang and said, "Brother, just yesterday afternoon, Hua Ban and I incorporated Chen Bei's group into our ranks." Integrated? That fast? Hope these guys don't have any ulterior motives. Don't worry, boss. The ones we recruited were all new members who just joined Chen Bei's gang recently. The die-hard loyalists to Chen Bei? Hua Ban and I have already taken care of them. Besides, brother, Chen Bei is dead. These guys aren't stupid. Wait. Chen Bei is dead? They found him this morning. He didn't make it. Xin Fang sighed inwardly. He'd intended to bring him over for Lao Kai to handle. But never mind. It was his own fate. Alright, make sure to clean up properly later, Xin Fang instructed. Don't worry, boss. I just did the math, we've got 61 people on our side now. How many men do you plan to take with you this time? Xin Fang pondered for a moment before replying, take 50 men out. Divide the remaining recruits among the newly joined groups. Avoid letting them all stick together as a group. Understood? Wu Fei nodded and said, I understand, brother. Everything's ready. Shall we board now? Let's go. Just as Xin Fang finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Chapter 161, Departure. Breaking news, major event in this region. Player Xin Fang successfully led Black Dragon Gang members to victory against the Chen Bei faction from another region. The Black Dragon Gang is hereby awarded a group cash prize of 300,000 yuan. Whoosh. The mechanical voice abruptly ceased. Xin Fang froze. 300,000? No way. There's a reward for this? Since it's a group reward. Then. At that thought, Xin Fang stopped in his tracks. He shouted to the group in front of him, this 300,000 yuan team cash reward, I'll distribute it to everyone shortly. Old Wu, keep leading the way. With that, he waved his hand and continued walking forward. As if nothing had happened moments before. This left the newcomers who had just joined utterly stunned. 300,000 just handed out like that? Is this for real? I just can't shake the feeling it's a scam. He makes it sound so easy. Me too. How could he be so generous? Why not keep that 300,000 for himself? The newcomers were murmuring among themselves. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out beside them. If you're tired of living, just say so. If you don't want this money, give it to someone else. This wasn't meant for you in the first place. I'm only including you because you joined in. We're including you now. Don't be ungrateful. The voice was soft, yet its words dripped with menace. It sent a chill down the spine. The speakers turned toward the sound. There stood a burly man, over 6 feet tall. He held a long sword in his hand. His face bore the look of someone who hadn't fully woken up. The group immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Wasn't this the very same giant who had nearly killed Dedong with a single blow yesterday? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. At that moment, several elderly men nearby turned their heads. Pointing at the group, they snapped, all of you, keep your damn mouths shut. Big brother gave you money for free. If you're not grateful, that's one thing, but you're still gossiping. We're only letting you off because of our boss. Otherwise, we'd cripple you right now. Exactly. The boss spares your lives and even gives you money. You ungrateful bastards. What the hell is wrong with these guys? They just joined and already causing trouble? The new recruits who had surrendered. All of them hung their heads low. Their eyes fixed tightly on their toes. Not daring to breathe a word. In the eyes of these veterans, Xin Fang had become an irreplaceable figure of faith. They would not tolerate anyone slandering their leader. Especially not by the newcomers who had just surrendered. After this brief interlude, the group proceeded directly toward the shoreline. After traversing a dense forest, they arrived at the site of yesterday's clash. Everything had returned to normal. It was as calm as if nothing had ever happened. Not far away, 2 medium-sized ships were moored along the shoreline. Big brother, as you instructed, all essential supplies and resources have been loaded onto the medium-sized vessels, Wu Fei reported. Thanks for your hard work, old Wu. You and brother Gong work together well on the island. If anything comes up, contact me anytime. The Black Dragon Gang is now officially established. We've got a proper name now. It's time to recruit some members. Instructor Wu, you're going to have your hands full from now on. Xin Fang quipped quietly. Wu Fei felt a bit embarrassed by the remark. Brother, you can go with peace of mind. Leave everything on the island to us. We've got your back, big brother. Gong Changshi also stepped forward and said, Big brother. Take care. Xin Fang nodded. Finally, Chen Shuaro, her eyes reddened, approached Qin Fong. Promise me you'll come back alive. I'll wait for you forever. Seeing the redness in Chen Shuaro's eyes, Qin Fong felt an even heavier ache in his heart. He gently stroked her cheek. Don't worry, girl. I'm off. Though Chen Shuaro's eyes were red, she didn't shed a single tear. She had grown stronger than before. After speaking, Qin Fong turned and strode purposefully toward the ship. Since the choice had been made, there was no room for hesitation. Wave after wave of people followed closely behind Qin Fong. They followed Qin Fong's lead without a second thought. Not a trace of fear marred any of their faces. This aura of confidence spread through the crowd. And the source of that confidence? Was the man striding forward at the very front. Qin Fong. Everyone knew the immense power they were about to confront. Yet not a trace of fear could be seen in Qin Fong. His expression remained unchanged from usual. Always carrying that faint smile. They make you feel no pressure whatsoever. A natural leader. The group quickly boarded the ships. 2 medium-sized vessels, after a long blast of their horns, set sail toward the distant horizon. Soon they vanished from sight. Qin Fong stood at the bow. Hua Ban and Sleep God stood flanking him on either side, studying the map in his hands. He calculated the estimated time of arrival at Chunbei Island. Though these were 2 medium-sized vessels, their speed compared to smaller boats, not at all slow. In 3 days, they should arrive. He pulled out his watch. Just as he was about to send a message to Lao Kai, when his phone rang, it was Lao Kai calling. Hello? Qin? Did you leave yet? Just left. What's up? Did the Tiger Brigade make their move? They haven't made a move. Huh? No movement? There's movement, but no action. I've been sending people out to scout the area these past few days. We've noticed frequent reconnaissance from the Tiger Regiment over here. But they've never sent anyone to land on the island. Logically speaking, this should be the island's weakest defensive period right now. Qin Fong fell silent. His brow furrowed as he pondered deeply. Under these circumstances, it could mean either the Tiger Battalion had encountered some issue and couldn't spare the manpower, or they still didn't fully trust the situation on Chunbei Island. But Qin Fong leaned more toward the latter possibility. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep sending people to check. I see. Keep monitoring. I'll be there in 3 days. I suspect they still don't fully trust us, fearing some trickery. But this actually buys us some time. Got it, Brother Qin. I won't care if they suspect anything. As long as they set foot on the island, I, Lao Kai, will lead my brothers to fight to the death and defend it to the end. After hanging up with Lao Kai, Spotted asked, Boss, any thoughts on facing such formidable enemies this time? Qin Fong pondered for a moment before replying, show weakness. Show weakness? Spotted was puzzled. Brother, how exactly do we show weakness? Don't worry, you'll see when we get there. We need to see what kind of temper the Tiger Brigade has first. Only then can we show weakness. Hua Ban was a bit confused. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as showing weakness. No matter how formidable someone is, I'll still stand my ground. Win or lose, that's beside the point. At least I dare. But Qin Fong's display of weakness. I'm starting to feel confused. Because from what I know, Qin Fong isn't the type to show weakness. Something was definitely off here. This display of weakness was definitely not genuine. Just as he pondered this, Qin Fong suddenly turned around and flashed him a smile. That smile only reinforced his earlier suspicion. Chapter 162, Landing on the Island. 2 days later, Qin Fong and his group had already entered the area where Chen Bei was located. Standing on the deck, Qin Fong noticed that the color of the sea on both sides had changed. The waters within their own territory had been a deeper blue, but the sea in this section now held a greenish tint. Suddenly, several dolphins leapt high into the air on the distant sea surface. Following the dolphins, a massive whale appeared. With a splash, a towering column of water erupted. It created a truly beautiful scene. Qin Fong stared in astonishment. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed within his territory before. Evidently, the resources in this area were exceptionally abundant. It was just as Old Kai had described. As he pondered, a small island suddenly appeared ahead. Qin Fong picked up his binoculars and scanned the island. Whoa! Gazing at the island, Qin Fong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The island's outer perimeter was densely covered with coconut palms. Beneath the outermost reef, slabs of stone and hard rock were clearly visible, peering through the coconut trees toward the island's interior. Vaguely discerning bamboo, broad leaves, and thick, tall trees. Even from such a distance, the island's various resources were visible. Evidently, the island's resources were quite abundant. Most importantly, considering the scale of this island, it was merely a small island. It's not much larger than the micro-island I originally inherited. Yet on such a tiny island, the variety of resources is not only rich but also plentiful. If this were Chen Bei's island, the resource quantity would undoubtedly be even more abundant. He had been skeptical of Lao Kai's claims before. But after entering this area for just an hour, Xin Fang was convinced. His anticipation for the resources on Chunbei Island grew even stronger. Just then, Huaban approached from behind and asked, "Brother, should we head to that small island up ahead?" "No, making progress is our top priority right now." "Roger that." The following day passed even more quickly. 3 days had just passed. Xin Fang and his group had already approached Chen Bei's island. Early this morning, the brother on midnight watch rushed over excitedly and woke Xin Fang. "Brother! We're here! We're here?" Inside the cabin, Xin Fang was sleeping. He was startled awake by the sudden shout. "That's right, big brother. I just double-checked the markings on the map. And the island ahead is exactly where we're headed." Xin Fang immediately jumped out of bed. He hurried to the deck. He gazed into the distance. Through the telescope, a solitary island stood quietly amidst the calm sea. It was large. A rough estimate suggested it was about 1/3 smaller than his own island. Yet from afar, it appeared lush and verdant, with dense vegetation covering its surface. Suddenly, Xin Fang noticed that on the southeast side of the island, a dense cluster of trees suitable for logging. Could that area be the forestry site? He adjusted the binoculars to their maximum magnification. The forest became increasingly clear. Sure enough, it was definitely a logging site. Such a vast expanse of forest. How many defensive structures could be built here? Tell the brothers below to push forward at full speed. Everyone's been gathering on the ship these past few days and is pretty exhausted. Tell them to hang in there, we're almost there. Roger that, his subordinate replied. He immediately ran off. After that, both ships revved up their engines, heading toward the island. By around 10:30 in the morning, both vessels successfully reached the island. On the beach, Lao Kai and the others stood in a line. They stood respectfully to welcome Xin Fang and his companions. Accompanied once more by a long blast, both vessels came to a complete stop at the shore. Xin Fang stepped ashore first. Lao Kai hurried forward to greet him. His younger brother followed closely behind. "Brother Qin, you must be exhausted from the journey." "It was okay." "All right then, Brother Qin, let's head to the island. The houses Chen Bei left behind are still standing. Let the brothers below get some rest first." Lao Kai spoke, immediately motioning for one of the men behind him to step forward. "Go, take the guys back to the quarters. Make sure food and drinks are ready for them." "Aye. Got it, boss." The subordinate obediently led Xin Fang's men toward the island. But Huaban remained motionless. Xin Fang turned back and asked, "Aren't you going to rest?" Huaban smiled faintly. "Brother, I slept earlier. I'm not tired." Xin Fang looked at Huaban. He stared silently for a few seconds. Then he reached out and placed his hand on Huaban's shoulder. With an almost imperceptible movement, he gave him a gentle squeeze. He too offered a faint smile. "All right." After that, Lao Kai and Xin Fang walked ahead. Speckled followed closely behind. On the road, Xin Fang asked first, "Have those men from the Fierce Tiger Regiment come to probe again these past few days?" Lao Kai nodded. "Yes, 3 groups have come in the past few days. But each time, they kept their distance, just took a look and left." "Every single time?" "Yes, every single time. And they even took their time checking at the exact same intervals." Xin Fang nodded. "Brother Qin, didn't Wu Fei and the others come?" "Oh, I told them to stay on the island." "Why? Is something up?" "Nothing, just wondering." "Brother Qin, look over there. That's the forestry farm over there. There's plenty of timber and sturdy trees over there." Following the direction old Kai pointed. "That's the area I saw before landing. The very patch we saw." "Brother Qin, let's go take a look. The copper ore we'll need later is also nearby." Xin Fang nodded. "All right, let's go. I'll take a look at the copper ore reserves while we're at it." "All right, let's go." Lao Kai agreed. Without pausing, they hurried toward the forestry station. Xin Fang walked with his hands behind his back. His index finger tapped rhythmically against the back of his hand. Speckled followed behind. His gaze fell upon Xin Fang's hands tucked behind his back. His eyes flickered. He shoved his hands into his pockets. "Hey, old Kai, about that freshwater island we found last time. Have you sent anyone back to check it out these past few days?" Sorry, Brother Qin. These past 2 days, I've been too busy coordinating patrols with the guys. I haven't made it over." "Oh, no worries. I'll send someone tomorrow." "All right, got it. Hey, Brother Qin, it's over there. The copper ore is right behind the forestry station. We just need to cross the forestry farm and we'll be there." Xin Fang gave a faint smile. "All right, this copper ore really is hard to find. Without you, old Kai, I wouldn't have found it even if I'd searched for a whole month." "Xin, you're too kind. It's the least I could do." "All right then, you lead the way." Sure thing, no problem. Old Kai beamed. He continued leading the way. Meanwhile, at the rear, Lao Kai's brothers quickly closed the gap and followed closely behind. Soon, the group disappeared into the forest. The bright sunlight outside just moments ago. Now only speckled patches of light filtered through. The light dimmed considerably. The surrounding shrubbery grew denser. Brother Chin, please don't mind, there's just a lot more underbrush in this forest. Just stay close to me. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep up with you. Chapter 163, Falling for the Trap. As Old Kai continued leading the way ahead, the group ventured deeper and deeper. Before long, they reached the very heart of the forest. Above them, only scattered patches of light filtered through the canopy. Dense trees surrounded them on all sides. Knee-high shrubs lined both sides. The environment grew profoundly dim. At that moment, Lao Kai, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped. He turned and smiled at Qin Fong, saying, "Brother Qin, what do you think of this forestry area?" Qin Fong smiled and replied, "It's truly impressive. I never imagined this forestry area would be so vast." After hearing this, Old Kai stroked his bushy beard. He chuckled heartily. Then, the humble look in his eyes just moments ago suddenly changed. His chuckling turned sinister and menacing. Qin Fong looked at Lao Kai. "What are you laughing at?" Lao Kai ignored him at first. He kept staring at Qin Fong and laughing. That eerie laughter from earlier. Now it sounded more like mockery. After a moment, Lao Kai stopped laughing. "This forestry area isn't just vast, it's also perfect for burying people." As he spoke, his hands slowly moved behind his back. Then, with the utmost naturalness, he drew the knife. Still those two kitchen knives. Sparkling patches of light danced across the blades, emitting a cold, glinting light. As Lao Kai drew his knives, the young men behind him shed their earlier friendly demeanor. Each drew a knife from their waistbands, closing in on Qin Fong and Hua Ban. Qin Fong watched Lao Kai's actions with a calm expression, then glanced at the men behind him. Then he smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha, such a quick change of face? I have to, don't I? I've got to survive, you know." At that moment, Hua Ban approached Qin Fong. He addressed Lao Kai. "Lao Kai, isn't this a bit too much? Big brother, I spared your life out of kindness, and this is how you repay me?" Hua Ban finished speaking. Old Kai held two kitchen knives and began cackling again. "Spare my life? You call this sparing my life? This is clearly sending me to my death. You expect this small group of less than 10 men to take on the Tiger Brigade? Are you kidding me?" Speckled continued, "Then you could have chosen not to come." No, I had to come. If I didn't come, how could I defect to the Tiger Brigade? If I didn't come, how would I set the trap for you? What do you think, Brother Qin?" Qin Fong smiled faintly. "Well said, Old Kai. You're quite the strategist. Not bad, not bad. We're all just trying to survive. It's no easy feat. But Brother Qin, rest assured, I'll make sure my actions are clean and decisive. You won't feel a single ounce of pain. This is my way of repaying you for sparing my life back then." Qin Fong's lips twitched. "Who knew you were such a grateful young man? But I'm puzzled with just you and these worthless scum behind you. And think you can take me down here? Rubbish? Fine. Your standards are high, Qin Fong. These few are trash. Then take a look at the rest, are they still trash?" Lao Kai finished speaking. Two cleavers were raised high. Clang! 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 The sound of the knives clashing echoed. From the bushes on both sides, a rustling sound immediately arose. Hua Ban, hearing the sounds, grew tense and scanned his surroundings. In an instant, shadows darted about. Then, figures began to rise. 1, 2, 3. Qin Fong scanned the area. In the blink of an eye, nearly 15 people had risen to their feet. Some held repeating crossbows in their hands. Others gripped machetes. Others even brandished short swords. A variety of weapons appeared one after another. Though their weapons differed, every single one of them wore a tiger skin headband wrapped around their heads. Seeing the tiger skin headbands, Qin Fong's heart grew even clearer. These men must all be members of the fierce tiger regiment. Especially the look in their eyes when they turned to stare at him. Calm yet savage. This was no ordinary man. "Well, Qin Fong? Do you still think these people are just a bunch of nobodies?" Lao Kai wore a mocking expression. Speckled glanced around nervously. He pressed himself tightly against Qin Fong's side. "Bro, I think we might be done for today." Lao Kai chimed in immediately. Not bad, not bad. Speckled, that's the most insightful thing I've heard you say since I've known you. Qin Fong, your own men recognize reality. I advise you to raise your hands high. Get down on the ground and wait for death. Still pretending to be so confident? Are you still waiting for your brothers to come rescue you? Let me tell you the truth. They're already sound asleep inside the house. Speckled face snarled. Old Kai, drugging someone like that, you call yourself a man? With that ugly mug of yours, I thought you were some kind of tough guy. Lao Kai chuckled. Nah, I can't help looking like this. After saying that, he spread his hands innocently. Alright, I've told you both what happened. At least you'll die knowing what's what. Get to it, guys. Don't just stand there watching. As Lao Kai's words fell silent, the men on both sides immediately closed in on Qin Feng. Go! With Qin Feng's roar. With a loud bang, a burst of flames erupted in the depths of the gloomy forest. Then, clang, clang, clang. Ah! No, this. Immediately followed by the clanging of cold steel clashing together. Then, shrieks of agony echoed through the forest. Soon, silence fell once more. A gentle breeze swept through. In the forest, leaves rustled softly. As dappled sunlight filtered through, several bodies lay scattered haphazardly across the clearing. Their poses were bizarre. Yet one thing remained consistent: each head was wrapped in a tiger skin turban. And right in the center of these corpses, a man with a full beard and fleshy features held 2 kitchen knives aloft. Kneeling on the ground, his eyes darted upward in terror, because his skull was being held at gunpoint by a black, menacing firearm. Don't move! One wrong move and I'll shoot you dead. Sleepyhead! Bring reinforcements over here. Got it, boss. The words had barely left his mouth. A cacophony of voices erupted from all around. Out of the corner of Lao Kai's eye, wave after wave of people surged toward them. They were all Qin Feng's brothers. In Lao Kai's eyes, shock and disbelief filled his gaze. As the crowd gathered around him and trembled more violently, his lips quivered uncontrollably. Qin Feng observed Lao Kai's state and sneered coldly. Hey, stop trembling. Steady yourself, bring back that composure you had earlier. Keep trembling like that, and I might just let my gun go off. At those words, Lao Kai's entire body instantly stiffened. But before long, the trembling started again. He couldn't control himself anymore, because over 50 people had already closed in around him. Don't shoot. Qin. Damn it. A figure flashed, and Speckles delivered a flying kick straight to Lao Kai's head. Chapter 164, Discovering the Problem. Before Lao Kai could react, Speckle delivered another kick, stomping directly on his skull. You son of a. You're the one with all the tricks up your sleeve, huh? You're the only one who knows how to scheme, huh? The words poured out. Speckled had already stomped Old Kai several times with his heel. Old Kai rolled around on the ground in pain. Stop. Brother Hua, stop hitting me, Brother Hua. I was forced into it. Ouch. Oh my goodness. Please, Brother Hua. Stop hitting me. By now, Hua Ban was in a state of furious rage. He couldn't hear a word Lao Kai was saying, until Qin Feng spoke softly. Old Hua, stop. Only then did Hua Ban withdraw his foot. Brother. Hua Ban's eyes were red. Don't panic. If you keep this up, you'll kill him. It's pointless. Then, Qin Feng lowered his head to look at Lao Kai, who lay on the ground, beaten half to death. Answer me. Why did you scheme against me? You'd better tell me properly. Otherwise, I'll make you taste what it's like to take 50 knife wounds at once. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Big brother. Why waste your breath with this bastard? Just chop him to death. Exactly. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to screw over the boss? Tired of living? Qin Feng didn't look up, merely waving his hand dismissively. The surrounding area instantly fell silent. Lao Kai, I'll ask you one more time, why did you scheme against me? I've got 0 patience left. As Qin Feng spoke, his voice was icy cold. His expression darkened further. Brother Qin, the Tiger Brigade forced me. Honestly, they forced me to do this. If I didn't, they'd cut me down. Oh, they threatened to kill you if you didn't do it. So you did it anyway? Aren't you afraid I'll cut you down? Brother Qin, please. Cut me some slack. Spare my life. I was just scared in the moment. I just didn't think it through. Please, Brother Qin. Old Kai was curled up on the ground. His words were incoherent. He kept pleading. Let you go? When I sent you to the island, what did you tell me? You swore to guard it with your life. I even promised to give you whatever you wanted. I trusted you, and this is how you repay me? At that moment, Lao Kai braced himself against the ground and knelt down. Brother! I truly made a mistake. Please spare me one more time. Here's what we'll do, I'll pretend to kill you, then we'll turn the tables. Lure the Tiger Brigade up here. What do you say, Brother Qin? Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. What? The same trick as before? Using the same trick we pulled on Chen Bei to deceive the Tiger Brigade? Yes. What about it? If that won't work, then I'll go undercover for you, Brother Qin. Pretend to defect to the Tiger Brigade. Then gather intel for you. How does that sound? Just spare my life. I'll do whatever you ask. Qin Feng stared at Lao Kai kneeling on the ground. His disgust had reached its peak. He had once pitied him. He'd even considered handing Chen Bei over to him personally. Who would have thought? In just a few days, the man had changed. Qin Feng crouched down. One hand slapped Lao Kai's head, shaking it back and forth. You look like a tough guy, yet you keep getting involved in these womanly affairs? Didn't you just say you wanted me to understand before I die? I'm giving that line right back to you. Ever since we landed on this island, I knew something was off about you. At this critical moment, instead of splitting up to patrol, you all came running to greet me. Do I look that important? And when we met, you didn't even ask about Chen Bei. You're not seeking revenge anymore? But all that is secondary. The most crucial point is this. Does the copper ore really pass through this forestry area? At this point, Lao Kai's body trembled slightly. In truth, the moment Qin Feng set foot on the island, exploration mode had already transmitted 80% of the island's information into Qin Feng's brain. This included the location of the copper ore. It was completely opposite to the location Lao Kai had mentioned. Seeing Lao Kai fall silent, Qin Feng continued, "Damn it. You really think I'm some sucker to be played around with?" After confirming something was off, Qin Feng immediately sent a message to Sleepyhead. Don't let Sleepyhead's usual slacker, half-asleep demeanor fool you. But upon seeing Qin Feng had fallen into an ambush, he made a surprisingly rational and wise decision. Unlike before, he didn't charge in yelling and slashing wildly at them. Instead, he called over several old subordinates, specifically those he was particularly close with. He quietly relayed the information to them. Then Sleep God led these men silently to the rear of Old Kai's group. One blow each, sending them straight to the afterlife. Afterward, he organized his men, rushed to the forestry station at top speed. Only then did they arrive at the critical moment. Wait, how did you know the location of the copper ore? You've never been here before. Lao Kai looked utterly perplexed. Qin Feng smiled. That's none of your concern. As the words fell, click, the pistol pressed against Lao Kai's head once more. Lao Kai tried to open his mouth to say something. A thunderous bang echoed. Countless sparrows took flight from the forest. Lao Kai slumped limply to the ground. Qin Feng only gave people one chance. Once the killing intent arose, he showed no mercy. Speckled waved his hand at the others nearby. Throw him in the sea. Damn it, keeping it here brings bad luck. Hold on. Let me check these guys from the Tiger Brigade first. Saying this, Qin Feng crouched down before a member of the Tiger Brigade who had been dead for hours. Several arrows had pierced his body. Qin Feng pulled back his clothing. They weren't wearing armor inside. Could it be that the Tiger Brigade didn't have armor either? After that, Qin Feng picked up the axe from the man's hand. This was entirely different from the axes found in survival kits. This axe was specifically designed for hacking at people. He held it in his hands and examined it closely. Qin Feng realized this axe gave off a feeling somehow different. Just then, Waban crouched down and said, "Brother, you think this axe is a bit different, don't you? You know? This axe must contain high-grade iron ore in its composition. That's why it's so much sharper. Back when I served under Yi Zhong, Chen Bei gave Yi Zhong weapons like this. That's when I first heard about it." I see. So the Fierce Tiger Corps must possess quite a lot of high-grade iron ore. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used this on an ordinary subordinate. Qin Feng remarked. He pulled out the simple broadsword he'd used before from his backpack. He placed the broadsword on the ground. Qin Feng raised the axe and brought it down with a heavy blow. A loud clang echoed. Looking down at the pudeo on the ground, its edge was already chipped. The axe in his hand, however, was completely unscathed. Not even a single scratch was visible. Holy! This broadsword was, after all, a creation from my own research table. One strike and it ended up like this. If they ever came to blows, he'd be at a serious disadvantage. Bring me the katana. A subordinate drew a katana and handed it over. Qin Feng remained as before. Another sharp clang echoed. Looking at the katana again, though the edge hadn't chipped, a distinct white mark had appeared along the blade. Meanwhile, the axe in his hand showed no change whatsoever. Seeing this, Qin Feng's heart sank. Chapter 165, Gaining a Guide. If our weapons can't even match theirs in strength, how were they supposed to fight then? And then there was this katana. The katana he carried contained high-grade metal, but it was forged by the weapon replicator. Its strength doesn't match that of the original. This won't do. The issue with weapon strength must be resolved immediately. Otherwise, it's simply impossible to fight. In the early stages, we can defend using crossbows. But sooner or later, we'll have to engage in direct combat. Then it'll come down to whose weapons are tougher. Take back all the weapons from the Tiger Brigade and dispose of the bodies. After giving the orders, Qin Feng led the way out. Hua Ban waved to the others. Then he followed closely behind Qin Feng. Along the way, Hua Ban stole a glance at Qin Feng. Just then, he noticed Qin Feng frowning deeply. Bro, still fretting over what happened earlier. Exactly. If we don't resolve the weapon strength issue, we won't stand a chance. What? Got any ideas? Speak up if you do. Speckled looked like he wanted to say something but held back. Come on, just say it. Why are you suddenly so damn indecisive? Hey! Big bro, I overheard Yi Zhong and Chen Bei talking about it before. They mentioned that somewhere in this area, there's a wrecked warship there. It's said to hold many powerful weapons. A warship? Yes, exactly. But I don't know the exact location. And they say this warship is fraught with danger. Apparently, there are also some mutated beasts. What a mess. Honestly, when I first heard it, I didn't believe a word of it. Xin Fang chuckled. You didn't believe it when you first heard it, but now that I'm telling you, you believe it? Speckled shook his head. I still don't believe it. I bet it's just rumors. No, it's not. First, you need to understand that the environment we're in right now is a game, not the real world. Even the weather and surroundings can shift at will. That warship you mentioned. What's so unbelievable about that? And if there are rumors, they're not entirely baseless. I'll look into this matter later. If it truly exists, I think it's worth a try. Brother! I'll go with you. Spotted said without hesitation. Xin Fang smiled. Fine. If you don't come with me then, I'll tie you up and drag you along. As the two were talking, suddenly, a series of faint rustling sounds emanated from the bushes ahead. The two exchanged a glance. Their voices fell silent. And the faint rustling that had just occurred also ceased along with their voices. Xin Fang discreetly signaled to Hua Ban. Hua Ban nodded. He drew his knife silently and edged forward cautiously. Xin Fang, meanwhile, moved a few steps to the other side. The two advanced side by side, flanking their target. But Xin Fang held a pistol in his hand. Soon, they approached the source of the earlier sound. Just as Xin Fang was about to tiptoe to peer behind the bushes. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. It charged straight toward his face. Big brother. Speckled saw the figure charging toward Xin Fang. Moreover, a faint glint of white light flickered within that dark silhouette. With years of experience, Hua Ban instantly recognized it as a knife. But just as the cry of brother left his lips, the dark figure before him froze instantly in place. Motionless. Not even 3 seconds passed. With a clatter, the shadow tossed the knife in his hand to the ground. Ha! Why'd it do that? Hua Ban felt puzzled. But he didn't let his guard down. Gripping the knife, he swiftly moved toward the shadow. Before he could take 2 steps, he heard the figure cry out, Big brother. Don't kill me. Hua Ban turned his head to look. No wonder the man had dropped his knife. It turned out he was being held at gunpoint by Xin Fang. His face was now frozen in terror. Big brother, don't shoot. Xin Fang tilted his head slightly. He gave a knowing look to Hua Ban, who was rushing over. Hua Ban understood immediately. He stepped forward and began searching the man. Later, he found a short knife tucked into the man's waistband. Nothing else was found. After finishing the search, Speckled deftly pulled out some rope. In a few swift motions, he bound the man's hands. Xin Fang holstered his gun and said, Talk. Don't make me ask. The man obediently crouched on the ground. He stared at Xin Fang in terror and asked, Are you Brother Xin? You know me? Yes. I'm under Old Kai's command. This is the second time I've been kidnapped. Speckles kicked the man aside and snapped, If you didn't know, why try to sneak attack just now? Tired of living? No. I really didn't know. If I'd known, you could give me 10 times the courage, I still wouldn't dare. Continue, Xin Fang ordered. Brother Xin Fang, I really didn't mean to do that earlier. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. Spare my life. I truly had nothing to do with Lao Kai's scheme. You didn't kill us before, so I couldn't bring myself to do it. It's precisely because I refused that Old Kai wanted me dead. I thought those were Lao Kai's men earlier. So I crouched here in ambush. Xin Fang nodded, recalling the terror in this man's eyes when he saw him earlier. It didn't seem fake. Don't worry, Hua Ban interjected from the side. Lao Kai can't kill you anymore. Ha? Can't kill me. Whoa, could it be that Brother Xin Fang and the others just finished him off? Already had him tossed into the sea. Then, what about the Tiger Brigade men? Same fate, Xin Fang replied indifferently. At those words, the man instantly leapt up in delight. Wonderful. Brother Xin Fang, you should have killed Old Kai. You know what? The moment he returned to the island, he proactively contacted the Tiger Brigade. The very next day, he set up this whole scheme. Over the next few days, members of the Tiger Brigade arrived on the island one after another. They were just waiting for you, Brother Xin Fang. No sooner had he finished speaking. Spotted, enraged, swung his blade and slashed it into a nearby tree. You bastard. If you just shot him dead just now, it would have been too easy for him. Xin Fang waved his hand dismissively. They're all dead in the end. I can't be bothered wasting time on scum like that. After speaking, Xin Fang turned back to the man and asked, "What's your name?" "Lu Qing." "Lu Qing, are you familiar with this area? Do you know the locations of the mighty tiger troop and such?" "Familiar. I used to be in charge of reconnaissance. I know every route the Tiger Brigade takes. And I know exactly where to get a good view of their island base. I know it all." Xin Fang's heart leapt with joy. This was exactly the kind of person he needed right now. Among the group of Qinbei's men he just recruited, not a single one was familiar. The ones he knew were all die-hard loyalists to Qinbei. They'd all been eliminated. He never expected to run into him here. "All right, Lu Qing. As long as you tell us everything straight up, we'll spare your life." "Really? Thanks, bro. Rest assured, I'll spill everything I know to you, big brother." Chapter 166, Reconnaissance. But then Xin Fang reconsidered. Even if Lu Qing were to speak now, he probably couldn't explain it clearly anyway. Since the route was already etched into his mind. Why not just have him lead the way now? "Speckled, prepare a small boat. We're setting out immediately." "Leave now? Big brother, why the rush?" "Originally, I planned to feign weakness before the Tiger Brigade to buy time. But today we've already killed one of their men. Conflict is now unavoidable. We must hurry and assess their strength. Otherwise, with our current strength, we'll have no chance to fight back." "Then should I go?" "It might be too dangerous for you to go, brother. You guys go tell me again, it's all too vague. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and prepare the small boat. Make it fast." At that moment, Lu Qing spoke up from the side, "Brother, if you don't mind, you can take my boat. My little boat is specially designed for reconnaissance. It's both swift and stable." Xin Fang didn't hesitate for a moment. "Your boat it is. Let's go." Alright, but could you untie this rope first?" Lu Qing looked visibly embarrassed as he said this. Spotted stepped forward and swiftly untied Lu Qing's ropes. "On the way," Xin Fang said, "why not have Sleepyhead accompany me? Old Hua, you stay behind and help the brothers below familiarize themselves with the island. Then find someone to draw up a topographical map of the island. Send it to Gong Chengshi immediately." Hua Ban pondered for a moment before replying, "That works. With the sleeping god accompanying you, I'll have complete peace of mind." Soon after, Hua Ban brought the god of sleep over. When Lu Qing saw that the person arriving was the god of sleep, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't this the very same water ghost who had been lurking beneath the surface? How could it be him? The sleep god also spotted Lu Qing. After staring blankly at Lu Qing for a few moments, he asked, "Big brother? Who is this guy?" Xin Fang kept his explanation brief. He gave only a brief explanation. The sleep god finally nodded in the shop, letting out a silly laugh. "You're way better than that so-called big brother. Not bad, not bad. Lead the way, okay? Or I'll toss you into the sea. Got it?" Lu Qing tilted his head back, eyes wide with terror. Big brother, don't worry. I'll definitely lead the way properly." Xin Fang looked utterly exasperated. "Alright, let's get moving. If we make it back by dawn, that'll be good enough." Sleepyhead chuckled foolishly. "Jump aboard the boat." Lu Qing swiftly activated the electric propeller. The little boat shot forward with a whoosh. "Holy crap! Why is this thing so fast?" "Because I installed 2 electric propellers in the back," Lu Qing replied while steering the boat. Xin Fang glanced back. "It really is. And these 2 electric propellers are actually bigger than mine. When I get back, I'll have to take this apart and send it to Brother Gong. See if we can replicate it. Then we'll replace them on all the boats." Soon, the 3 of them drifted farther and farther from the island. On the sea's surface. "Brother Xin Fang, the place I brought you to this time is a branch of the Tiger Corps. The main island of the Tiger Brigade is quite far away. If we were to go there, we might not even make it back. Their defenses are formidable. This outpost, however, is a bit closer. This outpost is actually used to monitor Qinbei Island." Xin Fang nodded. "Then let's go to the one you mentioned." Come to think of it, it was unrealistic for the 3 of them to head straight to the Tiger Corps headquarters. "Let's check out the branch first." The small boat glided through the water. Time passed quickly. It was already late evening. Lu Qing finally said, "Brother, we're almost there. In about half an hour, you should be able to see the Tiger Corps' outlying islands. We've arrived at just the right time. Nightfall will enhance our security." Xin Fang perked up. He patted the sleeping god sitting beside him. "Wake up, we're almost there." True to his name as the sleep god, the electric propeller behind us was so loud. The little boat was shaking so much. He was still sitting there. He can actually sleep through this. Xin Fang shook his head helplessly. Sleepyhead opened his eyes. He cleared his head. Soon, after the small boat had been underway for less than half an hour, he suddenly slowed down. "Are we here?" Xin Fang asked. "Yep, that island up ahead is it. Don't rush, big brother. I'll turn the bow around and we'll back up slowly. That way we'll make less noise. If we're spotted, we can escape more easily. Xin Fang thought to himself, this kid's pretty sharp. Lu Qing adjusted the bow. Xin Fang pulled out his binoculars from his backpack. Soon, the boat was positioned correctly. It began slowly backing up. The three of them held their breath, not daring to make a sound. By now, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Xin Fang peered through the binoculars, scrutinizing the island. What he saw made him gasp in horror. On the Tiger Core sub-island, row upon row of wooden walls had been erected along the outermost perimeter. As far as the eye could see, nothing but wooden walls stretched out. The walls encircled the entire island tightly. And beyond the outer layer of wooden walls, sentries stood guard. Not only that, but small boats patrolled the island's outermost perimeter continuously. Everything was orderly and well organized. This is what a large-scale organization looks like. Although this island was smaller than Shenbei's island, it felt like a small city-state. There was absolutely no sense of being on a deserted island. Xin Fang adjusted the magnification. He zoomed in further. He examined it more closely. There were over a dozen sentries stationed at the outer perimeter. This is just one side. The other side should be much the same. Then there are the maritime patrol personnel. 2 small boats shuttled back and forth. Each boat carries 5 people. That makes 10 more. At night, there must be around 30 people on guard patrol. This is still a conservative estimate. There should be more residents on the island. Roughly estimating, there should be about 40 people on the entire island. At the very least, there must be 70 or 80 people. Then, Xin Fang opened the map. Based on their current location, the coordinates for the Tiger Battalion's island division were calculated. These coordinates would be entered into the monitor upon their return. They would be observable on the island. Afterward, Xin Fang studied the entire island's topography and terrain. He committed everything to memory. Withdraw. With that command, Lu Qing slowly activated the propeller. He adjusted the sound to the lowest setting. In the darkness, the small boat glided like a ghostly apparition. It glided forward. Only when certain they could no longer hear anything, Lu Qing then opened the throttle wide, heading toward the main island. On the way back, Xin Fang remained silent. His mind was filled with images of the Tiger Troop Island. This meant work ahead. Currently, they were short on manpower, weapons, and defenses. These 3 points must be addressed during this period. Only by doing so could they stand a chance. Xin Fang readjusted his mindset once more. Though this region was rich in resources, the various factions within were also formidable. We must establish a foothold as quickly as possible. Besides, the fierce Tiger Group wasn't invincible. If he could just buy himself a few more days to gather resources, the first defense chain would be complete. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Qing suddenly spoke up from ahead. Big brother, I just remembered that when Shen Bei and the others left, it seemed like a large portion of the resources weren't taken with them. They left them behind on the island. Chapter 167, Adding Another Enemy. Left behind on the island? What do you mean? Lu Qing let out a gasp before continuing. Before they left, Shen Bei and the others gathered a huge amount of resources. But when it came time to leave, they realized they couldn't take most of it with them. Things like timber, stone slabs, copper ore, and so on were plentiful. But there wasn't much in the way of food or such. Xin Fang perked up immediately upon hearing this. Do you know where it is? Of course I do. We buried it ourselves. Big brother, I'll take you there once we get back. That's fantastic. This would save us time gathering resources. It'll also give us a chance to see what resources are available on Shenbei Island. By the time the 3 returned to the island, it was already past 2 in the morning. Following Lu Qing, they arrived at the house where Chen Bei and the others had once lived. Xin Fang slipped into the room Chen Bei had previously occupied. The house was quite decent. Though not a 2-story house, it was perfectly adequate for rest. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Xin Fang woke up early. Stepping outside, Spotted was already training with his men. Spotting Xin Fang, he immediately ran over. A hint of urgency still lingered on his face. What's wrong? Spotted didn't respond, instead pulling a watch from his coat. Brother, this was found on one of the Tiger Brigade members we took down yesterday. This should belong to the leader of yesterday's squad. There are some chat logs inside. Boss, I think you should take a look. Seeing Speckled's serious expression, Xin Fang could guess. These chat logs seemed far from ordinary. He took it and opened it. Several missed calls popped up immediately. Plus numerous messages. All from the same person, Brother Dajuan. Brother Dajuan? I tapped on Big Jun's chat window. Scrolled up a bit. How's the job going? 9:13. Not bad. Their people have arrived, Brother Jun. Old Kai is welcoming them now. 9:24. How's it going? 9:32. Going smoothly. Old Kai is bringing the guy over now. 9:34. Have you made your move? 9:43. Almost, June. They've got him surrounded. 9:46. Done yet? 9:54. Talk? Is it over yet? 10:05. Something happened? 10:12. Xiao Wu. Something happened? Reply immediately. Your brother's gonna freak out. 10:23. Then came a barrage of calls. But by then, the person named Xiao Wu was already dead. The calls kept coming until nearly 11. After that, there were no more calls. Xin Fang stared at the chat history, feeling a strange unease. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. And this Jun Gu. It's definitely a leader. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Qing walked over from the side and said, "Good morning, boss." "Hey, Lu Qing, do you know who Da Juan is?" "Da Juan? Da Juan." Lu Qing's expression shifted from confusion. Then it shifted to utter shock. "Brother, Da Juan is the leader of the Tiger Battalion branch we saw yesterday. He's a big shot within the entire Tiger Brigade. I forgot to tell you yesterday in the heat of the moment." Xin Fang nodded. But this only made it even stranger. Why would a detachment leader place such importance on a lowly soldier beneath him? Either this soldier was his man, sharing a blood relation. But he had just mentioned this little Wu's older brother. So that possibility could be ruled out. As he pondered this, Xin Fang suddenly slapped his forehead. What good does all this speculation do? Didn't the watch contain his detailed information? Just take a look. The more he messed around, the worse his brain got. He quickly opened the man's interface. Name, He Wu. Age, 22. Big bro. What did you just say? He Wu? What's wrong? Xin Fang looked at Lu Qing's terrified expression. He thought to himself, why does this guy always jump at the slightest thing? Bro. We're screwed. Looks like we've gotten ourselves into big trouble. Maybe we should just get out of here fast. You guys just arrived yesterday. Let's get out of here before they notice us. Speckled, standing nearby, replied with a hint of irritation, why leave? What trouble did we get into? Spit it out. Lu Qing's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, this He Wu is the son of the Tiger Brigade's commander. Huh? His son? Wait, does that mean an entire family was transported into this game together? Lu Qing replied, yeah, and quite a few of them. Probably a lot in our area. Precisely because so many families came through together. That's why factions of all sizes formed so quickly. The Fierce Tiger Corps is a classic example of a family-based faction. The leader is He Qizheng. He has 3 sons under him. He Yong, He Ji, and He Wu. He Wu is the youngest son. Rumors outside all say He Qizheng adored this youngest son. But who could have imagined that now? Hua Ban frowned deeply. You mean, we accidentally killed the regiment commander's youngest son yesterday? Lu Qing nodded blankly. That's correct, assuming there's no possibility of a duplicate name. Xin Fang waved his hand dismissively. There's no such thing as a duplicate name. The person we killed must be his youngest son. For a moment, all 3 fell silent. After a long pause, Lu Qing said, brother, we should leave quickly. Everyone says He Qizheng has a temper as fiery as hell. He's too ruthless, otherwise, his business wouldn't have grown to this scale. Brother, hurry up and leave. Hide immediately. Once he finds out his son was killed by you in a few days, he'll launch a massive attack on this place. By then, everyone on the island might just have to go down with him. As Lu Qing spoke, his entire face trembled. His eyes seemed to already see the horrific scene of his own death in the future. Despair and helplessness filled his expression. Xin Fang patted Lu Qing's shoulder and said, the person is already dead. No matter where they hide, they'll eventually be found. Instead of running from trouble, we should face it head-on. By coming here, we've already offended them. One more offense won't make a difference now. But if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Lu Qing had been quite panicked. Upon hearing these words, after a moment's hesitation, he replied, brother, why would I leave? I never said I was leaving. No problem. Go back and think it over. Just let me know when you decide to leave. No, big brother, that's not what I meant. After a moment of silence, Lu Qing continued, brother, I really won't leave. I'll stick with you. Back when you captured us, you provided us with food and drink. Brother, if I wanted to run, I would have done it ages ago. Speckles chuckled from the side, who knew you had some backbone, kid? Lu Qing scratched his head. Not too bad, not too bad. I've got some backbone, but not much. But I know brother Xin Fang is absolutely a good boss. Speckled deliberately gave Lu Qing a light punch on the shoulder. Guess you know your place, kid. You two want to flatter me? Find a place without me. Enough chit-chat. Lu Qing, hurry up and take me to find the resources Chen Bei left behind. Got it. Follow me, big brother. This place is a bit hidden. Alright, lead the way. Chapter 168, The Three-Headed Leopard. Xin Fang then followed Lu Qing toward a beach on the southeastern side of the island. Along the way, Xin Fang asked, Lu Qing, I've got a question for you. Go ahead, big brother. 1 thing? 10 things? No problem. But it has to be about this area. What? You know everything about this area? I wouldn't say I know everything, that would be showing off. 99%, maybe. As Lu Qing said this, he deliberately puffed out his chest. Xin Fang's face darkened. You might as well just brag outright. Seeing Xin Fang's skeptical expression, Lu Qing added. Bro, I'm not bragging, but just look at my little frame and short stature. How did that skinny guy even make it into Chen Bei's team? It's because I know more about what's going on in this area. Truth be told, in the early days, I survived by darting around in that little boat from yesterday. So you're basically like a sea monkey? Sea monkey? Well, you know what? That nickname fits me like a glove. Alright, let's get serious. Yesterday, Old Hua mentioned there's a wrecked warship anchored in your territory. A wrecked warship? I know about it. Not only do I know, I've been there. Xin Fang was even more stunned. You've been there? Bro, I swear. If I'm lying, may I give birth to a child without farting? If my wife cheated on me and I didn't know. Alright. Xin Fang waved his hands hurriedly, cutting off the rest of his pointless rambling. Bro, what do you want to ask about this place? Are you going? Why wouldn't I ask it what it's doing? Lu Qing took a step back after hearing this. No, bro, you're really going? That place is downright spooky. Are you sure you want to go? Cut the crap. If you know where it is, just send me the location. I'll send it, I promise, big brother. Are you sure you don't want to hear what I heard there? No, do I even need to ask? Hurry up. Lu Qing paused before continuing. I went along as a guide back then. Besides me, there were 5 others who went. Someone inside said there were good things in here. All 5 of them rushed in headlong. Less than 10 minutes later, I heard screams coming from inside. Thank goodness I didn't foolishly follow them inside. What happened next? After that, I plucked up my courage and went up to the deck of the warship. Peering inside, guess what I saw? Xin Fang smacked Lu Qing on the head. Are you telling me a story? Hurry up and tell me what you saw. Lu Qing rubbed his head awkwardly. A 3-headed leopard. Seriously, even though the lighting inside was terrible, I saw it clearly. Those 3 heads kept swaying back and forth. One of them even had a severed hand clenched in its jaws. Inside the cabin, those 3 leopards were staring straight at me. Then I saw the 3 leopards seem to move. The next second, they charged straight at me. Holy! My legs went weak with fear. I scrambled and scrambled, scrambling and scrambling, scrambling and scrambling, scrambling and scrambling, scrambling and scrambling. Luckily, my little boat was moored nearby. Once aboard, I didn't waste a second. I just took off. As Lu Qing spoke, his eyes were fixed and unblinking. It was as if he were seeing that leopard all over again. His eyes betrayed sheer terror. It didn't seem like he was lying. But it did confirm what Hua Ban had said yesterday about the mutated animals. How many leopards like that are there? How many? Lu Qing was startled. Xin Fang didn't ask if it was true. He was asking how many there were. Isn't 1 enough? Not necessarily. After all, there are 5 young men. There might be more among them. You just haven't seen them. Lu Qing fell silent for a moment. He seemed deep in thought. There should be. Hold on a sec. I recall that deep within the ship's hold, there really was another one in there. I was completely focused on the one right in front of me. Just now, I recall that there should be another one hidden in the depths. Xin Fang nodded, finally feeling more certain. Hey, bro, you're really going to do this? There are 2 of them. 2, maybe 3. The more dangerous the place, the more likely it is to hold something valuable. No need to say more. Remember to send me the location. I won't send the location, bro. Why not? Bro, I'm coming with you. Oh? Not scared anymore? I am scared, but you're new here, bro. Even if there's a spot, I'm worried you won't find it. After all, I've been there once, I've got some experience. And if we run into enemies along the way, I know some good hiding spots. Alright, never would have guessed you've been everywhere, kid. Ah, you flatter me, big bro. At that, Lu Qing puffed out his chest again. Xin Fang quickly pretended not to notice. He walked straight ahead. Lu Qing remained standing in place, chest puffed out, eyes half closed as he praised himself. But when he opened his eyes, he realized Xin Fang had already walked far away. Hey, big brother, I really wasn't bragging. Lu Qing hurriedly followed after him. Soon, Lu Qing led Xin Fang to a beach. The 2 stood on the shore as a gentle breeze blew by. Waves continuously lapped at the sandy shore. Not far away, seabirds perched on several rocks. The sun overhead made it hard for Xin Fang to keep his eyes open. Brother, we're here. Xin Fang immediately turned his head. What did you say? We're here? Where are we? Where resources are hidden. No, if you take me to the forest or a cave or something like that, I'd believe you. But you brought me to the beach. Where are those resources? Buried under the sand? Well, not exactly. To be precise, they're buried in the sea. Buried in the sea? Monkey, can you just tell me straight up already? If you keep this up, you better believe I'll toss you into the sea myself. You bet I will. Hey, do you have a wetsuit or something? See those reefs over there? All these resources are right beneath those reefs. There's a cave in the reef. But seriously, bro. Why not just send the guys below to handle it? Why do you have to handle it yourself? Xinfang thought to himself, if I collect them, the resources could double. Could they do it? He pushed the thought aside. Alright, lead the way. Got it, boss. But boss, I've lost my diving suit. I can only point out the general location for you. You'll have to gather it yourself, boss. Enough with the nonsense. Xinfang finished speaking and kicked Lu Qing's butt. Lu Qing then jogged along, wading through the seawater. Xinfang quickly changed into his wetsuit. Following Lu Qing, he headed toward the reef. Until the water reached roughly chest height. Lu Qing pointed to one among the many reefs and said, Bro, just swim over to that reef. The reef cave is right beneath it. You'll see it once you dive down. I'll wait for you on shore, big brother. Xinfang nodded. He plunged into the water in an instant. Chapter 169, Inside the Reef Cave. The cool seawater was incredibly refreshing. The emerald green water was so vivid that Xinfang felt slightly disoriented. After a swirl of bubbles drifted past his vision, the sea grew still. The underwater scene suddenly came into sharp focus. Through his diving mask, a large expanse of reef lay just ahead. Though it appeared as a mere speck from the surface, beneath the surface lay the reef's true form. The massive reef extended deep into the ocean floor. Xinfang swam toward the reef. His eyes scanned the surroundings constantly. His body sensed the shifting currents. After all, he didn't know if sharks lurked in these waters. Better safe than sorry. But once Xinfang drew completely near the reef, he detected no signs of sharks in the vicinity. Relieved, following Lu Qing's earlier instructions, he began searching around the massive reef inch by inch. He'd never heard of a reef cave before. Only someone utterly reckless would stash resources here. If not for Lu Qing's guidance, he'd never have found it in a million years. But then again, this kind of place would be perfect for hiding other things too. Xinfang ran one hand over the hard, cold reef, inching forward step by step. Though the reef's surroundings were intricate, it was still shallow water. So visibility was excellent. Before long, Xinfang discovered that at the center of a cluster of protruding reefs, a dark, cavernous entrance appeared. There it was. That kid Lu Qing had a pretty good memory. Without his hint, such a hidden spot would be impossible for most people to find. Upon discovering it, Xinfang swam decisively toward the opening. As he neared the cave entrance, the outer layer was still somewhat visible. But looking deeper into the darkness, everything faded into obscurity. With no other choice, Xinfang retrieved his headlamp for illumination. He secured the headlamp and switched it on. The pitch-black cave entrance instantly brightened. Xinfang braced himself against the cave entrance with both hands. With a push, his entire body shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he was inside the cave. The moment he entered the cave, Xinfang distinctly felt the space around him grow narrower. His entire being felt oppressed. But Xinfang quickly regained his composure. He continued swimming forward, guided by the light from his headlamp. Xinfang soon spotted wooden crates appearing ahead. After the first crate appeared, another followed closely behind. The second, third, fourth. One wooden crate after another appeared in succession. Xinfang adjusted the focus of his headlamp once more, concentrating the beam into a single line. He shone it inside once more. Holy crap! There's more inside. Wooden crates piled up one after another. They'd completely blocked the entrance. This Qianbei didn't even take all these resources with him. Xinfang hesitated no longer. He smashed through the first wooden wall in front of him. Thud! This one was filled entirely with lumber. A quick glance revealed. There were at least 50 pieces. No need for words. He stowed them directly into his backpack. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, wood 250. Then moved on to the next one. Opened the wooden crate. Inside were nothing but thick logs. And there are a full 100 pieces inside. The storage capacity of this type of crate allows for a maximum of 2 types of items. The total capacity is 100. 100 sturdy logs. Doubled, that makes 500. Without hesitation, accept the delivery immediately. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, sturdy logs x 500. Xinfang proceeded in the same manner afterward. He opened one wooden crate after another. He even paused once to catch his breath. It took him a full hour to gather all the resources inside. After triggering the double resource effect on everything, he gathered a total of 2,500 sturdy logs. This was the largest haul among all resources. The remaining basic resources were fairly consistent. Each was in the hundreds. Beyond the basic resources, the rare resources yielded a respectable amount as well. Copper ore was the most abundant. After triggering the resource doubling skill, copper ore reached 700 units. Additionally, 300 iron ore were obtained. Plastic and cloth each yielded 200 units. These resources are nearly filling up the backpack. With these resources, combined with the previous ones, the island's first defensive line can be completed. Once this line of defense is established, Qin Fong felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. With this line of defense in place, the enemy won't be able to land on the island at will. It would also buy his own people some crucial breathing room. With a splash, Qin Fong surfaced completely. He swam toward the shore. Lu Qing was standing on the shore, waiting. Back on shore, Lu Qing wore a stern expression. "Brother, did you get everything? All done. What's wrong with you? You were grinning before I went in. Why the long face now?" Lu Qing frowned deeply. "Bro, the Tiger Brigade sent scouts to check us out just now." "The Fierce Tiger Regiment? Are you sure?" "Brother, my eyesight is sometimes sharper than binoculars." "Definitely the Tiger Brigade. Look that way, brother." Qin Fong wiped the seawater from his face. He followed the direction Lu Qing was pointing. On the calm sea in the distance, several small black dots appeared. "Those are the Tiger Brigade?" "That's right, but they're already too far away now. We can't catch up to them." "No point. I was going to contact Brother Hua immediately. But I was afraid this reconnaissance squad might be the vanguard of a larger force. So I didn't." Qin Fong nodded. Lu Qing's concern wasn't unfounded. "If it were me, I'd have the same concerns." "Good work. How long did you stay across the way?" "About 10 minutes. Qin Fong nodded. "Looks like we need to hurry. There's bound to be a battle in the next few days." That was the talk. Qin Fong knew full well that the Tiger Battalion was highly disciplined. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forced Chen Bei into such a desperate scramble. And now he'd accidentally killed He Wu. This first battle would be fought with deadly force, showing no mercy. He needed to find a chance to discuss this with Hua Ban today. Putting further thoughts aside, he pulled Lu Qing toward the island's center. At sea, several reconnaissance boats sped forward. On board, a sun-darkened man asked, "Did you get the photos?" "Got 'em, Black. Already sent the pics to June." The dark-skinned man frowned deeply. "Damn it, this one's gonna be a real pain in the ass." "What's wrong, brother Hey? What's wrong?" "He Wu, the youngest son of boss, he just died on that island." "What?" Everyone froze in place. Their mouths hung open in utter disbelief. Brother Hey, did I hear that right? He Wu? He was the apple of He Laoda's eye." "Yeah, you heard right. Damn it all to hell. Big brother, he originally wanted He Wu to go out and gain some experience. And it just so happens that Chen Bei's island is our next target. Plus, there was a foolproof plan in place. Yunga had planned to have He Wu join the operation. In the end, capturing that island would give He Wu his experience, and He Lao Dao could report back successfully. But who could have predicted the plan would fail and He Wu would meet his end? And just before we set out, I heard the boss's call come through. We must eliminate Qin Fong. Otherwise, Jungu will have to join He Wu down there. The dark-skinned man finished speaking and sighed deeply. Those around him sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 170, The Fierce Tiger Regiment's Plan. "Brother Hey, is what the boss said true?" Someone nearby interjected, "I don't think it's fake." "You have no idea how much the boss cares about He Wu." "No way. If he cared that much, why send him out for training? Wouldn't it be better to stay on the main island? Besides, going out means there's a chance something could happen. Doesn't the boss know that? Who knows what the boss is thinking? He wants him to gain experience but won't let anything happen? How's that possible?" The dark-skinned man replied, "You're not wrong, but who knew his first outing would end up like this?" "Hold on, brother Hey. What's Qin Fong's background?" "Forget about He Wu for now. How long have we been watching Chen Bei's island? We just heard Chen Bei escaped. We haven't made our move yet, and now this Qin Fong shows up out of nowhere?" Chen Bei did escape. He took his men to another territory to fight for turf. He lost the fight, leaving all his resources and men behind. Qin Fong is the one who took him down. He is? That's right. Qin Fong has now established the Black Dragon Gang. It's the largest group in the neighboring territories right now. But several men behind the dark-skinned man burst out laughing. "Not brother Hey, are you sure? With that level of strength, he's the biggest group in that area? You saw it yourself just now. There are only a handful of people scattered across the island. Is it even half the size of our mighty Tiger Gang?" Another voice chimed in, "This Qin Fong has some nerve, challenging our Tiger Brigade. Who in this area dares to cross us?" The main issue is he's from outside our territory. Brother hey, if we can't take care of Qin Feng, it'll be a huge loss of face. Brother hey, I think He Wu's death was just bad luck. But Qin Feng has barely any men, and the island's defense chain isn't even fully built yet. Taking them out should be a piece of cake, right? The others chattered incessantly. Black Brother waved his hand dismissively. That's not for you or me to decide. Our job is reconnaissance. Report the accurate intel to June. What to do next is up to June to decide. Alright, stop speculating. Get back and report to June. See how anxious the boss looks. Something's bound to happen soon. And everyone, a freshwater island has appeared near Chenbei Island. For that reason alone, we absolutely must secure it. Freshwater Island? Damn it, we've combed the entire area and found nothing. Who knew it would show up here? What can we do? It spawns randomly. The 3 small boats quickly returned to the island. The dark-skinned man headed straight for June's quarters. After knocking on the door, he walked right in. Jungu, did you see the photos I sent? I saw them. A middle-aged man of average build answered from his chair. He was Dajuan. At that moment, he was stroking a tuft of stubble on his chin. His brow furrowed, his face clouded with worry. The dark-skinned man was about to speak. Dajuan spoke first. Shohei, you're certain the situation in the photo is accurate, right? That's right, Jungu. Alright then. That Qin Feng sure has some nerve. Not only did he steal from the Tiger Brigade, but he also killed the boss's son. The boss just said we need to take care of him before the disaster hits. So what's your plan, June? I agree. Revenge is a must. And we absolutely must seize that freshwater island nearby. Otherwise, with all our men, won't we all just die of thirst? So, Brother June, have you set a specific departure time? 2 days from now. Xiao Chang took the brothers out to scout for the freshwater island. He'll be back tomorrow. We'll have him lead the way once he's back. Brother Chang? That's a sure win, June. Qin Feng's island doesn't even have protective walls right now. Brother Chang can just lead his men straight in for the kill, right? Don't be so complacent. Dealing with Qin Feng won't be that easy. I had people in that area look into it. The way he took out Chen Bei was pretty sophisticated. And to see through old Kai's scheme so quickly, then pull off a successful counterattack? That's definitely not ordinary. Xiaohei chimed in, Jungu, I think you're overthinking this. Chen Bei isn't that formidable, and by the time they reached Qin Feng, the journey was long, and they've already exhausted most of their stamina. Dealing with them should be smooth sailing. Brother June, don't forget our mighty Tiger Brigade's firepower is top tier around here. Back then, Chen Bei refused to believe in superstition. But when the fighting started, we sliced through their blades clean off. How could they possibly fight back? This time, taking down Qin Feng and his crew will be no different. Brother June, you're just feeling guilty over He Wu's death and the boss's orders. Da Juan sighed deeply. How could I not feel uneasy? If this goes wrong, I'll be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Alright, once Xiaoqiang returns tomorrow, have him come see me immediately. As long as we take his island before the disaster hits and then deal with Qin Feng. Only then can we give the boss a satisfactory account. Qin Feng's island. The moment Qin Feng returned to the island's center, he received blueprints for defensive structures from engineer Gong Chang, along with the construction locations for the island's protective chain. The blueprints are marked with great detail. Then Brother Gong asked, so what's the deal, big bro? I heard Huaban say you guys killed Lao Kai? He also said Lao Kai set a trap that almost got you guys. Qin Feng replied, we've taken care of it, but now we've got new trouble on our hands. But it doesn't matter anymore. Too many fleas to feel the itch. In the end, it all comes down to fighting anyway. After a moment of silence, Gong Chengshi continued, then you must be extra careful, brother. The crossbow mechanism is being developed at full speed. Oh, and big brother, I have some good news to share. The Black Dragon Gang's recruitment notice went out. Many have applied. Among them is the person you asked me to keep an eye on back then. Qin Feng asked, the one with the forever chef skill? Yes. That's him. And he'll be on our island tomorrow. Should I arrange for someone to escort him over? Qin Feng thought for a moment before replying, not yet. Let him stay on our island for now. When he arrives, have him call me directly. Understood. Also, brother, Wu Fei is actively expanding his team. The response has been very positive so far. It's just a matter of time before we have the manpower. Alright, brother Gong, thanks for all your hard work with old Wu. It's nothing. Compared to the dangers you and old Hua face over there, what hardship is there for me and old Wu? Big brother, rest assured we'll give it our all. Closed the chat window. Now with resources in hand and blueprints ready. Hurry up and build defensive structures. One phone call summoned Hua Ban to gather his brothers. Entrust Hua Ban with all plans for defensive structures. With this manpower, construction should be completed in about a day. After reviewing the blueprints and giving further instructions, Hua Ban led his men away. as the others dispersed. But one man remained frozen in place. Xin Fang paused. He stepped forward and asked, "Is something wrong, Jiawei?" Jiawei nodded. "Yes, brother Xin Fang. The island's food resources have been organized. Would you like to take a look?" He hadn't yet seen the food reserves since arriving on the island. "Let's go take a look." Chapter 171, Are you really going? Jiawei lowered her head slightly. Her slender fingers gently tousled her hair before she replied, "All right." She turned and walked toward the rear. Xin Fang followed diagonally behind Jiawei. The journey passed in silence. The atmosphere on the road felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. After passing through a thicket of shrubs, the view suddenly opened up before them. A large open field lay before them. On the left side of this clearing were 3 wheat fields and 2 cornfields. Beyond these lay 2 patches of black soil. These were designated for growing melons, fruits, and vegetables. The wheat and cornfields had already been fully planted. But when he looked to the right, Xin Fang's pupils suddenly contracted. Holy crap! So many pigs? On the right side of the open field, a large-scale breeding farm. The farm was enclosed by wooden fencing. In the middle of the enclosure were rows upon rows of domesticated pigs. Their fluffy white coats made them look quite adorable. After all, before this, Xin Fang had mostly seen wild boars with tusks. Wild boars covered in black fur, compared to wild boars, were incredibly docile. As he pondered this, Jiawei spoke softly beside him, "Brother Xin Fang, you should go take a look. I'll introduce you to them." Xin Fang nodded. "All right, let's go take a look." The two approached the side of the farm. Contrary to Xin Fang's expectations, it wasn't overpoweringly foul-smelling. Though these domesticated pigs did produce manure. In the game, this manure carried no odor. It was treated like any ordinary item. Like a basic resource. Can the manure they produce be used to fertilize the nearby crops? Jiawei nodded. Exactly. And after harvesting, the leftover wheat stalks and corn cobs can be processed into feed for the pigs. The two complement each other. Xin Fang froze. You never mentioned this back on the original island? Jiawei smiled softly. You never asked. Actually, I know a thing or two about animal husbandry. Like how much to feed them, how to prevent diseases, and so on. Xin Fang froze again. Ha? You never mentioned any of this before. Xin Fang said, having reviewed her records earlier. Her profile didn't mention any farming skills. Well, I just never had the chance to apply them before. Now that we have this farm, now I have room to apply them. You have farming skills? No, I just know a little about that stuff. But only Jiawei herself knew the truth. What she said wasn't the whole truth. She had deliberately concealed her farming skills. She didn't want anyone to know about this particular skill. Not even Xin Fang. She didn't want to upstage him. Her position wasn't appropriate either. It was enough to support him quietly from behind the scenes. Xin Fang nodded. He thought to himself, even without special cultivation skills like that little girl, having some basic knowledge of cultivation was still valuable. We don't seek to increase production, but we do seek to prevent it from decreasing. Jiawei then briefed Xin Fang on the current food reserves. Based on the island's current food resources, it would certainly be enough to sustain the current population until the next natural disaster struck. However, once the disaster strikes, the current reserves will be insufficient. Therefore, continued gathering would be necessary in the later stages. After gaining an overview of the island's situation, Xin Fang nodded. Food has always been an issue. I understand that. Jiawei added, But the island's resources were just recently replenished. Yesterday while exploring, I spotted freshly spawned domestic pigs in the jungle. Combined with other food sources, we can stockpile a bit more. Alright, I understand. You've been working hard these past few days, Jiawei. Upon hearing this, Jiawei's face flushed instantly. She quickly lowered her head. It's no trouble at all. It's only right. Alright, anything else? If not, I'll head out now. No, alright, I'll definitely look for those durian seeds Sister Ro asked about. Alright, no rush on that. Just be careful when you're searching around the island. Do you want me to send someone over to help you? After all, you're not familiar with the island yet. You never know what dangers might lurk. Ha! Jiawei looked at Xin Fang. A wave of warmth suddenly washed over her heart. Was he actually concerned about her? No need. Alright then. Just reach out anytime if you need anything. Seeing Jiawei decline, Xin Fang didn't press further. He turned and walked away. Jiawei was left standing alone. She stared blankly at Xin Fang's retreating figure. Returning to the group training area, Huaban hurried over to her, looking anxious. What's wrong? You look terrible. Bro, the guy monitoring the feed just sent word. What news? Well, the Tiger Brigade plans to attack us the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Xin's heart sank. This news came at a truly critical moment. Do you know how many are coming? That's unclear. But I heard the leader this time is known as Xiao Chang. How strong is he? Not sure about that either. Xin Feng frowned. He only knew the specific time. Nothing else. This was going to be tricky. Alright, I got it. Keep him monitoring. Notify me immediately if anything comes up. No problem, boss. But the guys on the ground say the surveillance is proving extremely difficult. I had Brother Gong boost the signal again before coming here. Still having trouble? Not sure if it's the distance or something else, but the signal's really weak. Alright, have the surveillance team check with Brother Gong later to figure out the cause. Then, Old Hua, get your men to finish building the outer protective wooden wall first. Honestly, our weapons just aren't strong enough to match theirs right now. A head-on clash is a losing battle. This time, we must hold our ground and not venture out. Got it? Speckled nodded emphatically. Understood, brother. But we can't just stay holed up forever. Xin Feng patted Hua Ban on the shoulder. Of course we won't stay holed up forever. Once I get my hands on some weapon upgrades from the warship, then we'll counterattack. It won't be too late. Hua Ban nodded again. Alright, big brother. Wait, you're not seriously going on to that warship? That place is way too spooky. You? Creepy? What's so creepy about it? All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Besides, Lu Qing has already briefed me on the specifics. Besides, this is currently the most promising way to enhance our weaponry. Whether anything appears inside or not, I have to go. Let me go, big brother. No, you must stay on the island and hold the defenses. You absolutely cannot go. Then let the god of sleep accompany you? With him there, I'll feel at ease. No need. If he comes with me, I'll be even more restricted. He'll be more helpful staying here to support you all. Lao Hua, we absolutely cannot lose this island. Even if it means risking my life, it's the same. Freshwater Island isn't that easy to find. You understand what I mean? Spotted nodded helplessly. I understand, brother. That's the spirit. Rest assured, if I'm willing to go, I'm absolutely certain of success. Xin Feng flashed a mysterious smile. Chapter 172, Prepare Yourself. Spotted thought to himself, that smile again. It seemed Big Brother already had a plan. And what he just said was spot on. Whether it's taking down Chen Bei or clashing with the fierce Tiger Brigade, it all comes down to this very piece of land beneath our feet. We must hold it at all costs. So when are you going? Xin Feng glanced at the time. After a moment of contemplation, he said, the sooner the better. We can't delay any longer. According to Lu Qing, the warship's location isn't exactly close to here. I might not make it back in 2 days. Speckle and Sleepyhead, you two need to be mentally prepared. Huaban nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, brother. Sleep God and I may not be much else, but we'll hold out until the very last moment. Seeing Huaban's resolute expression, Xin Feng felt much more at ease. Huaban rarely made promises to others. Not even to himself. His last promise had been made on Yizhong's island. Yet every promise he made had been fulfilled 100%. After going over a few other necessary details, Xin Feng pulled Lu Qing along. Before setting off, they made sure everything needed was prepared. The two men launched their small boat and set out toward the distant, boundless expanse of the sea. He glanced back. Xin Feng still felt a twinge of unease. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hua Ban and the Sleep God. Rather, it was the formidable Tiger Brigade they now faced. Their strength was formidable. Moreover, the number of men they might bring remained an unknown quantity. Beyond that, whether he himself would succeed this time was also an unknown. That smile he flashed at Hua Ban just now was merely meant to offer him some comfort. There was no concrete plan. 3-headed leopards. Who knows if there are other unknown mutated creatures out there? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Even if there are monsters inside, I'll have to force myself to become Ultraman. Monkey, how long do you think it'll take you to reach the warship? Lu Qing frowned, his fingers constantly calculating. After a moment, he said, at our current speed, I reckon it'll take a day and a half to get there. The warship's location is quite remote. There's nothing we can do, brother. This is the fastest we can go. A day and a half. Round trip will take at least 3 days. Speckled and the others might only hold out another day or two. Xin Feng muttered under his breath. Lu Qing, too, shed his usual carefree demeanor. He'd heard the news that the Tiger Battalion would attack in 2 days. Hey, big brother, do you know who's leading the Tiger Battalion this time? No idea. Could it be the commander himself leading the charge? Lu Qing shook his head. Not for the first battle. I think he'll have Xiao Chang lead the charge. Xiao Chang? Lu Chang nodded. Exactly. Xiao Chang is arguably the most capable person under Dajuan's command. He's trained in mixed martial arts. He's highly skilled. Chen Bei's decision to flee back then had a lot to do with him. Xin Feng paused, taken aback. Tell me more. Lu Cheng nodded. Actually, he didn't choose to leave at first. I was thinking of fighting them for a bit. We sent the other 3 golden guards excluding Lao Kai to take on Xiao Chang. But 3 against 1 wasn't enough, they almost lost 1 guy to Xiao Chang. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the 3 of them fled immediately. That was our first battle. Morale was completely shattered. Compounded by inferior weaponry. We suffered defeat after defeat. Damn it, we never won a single battle. Xiao Chang? That impressive? Bro, I only heard this from others. Back then, I was holed up in the boss's detention room with old Kai and the others. Xin Fang said, no wonder they didn't let Lao Kai fight back then. But boss, I'm telling you this so Hua and the others can be careful, don't get complacent. Alright, I get it. You know a lot about the Tiger Brigade, kid. Lu Qing scratched his head. Well, big brother, our main job is reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. It's just occupational hazard, I'm used to it. So how many men do you think they'll bring this time? Lu Qing frowned. That's hard to say, bro. If it were a normal operation, they'd bring 40 or 50 men. But this time, you know. Xin Fang waved his hand dismissively. I know. Just give me a rough estimate. Based on what you know about the Tiger Brigade. 50 or more. Xin Fang's heart sank. 50 or more. Tough to deal with. In fact, extremely troublesome. Right now, he had fewer than 55 men at his disposal. But they were different. They have plenty of backup. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel anxious for Speckles and Sleepyhead. Hang in there. There was no other choice. Hopefully, this warship holds something crucial. Along the way, Qin Fang and Lu Cheng chatted idly. Lu Qing shared everything he knew with Qin Fang. Overall, the level of chaos in this region was incomparable to the chaos in Qin Fang's own territory. This area was rich in resources, abundant in quantity. Countless large and medium-sized islands dotted the landscape. Moreover, various factions of all sizes were scattered throughout the current region. Even a force like the Fierce Tiger Brigade, with over 100 members, is not considered particularly formidable in this region. The more formidable groups now exceed 500 members. 500 members. Upon hearing this news, Xin Fang's heart skipped a beat. A group of 500, such a large force must undoubtedly control the vast majority of resources in this region. To gain entry into such a group, one couldn't exactly expect to live in luxury every day. But the odds of survival would be significantly higher. It was far better than going it alone. Moreover, Qin Fangxin reasoned that the larger the group, the easier it would be for them to expand further outward. Because they all knew that large groups were stable. They command more resources. They're also less likely to be swallowed up by other groups. Safety is elevated to a higher level. With all these factors combined, who wouldn't want to join? Take it slow. First, establish a foothold in this area. A solitary boat sailed across the sea. For a moment, this reminded Qin Fang of his first voyage out to sea, steering a small wooden raft toward Zionese Island. Back then, he was alone. He too had sailed across calm seas. Has it really been that long? Thinking of this, Qin Fang took out his watch and recorded the beautiful scene before him. He opened Xiao Niz's chat window. He sent it over. Don't worry, Niz, everything's fine over here. Soon, Chen Shuaro sent back a photo. It was a selfie of the little girl. Her cute, pretty little face bore 2 faint dimples. Behind her stretched a field of golden wheat. In the field stood Ting Ting and Ye. They seemed to be busy harvesting. That's good, big brother. Eat plenty and drink lots of water. If you run out of food, remember to tell me. Reading the message, Xin Fang couldn't help but smile. This girl. Her words sounded just like a landowner's. But seeing the wheat field behind her, Xin Fang felt a deep sense of peace. He closed the chat window. Lu Qing, having spoken too much earlier, had grown unusually quiet. He focused intently on steering the small boat. Time on the journey slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 173, Boarding the Ship. It turned out to be almost exactly as Lu Qing had described. After a day and a half of sailing, it finally reached the location of the warships. Brother, look. Lu Qing pointed at a tiny black speck in the distance. Xin Fang quickly pulled out his binoculars and scanned the distant speck. Through the lenses, a silver-gray ironclad warship lay motionless upon the sea surface. Though still quite distant, Xin Fang could make out numerous damaged sections on the warship's outer hull. Lu Qing, hurry up. Got it. With Lu Qing's reply, the small boat shot forward like a rocket, shooting straight ahead. After another hour and a half or so, the two finally approached the warship. Viewed up close, the entire warship was enormous. Its height appeared to be around 7 or 8 meters. From bow to stern, it measured nearly 17 or 18 meters. The outer hull of the entire warship was severely damaged. It was covered in scars and wounds. It looked extremely dilapidated. Xin Fang couldn't help but frown. gazing at the battleship in such a dilapidated state. It felt like encountering a ghost ship from the movies. It gave off an eerie, terrifying vibe. As this thought crossed his mind, Xin Fang suddenly felt a chill breeze sweep past him. He couldn't help but shiver. He looked up at the sky. He realized the sun had slipped behind the clouds at some point. But looking out toward the distant sea, there were still faint streaks of light. No way? Could it be that dark clouds only lingered above the warships? In this dim light, the abandoned warship looked even more eerie. Just as he pondered this, unbeknownst to them, the small boat had drifted directly beneath the warship. It was now pressed tightly against the warship. At that very moment, Xin Fang suddenly heard a steady thumping sound emanating from within the warship. A steady thumping sound emanating from within. It was very clear. At first, Xin Fang thought he had misheard. But when he glanced at Lu Qing beside him, Lu Qing also wore a look of astonishment. Seeing his wide-eyed stare, Xin Fang knew he had heard it too. Did you hear that sound the first time you came here? Lu Qing shook his head blankly. Xin Fang listened carefully once more, just to make sure he hadn't misheard. Or perhaps it was just the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the trees. But moments later, Xin Fang could confirm. The sound was definitely coming from the center of the ship's hold. There was definitely something inside that hold. Never mind. Xin Fang pulled out the rope and tossed it up. After securing the rope, Xin Fang turned to Lu Qing and said, "Monkey, if I'm not back in over an hour, don't wait for me. Get the boat back to the island immediately. Tell Hua Ban and the others exactly what happened. Remember, if I really can't make it out, under no circumstances should you let them come looking for me. Why? It's pointless." Xin Fang finished speaking, then turned and began climbing upward. Lu Qing was left standing alone in the middle of the small boat. His gaze was incredibly complex, because this scene felt eerily familiar. The movements of those who had climbed up before were identical to Xin Fang's. Even the exact spot where they boarded the boat seemed identical. "Brother Xin Fang, you absolutely must not come to harm. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to Brother Hua?" Actually, just before departure, Hua Ban secretly sought out Lu Qing. He looked extremely serious as he entrusted this matter to him. It all boiled down to one thing. Xin Fang absolutely must not come to harm. Seeing Hua Ban's utterly grave expression, a chill ran down Lu Qing's spine. He nodded repeatedly. "Brother Hua, rest assured. I'll do everything in my power to protect Brother Xin Fang." Hua Ban patted his shoulder. "Sorry, Lu Qing, but Xin Fang is simply too important. Without him, so many people might not survive. Finding the item would be ideal. If not, at the very least, bring him back to me. At the very least, bring back his body." "Got it? Got it, Brother Hua. I really got it. All right then. Sorry to trouble you, Lu Qing. This time, you'll have to put in a bit more effort. If you come back safely this time, consider it a favor owed to you." Lu Qing hastily shook his head. "Not at all, Brother Hua. How could I dare?" On the warship, Xin Fang had already climbed onto the deck. Before him lay a dilapidated cabin. From a distance, the hold appeared pitch black. He couldn't make out what lay within. Recalling Lu Qing's mention of 3 leopards, they must have been right where he stood now. Xin Fang lowered the rope. Then he took out the 2 attribute dishes, shark feast and golden egg. These were the last 2 attribute dishes. Sharks and tuna hadn't been caught in ages. Never mind. Just get through this stage first. He quickly consumed both recipes. Xin Fang immediately felt his body grow much lighter. His legs felt filled with energy. This was the effect of the golden egg recipe. A faint protective membrane instantly formed around his body. The properties of the shark feast kicked in once more. Then, Xin Fang pulled out the homemade pistol from his backpack, now reassembled. Now, this homemade pistol had changed from its previous double-barreled design to a single barrel. However, its magazine capacity had increased. It could now hold 5 rounds per magazine. Moreover, the upgraded homemade pistol now supported automatic fire. Its power remained undiminished. It was essentially a fusion of Chen Bei's gun and his own. Running his fingers over the sleek, polished barrel, he felt its solid weight in his hands. "This time, it all depends on you." Xin Fang tucked the short blade into his waistband. Everything was ready. Without hesitation, he stepped forward into the pitch-black ship's hold, as dark as a black hole. With every step forward, the deck creaked and groaned. The sound sent a chill down one's spine. Soon, he approached the pitch-black hold. Xin Fang switched on the headlamp above his head. With a click, the white light illuminated the interior of the hold. Xin Fang's face instantly drained of color. 2 figures lay motionless on the cabin floor. Both were now lifeless. They were likely 2 of the 5 men from earlier. Feeling his emotions settle, Xin Fang lifted his foot and formally stepped into the cabin. Another creak echoed. The sound was faint, yet in the silent cabin, it rang out with an eerie sharpness. as Qin Fong stepped fully inside. By the light of his headlamp, Qin Fong first scanned his surroundings. He found nothing of use. However, to his right front, a downward staircase appeared. Beside the stairs stood a wooden railing. Clearly, this was the way down to the underground. Just as I was pondering this, suddenly, a sound came from below. Thump, thump, thump. That sound? Wasn't this the same sound I just heard outside? The sound was crisp and clearer than what he'd heard outside. What on earth could be making this sound? While pondering this, Qin Fong headed toward the staircase. In a few strides, he reached the stairwell entrance. His gaze shifted downward. The beam of his headlamp followed suit. Suddenly, just as the beam illuminated the staircase's lower corner, a dark shadow flashed by. It was but a blink of an eye. Yet in that mere blink of an eye, Qin Fong had already made out the shape of that dark figure. 3 heads and 1 slender body. Chapter 174, The Flaw Revealed. The figure flashed past. It raced downward. Immediately afterward, Qin Fong heard a faint sound. A faint creaking sound. It was chaotic. It sounded remarkably like some animal moving about on the floor. This only confirmed his earlier observation. Qin Fong immediately raised his pistol. His footsteps slowed at that moment. They descended step by step. The staircase wasn't straight up and down. A corner lay midway, forming a 180-degree turn. Qin Fong slowly made his way to the center section. His body turned backward. The beam from his headlamp followed suit, sweeping backward. Just as his head turned around, a dark shadow suddenly appeared before his eyes. Then Qin Fong heard a loud commotion coming from ahead. The sound came from below the staircase. Then steadily rising. Closer and closer. Very urgently. Oh no, something's coming up. Just as Qin Fong thought this, a flash erupted before his eyes. In an instant, a leopard with 3 heads appeared before him in an instant. 3 heads, 3 necks, all connected to a single body. 3 pairs of eyes, all blood red, stared from the heads. 3 gaping maws opened, saliva dripping incessantly from within. A foul stench assaulted his senses. At such close range, rows of razor-sharp teeth were painfully clear. Before Qin Fong could study the 3-headed leopard further, the 3-headed leopard lunged forward. At such close range, the leopard's speed was blindingly fast, leaving Qin Fong no time to react. Instinctively, Qin Fong leaped toward the direction he had just come from. It barely grazed him. Qin Fong dodged the attack. Without the speed boost from the golden egg, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it at all. With a thud, Qin Fong crashed headfirst down the stairs. Without hesitation, Qin Fong spun around to look behind him. The 3-headed leopard stood precisely where he had been moments before. The headlamp's beam illuminated the 3-headed leopard entirely. Qin Fong raised his hand and pulled the trigger directly at it. Bang! The thunderous gunshot echoed instantly throughout the entire cabin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The confined space. The sound reverberated, making Qin Fong's ears ache. A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle. Looking back at the leopard before him, as if pulled by an external force, its entire body flew backward. With a thud, its entire body slammed into the fence behind it. The immense impact shattered the barrier. The 3-headed leopard crashed through the railing and slammed heavily onto the floor below. The moment it hit the ground, Qin Fong felt the entire staircase tremble. He rushed forward. Qin Fong crouched at the corner and peered downstairs. The 3 heads of the 3-headed leopard on the ground kept shaking, but its body refused to rise. Gradually, the 3 heads began to droop downward. Their once blood-red eyes grew dim and lifeless. Qin Fong felt a surge of joy. This modified earthen pistol truly delivered impressive firepower. At close range, a single shot had taken one down. This could work. Just as a glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Fong's mind, suddenly, he heard more commotion coming from the ground floor below. Countless soft footsteps, click-clacking softly, steadily converged from all directions toward this spot. A terrible premonition instantly gripped Qin Fong's heart. This is bad. The sounds grew closer and closer. Then, another 3-headed leopard appeared beside the dead one. Then a second one. The 3rd. 4th. 5th. In the blink of an eye, the dead leopard was surrounded by its companions. Without exception, every single one bore 3 heads. Each one glared at Qin Fong with bloodshot eyes. 5 leopards. 15 heads. 30 eyes fixed upon him. Dense and swarming. Qin Fong's back broke out in layer upon layer of cold sweat. Is this a horror movie shoot? Holy. Honestly. By now, Qin Fong's legs had gone stiff and numb. This is terrifying. One would be bad enough. But then a whole bunch showed up. Qin Fong remained frozen in place, not moving an inch. Meanwhile, the leopards below stared back at him, equally motionless. But this standoff didn't last long. Suddenly, the leopard closest to the stairwell below stared blankly for a few seconds. It suddenly charged toward the staircase. One moved. The four behind it immediately followed suit. Qin Feng inwardly cried out in alarm. His body immediately turned toward the stairwell entrance. In the blink of an eye, the leopard had already charged up. Without hesitation, Qin Feng waited until the leopard was almost upon him. Bang! Another shot rang out. A flash of fire erupted. The homemade pistol's bullets struck in a barrage. Countless tiny bullets spread out like a vast net. All of it landed squarely on this leopard. The leopard was also knocked flying. But the pistol's tremendous recoil made Qin Feng's palm go numb. No time to think about it. After firing the shot, Qin Feng turned and sprinted backward. He wasn't stupid. Faced with so many mutated beasts, the best approach was to run and shoot at the same time. He absolutely couldn't let them surround him. Otherwise, they'd tear him apart piece by piece. And I'd be left with nothing but death. Qin Feng quickly retreated to the upper half of the staircase. Since the leopard at the front had been knocked flying, the speed of the leopard's charging from behind was slightly delayed. This brief window allowed Qin Feng to steady his rifle. Qin Feng steadied his rifle in his hands. The muzzle pointed toward his previous position. In less than 3 seconds, another leopard appeared. 3 heads swayed unsteadily. One of the heads spotted Qin Feng. The other 2 immediately turned toward him too. Without pausing, they charged straight toward him. Several leopards followed closely behind him. Qin Feng held his pistol, his eyes constantly gauging the distance to the leopards. With only 4 steps left on the staircase, another bang echoed. This time, most of the bullets struck the head of the leopard directly in front of him. Especially the one in the middle. It bore the brunt of the impact. This time, the leopard's body didn't fly backward. Instead, it slammed directly into the ground. It died instantly. Qin Feng froze in shock. Could it be that the middle head was this leopard's vital spot? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Feng instinctively scanned the middle heads of the other leopards. Sure enough, there really was something unusual. The middle heads of the leopards behind were each a full circle larger than the ones on either side. Under the beam of the headlamp, the difference was strikingly obvious. Then another leopard charged forward. This time, Qin Feng raised his pistol and aimed directly at the middle head. Bang! Another burst of flame. The third leopard collapsed instantly. Its death pose was identical to the previous one. Sure enough, I knew there had to be a weakness. Any aggressive creature in a game setting absolutely has a weakness. At that moment, Qin Feng's confidence soared. Having found the weakness, even if 2 more appeared, he wouldn't feel afraid anymore. His earlier fear had been entirely due to the leopard's bizarre appearance. But in this moment, Qin Feng had already adapted. His gun-holding hand no longer trembled. Chapter 175, They're here. 3 of the 5 leopards that had charged earlier were already dead. 2 remained. The 2 trailing ones seemed wiser. Instead of charging one after the other, instead, they charged side by side. But Qin Feng's gun now held only 1 bullet. 1 bullet. Which one should he shoot? Seeing the 2 leopards about to charge right before his eyes. No more hesitation. Kill one first. He grabbed the pistol again. He aimed at the one on the right, the one slightly closer. He aimed for its head once more. The leopard collapsed with a thud. But the one on the left had already charged right up to Qin Feng. Qin Feng spun and fled. The leopard's strike missed. Its blood-red eyes burned with even greater resentment. 3 massive jaws snapped open and closed as they gave chase once more after Qin Feng, who had already fled. They even let out a series of chilling growls. It sent shivers down one's spine. Qin Feng heard the chaotic footsteps behind him. His legs dared not pause for even a moment. With the speed boost from the golden egg, he managed to shake off the leopard over this short stretch. But why? The leopard bringing up the rear was actually gaining speed. Even with the speed boost, Qin Feng could distinctly hear the leopard's footsteps closing in behind him. Though he didn't look back, the bloodthirsty aura grew thicker by the moment. There was no choice, he had to create distance to reload. By now, Qin Feng had sprinted out of the cabin and onto the deck. Running any further would lead to a dead end. There was nowhere left to retreat. Qin Feng steeled his resolve. He tucked the pistol away. Then he drew the short blade from his back. He had no choice but to fight hand to hand. Don't forget, the shark feast's lethal strike still loomed. Feeling the bloodthirsty aura closing in behind him, Qin Feng abruptly halted. He spun around to face the charging leopard head-on. The leopard showed not a moment's hesitation. They had already charged right up to Qin Feng. 3 gaping maws lunged straight toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng steeled his resolve. Holding the short blade in his hand, he thrust forward, meeting the leopard's charge head-on. He aimed for the head of the middle leopard. In the blink of an eye, the leopard's blow shattered Qin Feng's outer protective barrier. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's dagger had already pierced the leopard's skull. With a wet thud, The dagger vanished entirely into the leopard's skull. After all, it was a weapon of perfect grade. It sliced through iron like mud, let alone a leopard's skull. This dagger had been found under Yi Zhong's bed. At the time, he thought such an exquisite dagger would surely prove useful someday. Now, the leopard lay limp like a deflated balloon. Its body went limp instantly. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes turned grayish-white in an instant. 2 seconds later, the leopard crashed heavily to the ground. It could not rise again. At the same time, Xin Fang's outermost protective barrier dissipated. Xin Fang drew his short blade. He gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. He kicked the limp leopard with his foot. After confirming it was truly dead, he leaned his entire body against a wooden stump behind him. Under extreme tension, his physical energy drained too quickly. He needed to rest. Suddenly, a flicker caught Xin Fang's peripheral vision. A figure appeared outside the fence not far away. Xin Fang immediately stood up. He went on full alert. But the next second, he relaxed. It was Lu Qing. He clumsily climbed over the fence. His face immediately twisted with terror as he looked toward Xin Fang. Big brother. Are you okay? Lu Qing scrambled over to Xin Fang's side as he spoke. His eyes widened as he scrutinized Xin Fang from head to toe. Xin Fang waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, just a little tired. Didn't I tell you not to come up? I was just worried. I heard gunshots earlier. That scared me even more. I rushed up as fast as I could. Holy, bro. This is what you just killed? Xin Fang nodded. Yeah, the gun was out of bullets. I killed them with a knife. Lu Qing stared at the 3 motionless leopards on the ground. He gulped. He swallowed hard. He crouched down nervously. His fingers tapped lightly on the leopard's body. The leopards remained utterly still. Only then did he relax and say, Brother, you're truly amazing. You're not afraid of 3 leopards at all. Lu Qing gave him a thumbs up. He gazed at Xin Fang with an expression of pure admiration. Xin Fang chuckled softly. While loading the pistol, he said, All right, since you're already up here, you might as well stay. Come in with me to search the place. The leopards inside should all be taken care of. Although he hadn't entered the lower level just now, the successive gunshots should have drawn any remaining leopards over here. Xin Fang had been sitting here for a while now, and hadn't seen any other leopards approach. All taken care of? How many were there inside? So far, 6 have been taken care of. 6? Big brother, 6? You're not joking, right? Lu Qing looked utterly shocked. Back then, 5 young men went up and all died. And now Xin Fang had taken out 6 3-headed leopards all by himself. Holy crap. No wonder he didn't show a hint of fear when he said he'd come. What? Don't believe me? You'll see for yourself once we go inside. Alright, stop spacing out. Hurry up and finish searching the place, then let's head home. Xin Fang had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, his watch vibrated. Buzz buzz buzz. Xin Fang quickly picked it up to check. Speckled? This call at this exact moment. Could it be that the Tiger Brigade had already arrived? He answered immediately. Big brother, how's it going? Everything smooth? Going smoothly. What's up? Is the Tiger Brigade coming? Yes. As Huaban finished speaking, he activated the video feed. In the video feed, a wooden wall stood ahead, already constructed. Further ahead, the distant sea surface was dotted with a dense cluster of tiny black specks. These dark specks formed a line. They were approaching the island. Xin Fang's heart tightened. He made a rough estimate. This group must number over 60. Don't worry, boss. The first defensive chain is already fully constructed. Moreover, utilizing the island's resources, 4 watchtowers were constructed at each of the island's cardinal points. Although the repeating crossbow machine has not yet been constructed, a repeating crossbow squad has already been deployed. Additionally, the repeating crossbows you crafted before your departure have now been distributed. All necessary preparations have been completed. Xin Fang nodded. All right. The leader this time is Xiao Chang. Do not underestimate the enemy. Hold your ground, you must wait for my return. Spotted nodded. Don't worry, brother. Before he could finish, the video suddenly shook violently. What's going on? At that moment, Huaban adjusted the camera's position. On a tree beside Huaban, an arrow was embedded in it. It was only about 20 centimeters away from Huaban's head. Before Huaban could react, thud! Another arrow struck the adjacent tree. Immediately after, Xin Fang heard a series of thuds echoing through the video feed. The scene shifted. Far out on the sea, the dark specks had transformed into small boats. Ahead of the boats, a dense hail of arrows flew toward them. The once emerald green sea had changed color in an instant. Chapter 176, Unexpected Harvest Attribute Vegetables. Black arrows nearly obscured the emerald sea entirely. Watching the footage, Qin Fong remarked, "The mighty tiger core truly is something else. Who would dare play like this without resources?" Arrows were being fired as if they were free. "Brother! I gotta go now, I need to head down and command the brothers." With that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. The busy tone echoed from the other end of the line. Qin Fong's mood grew even more indescribable. Could they hold the line? The Tiger Battalion had shown such overwhelming momentum just now. Compared to that, previous skirmishes had been mere skirmishes. Moreover, the Tiger Battalion's offensive formation just now was highly organized. First, they used arrows to wear down the defenses. Then they organized personnel to land on the island. Fortunately, the first defensive line was completed just before their arrival. Otherwise, that overwhelming hail of arrows alone, our casualties would have easily exceeded 50%. On the sea's surface, leading the charge was a man with a crew cut. His gaze was sharp. They held a deeply sinister glint. His face wore an expression of utter contempt. He stood at the bow of the ship. His lips curled slightly. Gazing at the island across the water, he spoke slowly. "Xiaohei? What's going on? The intel must be wrong." Xiaohei stood nearby, his back slightly bent. He dared not even breathe. After a moment of silence, he stammered timidly, "Brother Chang, I'm sorry. When I checked a couple days ago, they really hadn't built it yet. I still have the photos I took back then." Xiaohei wiped the sweat from his forehead. He made a move to pull out the photos he'd taken that day. Xiao Chang waved his hand gently. "No need. There's nothing wrong with them building it. Once we get to the island, it'll save us the trouble of building it ourselves. But these outsiders really have some nerve. Not only did they dare to compete with us for resources, but they also killed the boss's son. They're asking for trouble." Xiaohei kept bending over as he said, "Brother Chang, don't underestimate them. These guys have some real strength. They're the ones who took out Chen Bei." Xiao Chang ran a hand through his buzz cut. "Xiaohei, why are you getting more and more cowardly lately? Taking down Chen Bei? Poof. Since when does taking out Chen Bei count as having real power? That bunch of trash. 3 of them ganged up on me, and I nearly took one of them down. If taking down a bunch of trash counts as being powerful, then wouldn't I be way too powerful?" Xiaohei beside him gave an awkward chuckle twice. "Brother Chang, this time, Brother Jun's instructions are to capture them alive whenever possible." "Got it. I know that already. No need to remind me. Once we breach their wall, I'll personally capture that guy surnamed Qin. Then I'll break his arms and legs, and bring him back barely alive." As Xiaoqiang spoke, their men had already reached the edge of the island. On the warship, Lu Qing approached Qin Fong slowly and said, "Brother, has something happened back home?" Qin Fong nodded. "That's right. We estimate over 60 people. They're already here. Brother, we've made all the necessary preparations. Plus, I've inspected the wooden walls we built. The defenses are quite strong." Qin Fong shook his head. "No matter how strong the defenses, they're not made of iron. They'll be breached eventually. The best course now is to find weapons that can be upgraded. Then hurry back to reinforce the defenses. Every day we delay increases the risk. If they breach our defenses, reclaiming it will become exceedingly difficult. I hope they can hold the line. As long as the island still stands when I return, Mighty Tiger Regiment will settle things properly then." With that, Qin Fong rose immediately. Gripping his pistol, he headed toward the ship's cabin. Lu Qing followed closely behind. He entered with an axe in hand. "Be careful. If you encounter a 3-headed leopard, don't worry. Their weak spot is the middle head. Once you encounter them, just strike the middle head." Lu Cheng nodded. He thought again of the leopard already dead on the deck. His confidence grew a little stronger. The 2 men, one in front and one behind, entered the ship's hold once more. The moment they stepped inside, Lu Qing noticed the 2 corpses on the floor. Though their features were unrecognizable, the clothing they wore were all too familiar to Lu Qing. He had been standing on the deck himself and witnessed them being bitten to death. But the dead cannot be brought back to life. With a helpless sigh, and continued forward, reaching the staircase corner. With the light from Qin Fong's headlamp, Lu Qing immediately spotted the leopard carcasses strewn haphazardly across the stairs. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Qin Fong had taken them all down single-handedly. That's ruthless. Without dwelling on it, he continued following behind Qin Fong. They reached the next floor. The surroundings grew even darker. It was almost pitch black. With a crackling sound, Lu Qing lit a torch. Although Qin Fong had a headlamp, it could only illuminate part of the path ahead. He couldn't see behind him. Since he was following behind Qin Fong, he might as well keep watch on his rear, to guard against surprise attacks. Qin Fong walked ahead. After scanning the area, he found no other leopards. On the right side of this lower level was a long corridor. Numerous small chambers lined both sides of the passageway. Beyond that, scattered throughout this lower level, there were also many small boxes scattered in various corners. Xin Fang walked toward one of the boxes. Under the beam of his headlamp, a layer of dust had settled on the box. Xin Fang tapped it lightly. Then he reached out and opened it. With a click, the box sprang open. As the lid was lifted, inside were 2 fully prepared shark banquet dishes. At first glance, the box seemed small. I hadn't held out much hope. But to my surprise, there were attribute dishes inside. Quickly stowed them into the backpack. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, Shark Feast attribute dish 10. Wait a minute. And this was just one small crate. Not far ahead, 5 or 6 similar small boxes were scattered haphazardly. Could they all contain attribute vegetables? All my attribute dishes have just been used up. It's precisely when they're in short supply. Moreover, with these attribute vegetables in hand, my plan to take on the fierce tiger gang later would proceed much more smoothly. These attribute herbs will play a crucial role. No more dwelling on it. Xin Fang pressed forward. He retrieved another small box. He swiftly opened it. Inside lay the golden egg attribute vegetable. Again, 2 portions. Ding! Doubling skill triggered, golden egg attribute dish 10. In just 5 minutes, he had gathered 10 portions each of the 2 most commonly used attribute dishes. Xin Fang stood up and surveyed his surroundings. More crates had gathered near the stove. No wonder there were so many attribute vegetables. This place was the kitchen after all. He took 2 more steps forward. He crouched down and opened another crate. But this one was empty. I opened several more boxes nearby in succession. They were all empty. He kept going until the 4th crate. When Xin Fang picked up the 4th box, he distinctly felt something inside. And the sound it made didn't resemble that of an attribute vegetable. It sounded more like something hard inside. Chapter 177, 4-Headed Leopard? This only heightened Xin Fang's curiosity. Unable to wait, Xin Fang immediately opened it. As the headlamp's beam swept downward, Xin Fang's eyes widened abruptly. What is this? Behind him, Lu Qing approached, holding a torch. His eyes narrowed to slits. He murmured, "Brother, why are there 2 bones inside? They're black. Could this thing be poisonous?" Poisonous? Xin Fang turned his head and said, "This stuff isn't poisonous. Not only is it not poisonous, but the soup made from it can temporarily boost one's strength." Lu Qing looked utterly skeptical. Are you serious? Xin Fang couldn't be bothered to explain much to him now. You'll find out when we get back. He quickly stowed the black bone into his backpack. Ding! Triggered double skill, black bones 10. 10 black bones. What if he boiled all 10 black bones together and distribute it to the men below? Wouldn't that boost everyone's strength? In the short term, I'd gain a force with skyrocketing attack power. I must try this the moment I return. If that were truly the case, with equal numbers, who could possibly stand against us? There were empty spaces in the boxes behind him. But I found a vegetable salad in one of the boxes. Essentially, it's a dish that temporarily halts physical stamina depletion. Its effect was to prolong stamina depletion. It increases endurance. Thanks to the resource doubling skill, I also obtained 10 portions. After that, they found nothing else of use. The 2nd floor kitchen area has been thoroughly searched. Next, we'll head to that passageway. Small rooms lined both sides of the passageway. Xin Fang decided to search them one by one, starting with the nearest ones. He brought Lu Qing along. The first room they reached was the outermost one along the corridor. A string of numbers was engraved on the door. It appeared to be a bedroom. Xin Fang raised his pistol, using his other hand to push the door open inch by inch. The door creaked open. Before it was even halfway open, a sound came from inside. Xin Fang immediately raised his pistol. The muzzle locked onto the room. Bang! Under the beam of his headlamp, a dark figure suddenly flashed by the doorway. The shadow darted past with incredible speed. Yet its form remained distinct. It was a 3-headed leopard. Xin Fang pushed the door wide open. In an instant, the 3-headed leopard charged toward Xin Fang. Xin Fang swiftly adjusted his rifle's aim. He aimed straight for the beast's head and fired. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. Countless tiny fragments struck the center of the leopard's skull. Crack! The 3 leopards collapsed instantly. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant. Lu Cheng, watching nearby, stared wide-eyed. He thought to himself that when he had first spotted the leopard, he'd been scared out of his wits. Xin Fang, however, remained utterly composed. Damn it! Is his heart made of iron? Stop spacing out. Let's go. After taking down another leopard, Xin Fang waited a moment longer, finding no movement around him. Only then did he step inside. Upon entering the room, sure enough, it was a bedroom. It was quite messy. All sorts of things were scattered everywhere. But amidst the chaos, Amidst the clutter, Xin Fang spotted the supply crate. He quickly approached and crouched down. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately opened the resource box. This time, it contained cloth and cotton. He felt a bit disappointed. Still, he'd take it. Although the bitter cold had passed, there might still be times when temperatures drop. After searching again, he confirmed there were no more resource boxes. Xin Fang backed out. He entered the next house. The subsequent rooms yielded no useful supplies. Until Xin Fang reached the innermost room at the end of the corridor. Approaching to take a closer look. The door was made of iron. It looked incredibly heavy. Xin Fang tried pushing it with his hands. It wouldn't budge. Just then, Lu Qing spoke up from behind him. "Brother, listen carefully. Can you hear a thumping sound coming from inside?" Xin Fang immediately stopped what he was doing. He pricked up his ears to listen intently. Thump! 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 Holy crap! There really was a thump 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 sound. Wait, no! Hold on. Why does this thump 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 sound feel so familiar? It sounds just like the one I heard when I first encountered the warship. Yes. It's exactly the same. But why does it feel like it's coming from inside this iron door? With that thought, Xin Fang gently pressed his ear against the iron door. He listened intently to the sounds within. Thump! 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 Sure enough, the sound was coming from inside. Lu Qing asked from the side, "What's up, big bro? Something's moving in there?" Xin Fang nodded. "That's right. The thumping sound is definitely coming from inside. I'm really puzzled what on earth could be in there. What could be making that sound?" Xin Fang muttered to himself. He pushed harder with both hands. To his surprise, the iron door finally gave way. It slid inward a few centimeters. "Come help me," Lu Qing responded. He leaned forward. Shoulders braced against the iron gate. 1, 2, 3. Push. Squeak. The heavy iron gate creaked inward another bit as the two shouted. It creaked with the sound of metal scraping against metal. It sent shivers down both their spines. 1, 2, 3. Go! Xin Fang shouted again. They pushed with all their might. Lu Qing's face flushed crimson from the strain. His small frame was simply too weak. But this last push had indeed moved it forward quite a bit. Again! Xin shouted. Riding the momentum from before. Pushing it in a good bit further. At that very moment, the iron gate suddenly lost control. The entire iron door collapsed inward. And it fell from top to bottom. With a thunderous crash, the iron gate slammed heavily onto the ground. Dust swirled everywhere. Under the beam of the headlamp, everything was shrouded in a hazy mist. Nothing could be seen. Moments later, the dust settled. Xin Fang raised his pistol, ready to step forward. Suddenly, amidst the dust before him, a dark figure emerged from the music. The figure seemed to be positioned right in the center of the hut. As the smoke and dust continued to dissipate, the figure's features gradually came into focus. Xin Fang stared intently at the dark figure. Lu Qing beside him also noticed the dark figure. At first, he examined it with curiosity. But as the shadow's outline slowly emerged, Lu Qing's expression began to lose control. It? How can it have 4 heads? And it looks like it has 6 legs? Brother! Xin Fang didn't answer. Because he saw it too. 4 heads, 6 legs. Damn it! Talk about finding a monster among monsters. Upon closer inspection, the shadow's head seemed to sway ever so slightly. And with each sway, it made a thudding sound. By now, the dust had completely settled. Xin Fang and the others could now see the creature clearly. It was actually using its head to repeatedly slam against the wall. Each impact produced a thud. Again and again. With perfect rhythm. But the next second, the 4 leopards suddenly stopped. After 2 seconds of frozen stillness, they slowly turned all 4 heads toward Xin Fang. Chapter 178, System Upgrade? Run, run, big brother. Lu Qing's lips had turned pale with fear. His words came out slurred. Run my ass. Xin Fang fired a shot at the leopard. The bullet struck the leopard squarely in the head. The immense force sent the leopard's entire body flying backward. Thud. The leopard slammed heavily into the wall behind it. He had thought that with one blow, it would go down like the others before it, lie motionless and meet its end. But in the next instant, the leopard on the ground stirred. Then it stood back up. This utterly stunned Xin Fang. That shot had clearly been aimed at the leopard's head. Why wasn't it dead? Xin Fang was still pondering this. Suddenly, the leopard inside the house leaped up like a carp. Roaring, it charged straight toward them. Run! Xin Fang turned and fled. Lu Qing followed closely behind. Thanks to the speed boost from the golden egg, Xin Fang left Lu Qing behind in mere seconds. Behind Lu Qing, 4 leopards pursued relentlessly. The stench of blood filled the air. Brother, wait for me. Slow down. This thing is about to bite my ass. Xin Fang suddenly remembered that Lu Qing lacked any speed boost. He had intended to lure the creature onto the staircase. He planned to kill it in the narrow space. But now it seemed impossible. Xin Fang spun around instantly, watching the monster charge toward Lu Qing. For gaping maws snapped at Lu Qing's backside. Ow! The pain made Lu Qing's entire face turn purple. Xin Fang rushed forward. Without a word, he fired a shot behind Lu Qing. The bullets formed a net-like pattern. Every single one struck the monster's belly. The creature was struck. The four large mouths clamped onto Lu Qing's buttocks opened simultaneously. Only then did Lu Qing escape. He ran all the way to Xin Fang's side. Stay back. With that, Xin Fang raised his pistol. Before the monster could react to the pain, another shot rang out. This shot hit with devastating force. Once again, it aimed for the spot between the two heads of the leopard. Sparks flew everywhere. The leopard was once again forced backward. One bullet remained in the magazine. No more hesitation. He charged forward and fired another shot at the beast. This shot connected with a solid thud. At such close range, every bullet struck the leopard squarely. Now look at the leopard. Its entire body swayed unsteadily. Thud. It collapsed to the ground. Its body twitched a few more times. It breathed its last. Xin Fang, still uneasy. He drew his dagger and stabbed fiercely several times into the middle of the leopard's two heads. Only then did he feel satisfied. Xin Fang gripped the pistol. The residual heat from the barrel kept radiating into his hand. It had to be a firearm. Otherwise, he'd never handle so many beasts alone. At that moment, Lu Qing limped over, clutching his buttocks. Is it dead? Xin Fang nodded, then turned to Lu Qing and said, Monkey, thanks? Ha? What are you thanking me for? If that leopard hadn't bitten you, I wouldn't have been able to hit it. Thanks to you holding it off, I could finally get the shot. Lu Qing's face darkened. No, brother. You make it sound like I was just bait. Xin Fang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Pretty much. Alright, just kidding. Just eat this already. Xin Fang tossed him a piece of wild ginger. Lu Qing caught the wild ginger. Bro, you have no idea that last hit just knocked 60 health points off main. 60 points? That monster packs a serious punch. Another hit like that and it would have sent you straight to the afterlife. Stop talking about it, bro. It still hurts. Xin Fang patted Lu Qing on the back with a laugh, offering comfort. He reloaded the pistol. He then stepped inside the house. Lu Qing stayed at the doorway to keep watch. The smoke and dust inside had cleared by now. The entire space resembled a mechanical workshop. The surroundings remained chaotic. Various large mechanical parts were scattered across the floor. After scanning the area, Xin Fang spotted a resource box tucked away in a corner. Under the beam of his headlamp, the resource box in the corner looked completely different from the ones outside. The resource crates outside were all wooden. But the one before him was unmistakably iron. And it looked incredibly sturdy. It gave off the feeling that something valuable was inside. Add to that the heavy iron door lying on the ground. And these four leopards. All these signs indirectly hinted at the room's significance. Xin Fang hurried over to the chest and crouched down. He ran his fingers over the dust covering the chest. Then his fingers gently touched the two latches along the edge of the box. With a click, the lid sprang open with a bang. Xin Fang slipped his fingers inside. He gave it a firm upward lift. The box swung open forcefully. When he saw what was inside, Xin Fang felt a surge within him. Wave after wave surged through him. This overwhelming excitement, even if he tried to suppress it, could not be contained. For right on top of the box sat a blue device. This device was none other than. It was the weapon enhancer Xin Fang had been searching for. It truly existed after all. This was exactly what Hua Ban had mentioned earlier, the device on the warship capable of enhancing weapons. Xin Fang quickly picked it up. He handled it with extreme care throughout the entire process, afraid of accidentally bumping or scratching it. After all, this was the key item that could turn the tide. The device wasn't heavy. Similarly, it featured a small screen in the center. And in front of the screen was a camera that resembled a scanner. Just as he was wondering how to operate it, at that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the weapon upgrader. Here are the instructions for using the weapon upgrader. Place the weapon you wish to upgrade into the scanner port of this device. Then click Scan. After scanning, the screen will display the available upgrade levels. The higher the level to be upgraded, the more golden carrots will be consumed. Similarly, rarer weapons will consume more golden carrots when upgrading compared to lower tier weapons. Note, currently, only melee weapons can be upgraded. Following the system prompt, Xin Fang gained a basic understanding of the device. Just as Xin Fang was about to turn it on for a test run, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Since this was acquired through the host's own efforts rather than a system reward, the system has now applied the half-price mode to this device. When upgrading weapons, the host only needs to pay half price. Holy crap! System, you've been MIA these past few days. I thought you'd unbound yourself. The moment Qin Feng thought this, the system's voice sounded again. Considering the host's current situation, the system's mission reward system is undergoing an update. The update is expected to be completed tomorrow. At that time, new missions will be issued, and the rewards will better align with resources and items suited to the current host's development. Rest assured, host. The system is permanently bound to the host, but requires periodic upgrades. Each upgrade will bring the host a completely new experience. The system's voice faded away. A whole new experience? I was wondering why the system hadn't made a peep these past few days. Turns out it was saving up for something big. Chapter 179, Instrument secured. No more thinking. Qin Feng couldn't wait to turn on the device. With a whoosh, the device's screen lit up. A blue light flashed. A small light dot appeared at the scanning position in front of the device. Qin Feng first placed the katana in front of the scanning device. Within 3 seconds, the device emitted a ding. The screen immediately displayed all the information about the katana. Katana, current grade, excellent. Can be upgraded to perfect. Original price, 50 gold carats. Current price, 25. Upgrade to legendary tier 1, original price 80 golden carats, current price 40. Upgrade to legendary tier 2, requires 200 gold carats, original price. Current price, 100. Upgrade to legendary tier 3, requires 500 golden carats, original price, now 250. Beyond this lies the realm of god tier. Not only does it require a large quantity of golden carats, but also some special materials. At this stage, upgrading to legendary tier 1 is already sufficient to overwhelm the Tiger clan. Moreover, legendary tier 1 offers the best cost effectiveness. Not only does it consume fewer golden carats, but the strength of the upgraded katana doubles that of the perfect grade version. His mind made up. Qin Feng clicked the legendary tier 1 button. The moment he clicked, the katana before his eyes began to transform instantly. The originally silver-white blade gradually turned black. A matte black with a sandblasted finish. The wooden hilt at the rear. A flash of golden light appeared. It had transformed into leather. And it was now wrapped with black thread. Beyond the color change, the shape of the katana had changed. More precisely, the degree of its curvature had changed. It wasn't as curved as before. It now had a slight curve. Moreover, the tip at the very front has become sharper. Previously, it could only be used for slashing. After the upgrade, the katana's thrusting capability has been significantly enhanced. But looking at the katana before him, Qin Feng sensed something was amiss. This could no longer be called a katana. In its current form, it resembled a tang sword more closely. And the more he looked at it, the more it resembled one. Fine, I'll just call it a tang sword from now on. The katana is still from the land of cherry blossoms. How could it compare to his own traditional tang sword? Qin Feng picked up the tang sword. He swung it lightly a few times. It felt heavier than before. Increased strength inevitably brought increased weight. Once he got used to it, it actually felt more comfortable than the tang sword. He gazed at the matte black blade. Bathed in the headlight's glow, it radiates a remarkably textured glow. It's too cool. At that moment, Qin Feng envisioned his brothers all holding tang swords in perfect unison. The Tiger Brigade was renowned for the strength of their weapons. But this time, Qin Feng intended to crush them in this very aspect. He would show them what truly constituted formidable weaponry. Defeat them at the very thing they prided themselves on most. Only then could he crush their spirit to the utmost. He sheathed the tang sword. Qin Feng's gaze returned to the box inside. Just moments ago, when he had retrieved the instrument, Qin Feng noticed something else beneath the instrument. Under the headlamp's glow, it emitted a dazzling golden radiance. Qin Feng leaned closer to the crate, allowing the headlamp's beam to illuminate it more clearly. At that moment, the dazzling golden glow inside the box grew even more intense. Looking at the pile of metal objects stacked inside the box, Qin Feng picked it up, utterly puzzled. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the extremely rare gold-threaded soft armor upper body. Friendly reminder, the golden silk soft armor is a set. It consists of 4 separate pieces: upper body, legs, arms, and head. Each individual piece of the golden silk soft armor offers strong protection. However, when combined, the protective strength of the gold-threaded soft armor undergoes a transformative leap. It becomes impervious to blades and spears, earning it the title of God-tier armor. Moreover, after sustaining damage, the golden silk soft armor can restore itself to its original state. Other items are scattered across special locations throughout the game world. Host, please pay attention to the unique locations in each area. Whoosh! System voice faded. This thing is actually a set? Qin Feng ran his fingers over the golden silk soft armor. The surface of the gold-threaded soft armor was actually openwork. It wasn't a solid, seamless piece. For some reason, the soft armor felt cool to the touch. It wasn't heavy either. Could it truly offer such formidable protection? With that thought, Qin Fong slipped it onto his body. Then he opened the status bar. At that glance, Qin Fong was utterly shocked. Originally, he had been wearing a full set of bearskin armor. But now, the protective value of just the gold-threaded soft armor he had put on his upper body alone was already more than double that of the entire set of bearskin armor. Holy crap! What kind of protective strength was this? And this was just a single piece. If combined, it wouldn't just be bulletproof. They'd probably stop bullets. A true treasure. Plus, it's incredibly lightweight. Wearing it feels like wearing nothing at all. It doesn't hinder any big movements at all. Without a second thought, Qin Fong promptly stowed the soft armor into his backpack. He peered into the box again. He found nothing else. He scanned the surroundings once more. After confirming there were no other boxes, Qin Fong stood up and told Lu Qing to leave. Now that the weapon enhancement device was in hand, they had to hurry back. There was no time to waste. The two retraced their steps. They reached the small boat. Lu Qing turned the boat around. With a burst of speed, they sped away. On the way, Lu Qing asked, "How's it going, big brother? Did you find anything?" "You bet." Qin Fong opened the model chat window as he spoke. "What's the current battle situation?" After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Hua Ban's message finally came through. "The current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. If it weren't for the wooden wall built by Brother Gong, we might have been in serious trouble." Hua Ban trailed off without finishing his sentence. But Qin Fong could guess most of it. "Hold on. I'm heading back right now. Tell them to switch to poison arrows. Though it hasn't been used in recent days, the poison has partially dissipated. But it shouldn't have dissipated completely yet. If we can just slow down their advance, by the time I get back, we can turn this around." "Big brother? You found it?" "Of course. That's why I told you to hold out." "Got it. We'll wait for you." Close the dialogue box. Qin Fong's mind instantly flashed back to their earlier assault. This is going to be tough to defend. Earlier, he could clearly sense the nuanced tone in Hua Ban's voice. The actual situation must be far more brutal. "Xiao Chang. Just you wait. Once I get back, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Upgrade the weapons. Then boost their attack power with blackbone soup. I refuse to believe we can't take you down." On the way back, Qin Fong felt time drag on interminably. His heart was in constant turmoil. He kept checking to see if Speckled Hair had sent any messages. But given the current situation, no news was the best news. This was largely thanks to Brother Gong's double-layered protective wooden wall. Moreover, the tips of the wooden wall feature barbed spikes. The overall protective capability is quite excellent. On the way back, Lu Qing didn't talk much like he did on the way there. His mood was equally heavy. He understood the conversation he'd just had with Hua Ban. Now, he focused solely on steering the small boat, striving to reach the island as quickly as possible. Chapter 180, Unexpected Turn of Events. But the return journey was far from the calm sailing of their outward trip. Ever since leaving the area where the warships were stationed, the entire sky had turned a murky gray. This only deepened Qin Fong's gloom. Invisible flames seemed to smolder within his chest. Still, one had to admit Lu Qing's piloting skills were truly impressive. Despite the relentless waves, the small boat remained steady. And it didn't lag behind in speed either. In the end, it took less than a day and a half. The two had already made it back to the island. "Brother! We're almost there." Qin Fong immediately sat up straight. "We're here?" He picked up the binoculars in his hand and looked through them. My heart skipped a beat. Damn it! All around the island, countless tiny black dots swarmed densely. Heads were bobbing up and down atop those dots. Looking further ahead, beyond the wooden walls, even more people had gathered. Without exception, every single one of them was brandishing weapons in their hands. They pounded relentlessly against the wooden wall. As the small boat continued forward, Qin Fong observed more intently. His heart grew increasingly tense. He saw that the wooden walls on the island, originally double-sided, now most of it had been chopped down to just one side. If they were allowed to continue like this, before noon, a breach would surely appear somewhere. Looking back at the island, figures darted within the wooden walls. They constantly shift positions to defend. But judging by their pace, it was clear they were already exhausted. Many likely hadn't slept at all last night. The situation had reached its most critical juncture. "Monkey, hurry up." Lu Chang nodded. "Brother, we can't just charge straight onto the island like this. We'll get caught before we even reach the shore. But I see the island is already completely surrounded. Where could we possibly get in?" Lu Ching chuckled. "Just follow me, brother. I guarantee even Hua Ban and the others won't know I slipped you in. As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, the bow of the boat swiftly changed direction, heading straight for the cliffs on the island's southeast side. Soon the small boat arrived at its destination. Even without binoculars, there was not a soul in sight. For the entire face was sheer cliff. It was impossible to climb up. You mean this place is where you described? Lu Chang nodded. Big brother, just follow me. He steered the small boat straight toward the cliff. But just as the boat was about to crash into the cliff, it slammed on the brakes. The speed slowed. The boat skirted around a protruding rock wall on the cliff face ahead and entered a narrow, well-hidden passageway. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fong hadn't even had time to react. The passage was extremely narrow. If Lu Qing's boat had been even slightly larger, it would have been difficult to enter. Moreover, the passageway carved into the cliff face was overgrown with green vines, further concealing the already narrow passageway in mystery. As the small boat navigated the passageway, Lu Qing muttered to himself, this passageway has only been discovered by me so far. You're the second person to know about it now. You're something else, kid. You seem to know all sorts of strange and wonderful things. Lu Qing scratched his head. You flatter me, big brother. This passage extends all the way to the center of our island. That's where we live. As Lu Qing spoke, the small boat continued moving forward. At that moment, Qin Fong suddenly recalled a lesson he'd once studied. The peach blossom spring. At first, the path was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Not an omission, I just couldn't remember the rest. Soon the boat reached the center of the island. To be honest, even the spot where the boat was currently moored had gone unnoticed by Qin Fong before. The surroundings were extremely secluded, completely concealed by dense foliage. After securing the boat, the two immediately disembarked. They traversed the forest ahead. They sped toward the location of the residence. This was also the island's command center. But before they could reach it, Qin Fong suddenly heard footsteps approaching from deep within the dense forest beside them. As the footsteps grew louder, their voices grew increasingly distinct. Guys, I'm telling you, we're all going down today, aren't we? I think so too. Haven't you seen that half of the wooden wall outside has already been destroyed? At most, we've got 4 hours left before this wall is completely destroyed. Then it'll come down to a head-on clash. They've got over 60 men over there. And they're armed to the teeth. We'll just be waiting to die. Man, what rotten luck. Following Chen Bei, and we still lost. Now following this Qin fellow. And we're about to lose again. Heaven really wants us dead. What kind of big shot is this guy? He had to go mess with the Tiger Brigade. Why not just stay put on our own island? Exactly. Damn it, the enemy's already almost on our island. And this so-called big brother? He's vanished. He hides himself while sending his brothers to their deaths? I just don't get it, why would anyone still fight so hard for him? Speckle's still defending him. Talking about finding some awesome stuff, but I bet he just got scared and ran off. I also heard Qin Fong accidentally killed the Tiger Gang boss's youngest son. What? Is that true? That's even worse. You bet. I think we better start figuring out our next move soon. Don't let the Tiger Gang wipe us all out. What if we tie up Hua Ban now and hand him over to the Tiger Brigade? Might they spare us then? Of course. Tie up Hua Ban and surrender the island to the Tiger Gang. Not only will we survive, but we might even end up as squad leaders. That's a good idea? Should we really do it? What else can we do but wait to die? Besides, if we're going to do this, we need to act now. If we wait until they storm in, it'll be a whole different ballgame. You're right. Where's Speckle now? Where else? Right next to Little Wu. And luckily, that big oaf isn't around. Just us guys, plus those other few. 5 or 6 of us going at him together, I don't believe we can't handle him. Right. Let's go. The words had barely left their mouths. Footsteps immediately grew hurried. Lu Qing turned to Qin Fong with a look of terror. He swallowed hard. Big brother. Qin Fong raised his hand to cut off Lu Qing's next words. His expression darkened as he said, you should recognize these guys. They were all under Chen Bei. Lu Chang nodded. I know them. All of them. Brother, should I go up and try to talk some sense into them? Qin Fong shook his head gently. No need. Let's go. Lu Chang nodded blankly and followed Qin Fong toward the residential area. As for why he seemed dazed, it was because he distinctly sensed that Qin Fong's aura had completely changed. It felt like falling into an ice cave. It was nothing like the approachable demeanor he usually displayed. Even on the way back, when the situation had deteriorated to its worst, it hadn't felt like this. Unconsciously, a fine sheen of sweat had already beaded on Lu Qing's forehead. Before he could take a few steps, he heard a sharp click from Qin Fong's direction. The sound of a pistol being caught. Chapter 181, Caught Red-Handed. Though faint, It was a distinct, sharp click. It sent a chill down Lu Qing's spine. Suddenly, Qin Feng halted his steps. He turned around with a smile, patted Lu Qing on the shoulder, and said, "Monkey, don't worry. I won't kill you. I let them go back then precisely to give them a chance. Even if they escape now, I wouldn't kill them. But they chose the most despicable path. Betrayal. That's how they've brought this upon themselves." Lu Qing watched Qin Feng's cheerful expression. A chill ran down his spine. That smile held no warmth whatsoever. Brother, I would never do such a thing. I swear to heaven." Qin Feng chuckled, patted Lu Qing's shoulder, leaving behind a meaningful look. Then he turned and walked forward. Soon, the two arrived near their residence. Before they entered, they spotted Hua Ban standing in the open space in the middle. He was talking to a few people. These people were acquaintances of Qin Feng, all former subordinates of Hua Ban. Each wore an expression of profound anxiety. Hua Ban frowned deeply. He kept instructing them on something. Then the group hurriedly departed. Immediately after, another group approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng recognized this group. They were all former subordinates of Qin Bei. Counting them, there were 6 in total. At that moment, Speckles stood in the middle of the open space. He bent over, examining a blueprint on the table before him. His brows were tightly knitted together. His agitation was palpable even from a distance. He was completely unaware that someone was already approaching him. The expressions on these 6 men's faces were sinister. Their hands were all clasped behind their backs. Some wielded knives, others axes. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. He nodded toward the group with a slight lift of his chin. "All of them, right?" Lu Cheng nodded. Yes, all of them." All right." Qin Feng watched as these individuals approached Hua Ban first. The 2 on the outer edges naturally moved to flank Hua Ban from behind. In the blink of an eye, all 6 had surrounded Hua Ban in the center. At first, Hua Ban was taken aback. "Why are you here? Why aren't you guarding properly? What are you doing here? Got something to report? What's the situation on the southwest side?" One of them replied with a forced smile, "The southwest side is secure. We just saw you looked exhausted, Brother Hua, and wanted to ask if there's anything else we can help with." Hua Ban paused, slightly taken aback. His gaze swept lightly to both sides. A gut feeling told him something was off about these people. He could sense it clearly in the way they looked at him. As his gaze drifted downward, Spotted noticed once more the hands they kept clasped behind their backs. His earlier suspicion only solidified. Then, Hua Ban smiled, placing both hands on the map spread across the table. As he smoothed out the map, he remarked, "You guys are really kind. With the situation so tense, you still find time to come for a stroll. Just get to the point. No need to beat around the bush. Boring." The tallest one among them said, "All right. Straight to the point, huh? Nothing major, really. We just want to borrow your brother Hua's life to pave the way for ours." By then, Hua Ban had finished organizing the map in his hands. He chuckled. Spotted laughed. "Pave the way, huh? Fine. Big brother spared your lives back then, yet here you are doing this. Well done." "Oh. You flatter me, Brother Hua. The situation is already quite clear. It won't be long before we fall. What are you still holding out for? Waiting for Qin to return? He's probably long gone by now. What a foolhardy loyalty. Tie him up." The big guy waved his hand, and men from both sides immediately pounced on Hua Ban. Speckle tried to draw his sword. But 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. He was pinned down by the man behind him. 6 men swiftly tied Hua Ban up tight. One of them kicked hard into the hollow of Hua Ban's knee. Thud. Hua Ban was knocked to his knees. "Damn, that's impressive. I never imagined I'd die at the hands of the fierce tiger regiment. Never thought it'd be at your hands. All the effort Big Brother put into securing this island. And now it's ruined by my own hands. How am I supposed to explain this? You've got a lot more to worry about. Damn it, I'm nearly dead, and you're still worrying about how to explain? Lift him up, take the back path, hurry up." Several men swiftly hoisted Flower Spot onto their shoulders. They headed toward the door. Just as they were about to reach the doorway, a voice echoed faintly from behind. "Hold on, such a rush? Aren't there some things you haven't thought through?" The 6 of them halted in their tracks. The tall man in the lead immediately turned around. In those mere seconds, his gaze shifted from arrogance to complexity. Then from complex to disbelief. Finally, his eyes filled with fear and terror. Qin Feng? Everyone at the doorway turned back in shock. Their final expressions all turned to sheer terror and dread. Meanwhile, Hua Ban, who they were carrying on their shoulders, reacted even more intensely than the others upon hearing the name Qin Feng. His reaction was even more intense than the others. "Big brother?" Qin Feng responded with a faint smile. The giant's eyes, which had just been filled with terror, now turned fierce. Guys, we're already in this mess, let's go all out. He's alone now. If we just tie him up, wouldn't that be easier? Upon hearing this, immediately tossed Speckled aside. They drew their weapons and charged toward Qin Fong. The big guy behind him kept egging them on. The men in front charged forward recklessly, blades raised. But before they could take more than a few steps forward, boom! A flash of fire erupted across the campus. One of the 5 men in front collapsed instantly, never to rise again. The 4 remaining figures visibly stiffened. He glanced at the man lying on the ground. Then he looked at the gun in Qin Fong's hand. The muzzle still emitted faint wisps of white smoke. Come on! Hurry up, everyone over here! Come on! Qin Fong suddenly bellowed. One of the 4 men in front of him was so startled he dropped his knife to the ground. The tall man behind them sensed trouble. His reaction was lightning fast. He spun around and bolted backward. Qin Fong watched the big guy flee. He didn't pursue, merely watching him run in silence. Just as he was about to reach the doorway, a figure suddenly appeared. Taller than the big guy. He was heavily built. A long sword gripped in his hand. His gaze locked onto the big guy as he charged forward. At that moment, the big guy also spotted the figure before him. He slammed on the brakes. His body lost balance, and he was so terrified he knelt straight down on the ground. Sleep God? Sleep God chuckled. One hand grabbed him like a little chick. He grabbed the big guy and walked toward Qin Fong. The 4 people standing in the middle exchanged bewildered glances. All looked utterly bewildered. But what left them even more bewildered was yet to come. As the god of sleep entered, shadows swirled around the dwelling. In the blink of an eye, they were all Qin Fong's men. Lu Qing jogged over from the other side. Boss, everyone's here. Chapter 182, let's make a bet. At that moment, one of the 4 men suddenly shouted, Lu Qing, which side the hell are you on? Not only did you refuse to help us, but you're siding with him? You traitor. Lu Chang retorted, me, a traitor? Aren't you the ones betraying your own? Didn't they spare us back then and even give you money? Have you forgotten? Damn it, none of us who followed Old Kai got anything, but you all did. Did Chen Bei's mother ever give us a single penny back then? And now you pull this? And you dare accuse me of double-crossing? How dare you even say that? People should know how to show gratitude, got it? For a moment, all 4 people before him fell silent. They exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, suddenly, one of them knelt on the ground and pleaded loudly to Qin Fong, Brother Qin Fong. We were wrong. Spare us, I beg you. Qin Fong slowly took a few steps forward. To spare your lives? I already spared your lives when I captured you in the first place. I already let you off. Now you want me to let you off again? Do you take me for a horse groom? A horsekeeper? For a moment, everyone fell silent. Qin Fong couldn't be bothered to explain. With a wave of his hand, several men immediately rushed forward from both sides. Each carried tools and ropes. In moments, the 5 men were bound. Qin Fong stepped before the tall man. I heard everything you just said. I'm not in a hurry to kill you. I'll make a bet with you. If I win this battle, I'll come for your lives. If I lose, I'll let you go. With that, Qin Fong smiled and patted the big man on the shoulder. Take them away. Yes, sir. Qin Fong then approached Hua Ban. Speckled had already been helped to his feet by his men. Big brother. You're here just in time. Qin Fong waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You're not hurt, are you? Not a scratch. A handful of them couldn't hurt me. Qin Fong chuckled. Couldn't hurt you? They tied you up, and you say they couldn't hurt you? Just talking tough, huh? Speckled grinned softly. Regardless of whether Qin Fong had obtained any weapon upgrades, just seeing Qin Fong return safely now, Hua Ban felt genuinely pleased inside. But it wasn't just Hua Ban who was pleased. Sleep God and the brothers around them were all overjoyed. For they knew the prelude to their counterattack was about to begin. Especially when they saw the faint smile on Qin Fong's face. That confident expression, as if nothing were amiss. That hollow feeling in everyone's heart vanished completely. Hey, boss, why did you call everyone back? Aren't we holding our ground? Qin Fong nodded. No more holding our ground. I'm back now, why hold it? I'm back, which means we're going on the offensive. Qin Fong's voice wasn't loud. But every person present heard it clearly. The counterattack is coming. Finally, we're counterattacking. These past few days, a fire had been burning inside everyone. Xiao Chang and the others had been attacking while cursing all this time. Their curses were truly vile. If it weren't for Speckled Three's repeated orders, and strictly forbidding them from going out to fight, some would have already rushed out to join the fray. Among them was the sleeping god. The moment Sleep God heard about the counterattack, immediately stepped forward and said, Brother, is this for real? You have no idea how arrogant the enemy has become in your absence. They've gotten way too cocky. If old Hua hadn't stopped me, I'd have gone out and fought them already. Xin Fang chuckled and patted Sleepyhead on the shoulder. I gave the order to keep you inside. What's that supposed to mean? You don't agree? Sleep God immediately chuckled. How could I dare to disagree? Ha ha ha. Alright, I know you're boiling with rage. I'll let you blow off some steam later. Old Hua, gather everyone here. Speckled Flower promptly gathered everyone together. Once everyone was gathered in a circle, Xin Fang began assigning tasks. I'll keep this brief, just 3 points. First, everyone lay down your weapons on the ground. Second, bring over the large cooking pots we normally use. Third, send people to monitor the Tiger Brigade's movements around the island's perimeter. The moment the wooden wall is breached, report immediately. Got it. I'll handle it right away. Wait a minute, boss, why are we moving the pots? Xin Fang chuckled. Bringing the pot is to cook soup for you all. You've all been working hard these past few days. Today I'll cook for you all myself a hearty bone broth. At that moment, Huaban stared at Xin Fang as if he were a fool. After a long moment, he asked, Hey, big brother. Are you okay? I'm fine. I told you to go, so just go. Oh. Alright. Spotted immediately led the others away. Before leaving, he tossed the weapons clattering to the ground. Then, Xin Fang began the weapon upgrade process. His goal was to upgrade them all to legendary tier 1. Xiao Chang, who was still leisurely watching the battle from the sea, suddenly sensed something amiss. Xiaohe rushed over to Xiao Chang and said, Brother Chang, something's wrong. For some reason, everyone on the island has suddenly evacuated. All gone? What about the other areas? Same everywhere else. Xiao Chang's eyes darted around. Oomph. Bunch of useless fools. They see they're about to be overrun, so they're hatching an escape plan ahead of time. Tell the guys below to hurry up. Don't let these outsiders get away. Xiaohe nodded urgently. Brother Chang, rest assured the men are already on it. Meanwhile, at the island's center. In no time, Xin Fang had upgraded everyone's weapons. Fortunately, Chen Shuero had been supplying him with golden carrots these past days. Otherwise, they might have fallen short. He'd have to figure out more ways to get golden carrots in the future. Only then could weapon upgrades proceed faster. Before long, several people carried over a large cauldron. It was filled with water. A large quantity of firewood had already been arranged beneath it. Put it over there, Xin Fang gestured to the side. The rest of you keep monitoring their movements. Roger that. Everyone immediately set off. Xin Fang then placed all the black bones into the large cauldron. All 10 black bones were placed inside. Soon, the clear fresh water began turning black. As the fire burned beneath, the water grew increasingly dark, until the entire pot of water began to boil. The blackness reached its peak. Xin Fang scooped up a small amount and tasted it. He took only a tiny sip. Xin Fang instantly felt an inexplicable surge of strength throughout his body. It worked. And it was even more potent than the black bone soup that little girl made for him last time. 10 bones truly made a difference. The black bone soup was now complete. The weapons had also been upgraded. Just as I was about to summon all the brothers back, when Speckles came running over. Brother! The southwest flank has been breached. The Fierce Tigers regiment has breached our lines and is advancing. Perfect timing. We've been waiting for them. Gather all the brothers immediately. Come back for the battle soup and grab the new weapons. New weapons? Hua Ban tilted his head. When he saw the ground studded with tang swords and various other fine weapons, his eyes widened in astonishment. These exquisite weapons glistened in the sunlight. The glare made Hua Ban's eyes blur. The counterattack begins now. Chapter 183, You Think You're Worthy? This time, everyone assembled with remarkable speed. When they saw so many dazzling new weapons on the ground, everyone reacted just like Speckled. A look of astonished delight flashed in every pair of eyes. Holy crap, are these tang swords? They're so beautiful. Bro, are these all ours? I asked. No way, bro. How did you get all this in such a short time? You're not pulling a magic trick, are you? The brothers chattered excitedly as they eagerly picked up the tang swords from the ground and swung them repeatedly. Holy crap. The feel is absolutely amazing. Boss, the weight of these tang swords is just perfect. And that leather-wrapped pommel. So cool. The crowd kept praising it. Then a deep, gruff voice cut through the crowd. Bro, they all got new weapons, why not me? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Xin Fang looked over and saw it was Sleepyhead. He couldn't help but smile. Your weapon is so big. How could it possibly fit among theirs? Come here. Yours belongs here. It wasn't that Xin Fang deliberately separated the God of Sleep's weapon from the others. He had upgraded the God of Sleep's weapon separately. He directly upgraded it to legendary tier 3. After all, the God of Sleep's formidable combat prowess deserved a better weapon. Xin Fang called out. Sleep God immediately jogged over to Xin Fang. Where is it, big brother? Right here, isn't it? As Qin Feng finished speaking, a 2-meter-long broadsword instantly materialized on the ground. The entire blade was engraved with dragon patterns. Particularly on the blade's surface, a vivid azure dragon came to life. When the god of sleep saw the great sword on the ground, he froze in place, utterly stunned. Brother! Where did you get Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade? Xinglong Yenyue Dao? After the god of sleep mentioned it, Qin Feng examined it closely. Sure enough, it was identical to the green dragon crescent blade used by Lord Guan. Earlier, he'd been so preoccupied with examining the blade's weight and other details, he hadn't even noticed the blade's overall shape. Who would have thought this weapon enhancer could upgrade weapons into legendary historical blades? Does that mean future weapons could also be upgraded? Take the repeating crossbow I'm using now, could it be upgraded into Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow? After this battle, I absolutely have to look into this. If it really could become the Zhuge crossbow, that would be absolutely incredible. Without further thought, Qin Feng urged the sleep god to pick it up and test it immediately. The god of sleep gave a nod. He quickly bent down and grasped the green dragon crescent blade in his hand. The moment it touched his hands, he instinctively swung it. The 2-meter-long blade whirled through the air with a fierce, whistling wind. Qin Feng, standing nearby, could feel the powerful gust of wind generated by each swing. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. With such a formidable weapon and the sleep god's immense strength, a single swing could. Just as he pondered this, sleep god suddenly let out a loud cry. Bro, I absolutely love this sword. Sleep god's face now glowed with excitement. Having trained at a martial arts academy, he possessed a keen instinct for cold weapons. The moment he grasped the green dragon crescent blade, he instantly felt as though he had transformed into Guan Yu himself. Though he knew he lacked Guan Yu's intellect and charisma, the sensation felt utterly real. Moreover, the weight and length of this blade felt as though it had been custom-made for him. Before Qin Feng could reply, Sleep God continued, Brother, just wait for those little bastards to meet their end. Brother Hua told me, this trip you're taking is incredibly dangerous. You risked your life to bring the brothers all these awesome weapons. This time, just sit tight inside and wait for news. As Sleep God finished speaking, the others behind him chimed in, yeah, big brother, we all know how tough this trip was for you. Even though Brother Hua didn't go into detail, we understand perfectly well. You have no idea how arrogant they've been while you were gone. We've been waiting for this day. That's right, exactly. We've been waiting for this day. Let's take them down. Qin Feng watched the group's surging momentum and felt immense joy. He never imagined the arrival of new weapons could boost morale so dramatically. I'll be waiting here for your good news. But before you go, finish the soup in the pot. Drink the soup? The group froze in surprise. Though they didn't understand why Qin Feng insisted on this. But since it was the boss's order, there was no room for hesitation. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, those around him began to drink the soup. In just a few moments, the pot was nearly drained. Then someone suddenly remarked, why do I feel like I suddenly have more strength after drinking this soup? Me too. My hands feel like they have endless strength. So I'm not the only one feeling this way. Boss, could this soup really have some kind of miraculous effect? Qin Feng smiled faintly. Whether it has miraculous effects? You'll find out soon enough. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Suddenly, frantic sounds erupted from all around. Qin Feng frowned slightly, scanning the area with his peripheral vision. Shadows flickered incessantly within the surrounding woods. Next, these figures burst out from the bushes on both sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, they had completely surrounded Qin Feng and his companions. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Then, a voice suddenly rang out from among the crowd. At a time like this, you still have the nerve to gather here? Qin Feng followed the sound with his gaze. From the outer circle of people, a man with a crew cut slowly emerged. The man walked forward with a stiff, square gait, picking his ear with his pinky finger. A distinctly mocking smile played on his face. Every movement radiated contempt and mockery. At that moment, Lu Qing approached Qin Feng and said, that man is Xiao Chang. Qin Feng nodded, then turned his gaze back to the buzzcut man. He curled his lip and took 2 steps forward. What the hell is it to you? His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Xiao Chang froze in surprise. You must be Qin Feng. You ran away, but now you're back? You've got some nerve, messing with our tiger gang. And you actually killed our boss's son? You've got some nerve. Xiao Chang said, giving Qin Feng a thumbs up. He continued, the situation now is crystal clear, isn't it? Qin, if you don't want your brothers to die a miserable death, then get down on your knees and kowtow to me a few times. Beg me nicely, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just spare you all. As for you, I advise you to tie yourself up and come with me. Got it? As Xiao Qian's words fell silent, Qin Feng burst into a fit of giggles. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I'm just laughing at an idiot. You. Before Xiao Chang could continue, Xin Fang's expression suddenly turned cold. What do you mean, you? You're giving me choices? Do you even have the right? Chapter 184, Brothers. Slash him down. Xin Fang's voice wasn't loud, but each word carried weight. Xiao Chang's expression shifted. His expression began to shift. From earlier disdain, it now turned to rage. Qin, no one has ever dared speak to me like this before. Xiao Chang was about to continue. But Qin Fang quickly waved him off. Enough talk. If you want to fight, just fight. What are you dithering about like a woman? The retort made Xiao Chang's face turn purple. Qin Fang paid him no mind. He waved to Hua Ban standing nearby. They're already at our doorstep. Stop standing around, let's go. The speckled sleep god had been itching to get started for ages. Upon hearing Qin Fang finally speak, the sleep god charged forward first. Spotted followed close behind. Then the brothers behind them. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Fang saw figures darting about. Howls filled the air. These days had left them pent up. Now they could finally unleash it. New weapons gripped in their hands, boundless power surging through their bodies. Each one seemed pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Xiao Chang watched the charging crowd from afar, momentarily dazed. Something's off. How did these people suddenly gain such overwhelming momentum? Just days ago, they were too scared to even show their faces. They'd been called cowards day in and day out. But now, how had this bunch transformed from turtles into tigers overnight? Wait a minute. What are they holding in their hands? Tang swords? Xiao Chang's pupils suddenly contracted. Holy! Is this for real? Tang swords? Only the Grand Army and a few division commanders possess this weapon. Powerful and highly resilient. Its strength is second to none. But how come nearly everyone here has one? Xiao Chang rubbed his eyes again. He scanned the crowd once more. He hadn't miscounted, every single one of them had one. The matte black blades. Leather grips. They were practically identical to Tang swords. How could he possibly fight like this? Most of the weapons in his arsenal were of perfect grade, though they were top tier within the perfect category. But the enemy was armed entirely with legendary grade weapons. The strength of legendary weapons is simply beyond comparison with perfect grade ones. Even the absolute best perfect grade weapons couldn't hold up. The moment they clashed, the weapons in their hands would be rendered useless in minutes. But Xiaohei had said their weapons weren't that powerful before. And just a few days ago, he'd seen what these people were wielding. Could it be that all these weapons were brought by Qin Fang alone? Oh no! No wonder he was so calm earlier. But now there's absolutely no way out. Qin Fang's men had already closed in. We'll just have to bite the bullet. Xiao Chang drew the two axes from his waist and charged forward. The two groups immediately plunged into a chaotic melee. But within mere moments, the superiority and inferiority of their forces became immediately apparent. Though Qin Fang was surrounded on all sides, he showed no sign of being at a disadvantage. Sleep God swung his great sword as if through empty space. The 2-meter blade flashed up and down. Wherever it struck, members of the fierce tiger regiment fell. With the god of sleep leading the charge, Spotted Tiger and the others fought with increasing ease. They relentlessly swung their Tang swords at the enemy. Meanwhile, on the Tiger Core side, though they had initially surrounded their foes tightly and held a numerical advantage, the moment they made contact, their weapons felt as soft as cotton. Utterly limp. Shattered by a single swing from Qin Fang's men. In a single exchange, the front ranks of the fierce Tiger regiment had all their weapons rendered useless. Those who remained were left defenseless. The first row fell, and the second row pressed forward. But the outcome remained unchanged. In mere minutes, the Tiger regiment's encirclement vanished into thin air. What had begun as a disciplined formation, now they were scattered in disarray. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Chang quickly sensed the shift in the situation. His side was no match for Qin Fang and his men. Not just in terms of weapons. It was also a matter of physical strength. For some reason, the momentum of this group now was completely different from what he had seen 2 days prior. They seemed to possess inexhaustible strength. Even the smallest among them managed to hold his own against one of our strongest fighters. How could we possibly fight this? It was pure domination. And this crushing trend was spreading faster and faster. Just as he was pondering this, Xiaohei suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Brother Chang, let's get out of here. We can't beat them. Half our brothers are already down. If we don't leave now, none of us will make it out alive. Xiao Chang's face was twisted with fury. He couldn't understand how the tide of battle had turned so drastically in just a few short hours. Brother Chang, let's get out of here. Xiaohei's face was etched with anxiety. At this rate, total annihilation was a distinct possibility. Staying here any longer was utterly pointless. Let's go. The word go seemed to be forced out from between Xiao Chang's teeth. Upon hearing this, immediately shouted to those around him, retreat. Retreat! With that, he grabbed Xiao Chang and began running backward. Upon hearing the order to retreat, the members of the Tiger Brigade immediately abandoned their weapons and fled. They weren't fools, they could sense the shifting advantage and disadvantage of the entire battle. Facing such formidable foes, they simply had no chance to fight back. As soon as Speckled heard they were retreating, immediately shouted, "Think you can just run away? Not so fast. You've been fighting us for days, and now you think you can just walk away? Brothers, cut them down to the bone." Hearing this, the men behind him became as fierce as wolves and tigers. What had been an encirclement now turned into a counter-encirclement. They relentlessly pursued the Tiger Brigade. The Tiger Brigade's men screamed in agony, unable to even glance back. In the blink of an eye, the Tiger Brigade vanished without a trace. Seeing the situation had become so clear, Qin Feng immediately recalled his men. Never pursue a desperate enemy. He understood that principle well. If they were truly cornered, who knows what desperate acts they might resort to. Besides, Qin Feng was confident he could absorb the Tiger Brigade. These men might just end up on his side in the end. Moments later, Huaban returned to Qin Feng with his men. "Boss, over 20 got away. We captured 10 who didn't escape." As Huaban spoke, several brothers behind him escorted 10 Tiger Brigade members forward. Qin Feng glanced at them. He waved his hand. "Take them away first. Don't treat them roughly." The younger brothers nodded and led them away. He then summoned Huaban to his side. "What's the casualty situation?" Huaban replied excitedly, "Don't worry, just a few injuries, and all minor." "That'll do. Take your men and clear the battlefield. The dead toss them into the sea. See if the survivors can be saved." "Boss, save them? Why not? Save them, and they become our people. Besides, who cares who they work for? We're desperately short-handed right now." "Got it? Got it. Oh, and get those guys out of there. Those traitors. They dare to lay a finger on you, this won't be left unpunished. I'll get this revenge for you." Huaban felt a surge of warmth in his heart and nodded firmly. Chapter 185, Assigning Personnel. Soon, Huaban brought the 5 men before Qin Feng. They knelt on the ground, heads bowed low. Especially Big Guy. He buried his head even deeper. Qin Feng approached him and crouched down. "Do you remember our bet from earlier?" The Big Guy nodded slightly. He didn't need to look around to know the outcome. Just listening inside the room, he could tell Qin Feng had won. Before Qin Feng could speak, Big Guy spoke first. "Brother, give me one more chance. This time, it really won't happen again. We were wrong to harbor those ill intentions." After Big Guy finished, the other 4 hurriedly chimed in. "Brother, please. We truly regret it." "Yes, boss. We'll never dare again." Each of them wore a mournful expression. They pleaded incessantly with Xiang Qin Feng. Qin Feng sighed deeply. "I told you, I gave you chances. I've given you benefits. I've done everything I can. But? No buts. Since you've served under me, I'll grant you a quick death." Qin Feng finished speaking and beckoned to his men over there. Several men wielding tang swords strode over. They knew what was coming without needing to ask. "Boss, should we move?" one of the men asked. Qin Feng nodded. His tone was utterly calm. "Cut off the heads of these 5 men. Sacrifice them to consecrate our banner." The men who had arrived froze in their tracks upon hearing this. Behead them? No way. Why would the usually gentle boss resort to such a brutal method this time? Looking at the 5 men kneeling before them, they trembled in terror. 2 of them collapsed to the ground. "Are you sure, boss?" one of the brothers whispered tentatively. "I am." Qin Feng's tone remained calm. This time, he intended to make an example of them. Betrayal only happens once or countless times. This time, he had arrived just in time and happened to uncover it. But what if he hadn't? Then Huaban, along with the island he had fought so hard to secure, and the freshwater island beside it, wouldn't they all have become theirs? How would we have coped with the natural disasters that followed? Would he and his brothers all die of thirst then? Qin Feng dared not dwell on the thought any longer. These men's actions were utterly despicable. "If you don't want to follow me, if you have grievances against me, you can leave. But what you've done is unforgivable. This time, we must strike with ruthless severity. If we don't act decisively, those below will never learn that betrayal comes at a cost. What are you standing around for? Get moving." Qin Feng barked again. Several underlings immediately nodded. At that moment, none of them dared to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Because they were afraid. Faced with Qin Feng's command, they dared not disobey. Immediately, he dragged the 5 limp bodies along the ground as he walked toward the distance. Moments later, screams erupted one after another. From that moment on, everyone would remember the price of betrayal. After handling this matter, not long after, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The task reward system has been fully updated. Conquest mode quests have been added. Subsequent rewards will be distributed based on conquest mode. Detecting that the host has just achieved victory. Reward: no wear and tear on the host's group weapons. Reward: automatic repair of your group's armor. Next mission: capture the enemy's satellite island. Completing this mission will reward the locations of 2 additional freshwater islands and another mysterious device. Whoosh! The system's voice faded away. Listening to the fading echo of the system, Xin Fang snapped back to reality. So this was the conquest mode. The rewards had expanded from him to the entire team. Moreover, those 2 recent rewards had directly eliminated the resources needed to maintain weapons and armor. The more powerful the weapons and armor, the greater the resources consumed in their upkeep. As the number of members grows, so does the quantity of weapons and armor. By then, the sheer volume of resources consumed solely for maintenance after a campaign would be substantial. But now, there's no need to worry about that at all. Then there's the reward for the next mission. The locations of 2 freshwater islands. This reward is truly generous. Upon completing the mission, including the freshwater island we currently possess, we'll have a total of 3. 3. That should easily sustain me through this natural disaster. Then there's that mysterious device. Generally speaking, anything the system reveals in advance is bound to be incredibly powerful. Go for it. A reward like this is absolutely worth the gamble. On the sea's surface, Xiao Chang sat silently at the stern, head bowed. Xiaohei stood nearby, trembling nervously, unsure what to say. A moment later, Xiao Chang lifted his head, his face dark. How are we going to explain this to June? Xiaohei's eyes darted around, stammering for a long time without uttering a word. Useless. It's all because of your worthless intel. I ask you, did you get a single thing right? First you said Qin Fang's island had nothing on it. But when we got here, the first defense chain was built rock solid. And who knows how he built that wooden wall? Hard as rock. Then we got onto the island. Who knows where he got all those awesome weapons? They beat us so badly we couldn't even fight back. Our encirclement turned into a counter-encirclement. If word gets out about this, how am I supposed to keep my reputation? How am I supposed to explain this to June? Xiao Chang unleashed a torrent of curses at Xiaohei. Xiaohei just shrugged helplessly. Brother Chang, you saw the photos from the island. He built all that in just a couple of days. What could I do? And I have no idea where he got all those advanced weapons either. Honestly, you should just tell June the truth. Xin Fang and his crew, they're not pushovers. Xiao Chang glanced at the others on both small boats. They all looked utterly dejected. How many of us are left? Not counting us two, there are 25 left. 25? We started with over 60. Now, 25? When we get back, June will kill me for sure. Since our Tiger Regiment was founded, where have we ever suffered such a crushing defeat? Xiao Chang was muttering to himself. Suddenly, his watch vibrated. Instantly, his heart tightened. With great reluctance, he opened the watch. 2 words appeared on the screen. June Gu. Hello? June? How's the battle going? We lost? We lost? How did that happen? We had the numbers advantage and still lost? How many casualties? Well, only 25 remain. For a moment, the line fell dead silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard. June, let me explain. Don't explain. Come back immediately. I want you to recount every single detail of the entire process. No problem, June Gu. But what should we do next? What should we do? Reassign personnel. What else can we do? How many? All of them. Chapter 186, Haste Makes Waste. All of them? Xiao Chang and Xiaohei froze in place. Alright, you two get back here immediately. Da Juan hung up the phone. Thud. His palm slammed down on the nearby table. Damn it. Losing the first battle, how am I supposed to explain this to the boss? If it were just a regular fight, it wouldn't matter. But damn it, this was the boss's enemy. Sigh. Forget it. I'll tell him the truth. There's no other way. Da Juan muttered to himself. But deep down, he was filled with doubt. What kind of skills does Qin Fang possess? Xiao Chang had been riding high lately. Moreover, the group he brought along were all seasoned veterans. They even held the numerical advantage. Yet they ended up failing. A flood of questions swirled in my mind. But Xiaoqiang hasn't returned yet, so we'll have to wait for his explanation. It didn't take long, though. Xiaoqiang and Xiaohei returned with the remaining men. This was what they called a crushing defeat. Xiaoqiang and Xiaohei approached the main force. Seeing the dejected look on Xiaoqiang's face, the army's anger flared up. Spill it. Be thorough. Xiao Chang was about to speak. Da Juan cut him off immediately. I didn't ask you. I'm asking Xiaohei. Looking at your dejected face, I can tell you won't be able to explain it properly. Xiaohei, tell us exactly what happened. Xiaohei nodded and proceeded to recount the entire incident to Da Juan. After listening, Da Juan's frown deepened. So you're saying Qin Fong wasn't there at first, but when he came back, their weapons suddenly got powerful? And then they all started acting like animals? That's right, June. At first, we attacked as usual. But suddenly, Qin Fong's men all withdrew. Then we broke through the defensive chain and surrounded them in the center of the island. But at that moment, the weapons these people were holding changed. And in the middle of their group stood a large cauldron. A cauldron? Dajuan stroked his chin, murmuring to himself as he fell deep in thought. At that moment, Xiao Chang couldn't help but interject, Junge, I heard from their people that Qin Fong left to find something. Something that enhances weapon strength, apparently. Dajuan nodded. Now I get it. That kid must have found something to boost weapon strength in a short time. As for that big pot, it must contain something that boosts attack power. Who would have thought? What incredible luck he's had. You bastard. Got the guts to fight fair without relying on that junk? I don't believe I can't beat you. Xiao Chang snarled viciously. Are you out of your mind? Do you think this is real life? Damn it, if I found it, I'd use it too. You're stubborn, aren't you? Shut the up. Just hearing you talk pisses me off. Get over there. Dajuan unleashed a torrent of abuse, unleashing a barrage of curses at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang kept bowing his head, backing away to the side, too scared to speak. Just then, Xiaohei asked, Brother Jun, this guy's getting tough to handle now. What should we do? What should we do? Just ignore him? What else can we do? He's got that stuff, and I don't have it right now. But that doesn't mean the boss doesn't have it. Even though we lost this first battle, it's still good that we got a handle on this kid's capabilities. I'll report to the boss shortly. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up. Boss, you mean brother he also has this kind of human enhancement technology? Exactly. Why should Qin Fong be the only one with it? Alright, you two can go now. I need to report this to the boss. After dismissing the two, Dajuan immediately dialed He Qizheng's number. Beep beep beep. Hello? Boss? It's me. How's the situation over there? Did you catch that kid? A deep, resonant voice came through the phone. No, not yet, boss. Wait. Dajuan gave He Qizheng a detailed account of the entire incident. But when Dajuan finished speaking, instead of the expected anger, instead, an inexplicable chuckle echoed through the line. Giggle 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 giggle. The sound sent shivers down Dajuan's spine. Honestly, he'd rather be cursed out than see He Qizheng react like this. This kind of reaction meant his next decision was likely to be irrational. Qin Fong, is it? Interesting. An outsider acting so arrogant. How amusing indeed. After uttering these words, He Qizheng let out a deep sigh. This sigh only made Dajuan feel even more uneasy. He couldn't make sense of this series of unusual behaviors. Forget about them for now. Focus on finding the freshwater island in the coming days. This wave of natural disasters won't last much longer. If we don't find the freshwater island soon, even I won't be able to help you. What? Boss, you're not sending reinforcements? No reinforcements for now. This kid isn't as easy to deal with as you imagine. Sending reinforcements now would only waste time and manpower. If we can't withstand the disaster in the end, we're all screwed. But boss, I've searched every island within miles. There's only one freshwater island near Qin Fong and the others. You see. Could you spare some men to help me over there? I just lost quite a few men. Can't do it. Ha! We're stretched thin here on the main island too. You'll have to figure something out on your own. If you can pull them off, do it. If not, bring them back. We've found 2 freshwater islands on the main island now. We should be able to weather this natural disaster. Hearing this, Dajuan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he reluctantly agreed. Just as he was about to hang up, He Zhongqi's voice came through again. Dajuan, Qin Fong is no pushover. He killed my son, and I will avenge this. But now is not the time, understand? Since he dared to bring his men into our territory, he must have something up his sleeve. We need to plan this carefully. But boss, this island beneath my feet was also seized by me and my men through bloody struggle. How can I just hand it over to him? I can't accept that. What's there to be unwilling about? Dajuan, if I dare to ask you to give up the island, I will make sure you take it back. Not just your own island, but Qin Fong's as well. Take your time, no rush. Haste makes waste. Dare to oppose me, He Qizheng, and your only fate is death. My stance remains unchanged, seize freshwater island if possible, if not, withdraw. Got it, boss. Dajuan's response this time was resolute. He understood the weight behind He Qizheng's words. He felt more confident within himself. He hung up the phone. Dajuan called Xiaoqiang over again. How many people are still on the island? 43, what's up, boss? Let the brothers rest up these next few days. In 2 days, I'll personally lead a team to take out Qin Fong's freshwater island. How exactly, boss? If we can't seize the freshwater island, I'll steal his freshwater. Chapter 187 Resource Recycler. Fong's Island. Brother, the battlefield has been cleared. The dead from the Tiger Brigade have been dealt with. The survivors are locked up in the detention cells. Would you like to take a look? Fong nodded. I'll go later. Any other findings? At that moment, Spotty's face was beaming with a smile. Brother, we've made quite a haul this time. First, we seized a large quantity of weapons. I must say, the equipment from their Tiger Battalion is top-notch. All in perfect condition. Besides the weapons, brother, did you see those small boats moored along the shore? They've left us a full 23 boats. 23 boats? That many? How many did they bring when they arrived? 31, I believe. Only 8 made it back. The rest were all left for us. And boss, these boats are loaded with supplies too. One of our brothers just reported finding 743 arrows alone. Besides bows and arrows, there are also repeating crossbows, bows, and other weapons. Over 30 in total. Brother, these ranged weapons are enough to form another repeating crossbow squad. Additionally, we've recovered a substantial amount of food supplies. Especially meat products. Like rabbit meat, pork, and even beef. Beef too? That's right, bro. I was pretty surprised at first too. But after taking a closer look, it really is beef. I never imagined this area had such abundant meat resources. Since there's beef, I'm guessing the Army's island must have a farm. And it's definitely not small. How much food is there? Fong asked. Enough to feed our current group for a week. This haul is far more substantial than Bei's previous one, and everything's top-notch quality. The guys down below are still searching. More supplies should be reported in shortly. Fong was startled. He never imagined they could gather so much. After all, it's the Tiger Battalion. Such a large group of over 100 men is more organized and tougher to deal with. But once you defeat them, the loot is truly substantial. Among all these gains, Fong was most interested in the small boats. By the way, where are those small boats now? Take me there immediately. The brothers below have already pulled them to the northern beach. If you want to go now, brother, I'll take you there. Let's go now. Right away, brother. But why are you so interested in these boats? Fong gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out when we get there. The two then hurried to the northern beach of the island. In the distance, the others were conducting thorough inspections and gathering the small boats. Spotting Fong approaching, they immediately stopped their work and respectfully called out, Brother Fong. Fong waved his hand dismissively. Good work, everyone. Any new finds? Just then, a chubby young man approached. Brother Fong, come here. I found a blueprint on this ship. Blueprint? What kind of blueprint? The chubby boy scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not sure. I only glanced at it briefly. Following the chubby kid's footsteps, they entered the cabin of the small boat ahead. As soon as Fong stepped inside, he indeed discovered a blueprint. The blueprint was inside a box. Stepping forward, Fong picked up the blueprint. His eyes lit up instantly. Several words were written on the blueprint. Battleship repeating crossbow. Below the words was a sketch of a model. Around the ship's perimeter, 4 repeating crossbow launchers were positioned. These crossbow launchers bore some resemblance to the crossbow launchers mentioned by the palace engineer. However, this warship crossbow launcher is smaller in size. Thus, while their destructive power is reduced, their accuracy is significantly enhanced. Additionally, the sides of these naval crossbow launchers featured protective shields. This provided better protection during naval combat. Fong was overjoyed. It was as if his wishes had come true. When he had merged the raft merger into a medium-sized ship, he had discovered 4 recesses on the deck of the medium-sized vessel. The size of those grooves was perfect for mounting a warship repeating crossbow launcher. Equipping the ship with such weapons would make it a proper warship. It could carry troops and deliver firepower. It could strike the enemy before they even landed. It would be an absolute asset. Absolutely brilliant. Looking down at the blueprint once more. Below are the resources required to craft the warship repeating crossbow. Warship repeating crossbow, wood 80, iron ingots 50, rope 30, high-grade iron ingots 15. High-grade iron ingots? High-grade iron ingots? Those require smelting high-grade iron ore in a furnace. Currently, I only have 10 pieces of high-grade iron ore. Not nearly enough. Just as I was pondering this, Waban's voice suddenly chimed in beside me. Bro, you're thinking about the high-grade iron ore, aren't you? You got it. This stuff's a real pain to come by. It is a bit tricky, but I have a way. You have a way? What is it? Spit it out. Speckled cleared his throat. Brother, think about all the weapons we just seized from the Tiger Brigade. Most of their weapons contain high-grade iron ingot elements. If we could extract the high-grade iron ingots from them, wouldn't that solve it? Fong listened and realized this plan actually made sense. But old Hua, I don't think we have the tools to extract it. We don't have it on hand, but it's available in the marketplace. Take a look, brother. Xin Feng immediately opened the marketplace. Hua Ban guided him from the side. They quickly located the device. Resource recycler? Xin Feng tapped on it. It had a detailed description. Resource recycler, place crafted items inside. Upon activation, it will return 70% of the resources. Xin Feng then glanced at the price. Original price, 240 gold carats. Current price half price, 120 gold carats. 120 gold carats. Fortunately, he had the half price system. At 240, it would have been a bit pricey. But 120 golden carats? That's totally acceptable. Without hesitation, Xin Feng clicked buy. With a whoosh, the resource recycler instantly transferred into Xin Feng's backpack. Just as he was about to click to use it, suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has purchased the resource recycler. Given that the system upgrade was not promptly notified to the host and that it has not provided adequate assistance recently, the resource recycler's settings are now being adjusted. The resource recovery rate is now increased from 70% to 100%. Reading the system's justification for the reward, Xin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How incredibly considerate. The tone even carried a hint of guilt. But a 100% resource recovery rate was a bit too unrealistic, wasn't it? With this thing, all harvested items could be converted into needed resources. After converting the resources, they could be used wherever needed, with absolutely zero loss in between. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean all those weapons I collected earlier can be converted too? System, you're something else. If you were human, I'd be kissing you to death right now. Chapter 188, that powerful? Xin Feng then pulled out the resource recycler. Spotted beckoned his henchmen nearby to bring over the weapons they'd collected. Clang! 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 Among them were axes, machetes, daggers, and more. Though they were all conventional weapons, upon closer inspection, they were all of high quality. Xin Feng promptly picked up an axe and placed it into the resource recycler. He clicked to activate it. A clanging sound emanated from the resource recycler. Then it fell silent. He checked his backpack. It now contained iron ingots 8, high-grade iron ingots 0.5, wood 5. 0.5 high-grade iron ingots? It seemed that the weapons didn't incorporate a full premium iron ingot. Xin Feng then added the remaining weapons all at once. The clanging sounds echoed continuously. The resources in his backpack steadily increased. After a few minutes, all the captured weapons were converted into resources. The total haul comprised iron ingots 134, high-grade iron ingots 34, and wood 150. 34 high-grade iron ingots were no small amount. Building a warship ballista requires 15 high-grade iron ingots. With current resources, 2 could be built. Without hesitation, Xin Feng immediately began manufacturing according to the blueprint. A loud bang echoed. 2 warship repeating crossbows instantly materialized in his backpack. The shape and form were indeed identical to the blueprint. Spotted Flower beside him asked, "Brother, is it ready?" Xin Feng nodded. "Let's go. Follow me to the ship we arrived on." Only a medium-sized vessel could accommodate this contraption. Small boats simply didn't have the necessary recesses. They hurried to the medium-sized vessel. Before the recess on the deck, Xin Feng opened his backpack and suddenly noticed. Beneath the warship's repeating crossbow mechanism, there was an additional button. It read Equip. It turned out that approaching the recess automatically triggered the equipment function. Xin Feng pressed the button. With a swish, the repeating crossbow vanished from his backpack. Instead, it materialized atop the recess before him. The size and shape of the recess perfectly matched the warship's repeating crossbow. Every minute detail was seamlessly integrated. Moreover, the 2 side panels of the crossbow were perfectly parallel to the deck's railings. Between the 2 side panels, there was a small protruding point. This served as the aiming point. Beneath the repeating crossbow mechanism sat a massive square box. This is the crossbow's quiver. This large square box can hold up to 80 arrows at once. That's twice the capacity of a standard repeating crossbow. That's a substantial quiver capacity. Keep looking down. Below the quiver, 2 wooden legs protrude. These wooden legs function like the 2 front supports on a machine gun. The 2 supports firmly hold up the repeating crossbow. They provide excellent stability. It must be said, the entire construction of this warship repeating crossbow was incredibly sleek and practical. At this moment, Hua Ban couldn't help but interject, "Brother, this repeating crossbow is too cool." Xin Feng turned to look at him. He saw the eager look on his face. Xin Feng chuckled, "Want to try it? Go ahead. It's a good chance to break in the new weapon." "Really? Why would I lie to you about this?" "But old Hua, let me lay it out plainly. If you mess this up, what then?" "Mess it up? That couldn't happen. The quality seems pretty solid." If it breaks that easily, it just means it's cheap junk. You agree, right, big bro? Big brother my ass. Xin Fang chuckled as he teased him. By the way, didn't they say they found a lot of bows and arrows on their ship? Bring them over and put them inside. Right, I'll get them now. Hua Ban rummaged through his backpack as he spoke. Hey, big bro, you should take a look at the arrows they made. They're a bit different from ours. How are they different? Soon, Hua Ban retrieved the captured bows and arrows. He pulled one out and handed it to Xin Fang. At a glance, Xin Fang spotted the difference. At the rear end, four feathers were neatly embedded into the shaft. However, the arrowhead itself lacked barbs. As Xin Fang examined it, Hua Ban explained from the side. Brother, this type of arrow boasts exceptional accuracy and excellent balance, though it lacks a bit in power. Lack of power doesn't matter. If we combine this arrow with our own bows, that should do the trick. I'll take the bow to Brother Gone later and have him study it. Alright, load the arrows into the quiver first. Let's test how the repeating crossbow mechanism performs. Got it. After responding, he loaded all the arrows into the quiver. 80 arrows, all loaded at once. Xin Fang could genuinely feel the weight of the load. Click. The quiver was mounted onto the repeating crossbow mechanism. The entire repeating crossbow mechanism visibly sank downward. Gone was the previous light, airy feel. Hua Ban moved to the rear of the repeating crossbow. He placed both hands on the handles. He lowered his head slightly, eyes fixed on the protruding dot. His right index finger gently touched the trigger. Click. His finger moved lightly. Whoosh. The arrow flew out. 1 second later, the arrow plunged into the tree ahead. Brother, that's some lightning fast shooting. That's way faster than the repeating crossbows we usually use. And bro, the accuracy is seriously impressive. We've used plenty of repeating crossbows before. Their accuracy is indeed a bit lacking. This has to do with both the crossbow itself and the arrows. If Palace Engineer could modify these arrows to perfection and integrate them with the repeating crossbow mechanism, the results would be beyond description. It would deliver both power and precision. Xin Fang nodded with a smile and continued, try firing in burst mode. Single-shot accuracy is already quite high. If it maintains that level of accuracy in rapid fire mode, that would be truly formidable. Spotted nodded. He immediately switched the crossbow to automatic fire mode. Then he pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, arrows rained down like a storm. Xin Fang beside him couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Could this warship's crossbow machine reload that quickly? It was nearly twice as fast as a handheld repeating crossbow. It fired an arrow in less than a second. The process was seamless, showing not a hint of jamming. Following the direction of the spotted animal's gaze, on the opposite tree trunk, a small section was densely packed with embedded arrows. Even in such rapid-fire succession, the accuracy remained remarkably high. This warship's repeating crossbow mechanism is truly formidable. Bro, did you see that? That accuracy is simply unmatched. Speckled Finger pointed at the distant tree. His face radiated indescribable excitement. With just this one repeating crossbow, if there's a small boat on the other side, its incredible rate of fire could sink it instantly. Bro, 2 of these won't be enough. We need to install those 2 grooves too. Xin Fang rubbed his forehead, utterly speechless. You think I don't want to? Do you think those high-grade iron ingots grow on trees? All those perfect-grade weapons on the ground earlier only yielded 34 pieces in the end. Xin Fang sighed inwardly, thinking that was only because the system had boosted the resource recovery rate. Otherwise, he could barely build one. Chapter 189, New Ship Unveiled. Bro, I heard the Tiger Brigade has a ton of high-grade iron ore. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to produce so many perfect-grade weapons. What if we seize the island where their branch is located? We'd definitely get a lot of high-grade iron ore. Xin Fang nodded. That's for sure. And the high-grade iron ore concentration in this area is definitely higher than in our own territory. Got it, boss. I'll have the guys scout the surrounding islands over the next few days. Afterward, the two conducted a comprehensive inspection and testing of another ship's repeating crossbow mechanism. Everything was in perfect working order. They returned to the beach once more. Spotted asked, by the way, big brother, you asked me to come with you because you were interested in these small boats, right? You never explained what purpose they serve. Xin Fang slapped his forehead. You reminded me. Follow me. The younger brothers had finished their search along the shore and were now dispersing. 23 boats were moored along the entire Golden Beach. All left behind by Xiao Chang and his crew. He approached the small boat. Xin Fang pulled out the raft assembler from his backpack. Hua Ban, standing nearby, asked curiously, bro, what's this thing? You'll find out soon enough. Xin Fang then activated the assembler. Xin Fang vaguely recalled that 3 small boats had once merged into a medium-sized vessel. He walked over to the 3 small boats at the edge. He scanned each one individually. Finally, he clicked merge on the screen. The 3 small boats vanished instantly before his eyes. 3 seconds later. With a loud thud, a medium-sized vessel slammed straight onto the beach, kicking up clouds of dust all around. Cough cough cough. What the heck is that thing? Moments later, the dust settled. Speckled immediately spotted the medium-sized ship before him. His face instantly filled with astonishment. Brother, did that medium-sized ship just now also materialize through this device? Yes. No wonder. When we arrived, I thought this medium-sized ship was built by Gonga. I never imagined it was actually 3 small boats combined. Merging 3 small boats creates a medium-sized vessel with greater capacity and more functionalities inside. Most importantly, small boats are too scattered when maneuvering. This larger vessel has much better overall integrity. Xin Fang spoke as he approached the other 3 small boats. He repeated the previous procedure. In the blink of an eye, another medium-sized vessel emerged from the merger. Speckled remarked from the side, at this rate, 23 small boats can merge into 7 medium-sized vessels. That's true enough. But this time, I'll see if I can merge them into something even more formidable. More powerful? What do you mean? I plan to merge the medium-sized ships that are created. Who knows? We might even create an even more formidable vessel. Spotted couldn't help but gasp in shock. No way, bro. Merging mid-sized ships again? I can't even imagine what kind of ship that would create. Why not give it a try? That's precisely why I'm so fascinated by these little ships. Old Hua, I believe future battles will increasingly focus on the seas. So warships will become extremely important. If we build superior warships first, we'll establish a stronger foothold in this region. Spotted nodded in strong agreement. His gaze toward Xin Fang now held an added measure of respect and admiration. While others were still focused on developing land-based weapons, he had already envisioned naval warfare. Such foresight truly wasn't something everyone possessed. As Huaban stood lost in thought, Xin Fang had already merged all 7 medium-sized vessels. As for the remaining 2 small vessels, Xin Fang merged them as well. However, merging the 2 small vessels did not transform them into a medium-sized ship. Instead, they became more sturdy and durable than before. Their speed also increased significantly. Holding the instrument in his hand, Xin Fang began scanning the medium-sized ship before him. Upon completing the scan of the first medium-sized vessel, the device's screen immediately displayed the merger plan. 2 options were presented. Option 1, merge 5 medium-sized ships into a transport vessel. Freighter, large size, high storage capacity, used for transporting goods or personnel. Disadvantages, low defense, slow speed, no offensive capability. After reviewing the description, an image of the transport ship appeared below. He stared at the image for a long while. Xin Fang could only describe the transport ship with one word. That word was bulky. The transport ship's belly was truly enormous. So large it bordered on the absurd. But it was precisely this vast storage capacity that justified its name as a transport ship. Beside the transport ship's image were more detailed descriptions. Capable of carrying 180 personnel, transporting grain, resources, etc., with a fixed temperature system. Option 2, combine 5 medium-sized ships into a single Tier 1 warship. Tier 1 battleship, medium-sized hull with reinforced armor, high speed, and 6 battleship crossbow slots. 2 of these slots serve as concealed firing points. Below the proposal, an illustration of the Tier 1 warship is also displayed. Looking down. Before Xin Fang could say anything, Huaban piped up beside him. Bro, this is seriously cool. And indeed, as Huaban said, the image of the Tier 1 warship was undeniably impressive. Though the warship's overall size was comparable to a medium-sized vessel, its entire hull was covered in sharp spikes. The hull itself employed double-layered armor. This mirrors the wooden wall chain defense system designed by Brother Gong. Its defensive capabilities are outstanding. For offensive capabilities, the deck still featured 4 recessed grooves. 2 additional concealed grooves are positioned on either side of the hold. Inside these recesses are sliding panels. No wonder they're called concealed. When the sliding panels are closed, they're completely invisible. It's certainly sleek. But I think calling it a charge warship is more fitting. Exactly, bro. Especially with all those spikes covering the outer hull who dare get close? Plus, its defenses are formidable. Even without the warship's repeating crossbow mechanism, just charging around in a small craft would cause significant damage. Bro, why don't we just go with this Tier 1 warship? Xin Fang stroked his chin in thought. This assault warship's firepower is indeed formidable, but we won't need it right now. The transport ship, on the other hand, is something we can use right now. Use it right now? Huaban asked, puzzled. We're getting new recruits. New recruits? Brother, you mean the home base is sending people over here? Xin Fang nodded. And this time, it's not just people, there are other items, resources, and so on. So now you understand, right? Spotted looked thrilled. Big brother, do you know how many people are coming this time? Over 50, according to the message old Wu sent me yesterday. Beyond that. Our second line of defense, the repeating crossbows on the watchtower. Brother Gong has already figured out how to use them. Besides the repeating crossbow machine, the other structures Brother Gong has developed are now in the final testing phase. Chapter 190, is this a transport ship? Speckled grinned, no wonder it's Brother Gong and Old Wu. They never disappoint. So based on current assessments, merging them into a transport ship would be preferable. We can merge the assault warship later on. Speckled nodded. Alright, I'll take your lead on this, big brother. After finalizing the plan, Xin Fang selected the transport ship for merging. But just as he was about to click the merge button, he noticed a gold carat consumption prompt below the button. Notice, merging late-game warships requires golden carats. The more powerful the warship, the greater the golden carat cost. This transport ship requires 120 golden carats. After merging to create a new ship, its blueprint will also be unlocked. 120 golden carats? Xin Fang opened the shop to take a look. After the recent heavy consumption of golden carats, he only had 130 left on hand? Xin Fang was startled. How did they disappear so fast? Last time he checked, he had over 1,000. In a daze, Xin Fang suddenly understood the feeling of spending money in real life. It felt like money was slipping through his fingers without him even knowing where it went. First, he needed to get the transport ship built. But the need for golden carats would only grow from here on out, including weapon upgrades, construction, trade, and so on. To expand his capabilities, golden carats were indispensable. The 2 apple trees at home definitely won't be able to sustain such massive consumption. Looks like we'll have to find durian seeds soon. Lao Hua, have the brothers scout the surrounding areas more frequently these days. See if they can find out anything about durian seeds. Durian seeds? What are those? It must be something valuable, and it only exists in this area right now. Got it. No problem. I'll pass the word right away. Xin Fang nodded, his gaze shifting back to the instrument in his hand. Locate the transport vessels. Press the button. 5 medium-sized ships vanished instantly. 3 seconds later, a thunderous crash echoed. The transport ship slammed directly onto the sandy beach. Holy crap. Earlier, looking at pictures, it didn't seem that big. But now, suddenly appearing before Xin Fang and the others, I realized just how massive this thing really was. Bro, what kind of displacement does this thing have? He asked, craning his neck upward. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Forget it, let's just go aboard and take a look. The 2 men brushed away the dust kicked up before them. They entered the cargo hold from the rear of the transport ship. The moment they stepped inside, both men froze in their tracks. Following their gaze, the entire hold was terrifyingly vast. And it wasn't merely large. What shocked them even more was that the hold was divided into one compartment after another. Each compartment was designated for storing specific resources. Bro, are you sure this is a ship? What else could it be? On the compartments to their left and right, one was labeled food resources and the other production resources. Xin Fang glanced at the list detailing food resources. Suddenly he remembered. Earlier, when introducing the transport ship, they mentioned it had temperature-maintaining capabilities. Could this be true? He gently pushed open the compartment door. A blast of cold air instantly flooded out. Just like opening a refrigerator door. Holy crap, it actually works. Before I could continue marveling, suddenly, Hua Ban called out from ahead. Bro, come check this out. This room is for storing weapons. And this one's for storing animals? Wait. Why is there a huge water tank in this room? Holy crap. Is this pool actually for storing seafood? No way, this transport ship can hold so much. Listening to the constant exclamations of admiration coming from Hua Ban's side, Xin Fang hurried over. He scanned the private rooms lining both sides. Just as Hua Ban had described. Each compartment held specific stored items. Following the row of cubicles deeper into the space, there was actually a largest compartment at the very end. Driven by curiosity, Xin Fang approached the largest compartment. This big? Could it be for holding people? Xin Fang pushed open the door and peered inside. His hunch proved correct. The interior space was enormous, several times larger than the outer cabins. It could be said that this single compartment alone occupied roughly 3/4 of the entire cargo hold of the transport ship. What lay within shocked Xin Fang even more. It wasn't the empty void he had imagined. The cabin actually contained a bed and chairs. Not only did it serve as a transport vessel, but it also provided a place for personnel to rest. This ensured that personnel could replenish their strength effectively during transit, preventing unexpected incidents. Truly worthy of being called a transport ship. From the outside, it just looks big. I never imagined the interior would be so intricately structured. That's the general layout of the entire ship's interior. The 2 then climbed the stairs and emerged onto the transport ship's deck. The deck was quite spacious. Compared to the interior of the hold, it seemed quite simple. Apart from its sheer size, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Over the next few days, gather the island's resources. Things like copper ore, sturdy timber, and well-raised pigs. Load all of these onto the transport ships and send them back home. Especially the copper ore and sturdy timber. We have plenty of both on our island, so bring extra back home. We can't neglect our rear end while focusing on the front. Home is our base. We must fortify our defenses. Or else someone might steal our home. Speckled nodded. Don't worry, boss. I'll have my men handle everything you've instructed right away. If things go smoothly, we should have everything gathered by tomorrow. All right. Once everything's gathered, have the men hurry back home. The next wave of calamity draws ever nearer. Counting today, we have about 6 days left. Oh, and we need to organize people to deliver fresh water to the homes on Freshwater Island. Nizi mentioned our island's freshwater sources are dwindling. Has it already started changing, brother? Absolutely. Otherwise, how else would Freshwater Island prove its worth? Brother Gong has already prepared many small water barrels. This way, we can transport the freshwater directly to our homes through trade. Alright, no problem, brother. But we only have one freshwater island right now. Will that be enough? Our manpower has grown significantly. Counting the brothers who are coming, our island's population has already surpassed 100. Xin Fang pondered for a moment before replying, Don't worry, old Hua. In a few days, we'll have the other 2 freshwater islands. Ha? Big brother, you're not joking, are you? I've already sent out 3 groups to scout for freshwater islands. None of them found anything. Could it be you have the locations of 2 more freshwater islands? Xin Fang gave a mysterious smile. Not now doesn't mean not in a few days. Just keep an eye on the main force. As long as they haven't found Freshwater Island, we'll definitely end up with 2 of them. Ha? Do you even hear yourself talking? What possible connection could there be between those 2 things? Xin Fang chuckled and patted Huabun's shoulder. What? Think it's impossible? Want to make a bet with me? Chapter 191, Supply can't keep up with demand. Speckled shook his head like a rattle. I'm not betting. Bro, it seems like no one who bets with you ever wins. Besides, if I win, wouldn't that just ruin everything? I'd actually prefer to lose. But let's be honest, big brother. Whatever you set your mind to, you never fail. I'll give you that. Xin Fang laughed heartily. Hey, old Hua, when did you learn to suck up? I remember you barely spoke before. Huaban quickly took a few steps back, his expression turning serious. How is that flattery? I'm just telling the truth. The police officer chuckled and gave Huaban a light tap on the shoulder. Alright, let's get down to business. We seized so much food today. Tonight, everyone will have a proper meal. And send some of the prepared dishes to the wounded from the Tiger Brigade. Have you given them wild ginger and such to consume? Not yet. I plan to distribute them all tonight. Alright, hurry up. If we drag this out too long, a few more might crack under the pressure. Got it. But boss, even if we treat them well, will they choose to follow us? Why wouldn't they? They're all working for someone else right now. Of course they'll go wherever the pay is better. It's all dangerous work, they could die tomorrow. Why not choose to work for someone who treats them well while they're still alive? With someone who pays well? That's secondary. Do you know what the real reason is? Speckled pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Truthfully, the most crucial factor is who can lead them to survival. The next wave of natural disasters is imminent. We haven't even found the freshwater island yet, and the chances of finding it later are even slimmer. Do you think the Tiger Brigade doesn't know we have the freshwater island? They definitely know. After Qin Fang finished speaking, his expression instantly shifted to one of sudden realization. I see, brother. Truthfully, our greatest enemy right now is still the natural disasters within this game. Whoever can lead them to overcome the calamity and guide them to survive better, they will choose to follow that person. Exactly. That's the fundamental reason. Got it, bro. I understand. I'll handle it right away. Alright, go ahead. I could use some quiet time alone anyway. I'll give Niz a call. After Huaban left, Xin Fang walked alone to a secluded stretch of beach. He dialed Chen Shuaro's number. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of busy tones, the screen shifted, revealing Chen Shuaro's playful, adorable face. Hello? Brother. Are you busy? Hee, just finished up. Ting Ting and yeah, still have a bit left over there. What's up? You're not busy today, bro? Xin Fang had intended to tell Chen Shuaro about today's events. But then he thought better of it. Telling her would only make her worry needlessly. Seeing how cheerful the little girl was today, he didn't want to dampen her spirits. Being busy doesn't stop me from missing you. Hee, big bro, when did you get so smooth with your words? I love hearing that. Make sure to say it more often from now on. Sure thing. Since you're being so sweet, I'll tell you some good news. On screen, Chen Shuero's little face lifted high, radiating adorable pride. Good news? What kind of good news? Brother, remember when I told you about my skill upgrade? Of course I remember. You said the upgrade would increase output and shorten the cycle time. Exactly. But that's not actually the main point. Chen Shuero paused here, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Then what is the most important part? Ha. Chen Shuero didn't rush to answer Qin Feng's question. Instead, she turned the camera around. She pointed the camera toward the distant wheat field. Brother, take a good look. Can you spot anything different? Anything different? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and peered intently. All he saw were endless rows of wheat, not yet turned golden. Other than that, he couldn't really spot anything unusual. After a moment, Qin Feng shook his head. I still can't tell where it's different. You really can't tell, brother? Let me tell you something. Didn't you notice the number of wheat fields seems different? After Chen Shuero pointed it out, Qin Feng looked again carefully. And sure enough, it was true. Hey, girl? Where did these 2 extra wheat fields come from? Could it be that old Wu took the team out and gathered 2 more wheat fields? He didn't mention this to me either. Wheat fields aren't available in the marketplace right now. The only way is to go find them yourself. Or seize them from others. The same goes for cornfields. These aren't fields collected by Wu Gu. I conjured these 2 wheat fields myself. Manifested? Girl, speak plainly. Haha, I'm not joking, big bro. Actually, these 2 wheat fields came from my upgraded farming skill. They were given to me as a reward. And I figured out why my skill leveled up. It's related to the yield after I plant and harvest. I leveled up from level 1 to level 2 because I accumulated enough yield. The same applies to subsequent upgrades. Each level up grants me corresponding rewards. Anyway, upon reaching level 2, I was rewarded with 2 wheat fields plus 2 apple seeds. But I imagine the rewards will increase as the levels get higher. That's how it works. Chen Shuero finished speaking and flashed a sweet smile. Though the young girl made it sound effortless, Qin Feng found it anything but easy. He was utterly astonished. He'd assumed this cultivation skill merely boosted yields and shortened growth cycles. But who would have thought they could actually be upgraded? And leveling up actually granted rewards? As he pondered this, Chen Shuero continued, but brother, there's one thing I still want to tell you. What is it? Even though we have 2 extra wheat fields now, and the grain yield is higher than before. But I did the math, and it's still supply falling short of demand. Angkor has been hiring quite a few people lately. The demand for food has increased significantly. So brother, we must continue searching for food. We've been working intensively these past few days. We've been trying to shorten the crop growth cycle. But it still isn't enough. Seeing the young girl's worried expression, Qin Feng comforted her, it's okay, Niz. Just tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you. Do we need more planting areas, or more hands? He knew full well that adding so many workers at once, the grain consumption would be enormous. Even if Chen Shuero hadn't mentioned it, Qin Feng would have brought it up himself. I've also asked Brother Wu to look into the farming land situation. But it's been several days with no results. Brother, if you have time, could you check that area for any farmland? Sure thing, kid. No need to feel guilty. With you here, the food issue has been largely resolved. Leave the rest to me. This area might actually yield better crops. Chapter 192, Revealing Clothes. I just feel, at such a crucial moment, I couldn't properly help you, brother. It leaves me feeling unsatisfied. Silly girl, nothing ever goes smoothly. Your cultivation skills have already helped me immensely. Alright then, big bro. If you hear anything about farmland, tell me right away. I need to prepare my crops in advance. Qin Feng nodded. Oh, and brother, when will you be done over there? When can you come back? Xiao Rou misses you. Chen Shuero pouted in the video. Still a while, kiddo. Oh well, okay then, big bro, remember to come back soon, okay? I've prepared so many slightly revealing lingerie sets. Just waiting for you to come back. After saying this, Chen Shuero winked at Qin Feng. A faint smile touched her lips. You little minx, what am I supposed to say to you? What's the matter? Don't worry, big brother, it definitely won't affect my regular work. Besides, I cut all those clothes myself. Though some were bought at the mall. But they were really cheap. Don't you like them, bro? Don't you like Xiao Rou wearing those attack speed outfits anymore? What? Attack speed gear? Yeah. Last time I wore those clothes, your speed was off the charts. It was unforgettable. Hold on, kiddo. Keep talking and we'll get flagged for review. Looking at Chen Shuero's adorable, playful, and innocent little face, Qin Feng couldn't believe those words had just come out of her mouth. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt like he understood what a contrast truly meant. But Niz, you weren't like this before. Huh? We weren't that close back then. Besides, people change. Don't you like me this way, brother? Should I wear those outfits tonight and take some photos for you? If photos aren't enough, I can make a video too. No. You little minx, don't get too cocky. I've got important business to attend to right now. Wait until I'm done before you come back. Just wait till I get back, I'll show you. Hehe, can't wait. Chen Shuaro added with a mischievous grin. Alright, big bro, Xiaoro won't be naughty anymore. Brother, take good care of yourself over there. Stay safe. You must. Got it, kid. He hung up on Chen Shuaro. By now, the sky had grown dim. The sea breeze blowing against her skin felt pleasantly cool. Breathing in the slightly chilly air, Xin Fang murmured to himself, cherish these few days of cool weather. He turned and walked toward the center of the island. Time passed quickly, and darkness fell completely. In the residential area at the island's center, the place was bustling with activity. A group of people gathered around several bonfires. And above each bonfire, a whole roasted pig was suspended. The pig sizzled and dripped with grease. The aroma filled the entire area. On several tables in the center, plentiful vegetables and fruits were laid out. Joyful smiles lit up every face. Xin Fang stood right in the center. He too was smiling broadly. He pulled Huaban aside and asked, "What's the status with those guys?" Huaban leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, boss. We've already taken care of the wild ginger for them. Everyone's health reserves have been replenished." Xin Fang nodded. "Have someone carry that roasted pig over? We're heading to the detention room." "No need, brother. I'll take some men over shortly." "That won't do. I need to show sincerity." The detention room wasn't far away. It was less than 50 meters from here. Inside the dim detention room at that moment, a group of people wearing tiger print bandanas, their faces covered in grime, huddled together, some crouching, some lying down. They looked utterly wretched. A few of them peered through the narrow window, staring unblinkingly at the bustling scene outside. Their eyes were fixed on the roasting pig in the bonfire. Saliva constantly pooled in their mouths. "Hey, Captain, how did we end up in this mess?" one of the slender men asked helplessly. "When you're outmatched, what can you do? Besides, this is already pretty good." Not only did they refrain from beating us up, but they even gave us wild ginger to restore our health points. Be grateful. But Captain Gua, what do you think he meant by that? The captain was about to speak. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the detention cell door. Then came a loud thud. The door was pushed open from the outside. It slammed hard against the adjacent wall. Those lying or crouching inside the detention cell immediately stood up. The helpless expressions on their faces instantly turned serious, even turning to fear. It was nighttime now, the perfect time for action. Everyone stared fearfully toward the cell door, fearing the arrival of someone who would summon them to their end. "You must be starving. I've brought you something to eat," Xin Fang said as he stepped inside. Several brothers followed closely behind, carrying a roasted pig. The moment the rear group stepped inside, the rich aroma of the roasted pig filled the air. Instantly, everyone in the detention cell perked up. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on the plump, roasted pig. Xin Fang directed the men behind him to place the pig in the center of the detention room. "Take your time eating. There's more where that came from," Xin Fang said casually. With that, he turned and walked away with his men. The entire process unfolded too quickly for anyone to react. It wasn't so much that they hadn't reacted as it was that they were all utterly baffled. What was that about? Captured, yet not killed. And there's roasted pig to eat? Though the roasting pig in the middle occasionally emitted sizzling sounds, and the aroma grew more and more intense, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Yet not a single soul dared to actually go eat it. Then the thin man by the window spoke up. "Captain Gua, do you think this roast pig might be our last meal in this life?" Sigh. Who'd have thought Xin Fang would be so considerate? He really laid out a feast for our last meal. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the room heard it. The atmosphere grew even heavier. Even the aroma wafting from the roasted pig felt like a death knell for a moment. So it's the last meal, then. Better to die stuffed than starved. So what if I poisoned it? If death is coming, let it come. Sooner or later, we all die. Better to die now than be tortured to death by natural disasters in a few days. At that moment, Captain Gua's voice rang out. "Could you stop talking about death all the time? Can't you say something more hopeful? Besides, are you guys so sure we're going to die? Captain Gua, we're already captured. What else could happen if we don't die?" "I'm not so sure about that, everyone." "What do you mean, not necessarily? What's the meaning behind that, Captain Gua?" "Yeah, spell it out, Captain Gua. Our last meal before the execution is already laid out before us. What else is there to say?" Chapter 193, We Surrender. What else is there to say? Are your brains made of solid wood? If Xin Fang really wanted to kill us, why would he bother sending someone to give us wild ginger? Damn it, when he was cleaning out the battlefield, he should have just tossed us into the sea to feed the fish. Why go to all this trouble to lock us up here? Then they bring us wild ginger to restore our health? This clearly means he doesn't want to kill us. If he doesn't want to kill us, what does he want? Let us go? The man finished speaking. Captain Gua's face darkened. Staring at the man, his lips trembling slightly, he snapped, "If you don't use that damn brain of yours, just cut it off." Let you go? You? I'm seriously fed up. This is clearly an intentional attempt to recruit us. After being scolded by Captain Gua, the man immediately lowered his head and fell silent. But the others chimed in one after another. Is this recruitment for real? Captain Gua pondered for a moment before replying, "I believe it's genuine. If we proceed as if it is, would you be willing to follow?" The moment Captain Gua spoke, the initial chatter died down instantly. Captain Gua scanned the group, expecting silence. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Why wouldn't we follow? If Qin Fong truly intends to recruit us, I'll be the first to join him. Right now, Qin Fong has Freshwater Island. His food resources are at least as plentiful as ours, if not more. Following him would at least guarantee we survive the next wave of natural disasters. None of us are related by blood. Since we've chosen to risk our lives, the first thing we look at is who can keep us alive. Only by staying alive can you earn your keep. Don't tell me you actually think wearing a tiger head bandana on your head and think he Qixing treats you like family? His family consists only of his son. We're all just hired hands. Get your head straight, everyone. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the detention room began to shift subtly. Though intangible, the shift was palpable. At first, some had been filled with righteous indignation. Now, they all looked down, brows furrowed. Each was silently weighing the pros and cons. Before long, whispers began to circulate. Then that voice spoke again, "Look, folks, if you have something to say, just say it. We're all prisoners now. We don't even know if we'll make it through tonight. What's there to be afraid of? The army hasn't even found a single freshwater island yet. Do you think they'll find one in the next few days? We can't find freshwater island, and natural disasters are simply too overwhelming to withstand. If we return then, it'll be death either way. Better to surrender now." These words were spoken once more. The earlier murmurs erupted into heated debate. I think this brother's right. When our very lives are at stake, what's the point of arguing over who to follow? True enough. Who does it matter if we follow? As long as we survive. More and more people began voicing their opinions. The detention room instantly erupted into chaos. Captain Gua, standing by the window, frowned. His gaze swept back and forth across the crowd. He wanted to see who had spoken those words just now. Truthfully, those words echoed his own thoughts. He just hadn't been sure at first whether these people were truly on the same page as him. He was pondering how to change their minds. He never imagined that person would accomplish it in just a few minutes. This only piqued his curiosity further. Finally, his gaze settled on a man with an ordinary appearance deep within the crowd. In the dim light, the man's features were faintly visible. Why did this man look so unfamiliar? He seemed like someone he'd never seen before. Just as he was about to step forward to ask, he addressed the few members of the Tiger Brigade beside him. "Captain Gua, you're the only captain in this whole cabin right now. Why don't you represent us in talking with Brother Qin? Let him know our intentions. Just go talk to him quickly. If Brother Qin changes his mind any later, we'll be feeding the fish in the sea." "Yeah, Captain Gua, hurry up. We can't wait any longer." Once the group had firmly chosen a goal, their urgency only intensified. And as things stood, surrender was their only chance to stay alive. Captain Gua agreed. Seizing this momentum, they must declare their stance immediately. Hesitation meant defeat. With no time to question the man further, Captain Gua turned and headed straight for the detention room door. Outside at that moment, Qin Fong stood not far away. His gaze fixed intently on the detention room. Beside him, Waban muttered softly, "Hey, big bro, we're just leaving like this? Without a single word? Shouldn't we at least go in and explain the stakes to them? Give them a choice? Otherwise, how could they possibly join us?" Qin Fong smiled faintly. "If you truly want them to follow us, they must choose to do so of their own accord. Do you recall when I asked you to follow me, did I offer you a choice?" Spotted was taken aback by the question. He recalled their time on the island. It seemed Qin Fong truly hadn't given him a choice, it had all been his own decision to follow. This thought suddenly made Huaban feel as if he'd been tricked. So we're just going to wait here forever? What if they're stubborn as mules? That could get messy. Huaban asked, feeling a bit uneasy. Qin Fong shook his head confidently. "Don't worry. I've got this covered." No sooner had the words left his mouth. The door to the detention room in the distance was violently kicked open. A man stumbled out, his hands bound behind his back. The moment he stepped outside, he spotted Qin Fong standing nearby. And Qin Fong saw him too. Without pausing for a moment, he quickened his pace toward Qin Fong. Huaban's heart skipped a beat. No way? We just said that. Was it already having an effect? In a few strides, the man reached Qin Fong and Huaban. He bowed slightly toward the two of them. Brother Qin Fong, I'm a squad leader in the Fierce Tiger Corps. My surname is Gua. Qin Fong nodded but didn't respond. Captain Gua continued, Brother Qin, I'm Gua, straightforward by nature, no beating around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. We surrender. All of us. Qin Fong looked up toward the detention room behind Captain Gua. The door to the detention room was wide open. Many people inside were peering out toward them. Each pair of eyes brimmed with urgency. A faint smile touched his lips. Before he could speak, Captain Gua knelt down before him. Brother Qin Fong, we're not lying to you. We truly surrender. Please spare our lives. The moment Captain Gua knelt down, several more prisoners burst out from the detention room behind him. In the blink of an eye, they were behind Captain Gua, kneeling down just like him. Brother Qin Fong, we surrender. Soon, everyone else in the detention cell burst out as well. Meanwhile, the brothers gathered around the campfire happened to witness this scene. Damn it! This is bad. They're revolting. Brothers in danger. Grab your weapons and head up there to help. With a rush, a large group charged toward the commotion. Chapter 194, Xiao Tian's Undercover Mission. Meanwhile, the members of the Fierce Tigers Regiment froze in their tracks at the sight of this commotion. Regardless of the reason, anyone seeing a large group charging toward them with knives and guns would feel fear. In the blink of an eye, these brothers had already closed in on Qin Fong. What? Planning a rebellion? What do you think you're doing? What are you trying to do to my big brother? Everyone, calm down. Qin Fong hurriedly waved his hand at the brothers behind him. He immediately pulled Captain Gui to his feet. I could tell Captain Gui was just as pale with fright. Brother Qin Fong, I only came to surrender. Was all this commotion really necessary? The men behind him from the Fierce Tiger Regiment were trembling with fear as they spoke. We truly came only to surrender. We have absolutely no other intentions. Surrender? At that moment, a subordinate at the front of the group raised his knife, his face filled with astonishment. Beside him, Hua Ban's face turned green with rage. Weren't you guys the ones causing trouble? Is the roast pork not to your liking? Qin Fong waved his hand dismissively. Old Hua, the brothers were just worried. But you don't need to worry anymore. The men behind me are now all members of the Black Dragon Gang. Xiaoqi, you and the others go untie their ropes. Xiaoqi and the few brothers behind him froze in surprise. They thought to themselves, surrendered this quickly? Then why did that whole gang rush out earlier? Was it just to tell the boss they'd surrender? What are you standing around for? Hurry up! Hua Ban urged from the side. Xiaoqi snapped out of it. Several men charged straight into the Tiger Corps' ranks, cutting their bonds loose. Qin Fong personally untied Captain Gua's ropes. Hua, ever the tactful one, shouted to his men behind him, what are you all standing around for? Go tell the boss. Boss. Call him Big Brother. Big Brother. Then over 20 people shouted in unison. Qin Fong waved his hand with a smile. No need to be so formal with me. Captain Gua, take them to get something to eat first. They've been hungry all day. We'll discuss specifics tomorrow. Hearing this, Captain Gua felt even more grateful. Brother Qin Fong, aren't you going to explain the rules and such to us first? The rules can wait. Filling your stomachs is the most urgent matter right now. Xiaoqi, bring out the roasted pig from the house. Let these brothers join us by the campfire for dinner. Captain Gua shot Qin Fong a look full of gratitude. So we should eat first? He asked again, his tone tinged with hesitation. Qin Fong nodded firmly. Go ahead. Following me isn't all that complicated. But if you don't fill your bellies today, believe me, I'll change my mind right now. Captain Gua shook his head vigorously like a rattle. Without further hesitation, Captain Gua led his team toward the campfire. Every man's stomach was growling with hunger. At that moment, Qin Fong addressed the brothers behind him, still holding their knives and guns. All right, everyone, put your weapons away quickly. Let's join them for a bite to eat. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed. Only Qin Fong and Hua Ban remained. Brother, it all feels like a dream. It feels so unreal. Did we surrender too quickly? Qin Fong smiled and replied, what's unreal about it? Do you think this is some ancient battle? We're just a bunch of people who chose to fight for others just to survive. Isn't surrender perfectly normal? Besides, I'd never trust them as much as I trust you. Accepting their swift surrender means. But you must also accept they'll surrender to others just as quickly. But at least for now, they can't surrender to anyone else because they need me. Don't overthink it, old Hua. I know what I'm doing. The two were about to leave. A voice suddenly called out from behind them. Big Brother. Mission accomplished. Spotted turned to look. A figure wrapped in a tiger-patterned headscarf approached them. Xiao Tian? What happened to you? Why are you wearing the Tiger Corps uniform? Xiao Tian chuckled softly as he approached the two. Brother Hua, Brother Qin Fong told me to do this. A few days ago, I infiltrated the Tiger Brigade. I've been feeding Brother Qin Fong intel the whole time. Qin Feng squeezed Xiao Tian's shoulder with satisfaction. You've worked hard these past days. It's nothing. When my brother died, what you did for him back then I remember it all. So, big brother, you told me to stir things up at the right moment. Pretty effective, huh? They all surrendered. What do you think of the effect? Xiao Tian did a great job with this. The 100,000 yuan has already been transferred to your account. Don't say you don't want it. Take it as a gift from your big brother. Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. But he nodded anyway. Alright, boss. Even though I didn't stay long with the Tiger Brigade this time, I've gotten to know their rules and habits. I want to continue my undercover work. No rush on that. There hasn't been a good opportunity yet. Go eat something. You've been starving all day. After sending Xiao Tian off, Spotted finally asked, no wonder you're so confident, brother. Qin Feng smiled faintly. When they're captured like this, their minds are at their most vulnerable. It's also when they're most prone to wild speculation. At this moment, if even one person makes a resolute choice, those behind them will inevitably follow, regardless of whether the person's reasoning holds water. That's human psychology. Come on, old Hua, let's go eat. We've recruited over 20 more people. Worth celebrating. With these 20 plus men on our side, we'll be better prepared to handle the Tiger Brigade later on. Our chances of success will be much better. That's where they're most useful. After hearing Qin Feng's words, his admiration and respect for Qin Feng deepened. He even felt a sense of relief. Relief that he was no match for Qin Feng. The two then joined the bonfire feast. The atmosphere grew even more lively. Halfway through the meal, Jiefeng approached team leader Guo. He tapped his shoulder lightly. Captain Guo, I've got a question for you. Captain Guo immediately stopped what he was doing. He asked earnestly, what is it, big brother? Go ahead. Do you know anything about the cultivation land? Planting fields? You mean the kind specifically used for growing corn and wheat? Exactly. Do you know where on the island we can find that kind of land? That kind of land? We have it right here on our island. No, I mean on Dajuan's island. And there's quite a bit of it around here. Some folks don't even want it. Don't want it? What do you mean? Qin Feng froze in confusion. But judging by the expression on Guo's face as he spoke, he didn't seem to be talking nonsense. Because this type of crop yields low harvests and has a long growth cycle. If we relied on this for sustenance, we'd have starved long ago. We'd be better off fencing off these empty plots for livestock farming. After all, the island spawns little pigs and such from time to time. Listening to team leader Guo's words, Qin Feng sensed something slightly off about what he was saying. Chapter 195, Turning Waste into Treasure? Wait, hold on. Are you saying your farmland isn't viable? Then tell me what's the yield? What's the cycle length? The cycle is nearly 10 days, but the grain from one wheat field only lasts 3 days. Ha! Qin Feng froze in surprise. This was vastly different from the fields in his own region. Back home, a single plot of wheat could feed them for 5 days. And the cycle was only about 3 days. No wonder nobody farms here anymore. If it were me, I wouldn't farm either. So you mean few people farm in this area, and most focus on animal husbandry? Exactly. Bro, haven't you noticed? The grass here grows so lush. It's much easier for livestock farming. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. So that's the difference between the two areas. His own area was more suitable for cultivation. Plus, the island spawns black soil and plant seeds. But since arriving here, after all these days, he hadn't seen a single trace of black soil. So what if we swap resources between the two areas? We could move the current planting area indoors. And move the white sheep and other animals spawning at home to this area for breeding. Then the yield of both resources would increase significantly. Hey, old Guo, wouldn't that mean no one would want the farmland over here? Pretty much. What's up, big brother? You want them? Qin Feng nodded. Is there a way? Well, brother, if you'd asked earlier, it might have been possible. Now all the surrounding plots have been abandoned. Even if you got one, you couldn't farm it. Currently, only 4 plots on Dajuan Island remain untouched. But they won't last much longer. Plots can fall into disuse? Qin Feng heard this for the first time. If you don't farm them, they'll just fall into disuse. Alright then, old Guo, I'll let you know tomorrow. If I need some, can you get it for me? No problem at all. Except for the farmland on Dajuan Island that's tricky to get. I know where almost every abandoned plot around here is. Alright, I'll get in touch tomorrow. The banquet continued until 11 o'clock that night. Everyone was stuffed to the gills. It must be said, this whole roasted pig was truly delicious. Once Qin Feng returned to his room, he immediately called Chen Shuero. Hey, girl. Are you asleep? I've got some news about the cultivation site. That fast? This was discussed this afternoon, and results are already in tonight? Chen Shuero's heart leapt with joy. What news? Tell me, brother. Xin Fang then recounted everything he'd learned that evening to Chen Shuaro. After hearing his account, Chen Shuaro declared without hesitation, "Brother, we must take it. And take as much as there is." "What? All of it? Won't the abandoned ones have any impact?" "It matters, but only for others. It doesn't affect me much." "Huh? What do you mean?" Chen Shuaro chuckled softly. "Brother, have you forgotten? I have the planting skill. I forgot to tell you this afternoon. The upgraded cultivation skill just happens to have an effect that restores wasteland. As long as the wasteland is maintained by me, it can be fully restored in about 5 to 10 days. It's just like new farmland." "Holy crap. Is that for real?" "Of course it's true, bro. So those abandoned plots are pure gold for us. But there's one thing, bro. These abandoned farmlands need a lot of fresh water to maintain. And then there's the natural disasters. I'm worried we won't have enough fresh water." "That's fine. I'll handle the freshwater issue. Just make sure you can restore all this wasteland properly. Don't worry, big brother. That's absolutely no problem." He hung up the phone. Xin Fang felt immense joy. From what team leader Gua had mentioned earlier, there were quite a few abandoned plots in the surrounding area. Take it all in. As for the freshwater issue, once the main force occupies the islands, that too will be resolved. By then, with 3 freshwater islands under their control, we'll have more than enough to withstand drought disasters. As for how to seize the islands for the army, Xin Fang already had concrete plans and speculations in mind. All that remained was to put them to the test. It might even be possible to avoid large-scale conflict altogether. He could seize the island for his forces. Lying on the bed, Xin Fang couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upward, because the grain shortage that had plagued him all along finally showed signs of resolution. Once the food supply was secured, further expansion of manpower would proceed much more smoothly. Put simply, more grain meant greater strength. If these fallow lands could be restored during the natural disaster, there would be no need to recruit people ourselves. They would come to us of their own accord. The scarcest the grain resources, the prime time to recruit. The night passed without incident, and before long, the next day dawned. In the morning, Xin Fang did not rush to contact Captain Gua. Instead, he summoned Hua Ban first. "Old Hua, have the brothers patrol Freshwater Island more frequently these days. Also, make sure to repair the damaged wooden walls on the island as soon as possible. Oh, and that lookout tower location Brother Gong gave us earlier, do you still have it? If so, get that lookout tower built ASAP." "No problem, boss. I'll get it done right away. By the way, big brother, I've been thinking, should we build wooden walls around Freshwater Island for defense? I'm worried the enemy might send people to steal our freshwater. No need for a protective wooden wall. Just build this near the Freshwater Island." With that, Xin Fang handed over a blueprint. Hua Ban took the blueprint and glanced at it. His eyes widened instantly. Then he flashed a knowing smile. "Building this around Freshwater Island, isn't that a bit? So what? He came to steal our freshwater, so we definitely need to find a way to deal with them. Get moving on the arrangements. This is something Brother Gong recently put together. We'll also station some men on the smaller islands surrounding Freshwater Island." "Got it, boss." I can just see the big guy getting his fingers burned trying to steal something small. He'll be furious. That's his problem. What's it got to do with me? Get moving on it. I'm heading out with Captain Gua today. Don't worry, just around the corner. Contact me immediately if anything comes up. Should I have a few of the guys downstairs accompany you? After all, we're new here and don't know our way around. Be careful, big brother. Besides, we don't know much about Captain Gua. Xin Fang nodded. Let Sleepyhead and Xiao Tian come with me. Too many people going might actually be a problem. Just the 2 of them will be enough. Got it, boss. I'll go notify them right away. Xin Fang understood Hua Ban's warning all too well. The pistol was already securely holstered at his waist. One should never harbor malicious intent, but one must always be vigilant. Besides, going out with Captain Gua this time would be a good chance to familiarize himself with the surrounding geography and the unique features of this area. Who knows? He might even stumble upon some unusual plants. Chapter 196, Island Exploration. The instructions were relayed. Before long, Sleepyhead and Little Tian approached. Sleepyhead still looked half asleep. Xiao Tian, however, looked relaxed after all. His nerve-wracking days as an undercover agent were finally over. Big brother. Brother. Both greeted Xin Fang in unison. Xin Fang chuckled and playfully punched Sleepyhead on the shoulder. Look at the time, it's almost 10 o'clock. How come you still look like you haven't woken up yet? Sleepyhead yawned. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he said, Bro, I don't want to, but I'm just so tired. What can I do? Tired, huh? Alright then, you go back. I'll have someone else come out with me. The moment Sleep God heard they were going out, immediately perked up. No, big brother. I'm wide awake now. Xiao Tian, you can go back too. I've got this covered. Xiao Tian, huh? Come on, bro, I want to go out too. Xin Fang finally realized both of them were using this as an excuse to get out. It made sense. Ever since arriving in this area, they hadn't had a proper chance to explore the surroundings. Emerald green seas, clear skies stretching endlessly. And the flora and fauna on the surrounding islands. None of these existed in his old territory. Actually, forget about them, I want to go exploring myself. Alright, I'm done messing around with you too. Sleepyhead, hurry up and wake up. Captain Guo will be here any minute. We're leaving as soon as he arrives. Got it. The two had barely finished replying. Captain Guo appeared in the distance. When he saw the three waiting for him, he broke into a jog toward them. He greeted them cheerfully as he ran. Ha. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bro, who are these two? Xin Fang gave him a brief introduction. What shocked him, however, was that Xiao Tian had been undercover in the Tiger Squad for so many days. This squad leader didn't seem to have much recollection of him. In fact, when Captain Guo saw Xiao Tian, he didn't even flinch. It seemed Xiao Tian truly possessed a talent for undercover work. Now that everyone's here, let's get moving. Xin Fang gave the order. The four of them boarded a small boat. Captain Guo stood at the front, steering the boat. The remaining three sat in the rear. The boat started moving. With a whoosh, it sped off into the distance. The weather was absolutely perfect today. The sky was clear and blue, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine. The sun beat down directly, illuminating the emerald sea, making it appear even more dreamlike. Fish occasionally leapt from the surface. Seabirds chatter incessantly in the sky. Xin Fang leaned against the deck railing, breathing in the slightly damp, fresh air from the sea. His eyes closed slightly. It had been ages since he felt this relaxed. After sailing for a while, Captain Guo steered the small boat while turning his head to ask, "Brother, let's head to the nearest island first. Then we'll circle the entire perimeter, starting from the farthest points and working our way closer before returning to our island." Xin Fang nodded. "Alright, Captain Guo. This time, I'll follow your lead." "Got it." Captain Guo responded with a cheerful affirmation, then accelerated the small boat to a higher gear. Soon the boat reached the first island. From a distance, the island didn't look very big. It appeared to be a small island. Captain Guo steered the boat to a smooth stop along the island's edge. "We're here, boss." As Captain Guo finished speaking, the four men disembarked. As Xin Fang's feet touched the soft sand, exploration mode once again transmitted the island's information into his mind. Sure enough, the island did harbor abandoned farmland. Right at the island's center. Xin Fang marveled inwardly. He never imagined that small islands within this region would spawn farmlands. Just as he pondered this, Captain Guo's voice came through again. "Bro, the abandoned fields are right in the island's center. Shall we head there now, or would you prefer to explore the island first?" "Let's explore first. The island isn't big, it won't take long to look around." Xin Fang spoke before setting off toward the island. Along the way, they encountered some basic resources. Things like stone slabs, hard rocks, and small pieces of timber. Xin Fang bent down and picked up some stone slabs and hard stones. Surprisingly, the stone slabs and hard rocks in this area differed somewhat from those in his own territory. The stone slabs here were smoother and flatter. They were just a bit smaller. These slabs were more suitable for constructing buildings. For instance, stone houses and the like. They offer better stability. Xin Fang stowed the stone slabs into his backpack. He'll take these slabs back for Gonggu to study. Perhaps they'll yield new discoveries. The harder stones, however, were darker in color. Their purpose remains the same. They pressed deeper into the interior. Xin Fang and his companions entered the depths of the small island. The moment they stepped into the forest, Xin Fang drew his weapon, just in case they encountered any dangerous creatures. However, Captain Guo spoke up beside him. "Don't worry, boss. We shouldn't encounter any dangerous animals. The inheritors of the surrounding islands have long since perished. Dangerous creatures won't respawn on islands where the inheritors have perished. Other basic resources will still spawn normally. But it's different on medium and large islands. Dangerous creatures still exist there." Xin Fang hadn't expected this area to have such rules. He reviewed the information provided by the exploration mode earlier. Indeed, there was no mention of dangerous animals. He decided to stow his weapons away. He continued moving inward. Xin Fang observed the bamboo, large leaves, and other basic resources within this area. They were no different from those in his own territory. Soon, he had explored the entire island. Overall, the resources on the islands in this area were more abundant and diverse than those in his own territory. This included food resources as well. No rare resources were found. After all, it was just a small island, so that was to be expected. Finally, the four of them arrived at a small hill in the center of the island. Not far ahead lay a patch of abandoned cornfields. They walked over in a few strides. The field was indeed utterly barren. The soil was cracked and dry. It looked severely parched. Captain Gore remarked from the side. Brother, this is what the wasteland looks like. Are you sure it's still usable? It's cracked beyond recognition. Look, there's not even a single weed growing here. Xin Fong smiled faintly. That's none of your concern. Without further hesitation, Xin Fong stowed the barren cornfield into his backpack. Let's go. We'll move on to the next spot. Just then, Xiao Tian spoke up. Bro, aren't we going to take any other basic resources on the island? When did I say we weren't taking them? But time is tight right now. We can just call the guys over later to help gather these resources. The four then boarded the small boat once more and set off for their next destination. The subsequent destinations were all small islands. They were much like the first island. A few hours later, Xin Fong had gathered 3 patches of abandoned wheat fields and 2 patches of abandoned cornfields. Bro, the next island is a medium-sized one. It's a bit farther away. You guys should rest up. Chapter 197, Rare Rosewood. A medium-sized island? Xin Fong perked up immediately. Do you think rare resources might spawn on a medium-sized island? Definitely. Medium islands usually have 1 or 2 types of rare resources. Iron ore, copper ore, and the like are all possible. The medium-sized island we're heading to now, I recall, spawns 1 additional rare resource. I think it's a type of wood. Wood? Is wood considered a rare resource? Or does this wood have some special function? Xin Fong frowned as he asked. Well, brother, I haven't been to this island in a very long time. I suddenly forgot what kind of wood it is. But I can assure you, this wood does indeed possess special properties. Once I see the actual piece, I'll definitely remember. Hearing Captain Gui say this, Xin Fong grew even more eager. If wood could be considered a rare resource, then its significance couldn't be insignificant. He forced himself to suppress the thoughts swirling in his mind. The small boat continued speeding forward. Just as Captain Gui had mentioned, the destination was indeed quite distant. After 2 hours of travel, the outline of the medium-sized island finally came into view. Xin Fong immediately raised his binoculars to observe. The entire medium-sized island was indeed quite large. It was noticeably larger than the medium-sized islands in their own territory. However, the specific details would only become clear once they reached the island. After another 10 minutes of sailing, the group finally reached the shore. As before, the moment they stepped off the boat, exploration mode once again transmitted information into Xin Fong's mind. As he scanned the data in his mind, his heart skipped a beat. This medium-sized island not only boasted abundant resources but also harbored no shortage of dangerous creatures. Nearly double the number found on that other medium-sized island. Especially at the island's center. A large number of dangerous creatures gathered there. These dangerous creatures weren't limited to large beasts. Venomous creatures like snakes, spiders, and others also exist. Xin Fong was deep in thought. Captain Gui spoke up again beside him. Brother, don't underestimate this medium-sized island. The depths hold countless dangers. You must be extra cautious. Fortunately, the abandoned plantation we're searching for isn't in the island's deepest reaches. So the risk isn't too high. So, boss, should you guys circle the outer perimeter first, or should we head straight there? I've already scouted the perimeter. It's similar to the small island, so no need to circle it. Let's head straight into the island. Captain Gui agreed. Alright, everyone get your gear ready. We might run into some minor obstacles along the way. Before Xin Fong could say anything, Sleep God swung his 2-meter-long broadsword and declared. Minor obstacles? What minor obstacles? Before my 2-meter-long blade, there are no obstacles. The blade whirled with a fierce wind. Captain Gui, standing nearby, dared not even breathe. For the wounds on his body were inflicted by the god of sleep wielding this very 2-meter blade. Truth be told, if not for sheer luck and the wild ginger he later consumed, he would have been dead long ago. Alright, sleep god, you get itchy fingers if you don't fight every day? Since you're wide awake now, why don't you lead the way up ahead? The god of sleep chuckled. No problem, boss. Xiao Tian chimed in from the side. I'll bring up the rear. Big brother, you and Captain Gui take the middle. Xin Fong nodded, and the group set off into the depths of the island. Not long after they entered, Captain Gui remarked, Bro, I reckon the island just spawned fresh. Let's be careful. Xin Fong nodded. No sooner had Captain Gui finished speaking than commotion erupted ahead. The sleep god, leading the way, halted abruptly. The moment he halted, 2 hyenas burst out from the bushes ahead. Though not large in stature, their rows of menacing fangs were utterly terrifying. Both were snarling, their eyes fixed intently on the sleep god. Their mouths emitted constant howls. How about it? Can we handle this? Xin Fong asked from behind. Just 2 dogs? Piece of cake. Sleep god declared, swinging his great sword horizontally before him. He charged straight at the 2 hyenas. The 2 hyenas showed no fear, charging forward one after the other. As they neared, the god of sleep swung his great sword. Left, right. Both hyenas were instantly cut down to the ground. The swiftness of the action left Captain Guo momentarily stunned. This scene felt so familiar. This was exactly how the god of sleep had struck him back then. Though the two hyenas lay slain on the ground, they did not die immediately. They continued to emit muffled growls from their mouths. They struggled desperately to rise. The god of sleep gave them no chance. 2 more blows followed. This time, the 2 hyenas fell utterly silent. Big brother, it's all right now. Both hyenas are dead. As Sleepyhead's words faded away, Xin Fang caught glimpses of several more hyenas lurking in the bushes on either side. But none dared to advance further. After glancing at their fallen comrades on the ground, they hurriedly retreated. Xin Fang sighed in relief. The sleep god's aura was truly extraordinary. From within, it radiated a palpable aura of lethal intent. Don't be fooled by his usual carefree demeanor. When the chips are down, he's like a completely different person. Well done. Keep moving forward. Roger that. Sleep God used his knife to shove the 2 hyena corpses aside. He strode forward with purpose. The rest of the journey passed without further hindrance. They soon reached the location of the wasteland. Here, Xin Fang harvested 2 patches of corn wasteland and 1 patch of wheat wasteland. Just as they were about to turn back, Captain Guo's voice rang out urgently from nearby. Brother, come quickly. This is the rare wood I mentioned on the way. Hearing this, Xin Fang hurried over. As soon as he reached Captain Guo's side, Xin Fang saw the tree before him. This one? That's the one. Xin Fang frowned slightly. Because the tree before them didn't seem particularly remarkable. It looked much the same as all the other trees. Wait, this tree doesn't seem to have any special features either. Captain Guo didn't respond. Instead, he drew his pocket knife. He gently carved a square into the tree. Then he used the knife to gently peel back the bark. As the bark peeled back slowly, Xin Fang immediately noticed something unusual. The inside is actually red? Could this be rosewood? Captain Guo turned and nodded. That's right, brother. This is a piece of redwood. Not only is this wood sturdier and more durable than ordinary thick timber, it also possesses special properties. It excels at thermal insulation. During the last extreme cold snap, the outer walls of our dwelling were encased in a ring of redwood. The insulation worked remarkably well. Brother, during this drought, this redwood will prove invaluable too. Chapter 198, Grain is Money. After listening to Captain Guo finish speaking, Xin Fang immediately recalled the insulated greenhouse and insulated houses Brother Gon had built for him back then. Though back then, they'd used plastic and similar materials. I recall plastic also has some insulation properties. Which material performs better? Captain Guo didn't hesitate for a moment. No need to say more. Redwood definitely provides better insulation. Plus, this redwood is also a building material. It's sturdy and durable. Plastic certainly doesn't possess these advantages. Xin Fang thought it over carefully. Captain Guo's reasoning made sense. Besides, brother, redwood isn't just limited to building houses. Anything that can be built with wood, redwood can be used for. I've heard they use it for ships, defensive structures, and more, all with excellent results. Seeing Captain Guo's earnest expression, Xin Fang nodded and continued. I never imagined rosewood had such wide-ranging applications. But looking around, it seems like this is the only tree here. Indeed, just this one. To be honest, brother, we're quite fortunate. Redwood resources like this usually grow deep within the island's interior. This is the first time I've ever seen it in the outer regions. But if it can appear on the outer perimeter, I'd wager there are plenty more deep within the island. Xiao Tian approached and chimed in. So, are we heading into the island's depths today? Xin Fang shook his head. We're too few in number today, and our preparations aren't thorough enough. Captain Guo added, Big Brother is right. The dangers in the island's depths are too numerous. Although the amount of resources increases after each refresh, the risks also escalate. Last time I came to this island with a few guys from the Tiger Squad to scavenge resources, one of them was killed by a venomous snake as thick as an arm. The venom took effect instantly. There was nothing we could do to save him. Xiao Tian froze in surprise. You mean there are still many venomous insects and snakes on this island? Exactly. And these creatures are far more dangerous than those massive beasts. Alright, this island isn't going anywhere. We'll return, prepare thoroughly, and explore it later. If the depths of this island are this dangerous, it must hold even rarer resources. Xin Fang finished speaking and pulled out his axe. He harvested the redwood tree before him. Ding! Triggered double harvest skill, Rosewood X5. The group wasted no time and retraced their steps. After leaving the medium-sized island, Captain Guo piloted the small boat to several nearby islets. They harvested 3 more plots each of abandoned wheat and cornfields. By then, evening had already fallen. The group began their return journey. Over the course of the day, they had gathered a total of 10 plots of abandoned wheat fields and 9 plots of abandoned cornfields. A total of 19 abandoned plots. 19 plots more than all the cultivated land they currently owned. Once these were restored as farmland, the grain produced would be immense. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately traded the collected fallow land to Chen Shuero. Soon after, Chen Shuero sent a message. Brother, 19 plots of wasteland? That's so much. Qin Feng, this is just what we've gathered from the surrounding islands. There's more to come. He thought to himself, once he captured the major islands, there would undoubtedly be plenty more wasteland on his own island and the surrounding areas. Chen Shuero, there's more to come? What do you mean, brother? Qin Feng, don't worry about it. Trust me. He decided not to tell her about what was coming next, to spare her any worry. Chen Shuero, alright then, brother. I'll restore these wastelands as quickly as possible. You can count on me. Once all this wasteland turns into farmland, the grain output will be unimaginable. It should be more than double the current output. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Double the output? That's thousands of kilograms of grain. Enough to feed all these people for a month or two without issue. The surplus grain could be exchanged for golden carrots, used to upgrade my equipment and merge to build new warships. Grain was essentially money. To keep growing from here, we absolutely must secure even more grain. The return journey didn't take long. By dusk, the group had returned to the island. After exchanging farewells with Xiao Tian, Sleep God, Captain Gua, and Qin Feng, they departed. After spending the day together, Qin Feng had formed an impression of Captain Gua. Overall, he seemed pretty straightforward. He didn't pull any unnecessary stunts. Just as he was thinking this, Speckles came trotting over from a distance. You're back, boss. I've already arranged for the island's resources to be collected today. Everything's loaded onto the transport ship, which set sail this afternoon. The transport ship should be back around the third day. I've also sent our brothers over to Freshwater Island. Lu Qing is in charge of that operation. After all, he possesses strong reconnaissance skills, and he personally selected the team members. I think we could have him set up a reconnaissance squad later on. That would also make it easier for us to gather intelligence. Good idea. That kid may seem lazy and irresponsible all day, but he's genuinely capable when it matters. That thing you had built around Freshwater Island. Is it finished yet? Don't worry, boss. It's all set up. If the enemy dares to land on the island, they'll definitely fall into the trap. That'll do. How about it, boss? Did things go smoothly today? Hua Ban pressed on. Qin Feng nodded and gave him a brief overview of the day's events. So, boss, you mean we're heading out to explore that medium-sized island in a few days? With the guys? We definitely have to go. Our knowledge of this area is too limited. We can't just rely on Captain Guo and the others saying it's impossible. Some things we have to handle ourselves. Plus, Old Hua, this area holds many unique resources we don't have back home. If we harness these resources well, we'll definitely reap unexpected rewards. So, boss, are you talking about redwood? Not just redwood, there are other resources too. We'll have to explore this ourselves. Alright, over the next few days, make sure the brothers below build another batch of houses. New brothers will arrive in 3 days. We can't have them sleeping out in the open. Spotted said excitedly, don't worry, boss, I've got it all covered. Just thinking about so many new brothers joining us gets me a little excited. Big brother, did you know? I spoke with old Wu on the phone the other day. He spoke highly of these new recruits. Plus, he said he handpicked every single one of them. They're all pretty capable in combat. Oh, and he mentioned a small number of them are women. Women? Speckled nodded with certainty. That's right, boss. I tried to ask more questions, but old Wu stopped talking. He said we'd find out once they arrived. Whoa. What the hell is old Wu playing at? Why'd he bring women into this? Chapter 199, a sneak attack? Well. Bro, old Wu actually told me to keep this to myself. He said he wanted to give you a surprise. After Hua Ban finished speaking, his expression resembled a minion emoji covering his eyes and crying. A surprise for me? Even if he brought in a woman, it wouldn't matter. Or maybe he wanted to add some help over at the little girl's place. Does he really want them to be like the guys? Swinging swords and guns? I wouldn't know about that. But big brother, don't get too worked up. I'm sure old Wu has his reasons for choosing those people. Anyway, we'll meet them in a few days. If it really doesn't work out, then we can always make changes later. Qin Feng stroked his chin. Just as he was about to call old Wu, Speckles hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Don't do it, big brother. If you make that call, old Wu will definitely figure out I'm the one who told you. Then he won't tell me anything anymore. Qin Feng shrugged. Fine. We'll see when he gets here. Anything else, old Hua? All right, construction on the second protective chain has already begun. It should be completed in 3 days. All right, no problem. Are the sturdy trees on the island still sufficient? Plenty. More than enough. I must say, the forest on Chen Bei Island is incredibly practical. It could easily build another ring of protective wooden walls. No wonder the Tiger Brigade was so eager to seize this place back then. But after all their effort, you still managed to beat them to it, boss. Of course. They weren't fools. Thick logs and timber are the foundational resources for constructing large-scale buildings. Whoever controls these resources will develop faster. Come on, take me to see how the construction is progressing. The rear lookout tower is paired with a repeating crossbow mechanism. It can both observe and attack. It's definitely a formidable defensive structure. Of course it is. After all, it's the result of Brother Gon's painstaking research. The two continued walking forward as they spoke. On the Great Army Island. Inside the house. Dajuan sat in his chair. He looked at Xiao Chang, who stood before him with respectful deference and a cautious expression. How's the preparation going these past 2 days? Everything's ready, Brother Jun. Everything's ready, huh? Sigh. Dajuan sighed deeply. What rotten luck. If only we could find another freshwater island. We wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. I spoke with the boss on the phone that day. If we don't find another freshwater island soon, we'll have no choice but to retreat back to headquarters. At that moment, Xiao Chang spoke with a look of resentment on his face. Damn it. Jun, if it comes down to it, I'll fight him tooth and nail. He won't let us live in peace, so we won't let him live in peace either. Hand over these brothers to me. Even if I die, I'll make him pay dearly. No sooner had Xiao Chang finished speaking. Crack. Dajuan slammed the teacup on the table right at Xiaoqian's feet. No. Can you use your brain? Xiaoqian, I know you're skilled, but when you're thinking things through, could you please not be so impulsive? These men were recruited through our hard work. Now over a dozen are dead after just one battle. Did any of the rest come back? Didn't they all defect to that Qin Feng? And now you want to lead the few who remain into battle? That's nothing but throwing good money after bad. Not only will they skin us alive, we'd be handing over our last remaining men to them. By then, we'll have handed over both our men and the island. How am I supposed to face headquarters? After returning with no men left at all, how am I supposed to hold my ground? And then there's Hiwu's death, they'll pin that on me too. Just wait and see how they'll treat me when I get back to headquarters. Dajuan's words came pouring out like machine gun fire. He unleashed a torrent of abuse on Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang. The resentful look he'd worn moments ago. Now he could only hang his head, not uttering a word. After a long while, he timidly asked, so, boss, is what we're doing even worth it? Are we really going to steal freshwater from Qin Feng's freshwater island? Before, I just wanted to get revenge on him, to make him feel disgusted. But now, the island's freshwater supply is running low. If we don't get some fresh water soon, we might not even make it back to headquarters. At this point, Dajuan's expression darkened further. He was seething inside, with nowhere to vent his anger. Alright, we'll set out tonight. The longer we delay, the more likely something will go wrong. Remember. If you can steal it, steal it. If you can't, fall back. Protecting the people is the top priority, got it? Xiao Chang nodded. Got it, Jun. Alright, you can go now. Get the guys to finish eating early. Looks like there's no moon tonight. Perfect timing. Xiaoqian had barely left when Xiao Hei walked in. Hey Jun, the boat's all set. When do you plan to retreat? Probably tomorrow or the day after. Let's see if Xiaoqian can bring back some fresh water this time. If he can, that'd be great, then we could ship back all the pigs, cattle, and such we're raising on the island. If not, we'll just have to look out for ourselves. Qin Feng Island. Night had already fallen. Huaban and Qin Feng had just finished their patrol of the island. They returned to the residential area. The area was brightly lit. After all, the island contained abundant copper ore deposits, so power supply was never a concern. Plus, there was Qin Feng's battery charger. Daily electricity needs were largely taken care of. Just as they returned to the residence, Captain Guo came jogging toward us. His expression seemed a bit uneasy. Big brother's back. Is now a good time? I have something I need to discuss with you. Qin Feng glanced at the spotted dog beside him. Then he cut straight to the point. What is it? Just say it. Well, it's like this. Big brother, you'd better be careful tonight. It's pitch black tonight with no moon. I'm worried Dajuan might organize a sneak attack. There are still at least 30 of them on the island right now. After Captain Guo's reminder, Qin Feng immediately looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the entire sky was a murky gray. Not a trace of moonlight. Before Qin Feng could say anything, Spotted beside him immediately said, Brother, I'll go prepare right now. Alright, go ahead. Oh, and don't just focus on our own island. Dispatch some men to Freshwater Island as well. Understood. Everything's already set over there. If they dare go, they'll definitely get what's coming to them. I'll contact Lu Cheng immediately. After speaking, Speckled turned and went downstairs to make arrangements. Qin Feng turned to Captain Guo and asked, How likely do you think they'll attempt a surprise attack? Captain Gua pondered for a moment before replying, 80%, boss. 80%? That high? That's right. The enemy loves ambushes. Xin Fong nodded. Alright, Captain Gua. If we win this battle, you'll get top credit. Captain Gua seemed flattered yet hesitant. No, boss. What's the big deal? I just gave a heads up. It's really nothing. Xin Fong chuckled. Alright, no need to argue. I know exactly what's going on. Go eat with the guys downstairs. Get ready after you finish. Chapter 200, One-on-One? Captain Gua nodded and returned to the crowd. On the calm, dark sea surface, a fleet of ships sped forward. Xiao Chang stood at the bow. This time, his face bore none of the pride seen last time. Instead, his expression was stern. Frowning, he stared intently ahead. The people beside him and behind him had lost the excitement they'd felt before. Their expressions were solemn, not uttering a word. Stay alert, everyone. Don't all look like you're dead. Xiao Chang finished speaking. The others behind him merely feigned straightening their posture. Their expressions remained unchanged. Not a shred of enthusiasm. Earlier, he'd glanced at them out of the corner of his eye. He had wanted to say something more. But the words never came out. Truthfully, everyone else knew it too. Their hearts had already drifted apart. Everyone knew that finding Freshwater Island at this point was impossible. What fate awaited them? And whether they'd return, whether they succeeded or failed, was entirely uncertain. They might even lose their lives there. Who could muster any spirit? It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. The fleet gradually approached Freshwater Island. Xiao Chang gazed toward the direction of Freshwater Island. His heart leapt with joy. Only a few scattered figures could be seen moving about on the island. These individuals held torches in their hands, moving back and forth across the island. Their pace was slow. They looked as if they hadn't fully woken up yet. Some were even lying or sitting against trees, fast asleep. Xin Fong, oh Xin Fong. You have your careless moments too. Xiao Chang's lips curled in a sneer. Think you're so great just because you won one battle? Just wait till I strip this Freshwater Island bare today. Then let's see how you handle the natural disasters. Everyone, stay alert. Those are just a bunch of low-level grunts over there. Brother Jun said if we pull this off, each of us gets 30,000 in cash. At these words, their drooping brows instantly perked up. Xiao Chang then slowed the fleet's pace. They barely made a sound, then slowly approached the Freshwater Island. When they were about 200 meters from the island, Xiao Chang gave a sweeping gesture with his hand. The fleet behind him immediately spread out to encircle the island from both sides. In the blink of an eye, the entire fleet had encircled Freshwater Island. Xiao Chang then gave the order. Landing. Small boats surged straight toward Freshwater Island. Flames erupted from the boats. The cries of battle echoed incessantly. In an instant, the boats crashed onto Freshwater Island. Seeing this, the people on Freshwater Island scattered toward the island's center. Not a single one showed any intention of resisting. Xiao Chang saw this. The flames of vengeance burned even brighter within him. Brothers, charge up there and slaughter them. He shouted, brandishing his knife. He charged forward without hesitation. The others followed suit. Each man charged forward with reckless abandon, as if fearing that delay would cost them the 30,000 yuan reward. With a rush, the crowd instantly closed in, tightening the circle. But just as excitement filled their faces, dust suddenly swirled up from the sandy shores around Freshwater Island. One after another, large nets sprang up from beneath the sand. The nets instantly pinned the front runners to the ground. Before they could react, the nets instantly contracted, immediately enveloping those inside completely. Not even a sliver of space remained for movement. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chang was completely stunned. Before he could even react, flames erupted across the sea surrounding Freshwater Island. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves completely surrounded on Freshwater Island. Brother Chang, we're in trouble. We've fallen into another ambush. The encirclement has turned into a counter-encirclement, Brother Chang. At that moment, a young man with a mournful expression approached Xiao Chang and said. At that moment, Xiao Chang seemed possessed. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted into a hideous grimace. Damn it, Xin Fong, may you rot in hell. With that, he swung the knife in his hand directly at the man who had spoken. One blow sent the young man crashing to the ground. Those around them froze in terror. Anyone who takes a step back will meet the same fate. Everyone around froze in place. What the hell is this? Xiao Chang, has he lost his mind? We're already surrounded like this, and he wants us to charge in? Damn it, charging in is suicide. In the blink of an eye, half our men were already incapacitated. With only a dozen men left, how are we supposed to fight? Looking around, there must be at least 40 of them surrounding us. How the hell are we supposed to break out? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Yo! Long time no see, Brother Chang. Xiao Chang immediately turned his head. following the sound. On the bow behind him, a figure stood. As the boat slowly drew nearer, the figure's features grew clearer. Qin Fong? The words were practically ground out between his teeth. Bathed in the firelight, Xiao Chang's face grew even more hideously distorted. Brother Chang? Bringing all these people here in the middle of the night. Stealing water to drink? Steal my ass. Qin Fong. Man up and fight me one-on-one. Besides these dirty tricks and underhanded moves, what else can you do? Underhanded tricks? Bro, you ambushing me in the middle of the night, isn't that underhanded? Think before you speak next time. A few sharp retorts left Xiao Chang stammering and stuttering, unable to utter a word for a long while. Finally, he managed to stammer out. Qin Fong. If you've got the guts, come down and fight me one-on-one. I'll admit defeat if I lose. Do whatever you want with me, but if I win, you have to let me go. Got the guts? If you don't, you're a coward. Before Qin Fong could speak, a loud voice bellowed from the small boat nearby. I'll take you on one-on-one. Damn it. Big brother, how could you personally deal with trash like this? No sooner had Spotty finished speaking, a lazy, rough voice sounded nearby. Old Hua, I think you should just forget it. This guy? I could take care of him with one swing. Qin Fong, however, said calmly, no need today. I'll handle it. What? Brother, this guy doesn't even need you to step in. He's just trying to provoke you. Spotted Face exclaimed anxiously. Qin Fong merely smiled lightly. You think I can't tell he's trying to provoke me? Don't worry, I've got this covered. Besides, with so many new brothers joining us, don't I need to show off a little in front of them? But, Qin Fong raised his hand lightly. Then he turned to Xiao Chang and said, no problem. I'll take you on one-on-one. In the darkness, a sly grin spread across Xiao Chang's lips. You've got guts. You're the boss of the Black Dragon Gang for a reason. By now, the surrounding boats had reached the shore of Freshwater Island. Qin Fong leapt off the boat. His men on both sides immediately cleared a space. He then slowly walked to the center of the clearing. Tong gave Xiao Chang a slight smile. Don't just stand there. Brother Chang, come on over. Xiao Chang hesitated slightly, for he saw not a trace of fear on Qin Fong's face. He looked completely at ease. It actually made him feel a bit afraid. But then he thought again. How many battles had he been through? Qin Fong was just a bit clever, wasn't he? Today, I'll make you suffer a crushing defeat right here. I'll strip you of every shred of dignity. Chapter 201, the outcome is clear. At this thought, Xiao Chang's pride surged once more. He too stepped into the center of the clearing. He stood before Qin Fong. He drew the knife from his waist and pointed the tip at Qin Fong. Let's make one thing clear, no pulling out that gun if you can't win. Qin Fong merely smiled faintly, then nodded immediately. Lay out the rest of the rules. Don't accuse me of bullying you with numbers. Besides not using that pistol, that's all. But I'll warn you now. Don't start calling your buddies for backup when you can't handle it. That'd be totally unfair. Xiao Chang, a one-on-one fight is a one-on-one fight. I don't do that sort of thing. I already told you earlier, if you win, you and your crew can leave. I'll throw in one more thing. If you win, I'll let you take him back to Freshwater. How about that? That's taking good care of you, isn't it? Xiao Chang froze upon hearing this. Take me back to Freshwater? Alright. That's some bold talk. Talking big like that. You're not afraid of shooting yourself in the foot? I'll see how you save face in front of your brothers later. You're the boss of the Black Dragon Gang now, you'd better keep your word. By now, Speckled Face's brow was practically knotted into a pretzel. What's gotten into the boss today? Why so impulsive? How could he say something like that? If we lose, how are we supposed to save face? Enough with the nonsense. If I win, Xiao Chang, you know what'll happen to you. Qin Fong's expression had turned deadly serious. I know, but I won't lose. With that, Xiao Chang charged straight toward Qin Fong. His strides were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Qin Fong. The knife in his hand immediately swung down toward Qin Fong's head. Big brother, watch out! Hua Ban shouted from the side. His heart sank halfway. Xiao Chang, now within striking distance, revealed a sinister grin at the corner of his mouth. But the next second, Xiao Chang's mind suddenly went blank. He realized that Qin Fong beneath the blade showed no intention of dodging. Considering the time it took him to charge forward and the time it took for the blade to come down, Qin Fong could have easily dodged this strike. Even an ordinary person would know to run backward. But Qin Fong before him seemed as if nothing had happened. He stood perfectly still in the same spot, as if the blade above his head wasn't aimed at him at all, and not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Xiao Chang's hesitation lasted only a moment. Since you won't dodge, don't blame me. Stealing his resolve, he swung the blade down with even greater force. The next second, a clang echoed through the air. Xiao Chang's blade struck Qin Fong squarely on the left shoulder. Then came a sharp crack. Xiao Chang's blade snapped clean in two. The blade flew off completely. Ah! Everyone was stunned. What? What just happened? No way. The blade actually shattered. Xiao Chang's blade was forged entirely from high-grade metal. It just snapped clean off. Could he be using the golden bell technique? For a moment, the air around them seemed to freeze solid. Xiaoqiang stood frozen in place. You. His mouth hung open wide, yet not a single word came out. Qin Feng curled the corner of his mouth. He extended his right hand. He gently lifted the broken blade resting on his shoulder. Then, as if tossing a leaf, he flicked the blade onto the ground. Is that all the strength you've got? Is that all the strength you've got? You think you can challenge me to a duel? Idiot. Smack. Qin Feng reached out and slapped Xiaoqiang across the face. Then he delivered a flying kick. One kick sent Xiaoqiang crashing to the ground. Xiaoqiang lay limp on the sand. His mouth remained wide open. His eyes were staring blankly, still looking completely dazed. It all happened too fast. So fast that those around him hadn't even had time to react. Was this a one-on-one fight? Qin Feng hadn't even drawn his blade. He just stood there. One slap, followed by a kick, and he won. Both Xiaoqiang's men and Qin Feng's men fell into an eerie silence. This was nothing like they had imagined. In the center of the clearing, Qin Feng slowly walked toward Xiaoqiang. He looked down at Xiaoqiang, collapsed on the ground. Qin Feng spoke deliberately. Xiaoqiang, admit defeat when you lose. Stand firm when you take a beating. With that, he waved his hand toward the side. Immediately, several Black Dragon gang members rushed over. They immediately pinned Xiaoqiang to the ground. Damn it! I won't accept this. Let me go. Damn it! Qin Feng, you got the guts for another round? Smack! Another slap landed on Xiaoqiang's face. This time, Qin Feng didn't even speak. He simply waved his hand backward. His men immediately understood. They proceeded to tie up Xiaoqiang. As they bound him, they dragged him toward the boat behind them. Let me go. Qin Feng, let me go. Let me go. By the end of his cries, Xiaoqiang's voice was already breaking into sobs. Listening to Xiaoqiang's heart-wrenching cry, Qin Feng curled his lip. He wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. Behind him, Xiaoqiang's voice grew fainter and fainter, until it was finally drowned out by the sea breeze. After seeing Xiaoqiang off, Qin Feng stood rooted to the spot. His gaze was icy. His gaze swept relentlessly over the members of the Tiger Brigade. Every member of the Tiger Brigade, upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, lowered their heads. Not a single one dared meet his gaze. In that very instant they lowered their heads. Their weapons dropped to the ground one after another. Qin Feng took it all in. I'm not one to force my will upon others. Stay or leave, it's your choice. With that, he turned and walked away. But the very instant he turned away, the men of the fierce Tiger Regiment behind him cried out in unison, Brother Qin Feng, we surrender. On the way back, everyone's gaze toward him felt different than before. Even Hua Ban's eyes held a hint of complexity. This whole thing was just too absurd. A blade had shattered upon striking his body. Deep down, he could guess a little bit, but he knew some things were best left unexamined. Qin Feng stood on the deck. The cool sea breeze of dawn swept past, slowly lifting the hem of his robe, revealing the golden silk soft armor beneath. He opened the status bar. The protection bar of the gold-threaded soft armor had dropped by 1/3. Though he disliked Xiaoqiang intensely, his recent strike had indeed carried considerable force. But alas, this gold-threaded soft armor proved superior. Moreover, its protective value was now gradually recovering. It wouldn't be long before the soft armor was fully restored. This is the capability possessed by divine-grade armor. Just the upper body alone is terrifying. Imagine if all the other pieces were gathered, combined into a complete set of golden silk soft armor. Wouldn't its power become beyond description? At first, I couldn't quite believe it, but now I know for sure. The night passed without incident. By the time the fleet returned to the island, it was around 3 in the morning. After entrusting the minor matters to Huaban to handle, Qin Feng went straight back to his room. He collapsed onto his bed. He slept like a log, but while some slept soundly, others slept bitterly. That person was Dajuan.